Overnight, he fell from the heights of glory, his family's assets were seized, and everyone turned their backs on him. Even my last refuge has been taken away. In my darkest moment of despair, the ancestral incense burner turned into an SSS-level portal connecting to another world, casually placing a book down, only to receive a hefty real gold ingot in return. This is a complete turnaround: gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and cultural relics from ancient times. In my eyes, it's an endless treasure trove of wealth opportunities. With modern knowledge and small commodities, she started a cross-dimensional business with the distressed Empress across the way. She gave me treasures from the national treasury, and I provided her with strategies to repel enemies and mysterious supplies. Those bastards who kicked us when we were down, just wait till I hit you with these antiques. However, these frequent transactions seem to have caught the attention of certain powerful figures. At the other end of the incense burner, the Empress's enemies were far more terrifying than imagined. Chapter 1. Did the incense burner become a spirit? Su Ming, please cooperate with law enforcement. If you continue obstructing law enforcement, we'll have no choice but to detain you. In front of Su Ming's ancestral home, over a dozen bailiffs stood solemnly facing him. Today marked the darkest moment of Su Ming's life. 3 months ago, I was still a wealthy second-generation heir in the capital, spending every day carefree with friends. However, the Su family's corporation went bankrupt after falling into a trade trap, and her parents, unable to withstand the blow, ultimately jumped to their deaths together. The Su family's villa in the capital was sealed off, awaiting judicial auction. All of Su Ming's supplementary credit cards were frozen, and he was evicted from the villa. When the Su family first encountered trouble, Su Ming called all his so-called friends, those who used to come at his beck and call, but not a single one answered his calls. Many even blocked him. At this moment, Su Ming, who had always been nonchalant, truly understood what it meant for rats to desert a sinking ship. After handling his parents' funeral arrangements, Su Ming was forced to return from the capital to his family home in Beha, completely devoid of his former arrogance. He became listless and muddle-headed, drifting through days in a daze. But unexpectedly, even the old family home of the Su family wasn't spared by the court. On the very third day after Su Ming settled into the old residence, the bailiffs came knocking. The court was about to seal off the old house, but Su Ming stood blocking the gate, resisting stubbornly. However, faced with the crowd of bailiffs, Su Ming ultimately failed to uphold his dignity to the end and was forcibly pushed aside by them. "I'll fight you to the death." Watching the bailiffs seal up the ancestral home, Su Ming grew agitated. Breaking free from the 2 officers restraining him, he charged forward, ready to fight the bailiffs with everything he had. The outcome was predictable. Su Ming was detained for 24 hours. After being released from the detention center, he stumbled dazedly to the old family residence. The old house's gate had already been sealed, and Su Ming felt profound sorrow welling up in his heart. He crouched before the house's entrance, unable to hold back his tears. The Su family has collapsed, and now even their ancestral home has been sealed off. With millions in debt still owed, Su Ming feels his future is shrouded in darkness. Grabbing his phone, Su Ming still refused to give up and tried calling his old friends for help. Seeing the message popping up in the WeChat group, Su Ming clicked on it. Su Ming is finished, even the Su family's ancestral home has been seized. The bank cards have all been frozen too. There's really no way for the Su family to recover now. Looks like we'll have one less sucker to foot the bill for us from now on. Hey, watch your words, Su Ming is still in the group chat. What's there to fear? He's got nothing left now, not even a place to live, what a joke. Reading the group chat, Su Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. Su Ming sent a few letters in the group chat and then exited the WeChat group. I can't count on those fair-weather friends anymore. Just as he exited the group chat, Su Ming's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he was momentarily stunned. The call was from a friend of mine, to be precise, one of my girlfriends, yes, one among my many girlfriends, and also an old classmate of mine. Su Ming, how are you doing now? Answering the call, Lin Yanran's gentle yet hesitant voice came through. Hearing Lin Yanran's voice, Su Ming felt a tumult of emotions in his heart. I used to be a complete jerk, having dated Lin Yanran before. Of course, back then, I never lacked money or girls around me, so my attitude toward Lin Yanran was always ambiguous. I never acknowledged Lin Yanran as my girlfriend. At best, I just wanted to have some fun with her. But Lin Yanran was a very reserved girl, and after several failed attempts, Su Ming gave up and cut off contact with her. That wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that when Su Ming saw Lin Yanran's call, he suddenly remembered he had bought an apartment for her to live in. Who would have thought that in his time of misfortune, it would be this woman he had long forgotten who took the initiative to call and check on him. Okay, why did you think of calling me? Lin Yanran hesitated for a moment before speaking up. I heard about what happened with your family. Do you have a place to stay now? I've already moved out of that apartment in the 4th Ring Road. The passcode hasn't been changed, you can stay there. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Su Ming, don't put on a strong front, and don't lose heart. Life has to go on. I believe in you, I know you can get back on your feet. Lin Yanran's encouragement inexplicably saddened Su Ming. I don't have much money here either. I'll transfer you 5,000 first, consider it a loan. You can use it for now, but try to save your own money too. Just find a job and get settled first, then pay me back when you start earning. Listening to Lin Yanran's instructions on the phone, Su Ming burst into tears. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yanran transferred 5,000 yuan to Su Ming. Su Ming didn't stand on ceremony either. Although 5,000 yuan wasn't much, at this moment, apart from Lin Yanran, there was probably no one else who would transfer him money. Su Ming replied with a thank you. Lin Yanran sent back a smiling emoji, so Su Ming didn't continue the conversation. When Su Ming opened Lin Yanran's social media feed, he realized she already had a boyfriend. Her feed was full of romantic posts. As dusk approached, many passers-by saw Su Ming standing dumbfounded at the gate of the Su family's old residence, yet no one stepped forward to offer any comfort or concern. Su Ming also didn't know what came over him. Thinking he wanted to take one last look at the old house, he climbed over the wall and dropped into the courtyard. The old house had been uninhabited for many years, but while my parents were still alive, they had hired people to clean it regularly, so it remained spotless with all the furnishings unchanged. There was an offering table in the side room, and every festival, Mom and Dad would bring Su Ming back to make offerings and burn incense. Su Ming lit 3 sticks of incense, placed them in the incense burner, clasped his hands, and silently knelt before the altar. In his heart, he silently prayed that his ancestors would protect him through this hardship at the very least, to ensure the Su family wouldn't be completely forgotten under his stewardship. With reverence, he kowtowed. Just as he raised his head, he heard a soft poof. The incense ashes in the burner inexplicably billowed up, and an object unexpectedly flew out from within. Su Ming was so terrified by this scene that his soul nearly fled his body, and he bolted outside in a panic. Thud! The object that flew out of the incense burner landed on the wooden floor with a dull sound. Su Ming, who had reached the doorway, instinctively turned his head to look and immediately furrowed his brows. What lay on the ground was actually a gold ingot. Although the gold ingot was stained with incense ashes, it still gleamed clearly under the lamplight. Su Ming was a bit dazed. He licked his lips, gathered his courage, and walked back to squat down and pick up the gold ingot that had fallen on the ground. Wiping away the incense ashes, Su Ming's eyes immediately lit up. Has our ancestor blessed us? He wasn't sure if the gold ingot was real, but Su Ming even took a bite of it. Without bothering to verify its authenticity, he directly stuffed the ingot into his own pocket. Then, his gaze fell upon the incense burner on the altar. That incense burner was an antique, existing since Su Ming was a child. The incense burner was made of copper, but whether it was bronze or not, Su Ming couldn't tell. Above the incense burner's tripod were inscribed intricate runes, and for the first time in years, Su Ming examined them closely. What struck Su Ming as odd was that after the incense ash inside the burner spewed out, the interior became eerily pristine, not a speck of dust remained. Chapter 2, A Haunted Ancestral Hall? This seemed utterly preposterous. Frowning deeply, Su Ming's mind raced with the thought, could this thing be some kind of cornucopia? But then it occurred to me that it might not be possible. If this were truly a cornucopia, why would there only be one golden ingot? After much thought, Su Ming couldn't figure out the situation, and a sudden idea popped into his mind. He casually opened the drawer of the offering table and rummaged through it. He pulled out a copy of The Art of War from the drawer. Su Ming's father loved reading The Art of War, having copies both in their Beijing villa and the old family home, nothing unusual about that. Taking out that copy of The Art of War, Su Ming stuffed it into the incense burner. The next moment, Su Ming was stunned. Right before his eyes, The Art of War vanished. Su Ming held the incense burner and checked. The book was truly gone, with no trace of it on or under the table. Holy shit, a spatial gate? That night, Su Ming didn't dare to linger at the old house. He rushed back to Beijing overnight, wrapping the incense burner in a bedsheet. Su Ming went to the apartment he had previously bought in the 4th Ring Road. After returning home, Su Ming carefully placed the incense burner and didn't rush to study it immediately. Instead, he pocketed the golden ingot and headed out the door. He urgently needed to know whether this gold ingot was real or fake. In another parallel world, within the ancestral temple of the Great Zhou dynasty's imperial family, the candlelight flickered, casting wavering shadows of the spirit tablets on the incense altar. The little eunuch in charge of cleaning the ancestral hall always felt a bit scared whenever he entered it, and he always cleaned as quickly as possible. Today was no different than usual. The young eunuch, holding a feather duster in one hand and a rag in the other, nervously cleaned the incense table with swift movements. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from the incense table, startling the eunuch so much that his entire body trembled. Turning his head to look at the incense burner at the center of the altar, he heard a soft puff. The ashes inside the burner scattered into the air, and a dark figure flew out from within. Ghost, there's a ghost. The little eunuch was frightened out of his wits, dropping what he was holding and bolting away. Your Majesty, the barbarians' 300,000 cavalry have already breached Xianfeng and are advancing unstoppably. They will reach the capital within days. In the imperial study of the palace, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The great Zhou Empress sat behind her desk with a furrowed brow. A month ago, the barbarians suddenly launched an invasion, crossing the border with unstoppable momentum, advancing deep into the territory. The barbarians were fierce and skilled in battle. At the founding of Great Zhou, the entire military force was mobilized to drive them beyond the frontier. After 3 years of recuperation, Great Zhou had just begun to recover from the war when, unexpectedly, the barbarians chose this moment to strike again. Had it been only the barbarian invasion, Great Zhou might still have been able to defend itself. But to make matters worse, the neighboring countries around Great Zhou also suddenly turned against them at this time, leaving the entire empire surrounded by enemies and overwhelmed on all fronts. The situation was now perilously critical. Bang! The Empress, her fury making her hair stand on end, slammed the table and rose to her feet. We should have eradicated them root and branch back then, leaving no chance for those neighboring petty states to covet the Great Zhou. The ministers in the imperial study trembled in fear. This Empress was a formidable figure, adept in both civil and military affairs. It was she who personally donned armor and led the Great Zhou's iron cavalry to drive the barbarians beyond the borders. Minister of War Zhao Changfeng swallowed hard and stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, at present, the Great Zhou is beset with enemies on all sides. We no longer have the military strength to confront the various powerful foes. The garrison troops in the capital combined with the Imperial Guards amount to only 20,000. What should we do now?" The Empress frowned and said, "Even if it means fighting to the death, we must not lose the dignity of our Great Zhou. By imperial decree, all troops stationed outside the capital are to withdraw back to the city immediately." At present, the Empress also knew that the troops stationed outside the capital were no match for the barbarians' cavalry. The only option now was to gather all forces within the capital, first securing its defense before making long-term plans. But the Empress also knew very well that this was not a temporary expedient. Once all the troops were withdrawn back to the capital, and the barbarians allied with neighboring countries to lay siege, it wouldn't take long before they faced a situation of being cut off from water and food supplies. In the end, they would only meet the fate of the kingdom's destruction. Yet now, there was no other method apart from this. The ancestral shrine is haunted, it's haunted. The atmosphere in the imperial study was tense when suddenly the shouting of a young eunuch came from outside, causing the female emperor to close her eyes in anger. "Eunuch Zhao, what is all that commotion outside?" Chief Eunuch Zhao hurried into the imperial study, knelt down, and reported with a bow, "Your Majesty, this servant knows not." The imperial guards apprehended the loudly shouting young eunuch and brought him before the female emperor. After questioning, she furrowed her brows and led a group of ministers straight to the royal ancestral temple. The chief eunuch leading the way kept wiping sweat as he walked, having already cursed the little eunuch's ancestors 18 generations in his heart. "Your Majesty, that young eunuch is new to the palace and doesn't know the rules." The Empress remained silent with a stern expression. Eunuch Zhao knew the Empress was troubled by barbarian affairs. Seeing her cold demeanor, he dared not speak further and could only lead the way with bowed head. Entering the ancestral hall, the Empress saw an extra book on the altar that shouldn't have been there. Frowning slightly, she stepped forward and picked up the book from the altar. The Art of War? As the Empress opened the Art of War, the chief eunuch and all the maids and young eunuchs held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. As the Empress read through the Art of War, her expression shifted from initial confusion to shock, and finally to overwhelming joy. A miracle! It must be the divine protection of our Great Zhou ancestors. Ha! The court officials all wore expressions of bewilderment. The chief eunuch timidly spoke up, "Your Majesty, this is..." The Empress could barely contain her excitement on her face as she said, "Eunuch Zhao, have you ever heard of the Art of War by Sun Tzu?" Eunuch Zhao slightly furrowed his brows, combing through every corner of his memory, yet found no recollection whatsoever of Sun Tzu's Art of War. "I am ignorant and do not know the Art of War by Sun Tzu. What about you? Have you heard of it?" The assembled courtiers also shook their heads in unison, indicating they had no idea. Seeing everyone's expressions, the Empress became even more certain that this out-of-nowhere Art of War must be a solution provided by their ancestors in light of the Great Zhou dynasty's crisis. Immediately, in full view of the crowd, the Empress thudded to her knees. Seeing the Empress kneel, everyone hastily followed suit, though utterly baffled by the situation, none dared to show any disregard. "Ancestors above, though the Great Zhou now faces turbulent times, by your divine protection we have been granted strategies to repel our foes. I, Jinhua, pledge not to fail your sacred trust. I shall drive back the invaders and restore peace to the hearts of Great Zhou's people." They looked at each other, bewildered by the Empress's cryptic words, yet none dared to speak up and ask, only following along and kowtowing. Chief Eunuch Zhao's sharp eyes noticed something missing from the altar table after rising from his kowtow. On the altar, apart from the fresh fruits and pastries that were replaced daily, there were also over a dozen gold ingots placed. The gold ingot was piled up on top of a wooden box, placed right behind the incense burner. But now, it was clear that one of the piled-up gold ingots was missing. In an instant, Eunuch Zhao was drenched in sweat. The affairs within the ancestral hall were personally managed by Eunuch Zhao, with dedicated personnel responsible for daily cleaning. No one dared to attempt theft here. Eunuch Zhao couldn't help but think of that little eunuch who claimed the ancestral temple was haunted. When the Empress stood up, she seemed to notice this as well and immediately frowned slightly, turning her head to look at the visibly distressed Eunuch Zhao. Chapter 3, Selling Ingots. "Eunuch Zhao, isn't something missing from this offering table?" Eunuch Xiao's legs buckled in fright, and he instantly knelt once more. This servant deserves death. Please spare my life, your majesty. Dare to take the gold ingots from the offering table? The Empress's face instantly turned cold. Who did it? Eunuch Xiao swallowed hard and shook his head frantically. Your servant does not know. Your servant only just discovered it. Besides your servant making rounds, this ancestral hall is cleaned daily by assigned staff. The very little eunuch who claimed ghosts were present today. Your servant thought? Bring that little eunuch here. Escorted by the imperial guards, the young eunuch was brought before the ancestral hall and forced to kneel on the ground, trembling in terror. The Empress walked coldly to the boy's side and demanded in a deep voice, "Did you steal the gold ingot from the offering table?" The eunuch, already terrified beyond measure today, had wet himself upon hearing the ingots were missing. Your majesty, spare my life. I did not steal the ingots. I came to clean after supper and fled in terror upon seeing something amiss. I knew nothing of the ingots' disappearance. Please investigate thoroughly. Seeing the eunuch's soiled trousers, the Empress's frown deepened. Truthfully, she didn't believe this lowly eunuch would dare embezzle from his post. After all, discovery meant certain execution. But that gold ingot didn't vanish into thin air for no reason. Taking a deep breath, the Empress turned her gaze toward the offering table. A layer of incense ash covered the surface. The Empress leaned closer to inspect the incense burner. It was completely spotless inside. Curiosity piqued, she picked up the incense burner to examine it. Whoa! Where did this thing come from? The young eunuch stammered nervously, the incense burner. At the time, this servant heard an unusual sound. Turning around, I saw the incense ash inside the burner suddenly take flight. The object in your majesty's hand flew out from within that very burner. After hearing the eunuch's explanation, the Empress found it even more peculiar. Setting the incense burner aside, she picked up a gold ingot and hesitantly placed it inside. The next moment, the gold ingot vanished right before her eyes. The Empress gasped in shock, her mouth agape, unable to recover for a long while. The streets of the capital bustled with carriages and people. Watching the crowds come and go, Su Ming felt a flood of emotions. He had once owned a villa here, possessed great wealth, yet now, everything in this place seemed utterly disconnected from him. Jewelry stores were places Su Ming had frequented often. He had bought jewelry for each of his past girlfriends. Because of this, Su Ming had even become so-called friends with the managers and owners of those gold shops. Of course, Su Ming knew that was only because his wealth had bought him that respect. Now, things were completely different. To save time, Su Ming hailed a cab from the 4th Ring Road straight to the 2nd Ring Road, heading for a gold shop called Huagua Gold in the 2nd Ring Commercial District. Just as he was about to enter. Oh, isn't this young Master Su? I heard you went to Beha. Oh, how forgetful of me. The old house in Beha must have been sealed off too, right? Young Master Su doesn't even have a place to stay now, does he? How about I book you a hotel room to tide you over? The speaker was someone Su Ming knew all too well, one of his many friends named Wu Sen. Wu Sen's family ran the entertainment industry, owning over a dozen nightclubs in the capital. He was also known as a playboy in their circle. He was the first to mention Su Ming in the group chat today. Wu Sen walked up to Su Ming with his arm around a woman, wearing a smug grin. Seeing Wu Sen's smug expression, Su Ming's anger flared. Before, they'd call him Brother Ming left and right, but now that he was in trouble, they didn't give a damn. Not only that, but he had the nerve to sneer at him. How could he tolerate this? You bastard, you're mocking me. Su Ming, known for his hot temper, grabbed Wu Sen by the collar and raised his fist, ready to strike. Wu Sen chuckled, thrusting his left cheek forward. Go on, hit me hard. That single sentence cooled Su Ming's rage. The raised fist slowly lowered. What's the matter, young Master Su? Getting cold feet? If I'm scared, then get your filthy hands off me. With a sharp slap, Wu Sen knocked Su Ming's hand away. His brows furrowed as he coldly retorted, You think you're still the Su family's young master? Try touching me, and I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in the slammer. I'll be your grandson. What am I to you? Su Ming asked, his voice flat. I'm your grandson. Su Ming chuckled coldly. Good boy. Grandpa here doesn't recognize you as his ungrateful grandson. A good dog doesn't block the path. Now get the hell out of my way. Wu Sen froze, realizing he'd been played by Su Ming. Rage made his teeth grind. Damn it, you bastard, you better stop right there. Su Ming halted and turned to face Wu Senior. What? Still want to bite me? Wu Sen froze in place, stunned by the retort. It felt like his all-out attack had struck nothing but cotton, utterly frustrating. Nothing else? If there's nothing else, don't waste my time. Before Wu Sen could recover, Su Ming turned and strode away, entering Huagua Gold shop. The shop manager, Yuan, had spotted Su Ming from afar and approached him with a forced smile. Young Master Su, you're here? Seeing the manager's expression, Su Ming knew exactly what the guy was thinking. He couldn't be bothered with small talk and said bluntly, Yeah, I'm here to have something appraised. Manager Lu, you'd better be careful. Some folks have gone bankrupt, had their bank accounts frozen, and even had their homes raided. Who knows if they're trying to scam us with fakes? Even if it's real, the provenance might be shady. Wu Sen's voice rang out from behind him. Su Ming gave a faint smile, not even bothering to glance back. The moment the store manager spotted Wu Sen, his expression flipped like a page in a book. His face instantly broke into a dazzling smile as he briskly walked past Wu Sen to greet him. "Young Master Wu, what brings you here?" "Nothing much. Just came to see if there are any new arrivals. Looking for a necklace for my girlfriend." Quickly. Please take a seat in the VIP room, young Master Wu. I'll bring all the new arrivals for you to see." Manager Lu completely ignored Su Ming, ushering Wu Sen straight into the VIP lounge. The fickleness of human nature was laid bare in these two individuals. Su Ming gritted his teeth in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he spoke in a low voice, "Is this how Huagua Gold Shop treats its customers?" Store manager Lu halted, turning to face Su Ming with a dazzling smile. "Oh my, look at that, we've forgotten about young Master Su." After a pause, the smile faded from his face. He continued, "But to be honest, young Master Su, even if you could produce something genuinely valuable now, we wouldn't dare accept it. I'm sorry, young Master Su. You'd better go elsewhere." Su Ming's lips twitched as he suppressed his inner rage, reaching into his pocket to pull out the gold ingot. Store manager Lu's eyes widened instantly at the sight of the gold ingot. Wu Sen, upon seeing it, frowned deeply, thinking to himself, "This bastard actually has contraband stashed away? Just wait till I get my hands on you." Wu Sen turned and walked away, out of Su Ming's sight, before pulling out his phone. "Hello, is this attorney Hu?" "Yes, it's Wu. Senator, please notify the court that at Huagua Gold Shop." Chapter 4, Trying to Step on Me? Dream on. Young Master Wu, this might be a bit tricky. On the other end, attorney Hu responded awkwardly upon hearing Wu Sen's request. Wu Sen frowned. Difficult? The Su family's assets were seized, right? They're still in debt to foreign creditors. Su Ming has money, shouldn't it be confiscated too? Attorney Hu sighed inwardly. Ignorance is truly frightening. Young Master Wu, the Su family's assets were seized because of the Su group. The court has no authority to execute against Su Ming's personal property. Enough. You lawyers are useless. Wu Sen had planned to call the bailiffs over to give Su Ming a taste of his own medicine. But now that this avenue was blocked, he couldn't be bothered to argue with the lawyer any further. After hanging up, he saw manager Lu had already switched his tune. His eyes gleaming, he led Su Ming toward the VIP lounge, instantly boiling with rage. Damn hypocrite. Wu Sen followed him into the VIP lounge and plopped down on the sofa with a thud. Manager Lu, you'd better verify everything carefully. Don't let anyone pull a fast one on you. As he spoke, he crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and couldn't hide the contempt in his eyes. Su Ming smiled faintly and addressed Manager Lu. Manager Lu, shouldn't we ask all non-essential personnel to leave the VIP lounge during this reception? Manager Lu of the jewelry store suddenly felt awkward. On one side stood the son of a fallen family, on the other, a spoiled rich kid from Beijing's elite circle. For a snob like him, the playboy was naturally the preferred choice. But the gold ingot in Su Ming's hand was a rare treasure. After hesitating for a moment, Manager Lu turned to Wu Sen, plastering on a smile as he said, Young Master Wu, I'll have our staff bring you our latest collection and escort you to the VIP lounge upstairs. Wu Sen narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you sure you want me to leave? The question left Manager Lu looking troubled. He rubbed his hands together, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Su Ming smiled. Well, it seems Manager Lu is in a tough spot. In that case, let's call it off. I'll just go elsewhere. No, please don't, young Master Su. Seeing Su Ming rise to leave, Manager Lu grew anxious. After all, if that gold ingot was genuine, his commission alone would be substantial. Such a money-making opportunity couldn't be let slip away. Young Master Su, how about I show you to the VIP lounge upstairs? Su Ming chuckled inwardly. This was precisely the reaction he wanted. Though the Su family had fallen on hard times, he wasn't someone to be trampled on by just anyone. Su Ming gave his tacit approval. Manager Lu's face lit up with a broad smile as he led Su Ming away. Turning back, he whispered to Wu Sen, Young Master Wu, please wait a moment. I'll have a staff member come to attend to you. With that, Manager Lu hurried away, fearing Wu Sen might cause trouble later, trouble he couldn't afford to incur. Watching Manager Lu lead Su Ming away, Wu Sen slammed his fist on the table in fury. Damn it! He'd intended to kick someone while they were down, only to end up looking like a fool himself. Wu Sen felt as sick as if he'd swallowed a fly, yet there was nothing he could do about it. I'll see what kind of good stuff you can actually produce. Downstairs, Wu Sen waited to witness Su Ming's humiliation after the appraisal. After selecting his jewelry and exiting the VIP room, he happened to see Su Ming descending the stairs. Manager Lu trailed behind him with a fawning expression. Young Master Su, 4,400,000, that's absolutely the ceiling price. Wu Sen was stunned. 4,400,000? For that gold ingot? However, judging by Su Ming's expression, he seemed dissatisfied with the price and didn't even acknowledge Manager Lu. Young Master Su, 4,500,000, this is absolutely the limit. Su Ming halted, turned to face Manager Lu, and smiled faintly. 4,800,000. Manager Lu gasped. Furrowing his brow tightly, he pondered for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and stamping his foot. Done. 4,800,000. Su Ming added, that's after taxes. Manager Lu. In the end, Manager Lu conceded and nodded in agreement. Wu Xin was stunned. 4,800,000 after taxes for a Beijing-based rich kid, this sum was practically pocket change. But for Su Ming in his current situation, it was an absolute fortune. Wu Xin didn't linger to watch the drama unfold. He stepped outside first, pulled out his phone, and called Attorney Hu again. Attorney Hu, the Su family has quite a few creditors, right? Quite a few. But now that the Su group has collapsed, many of those debts are impossible to collect. It's a real headache. Send me the contact numbers for those creditors. Attorney Hu paused before speaking. Young Master Wu, what exactly are you? Mind your own business. Before long, Wu Xin received a list. The list contained only 5 or 6 creditors, each owed around 5 million yuan by the Su group. After reviewing the list, Wu Xin let out a sinister chuckle. You still think you can turn things around? Just stick to begging for your life. Wu Xin promptly dialed the creditors' numbers. Su Ming emerged from the jewelry store, feeling secretly pleased. The 4,800,000 yuan he had just secured was nothing short of a godsend for his current situation. With this sum, Su Ming intended to buy back the old family mansion that had been seized. While the Su family villa in the capital city was beyond his reach for now, he couldn't let the ancestral home slip away. It wasn't out of nostalgia. Su Ming simply wondered if there might be other treasures hidden within that old house that he didn't know about. He hailed a cab back to his modest apartment near the 4th Ring Road. The moment he stepped inside, Su Ming froze in shock. On his desk sat a gleaming gold ingot. He practically ran to the desk, grabbed the ingot, and examined it from every angle, his joy overflowing. It came from the same place as the ingot he'd sold and was the same size. What on earth was that incense burner? Just as Su Ming was pondering this, a heavy knocking suddenly echoed at the door. Open up, you little brat from the Su family. I know you're home, so open the door. The commotion outside was loud. Su Ming frowned, quickly stashing the gold ingot and incense burner under his bed before rushing to peek through the peephole. Outside stood 4 or 5 people, all familiar faces to Su Ming. When the Su family went bankrupt and liquidated, these men had caused a scene at the company. They were creditors of the Su Corporation. But Su Ming hadn't expected these guys to come after him. Su Ming wasn't stupid. He instantly realized this must be the work of that bastard Wu Xin. Open up. If you don't open up, I'll break down the door. The commotion outside grew louder, drawing onlookers from the apartment building who pointed and whispered. Su Ming had initially thought that if he didn't go out, they couldn't do anything to him. But after much deliberation, he realized some things still needed to be faced. But he couldn't guarantee those people wouldn't resort to violence in their emotional state. They surely knew he'd just sold the gold ingot for 4,800,000. He pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency hotline. Chapter 5. So it really can bridge ancient and modern times? The door finally swung open, and the 6 creditors, already red-faced with rage, swarmed inside. Hey, trespassing is a crime. You. Before Su Ming could finish speaking, the middle-aged man at the front shoved him aside. Pay up. Yeah, pay up. The other creditors glared at him, their voices sharp and menacing. Su Ming's mouth twitched. I owe you money? Debts of the father are paid by the son. How could? Hold on. Su Ming cut them off with a sneer. The son pays the father's debts? Go ahead and sue me. You're all business people, don't you even know the law? Did I inherit the Su family's assets? His words instantly silenced the creditors. They were well aware of basic legal principles. A father's debts were not legally enforceable on his children. Unless Su Ming had inherited the Su group, his father's business empire. Of course, Su Ming hadn't inherited anything from the Su group. After the company went bankrupt, Su Changrong and his wife had both jumped to their deaths, prompting immediate court intervention. So what if you didn't inherit? You still have to pay back your father's debts, or else you won't live in peace. Seeing Su Ming invoke the law, the creditors realized they had no grounds to stand on and resorted to sheer stubbornness. Downstairs at the apartment building, Wu Xin sat in his car blowing smoke rings, feeling utterly satisfied. Back when the Su family was at its peak, Su Ming was the spoiled heir in their circle. Wu Xin was nothing more than a lowly lackey, constantly ordered around by Su Ming with no dignity to speak of. The wuss had finally become nouveau riche by exploiting the shady underbelly of the entertainment industry. Now, Wu Xin had transformed himself into a second-generation rich kid too. The feeling of trampling Su Ming underfoot and finally getting his revenge was incredibly exhilarating. But he never imagined Su Ming still had hidden stashes pulling out 500,000 yuan like that. If there were more at home, wouldn't that let Su Ming make a comeback? Wu Xin would never let that happen. As he puffed on his cigarette, police cars arrived. Before long, several creditors and Su Ming were led downstairs and hauled away in the police vehicles. Watching the police cars drive away, Wu Xin smiled. Best if they lock that bastard up for a year or two. Even though he knew it was impossible, he couldn't help indulging in that fantasy. Su Ming's second stint behind bars. Last time, he'd clashed with a bailiff and been detained for 24 hours. This time, however, Su Ming felt no panic. The debts owed by the Su group were never his responsibility to bear. But Su Ming had his own plans. He could refuse to repay them, but he might truly find it difficult to live in peace afterward. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will bite. Those creditors knew he had money and might resort to extreme measures. It wasn't that Su Ming was a coward, he simply didn't want his life disrupted by these people. After all, he had a precious treasure at home. If others discovered it, it would inevitably bring a host of troubles. Inside the police station's mediation room, several creditors raged with indignation while Su Ming sat silently. After a long silence, Su Ming took a deep breath. Enough. Stop arguing. Su Ming stood up, his voice booming. The creditors' clamorous chatter instantly fell silent as they all turned to look at him. The money my father owes you, I can help him repay it. But remember this money isn't something I should be giving you. He swept his gaze across the crowd, who finally lowered their heads slightly, choosing not to confront Su Ming directly. Su Ming smiled faintly. However, I don't have that much on hand right now. Rest assured, I won't disappear or flee abroad. I just need a little time after all, over 30 million isn't a small sum. Su Ming scanned the crowd once more. They exchanged glances, still silent. Su Ming had made his position clear, this debt wasn't his to repay in the first place. If he was willing to shoulder it, what more could they say? If they kept this up, they might all end up in a detention center's holding cell. The police officers watched Su Ming, each harboring their own thoughts. Some thought he was foolish taking on over 30 million yuan that wasn't even his debt to repay. Wasn't that a sign of mental instability? A female officer approached Su Ming and offered a well-meaning warning. Su Ming, you're an adult. You need to think this through carefully. Officer, what are you doing? Su Ming has agreed to repay the debt. Misleading him like this, what do you think you're doing? The female officer was about to retort when Su Ming cut her off with a smile. It's fine. I know my limits. Since I've made the promise, I'll see it through. Seeing the determination on Su Ming's face, the officer dropped the matter and stepped aside to watch the unfolding scene. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and continued, I'll give you 3 months. I'll pay back every cent you're owed. But if any of you come bothering me during these 3 months, you won't get a single penny. Got it? The creditors exchanged glances before nodding in unison. We promise not to disturb your life during this period. Receiving their affirmative response, Su Ming let out a silent sigh of relief, though unease still lingered in his heart. Although he had obtained 2 gold ingots, and even understood that the true value of those 4,800,000 yuan far exceeded the ingots' worth, the real headache was whether he could secure more in the future. Emerging from the police station, Su Ming hurried home. He retrieved the incense burner and the gold ingot from under his bed, placing them on the table as he furrowed his brow in thought. Connecting ancient and modern times? Who exactly is this person? Since it's ancient times, there must be countless antiques. As a modern person, could I make some kind of trade with them? That was all Su Ming could think of. Meanwhile, inside the imperial ancestral temple, the Empress stared at the incense burner atop the altar, her eyes fixed and unblinking. Can it connect to another dimension? Empress Zhou Jinhua had arrived at the same conclusion as Su Ming. She had initially believed it was an ancestral manifestation, but after placing another gold ingot inside and watching it vanish, the Empress realized the incense burner could connect through time and space. The sender must be a military genius, right? The Empress reasoned that whoever had sent the military treatise must be deeply versed in the art of warfare, and she couldn't help but form an idea. Prepare the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Soon, the writing implements were ready. The Empress picked up the brush, hesitated, then wrote a few words on the rice paper. May I ask, esteemed master, are you skilled in the art of warfare? But Su Ming was still staring blankly at the incense burner when a sheet of Xian paper suddenly flew out from within. Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly. He picked up the sheet that had fallen onto the table and unfolded it. Military strategy? Su Ming let out a wry smile, pulled open a desk drawer, and scribbled a few words. Why ask that? This method of connecting 2 worlds through correspondence felt both novel and thrilling to Su Ming. Of course, what occupied Su Ming's mind was how to get the other party to procure some valuable antiques, or gold and silver jewelry for him. Thus, he had to proceed with caution in his inquiries. Chapter 6. To learn the way out of this dilemma, please renew your subscription. Put. Zhou Jinhua, lost in thought, suddenly heard a soft pop. Then, a sheet of paper flew out from the incense burner. The paper was as pure as snow, incredibly smooth. It was far superior to the finest Xian paper used in the imperial palace. Witnessing this, Zhou Jinhua's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. The suspicion that had lingered in her mind was now confirmed. Indeed, this incense burner was connected to another world. Judging by the quality of this paper, it must be from a realm more advanced than the Great Zhou. The sage previously sent us a military treatise, suggesting profound expertise in the art of commanding troops. Now that our Great Zhou is besieged on all sides, we humbly request the sage's guidance. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Jinhua picked up the brush and began writing, stroke by stroke. She then placed the Xian paper back into the incense burner. Just as before, the paper flickered within the flames and vanished before her eyes. A glimmer of hope flickered across Zhou Jinua's face. If she could receive a reply from the sage, the great Zhou might yet be saved. Puff. Su Ming sat beside the incense burner, waiting for several minutes. The familiar Xian paper reappeared. Only this time, the characters on the paper were far more numerous than before. Great Zhou. Su Ming murmured under his breath. Could it be the Zhou dynasty of ancient China? After running through the possibilities in his mind, Su Ming shook his head. Who cares? The most important thing now was how to get some silver from the hands of this great Zhou. First things first, get himself out of this predicament. With his thoughts clarified, Su Ming picked up paper and brush once more, writing, I possess only rudimentary knowledge. Might you elaborate on the specifics? As for how to proceed, that naturally depends on the circumstances. Su Ming deliberately avoided mentioning the gold ingots. He understood that to get someone to willingly part with their money, he first needed to earn their trust. Put. A soft sound echoed once more. Zhou Xinua's slender body trembled as she hastily snatched the white paper, eagerly unfolding it to read. There's hope. Great Zhou has hope. Zhou Xinua exclaimed excitedly upon reading the words on the paper. The elderly eunuch standing beside her eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. Having served in the palace for many years, he had even attended to the late emperor. He had been to this imperial ancestral temple before, but had never witnessed anything so extraordinary. This incense burner was truly a divine artifact. Go! Summon General Hu Wei at once. Yes, your majesty. This servant will go at once. Faced with Zhou Jinua's command, the old eunuch dared not hesitate, scurrying out with quick, small steps. Within a mere quarter of an hour, a tall, imposing middle-aged man with a stubbly beard, clad in golden armor and radiating majestic authority, stood behind Zhou Jinua. Clasping his fists, he bowed deeply and declared, Your Majesty, your humble servant greets you. What is the current state of the battle? Zhou Jinua waved her hand lightly, signaling General Hu Wei to rise, and asked softly. General Hu Wei felt a twinge of puzzlement at Zhou Jinua's unruffled composure. With the enemy army at the city gates, His Majesty showed not a trace of panic. Such composure was truly admirable. After a moment of silent admiration, General Hu Wei clasped his fists and reported solemnly, Your Majesty. The barbarian forces of 300,000 have already passed Xianfeng and are marching straight toward the capital. The armies of Nanchu and Shidi have also crossed the border, heading straight for the capital. As General Hu Wei finished speaking, Zhou Jinua's expression turned as cold as frost. The entire imperial ancestral hall seemed to plunge into an ice cellar. A formidable aura surged forth from her very being. Nanchu and Shidi. They are but minor barbarian states. They once revered our great Zhou. Now that barbarians invade, they dare covet a share of the spoils? Zhou Xinua barked coldly. Your Majesty. Nanchu has abundant waterways but scarce provisions. As for Shidi, needless to say, our great Zhou has paid tribute year after year precisely for 10,000 sure of grain and fodder. Their reason for joining the barbarians this time is to seize some land to sustain themselves. All troops outside the city have now withdrawn into the city walls in accordance with His Majesty's orders. Though the capital is easier to defend than to attack, facing hundreds of thousands of troops, breaching the city walls is only a matter of time. After speaking, General Hu Wei hesitated slightly, cautiously probing, Your Majesty summoned me here. Could it be that you have devised a strategy to defeat the enemy? At the mention of a strategy to defeat the enemy, Zhou Jinua's expression softened slightly. Her imposing gaze returned to the incense burner. I have none, she replied, but a sage does. General Hu Wei followed Zhou Jinua's gaze. A look of peculiarity flashed in his eyes, and he instinctively took a step back, scrutinizing Zhou Jinua intently. Has His Majesty lost his mind? Why was he speaking to an incense burner inside the ancestral hall? Zhou Jinua, oblivious to the general's expression, picked up paper and brush. She wrote down the current situation facing the great Zhou dynasty on the rice paper. He then placed the paper into the incense burner. Just as before, the paper paused briefly before vanishing from sight. General Hu Wei's eyes widened in shock. This? Your Majesty. What is this? The sage I spoke of resides within this incense burner. Inside the room, Su Ming was waiting so long he was nearly asleep. Put. A familiar voice emerged from the incense burner, followed by a sheet of Xian paper covered in writing. After reading the contents, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This crisis might be a dead end for the person inside the incense burner. But to him, it posed no real problem. The barbarian tribes had dispatched a 300,000-strong army. Was their true target really the great Zhou itself? Simply relaying a message to Nanchu and Shidi, along with providing them some provisions, would resolve this crisis. However, he couldn't just hand over his solution lightly. After all, what he truly desired were those gold ingots. At this thought, a mischievous grin spread across Su Ming's face. He swiftly picked up paper and brush, jotting down a few words. But General Tiger Mite's body trembled as his hand instinctively gripped the long sword at his waist. This was his first encounter with such a situation, and naturally, he felt a sense of caution. In contrast to General Tiger Mite's alarm, Zhou Jinhua took the paper with practiced ease, her willow brows slightly furrowed. "Your Majesty, has the sage responded?" General Hui relaxed and asked expectantly from the side. "The sage says he does have a method. But he also mentioned that the connection through the incense burner is about to expire and requires payment with gold ingots to renew." Zhou Jinhua read the words on the paper aloud, then looked up with confusion. "General Hui, do you know what renewal fee means?" This term was baffling not only to Zhou Jinhua, but even the most erudite scholars of the Great Zhou dynasty would be stumped. General Tiger Mite gave an awkward chuckle, scratching his head. "If your Majesty asks this humble general how to defeat the enemy, I could offer a few insights. For literary matters, perhaps seek others." Just as Zhou Jinhua was about to order the summoning of Chancellor Qin to the palace, an elderly eunuch at her side spoke slowly. "Your Majesty, dare I suggest, might the sage be referring to gold ingots?" Chapter 7, Teaching the Method to Break the Stalemate. Gold ingots? Zhou Jinhua murmured, her beautiful eyes flickering. After a moment's thought, she immediately commanded, "Bring those gold ingots in first and try them." With the Great Zhou Empire now teetering on the brink of collapse, Zhou Jinhua would not hesitate to send over not just gold ingots, but even priceless jewels of incalculable value. At her command, the old and young eunuchs moved swiftly, quickly placing the gold ingots from the table into the incense burner. In the blink of an eye, the ingots vanished. General Hui, standing nearby, gasped in astonishment. "A divine artifact," he exclaimed. "Heaven has not forsaken our great Zhou. With this divine artifact, our empire shall surely be saved." As he spoke, the old and young eunuchs had already placed every last gold ingot from the table into the incense burner. On the other side, Su Ming, standing beside the incense burner, kept hearing crisp sounds emanating from it. Then, like a pea shooter, the incense burner began spewing out gold ingots. In mere moments, a dazzling golden glow filled the space before Su Ming. Over a dozen gold ingots piled up like a small mountain before him. Holy crap! Even with his lavish lifestyle, Su Ming had never seen so many gold ingots. Su Ming rubbed his eyes, then picked up a gold ingot to weigh it carefully in his hand. Then he popped one into his mouth and gave it a good bite. Tisk! Damn it, it even felt sharp against his teeth. Su Ming rubbed his jaw, thoroughly satisfied. That single gold ingot had fetched 4,800,000 yuan. Now with over a dozen in hand, he finally had some real capital. Just as Su Ming was reveling in this excitement, another piece of paper drifted out of the incense burner. Might the master now reveal the solution to this puzzle? Su Ming chuckled. He nearly forgot about this matter. Picking up paper and brush, Su Ming wrote succinctly, "To break this stalemate, the first step is to inform Nanchu and Shidi that the barbarian tribe's 300,000-strong army is about to reach the capital." After writing this, Su Ming placed the note directly atop the incense burner. The reason he didn't reveal the solution outright was, of course, for long-term strategic gain. After all, from the current situation, this wouldn't be a one-time deal between them. The other party needed the solution he held, while he needed their gold ingots. On the other side of the incense burner, Zhou Jinhua blinked her eyes, having waited by the incense burner for quite some time. She had yet to make a move. This couldn't help but raise doubts. Could the other party be a fraud? Had she been duped? The elderly eunuch beside Zhou Jinhua couldn't help but swallow hard, cautiously venturing, "Your Majesty, this sage doesn't seem entirely trustworthy." Just as the old eunuch spoke, a soft pop sounded. A note flew out from within. Its appearance was perfectly timed, landing like a slap right across the eunuch's face. The eunuch immediately shut his mouth, slapping himself hard across his own face. "This servant speaks out of turn. This servant speaks out of turn." Zhou Jinhua shot the eunuch a sharp glance and declared, "A master is not someone you fools can speak of lightly." She then took the note in her hand. After examining it closely, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a trace of confusion flickering across her face. Why did this master only write the first step? What comes next? Could it be that the gold ingots from earlier were only enough for the first step? Zhou Jinhua murmured to herself, speculating aloud. "Someone! Go fetch a chest of gold ingots. Make it quick." The servants obeyed, and several figures dashed out the door. Meanwhile, Su Ming lay on the ground, carefully placing the gold ingots into the box. He then propped his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the incense burner. After waiting a moment, still no more ingots arrived. This left Su Ming feeling uneasy. Could it be that the other party no longer needed the subsequent steps? Or had they failed to grasp his meaning? He couldn't let this incense burner go to waste just like that. He still wanted to use it to turn his fortunes around. No! He had to write a note to explain. Just as Su Ming was about to act, the incense burner suddenly began to tremble, dancing across the floor like a tiny figure, clattering and clanking. Seeing this, Su Ming's heart leapt with joy. He quickly grabbed both sides of the incense burner with his hands, securing it in place. Damn it! This incense burner wasn't going anywhere. No sooner had he secured it than dozens of gold ingots burst forth from within. Clatter! Gazing at the dozens of gold ingots, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with gold. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! With such a generous gesture from the other party, Su Ming naturally felt no need to hold back. He picked up paper and brush from the side and continued writing. Step 2. Inform Nanshu and Shidi that the barbarians' invasion southward targets not merely the Great Zhou. It targets the entire realm. Their current assault on Great Zhou may seem like a chance to grab a share of the spoils. But once the barbarians devour Great Zhou, their next target will be them. Step 3. Offer grain and land as conditions. If Nanshu and Shidi assist the Great Zhou in repelling the barbarian invasion, they shall be granted a portion of grain and land. The grain and land are merely a pretext. The true purpose is to buy time. Su Ming wrote down each step of the plan to break the deadlock. He then placed them atop the incense burner, just as before. The paper flickered and vanished. Su Ming clapped his hands, standing within the apartment, satisfied as he surveyed the scattered gold ingots on the floor. Now, he had his hands full. Puff! The paper flew out from the incense burner. The old eunuch was about to catch it, then reverently presented it to Zhou Jinhua with both hands. General Hui couldn't help but step forward 2 paces, curiosity evident on his face. Zhou Jinua's beautiful eyes swiftly scanned the paper. In mere moments, her eyes sparkled with astonishment, her delight growing ever brighter. She immediately exclaimed softly, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! What a brilliant plan!" General Hui, hearing Zhou Jinua's words, grew even more curious. He clasped his hands together and spoke solemnly from the side, "Your Majesty, might I have the honor of seeing this brilliant plan?" Zhou Jinhua gently raised her wrist, handing the paper to General Hui standing beside her. General Hui grasped the paper with both hands and examined it intently. As he studied it, a look of astonishment flickered across his broad, square face. A master strategist. Truly a master strategist. Such a method will surely win over Nanshu and Shidi. When facing the barbarian tribe's 300,000 troops, our Great Zhou, Southern Shu, and Western Di shall coordinate from within and without. They will surely retreat in the face of such formidable opposition. Such military strategy is truly divine. To turn enemies into allies. General Tiger Might's exclamations echoed continuously within the Imperial Ancestral Hall. General Tiger Might. As for the next steps, I need not elaborate further, do I? Zhou Jinhua stood tall, imperial authority radiating from his presence as his commanding voice echoed through the chamber. General Tiger Might's body trembled. Overcome with emotion, he clasped his fists and shouted, "This humble general understands." Chapter 8, The Incense Burner Girl? Inside the apartment. Su Ming counted the gold ingots meticulously, 32 in total. Based on the price quoted by manager Liu, he now held a considerable sum in his hands. At the very least, he could now repay those debt collectors who had come knocking earlier. However, Su Ming had no intention of repaying them immediately. After all, he had promised 3 months while in custody. Paying it all back at once now would likely draw unwanted attention. Having weathered the ups and downs, Su Ming understood that sometimes, one simply had to keep a low profile. One shouldn't stand out too much. Ring ring. The phone rang. Su Ming pulled out his phone. The number looked unfamiliar, yet felt strangely familiar. "Hello?" Su Ming answered the call. A gentle female voice came through the phone. "Brother Su, wanna hang out tonight?" Hearing that voice, Su Ming's expression instantly turned cold. He knew the owner of that voice well. Liao Nanyan, a renowned model in Beijing's social circles, was one of Su Ming's many girlfriends. Back when he was broke, this never bothered to call him. Now that he had a little more money, the was crawling back like a dog. Without a doubt. There was only one person who could have spread this around Big Mouth Wusen. "Just the 2 of us?" Su Ming asked with a light chuckle. A brief silence filled the phone before he spoke again. "Brother Su isn't having me enough? Fine. Tell that bastard Wusen to come along too." Su Ming didn't want to play along any longer and stated bluntly. Without waiting for Liao Nanyan's response, Su Ming hung up the phone. Earlier at the bank, he hadn't made that kid Wusen suffer enough. Now that the other party had come knocking, Su Ming wasn't about to let him off the hook. Beijing, inside the 5-star Tamance Hotel. Liao Nanyan stared blankly as she put away her phone, then turned her gaze to Wusen sitting on the sofa. "Brother Sen, it seems he knew you were here. He even said he wanted you to come play tonight." Wusen flicked ash from his cigarette, chuckling dismissively. $4 million more in his pocket, and suddenly his tone changes. "Fine. Tonight I'll entertain him properly." With that, Wusen rose from the sofa and walked toward Liao Nanyan, his hand resting quite naturally on her slender waist. "Why didn't you come when I invited you earlier? You sure showed up quickly this time." A flush spread across Liao Nanyan's cheeks as she leaned against Wusen, feigning modesty. "What are you saying, Brother Wu? If you call me, how could I not come?" Liao Nanyan's reason for ignoring Wusen earlier was simple. Su Ming had both wealth and looks. Naturally, she had no interest in Wusen. But now that Su Ming had gone from Phoenix to Partridge, she naturally shifted her focus. Clearly, Wusen was the perfect fallback option. Moments later, soft moans echoed intermittently from the hotel room. Brother Wu, you're the best. You're so much better than Su Ming. Amidst these sounds, Wu Sen's triumphant laughter echoed from within. Back at the apartment, Su Ming placed an order for a safe. These gold ingots represented Su Ming's entire fortune. He had to take good care of them. After placing the 30 gold ingots inside the safe, Su Ming's gaze returned to the incense burner. This incense burner could bridge ancient and modern times. It was no ordinary object. Most crucially, in Su Ming's view, this incense burner was nothing short of a money tree. With this incense burner, he would scarcely need to worry about money in the future. Just as Su Ming was about to take out paper and pen to write another message, that familiar voice sounded once more. An exquisitely crafted jade bracelet appeared before Su Ming. Accompanying the jade bracelet was a note. Many thanks for your guidance, esteemed master. This bracelet is a cherished possession of mine. I hereby bestow it upon you, hoping it will find favor in your eyes. Should any further matters arise in the future, I humbly request your continued guidance. After reading the contents, Su Ming set the note aside. He picked up the jade bracelet before him and examined it carefully in his hand. The quality of this jade bracelet is truly exceptional. He had bought jewelry for his girlfriend before, even bracelets costing millions, but none had ever matched this quality. This piece was truly valuable. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Ming suddenly realized something. A bracelet. A lady's bracelet? Su Ming's pupils dilated as he clutched the bracelet tightly in his hand, murmuring in disbelief, could it be a girl from the incense burner? Moreover, from the questions the other party had asked, Su Ming could more or less deduce that she held a position in the imperial court. A female official, at that. He just didn't know what this court lady looked like. After a moment's thought, Su Ming dismissed the question. He gave a brief reply before locking both the incense burner and the bracelet inside the safe. The jade bracelet, however, Su Ming kept in his hand and took with him. He sold the gold ingots to Manager Lu once again. Manager Lu offered a favorable price, selling both ingots for a total of 9,800,000 yuan. As Su Ming exited the bank, Manager Lu eagerly opened the car door for him. Take care, young Master Su. If you ever have gold ingots of this quality again, don't hesitate to come find me. I'll pay you in cash on the spot. Manager Lu's face was creased into a broad smile as he bowed slightly and spoke from the side. MHM. Su Ming gave a brief reply before driving away. Breathing in the exhaust fumes from Su Ming's car, Manager Lu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Truly worthy of the name, young Master Su. Even though the family conglomerate collapsed, their family fortune is still incredibly deep. Leaving the bank, the sky was still bright. Su Ming felt no urgency to rush to the banquet. There was no need to panic over a bunch of opportunistic beasts who only showed their true colors when they saw someone with money. Thus, after leaving the bank, Su Ming headed straight for the antique street in the capital. He headed there to appraise the bracelet's worth and determine the specific dynasty associated with the incense burner. He parked his car in the lot. Su Ming strolled through the antique street. As the name suggests, the entire street was lined with antique shops. Of course, among them were some genuinely knowledgeable shop owners, as well as a few con artists. Previously, when Su Ming purchased antiques, he always had his subordinates handle the transactions, never participating personally. Therefore, he needed to be cautious in selecting which antique shops to visit. After circling the street twice, Su Ming finally stopped in front of a small shop. The sign above the entrance was simple, bearing only the characters for antiques. The reason he chose this particular shop was mainly because an elderly gentleman sat at its entrance. The old gentleman neither hawked his wares nor scrolled through his phone. He simply sat there quietly, engrossed in an ancient book in his hands. Though surrounded by the bustling marketplace, he seemed immersed in the tranquility of green mountains. Few could maintain such composure. Su Ming made up his mind and strode confidently into the shop. Chapter 9, A Dynasty as Fleeting as a Night Blooming Serious? Young man. What do you want? As soon as Su Ming entered the shop, the old man's aged voice echoed. Hello, I'd like to take a look at this bracelet. All right. Without hesitation, the old man set down his book and slipped on his reading glasses. He carefully took the jade bracelet from Su Ming's hand. The moment his fingers touched the jade, something Su Ming didn't notice, the old man's hand trembled uncontrollably. His pupils, peering through the reading glasses, suddenly contracted sharply. Then, as if he had discovered something, he solemnly picked up the ancient book behind him and began flipping through its pages. Su Ming made no haste, waiting quietly before him. However, this scene did not last long. A voice called out from the shopping trance, "Hey! Young Master Su! Why, if it isn't young Master Su?" Accompanying the voice, a sharply dressed man in a suit and sunglasses strode briskly toward the shop. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful woman tall, with exquisite features and an air of refined elegance. Su Ming recognized both of them, Lu Wu, the third young master of the Lu family from the capital, and Ming Qing, the second young lady of the Ming family. They had once been considered Su Ming's friends. But they were merely drinking buddies. After the Su family's decline, it had become difficult to stay in touch with them. He never expected to run into them here. Damn it all. Su Ming muttered under his breath. His voice, neither loud nor soft, landed precisely in Lu Wu's ears. This caused Lu Wu's expression to shift slightly. I didn't expect young Master Su to have such a temper. What? Broke? Come here to show off your family fortune? As a prominent family in the capital's elite circles, who among them didn't have some heirlooms? Seeing Su Ming here today, Lu Wu understood exactly what Su Ming was after. How much are you short, young Master Su? Need a hand? Su Ming shot Lu Wu a cold glance, his eyes lingering on him with disdain. 30 million. Got it? If you don't, shut up. Su Ming's words sent a jolt through Lu Wu's eyes, a flash of embarrassment crossing his face. He hadn't expected Su Ming to state the figure so bluntly. 30 million? Who carried 30 million in cash? This blow had caught Lu Wu completely off guard. Worst of all, Ming Qing was standing right beside him. He'd been pursuing Ming Qing for so long, yet now he'd lost face in front of Su Ming. Su Ming! Even at a time like this, you still look down on me. If you kneel down today and bang your head 3 times on the ground like a good boy, what difference would it make if I gave you 30 million? Lu Wu gritted his teeth, his words dripping with venom. Clearly, Lu Wu was willing to go all out today. To regain face before Ming Qing, he was willing to spend 30 million. Su Ming laughed dismissively. Lu Wu, haven't you learned anything after all this time? Still as brainless as ever? You're like a child. No wonder the second young miss of the Ming family doesn't think much of you. As Su Ming spoke, he locked eyes with Ming Qing. To tell the truth, the two shared some history. Back when the Su family hadn't yet fallen into decline, Su Ming's parents had considered arranging his marriage to Ming Qing. Su Ming and Ming Qing had even dated for a while back then. But then events unfolded too abruptly, and the Ming family naturally never brought up the matter again. The marriage plans simply faded into oblivion. Su Ming's words struck like a long blade, piercing straight into Lu Wu's heart. His expression flickered between light and shadow, his gaze toward Su Ming growing increasingly fierce. Su Ming, you're not the same as you were back then. You really need to change your ways. Ming Qing, who had stood silently beside Lu Wu, suddenly spoke up. These words, though seemingly a rebuke to Su Ming, were actually born of concern. After all, they had shared a bond for a time. Lu Wu was a dimwit. Hearing Ming Qing's words, he thought the other was speaking up for him. He chuckled and said, "Did you hear that? I don't care if you were a dragon or a tiger before. But now that you've met me, if you're a dragon, you'd better coil up for me. If you're a tiger, you'd better lie down for me." Listening to Lu Wu's unconventional words, Su Ming shook his head with a hint of resignation and murmured softly, "How did I ever end up with such a brainless fool like you?" His expression shifted slightly as he turned to Ming Qing with a faint smile. "Thanks for the concern." Only then did Lu Wu grasp the meaning behind Su Ming's words. His expression darkened further. If Ming Qing hadn't been standing right beside him, he would have slapped Su Ming across the face. "Young man, where did you get this bracelet?" Just then, the old man examining the bracelet nearby suddenly spoke up. "Oomph. Boss. Don't let him fool you. His family is penniless now. He's probably trying to palm you off with some junk. Look at the color of this jade bracelet, it's deathly white. No such bracelet exists." Lu Wu had come to the antique street specifically to buy a piece of jewelry for Ming Qing. Plus, since the kid enjoyed hunting for trinkets, he actually knew a thing or two about bracelets. Su Ming frowned slightly as he examined the bracelet. Earlier in the dimly lit apartment, he hadn't noticed its sheen. He had only felt its pleasant texture. Now, hearing Lu Wu's words, Su Ming realized the bracelet was indeed too white. But remembering it was made from an incense burner, Su Ming's unease and worry dissipated somewhat. Seeming to notice Su Ming's distracted look, Lu Wu continued, "Boss, just toss it already. Why waste your time on cheap junk nobody wants off the street? Ming Qing, don't you agree?" As the second young miss of the Ming family, Ming Qing had been exposed to numerous jewels and jade bracelets since childhood. She could tell this bracelet was different from ordinary high-quality pieces. Yet she didn't respond to Lu Wu's words, instead fixing Su Ming with a complex gaze. Deep within her eyes, a hint of heartache could be glimpsed. Su Ming snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and said, "It's a family heirloom." He couldn't possibly mention the incense burner, so he had to settle for a common excuse. "This bracelet of yours. It's extraordinary. If this old man sees correctly, this bracelet should originate from the Great Zhou dynasty, which existed for several decades over 2,000 years ago in Chinese history." The Great Zhou dynasty? Su Ming paused slightly, his mind naturally recalling the Great Zhou mentioned by the other party during their exchange of letters. "You mean the Zhou dynasty?" Su Ming inquired. No. This Great Zhou dynasty predates the Zhou dynasty. But it only existed for a few decades in history, almost like a fleeting moment. Ancient texts contain very little about the Great Zhou dynasty. The old man adjusted his glasses, his expression grave as he spoke. "So, how much is this bracelet worth?" The old man slowly held up 5 fingers. This scene caused Lu Wu and Ming Qing, standing nearby, to hold their breath in unison. They exclaimed in shock, 50 million. Chapter 10, what? 500 million? 50 million? The old man slowly shook his head, a look of gravity deepening in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "No. 500 million. What? Are you sure you saw correctly? This jade bracelet is such trash and you expect it to sell for 500 million. Lu Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted at the old man. While Lu Wu was in an emotional uproar, Ming Qing, standing beside him, blinked her beautiful eyes as she looked at the jade bracelet in the old man's hand. For some reason, she felt this bracelet was worth every penny. The old man, no ordinary figure himself, remained unruffled by Lu Wu's astonished expression. 500 million is merely a conservative estimate. If this young friend is willing, I could even raise the price further. Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of surprise appearing. He had sensed the jade bracelet was extraordinary, but he hadn't imagined it would be worth so much. 500 million. If the Su family had possessed 500 million yuan back then, they wouldn't have fallen into such dire straits today. Old man. Are you really a professional? Isn't this kid just using a plant? Lu Wu glared, his eyes wide as if he could devour the old man whole, his voice thick with fury. I've been appraising antiques for decades, I wouldn't make a mistake. As he spoke, the old man flipped over the badge pinned to his chest. Engraved upon it were the words, Professor of History, Capital University. Capital University. The most prestigious institution in all of China. For this old man to hold a professorship at Capital University, his expertise was beyond question. Su Ming couldn't help but take another look at the old man before him. Well now. That slap certainly landed with a resounding crack. Lu Wu glanced at the old man's name tag and swallowed nervously. I've studied the ancient Great Zhou dynasty for years, yet I've always lacked tangible artifacts to prove its existence. If you're willing to sell this bracelet, I'll pay double the price. The old man's expression hardened as if he'd made up his mind, and he spoke. 10 billion. Already on edge, Lu Wu gasped aloud at the old man's words. Even Su Ming's heart pounded wildly at that moment. Damn it. 10 billion. Seeming to notice Su Ming's hesitation, the old man spoke again, cash. Holy. 10 billion in cash. Holy. This guy in front of him wasn't just some professor from the capital, was he? With that kind of power, calling him the cash king of the capital wouldn't be an exaggeration. Lu Wu, who had been chattering incessantly beside him, had long since shut his mouth. Glancing at the empty street outside, he raised his hand and called out, Yo! Old Li! With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit. Seeing this, Ming Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. He gave Su Ming a slight nod before following him out of the shop. Before leaving, he kindly advised, Su Ming, since you've been given a chance to turn things around, don't go back to your old ways. Thanks. But with that kindness, you might as well check that kid's head first. Su Ming chuckled softly, his tone calm. Though Ming Qing appeared friendly toward him, Su Ming knew deep down that this was merely a facade. If this second young lady of the Ming family truly cared for him, why hadn't she stepped forward when the Su family fell into decline? Now she comes before him pretending to be a saint? Off. I don't need your damn pity. After the two departed, Su Ming locked eyes with the old man, who stared at him expectantly. Clearly, he wanted Su Ming to hand over the bracelet. May I ask your name, sir? The name tag earlier only listed the old man's workplace, not his name. Xiao Changjing. Mr. Xiao, to be honest, I only came to inquire about the price of this bracelet. I have no intention of selling it. As Su Ming finished speaking, a clear look of disappointment flashed across Xiao Qingjing's face. Moments later, he regained his composure and smiled. While it's a pity, at least I now know the Great Zhou truly exists. This will give me greater confidence in future research on this subject. Don't worry, old Xiao. I haven't finished speaking yet. Su Ming chuckled. Though I won't sell this bracelet, I can provide it for your research, Master Xiao. Really? The eyes beneath Xiao Qingjing's reading glasses instantly sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly grabbed Su Ming's hand. Su Ming was startled by this sudden display of enthusiasm. After releasing his hand, he nodded firmly. Yes. Absolutely. However, I have one small request. I'd appreciate it if Master Xiao could provide written proof that the bracelet came from me, and promise that it won't suffer any damage during your research. Rest assured, young friend. Rest assured. Xiao Changjing pounded his chest, his tone unwavering. No matter what, I will protect this bracelet with utmost care. Immediately, Xiao Changjing wrote out a certificate with unusual fervor, pressing his fingerprint onto it. After receiving the document, Su Ming chatted briefly with Xiao Changjing before leaving the antique shop. Before parting, they exchanged contact information. Stepping outside the antique shop, Su Ming glanced back over his shoulder. His eyes held a thoughtful expression. Today's encounter not only revealed the bracelet's value but also forged a new friendship. Yes, a friend. Unlike the superficial acquaintances of the past, though he had only met Xiao Qingjing once, they felt as if they had known each other for ages. They were already friends. Should he ever need assistance in the capital, Xiao Qingjing would surely not refuse. This was a win-win. Handing over the bracelet for him to study was also advantageous for me. After all, my current situation was complicated, and keeping this treasure worth hundreds of millions in my possession would likely bring me unnecessary trouble. By the time he returned to the parking lot, night had fallen. Though the capital's nightscape lacked the magical allure of the metropolis, it possessed a distinct charm all its own. Gazing at the neon lights lining the streets, Su-ming felt a pang of emotion. Had the Su family still stood, he would likely be wallowing in luxury and debauchery, forever a second-generation playboy. Now that the Su family had fallen on hard times, he had grown considerably. With the incense burner in his possession, turning his fortunes around would be no difficult task. Ring ring. As Su-ming was lost in thought, the phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID. Su-ming felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Damn it! Now they're hounding me too. Send the address. Shut your mouth. I don't want to hear you talk. Su-ming answered the call, uttered a curt reply, and hung up before the other party could respond. Just hearing that woman's voice made him want to vomit. Moments later, an address popped up on his phone, the most famous bar in Beijing's elite circles. Su-ming floored the accelerator, heading straight for the heart of the capital. The heart of the capital was a world apart from the areas beyond the second ring road. Streetlights cast a golden glow over the roads, making them shimmer like pavements paved with gold bricks. And indeed, that was precisely the case. Every inch of prime real estate in the city center commanded astronomical prices. Parking the car in the lot closest to the bar, Su-ming glanced at the parking fee before entering. 55 yuan per hour. This amount of money would have been nothing to the Su-ming of the past. But ever since hitting rock bottom, Su-ming had become unusually sensitive about money. He cursed under his breath, "Ing hell. That's bloody expensive. That bastard Wusun better reimburse me for this." Chapter 11, The Three Dogs of the Fan Family. YX Bar. In a private room, Wusun sat at the head of the table, surrounded by numerous female models, each curvaceous and alluring, their eyes hinting at seduction. Yet, in Wusun's arms remained Liao Nanyan. In the dimly lit room, Wusun's hand slid up Liao Nanyan's waist, digging in with a firm squeeze. Why isn't that guy here yet? Brother Sen, he's got nothing left. Maybe he's pedaling over on a shared bike. Just wait a little longer. Liao Nanyan fluttered her eyelashes, nestling into Wusun's embrace, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Clearly, Wusun had taken good care of her this afternoon. Brother Sun. Just then, three figures entered the private room. Dressed in leather and leather-trimmed garments, they looked the part of well-dressed men, their hair dyed bright red. Yet their tone and mannerisms betrayed a carefree, slacker attitude. They were indistinguishable from street thugs. These three were the brothers of the Fan family from the capital. They had previously been constantly by Su-ming's side. But now that the Su family had fallen from grace, they naturally joined Wusun in his shady dealings. Classic lapdog behavior, they'd follow whoever fed them. Come sit. Wusun waved his hand grandly, looking quite dashing. Deep down, he felt a rush of exhilaration. He finally understood the joy Su-ming had once felt. Being called brother by others felt truly satisfying. Brother Sen, what's the plan for today? What's the plan? Simple. I called in a circus troupe to put on a show for everyone. Wusun took a deep drag on his cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and laughed heartily. A circus? Fan Hao, the head of the Fan family, froze slightly, puzzled. Brother Hao, you'll see soon enough. Let's drink first. Before Wusun could make any arrangements, the female model standing nearby had already moved to Fan Hao's side, pressing herself against him. Looks like Brother Sen's got tonight's arrangements down pat. Fan Hao's gaze swept over the model's cleavage. He swallowed quietly, chuckled, and without further questions, sat down beside her. Another 10 minutes passed. Su-ming followed the address sent by Liao Nanyan and located the corresponding private room within the bar. Pushing open the private room door, a series of familiar faces greeted Su-ming. Yo! Young Master Su! What brings you here? Paid off all your debts? Or are you working here at the bar now? You're not working as a gigolo, are you? Second brother. What kind of talk is that? With young Master Su's looks, he could make a fortune as a gigolo. Fan Hao feigned anger, barking at the second son of the Fan family beside him. Wusun's face now wore a look of smug satisfaction. He'd summoned Su-ming today with one goal, to humiliate him beyond recognition. Young Master Su, you're short on cash, right? I've specially arranged a deal for you. The liquor on this table. 1,000 per bottle. Wusun pointed at the premium baijiu bottles on the table and chuckled lightly. Earlier at the bank, he had seen Su-ming and knew the latter had 5 million yuan in his possession. But Wusun knew full well that this sum wouldn't even cover Su-ming's debts. In today's world, money talks. Today, he would make Su-ming grovel like a grandson. 1,000 for a bottle? Su-ming frowned slightly and smiled faintly. Brother Wu, you're so wealthy, only 1,000? Su-ming. 1,000 is more than generous. You don't have a penny to your name right now. Exactly. Brother Sen's being kind, trying to help you out. Is that how you talk to Brother Sen? Several female models in the private room chimed in as well. The shrill, grating voices made Su-ming's head throb. Damn it, why did I ever hang out with this trash before? Bunch of idiots. Unfazed by their sarcastic remarks, Su Ming walked calmly up to Wu Sen and said, "You think you can just take my seat?" Seeing Su Ming's imposing presence, Wu Sen felt his face burn with embarrassment. He coldly retorted, "Su Ming, I called you here today to give you a chance to make money. Don't be so ungrateful." "A chance to make money?" Su Ming frowned slightly and replied indifferently, "If I recall correctly, that fancy car you just bought, didn't you have to borrow money for it? If there's an opportunity like that, I'd rather give it to myself." As he spoke, Su Ming continued walking toward Wu Sen. Seeing Su Ming approach with a blank expression, Wu Sen felt a tightening in his chest and took a timid step back. "What do you want?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to ask, how's the training I gave you? Feeling comfortable with it?" His gaze then fell upon Liao Nanyan. The implication in his words needed no further explanation. "You! What the hell are you standing there for? This kid's turned into such a piece of, and he's still so damn cocky. You lot, teach him a lesson." As Wu Sen's words fell, the three fan brothers standing nearby flashed malicious grins at Su Ming. "Young Master Su, our apologies." Before the words had even finished echoing, the men began rubbing their hands together menacingly towards Su Ming. "Forget it. I'll play. 10,000 per bottle. Deal?" Su Ming raised his arm, speaking calmly. Seeing Su Ming back down, Wu Sen, who had been seething with anger moments before, instantly broke into a broad smile. Satisfied with Su Ming's concession, he stood up and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Su, why didn't you just agree to this earlier? Why act like this among brothers? 10,000 per bottle it is. Young Master Su, it's worth every penny." Wu Sen waved his hand decisively, speaking without hesitation. "Forget 10,000, even 50,000 or 100,000. As long as I can see Su Ming crushed beneath my feet, it's worth every penny." "Fine." Su Ming spoke, then picked up a bottle of white liquor from the table and strode quickly toward Wu Sen. Wu Sen, lost in his triumphant gloating, paid no heed to Su Ming's movements. Before he could react, the bottle in Su Ming's hand was already thrust into Wu Sen's mouth. The bottle plunged straight into his throat. The high-proof liquor inside rapidly descended. This scene left the surrounding crowd utterly speechless. One by one, they stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. How could Su Ming, now penniless and powerless, treat Wu Sen like this? By the time Liao Nanyan snapped out of her shock, Wu Sen had already downed the entire bottle. Under the slight buzz of the potent liquor, Wu Sen's mind buzzed and his body trembled uncontrollably. 1 bottle. 10,000. Su Ming stated flatly, his words sounding as if directed at someone else, yet also at himself. With that, Su Ming reached for another bottle on the table, preparing to pour Wu Sen another. "Su Ming, you dare!" Fan Hao, standing nearby, shouted loudly. "What's there to be afraid of? You haven't changed a bit, you dog. When you're around me, you just bark and bark. And you still do now." Su Ming's palm lightly slapped Fan Hao's face. The sound wasn't loud, but it was earth-shattering. "Su Ming! How dare you speak ill of my big brother? Damn it, you little mutts here too." Su Ming patted his own head and chuckled softly, "I almost forgot you lot are the infamous 3 hounds of the Fan family in Beijing's elite circles." As Su Ming spoke, the private room door swung open. "Brother Wu?" Chapter 12, The Investment Master. Brother Wu? No mistake, standing at the doorway was none other than Lu Wu, the man Su Ming had met that afternoon on the antique street. Fan Hao rushed toward Lu Wu like a dog greeting its master. He greeted him with a cheerful smile. He then shot Su Ming a sullen grin, the expression seeming to say, "Brother Wu's here, just you wait." The Lu family, to which Lu Wu belonged, was considered among the elite circles of the capital. Though slightly less prominent than the former Su family, their standing within this circle remained considerable. Both Wu Sen and the Fan brothers treated Lu Wu with utmost courtesy. "Brother Wu, come teach this brat a lesson. Look what he's done to Wu Sen." In front of Lu Wu, Fan Hao didn't even call Wu Sen brother anymore. After all, there was only one brother in the room now, and that was Lu Wu. Damn it! He didn't have a penny to his name, so Brother Sen thought he'd give him a chance to earn some money. Not only did he refuse, but he also. Fan Hao recounted the entire sequence of events to Lu Wu in detail. Lu Wu glanced up at Wu Sen slumped on the sofa, his lips twitching involuntarily. If he'd known tonight would turn out like this, he never would have come. What happened this afternoon on Antique Street was something he couldn't shake from his mind. A single bracelet worth 10 billion. The Su family had indeed fallen on hard times, but could their entire fortune really amount to just one bracelet? How many more ancient artifacts from the great Zhou dynasty did the Su family possess? Lu Wu didn't know. But what Lu Wu knew for certain was that Su Ming remained the same Su Ming as before. He wasn't someone they could trample at will. He shot a fierce glare at Fan Hao beside him and whispered, "Get lost." This attitude from Lu Wu left not only Fan Hao but even Wu Sen, who sat on the sofa in a hazy state of consciousness, utterly bewildered. "Brother Wu." Fan Hao tried to say more. But before he could utter another word, Lu Wu's murderous glare swept over him once more. Fan Hao wisely got the hint and scrambled away. "Young Master Su, I sincerely apologize for tonight's incident." Lu Wu stood tall, straightening his back, and bowed deeply to Su Ming. Both the sincerity in his expression and the formality of his gesture made it abundantly clear that Lu Wu was not mocking him. It was a genuine apology. This. Fan Hao's eyes widened as if he'd seen a ghost, staring at the scene in utter disbelief. Beside him, the second and third sons of the Fan family looked utterly bewildered. Liao Nanyan and the other models covered their mouths in astonishment. Sis Liao, what's going on? Didn't they say something happened to Su Ming's family? Then why is young Master Lu still here? Liao Nanyan's brain was about to explode. Yeah. Didn't the Su family go bankrupt? Aren't they drowning in debt? Even the wealthy young men in Beijing's elite circle steer clear of Su Ming. This isn't some made-up story. But now, why would the second young master of the Lu family treat Su Ming this way? Liao Nanyan stared blankly at Su Ming's retreating figure, a bitter smile curling her lips. I have no idea either. Young Master Su, if there's nothing else, leave this to me. You should head back first. Su Ming's expression remained impassive as he slowly shook his head. I can't leave just yet. Brother Wu said each bottle of wine on this table costs 10,000. We haven't finished drinking yet. Ugh. Perhaps triggered by Su Ming's mention of the liquor, Wu Xin, who had been sitting on the sofa, suddenly felt nauseous and vomited directly onto Liao Nanyan. Liao Nanyan shot Wu Xin a disgusted glance but dared not say more. She hurried out of the private room. Whether it was the alcohol talking or not, Wu Xin gritted his teeth and shouted at Su Ming, Su Ming. I swear I'll make you kneel before me today. Someone. Wu Xin kept shouting. But no matter how loudly he yelled, the others in the private room didn't dare move a muscle. All eyes were fixed on Lu Wu. They waited for Lu Wu to speak. Lu Wu strode purposefully toward Wu Xin. A sharp slap echoed through the private room. The sound momentarily drowned out the music playing in the room. Settle the score for young Master Su. Without needing Lu Wu's command, the three henchmen of the renowned Fan family in Beijing's elite circles proactively lit the white liquor on the table. The private room was spacious, and the table was large. After counting the entire circle, there were a full 183 bottles. Brother Wu, that's a total of 183 bottles. Fan Hao reported respectfully from the side. Based on the price Brother Sun quoted earlier, 10,000 per bottle. That comes to 1,830,000 yuan. Su Ming strolled over, opened his phone's payment QR code, and chuckled lightly, thanks for your trouble, Brother Wu. Wu Xin, though unaware of what had transpired, glanced at Lu Wu's furious expression and mechanically scanned the QR code, transferring 1,850,000 yuan to Su Ming. Alright. I'll be heading out then. Brother Wu, if there's another money-making opportunity like this, be sure to call me. Su Ming tucked his phone into his pocket, waved goodbye with his back to the group, and exited the private room. Stepping outside the bar, Su Ming glanced at the additional 1.83 million yuan on his phone. His face broke into a broad smile. Not bad. This deal was worth it. In just 1 hour, he'd made 1.83 million. I'm a investment genius. As he left the parking lot, Su Ming glanced at the 55 yuan parking fee without batting an eye. Inside the private room, Lu Wu sat on the sofa with a heavy heart. Wu Xin, who had been a bit dazed earlier, now seemed to have sobered up a bit. He looked at Lu Wu with utter confusion and asked, Brother Wu, what the hell are you doing? Have you forgotten how Su Ming treated you earlier? Now that this kid's turned out like this, and we finally have a chance, why are you still siding with him? Wu Xin felt utterly wronged. He'd organized this gathering today precisely to avenge his brothers. But why the hell didn't it work out? Not only did it fail, but he'd lost over 1 million. He couldn't figure it out. Appearance? What appearance? Lu Wu turned his head slightly and asked coldly. Such calm questioning caught Wu Xin off guard. He stared blankly at Lu Wu, momentarily at a loss for words. The Su family has indeed fallen into decline. But he hasn't. Lu Wu then recounted the events that had unfolded earlier that afternoon on Antique Street. What? You said earlier, how much was that bracelet? 500 million. Lu Wu stated calmly. But then that professor from Capital University raised the bid to 10 billion. From the look of it, it must hold immense historical research value. Su Ming only brought one jade bracelet this time, but who knows how many similar antiquities the Su family possesses. And with the connections the Su family has left behind, if Su Ming has the money, what can't he accomplish? Lu Wu's words struck like thunder, jolting Wu Xin into sharper clarity. His eyes widened involuntarily. Beside him, the 3 Fan family dogs all froze in place. They all came from prominent families in the capital, where elders often collected antiques and treasures. But did any family limit themselves to just one piece? Lu Wu was right, they dared not imagine how many similar antiquities the Su family possessed. One piece was worth 10 billion. What if there were 2, 3, 8, 10? These artifacts alone were enough to revive the Su family. Wu Sen's heart skipped a beat and he swallowed involuntarily. He had never imagined the Su family could be so terrifying. But in what Lu Wu had just said, Su Ming seemed to have revealed some kind of flaw. Chapter 13, The Envoy from Great Zhou. Insolent Words? Brother Wu, you mentioned earlier that Su Ming produced an artifact from his antique shop? Wu Sen's eyes darted around as he asked from the side. That's the gist. According to that professor from the capital university, the bracelet dates back to the Great Zhou dynasty, a dynasty never recorded in history. Lu Wu frowned slightly as he spoke slowly. Even as he spoke, a trace of apprehension lingered in his eyes. The 10 billion yuan price tag still hadn't registered fully in his mind. What do you mean? Are you still scheming against Su Ming? Brother Wu, if that bracelet is a cultural relic, shouldn't the state step in? Wu Sen's words jolted Lu Wu back to reality. Lu Wu's expression froze, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. You kid, you sure have a lot of ideas. His earlier attitude toward Su Ming didn't mean Lu Wu was truly resigned to the situation. How could he possibly be satisfied? Back at the antique shop, Su Ming's sharp tongue had made him lose face completely. If he ever got the chance to take Su Ming down, he wouldn't let it slip. But as he came to his senses, Lu Wu spoke with some doubt. This is merely a bracelet. We can't definitively conclude the Su family is hiding cultural relics just yet. Nevertheless, keep your men watching Su Ming from now on. If he goes back to the antique street and pulls out another artifact like this, we'll make sure that brat pays the price. Understood. I'll make arrangements immediately. Wu Sen nodded excitedly. Damn it. Tonight was a disgraceful night in his life. One day, he would make Su Ming pay. With that, Wu Sen turned his gaze toward Liao Nanyan, who was walking in from the doorway. Though the vomit on her clothes had been cleaned off, the nauseating stench lingered. Let's go. Wu Sen walked past Liao Nanyan, his voice flat. A flicker of reluctance crossed Liao Nanyan's face, but faced with Wu Sen's firm tone, she lowered her head and followed behind him. If nothing unexpected happened. Tonight, Wu Sen will take his anger out on her. Inside the apartment, Su Ming sat contentedly on the sofa, her face beaming with satisfaction. Today's outing had truly been a fruitful one. Not only had she befriended Professor Xiao Chengjing from the capital, but she'd also made over 1 million yuan. Not bad. Feels great. He pulled out his phone and found the contact information for the debt collectors who had come knocking earlier. He sent messages one by one. Send me your card number. Transfer the money to this account within 3 days. No sooner had he sent the messages than Su Ming's phone started ringing like a wooden fish drum, bang bang bang. You're the real deal, Su. Only a few days passed and you've already paid it back? Got it, young Master Su. I knew you weren't the type to default on debts. Who else could keep their word like you? Young Master Su, received. If young Master Su ever needs anything in the future, just say the word. No one was a fool. They understood exactly what it meant for Su Ming to produce 30 million yuan within days. Add to that the Su family's immense background and intricate network of connections. None of them wanted to completely alienate Su Ming. Their earlier confrontation stemmed not only from the Su family's decline but also from Wu Sen's scheming behind the scenes. Now that Su Ming had agreed to repay the debt, they naturally wouldn't press the issue further. Su Ming watched his phone buzzing with increasing frequency, his expression unreadable. He even gave a self-deprecating chuckle, murmuring, "When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter." But now, before the tree has even grown back, this bunch of monkeys are already clamoring to return. That said, Su Ming had no intention of severing ties entirely. If the Su family was to reclaim its former glory, certain individuals' assistance would be indispensable. And these connections might prove useful. Having weathered the depths of despair, Su Ming's mindset had fundamentally changed. He would no longer act on impulse, but think things through carefully. Great Zhou Dynasty. Under the arrangements of the Tiger Might General, the army immediately dispatched riders at full gallop toward the directions of the southern Shu and western D armies. 500 li south of the Great Zhou capital, tents were pitched across the plains. The soldiers of Nanshu stood outside their tents, each with rosy cheeks, upright posture, and spirited demeanor. At the center of the encampment stood a massive tent with a diameter of 10 meters. This was the command tent of Nanshu's generals. General, the Great Zhou Dynasty truly is a land of plenty. Since entering Zhou territory, we've been eating decent grain every single day. Such abundance is rare in our southern Shu. Indeed. Eating such fine grain daily is even better than what we have back in Nanshu. While others wage war enduring hardship, we've come to revel in luxury. Seated at the head of the tent was a man clad in soft armor, with a square face and stocky build. This man was none other than General Feng Chongnan, the supreme commander of Nanshu's expeditionary force against the Great Zhou. The voices speaking earlier belonged to several commanders under his command. Each wore a smile, their expressions relaxed. Indeed, their expedition into Great Zhou required little actual combat. Their task was simply to seize a few cities to secure future grain supplies for Nanshu. Report. Amidst their laughter and conversation, a soldier outside the tent suddenly announced, "Report. General. A messenger from Great Zhou has arrived. He claims to have urgent matters to discuss." At these words, the expressions within the tent couldn't help but soften into smiles. Some even couldn't help but sneer. "General, the barbarian hordes are already at our gates. The Great Zhou is doomed." What purpose could this envoy possibly serve now? Just tell them to get lost. Before Fang Chongnan could speak, the other commanders chimed in one after another. In their view, given the Great Zhou's current predicament, there was no longer any need to meet with them. Fang Zhongnan furrowed his brow slightly, a look of contemplation crossing his face. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Great Zhou sending an envoy at this moment was no ordinary matter. Report, General. The messenger also stated that this matter concerns the future of our southern Shu. Should the general refuse to meet, do not blame them for not warning you should southern Shu be destroyed in the future. The soldier outside the tent spoke again. What? This Zhou envoy speaks with such insolence. Has he grown weary of living? When nations are at war, envoys are not to be harmed. This is an unwritten rule among all nations. Yet now, with the Great Zhou envoy speaking thus, they were pushed beyond endurance. Even Fang Zhongnan's face betrayed a hint of anger as he growled under his breath, "Let him in. I'll see for myself how Nanshu could possibly be destroyed." Yes, sir. Moments later, guided by the soldier, the Great Zhou envoy entered the camp tent. This man had delicate features and a somewhat frail build. He did not appear to be a man of the military. But appearances could be deceiving. His name was Lu Che, a trusted confidant under the Tiger Might General. He held a significant position within the military. Greetings, General. Lu Che bowed slightly in greeting. Earlier you claimed that the southern Shu kingdom is on the brink of annihilation? What basis do you have for such a statement? Based on your Great Zhou, which is on the brink of collapse. Fang Chongnan's brow furrowed, and an aura of overwhelming dominance surged from his body. In an instant, the entire tent grew oppressively heavy. Chapter 14, 36 Stratagems Creating Something Out of Nothing. Faced with that overwhelming aura, Lu Che felt a flicker of panic. Though before departing, the Tiger Might General had patted his chest and guaranteed that as long as he followed his instructions, Nanshu would surely agree to the alliance. Lu Che still felt uneasy. Damn it! Never mind. He was already here, so he might as well bite the bullet. Lu Che clenched his fist silently. Though his heart raced, his expression remained composed as he spoke calmly. General, you surely don't believe the barbarian tribe's campaign targets only the Great Zhou, do you? These words caused Fang Chongnan, who had been radiating imposing authority and seething with fury moments before, to flinch. A hint of hesitation and curiosity appeared on his face. What do you mean by that? It's simple and clear. The barbarians' ambitions have never been confined to the Great Zhou alone. Once the Great Zhou is destroyed, with only minor adjustments, the barbarians will continue their advance southward and westward. Then, both the southern Shu and the western D will fall into the barbarian tribe's hands. Lu Che was direct, cutting straight to the point without beating around the bush. Yet these words left Fang Chong and the other commanders in the tent stunned. This expedition against the Great Zhou was initiated by the Emperor of Nanshu. They had no need to lay siege to the capital. Securing control over portions of the Great Zhou's territory would suffice. Thus, they hadn't given it much thought. But Lu Che's words now compelled them to reconsider. They exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of agreement in the other's eyes. Lu Che's words held undeniable logic. Previously, the Great Zhou had served as a natural barrier between Nanshu and the barbarian tribes, with Nanshu feeling only slight pressure from the Great Zhou. But if the Great Zhou were to fall, they would face the barbarians directly. Let me ask you this. If they cannot even shake the Great Zhou, how could they possibly possess the strength to confront the barbarian tribes? The barbarians have not yet turned their attention to them, for their sole aim is to utterly annihilate the Great Zhou. Once the barbarians recover, Nanshu will truly be in peril. Fang Chongnan, a renowned general of Nanshu, understood this logic well. His brow furrowed deeper as he pondered, then he looked up at Lu Che and asked, "You didn't come here today just to say these things, did you?" Indeed. The Empress now possesses a strategy to break the deadlock. The question is whether Nanshu is willing to cooperate. Explain further. As the commander-in-chief of Nanshu in this campaign, Fang Chongnan must consider the future of his realm. Nanshu shall deploy its forces to strike from behind the barbarian hordes. At that moment, our Great Zhou will deploy troops to exit the city, thereby pincerring the enemy from both front and rear. We shall drive the barbarian hordes back to the northern borders of Great Zhou. Lu Che's expression hardened as he commanded in a deep voice. His tone was resolute, his eyes brimming with confidence. Just looking at his demeanor, one could sense there was potential in this plan. Yet Lu Che knew full well that this was merely a facade he was putting on. As the Tiger Might General had said, even if we hold our ground stubbornly, we must make Nanshu feel that the Great Zhou is not as weak as they imagine. But Fang Zhongnan was no child. After a moment's thought, he asked, "How many troops does your Great Zhou still have?" Lu Che extended both hands, holding up 10 fingers before Fang Zhongnan. 100,000 troops? Fang Chongnan paused, taken aback. Even before Nanshu had deployed its forces, news had reached them that the Great Zhou had suffered heavy losses in its war against the barbarian tribes. Their remaining forces were meager. It was precisely for this reason that Nanshu had decided to attack Great Zhou. Yet now, the other party was telling him that Great Zhou still possessed 100,000 troops. Compared to the barbarian tribe's 300,000 troops, this 100,000 was indeed a significant gap. Yet Fang Chong understood well that in the contest for a city, defense was far easier than attack. If it came down to a desperate fight, 100,000 troops facing 300,000 could be enough. Fang Chongnan drew a deep breath and declared solemnly, "This matter is of utmost gravity. I shall dispatch messengers to deliver this letter to the capital immediately, leaving the final decision to His Majesty." Lu Che saw Fang Chongnan relent. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Could it really be happening? Before coming, Lu Che had harbored deep doubts about what the Tiger Might General had said. Yet now, unexpectedly, things had taken a turn for the better. After a brief pause, Lu Che smiled faintly. "Since the general seeks an alliance, I shall give you a reassurance. Our great Zhou has already conveyed this message to the Western D, and they have agreed to the alliance. Moreover, should Nanchu truly be willing to assist our great Zhou, our Empress is prepared to allocate a portion of our grain and fodder to support Nanchu, as a token of our gratitude." With that, Lu Che made no further delay and strode purposefully toward the camp exit. Once outside the tent, Lu Che couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. What Western D alliance? What 100,000 troops? It was all nonsense he'd spun based on what General Tiger Might had said. As General Tiger Might would say, what was that called? The 36 stratagems, creating something out of nothing? The general truly lived up to his title. Lu Che marveled. After Lu Che departed, the Southern Chu commanders gathered in the tent were all deep in thought. After a long silence, one finally spoke up, "General, can we truly trust what the Great Zhou has said? We cannot verify their troop strength for now, but given the Great Zhou's current situation, they have no reason to deceive us. After all, the barbarian hordes are at our gates, threatening to breach the capital at any moment. Under such circumstances, the Great Zhou seeking cooperation with us undoubtedly aims to secure victory through stability." Fang Chongnan nodded heavily in agreement. Indeed. Moreover, the Great Zhou envoy mentioned earlier that the Western D tribes have already agreed to an alliance. Likely grain supplies were offered as a condition. Did we not march to Great Zhou precisely for provisions? Should we ally with them, our future supply burdens might lighten. As the others spoke, Fang Chongnan hesitated no longer. He immediately ordered, "Someone. Dispatch an 800 li express rider. Deliver this letter to His Majesty." "Yes, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, the Great Zhou envoy had also arrived at the Western D camp. The news was conveyed to the Western D commander. Even the phrasing was identical to what Nanchu had conveyed. Of course, the Western D side claimed that Nanchu had agreed to an alliance. Within the main hall of the Great Zhou dynasty, Empress Zhou Zhirua sat upon the dragon throne, her face as cold as ice, her expression icy. Clad in a golden dragon robe, several majestic dragon figures sprawled across the imperial garment, radiating overwhelming authority. "Your Majesty, General Hui requests an audience. Let him enter." Zhou Zhirua's delicate lips parted, her voice resonating through the hall like sacred chanting. Moments later, a tall, imposing figure strode swiftly into the hall. He finally came to a halt before Zhou Zhirua. "Your servant greets Your Majesty. How have matters with Nanchu and Shidi been handled?" Zhou Zhirua spoke softly, her voice gentle as she inquired. 3 days had passed since the messenger departed. Within that span, the barbarian hordes of 300,000 troops had already besieged the city walls. Moreover, they taunted the city daily from outside its walls. This had truly left Zhou Zhirua feeling troubled and restless. Precisely because of the barbarian army's arrival, both soldiers and civilians within the capital were gripped by panic. Were it not for the ample supplies within the city walls, chaos would surely have erupted long ago. A flicker of unease crossed General Tiger's eyes as he clasped his fists in salute. "Your Majesty, no news has yet arrived." Chapter 15, The Western D of Nanchu sends a message. "This subordinate has another matter to report to Your Majesty. Today, I had the capital's provisions inventoried. While supplies are ample, if this situation persists, we can hold out for no more than half a month." Zhou Zhirua felt no surprise at General Tiger Might's words. After all, with the capital under siege, both citizens and soldiers depended on these supplies for survival. Relying solely on existing reserves, no matter how plentiful, would never suffice. After speaking, General Hui noticed Zhou Zhirua's silence. His body tensed, the clang of his armor echoing through the hall, and a flicker of unease crossed his face. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, might the method mentioned by that sage?" Before General Hui could finish his sentence, light, hurried footsteps echoed through the grand hall. "This humble servant greets Your Majesty." It was a young eunuch under the Grand Chamberlain. "Rise. A letter has arrived from Nanchu." As the eunuch's words fell, both General Hui and Zhou Zhirua's eyes flashed with surprise and anticipation. Could it be that it had succeeded? "Quickly. Present it to the Emperor." Zhou Zhirua could hardly contain her impatience. Tearing open the envelope, Zhou Zhirua's beautiful eyes scanned its contents intently. General Hui shifted slightly to the side, observing Zhou Zhirua's expression. Moments later, seeing her expression relax and a faint smile touch her lips, General Hu Wei's worries eased considerably. Good. 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 Zhou Zhirua placed the letter before her, uttering 3 consecutive goods. Your Majesty, has Nanchu agreed to the alliance? Excellent. The Emperor of Nanchu has sent word that Nanchu will dispatch 50,000 troops to reinforce the capital. Truly a master strategist. Zhou Zhirua's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she couldn't help but praise him. General Hu Wei's expression froze, and he knelt with a thud in the Grand Hall. Your Excellency excels in strategy. You truly command the art of war. This humble general is utterly in awe. Earlier, this humble general harbored doubts about your abilities, a grave mistake. This humble officer acknowledges his error. I beg your Majesty to mete out punishment. Before the letter from Nanchu had arrived, General Hu Wei had harbored doubts about Su Ming's abilities. Zhou Zhirua waved her hand dismissively. No need. I know your heart is devoted to Great Zhou. Thank you, Your Majesty. After speaking, General Hu Wei suddenly remembered something and said solemnly, Your Majesty, I have one matter I'm unsure about. Zhou Zhirua raised her hand, signaling the general to cut to the chase. Speak plainly. Earlier, I ordered my men to send intelligence to Nanchu and Shidi, claiming that our Great Zhou has 100,000 mighty troops garrisoned within the city walls. But when Nanchu sends troops in the future and discovers our Great Zhou lacks such numbers, might they turn traitor on the spot and ally with those barbarian tribes? As the foremost military commander, General Hu Wei had once fought alongside Zhou Zhirua on the battlefield, expanding the Great Zhou's borders. Such concerns were not mere groundless worries. It was something that had actually happened before. All these alliances are nothing but empty promises. Neither side is foolish. If the situation turns dire, why would they willingly risk themselves for the Great Zhou? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhirua's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of worry flickered across her coldly beautiful face. Report. At that very moment, the young eunuch reappeared, this time holding a fresh envelope. A message from the king of Shidi. Hearing the eunuch's words, Zhou Zhirua and General Hu Wei exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with resolve. Zhou Zhirua took the envelope. As expected, the contents of the letter were no different from those of Nanchu. Both nations agreed to the alliance. However, the Western D could only muster 30,000 troops. Combined with the Great Zhou's own forces, this amounted to just over 100,000 troops. Facing a 30,000-strong enemy with merely 10,000 troops, even Zhou Zhirua, seasoned by years of battlefield campaigns, felt the weight of this pressure. If they were 100,000 elite troops, there might still be a sliver of hope. But now, it was indeed a daunting challenge. The 3 factions had never collaborated before, lacking the cohesion essential to any army. The slightest misstep could see them utterly devoured by that 30,000-strong force. Your Majesty? General Hu Wei observed Zhou Zhirua's increasingly grave and solemn expression, calling out softly. Perhaps we should consult the sage once more? Zhou Zhirua's beautiful eyes flickered as she nodded lightly. Given the current situation, that seemed indeed the wisest course. Zhou Zhirua immediately dismissed General Hu Wei and stepped out of the hall, heading toward her private quarters. Ever since discovering the incense burner's miraculous properties, Zhou Zhirua had kept it within her own chambers. Only in this way could she protect it to the greatest extent possible. Blue and White Hall, Zhou Zhirua's bedchamber. You may all withdraw. Zhou Zhirua entered and commanded. The matter of the incense burner was a closely guarded secret of the Great Zhou. Currently, only the Grand Chamberlain of the palace and General Hu Wei are privy to it. Both were individuals Zhou Zhirua trusted implicitly. As for that young eunuch, Zhou Zhirua had ordered his execution that very day. Advancing deep into the inner chambers, she approached the bed. With utmost care, Zhou Zhirua lifted the mattress and pried open a wooden plank beneath the bed frame. Beneath it lay an exquisitely crafted sandalwood box. The incense burner lay within this sandalwood box. Taking out paper and brush, Zhou Zhirua wrote a string of words before placing them atop the incense burner. With a whoosh, the paper vanished. Zhou Zhirua waited quietly nearby. Inside the apartment. Since returning from the bar that day, Su Ming had sold 10 gold ingots to bank manager Lu to settle debts. He had been sleeping in his apartment ever since. Before the Su family's decline, Su Ming had rarely enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. This time, he had no idea how long he slept, only that it felt incredibly deep and restful. Ah! Clenching his fists on the bed, Su Ming stretched vigorously. Ah! It felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. What a blissful sleep. Su Ming pulled back the curtains. Through the apartment window, he could see the flickering lights outside, the streets brightly illuminated. Night had already fallen. Standing by the window, countless memories from the past kept flashing through Su Ming's mind. Though considerable time had passed since his parents' suicide, Su Ming still felt as if it were all a dream. It felt utterly surreal. He lit a cigarette and smoked it in silence. Nighttime always brings out the sentimental in people. 5 minutes later, Su Ming stubbed out the cigarette, his gaze inevitably drifting toward the safe tucked away in the corner of the bedroom. 2 days had passed since he sent the message to that female official. I wonder how the Great Zhou fared. According to old Xiao from the antique shop, the Great Zhou dynasty had only existed for a few decades. Could it be that it had already been destroyed? The thought jolted Su Ming back to his senses. Damn it! It couldn't be destroyed. If it's gone, how am I supposed to rise up and sing the song of the emancipated serfs? Leaping off the bed, Su Ming didn't even bother putting on his shoes as he raced toward the safe. After opening the safe, he discovered a familiar sheet of Xian paper beside the incense burner. Phew! Su Ming exhaled heavily, as if he'd narrowly escaped death. Thank goodness. The fact that a message could be delivered meant the Great Zhou dynasty hadn't yet reached the point of annihilation. With the weight lifted from his heart, Su Ming picked up the Xian paper and scrutinized its contents carefully. Chapter 16, This lady official knows her stuff. Esteemed master, the Southern Chu and Western D have now sought peace. However, the combined forces of the Great Zhou, Western D, and Southern Chu nations barely exceed 100,000 troops. If the Western D and Southern Chu discover the Great Zhou's insufficient military strength and suddenly switch sides, how shall we respond? Facing this question, Su Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, accompanied by a deep sense of pride welling up from within. Our Huaxia culture is profound and vast indeed. This problem is easily solved. After all, history has seen similar parallels. The empty city strategy would suffice. Seeking peace with Nanchu and Shidi was not to borrow their armies to repel the barbarians. The crucial point is to instill fear in the barbarians. To prevent them from mustering forces and besieging our walls. To achieve this, we need only create a formidable show of strength within the city walls. This will make them realize the difficulty and retreat. But before offering this solution, he still wanted to find a way to make a quick buck. What should he say this time? Su Ming sat before the incense burner, deep in thought. But before Su Ming could come up with an excuse, a sound emerged from the incense burner. A beautifully crafted calligraphy scroll materialized before Su Ming. Holy crap! Su Ming was taken aback. The painting was exquisitely crafted, every stroke revealing the artist's innermost thoughts. Even though the Su family had possessed many valuable paintings and ceramics before. Upon seeing this particular piece, Su Ming felt a surge of astonishment. This piece must be incredibly valuable too. A faint smile then appeared on Su Ming's face as he murmured to himself, who would have thought that lady official was so thoughtful. But the incense burner sounded again and a note flew out. I wonder if the esteemed master appreciates calligraphy and paintings. This piece was personally written by yours truly. I hope you won't look down upon it. Su Ming glanced at the note's contents. His gaze then settled on the lower right corner of the painting. Sure enough, a seal was stamped there, its characters resembling traditional Chinese script. But Su Ming recognized it. Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhou Jiruo. Su Ming read it out loud, word by word. I didn't expect this lady official's name to be quite pleasant. As he spoke, Su Ming picked up paper and brush, slowly writing, the calligraphy is quite good. If there are any other exquisite trinkets, feel free to show them to me. Though he said show me. But how could Su Ming possibly pass on whatever had flown out of that incense burner? It was merely a polite way of saying no. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the incense burner began to emit a soft, rhythmic hum, like the low rumble of a drum. One exquisite antique after another appeared before Su Ming. Had there been only one or two at first, Su Ming would have felt nothing but excitement and thrill. After all, these things were money. But now, with a sudden pile of them before him, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Why did he feel like he was a tomb robber? Alright. These are more than enough for me to examine for now. Lady official, you two must be careful, don't lose your head over this. Su Ming scribbled a few words and sent them through the incense burner. This lady in waiting was his cash cow. If she lost her head for passing too many antiques to him, that would be a terrible waste. Meanwhile, within the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Jiruo lay on her bed, her beautiful eyes blinking rapidly, sparkling like tiny stars. She waited for Su Ming's reply. As she waited, her beautiful feet dangled leisurely by the bedside. Combined with the way she propped her chin in her hand, she looked utterly sweet and adorable. Such a sight, if witnessed by others, would surely astonish them. Who could have imagined that the Empress who commanded awe across the land, who slaughtered enemies without mercy, and who led the Great Zhou dynasty to expand its borders, possessed such an adorable side? Why hasn't she replied yet? Could it be she dislikes my calligraphy? That shouldn't be. Among the literati of Great Zhou, my calligraphy and paintings are quite renowned. Zhou Jiruo felt puzzled, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. If she truly lost this extraordinary talent over a painting, she would regret it deeply. Just as Zhou Jiruo's anxiety grew, a familiar voice sounded. Once again, it was a sheet of paper as pure as snow, bearing 2 lines of writing. Female official? Upon seeing these words, Zhou Jiruo's lovely face froze in surprise. Her finger touched her thin lips as she pondered. Indeed, she had never revealed her identity to the incense burner across from her. How then did he know she was a woman? Never mind. Finding a way out was more important. Zhou Jiruo slowly shook her head. But Before Zhou Jiruo could ask further, the incense burner sounded again. A sheet of paper covered in methods appeared before her. After reading through the method described by Su Ming, Zhou Jiruo's eyes sparkled with excitement and she found herself completely absorbed in it. This method. Far more ingenious than that previous method for breaking the stalemate. The empty city strategy, a fitting name. Danger and opportunity coexist, the sage's words hold truth. To utterly repel the barbarians now, this is the only way. Zhou Jiruo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Her admiration deepened. She felt a growing curiosity towards Su Ming, seated across from the incense burner. What kind of person could conceive of such a strategy? Thank you, wise one. Once the great Zhou has overcome this crisis, I shall surely reward you generously. Zhou Jiruo wrote each character with deliberate care. Her characters were bold and forceful, the strokes sharp as blades, giving off an aura of fierce precision. Inside the apartment, Su Ming carefully packed away the paintings, bronze artifacts, and other items one by one. He dared not carry these items out ostentatiously for now. Taking too many at once would inevitably draw unwanted attention. If he truly wanted to sell them, he would still need to contact Xiao Qingjing. After all, their last conversation had gone well, and Xiao Qingjing showed considerable interest in the history of the Great Zhou dynasty. Still, this matter required careful consideration. As Su Ming pondered, Zhou Jiruo's note fluttered out from the incense burner. Seeing the calligraphy on the xian paper, Su Ming couldn't help but inhale sharply. Holy moly! What position does this lady hold in the Great Zhou court? How could this handwriting possess such a fierce, commanding aura? Su Ming hadn't noticed these details before, but since learning of the lady official's status, he'd pondered them daily. After all, only someone of extraordinary means could produce so many gold ingots. Add to that the sheer dominance of this calligraphy. Only deepened Su Ming's curiosity. Su Ming folded the xian paper and took out paper and brush, writing, "Should you ever need assistance again in the future, do not hesitate to ask." In his letter, Su Ming made no further mention of the gold ingots, antiquities, or calligraphy. The other party was already sufficiently discerning. Such matters required no special instruction from him. Within the inner chambers, Zhou Jiruo gazed at the words, a hint of joy spreading across her face. It seems the master is quite pleased. Her gaze hardened as she declared, with the sage's continued guidance, the great Zhou shall surely ascend to its former glory. Chapter 17, Make an example of one to warn the rest. Imperial Dread. The next day, within the gilded hall. Empress Zhou Jiruo's complexion was rosy, her spirit vibrant and energetic. Dressed in a 9-dragon yellow robe, she sat upright and solemnly upon the dragon throne, emanating a faint yet palpable imperial presence. All officials gathered within the hall. Seated before them were Qin Xuan, the foremost civil official, and General Wang Ben, the Tiger Might General, the foremost military commander. Throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty, only these two men were permitted to sit within the gilded hall. What business has His Majesty summoned us to the palace today, Minister Liu? Minister of Rights Liu Qingrong paused slightly. How should I know? The barbarian forces have besieged the city for days now, yet His Majesty has not summoned the officials to court during this time. What's happening today? Could it be that a solution has been found? What solution? Word has it the barbarian forces outside the capital number a full 300,000. Even at the height of Great Zhou's power, such numbers would be cause for grave concern. Now that a 30,000-strong army has the capital tightly encircled, what possible solution could there be? Whispers of discussion filled the hall among the assembled officials. Their expressions were filled with worry. As officials of the Great Zhou court, if the barbarians breached the city walls, they would surely be slaughtered to the last man. After all, no one would tolerate ministers from the old dynasty. Qin Xuan reclined in his wooden chair, eyes half-closed yet alert, listening impassively to the faint clamor within the hall. The pressure exerted by the barbarians was indeed overwhelming, and it was only natural that the court officials were gripped by panic. In contrast to Qin Xuan's composure, a flicker of confidence shone in Wang Ben's eyes. After all, he was the only one in the court who knew about the incense burner. While others lacked confidence in repelling the barbarians, Wang Ben did not. Silence. The shrill voice of the eunuch echoed throughout the grand hall. In an instant, the gilded hall fell silent, every official's gaze fixed upon Zhou Jiruo. I have summoned you all today to discuss several matters. Before the barbarian armies besieged the city, I discovered that some of my loyal ministers' families had already prepared carriages to flee the city. Zhou Jiruo's voice was flat as it slowly echoed throughout the hall. Her voice betrayed no emotion. Yet as those icy words fell, panic flashed across the faces of many ministers, their backs soaked through with sweat. Cowardice before the battle. This was the greatest taboo of the Great Zhou. This was a rule established by Zhou Jiruo herself. At all times, ministers and generals of the Great Zhou must possess the resolve to fight to the end. And now, those ministers plotting their secret escape had touched Zhou Jiruo's sore spot. Your Majesty, spare our lives. Within moments, ministers within the hall could no longer withstand the pressure emanating from Zhou Jiruo. They collapsed to their knees, their faces ashen as they pleaded. Your humble servant did not intend to flee the city, but merely wished to preserve a bloodline for my family. With one confessing, others soon followed a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen figures knelt within the grand hall. Among them were officials of the third rank. Witnessing this scene, Jojiruwa's fair face grew as cold as frost, her piercing gaze sweeping over the kneeling figures. Oomph. Jojiruwa's brows furrowed as she coldly snorted, to leave an heir for your family? If all the ministers and generals of our great Joe were like you lot, we might as well surrender outright. As ministers of the great Joe, instead of striving to unite the people's hearts or seeking ways to break the deadlock, you think only of yourselves. Such men are unworthy to be called subjects of the great Joe. With that, Jojiruwa's imperial aura surged even more intensely. The entire gilded hall trembled under her imperial pressure. The hall, which had been relatively calm moments before, now fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. The hearts of the kneeling ministers pounded wildly. In this atmosphere, they could even hear their own heartbeats clearly. Guards! Execute the 9 plans of the implicated ministers. Carry out the sentence immediately. As Jojiruwa's voice faded, imperial guards stationed at the hall's entrance strode purposefully inward. The clanging of their armor echoed like the sound of death itself. Echoing throughout the hall, it caused the faces of the dozen or so ministers kneeling on the ground to change abruptly. Their expressions filled with terror, they cried out, "Your Majesty, spare our lives! Your Majesty, spare our lives! This humble subject acknowledges his guilt. We beseech your Majesty to spare our families from death. We beg your Majesty." Facing their pleas, Jojiruwa seemed oblivious, merely waving her hand slightly toward the royal guards. The dozen men were dragged out of the hall by the royal guards. Even after they had exited the gilded hall, their shrieking pleas still echoed outside. Each wail sent a chill through the hearts of the ministers within the hall. Jojiruwa was indeed a woman, but the vast territories the great Joe now possessed were directly tied to her. Had she not led the armies into battle back then, how could the empire stand as it does today? Decisive action in battle was an essential lesson in the art of imperial governance. An ordinary woman would likely have succumbed to pity long ago. But not Jojiruwa. Not only did she not waver, she made an example to strike fear into others. She would make every official of the great Joe know, with enemy forces at the gates, they must not stir panic nor flee in secret. Of course, with Jojiruwa's capabilities, she could see every move and action of everyone with crystal clarity. After the voices of those dozen ministers had completely faded, Jojiruwa withdrew her gaze, sweeping it over the remaining ministers in the hall. She spoke calmly, "Those who remain loyal to the great Joe, I shall ensure your safety. But if any dare to play clever tricks behind the scenes, flouting the laws of the great Joe, disregarding my words, then do not blame this emperor for showing no mercy." Jojiruwa's words rang out with unwavering conviction. Her resonant voice, like the tolling of a great bell, reverberated throughout the hall. The remaining ministers all felt a pang of fear in their hearts, some relieved that they had not yet acted. "Your Majesty, the barbarian forces of 300,000 now completely encircle the capital. Even if some in the court wish to flee now, escape is likely impossible." Qin Xuan, who had sat silently at the front of the civil officials, spoke slowly. Hearing Qin Xuan's words, Jojiruwa's expression shifted slightly. With a hint of displeasure, she inquired, "What exactly does the Chancellor mean? Could it be that you, Minister Qin, also believe our great Joe is merely waiting for death?" Jojiruwa was being quite courteous toward Qin Xuan. After all, Qin Xuan was the Chancellor of Great Zhou, the foremost among the civil officials, commanding considerable prestige within the court. Had it been anyone else, they would have been dragged away and beheaded long ago. "Your Majesty! Your humble servant dares not." Qin Xuan clasped his hands before his chest and spoke slowly. Though he spoke thus, not a trace of reverence could be seen on Qin Xuan's face. "I have summoned you all to the palace primarily to inform you. Both Nanchu and Shidi have sent word, seeking an alliance with our great Zhou, to jointly resist the barbarian tribes." Jojiruwa's voice was not loud, yet this news struck each person's mind like a thunderclap. What? At this critical juncture, Nanchu and Shidi actually wish to ally with our great Zhou? Is this truly possible? Chapter 18, the court is in an uproar. His Majesty spoke personally, how could it be false? How did your Majesty manage to persuade Nanchu and Shidi to abandon their attack on our great Zhou at this critical moment and instead form an alliance with us? The courtroom buzzed with discussion, astonishment etched on every face. Even Qin Xuan, who had previously been pessimistic about the current situation, flashed a hint of astonishment in his deep eyes. He immediately looked up at Jojiruwa seated upon the dragon throne. Jojiruwa remained impassive, observing everything with a blank expression. In her heart, however, a wave of emotion washed over her. Had it not been for the master at the incense burner, the great Zhou would surely have fallen. I have shared this news with you all precisely to make it clear, our great Zhou shall not fall beneath the trampling feet of barbarian hordes. On the contrary. After this battle, once our great Zhou has recovered and rebuilt, we shall crush those barbarians. As Empress of Great Zhou, Jojiruwa's reputation already shook the world. She was admired and revered by the common people of the realm. Many ministers in the court also strongly support Jojiruwa. Moreover, Jojiruwa has now turned the tide of battle. It seems that as long as Zhou Zhiruo remains, the great Zhou shall never fall. Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor forever. The officials in the hall knelt in unison, their voices rising in unison. The great Zhou dynasty, with your Majesty at its helm, is a blessing for our nation and its people. This time, our great Zhou shall surely overcome this crisis. We shall weather this storm. Wang Ben, standing at the forefront of the generals, let his resonant voice echo throughout the hall. His words were stirring and powerful, striking straight to the heart. Every minister in the hall felt a jolt of energy surge through their bodies, their spirits soaring as they shouted in unison, with His Majesty at our helm, the great Zhou shall surely overcome this crisis and weather this storm. With His Majesty at our helm, our great Zhou shall surely. The chorus of voices echoed throughout the hall. In that moment, the ministers within the hall seemed to unite as one. After delivering this news, Zhou Zhiruo could distinctly sense the great Zhou's fighting spirit returning. At the very least, the ministers no longer seemed as panicked as before. Zhou Zhiruo then issued further instructions before dismissing the assembly. After the ministers departed, Zhou Zhiruo summoned Wang Ben to the imperial study within the palace. Your Majesty, this humble general pays his respects. Wang Ben bowed with clasped fists, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Your Majesty, has there been any word from the sage? Zhou Zhiruo nodded lightly, handing Wang Ben the method written by Su Ming. Wang Ben took the paper cautiously, his eyes darting swiftly across the text. After a single glance, Wang Ben's breathing quickened. His eyes widened in disbelief. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This was caused by extreme excitement. Your Majesty. That master's move was truly formidable. Wang Ben tucked away the paper, unable to suppress his admiration. The empty city strategy. Such a scheme, though risky, is exceptionally well suited for the barbarian tribes at this moment. It's not just the people of our great Zhou who are anxious and fearful now. The barbarian soldiers feel the same. After all, transporting provisions from the northern barbarian lands to the capital takes considerable time. And the amount of provisions needed to sustain a 300,000 strong army is unimaginable. Dragging this out is no good for the barbarians. Yet the strategist has precisely anticipated this, exploiting the barbarians' panic and their eagerness for a swift resolution to launch the empty fort strategy. Such a stratagem, even if I racked my brain, I could never have conceived of it. Wang Ben spoke with great excitement, his words pouring out at a rapid pace. As a general of the great Zhou dynasty, Wang Ben had fought on the battlefield for many years, yet he had never witnessed such a stratagem. Such ingenuity left him speechless beyond brilliant, he could find no other word to describe it. Of course, this was largely due to his lack of education. Otherwise, he might have been able to articulate more. The sage says these strategies all originate from a single book. Zhou Zhiruo spoke slowly. What military treatise? Could such a marvelous book truly exist in this world? A gleam of excitement flashed in Wang Ben's eyes as he asked eagerly. Zhou Zhiruo picked up the Art of War before her and motioned for the elderly eunuch beside her to hand it to Wang Ben. This book's title, it sounds like an insult. Wang Ben murmured to himself upon seeing the title after taking the book. But, upon meeting Zhou Zhiruo's icy stare, Wang Ben instinctively cleared his throat twice before opening the military treatise. Upon opening it, he discovered that the strategies within far surpassed anything he had encountered before. Every single step was beyond his expectations. For a moment, Wang Ben became completely engrossed in the text. Zhou Zhiruo observed this scene without comment, merely watching Wang Ben with a calm gaze. After a long while, Wang Ben finally snapped back to reality, his eyes brimming with admiration. Ha! Your Majesty! This humble soldier has an unthinkable request. I wonder if your Majesty would consider bestowing this military treatise upon me. Or perhaps, as if realizing it would be improper to accept the book without compensation, Wang Ben pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, or perhaps this humble servant could offer 10,000 taels of gold in exchange. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Zhiruo's beautiful eyes. She had led troops into battle before and had briefly studied Sun Tzu's Art of War yesterday. She found its content deceptively simple, yet profoundly intricate. It was not something one could fully grasp in a short time. What shocked Zhou Zhiruo most, however, was that Wang Ben was willing to spend 10,000 taels of gold to acquire this military treatise. For it must be remembered, Wang Ben, though a great general of the great Zhou dynasty, lived an exceedingly frugal life. Even his personal soft armor was patched and mended by others. It seems General Tiger might holds this military treatise in very high regard. A faint smile touched Zhou Zhiruo's lips as she spoke slowly. Since General Tiger might cherishes it so, this military treatise is yours as a gift. As for that empty city strategy, have you grasped it? Zhou Zhiruo asked, her tone tinged with lingering doubt. Wang Ben nodded without hesitation, pounding his chest and declaring, Your Majesty may rest assured. This empty city strategy, this subordinate will see it through perfectly. Even with the gates wide open, those barbarian invaders won't dare to enter. Excellent. In that case, the arrangements within the city shall be entirely entrusted to you. Zhou Zhirua, not one to beat around the bush, issued her command directly. Your servant obeys. I shall not disappoint your majesty. With that, Wang Ben clutched the art of war tightly to his chest and strode joyfully out of the imperial study. Zhou Zhirua sat upon the dragon throne, observing Wang Ben's animated expression, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. The elderly eunuch beside her saw this and his eyes widened in shock. He stared at the scene in utter disbelief. He had served Empress Zhou Zhirua for years, yet had never once seen the slightest hint of a smile on her face. Yet since the incense burner had appeared, Zhou Zhirua seemed transformed, her cheeks occasionally graced with a faint smile. Was this truly the same Empress of Great Zhou who once struck fear into the hearts of all under heaven? The old eunuch felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Daring not to gaze upon Zhou Zhirua's imperial countenance any longer, he hastily bowed his head. Chapter 19, The Cunning Barbarian General. Xuanti City, the capital of Great Zhou. Unlike the bustling scenes of before, few commoners were seen in the city. Only dark-skinned soldiers clad in armor could be seen rushing about. Following Wang Ben's orders, the entire city of Xuantiangong had entered a state of war preparedness. Yet this mobilization differed from any before. Wang Ben stood atop the city wall of Xiantian City, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the endless barbarian army stretching below. Not far below the ramparts, the shouts of the barbarian army could still be heard. General Huluani has declared that if you open the city gates, there will be no bloodshed. Moreover, our 30,000 barbarian troops have already encircled the entire city. What purpose does your desperate resistance serve? Facing the shouts below the ramparts, Wang Ben took a deep breath. He spat toward the base of the tower. Go yourselves. General Huluaner, mentioned by the barbarian scout, was no stranger to Wang Ben. This man was a notorious commander among the barbarians. He took extreme pleasure in slaughter. In typical wars between nations, he would charge into enemy cities solely to slaughter the local garrison troops and officials. But Huluani was different. No one he encountered ever survived. It was precisely for this reason that Huluani's reputation for slaughter reverberated across the land, known to all nations. As the barbarian tribes advanced southward this time, who knew how many common folk of the Great Zhou had perished at his hands? Wang Ben shot him a fierce glare, then his expression softened slightly. A strange smile appeared on his face. Young man, there's something you don't know yet, is there? Just yesterday, the Southern Chu and Western D nations agreed to form an alliance with our Great Zhou. Our regular troops are already on their way. When they arrive, even if you barbarians have 100,000 soldiers, you'll have to crawl back to your savage lands with your tails between your legs. Wang Ben had been wondering how to break this news to the barbarian. He never imagined he'd get the chance today. Upon hearing this, the barbarian scout dared not hesitate, sprinting back toward his camp. Barbarian camp. The barbarian camp tents differed from those of the Great Zhou, Southern Chu, and other nations. They were typically circular in shape. Among the many tents, one stood out with the largest diameter and the most lavish exterior decorations. This was the commander's tent where Huluani resided. Inside the tent, Huluani held a wine jar in his hands and roared with laughter. In no more than half a month, once the supplies in Xiantian City are exhausted, our barbarian army will march straight into the city. This Great Zhou shall be trampled beneath our feet. Come. Drink. With that, Huluani lifted the wine jar before him and gulped it down in big swigs. The other commanders in the tent echoed his words. The Great Zhou has held out for so long, they really are a tough nut to crack. To be honest, General, just looking at those Great Zhou women makes my mouth water. Each one with such smooth, delicate skin, it's truly delightful. One middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and disheveled appearance couldn't stop swallowing hard as he spoke. Greed and lechery were written all over his face. Ha 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 ha. Huluaner roared with laughter. What's so hard about that? Just hold on a little longer. When our army breaks through the city walls, I'll make sure you get your fill. Thank you, General. Amidst their laughter, a figure hurried into the tent, his expression anxious as he announced, Report to the General. Urgent news. At these words, the previously boisterous group fell instantly silent. A solemn expression settled upon their faces. Typically, urgent dispatches came from the barbarian capital, conveying the barbarian king's commands. Even those who had never met the king would show reverence upon hearing such news. Speak. Earlier, when our scouts shouted to the Great Zhou forces below the city walls, a Great Zhou commander relayed a message. Both Nanchu and Shidi have agreed to ally with the Great Zhou. What? As the soldier finished speaking, a general inside the tent paled with shock. His concern was not insufficient troops, but rather that two fists could not fight four hands. Neither Nanchu nor Shidi, taken individually, would pose a threat to the barbarian tribes. Yet Nanchu excelled in artillery production, while the Western D were masters of cunning stratagems. Add to that the fierce and battle-hardened Great Zhou. This alliance was enough to give the barbarians a headache. Yet just as the others were fretting, Huluaner, seated at the head of the table, suddenly burst into laughter. As if he hadn't heard the news at all. With all due respect, General, what amuses you? If it truly is as that Great Zhou commander claims, then we ought to alter our strategy. Huluani dismissed the notion with a dismissive chuckle. There's no need to take this seriously. Most of the Great Zhou's territory has already fallen. Only the capital city remains. Moreover, according to reports from the front lines, the current troop strength within Xintian city is less than 30,000. Even counting the able-bodied men within the city walls, their numbers wouldn't exceed 50,000. As he spoke, Huluan's smile grew broader, his voice dripping with contempt. With such meager forces, how could they possibly stand against my mighty barbarian army? Why would Nanchu and Shidi choose to get involved? Upon hearing Huluan's analysis, the dozen or so commanders all wore expressions tinged with shame. Their eyes flickered with a glimmer of understanding. The general speaks wisely. Perhaps this is precisely the information the Great Zhou deliberately leaked. To make us panic and lose our composure. Thankfully the general is here. Otherwise we might have fallen into their trap. Flattery echoed throughout the tent. Huluan, seated at the head of the table, smiled even more broadly. Enough. Drink. After setting down the wine jar, Huluan suddenly remembered something and ordered, someone. Send men to closely monitor the movements of Nanchu and Shidi. Report immediately at the slightest sign of trouble. Yes, sir. After the soldier departed, Huluan chuckled softly, better to believe the rumors exist than to dismiss them outright. Your Excellency's foresight is truly remarkable. Your subordinate holds you in the highest regard. It is my greatest honor to serve under you in this campaign. Indeed. In an instant, Huluan was once again intoxicated by this chorus of flattery. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Wang Ben patrolled the city daily, moving about. This allowed him to oversee the work of his officers and soldiers. During these 3 days, the soldiers neither hauled stones to the city walls nor conducted any drills. Everyone focused solely on 2 tasks, following the renowned blacksmith of Xintian City to craft megaphones. Yes, those very large horns capable of amplifying sound. Many found this puzzling, but since it was Wang Ben's order, they diligently carried it out. Report. General. Scouts outside the city report, Nanchu and Shidi forces are now only 500 li from the capital. They could reach us in 5 days at most. Wang Ben's personal guard hurried over, clasping his fists in salute. Upon hearing this, a look of deep contemplation flashed in Wang Ben's eyes. His voice grew solemn as he commanded, order the city's people to move even faster. 5 days hence shall be the decisive battle between our Great Zhou and the barbarian hordes. Chapter 20, Heart Attack Over a Painting? A week had passed since he earned 1,830,000. Su Ming hadn't taken any action these days. Besides sleeping, he spent his time in the apartment fiddling with the calligraphy, paintings, and antiques Zhou Jiruo had sent him. It wasn't that he particularly enjoyed fiddling with such things. Rather, the apartment was simply too cramped. If he lived alone, it wouldn't be a problem at all. But now, with all these valuable items added to the mix, Su Ming felt a growing sense of unease. He feared someone might break in. Damn it! This is driving me crazy. Su Ming gave his head a light pat. Forget it. I'll sell off some of this stuff first and buy back the old house. Though called an old house, the Su family's ancestral home had security that far surpassed many newer developments nearby. Plus, the old house was spacious. Storing these paintings and calligraphy there wouldn't draw unwanted attention. The old house was currently mortgaged to the bank. The bank would auction it off, and they wouldn't ask who bought it. After making up his mind, Su Ming hurried to the bathroom, took a shower, and carefully tidied himself up. Immediately, he picked up Zhou Jiruo's calligraphy and painting and stepped out the door. The weather in the capital today was not ideal, with a light drizzle falling. To Su Ming, however, it held a certain charm. Ever since the Su family's decline, he had grown fond of such weather. On his way, Su Ming had already contacted Xiao Qingjing, who informed him he would be waiting inside the shop. Though Xiao Qingjing's message was brief and simple. For some reason, when Su Ming read those words, he couldn't help but feel Xiao Qingjing was unusually warm and welcoming. Could it be because he possessed items related to the Great Zhou dynasty? The apartment wasn't far from the antique street. However, Su Ming happened to leave during rush hour, compounded by a light drizzle. The 30-kilometer journey took Su Ming a full hour and a half. After parking the car, Su Ming clutched the scrolls and paintings in the wooden box and hurried to the antique shop. Inside, just like before, only Xiao Qingjing was present. Young friend, you've come? The moment Su Ming stepped inside, Xiao Qingjing, who had been reading the newspaper, quickly set it aside. He deliberately pushed down his reading glasses and greeted Su Ming. Mr. Xiao. Su Ming gave a slight nod in response. Noticing the object in Su Ming's hand, Xiao Qingjing grew even more enthusiastic. Please, young friend, take a seat. What tea would you like? Black tea or long jing? Before Su Ming could choose, Xiao Qingjing smiled mysteriously and said, have the long jing. This was specially brought for me by my student. They say it costs 3,000 yuan per pound. Others asked me to share some, but I couldn't bear to part with it. Only you would. It was unclear whether this remark was directed at Su Ming or if Xiao Qingjing was merely talking to himself. Either way, he kept his back turned, busy at the tea station. Did that bracelet I lent to old Master Xiao help his research? Su Ming initiated the conversation. The moment the jade bracelet was mentioned, Xiao Chengjing seemed to perk up like he'd been injected with adrenaline. His eyes, which had been narrowed in a smile, suddenly widened. You could even see a glint of light within them. Useful. Very useful. Extremely useful. Though it's just a simple jade bracelet, it reveals the mining and crafting practices of white jade, jadeite, and other artifacts in that era. Not only that, but it also. Xiao Chengjing kept explaining to Su Ming. He used quite a few specialized terms from cultural relics research which Su Ming didn't quite grasp. Though he was a young master from the capital who had studied abroad. But that education was merely the result of the Su family throwing money at it. Su Ming had pursued those studies solely for the sake of a carefree lifestyle. He hadn't truly learned anything. He had made plenty of fair-weather friends, but after the Su family incident, he finally realized those so-called friends were worthless. Xiao Chengjing had gotten carried away in his story. Seeing Su Ming's blank expression, he awkwardly paused. He gave an awkward chuckle before asking, by the way, young friend, did you come here today to retrieve the bracelet? Xiao Chengjing had already noticed the wooden box in Su Ming's hand. His question was merely a way to mask his true feelings. No, that bracelet is of no use to me here. You can use it for now. Su Chen shook his head. I came mainly to show this painting to old Xiao. With that, Su Chen placed the wooden box on the table. To put it bluntly, Xiao Chengjing stared at the wooden box like a dog fixated on a bone. He kept swallowing hard. Master Xiao, please open it and take a look. Xiao Chengjing could hardly contain himself, waiting for Su Ming to speak. Before Su Ming could finish speaking, Xiao Chengjing had already swiftly opened the wooden box. Such speed made Su Ming wonder, was Xiao Chengjing really an old man? He himself couldn't move that fast. After opening the box, Xiao Chengjing hurriedly put on gloves from the side and carefully placed the scroll on the table. He unfolded it with the utmost care. The moment he saw the painting, Xiao Chengjing's breathing became uncontrollably rapid. His trembling hands fumbled to reattach the reading glasses he'd pushed down his nose. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Immediately, Xiao Chengjing hurriedly drew the curtains and closed the shop door. Under the lamplight, he picked up a magnifying glass from the side and leaned over the painting, examining it meticulously. Suddenly, Xiao Chengjing's pupils dilated in shock. The magnifying glass fell to the floor as his trembling hand fumbled into his pocket. As he fumbled, he kept muttering under his breath, "Medicine. Medicine." Su Ming didn't react at first, but upon noticing Xiao Chengjing's unusual state, he frantically reached into Xiao Chengjing's pocket. It was a medicine bottle, a quick-acting heart pill. Holy crap! He's having a heart attack just from looking at some calligraphy? Without hesitation, Su Ming swiftly opened the bottle, poured the pills into his hand, and shoved them into Xiao Chengjing's mouth. He helped Xiao Chengjing sit down on a nearby wooden chair. Old Xiao, are you alright? Moments later, Xiao Chengjing gradually regained consciousness and took a deep breath. He placed his glasses on the table. He looked at Su Ming with solemn seriousness and asked, "Young friend, where did you obtain this painting?" Gazing into Xiao Chengjing's deep, piercing eyes, Su Ming felt an unexpected flicker of panic stir within him. However, he didn't let it show. After a moment of distraction, he replied in a low voice, "I found it back in my hometown." "What's the matter? Is this thing valuable?" Su Ming feigned ignorance that this was also an artifact from the Great Zhou dynasty, meeting Xiao Chengjing's gaze as he asked. Xiao Chengjing's gaze returned to the scroll, his breathing still quickening uncontrollably. He tapped his chest lightly with his palm to steady his nerves before speaking solemnly, This is personally written by the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty." Chapter 21, The Incense Burner Opposite, the Empress of Great Zhou. What? Written by the Empress of Great Zhou herself. Su Ming's pupils dilated slightly as he instinctively gasped in shock. From the bracelet of the woman earlier, Su Ming had deduced that the figure beside the incense burner should be a woman. But he never imagined that standing opposite the incense burner would be the Empress of Great Zhou. Indeed. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. The seal in the lower right corner of this painting is the extremely precious Fengyu red seal from ancient times. This type of seal paste was only available in the few dynasties following the Great Zhou. After the Zhou dynasty, it vanished completely. I never imagined I'd see this seal paste here. Xiao Chengjing's breathing grew heavier as he stared intently at the painting, his voice filled with awe. So, how much is this painting worth? Su Ming hesitated briefly before asking. He needed a substantial sum to purchase the old Su family residence. The current solution was to sell this painting and secure some funds. Well, Xiao Chengjing looked troubled. His gaze lingered on the painting for a long moment before he looked up at Su Ming again. "Young friend, are you in dire need of money?" Su Ming let out a wry smile. "If I weren't short on cash, I wouldn't have pawned my entire nest egg." "But it was urgent?" Xiao Chengjing pressed. "It's not exactly urgent, just that I'm short on cash. These paintings are priceless. With what I have now, I doubt I could afford them." Xiao Chengjing spoke slowly. Though Xiao Chengjing didn't give a specific price, Su Ming could still glean some information from his words. The value of this painting and calligraphy surpasses even that of the bracelet. However, if you're not in a rush, young friend, might I be permitted to study it thoroughly for a few days? After I've studied it, I'll introduce you to the top auction house in the capital. We'll auction this painting as a collector's item. I expect it will fetch a considerable sum. Su Ming had no objections to this proposal. Moreover, he had a vague recollection of that premier auction house in the capital. It seemed not just anyone could gain entry to this premier auction house. One needed a recommendation. Previously, Su Ming hadn't been interested in such matters and lacked connections. Even if he had any, given the Su family's current state, no one would pay him any mind. Now that Xiao Chengjing was willing to assist him, Su Ming was naturally grateful. Moreover, Xiao Chengjing was passionate about researching the history and culture of the Great Zhou dynasty. With Xiao Chengjing's endorsement, selling these paintings in calligraphy would be considerably easier. Agreed. The terms remain the same as before. Su Ming didn't waste words, nodding his agreement. Rest assured. These paintings are treasures I hold dearest to my heart. Xiao Chengjing's eyes lit up as he declared without hesitation. Thank you, young friend. Were it not for you, I might never have seen such a treasure in my lifetime. Xiao Chengjing slowly rose from the wooden chair and bowed deeply to Su Ming. Su Ming hurriedly reached out to help Xiao Chengjing up. Master Xiao, there's no need for such formality. By the way, young friend, do you happen to have any other artifacts related to the Great Zhou dynasty at home? Xiao Chengjing raised his head and asked. Facing Xiao Chengjing's sincere expression, Su Ming momentarily didn't know how to respond. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ming settled on a safe reply. I'm not entirely sure, but I can look into it for you. If I find any, I'll bring them to you. Great! 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 Xiao Chengjing was overjoyed. After exchanging a few more polite words with Xiao Chengjing, Su Ming left the antique shop. As before, Xiao Chengjing personally escorted Su Ming to the door, watching until he was out of sight before returning inside. Outside, the misty drizzle fell steadily, tapping against Su Ming's face and bringing him back to his senses. It wasn't a dream. Su Ming murmured to himself. It all felt like a dream. The Empress of Great Zhou. Standing opposite that incense burner was none other than the Empress of Great Zhou. But he had forgotten to ask Xiao Chengjing one crucial question earlier. What did the Empress of Great Zhou look like? Great Zhou Dynasty, Xiantian City. Wang Ben stood atop the city wall, gazing at the barbarian army not far away, his expression more grave than ever. According to intelligence from informants outside the city, the armies of Southern Shu and Western Di would arrive at the capital tomorrow. The decisive battle against the barbarians was drawing near. As the foremost military commander, Wang Ben had weathered countless brutal battles. Yet this time, though the decisive battle was not to begin until tomorrow, Wang Ben already felt his heart racing uncontrollably today. An indescribable unease pulsed relentlessly within his chest. Report. General, the tasks you assigned earlier have all been completed. A personal guard hurried to Wang Ben's side, clasping his fists in salute as he reported. Follow me to see for yourself. Descending the city wall, he had not gone far. Wang Ben spotted one scarecrow after another, each standing as tall as a soldier in the army. A piece of paper was bound to their bodies with hemp rope. The drawings on those papers depicted armor. Excellent. From a distance, they looked just like real soldiers. Wang Ben nodded emphatically. General, what about this horn? Would you like to see it? A personal guard picked up an iron trumpet nearby and handed it to Wang Ben. Wang Ben raised the horn to his lips and murmured a few words. The sound that emanated was like the tolling of a great bell, reverberating through the city streets. Though it differed slightly from a human voice when amplified over the city walls and amplified by distance. The barbarian hordes would likely not discern the difference. Excellent. Transmit my order, the entire army shall rest today. Prepare for battle against those barbarians at dawn tomorrow. Upon hearing Wang Ben speak, the personal guards standing beside him stiffened, their armor clinking as they responded in unison, your servant obeys. After speaking, one of the guards slowly approached Wang Ben, leaning close to his ear and asking curiously, General, for tomorrow's decisive battle, what use are these things? Surely you don't expect our soldiers to wield these scarecrows against the barbarians? Wang Ben responded to his subordinate's question with a mysterious smile. You'll find out tomorrow. 10 miles outside the city walls. Within the barbarian camp. Within the command tent, Huluani and the barbarian commanders gathered. No wine jars graced the camp today. Each man stood alert, eyes fixed intently on Huluaner. By now, the supplies within Xiantian City should be nearly depleted. Tomorrow, we shall attempt our first assault on the city walls. Do you all have confidence? Huluani's gaze swept across the crowd as his deep voice boomed through the tent. The decision to strike tomorrow was not a joint plan between Huluani and Wang Ben, but rather Huluani's own initiative for a first attempt. He had no knowledge of the current situation within Xiantian City. However, a single battle would reveal much the morale of the Great Zhou soldiers, their defensive capabilities, and the true state of Xiantian City. Of course, if there was an opportunity to breach the city walls tomorrow, that would be the best outcome. Chapter 22, The Barbarian Army Strikes. Tomorrow we breach the city. Tomorrow we take the city. A dozen men shouted in unison. Report. Amidst the shouts, a soldier sprinted into the tent, knelt on the ground, and reported, report to the general. Scouts report sightings of Nanchu and Shidi forces to the south and west, 100 li away. Hulawaner's expression froze. His deputy general, standing beside him, spoke with astonishment, General. Have the kings of Nanchu and Shidi lost their minds? The capital of Great Zhou is already completely surrounded by our forces. Could they possibly still harbor any delusions of resistance? Now that Nanchu and Shidi have come, are they here to meet their doom? As the deputy general finished speaking, Hulawaner's expression grew colder. His voice deepened, since Nanchu and Shidi are so eager to meet their doom. Then this general shall grant their wish. When the time comes, with Nanchu and Shidi suffering heavy losses, our barbarian army will need no rest. We shall march straight to swallow them whole. It wasn't that Hulawaner was arrogant. It was simply that the barbarian army of 300,000 now stood at the city gates. The Great Zhou garrison within the city was meager. Even if Nanchu and Shidi came to aid, how could they possibly turn the tide? They can hardly make any waves. The general speaks wisely. If we deal crushing blows to Nanchu and Shidi, we can simply annex them outright. At the mention of annexing Nanchu and Shidi, the eyes of the generals gathered in the tent glowed blue, like ravenous wolves lurking in the depths of the mountains. The next day, before dawn broke, faint points of light still dotted the sky. The barbarian army, which had been stationed far away, now marched in vast numbers toward Xiantian city under Hulawaner's command. The barbarian army stretched endlessly, densely packed as far as the eye could see. Even before reaching the city walls, the overwhelming pressure emanating from their ranks sent shivers down the spines of many Great Zhou soldiers. Wang Ben, who had been resting in his residence, dared not hesitate for a moment upon receiving this news. He swiftly ascended the city wall, standing atop it to observe the formidable barbarian army in the distance. His expression grew grave. Though Wang Ben had anticipated this day would come. When the barbarian forces truly arrived at the city gates, marching resolutely toward Xiantian city, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Unconsciously, his hand tightened around the long sword at his waist. At this moment, it seemed only that sword could offer him any sense of security. Lu Che, who had long served under Wang Ben, hurried over and clasped his fists in salute. What are your orders, General? As I instructed earlier, have the trumpets and scarecrows positioned in place. Do not delay. Yes, sir. Lu Che moved with remarkable speed, racing down toward the base of the city tower. Soon, the once quiet streets of Xiantian city erupted into a clamor. Soldiers and civilians alike bustled about in preparation. Women and children, forbidden to venture out, could only peer through open windows, watching the bustling figures of soldiers moving about. Their eyes brimmed with unease and worry. Before long, the ground trembled slightly as the barbarian army arrived at the eastern gate of Xiantian. Wang Ben stood atop the city wall, radiating an imposing presence as he commanded in a stern voice, Do the barbarians truly intend to persist in their folly? To attack the capital of our Great Zhou? As Wang Ben's words fell, a figure emerged from the barbarian ranks. Mounted on a horse, clad in a black robe, and crowned with pearl-adorned headgear. Wang Ben. Decades ago, in the battle at the northern border of Great Zhou, we fought to a standstill. Do you remember? Wang Ben narrowed his eyes slightly as he regarded the dark-clad figure. A face gradually emerged in his mind. A hooked nose, eyes deep and piercing. A bald head. This man was none other than the renowned barbarian general, Natuer. Natuer possessed extraordinary personal prowess and employed military strategies of profound subtlety. Years ago, when Wang Ben followed Zhou Jiruo into battle, aiming to advance further into barbarian territory from the northern border of Great Zhou, they encountered 100,000 barbarian troops led by this very Natuer. Zhou Jiruo advanced eastward, instructing Wang Ben to push deep northward. After that battle, Zhou Jiruo did indeed lead the Great Zhou troops eastward for hundreds of miles. Yet Wang Ben failed to break through the defensive lines Natuer had meticulously established. The two fought fiercely for months. Neither could gain the slightest advantage over the other. From that moment on, Wang Ben remembered this man. Little did he expect that after over a decade apart, the old bastard was still alive. Old man, you're still alive? That Turbai was about 10 years older than Wang Ben. Calling him an old geezer was a bit of an exaggeration, but his clothes and demeanor were hopelessly outdated. He looked at least 20 years older than Wang Ben. Wang Wen. All these years, I thought you'd mature considerably. Yet your words still betray such childishness. Natuer sneered disdainfully, speaking slowly. Last time we didn't settle the score. This time, there will be a winner and a loser. As Natuer finished speaking, Wang Ben replied unconcernedly, Seems you're quite confident this time? Wang Ben, there's no need to test this old man. This time, my barbarian army numbers a full 300,000. Do you truly believe the walls of a single capital city can halt the advance of our barbarian army of 300,000? Is that even possible? Natuer stood tall, his voice brimming with confidence. 300,000 troops indeed, a formidable force. But the capital of our Great Zhou is far from the easy prey you imagine. Beyond our Great Zhou's own forces, both Southern Shu and Western D have pledged alliance with us. If you know what's good for you now, take your men and leave. Our Great Zhou will not hold it against you for the time being. But if you wait until the armies of Southern Shu and Western D arrive, no matter how many troops you have, it won't change your fate. Tuer paid no heed to Wang Ben's harsh words. His personal guard beside him couldn't help but chuckle. General, this Great Zhou commander is truly amusing. If they truly possess the means, why wait until now? Now that death is upon them, they think to spout threats. How laughable. Nature nodded in agreement, his expression hardening as he glanced sideways at the barbarian army behind him. Men, prepare to storm the city. As Nature's words fell, colossal structures began emerging from the barbarian army behind him. Siege engines. Siege cannons. These were the essential two-piece set for any siege. The battering ram could smash through city gates with its immense impact force. The siege catapults, meanwhile, could hurl stones using levers to strike the defenders atop the city walls. The two worked in perfect synergy, forming an unstoppable force. It was precisely with these siege engines that the barbarian tribes advanced southward, ultimately reaching Xiantian City. Upon seeing this formidable duo, Wang Ben's already stern and solemn expression grew even more tense. Immediately after, Lu Che hurried up the ramparts, standing beside Wang Ben, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "General, everything is ready." Upon hearing Lu Che's words, Wang Ben's expression sharpened. He clenched his fists, as if steeled by some resolve. Chapter 23, Open the City Gates. Open the City Gates. As Wang Ben's command echoed, Lu Che beside him and the personal guards all stared in disbelief. They exchanged incredulous glances. The barbarian tribes now truly stood at the city gates. Opening the gates at this moment, wasn't that tantamount to courting death? It would even save them the trouble of battering the gates. Were they truly serious? General, what are you doing? Lu Che's eyes widened in shock, his mind going blank as his voice faltered. Open the gates. Order the soldiers within the city to grip their trumpets tightly. Once the gates are open, the elite troops shall stand at the front. The rear shall be replaced by soldiers holding trumpets. And the scarecrows are to be placed at the very rear. When I give the signal shortly, the soldiers within the city must pick up their horns and respond in unison. Understood? Wang Ben's eyes narrowed as he turned to Lu Che beside him, his voice deep and commanding. Having followed Wang Ben for years, Lu Che had never heard of this particular stratagem. Yet from Wang Ben's words, he grasped its intent. This must be Wang Ben's plan to create a false impression for the barbarians. But isn't this plan too risky? General, once the city gates are opened, the barbarians will rush in like wild wolves. Once they enter, won't our preparations be exposed? Lu Che's expression grew solemn as he asked earnestly. We gamble. At this moment, we have no choice but to gamble. Wang Ben replied quietly. But, General, you can't use the people of Great Zhou as the stakes. Before Lu Che could finish his sentence, Wang Ben's voice rang out again from the side. Hurry. Southern Shu and Western D have yet to arrive. Don't waste any time. Though puzzled, Lu Che chose to trust Wang Ben. After all, without this course of action, waiting would be tantamount to death for the Great Zhou. Understood. While Wang Ben made his arrangements, the siege engines within the barbarian army were already preparing to advance toward the city gates. But at that very moment, the gates of Xiantian City slowly swung open. Towering figures clad in black armor and black helmets stood behind the gates. Though their numbers were unclear, the thick, overbearing aura emanating from these soldiers made it evident they were no ordinary foes. Tor, standing before the barbarian army, narrowed his eyes in surprise as he looked up at Wang Ben on the city wall. Wang Ben, what do you mean by this? Preparing to surrender? Nather asked cautiously. Wang Ben smiled faintly, his expression calm as he replied, the capitals of Nanchu and Shidi now lie but a few dozen miles from our Great Zhou capital. Since our Great Zhou seeks an alliance with them, we must show some sincerity. We can't let them strike first. With that, the smile vanished abruptly from Wang Ben's face, replaced by a look of solemn gravity. Guards of the Great Zhou, hear my command. At your command. In that instant, a thunderous roar, like a bolt from the heavens, erupted from within the city. The voice was resilient and resonant. As if tempered by the trials of an era, yet also as if heralding the dawn of a new dynasty. Upon hearing that voice, Tuer's pupils involuntarily contracted, his eyes brimming with palpable apprehension. Having commanded troops for years, he understood precisely what such a voice signified. The Great Zhou Guard had now become a single, united force. Under Wang Ben's leadership, they feared neither life nor death. Facing such an army, even if the barbarians could win today, they would pay a terrible price. Moreover, Tuer gleaned a crucial piece of intelligence from the sound. It suggested that the Great Zhou Guards within the city numbered far more than just 2,000 or 3,000. If there were truly only 20,000 or 30,000, such a commotion would be impossible. Nature gazed at Wang Ben, standing confidently atop the city wall, then glanced at the wide-open gates of Xiantian City. He found himself utterly at a loss for what decision to make. Wang Ben, do not presume that your Great Zhou Guard's fearlessness in the face of death will suffice to hold Xiantian City. With that, Nato returned to his personal guard and whispered, "Hurry and relay this news to General Huluani. Let him decide." "Yes, sir." Wang Ben saw that Natua's tone was no longer as arrogant as before, and the smile on his face grew even broader. "Then why don't you lead your men into the city? The gates stand wide open now, guarded only by our great Zhou guards. You wouldn't dare come, would you?" Wang Ben's words carried a hint of mockery as he continued to speak. Lu Che, standing beside him, felt his heart leap to his throat. As General Wang spoke, he couldn't help but nudge his arm and whisper, "General, please don't provoke that man any further. What if he charges in with his troops later? He won't dare." Wang Ben's expression remained impassive as he replied with unwavering certainty. As mentioned earlier, Wang Ben had clashed with Natur over a decade ago. Though Nature commanded his troops with divine skill, he was extremely cautious. He never took reckless risks. That was true of the Nature of over a decade ago, and it holds even more true for the Nature of today. He valued his life more than anyone else. Sure enough, just as Wang Ben had predicted, no matter how loudly he shouted from atop the city walls, Nature outside showed no intention of entering the city. The two sides merely continued to probe each other's defenses. Meanwhile, within the command tent of the barbarian army's generals, Nature's personal guard strode into the tent and bowed to Huluaner. "Greetings, General." What is the situation at the front?" Huluani inquired softly. Nature's guard recounted the events at the front line in meticulous detail, word by word. Wang Ben opened the city gates? Hearing this news, even the battle-hardened Huluani couldn't help but pause in surprise. "Yes." And he declared that once Nanshu and Shidi arrive, he intends to repel us all together. "Do you know how many men are within the city walls?" Huluani's expression grew grave as he asked in a solemn voice. "Reporting to the general. The exact troop count is unknown, but just now, Wang Ben ordered the great Zhou guards within the city to shout in unison. Their voices boomed like thunder. It must be more than 20,000. As the Turo guard finished speaking, a dark line appeared on Huluani's forehead. What on earth was this? Had they been holed up in the city all this time just to form an alliance with Nanshu and Shidi? Or was it that there were scarcely any troops within the city walls at all? Huluani couldn't make sense of it. After a moment of distraction, Huluani snapped back to attention and demanded in a stern voice, "How long until Nanshu and Shidi arrive?" A soldier at his side replied, reporting to the general, "They are less than 10 li from our southern and western borders." 10 li. Huluani murmured to himself. This distance left Huluani in a quandary. Had they been farther away, he could have simply ordered Natur to send troops charging into the city to investigate. But at this proximity, if fighting broke out ahead, the rear would likely come under attack as well. Moreover, the barbarian hordes were already at the city gates. With the advantage of the walls, the Great Zhou could mount a counterattack. At that point, even with a 300,000-strong army at his command, he would struggle to swallow Xintian City whole. Chapter 24, 2 cities in exchange for Nanshu and Shidi withdrawing their troops? Someone. Huluaner raised his head and called softly. "Your servant is here." A figure knelt within the tent, responding respectfully. "Send envoys to negotiate with Nanshu and Shidi. Should they agree to withdraw their forces at this hour, this barbarian realm shall grant them certain cities." "General. Should this be reported to His Majesty?" No sooner had Huluaner spoken than the other generals beside him looked alarmed and hurriedly interjected. "Not yet. But the situation is urgent, there's no time to report it. Besides, even if we cede some cities to Nanshu and Shidi, won't they ultimately still belong to us barbarians?" The other commanders were speechless at Huluani's words. They understood that Huluani was correct. As long as they could swallow the Great Zhou, those petty states like Nanshu and Shidi would stand no chance against the might of the barbarian hordes. "Go!" Huluani commanded. Meanwhile, 10 miles away, the armies of Nanshu and Shidi had already arrived on the battlefield. Facing the overwhelming barbarian hordes ahead, neither force dared advance rashly. Instead, they dispatched scouts to gather intelligence on the situation within Xintian City. Earlier, Wang Ben had sent word claiming the city held 100,000 troops of the Great Zhou. Whether this was true or false, they did not know. If only 10,000 troops remained, would allying with them not be courting death? Therefore, before their arrival, the commanders of both nations had been cautioned by their respective emperors. If the Great Zhou truly possessed sufficient strength, they might assist it in weathering the crisis. But if the Great Zhou's forces were thinly spread, there would be no need to aid them retreat immediately. For this very reason, when the armies were still 10 li from the capital, both nations tacitly halted their advance. Within the Nanshu camp, Fang Zhong sat restlessly within his tent, awaiting news from the frontline scouts. Before his own scouts arrived, however, a voice announced outside the tent, "General, the barbarian envoy has arrived. Let him in." Fang Chongnan furrowed his brow. Why would the barbarian tribe send envoys at this moment? Though puzzled, Fang Zhongnan acquiesced. Moments later, a man with piercing eyes and stubble entered the tent. "Greetings, General of Nanshu." The barbarian envoy bowed slightly. "What brings you here?" Fang Chongnan fixed his gaze upon the man, scrutinizing him closely as he asked softly. General Huluani has sent me to deliver a message. If the general agrees to withdraw your forces, the barbarian tribes will offer Nanchu 2 cities. As the barbarian envoy finished speaking, Fang Zhongnan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in their depths. After all, earlier when they sought to take advantage of the situation, they had only demanded 1 city. Now, merely by withdrawing their forces, they could gain 2. 2 cities might not sound like much, but the resources they could gain from them were considerable. Are you interested, General? The barbarian envoy observed Fang Zhongnan's hesitation and inquired. Fang Chongnan slowly raised his head and replied in a solemn tone, "This matter requires deliberation. Should Nanchu be willing to cooperate with the barbarians, we shall withdraw our forces." With that, Fang Chongnan said no more. Turning to his personal guard, he commanded in a firm voice, "See our guest out." The barbarian envoy gave a slight nod and followed the guards out of the tent. After the barbarian envoy departed, a look of unease inevitably crossed Fang Zhongnan's face. This mission to aid Great Zhou had been ordered by the Emperor of Nanchu. But now, if this news were to be relayed back to Nanchu and then returned, the round trip would delay matters by at least a week. A week by then, the outcome of the war between Great Zhou and the barbarian tribes would likely be decided. Faced with this predicament, Fang Chongnan felt momentarily at a loss, unsure how to proceed. Summon Fan Shuang and the others. Yes, sir. The generals Fang Chongnan referred to were all commanders leading troops in this campaign. Such matters could only be resolved through consultation with them. General. Within moments, Fan Shuang and the others entered the tent. Fang Chongnan wasted no time, immediately relaying the message brought by the barbarian envoy. 2 cities in exchange for our withdrawal? Fan Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be a trick by the barbarians? Unlikely. With war imminent between the barbarians and the Great Zhou, why would they lie? General, have the scouts sent to the front lines to reconnoiter the troop strength within the Great Zhou Xintian city returned yet? One of them suddenly asked. Not yet. Let them return. I have already ascertained the situation within Xintian city. The commander spoke slowly. Fang Zhongnan's expression shifted slightly. How do you know? If the Great Zhou forces within Xintian city are few, our barbarian army of 300,000 can simply lead our men to charge and slaughter them. Even facing the combined forces of Nanchu, Great Zhou, and Shidi, they would feel no pressure whatsoever. Now that the barbarian envoy has come seeking peace and demanding the general withdraw his forces, it clearly indicates that the Great Zhou's troop strength within Xintian city exceeds their expectations. As the man finished speaking, Fang Zhongnan, Fan Shuang, and the others all stared in astonishment. That actually makes sense. Then, old Chow, why can't we simply withdraw our troops? After all, the terms offered by the barbarians are quite favorable. Fan Shuang shifted his gaze slightly, looking at old Chow with some confusion. This time, old Chow remained silent, instead turning his gaze toward Fang Zhongnan. Fang Chongnan exhaled heavily and said solemnly, the envoy from Great Zhou spoke well earlier. Once the Great Zhou falls, the forces of Nanchu and Shidi alone will be insufficient to halt the barbarian advance. Forget 2 cities, even 5 or 10. Ultimately, they will still fall into the hands of the barbarians. As Fang Chongnan finished speaking, Fan Shuang interjected with a hint of impatience, General, you've said all this, let's just declare war on those barbarians. Fan Shuang was a capable commander, but he disliked overthinking matters. Such matters were simply too taxing for his mind. Have your men prepare. Be ready to engage the barbarians at any moment. Fang Chongnan gave Fan Shuang a faint smile as he issued the order. Yes, sir. Upon receiving this intelligence in Nanchu, the Western D commander also obtained the same report. Their reasoning mirrored that of Nanchu. The Western D also believed that since Great Zhou now possessed the strength, preserving Great Zhou and repelling the barbarians was the best choice. After all, Lu Che's words to them earlier were etched into their minds. Should the Great Zhou fall, their own downfall would be not far behind. Before the gates of Xintian city, Wang Ben remained standing atop the city wall. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. And throughout those 2 hours, Wang Ben and Natura hurled insults at each other non-stop. Both were hoarse from shouting, though Wang Ben could take sips of tea. Natura. If you don't dare come, then forget it. Pack your things and get the hell back to your barbarian lands. Save yourself the trouble of being chased back by our Great Zhou. Chapter 25, The Clash. Nature's face darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Ben. Damn it, this is infuriating. Wang Ben's taunts left him utterly powerless. General. Our informants report that the Southern Shu and Western D forces have arrived flanking the barbarian army outside the city. Hearing the servant's report, Wang Ben's expression sharpened as he barked an order, transmit my command. Fire the signal flares. No sooner had he spoken. A flash of fire erupted atop the city wall. With a sharp whistling sound, a signal flare shot toward the heavens, finally bursting into a brilliant display across the sky. Great Zhou guards. Wang Ben's deep voice boomed like a great bell, echoing across the ramparts. As Wang Ben's words fell, the Great Zhou soldiers within the city responded in unison, we are here. The sound pierced the heavens. At the sound of the shout, the horses beneath Ter's riders trembled, whinnying in fear. The barbarian soldiers below the city wall could not help but tremble at the sheer force of the roar. Their faces were filled with terror. They had never felt such overwhelming might. That momentum was unstoppable, like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami crashing. General, should we retreat for now? The deputy general beside Natua composed his panicked expression and asked. Has the Grand General not responded yet? Nature's eyes narrowed, a crimson glow flickering within them as he demanded in a deep voice. Not yet. Fight. I'll see just what this great Joe has up its sleeve. Yes, sir. At Nature's command, the barbarian soldiers below the city walls charged straight toward the gates. However, before they reached the gates, a contingent of elite troops from within the city had already burst through the gates. Rows of black armored figures stood before the gate, radiating overwhelming pressure. Wang Ben, witnessing this, ordered in a deep voice, "Transmit my command. Launch the firestones. Soldiers at the gate, eliminate any stragglers." Yes. In an instant, the Great Joe's soldiers on the ramparts loaded flaming stones into catapults. Then they pulled the ropes, sending the firestones hurtling toward the distant target. The so-called firestones were essentially two types of rock fused together. As they fell, the friction generated sparks, igniting explosions. The Great Joe had yet to master technologies like artillery. They employed only primitive methods. Yet for the barbarian hordes, this flint was torment enough. Before the barbarian hordes could even approach the city walls, they were blown to pieces by the firestones. Many barbarian soldiers were engulfed in flames. Ah! The wails of barbarian soldiers echoed incessantly beneath the city walls. Following Wang Ben's command, the southern and western flanks of the barbarian army. The armies of Nanchu and Shidi simultaneously ordered their forces to attack the barbarians. In the blink of an eye, the barbarian army found itself attacked from both front and rear. Inside the barbarian commander's tent, Huluaner heard the hurried footsteps outside and frowned slightly, asking in a deep voice, "What's happening?" Reporting to the general. The Great Joe has launched an attack on our barbarian front lines. The Southern Chu and Western D have followed suit. His subordinate responded swiftly. Have the Southern Chu and Western D truly lost their minds? How dare they attack our barbarian territories? Can't even two cities buy their retreat? General, does this not indicate something? Just then, a commander inside the tent spoke up slowly. What is it? The terms you offered earlier were already generous. Yet Nanchu and Shidi remain unmoved. They insist on maintaining the alliance with Great Joe. Could this mean the Great Joe forces within Xiantian City are far more numerous than we imagined? One of the generals analyzed the situation earnestly. As the words fell, Huluaner, seated at the head of the table, grew increasingly grave. He had to admit the man's reasoning held merit. If there were truly only 20,000 soldiers left in Xiantian City, how could Nanchu and Shidi remain so resolute? As Huluaner pondered, a figure rushed into the tent, kneeling to report, "General. News from General Natur at the front lines in less than half an hour. His forces have suffered over 30,000 casualties." What? Huluaner's expression turned pale with shock as he shouted. While sieges inevitably consume many soldiers, over 30,000 casualties in half an hour. That figure was simply too staggering. The Great Joe Empire is exceptionally well prepared. Firestones kept raining down from the city walls, overwhelming our barbarian forces. Not only that, but the Great Joe has even opened the city gates, allowing their elite troops to ambush us at the base of the walls. Opened the gates voluntarily? Upon hearing this news, Huluaner's brow furrowed even deeper. General, I have a bold theory. Speak. Huluaner was already in a foul mood, and hearing his generals dithering on the matter only added to his irritation. Could it be that the Great Joe's repeated displays of weakness are merely a ploy to lure our barbarian forces deep into their heartland? So they can wipe out our entire barbarian army in one fell swoop? Huluaner grew visibly unsettled at this suggestion. It wasn't impossible. Though the barbarians possessed considerable strength, their nation's military resources were finite. If all 30,000 troops were to be annihilated here, it wouldn't be impossible for the Great Joe to march directly against the barbarians. General, in my humble opinion, we should retreat 3 encampments. Huluaner felt a pang of reluctance. He had led his troops deep into the Great Joe's territory, marching southward all the way. Now, at long last, they stood before the city walls. To retreat now? How could he possibly accept that? Yet, his subordinate commander's words held merit. If he lost his entire army of 300,000 here, he would be branded a traitor to the barbarian tribes. Moments later, Huluaner's expression hardened, as if he had made up his mind. Rising slowly from his seat, he commanded in a deep voice, "Break through the city walls at all costs. For now, disregard the Southern Chu and Western D forces in the rear." The command left the assembled generals momentarily stunned. But seeing Huluaner step out of the tent, none dared hesitate. They quickly followed in his wake. Before the gates of Xiantian City, under Natur's command, the barbarian hordes launched wave after wave of assaults. Yet they couldn't even approach the city walls, let alone breach them. Several dark lines appeared on Natur's forehead. His mind raced, searching for a solution. "General!" The deputy general at his side called out. The words snapped Nature back to reality. He swiftly dismounted and bowed respectfully. "General, what brings you here? Charge the city at all costs." Huluaner wasted no words. The gates of Great Zhou now stood wide open. Though flaming stones rained down from the walls, once they breached the city, the barbarians would seize their chance to breach the walls. Once the city fell, the threats from Nanshu and Shidi in the rear would also be resolved. But the constant hail of flaming stones makes it impossible to approach. Moreover, the Great Zhou's elite troops are blocking the gates. Chapter 26, The Barbarians Retreat. "General, please reconsider." Nature kept pleading. As the two spoke, the barbarian army's charge was once again halted by the flaming stones. Wang Ben surveyed the battlefield situation, and his gaze fell upon Huluaner standing beside Natur. Wang Ben had only met Huluaner once before. "I only know that this man is the commander-in-chief of the barbarian army, but I've never engaged him in battle." Now that even Huluaner had appeared, he too must make certain tactical judgments. As these thoughts swirled, Wang Ben couldn't help but recall a phrase Zhou Zhirua had once spoken to him. "Opportunity and crisis coexist." These words were originally spoken by Su Ming, merely relayed to him by Zhou Zhirua. Moreover, during these days of defending the city, Wang Ben had spent nearly every moment poring over the military treatise Su Ming had sent him. Through his study of Sun Tzu's art of war, Wang Ben realized that sometimes one must make unexpected changes. Only then could victory be secured in battle. "Master strategist, I believe in you now." It seemed like he was rallying himself. Standing atop the city wall, Wang Ben clenched his fists tightly and murmured. After speaking, Wang Ben turned his gaze toward Lu Che and asked, "Do you remember what I told you earlier?" "I remember." Lu Che nodded firmly. "Go!" Lu Che sprinted down the city wall. Meanwhile, the elite troops stationed behind the city gates swiftly advanced forward. The barbarian hordes below the tower had been temporarily repelled. The space beneath the tower was relatively open. The troops originally stationed within the city now stood before the tower, though their ranks were interspersed with numerous straw dummies. However, the straw dummies were shaped to resemble soldiers. If pulled out alone, they would be instantly recognized. Yet within the ranks, they were indistinguishable. "Guards of the Great Zhou. The barbarian hordes now besiege our walls, having seized dozens of our cities and slaughtered our people. How can you bear this?" Wang Ben's shrieking roar echoed from the city ramparts. At these words, the multitude of soldiers below the ramparts roared in unison, "Slaughter the barbarians! Slaughter the barbarians! Avenge our families and our nation! Slay the barbarians! Avenge our families and our nation! Kill!" The howling shook heaven and earth. Seeing this, Huluaner's pupils involuntarily contracted. Earlier, within the camp, he had felt little emotion regarding the front lines. But now, standing before the soldiers of Great Zhou, that blood-soaked, vengeance-fueled battle cry sent a chill through his very bones. "General! Shouldn't we break through the encirclement first?" "Indeed, General. These movements are truly peculiar." The voices of numerous generals offering suggestions echoed in Huluaner's ears. Huluaner's gaze lingered briefly on the soldiers of the Great Zhou before he ordered, "Retreat." As Huluaner's command fell, the barbarian soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief. Such is human nature. No one wished to die. The overwhelming might of the Great Zhou was plain for all to see. Now that Huluaner had chosen to retreat, they naturally felt reassured. Wang Ben, standing atop the city wall, watched the barbarian army gradually retreat. He exhaled heavily. His heart pounded as he gazed down at the Great Zhou soldiers below. It was no exaggeration to say that the soldiers now standing at the city gates represented the entire might of the Great Zhou. Had it not been for the scarecrows and trumpets working in tandem to intimidate Huluaner, the Great Zhou would have been in genuine peril this time. "Convey my orders, report this matter to His Majesty." "Yes, Your Majesty." Within the imperial palace of the Great Zhou dynasty, Empress Zhou Zhirua sat in the gilded hall, her gaze cold as she surveyed everything within the chamber. Within the hall, aside from the military generals, the civil officials were assembled. A profound silence hung over the entire hall, not a single voice breaking the stillness. Now, they all waited. Earlier, Wang Ben had relayed news that fighting had already begun outside the city walls against the barbarian hordes. But with the current troop strength within the city walls, how long could they hold out? A thread of doubt lingered in everyone's heart. Rather than awaiting the outcome, they were waiting for death. Zhou Zhirua sat upon the dragon throne, her gaze somewhat vacant, her mind inevitably drifting to the incense burner. Of course, it wasn't just the incense burner. She was also curious about the mysterious figure beside it. "Trust the sage." Zhou Zhirua pressed her lips together, clenched her fists, and murmured to herself, "Report." A small eunuch scurried over to Zhou Zhirua with quick, mincing steps. He knelt before her. "Your Majesty." General Tiger Might reports that the barbarian army outside the city has retreated. Hearing this news, Zhou Jiruo's eyes flickered as she exhaled softly. The heavy weight in her heart slowly lifted. The sage's method truly works. Zhou Jiruo felt a surge of joy and silently marveled. The numerous civil officials present all wore expressions of astonishment. Retreated? The barbarian army has actually retreated. It must be that His Majesty's earlier strategy has worked. In that moment, numerous ministers knelt before Zhou Jiruo, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. They spoke in solemn voices that Great Zhou has His Majesty. It is the fortune of Great Zhou. Were it not for your Majesty, we ministers would surely have perished under the barbarian blades. Voices echoed throughout the grand hall. Zhou Jiruo's expression remained largely unchanged. Her expression remained calm as she stated, though the barbarians have withdrawn their troops, this does not mean the Great Zhou has completely escaped danger. I contemplate seeking peace with those barbarians, compelling them to withdraw their forces entirely. What do you all think? Zhou Jiruo knew well that the barbarians' withdrawal was merely a temporary measure. To preserve the Great Zhou, certain sacrifices must be made. Zhou Jiruo's slightly cold words slowly fell within the grand hall. Upon hearing them, the civil officials exchanged glances, their eyes filled with contemplation. Before long, the Minister of Revenue stepped forward, Your Majesty. Given the barbarian tribe's insatiable appetite, ordinary terms will likely prove insufficient to satisfy them. Moreover, the treasury's silver reserves have already been depleted in the previous defense against the barbarians. To compensate them with additional silver, it seems impossible. Indeed, Your Majesty. Peace negotiations are possible. But can our Great Zhou dynasty possibly meet the terms demanded by those barbarians? One by one, the civil ministers in the hall spoke up, their words tinged with resignation and unease. Zhou Jiruo gave a slight nod, her beautiful eyes deep in thought. Then her gaze settled upon the foremost among the ministers, Chancellor Qin. Chancellor Qin, do you have anything to say? Your Majesty. In this minister's humble opinion, we should seek a temporary truce with the barbarians. Only by ceding the 5 northern border cities. Qin Xuan's lips twitched slightly as his expression grew stern. The 5 northern border cities. Chancellor Qin, though the terms for those 5 northern cities are harsh, their vast territory encompasses nearly 1/5 of our Great Zhou's land. Not only that, but it also possesses considerable mineral resources. Did the Chancellor of Qin simply hand it over to the barbarians? Though Qin Xuan was the foremost civil official, this move was truly astonishing. Many court ministers raised objections at that very moment. Chapter 27, A Sage Who Divines the Future. Is that too much to ask? Zhou Jiruo remained silent. Her mind raced through the pros and cons. Though Qin Xuan's proposal seemed somewhat outlandish, from the broader perspective, it was indeed a relatively sound solution. After all, the barbarians harbored immense ambitions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have launched a direct war against the Great Zhou, marching southward straight toward the capital. If only 1 or 2 cities were surrendered, the barbarians would certainly not cease their advance. Yet, if this continued, how the Great Zhou would develop in the future was another problem altogether. For a moment, Zhou Jiruo felt torn. General Tiger Might has arrived. The eunuch's announcement echoed outside the hall. Immediately, Wang Ben, clad in golden armor and wearing a solemn expression, strode into the hall. Your humble servant greets Your Majesty. No need for formalities, General Tiger Might. You have distinguished yourself in repelling the barbarians. I shall bestow appropriate rewards upon you in due course. Thank you for Your Majesty's kindness. Wang Ben clasped his hands together and responded respectfully. The retreat of the barbarian forces is not solely due to this humble general's efforts. At this point, Wang Ben said no more. Earlier, Zhou Jiruo had entrusted him to keep the matter of the incense burner strictly confidential. Several civil officials in the court, upon hearing Wang Ben's words, praised him from the sidelines. General Tiger Might as being too modest. Facing the barbarian hordes with such composure and fearlessness. That alone surpasses us in the court. Indeed. The barbarian forces' retreat owes much to His Majesty and the Tiger Might General. Wang Wen raised his head and exchanged a glance with Zhou Jiruo. Both understood clearly, the Great Zhou's narrow escape from peril owed everything to the mysterious figure within the incense burner. Dismiss the assembly for today. Keep a close watch on the barbarians' movements. We shall deliberate on future strategies tomorrow. With that, Zhou Jiruo rose gracefully and made her way toward the side hall. The ministers in the hall also withdrew one after another. After the court session ended, Zhou Jiruo headed straight for the direction of the imperial bedchamber. She wished to hear Su Ming's counsel on the future course of the Great Zhou. It was strange, really. Before the incense burner appeared, she alone had decided all matters great and small within the Great Zhou. Now that she knew a sage resided within the incense burner, she longed to communicate with him. To inquire about the sage's thoughts. Meanwhile, since leaving the antique shop that day, Su Ming had been living a leisurely life. He'd wander the streets when he felt like it. He savored the atmosphere of the capital's alleyways. Having frequented upscale establishments before, he had never actually visited these alleys. After exploring for a couple days, he found them surprisingly charming. By the time he returned to his apartment, it was late into the night. Su-ming carefully opened the safe and a note appeared before him. Many thanks to the master. The barbarians have successfully retreated. The note was remarkably simple. Su-ming's gaze swept over the note, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. For some reason, though Su-ming had never lived during the Great Zhou era, after communicating with that Great Zhou Empress, it felt as if he had participated in it himself. Moreover, in recent days, he had learned from Xiao Qingjing that the Great Zhou dynasty had only survived for a few decades in history. A vague sense of regret stirred within Su-ming. Now that the Great Zhou had weathered the storm, his worries eased considerably. He took out paper and brush, slowly writing, "Are you the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty?" He then placed it above the incense burner, where the paper abruptly vanished. The Great Zhou dynasty, within Zhou Jiruo's bedchamber. Zhou Jiruo was crouched beside the incense burner, nearly falling asleep from waiting. Puff! The movement of the incense burner made Zhou Jiruo's delicate body tremble. Her eyes, slightly unfocused, watched as a piece of paper drifted out from within the burner. Yes. How did the sage know? Zhou Jiruo asked in surprise. After all, she had never revealed her identity to Su-ming. Even the seal on the painting she had given him offered no clue to her true self. I deduced it, naturally. Moments later, another slip of paper fluttered out. This answer was something Zhou Jiruo hadn't anticipated. Seated in his apartment, Su-ming couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up in a faint smile. If he called himself a master, wouldn't it be fair to say he'd calculated that she was the Empress of Great Zhou? But a sheet of Xian paper flew out from the incense burner. Su-ming picked it up. On the paper were written the current state of affairs in Great Zhou. The barbarian tribes had temporarily retreated, and a series of questions followed. How should the Great Zhou seek peace? After a moment's thought, Su-ming swiftly scribbled on the paper, "Are there any calligraphy or paintings left?" Upon receiving the message, Zhou Jiruo scanned the chambers of the imperial bedchamber. She enjoyed writing things in her spare time, but most of her works were kept in the imperial study. Her bedchamber, by contrast, felt rather sparse. Beyond basic furnishings like beds and tables, little else filled the space. Could I give it to the master tomorrow? It's already late today, and it's not very convenient. Su-ming held the note Zhou Jiruo had passed him, slowly lifting his gaze to the night view outside the window. A new suspicion took root in his mind. Could it be that time in the Great Zhou dynasty was the same as in the real world? After pondering briefly, Su-ming dismissed the thought. He picked up paper and brush, writing out the methods and approaches the Great Zhou should adopt at present. Since Zhou Jiruo had promised to deliver it tomorrow, he chose to trust her. After all, a ruler of a nation wouldn't renege on a promise. Puff! A dozen minutes later, the incense burner before Zhou Jiruo emitted another sound. A stack of papers materialized before her. The papers were densely covered with writing. As you stated, the barbarians harbor immense ambitions. Given this, it would be prudent to follow Chancellor Qin's counsel, cede the 5 northern border cities to the barbarians, compensate them with a modest sum of silver, and sign a treaty to cease hostilities between our two nations. Though it may seem like a significant loss now, sacrifice is necessary for gain. Once the truce is secured, after regrouping, reclaiming the 5 northern cities or even crushing the barbarians will pose no difficulty. Zhou Jiruo stared at the words on the paper. Her beautiful eyes fluttered slightly, and the hand holding the paper trembled ever so faintly. Somehow, these simple words calmed her emotions completely, filling her heart with profound peace. Moreover, she seemed to sense a feeling of belonging. This sensation was strangely wonderful, giving her a profound sense of belonging. After a long while, Zhou Jiruo reluctantly snapped back to reality. She picked up the paper and wrote a brief reply, "Many thanks, esteemed master." Inside the apartment, Su-ming read the thank you note Zhou Jiruo had written to him, and a faint smile touched his lips. Is this Empress truly the murderous tyrant that Elder Xiao described? Her personality isn't so bad. Su-ming murmured to himself. Ring. His phone's notification tone rang out. Su-ming opened his phone to find a message from Xiao Qingjing. Young friend, meet me at the East Gate of Capital University tomorrow at 5 in the evening. I'll take you to that top-tier auction. Su-ming replied simply. He tucked his phone away, feeling an uncontrollable surge of excitement welling up inside him. He wondered what price Zhou Jiruo's calligraphy and paintings would fetch at tomorrow's elite auction. With that money, he could finally return to the old family home. As he pondered, Su-ming's gaze slowly swept across the apartment. He couldn't quite explain why he still felt a lingering attachment to this apartment. Chapter 28, The Auction House Hidden in the Alley. The following afternoon, Su-ming arrived early at Capital University by car. Beijing University was truly magnificent. Even its entrance differed from ordinary universities. Merely standing at the gate, one could sense the profound atmosphere of knowledge it held. Had Su-ming not wasted his youth, gaining admission to this prestigious institution would have been effortless given his status as a Beijing big shot. Mr. Xiao, are you leaving work already? The security guard greeted Xiao Qingjing. Xiao Qingjing smiled and nodded. Yes. I have some matters to attend to today. Take it easy. Waving goodbye to the guard, he quickened his pace towards Su Ming. Su Ming opened the car door, took the briefcase from old Xiao's hand, and said with a faint smile, "Old Xiao, you really are dedicated. At my age, still rooted in the school. Now, what are you saying? Am I that old?" Xiao Changjing shot Su Ming a disapproving look. As he spoke, he glanced down at his deep blue shirt. He'd deliberately chosen this youthful-looking outfit to take Su Ming to the auction today. Su Ming naturally noticed the change in Xiao Changjing's attire. At the antique shop, Xiao Changjing usually wore earth-tone traditional clothing, looking rather drab and disheveled. Today, he looked much more spry. "You look sharp today." Su Ming offered sincere praise, giving him a thumbs up. Xiao Changjing smiled smugly and walked around to the other side of the car. Where to? Though Su Ming was a renowned Beijing socialite, he'd mostly frequented drinking establishments before. Ask him which Beijing bars had the most girls with killer figures, and he could rattle off the top 4 spots. But now they were heading to an exclusive club, and Su Ming genuinely didn't know its location. Hulin Hudong. Xiao Changjing gave the address. An alley. Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Xiao Changjing with some surprise. It was true he'd never been to a fixed-price auction venue before, but who held an auction in an alleyway? Let's go. Xiao Changjing reclined in his seat, arms crossed over his stomach, eyes slightly narrowed. His expression radiated smugness tinged with arrogance. As if to say, "Kid, today I'll show you what you've been missing." Seeing this, Su Ming said no more. He set the navigation to Hulin Hutong and slammed his foot on the gas pedal. "Hey! Slow down. Old Xiao, dressed so youthfully today, naturally I must experience the speed of the young." The distance from Capital University to Hulin Alley wasn't too far. At Su Ming's pace, it took him no more than 20 minutes to reach the alley. However, after searching for quite some time, Su Ming still couldn't find the parking lot. "Old Xiao, is this place really okay? Who'd come here without even a parking lot?" Xiao Changjing pointed to the narrow courtyard ahead. "Just park right in there." "Oh, all right." After parking the car, Su Ming turned his gaze back to Xiao Changjing, who was standing beside the vehicle, adjusting his clothes while using the car window as a mirror. "What's up, old Xiao? Is there an old flame of yours at today's auction?" "You." Xiao Changjing refused to elaborate, lowering his head guiltily before striding toward the exit. Su Ming smiled faintly and followed behind him. Though called an alley, Hulin Alley featured wide roads stretching endlessly into the distance. After following Xiao Changjing for over 10 minutes, they reached a secluded corner where a small door appeared before Su Ming. The door was narrow and unmarked, with no sign above it. Had Xiao Changjing not led him here, Su Ming would have thought he'd been tricked. "Let's go." Xiao Changjing glanced sideways at Su Ming, whose face betrayed hesitation, then pushed open the small door with a faint smile. The moment Xiao Changjing pushed open the door, the scene inside made Su Ming's eyes widen in astonishment. Beyond the small door lay an entirely different world. At the very center of the courtyard stood an ancient tree so massive it would take several people to encircle it. Beside the ancient tree were arranged several tables and chairs. Though seemingly ordinary, Su Ming, having dealt with Xiao Changjing for so long, could tell these pieces were undoubtedly priceless antiques. Yet now, multiple such antiques were openly displayed within the courtyard for everyone to use. From this alone, Su Ming could tell this auction was no ordinary affair. "Well," Xiao Changjing smiled smugly as he looked at Su Ming. "Not bad." Su Ming snapped back to attention and nodded in agreement. "Take a seat wherever you like. I'll go to the back and hand over the calligraphy and painting collection to them." "All right." Xiao Changjing strode purposefully toward the back courtyard, his expression serious as he walked. To Su Ming, it seemed Xiao Changjing wasn't delivering the collection at all. He was off to meet his old flame. As it turned out, Su Ming's guess was spot on. Under the pavilion in the backyard sat an elderly woman wearing reading glasses and a traditional Chinese qipao. A few strands of white hair glinted among her locks, suggesting she was roughly the same age as Xiao Changjing. Xiao Changjing strolled over to the old woman's side and chuckled. "I came by today to bring you a treasure. Old Xiao, I've told you many times I don't want to engage in that so-called Great Zhou Dynasty research with you. How can you persist for so many years with something that never existed?" The old woman gracefully removed her glasses and met Xiao Changjing's gaze with solemn seriousness. Though silver threads touched her temples, she still exuded the grace of a lady of noble birth. Seated there quietly, she resembled a piece of porcelain that had withstood the test of time. Even with wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and cheeks, her elegant and distinctive aura remained undiminished. Her name was Zhou Gu. She was a professor in the Department of Antiquities Research at Capital University. She and Xiao Changjing were colleagues. However, she had since retired and now worked as an appraiser at this auction house. "This time, I've brought something that will definitely interest you," Xiao Changjing said as he pulled out the wooden box in his hand. Before Zhou Gu could refuse, he opened the box and placed it before him. Zhou Gu intended to push it away after all. Judging by the box's material, it couldn't contain anything valuable. But when Zhou Gu saw the scroll of calligraphy and painting, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Even his outstretched hand trembled uncontrollably. This. Seeing Jogu's interest peaked, Xiao Chengjing hurriedly explained, "Remember that intriguing young friend I mentioned on the phone? This is what he gave me. He wants to auction it off at today's sale." Jogu seemed not to have heard Xiao Chengjing's words. He picked up the gloves beside him and slipped them on. He carefully removed the painting from the wooden box. He then carefully unfolded it and laid it before him. He picked up the magnifying glass beside it and examined it closely, his heart pounding in shock. This. Could there truly have been a great Zhou in history? Jogu stammered in shock, his hand holding the magnifying glass freezing mid-motion. Paintings can be forged, but what about the seal paste? Xiao Chengjing exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. Chapter 29, The Young Master of the Li Family, Li Kunpeng. This is indeed true. This was the first time Jogu had ever agreed with Xiao Chengjing's viewpoint. Xiao Chengjing's heart leapt with joy. Clenching his fists, he said nervously, "So? Are you willing to research this with me?" Though Xiao Chengjing framed it as research. But the eager look in his eyes seemed to convey something else entirely. "Let me think it over." Jogu hesitated, then seemed to recall something. He looked up at Xiao Chengjing and asked, "Old Xiao, the Great Zhou dynasty hasn't been confirmed yet. If we auction this painting now, it probably won't fetch a high price. For others, perhaps that's true. But if these paintings receive our joint authentication, selling them shouldn't be difficult." Xiao Chengjing wasn't being arrogant. Both he and Jogu were seasoned historical researchers. They had devoted half their lives to studying antiquities. It's no exaggeration to say that artifacts authenticated by them can fetch double the price at auction. And that young friend you mentioned, has he agreed to this? In Jogu's view, these calligraphy and paintings from the Great Zhou dynasty held immense collection value. To put it in perspective, if it could fetch 10 billion now, waiting a few more years might see it reach 20 billion. 30 billion. The young friend is a bit strapped for cash lately. But rest assured, I've already documented all the research value these paintings hold. If you're interested, you're welcome to visit my home. If Su Ming were here now, he'd definitely give Xiao Chengjing a withering look. This line was no different from saying, "My cat can do backflips, want to see?" Who would have thought the old fossil Xiao Chengjing had this side to him? Front yard. After watching Xiao Chengjing leave, Su Ming casually found a spot to sit down. This front yard seemed to be the auction venue, though the tables and chairs bore no labels or numbers. Su Ming didn't bother asking and simply sat down. Exquisitely arranged pastries adorned the table. Having eaten nothing since waking that afternoon, Su Ming welcomed the chance to nibble on some sweets to tide him over. Wow! These are really good. As he popped a pastry into his mouth, its sweet aroma instantly filled his entire mouth. Even after swallowing, a lingering floral fragrance remained in his nostrils. Clearly, the craftsmanship behind these pastries was exceptional. Su Ming had sampled many renowned pastries from the capital before, but none could compare to these. The renowned young master Su, could it be you can't even afford a meal anymore? Scrounging for food here? Just then, a haughty and grating voice rang out behind Su Ming. The voice sounded vaguely familiar to Su Ming, yet carried a hint of strangeness. He stuffed a pastry into his mouth, frowned, and glanced back. The man sported a slick-back pompadour, his hair gleaming with grease. Dressed in a bespoke suit, he flaunted antique bracelets and a jade ring on his fingers. His entire demeanor radiated the air of an ancient merchant tycoon. Then there was that slightly elongated face, resembling a donkey's muzzle. Su Ming finally recognized who this man was. Li Kunpeng, the eldest son of the Li family from the capital. The meaning behind his name was self-evident. The Li family hoped he would soar like a great bird across the 9 provinces. But things didn't turn out as hoped. Li Kunpeng's abilities were nothing special. Worse still, he had a penchant for collecting antiques. And let's be clear, antiques cost a hell of a lot more than just hanging out at bars. In other words, this fellow was a true prodigal son in every sense of the word. He was introduced to Wusun back then, though they'd only shared a few drinks at those gatherings. Oh, right. At that very drinking session, Li Kunpeng had his eye on a girl. But she threw herself at Su Ming instead. Su Ming was quite the smooth operator back then. Free offers like that, he certainly wasn't going to turn down. Perhaps the seeds of Li Kunpeng's resentment were sown right then. Little did I expect to see him again after all this time. Old donkey. Su Ming pointed at the man, who actually had decent presence, and shouted. The shout drew the attention of everyone in the courtyard towards Su Ming. Li Kunpeng's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, tinged with a hint of anger. His face flushed crimson as he shouted at Su Ming, "Su Ming!" Seeing old donkey's furious expression, Su Ming smiled faintly. "What's up, old donkey? You sure weren't acting like this back at the bar. Su Ming, do you still think you're that spoiled young master everyone used to revolve around? Nowadays, you're not even worthy of untying my belt." Li Kunpeng sneered at Su Ming, his voice dripping with contempt. The Su family's decline had long been the talk of the capital's elite circles. He'd been itching to give Su Ming a piece of his mind, but ever since the Su family's downfall, Su Ming had vanished without a trace. Now, he'd finally caught him. Facing Li Kuanping's words, Su Ming's gaze swept over Li Kuanping's figure with deliberate scrutiny before he spoke slowly. With your height, you'd be better off finding an elementary school kid to do that. My height really isn't suitable. I'm afraid if I crouch down, you'll jump up and hit my knees. Li Kuanping stood at 5 feet 5 inches, his bulky frame and protruding belly giving him the appearance of a stereotypical nouveau riche. You. Li Kuanping was rendered speechless by Su Ming's retort and quickly changed the subject. Are you doing odd jobs here? No. Seeing Li Kuanping's disappointed expression, Su Ming chuckled. What? Disappointed? Look at you working in the kitchen? Bull. Li Kuanping finally couldn't hold back and cursed. I'm here to hunt for treasures today. With your current skills, you're not even worthy of a glance. Got it? With that, Li Kuanping stepped aside. Behind him emerged a slender figure. The woman wore a pale blue qipao, her long hair pinned up with a hairpin, and her delicate, petite face. She possessed a certain ethereal grace. But now, standing beside Li Kuanping, it truly felt like a flower stuck in cow dung. Know who this is? A top-tier antique appraiser in the antiques world. Just to have her come over once costs $500,000. Have you ever seen such a thing? As Li Kuanping introduced her, the young woman gave Su Ming a slight nod. Her lively eyes lingered on Su Ming for a long moment. She'd seen her share of handsome men, but someone as naturally striking as Su Ming was a first for her. Su Ming, of course, noticed the young appraiser's gaze and offered a gentle smile as he extended his hand. Hello, Su Ming. Su Ming's voice was calm, refined, gentle, and captivating. A simple greeting, yet it felt like embracing the person entirely. After a moment of dazed silence, Zhao Jiwen snapped back to reality, her hand clasped tightly with Su Ming's. Zhao Jiwen. Their hands remained clasped for a long moment before releasing. Li Kuanping, standing nearby, stared at Su Ming with a dark look on his face, his forehead creased with frustration. He looked as if he wanted to devour Su Ming. Unfazed, Su Ming waved at Li Kuanping. Come here. Chapter 30, The Auction Storm Rages. Though he had no idea what Su Ming wanted to say or what he intended to do. But when Li Kuanping saw Su Ming beckoning him, he found himself bending down, crawling beside Su Ming like a loyal dog, waiting for Su Ming to speak. Old donkey, listen up. Before Su Ming could finish his sentence, Li Kuanping's already flushed cheeks turned crimson. He fixed his gaze intently on Su Ming. You know, when you have something good, you should keep it at home. Once it sees the world outside, it's easy for it to run off with someone else. You agree, right? As he spoke, Su Ming's gaze drifted toward Zhao Jiwen, and he flashed her a faint smile. Zhao Jiwen looked bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind Su Ming's words. But how could Li Kuanping not understand? This ing thing was like rubbing salt into his wound. Bastard! Li Kuanping cursed inwardly. He shouted at the security guard nearby, get someone here. How did this guy even get in? Get him out of here. Though this auction venue was more casual than most. But there were indeed security personnel on the premises. At Li Kuanping's shout, two men in security uniforms approached Su Ming. Sir, please present your access pass. Access pass? Su Ming froze. He had entered with Xiao Chengjing earlier, and there had been no security at the entrance. Where was there an access pass? Seeing Su Ming couldn't produce the pass, Li Kuanping's expression softened slightly as he said sternly, how are you running things here? How could such trash slip through? Sir, our apologies. It was our oversight. The security personnel nodded apologetically toward Li Kuanping. Sir, without an access pass, we must ask you to leave. The security guard's attitude was actually quite decent. He didn't immediately escalate the situation with Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head helplessly. In the past, he would have caused a huge scene. But the Su Ming of today understood that some matters simply had to follow the rules. There was no need to make things difficult for the security guard. He'd just give Xiao Chengjing a call. With that, Su Ming pulled out his phone and nodded to the security personnel. Hold on a moment, I need to make a call. What? Young Master Su has connections here too? Listen here, Su Ming. Get the hell out of my sight. Do you have any idea how precious my time is? Just seeing you makes me sick. Li Kuanping snapped impatiently, his lips curling in a mocking sneer. As he spoke, he spread his arms invitingly, gesturing for everyone to gather around, ready to witness Su Ming's humiliation. The phone kept ringing, but Xiao Chengjing still didn't answer. Xiao Chengjing, where the hell have you been? Answer the damn phone. Su Ming screamed inwardly. Just then, Zhao Jiwen, who had been standing quietly beside Li Kuanping, suddenly spoke with respect. Teacher, what brings you here? Su Ming followed Zhao Jiwen's gaze. He saw Xiao Chengjing strolling leisurely toward him. Good day, teacher. Zhao Jiwen greeted him again. Xiao Chengjing gave a slight nod and smiled. Nothing much. Just accompanying a friend for a visit. Su Ming. Stop pretending. Get the hell out of here now. Li Kuanping continued to bark at him relentlessly from the side, like a mad dog. The two security guards standing beside Su Ming gave him apologetic smiles, signaling for him to leave. What's going on? Xiao Chengjing hadn't paid much attention to this earlier. Upon hearing Li Kunping address Su Ming by name, he couldn't help but frown and inquired. Mr. Xiao, this gentleman lacks an access pass. According to our auction venue regulations, he is not permitted entry. The security guard explained. He's my friend. What pass does he need? Xiao Chengjing looked utterly bewildered as he asked. He then walked over to Su Ming's side. At these words, both Li Kunping and Zhao Jiwen wore expressions of surprise. Zhao Jiwen couldn't help but glance at Su Ming a few more times. For a teacher to speak up and call him a friend, he must be no ordinary person. The two security guards stiffened, then bowed apologetically to Su Ming and Xiao Chengjing. Our apologies, Elder Xiao. Our apologies, sir. We were unaware of your relationship. We apologize for the inconvenience caused. Please forgive us. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. You were just following protocol. But next time, clean out your ears and just listen to what people say. With those words, he had indirectly reprimanded Li Kunping once more. Li Kunping's eyes widened as he glared at Su Ming and snapped, Su Ming! Don't think you can just pull someone off the street and fool us. Mr. Li. Zhao Jiwen suddenly interjected. The previously composed, gentle, and spirited young woman seemed to vanish, replaced by a look of anger on her cheeks. Mr. Li, this is my teacher, a renowned historical researcher at Capital University. Please show him respect. If you continue to speak so recklessly, our collaboration will end right here. Li Kunping and Zhao Jiwen had collaborated more than once or twice. Su Ming had been right all along. But Li Kunping had ulterior motives toward Zhao Jiwen. But the young lady knew exactly where to draw the line, so Li Kunping never succeeded. For men, the more unattainable something is, the more it stirs their desires. It was precisely for this reason that Li Kunping was willing to pay a high price to have Zhao Jiwen accompany him. But what Li Kunping never anticipated was, it would lead to today's situation. Jiwen, you. I. For a moment, Li Kunping was at a loss for words. Apologize to my teacher and his friend. Zhao Jiwen fixed her gaze on Li Kunping as she spoke. This. If Zhao Jiwen had asked him to apologize to Xiao Chengjing, he wouldn't have hesitated. After all, from Zhao Jiwen's introduction, he could sense that the elderly gentleman before him was no ordinary man. But the crucial point was that he was also being asked to apologize to Su Ming. He felt utterly wronged. Damn it! How could this be? Su Ming stood beside Xiao Chengjing, a faint smile playing on his lips the entire time. He even raised an eyebrow at Li Kunping. As if to say, old donkey, hurry up and apologize. What are you waiting for? Li Kunping's heart was filled with resentment, his face flushed crimson with frustration. But now the auction was about to begin. If Zhao Jiwen refused to cooperate, how could he possibly secure anything truly valuable at this auction? With no other choice, Li Kunping bowed his head to Su Ming. My apologies. Without waiting for Su Ming or Xiao Chengjing to respond, he turned and walked away. Seeing Li Kunping apologize, Zhao Jiwen's expression softened slightly. She bowed respectfully to Xiao Chengjing. Teacher, Mr. Su, I'll be heading over now. I sincerely apologize for today's incident. Zhao Jiwen held a favorable impression of Su Ming, handsome and remarkably composed. His demeanor revealed extraordinary inner cultivation. Jiwen, in our line of work, collaborating with others is perfectly normal. But before partnering with anyone, you must carefully observe their character. This is crucial. Before Zhao Jiwen left, Xiao Chengjing imparted this earnest advice. Chapter 31, The Auction Begins. Esteemed guests and dear friends. Our auction is about to commence. Please take your seats at your respective places. A young, handsome man in a suit stood at the front of the courtyard, microphone in hand, announcing in a clear voice. Su Ming heard this and turned to Xiao Chengjing beside him, asking, Old Xiao, are there assigned seats? He couldn't recall anyone handing them numbered cards when they entered earlier. The chairs and tables they had just sat at also bore no designated numbers. Let's go. Xiao Chengjing flashed a mysterious smile and led Su Ming toward a corner beside the courtyard. Upon reaching the corner, Su Ming noticed something. In that corner, there was actually a staircase leading to the second floor. He hadn't noticed it at all while wandering around the courtyard earlier. Xiao Chengjing led the way, and Su Ming followed closely behind. Upon reaching the second floor, a series of doors came into view before Su Ming. Xiao Chengjing deftly pulled a card from his pocket and tapped it against the door closest to the staircase entrance number 66. Entering the room, they found it enclosed. Inside, a large projection screen dominated the space, complemented by a pair of luxurious sofas. The floor was covered in fine silk carpet. The decor appeared comparable to that of a five-star hotel suite. Is this the auction room? Su Ming furrowed his brow in confusion. Based on his understanding of auction houses, even private rooms should face the main auction floor, allowing guests to participate alongside the crowd in the main hall, right? As the premier auction house in the capital, Starry Sky Auction House handles collections valued at over 50 million each. To protect personal information, the auction house provides private rooms for individual clients. Xiao Chengjing gestured toward the buttons beside the pair of sofas. The buttons were red and green. Red signifies withdrawal, while green indicates a bid increase. Of course, someone will bring you a tablet shortly. To bid, simply enter your desired amount directly on the tablet. Xiao Chengjing explained to Su Ming as he sank lazily into the sofa. Have a seat. Su Ming nodded. Shortly after, just as Xiao Chengjing had described, dedicated staff arrived with tea, pastries, and tablets. The room's projection screen automatically illuminated. A woman appeared on the screen, clad in a deep purple qipao, her snow-white legs exposed, adorned with a golden hairpin. Good evening, everyone. I am Mingxia, your auctioneer for tonight. I am delighted to be hosting today's auction. Mingxia's gentle voice filled the room as she gave a slight bow toward Su Ming. Su Ming glanced toward the corner of the room with some surprise, for he realized Mingxia's voice seemed to be ringing right beside his ear. Such vocal quality was unprecedented to Su Ming. The first item up for auction today originates from ancient Tang. It is a Tang Dynasty secret color celadone lotus bowl. As Mingxia introduced it, images of the Tang Dynasty secret colored porcelain lotus bowl appeared on the large screen. The porcelain's surface was as translucent as ice and as pure as jade. It looked almost unreal. Su Ming found it hard to imagine that such a thing could truly be made by human hands. Secret-colored porcelain from the Tang and Five Dynasties period boasts an exceptionally fine texture, achieved through meticulous raw material processing. It typically appears gray or light gray. The walls are relatively thin, the surface smooth, the form regular, and the glaze applied evenly. Regarding glaze color alone, the early Five Dynasties period primarily featured yellow hues, moist and lustrous, with a semi-translucent quality. By the late Tang Dynasty, greenish-blue hues became more prevalent, dominating the palette. This explains why most Tang and Five Dynasties secret color porcelain surviving today exhibits greenish-blue tones. This yellow Tang Five Dynasties secret color porcelain is exceptionally rare. Xiao Qingjing, standing beside Su Ming, spoke slowly as he explained. Though Xiao Qingjing's tone was matter-of-fact, indistinguishable from a university professor lecturing in class, Su Ming couldn't help but feel the old man was flaunting his expertise. While Xiao Chengjing explained to Su Ming, Mingxia briefly outlined the collection value of today's artifact to the audience. She then announced the starting bid, 68 million. Each increment must be no less than 500,000. Upon hearing this figure, Su Ming couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. No wonder Li Kunping had earned a reputation as a spendthrift among Beijing's wealthy young elite. A single piece like this starts at 68 million. If it sells, it'll easily go for over 100 million. 100 million. How many models could he hire at a bar with that? As Su Ming stood lost in thought, the auction price on the big screen kept soaring. In just a minute or two, the price shot up to 94 million. Seeing Su Ming's astonished expression, Xiao Chengjing smiled and asked, "How much do you want to sell it for later?" "Whatever the market brings." Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. Not aiming for a high price anymore? Xiao Chengjing was somewhat taken aback by Su Ming's nonchalant attitude. "Of course I do. How could I not? But if no one wants it, there's nothing I can do." After experiencing his lowest point, Su Ming now viewed things with far greater clarity than before. At your age, seeing things too clearly isn't necessarily a good thing. It will bring you much trouble. Xiao Qingjing's gaze lingered on Su Ming for a long moment, a hint of pity flickering deep in his eyes. Su Ming forced a smile and said no more. His gaze returned to the large screen. Previously, he had little understanding of these ancient artifacts and felt no particular interest in them. Perhaps it was due to his interactions with Xiao Chengjing. Su Ming found these ancient artifacts far more fascinating than he had ever imagined. Each artifact possessed its own story. As if they were living, breathing people. Xiao Chengjing reclined on the sofa, his deep eyes occasionally drifting towards Su Ming. His expression was pensive, lost in thought, his mind unknown. Finally, the first piece in the collection was sold for 135 million. The success of the opening lot often set the tone for the entire auction. After witnessing the first piece, even from within his room, Su Ming could feel the entire auction hall ignite with excitement. Even he, who hadn't planned to bid from the start, now felt a surge of excitement. Come to think of it, if he encountered something he liked at the auction, he could certainly try his hand at bidding. Such a top-tier auction house, one can't just come here for nothing, can one? As Su Ming pondered this, Mingxia's gentle, bright voice sounded once more beside him. "Ladies and gentlemen, the second item up for auction is the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown unearthed from the Dingling tomb." As Mingxia's words faded, a vibrantly colored dragon and phoenix crown appeared on the large screen. The instant the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown came into view, Su Ming's pupils instinctively contracted. Thump, thump. His heart pounded relentlessly at that very moment. Unconsciously, Zhou Jiruo's name surfaced in Su Ming's mind. Chapter 32, The 12 Dragons and 9 Phoenixes Crown. Xiao Chengjing naturally noticed Su Ming's intense gaze. "Young friend, are you interested?" As Xiao Chengjing spoke, Su Ming snapped back to reality. "It's okay. This 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown holds immense collectible value. Acquiring it will require a considerable sum," Xiao Chengjing cautioned. Su Ming nodded and said no more. His gaze remained fixed on the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown displayed on the large screen. Mingxia also began her introduction. At the same time, in room 220 of the auction hall, Li Kuanping's eyes lit up. He leapt excitedly from the sofa, pointing at the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown displayed on the large screen before him. This one, he exclaimed passionately. Li Kuanping had come specifically because he'd heard rumors of the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown. Mr. Li, the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown holds tremendous potential for future collection. With your current funds, it might not be suitable for you to acquire it. Zhao Jiwen observed Li Kuanping's excited expression and spoke softly. No. I want this one. Li Kuanping's expression was resolute, his eyes unwilling to leave the large screen. But Zhao Jiwen intended to offer further persuasion, but before she could finish, Li Kuanping raised his hand, signaling Zhao Jiwen to say no more. The introduction to the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown is now complete. Do any of our distinguished guests have further questions? Mingxia's voice echoed slowly from the large screen. No one spoke. Seeing this, Mingxia didn't waste words. With a faint smile, she spoke like the gentle young lady described in novels. The collection value of this 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown needs no further explanation from me. Starting bid, 350 million. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. Bidding is now open. As soon as Mingxia's voice faded, the latest bid flashed in the corner of the screen. Alright. Bidder 11 at 380 million. Before the hammer could fall, the price on the screen flashed again. Lot 35 bids 460 million. Lot 58 bids 490 million. In less than a minute, the price of the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown had already soared by 100 million. Inside the room, Su Ming watched the scene unfold, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Damn it, no wonder they say antique collectors easily lose their fortunes. At least this was a top-tier auction house. Antiques sold here were guaranteed to be genuine. But even then, there's still the risk of depreciation. The higher the price soared now, the harder it would crash later. Did these guys just have money blowing in the wind? Su Ming frowned slightly, picking up a tissue nearby to wipe the sweat from his forehead before speaking slowly. Young friend, you may not know this, but to gain entry into these top-tier auction houses requires verified assets of at least 10 billion. As Xiao Chengjing finished speaking, Su Ming couldn't help but turn to look at him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Earlier, when he had shown Xiao Chengjing that bracelet, Xiao Chengjing had immediately offered a staggering 10 billion. Could a professor at Capital University truly be that wealthy? Why are you staring at me like that? Su Ming's eyes seemed glued to Xiao Chengjing, making him feel slightly uneasy. Professor Xiao, just how much money do you have? My family has it. Xiao Chengjing replied indifferently. As he spoke, his finger pointed in a certain direction. It was precisely where Su Ming had parked moments ago. Su Ming's eyes widened in realization. So that parking spot was yours? Bulin Alley lay within Beijing's second ring road, and the parking spot he just used was quite prime. From the rooftop, one could see Beijing's most famous landmark Tianshan Gate. That courtyard house alone was worth a fortune. Well now. You're the real deal, Mr. Beijing. Su Ming gave Xiao Chengjing a thumbs up, thoroughly impressed. As the two spoke, the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown had already been bid up to a staggering 790 million yuan. That was a full twofold increase over the starting bid Mingxia had announced earlier. Su Ming felt a twinge of hesitation. Based on Xiao Qingjing's earlier appraisal, Zhou Jiruo's calligraphy scroll should fetch at least 15 billion. Therefore, acquiring the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown should have been within his reach. But the thought of spending nearly 10 billion on a single crown. Su Ming still felt a pang of reluctance. Reluctant or not, if it truly slipped from his grasp, he felt a lingering emptiness in his heart. Alright. Bidder number 220 has offered 800 million and 1 million. Mingxia's voice rang out once more. Her voice soared, once again igniting the atmosphere throughout the auction hall. Indeed, this price was precisely what Li Kuanping had bid. By now, Li Kuanping was drenched in sweat, his palm pressed tightly against the green button. 800 million and 1 million had already exceeded Li Kuanping's budget. Although the Li family held considerable influence in the capital, securing 800 million yuan for Li Kuanping's bidding was virtually impossible. Li Kuanping had not informed the Li family beforehand about this move. He had acted entirely on his own initiative. Zhao Juwen stood beside him, watching Li Kuanping's frenzied expression, and shook her head helplessly. 800 million and 1 million, going once. Seeing no further bids, Mingxia called out. 800 million. Before she could utter the second word, the price on the large screen shifted again. 800 million 20 million. Bidder number 66 has raised the price to 800 million 20 million. In my career, it's rare for a piece to fetch triple its estimated price. Any further bids, gentlemen? Xiao Qingjing's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight, his gaze fixed on the button between the two men. Resting on that button was Su Ming's palm. Young friend, are you truly intent on acquiring this phoenix crown? Xiao Changjing asked in astonishment. While this 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown is indeed splendid, bidding over 800 million for it is, from my years of research, simply not worth it. Su Ming nodded slightly at Xiao Qingjing's warning and replied solemnly, "Thank you for your advice, Elder Xiao. However, I am determined to acquire this phoenix crown." In room 220, Li Kuanping slammed his fist hard onto the table. The water glass on the table trembled. It even made Zhao Jiwen's pupils flicker in shock beside him, clearly startled. Damn it! Li Kuanping couldn't help but curse. At his pace, raising the bid above 800 million should have been enough to deter most competitors. 79,990,000 yuan, though only 100,000 short of 800 million. But the psychological impact was entirely different. Just as he believed the Phoenix crown was his for the taking, a mysterious bidder number 66 suddenly emerged. And they jumped in with a bid over 10 million higher. As he spoke, Li Kuanping's fingers frantically swiped across the tablet. Then he slammed his finger down on the green button. 824 million. VIP bidder 220 has raised the price by another 4 million. VIP 66, will you choose to reluctantly let go, or follow suit? Chapter 33, Xiao Qingjing's Invitation. It must be said that Ming Xia was a top-tier auctioneer. She was exceptionally skilled at building momentum in the room. As her words fell, many faces lit up with anticipation, waiting for Su Ming and Li Kuanping to bid again. Of course, Ming Xia's words were also in her own best interest. After all, the higher the final bid, the greater her commission. 900 million. Su Ming adjusted the price to 900 million on his tablet and pressed the green button. Though Su Ming had never participated in an auction before, he understood a few tricks of the trade. To completely shatter Lot 220's hopes for the Phoenix crown. Only by crushing them outright. To shatter their psychological defenses. Sure enough. When Su Ming's bid of 900 million appeared on the large screen, many in the auction hall sucked in a sharp breath. Their hearts trembled in shock. What kind of person dared to bid like this? Li Kuanping's eyes widened in the VIP box. His arm trembling as he pointed at the price on the screen. Staring wide-eyed, he turned to Zhao Jiwen beside him and exclaimed, "This? Who the hell is this guy? He just threw 50 million down the drain. ING hell." Zhao Jiwen didn't respond. As he cursed angrily, Li Kuanping slammed his palm onto the red button. Choosing to forfeit. Ming Xia watched the scene unfold, a hint of regret flitting across her face as she slowly announced, 900 million, first bid. 900 million second time. Her voice raced as the wooden gavel fell. Thud. 900 million, going once more. Congratulations to our distinguished guest number 66. The 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown is yours. Seeing the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown finally secured, Su Ming, seated inside the room, exhaled heavily. Earlier, Xiao Qingjing had mentioned that only the wealthiest attended these top-tier auctions. After experiencing the Su family incident, Su Ming understood even more deeply that there were always people more powerful than him, and that the sky was limitless. Su Ming had feared that even 900 million might not secure the 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes crown. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly. Young friend, you really are generous. The price of this phoenix crown should be enough to buy your ancestral home, shouldn't it? Hearing Xiao Qingjing's teasing tone, Su Ming smiled faintly. That's true. But to actually win this phoenix crown at auction, you're truly worthy. As he spoke, the name Zhou Jiruwa surfaced once more in Su Ming's mind. I wonder what the Empress of Great Zhou looks like. After the second artifact, Ming Xia continued introducing the subsequent items to the audience. Su Ming held no interest in the items that followed. He treated them as merely expanding his knowledge of a few more artifacts. Xiao Qingjing sat to one side, observing Su Ming for quite some time. Young friend. Xiao Qingjing murmured softly. Old Xiao, just say what you need to say. With our relationship, is there any need for such hushed tones? Su Ming lifted his gaze from the large screen and smiled. Very well, then I'll be direct. I see you're quite interested in the stories behind these artifacts. Would you be interested in researching them with me? As Xiao Qingjing finished speaking, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Ming's eyes. He immediately offered an awkward smile and said, Professor Xiao, as a renowned professor at Capital University, the line of people wanting to study ancient artifacts and collections under you must stretch all the way to the west, right? Why did you single out someone like me who knows nothing? Su Ming was right, he hadn't graduated from any prestigious university. He was merely a small-time hustler within Beijing's elite circles. Su Ming harbored ambitions to revive the Su group, yet he had held back precisely because he understood. Even if he used the ancient artifacts in his possession to revive the Su group, he lacked the capacity to sustain its life. Your attitude toward these antiquities is truly rare. Xiao Qingjing exhaled slowly, his eyes brimming with admiration as he looked at Su Ming. He had sat beside Su Ming for an hour, during which Su Ming remained utterly focused, listening intently to Ming Xia's explanations about the artifacts. Not once had his mind wandered. Such intense focus was rare even among students at Capital University. For Su Ming, a second-generation wealthy heir from Beijing's elite circles, to achieve this level of dedication was truly remarkable. So, think about it? Seeing Su Ming's silence, Xiao Chengjing spoke again. Since it's an invitation from Elder Xiao, I'll humbly accept. Su Ming replied with solemn earnestness, then flashed Xiao Chengjing a smile. His agreement stemmed from two reasons. First, he genuinely held an interest in antiquities. Second, he wanted to use this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the history of the Great Zhou dynasty. Of course. Beyond these 2 points, Su Ming harbored a bold idea in his heart. Transforming the Su group and entering the antiquities market. The prerequisites for succeeding in this endeavor were clear. First and foremost, he needed to gain a solid understanding of antiquities himself. You agreed so readily? Xiao Chengjing raised an eyebrow slightly, asking with some surprise. In his view, someone like Su Ming, a second-generation heir with no shortage of money, should have required some persuasion. Professor Xiao, you're a distinguished professor at Capital University. Don't you have even a shred of confidence? As Su Ming finished speaking, the two shared a knowing smile. As he spoke, the auction was drawing to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is the final treasure to be presented at our Starry Sky auction house. However, this piece will not be introduced by me, but by our auction house's foremost master appraiser, Ms. Zhou Gu. Please welcome her. With that, Mingxia stepped aside, making room for Zhou Gu. Immediately, Zhou Gu, dressed in a traditional qipao and radiating an air of distinction, stepped onto the stage. Her bearing was elegant and dignified, radiating an air of exceptional distinction. Mr. Xiao. Su Ming had intended to ask Xiao Chengjing if he recognized this treasure appraisal master. But when Su Ming turned his head, he found Xiao Chengjing already staring blankly at the big screen. He was even swallowing his saliva unconsciously. Following the gaze of fascination downward, Su Ming couldn't help but notice Xiao Chengjing's impeccably dressed appearance today. A smile escaped the corner of his mouth. Well, no wonder you dressed up so formally today. So it was for someone's benefit. At those words, Xiao Chengjing's face flushed crimson. Embarrassed at being exposed, he shot Su Ming a glare before refocusing his gaze on the large screen. Distinguished guests, good evening. I am Zhou Gu, the premier appraiser at Starry Sky Auction House. This final piece was never intended to be shown at this auction, but I couldn't resist that person's persistent pleading. Therefore, I present this treasure to you all ahead of schedule. Zhou Gu's voice was gentle yet commanding, his deep eyes holding the vastness of countless stars. At the mention of that person, Xiao Chengjing, standing beside Su Ming, couldn't help but flash a knowing smile. Chapter 34, The Empress of Great Zhou's Own Calligraphy. Xiao Chengjing was currently staring intently at Zhou Gu on the large screen, completely oblivious to Su Ming's gaze. This artifact may spark controversy upon its appearance. But after authentication by myself and Professor Xiao Chengjing of the Capital University's Antiquities Research Department, this piece is indeed genuine. Zhou Gu stood on stage, continuously introducing the item to the audience. Meanwhile, on the large screen before Zhou Gu, numerous guests were also sharing their comments. Master Zhou, please gradually bring out that artifact. Your words have us all dying to see it. Yes. What is it? Bring it out already. One after another, the comments appeared before Zhou Gu. She smiled gracefully, her charm undiminished. Inside the room, Xiao Chengjing watched Zhou Gu smile and couldn't help but widen his own grin. Mr. Xiao, try to keep your drool in check. Su Ming chuckled from the side. Xiao Chengjing's face flushed crimson. He instinctively wiped his mouth and snapped, "You brat." While the two spoke, Zhou Gu had someone push a small cart onto the stage. The items on the cart were covered by a layer of red cloth. Since our distinguished guests are so eager, I shan't keep you in suspense any longer. With that, Zhou Gu tore the red cloth from the cart. A wooden box appeared before the crowd. Zhou Gu opened it with graceful precision. An exquisite calligraphy painting appeared on the large screen. In an instant, every distinguished guest in the auction hall rose from their seats, unable to resist, their eyes fixed intently on the large screen. Some even immediately picked up the magnifying glasses beside them to examine the screen in detail. Although the auction venue employed ultra-high-definition cameras, the limitations of the transmission medium meant it couldn't compare to seeing it in person. Even so, many connoisseurs recognized the extraordinary nature of this calligraphy. Zhou Gu's elegant voice rang out at that moment, "Distinguished guests, none of you should be able to determine the exact year of this painting. Even Mr. Xiao and I spent nearly a week conducting thorough authentication before confirming it belongs to the Great Zhou dynasty." Upon hearing this, the attendees in the auction hall all showed a hint of confusion and contemplation in their eyes. The large screen before Zhou Gu displayed a flurry of comments scrolling across its surface. The Great Zhou dynasty? The Zhou dynasty? It seems likely. Judging by the traces on the painting and the seal in the corner, it appears to be quite ancient. But it's impossible to determine exactly which dynasty or era this painting belongs to. Zhou Gu watched the comments on the screen. The faint smile that had graced his face earlier gave way to a look of gravity and seriousness. This painting belongs to the Great Zhou dynasty, whose history predates the Zhou dynasty. However, the Great Zhou dynasty only lasted a few decades, leaving very few traces in the annals of history. Were it not for old Zhao's decade-long dedication to researching the Great Zhou dynasty, he wouldn't dare make such a bold assertion. At this point, Zhou Gu deliberately paused. A hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes. After a moment, as if having reached a decision, in other words, if you wish to secure this piece at auction, there is an element of risk involved. Should the history of the Great Zhou dynasty be officially verified by the state in the future, the value of this calligraphy and painting will skyrocket. But if it is not officially confirmed by the state, or even if the state issues a national-level denial, refuting the very existence of the Great Zhou dynasty, then the value of this painting would. Zhou Gu didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Those who had been eyeing the painting greedily grew even more hesitant upon hearing Zhou Gu's words. To put it plainly, this painting could no longer be described as an auction item. They were now akin to jade stones. Except this thing was worth far more than a jade stone. Master Zhou, let's discuss the price first. Exactly. Let's see if this calligraphy and painting are worth a gamble. Su Ming, seated in the room, watched the stream of comments drifting across the large screen and furrowed his brow slightly. This matter was not as straightforward as he had imagined. No one's money grows on trees. Earlier, he'd thought that with Xiao Qingjing's authentication, the items would sell at auction. But now it seemed he'd been overly optimistic. After appreciating Zhou Gu's elegant and noble demeanor, Xiao Qingjing snapped back to reality and noticed the worry etched on Su Ming's face. Young friend, there's no need to worry so much. At other auction houses, perhaps no one would dare bid. But at the Starlight Auction House, your situation is far from uncommon. Earlier, a treasure unearthed from an unknown ancient tomb was brought here for auction. Zhou Gu and I authenticated it as a Ming Dynasty artifact. Few believed it at the time, yet someone still purchased it. Later, it was confirmed that the tomb belonged to a Ming Dynasty imperial consort, causing the treasure's value to soar. Xiao Qingjing offered reassurance. Su Ming nodded slowly. He was right, but the starting bid he set was so high it might scare potential buyers away. This calligraphy piece personally written by the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty has a starting bid of 15 billion yuan. Each bid increment must be no less than 10 million yuan. Interested guests may now begin bidding. Zhou Gu's voice rang out once more. Unlike the earlier lively auction atmosphere, the venue now felt noticeably quieter. Even the interactions displayed on the large screen had vanished. In room 220, Li Kuanping examined the calligraphy and painting on the screen with curiosity before turning to Zhao Jiwen beside him. Do you think this piece is genuine? Both my professor and Professor Zhou are top-tier antiquities researchers at Capital University. If both of them endorse it, it shouldn't be fake. Are you interested in this painting, Mr. Li? Zhao Jiwen countered. Li Kuanping didn't respond, but his gaze remained fixed on the large screen. His behavior clearly showed that Li Kuanping genuinely liked it. Mr. Li, the starting bid for this painting is too high. It's not suitable for you. Upon hearing Zhao Jiwen's words, Li Kuanping's brow furrowed. He shot her a glance and snapped, "What do you know? Do you truly believe the Li family lacks financial strength? If this painting is truly an original, what difference would investing 15 billion make? It could soar to 30 billion, 50 billion in the future. Do you even understand investment acumen?" Li Kuanping's accusatory tone was rather jarring, causing Zhao Jiwen's expression to grow noticeably colder. But in their line of work, they were essentially in the service industry. Zhao Jiwen had encountered a few individuals like Li Kuanping before. After her expression cooled slightly, it softened again before long. While Li Kuanping was thrilled, inside room 66, Su Ming's heart sank halfway. Chapter 35, Fishing. If only I'd sold the painting directly to Xiao Qingjing. Why else would he be so anxious? Teacher Zhou, is this painting truly authenticated by you and old Master Xiao? As Su Ming grappled with his headache, a comment suddenly appeared on the large screen. I can guarantee that. The painting was authenticated by both myself and Master Xiao. In fact, old Xiao dedicated an entire week to researching it. From the paper quality to the imperial seal in the corner, everything confirms this painting is an authentic work by the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Gu responded with remarkable composure. Of course. Nowadays, records and artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty are extremely scarce. But in my view, for distinguished guests like yourselves, this is a truly rare collectible. After all, if the Great Zhou dynasty were ever officially recognized by the state, this genuine work by the Empress of Great Zhou wouldn't be priced like this. Wouldn't you agree? Su Ming, listening in the room, couldn't help but give Zhou Gu a thumbs up. Who would have thought that this Mr. Zhou, not only possessing exceptional expertise in appraising treasures, was also quite adept at auctioning them? These words undoubtedly stirred the deepest desires within everyone present. Indeed, human nature is inherently greedy. Whether rich or poor, everyone wants to spend the least amount of money to gain the greatest benefit. Master Xiao, the piece you've set your sights on is truly remarkable. Su Ming couldn't help but praise. Of course. Just look at who it is. Before he could finish, Xiao Qingjing suddenly realized something was off. Damn it, he'd been baited by Su Ming. His gaze locked with Su Ming's, and he saw the triumphant smile on Su Ming's face. Sure enough, just as Su Ming had anticipated. Following Zhou Gu's remarks, the atmosphere in the room grew noticeably livelier. At least on the big screen, many people began to speak up. Professor Zhou is absolutely right. If the Great Zhou dynasty is truly proven to have existed, then this painting personally inscribed by the Empress of Great Zhou should at least be classified as a national treasure. Its value is beyond estimation. Those with the means, start bidding now. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity doesn't come around often. A few minutes later, as Zhou Gu stood on stage preparing to continue his introduction, the auction price display on the large screen began to shift. 15,300,000,000. Zhou Gu announced, this bid comes from lot 117. The starting bid for this painting was excessively high. Although it had exclusive authentication from both Zhou Gu and Xiao Qingjing, the dynasty it was purported to originate from remained unconfirmed. Therefore, the bidding increments were expected to be much smaller. However, seeing someone finally bid, Su Ming felt a weight lift from his shoulders. At that moment, Xiao Qingjing's phone buzzed, displaying a message on the screen. Xiao Qingjing opened his phone. The sender was Zhao Jiwen. Teacher, are you still at the auction? Regarding this handwritten painting by the Empress of Great Zhou, would you be able to arrange for me to view it in person? Zhao Jiwen's message was no simple request. On the surface, it appeared to be a request to see the Empress of Great Zhou's genuine work with her own eyes. But it was also a subtle way to inquire about other details concerning the painting. Su Ming watched Xiao Qingjing, whose brow had furrowed slightly, and couldn't help but feel curious. He had only ever seen Xiao Qingjing wear this expression in antique shops, a look that usually appeared when Xiao Qingjing harbored doubts about a particular artifact. Master Xiao, what could be troubling you so deeply? Xiao Qingjing didn't hesitate, handing the phone directly to Su Ming. Su Ming froze slightly upon seeing the name and the message, then spoke up, isn't this the beautiful woman we encountered earlier in the front courtyard? As he spoke, Su Ming seemed to recall something, so Li Kuanping is interested in this painting? Xiao Qingjing shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Su Ming chuckled and said, Old Xiao, mind if I borrow your phone? Xiao Qingjing understood Su Ming's intent. Earlier in the front courtyard, he had witnessed that Fat Pig's attitude toward Su Ming and hadn't been particularly impressed. He nodded to Su Ming and let him go. Thank you, Old Xiao. You're too formal. Xiao Qingjing waved dismissively. Su Ming's fingers danced swiftly across the screen before finally sending a message to Zhao Jiwen. Great. Let's meet after the auction ends. This calligraphy is practically a rare, authentic piece. Once the history of the Great Zhou dynasty is officially recognized by the state, its value will double instantly. Meanwhile, in room 220, Zhao Jiwen placed the received message in front of Li Kuanping. My teacher replied. Li Kuanping, who had already been interested in the painting, now showed an even more determined look in his eyes. As if making a firm decision, he clenched his fist tightly. All right. Xiao Qingjing held considerable renown within the antique world. Otherwise, no one would have bid on this calligraphy piece. After a moment's hesitation, Li Kuanping selected his bid amount directly on the tablet and pressed the green button on the side. The moment the button pressed, Li Kuanping's bid flashed across the large screen. 15,500,000,000. Bidder 220 has offered 15,500,000,000. Any further bids? Zhou Gu's elegant voice echoed in everyone's ears. No sooner had the words left his lips. The price on the screen shifted once more. 16 billion. VIP1 has just raised the bid by 50 million. The current price is 16 billion. Zhou Gu's voice grew increasingly urgent. As his voice fell, the atmosphere in the auction hall grew tense and intense once more. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but frown. He had indeed intended to set a trap for Li Kuanping, but he still didn't know which bidder number Li Kuanping was. Was it bidder 220 who had placed a bid after sending the message, or bidder 1 who had just raised the stakes by 50 million? After pondering, Su Ming settled on the simplest and most effective approach. He picked up Xiao Qingjing's phone nearby, chuckled, and said, Old Xiao, may I borrow this again? Xiao Qingjing observed the mischievous grin on Su Ming's face and remarked with a faint smile, What's the mischief you're cooking up now, you rascal? Su Ming just chuckled without responding. The moment the message was sent, the other party replied instantly, Teacher, we're at 220. We'll wait for you at the stairwell. All right. Upon learning Li Kuanping's number, Su Ming's smile grew even wider. Kid. This time, you're gonna bleed. While Su Ming was asking Zhao Jiwen for Li Kuanping's number, the bids on the big screen changed again. Bid 220 offered 16,100,000,000. All right. Bidder 220 has increased their offer to 1.61 billion. The sound of Zhou Gu's announcement had barely faded. The bidding surged once more. Lot 66 now stood at 1.6 billion taels. Indeed, this bid had come from Su Ming himself. Seeing this, Xiao Qingjing couldn't help but startle. With a hint of concern, he warned, Kid. What are you doing? Fishing. Chapter 36, Know When to Stop. Ha! Xiao Qingjing's brows furrowed even deeper. Having worked at the Starry Sky auction house for years, he was no stranger to Su Ming's tactics. The reason he bid himself was precisely to stir up the auction hall once more. To drive the price even higher. But this approach carried risks. If his own bid proved too high, it could deter other bidders, leaving him stuck with the item. Although the artifact itself belonged to Su Ming, since the transaction took place at the Starry auction house, Su Ming must pay the auction house a certain percentage of the final sale price as commission. The percentage itself isn't high. But the transaction amount was fixed, so the commission he'd have to pay was inevitable. Kid, watch your step, don't screw this up. If we end up losing tens of millions, you'll be the one crying. Xiao Changjing frowned as he cautioned. Old Xiao, if you won't cast the bait, how will the big fish ever take the hook? Su Ming chuckled. Even without Su Ming's explanation, Xiao Changjing understood the big fish he referred to was undoubtedly that fat pig they'd encountered in the front yard. Judging by its size, the creature certainly qualified as a big fish. But would it actually take the bait? Xiao Changjing harbored doubts in his heart. Ignoring Xiao Changjing's questioning gaze, Su Ming fixed his eyes on the large screen, waiting for Li Kuanping's second bid. Meanwhile, in room 220. When Li Kuanping saw that familiar number, his face flushed crimson as he roared, "Damn it! That damn number 66 again." He remembered it all too well. During the Phoenix Crown auction earlier, with his capabilities, he should have secured it. But bidder 60's excess bidding was simply too aggressive. It had left him feeling genuinely intimidated. He hadn't dared to follow suit with further bids. But this time, with few bidders left, bidder 66 had resurfaced once more. Damn it! Li Kuanping cursed under his breath as his fingers swiped across the tablet. He'd already learned from Xiao Changjing that this painting held investment value, and now he'd run into bidder 66 again. How could Li Kuanping possibly hold back? He immediately raised the bid to 1.7 billion. Play? You think you can play with me? Li Kuanping stared intently at the large screen, shouting repeatedly. Bidder 66 had just secured the Phoenix Crown valued at 900 million. In Li Kuanping's estimation, bidder 66 wouldn't dare challenge him further. He raised the bid by 800 million yuan outright, setting the price at 17 billion yuan. This was already terrifying. Meanwhile, in room 66, Su Ming watched Li Kuanping's bids on the screen, his smile growing broader. Today, I absolutely must make a killing off you. As he spoke, Su Ming raised the bid again, room 66 now offering 1.71 billion yuan. The numbers on the large screen shifted. Li Kuanping watched the amount Su Ming had added and couldn't help but twitch his lips. If his initial bid of 66 had been an accidental slip, then these two consecutive minimum increments surpassing his offer spoke volumes. Damn it! Bidder 66. Raise. I'm raising too. In an instant, Li Kuanping raised his bid again to 1.75 billion. Compared to Su Ming's incremental minimum bids, Li Kuanping's moves were leaps of tens of millions. Of course, Li Kuanping's reaction was entirely within Su Ming's expectations. Su Ming didn't bid excessively either, each time outbidding Li Kuanping's offer by 10 million. As the two continued their bidding war, the other bidders who had been participating earlier gradually withdrew. All eyes were fixed on the numbers dancing across the large screen. Occasionally, someone would interject a comment to stir up the rivalry. Hey! 220, you can't lose now. Every time 66 bids 10 million more, it's practically insulting you. Exactly. If you back down now, it'll be such a letdown. Whenever Su Ming's bid surpassed Li Kuanping's, such remarks would appear on the screen. But when Li Kuanping's bid surpassed Su Ming's, the tone would shift completely. As they say, spectators never mind the drama. After all, it was Su Ming and Li Kuanping spending the money. Typing a few words on their tablets was free. What was there to fear? Before they knew it, 10 odd minutes had flown by. The bid on the big screen had soared from the initial 15 billion to 33 billion 400 million yuan. Seeing this, Xiao Changjing's expression shifted slightly as he looked at Su Ming. This kid. He really knows how to play the game. VIP bidder 66, bidding 33 billion 500 million yuan. Any further increases? Even Zhou, usually composed and unflappable, found his voice rising slightly as the staggering sum was announced. Li Kuanping finally caught up with the situation. Staring at the bid displayed on the large screen, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. 33 billion. Even for their Li group, that sum would take at least 3 years to earn. And now, in just over 10 minutes, he had bid it away. As Li Kuanping hesitated, the guests' comments continued to scroll across the screen. Bidder 236, what? Backing down already? Number 22, at this stage, it's all about who can hold out the longest. Number 53, exactly. Number 220, are you just going to let number 66 walk all over you? 112, charge. One last push. Reading through the stream of bids, Li Kuanping felt the adrenaline surge. He gritted his teeth and finally placed a bid of 34 billion. After sending that final bid, Li Kuanping, wanting to avoid getting carried away again, he tossed his tablet aside. He even turned his head away, refusing to watch the changes on the big screen. In room 66. Su Ming glanced at Li Kuanping's final bid and smiled. Without hesitation, he pressed the red button beside him. Based on Su Ming's understanding of the Li group, this amount should be the absolute limit Li Kuanping could accept. Once he placed his bid online, it would truly be as Xiao Chengjing had said, this thing would end up in his hands. Young man, knowing when to take the win, well done. Xiao Chengjing praised Su Ming when he saw him stop bidding. At Su Ming's age, resisting the urge to bid higher at this moment was commendable. After all, he'd seen plenty of cases where both parties let their blood boil in such moments. Once you get carried away, you might end up wasting your time. As Su Ming pressed the forfeit button, Zhou Gu's voice echoed once more, "Congratulations to our VIP bidder 220. You have successfully secured the handwritten painting by the Empress of Great Zhou for 34 billion. Congratulations." Li Kuanping, who had been sitting on the sofa with his head turned away. He turned around in excitement, clenched his fist, and slammed it hard on the nearby surface. "Damn it! How dare you compete with me?" As he cursed, Li Kuanping grabbed the tablet lying nearby and typed a line on the auction chat screen, "Useless piece of junk." Chapter 37, "Don't wait for me to come over, you're just going to be unhappy anyway." Lot 220, "Useless thing. Young friend, aren't you going to respond?" Xiao Chengjing frowned at the barrage of sarcastic remarks. His gaze toward Su Ming held a touch more astonishment and admiration. Su Ming was at that age of youthful recklessness, yet he seemed to have barely noticed these words, his expression not changing in the slightest. Su Ming heard the question, a mischievous grin spreading across his lips as his fingers danced swiftly across the tablet. Finally, his response appeared on the large screen. We'll see if you can still laugh later." These few words conveyed only the calmness within Su Ming's heart. Zhou Gu, standing on the stage, naturally saw the content on the large screen. With an elegant smile, he said, "Once again, thank you all for coming to the Starry Sky auction. The Starry auction is dedicated to serving our esteemed guests. We strive to ensure you are not only competitors at the auction but also friends beyond it. The successful conclusion of this Starry auction would not have been possible without the patronage and support of our esteemed guests. Once again, thank you all." With that, Zhou Gu bowed deeply. His graceful and composed demeanor left an indelible impression on everyone present, especially in Xiao Chengjing's mind. "Let's go, old Xiao." Su Ming called out to Xiao Chengjing, who stood before the large screen, reluctant to leave. "All right, I'm coming." Though he spoke these words, Xiao Chengjing seemed rooted to the spot, unable to take a single step forward. Only after a long while, when Zhou Gu's figure had vanished from the screen, did Xiao Chengjing reluctantly turn to leave. However, Su Ming and Xiao Chengjing didn't rush downstairs. Instead, they waited at the stairwell for Zhao Jiwen and Li Kuanping. After all, they had promised via text earlier that they would leave together. "Teacher, Mr. Su." Zhao Jiwen greeted them with great courtesy. Upon seeing the two, her steps quickened noticeably as she hurried over. "Miss Xiao." Su Ming gave a slight nod in return. Li Kuanping beside him wore a smug look and snorted, "Su Ming, wanna come with me to check out the back?" Su Ming knew exactly what Li Kuanping meant by the back. After the auction concluded, guests who hadn't secured any items would gradually depart. Those who had provided items or secured purchases would proceed to the rear area for brief transactional discussions. Now Li Kuanping was inviting him there clearly just to show off in front of him. "What's there to see?" Su Ming replied indifferently. "What's the matter? Has the esteemed young master Su lost the courage to even accompany me to the back?" Seeing Li Kuanping getting cocky, a hint of amusement flickered beneath Su Ming's impassive expression. Fine. You're the one who insisted I come. Don't expect me to be happy once I get there. What's there to be afraid of?" Su Ming retorted smoothly. Li Kuanping nodded with satisfaction at the answer. "Fine. Let's go." With that, Li Kuanping quickened his pace, seemingly unable to wait to trample Su Ming underfoot. After the two had walked far away, Xiao Chengjing suddenly remembered something. He grabbed Su Ming's arm and spoke slowly, "Young friend, that painting and calligraphy by the Empress of Great Zhou, we shouldn't have been allowed to bid on it." Though Xiao Chengjing hadn't finished his sentence, Su Ming already understood his meaning. Even if Li Kuanping had secured it now at 34 billion. With the ongoing excavation and research into the history of the Great Zhou dynasty, the day would inevitably come when the state officially confirmed its existence. At that point, wouldn't this handwritten calligraphy by the Empress of Great Zhou become Li Kuanping's lifeline? Previously, Xiao Chengjing would have refused to meddle in such trivial matters. But now, perhaps because of Su Ming, or perhaps because Li Kuanping's smug expression was so repulsive, Xiao Chengjing stood by and watched as Su Ming handled the matter. "Rest assured, Elder Xiao. If I can get him to hand over the calligraphy and paintings, I have a way to make him give them back." Su Ming's hand tapped lightly on Xiao Chengjing's chest as he chuckled softly. That smile radiated pure confidence. Paired with Su Ming's naturally handsome features, that smile nearly intoxicated Xiao Chengjing. "That kid." Xiao Chengjing shook his head helplessly before following after him. Backyard of the Starlight Auction House. All guests who had secured items at auction were required to proceed to the rear courtyard for transactions. Naturally, this area was off limits to guests who hadn't secured any items. To enter the auction hall, one must present their numbered ticket. Earlier, Su Ming had secured the Phoenix Crown. Even without Xiao Qingjing's connection, he could have entered without issue. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Kuanpin was already waiting inside. Seeing Su Ming and Xiao Qingjing enter the courtyard without issue, Li Kuanping's expression froze in surprise. His reason for entering first was precisely to make Su Ming call out for him at the gate. To humiliate Su Ming. But what Li Kuanping hadn't anticipated was that Su Ming and Xiao Qingjing had simply walked right in. Is VIP number 66 present? A young staff member, specifically assigned to handle auctioneers, stood in the courtyard holding a contract and called out softly. Upon hearing this, Su Ming strode over. This scene caused Li Kuanping to pause slightly before hurrying after them. Su Ming, are you number 66? Li Kuanping demanded in a tense voice. As he spoke, his piercing gaze seemed poised to kill Su Ming. He knew full well that lot 66 had caused him no end of trouble at this auction. Su Ming gave a slight nod, looking at Li Kuanping with a blank expression. What's up? You bastard! Li Kuanping lunged towards Su Ming. But Su Ming caught his movement instantly and hissed, what the hell are you doing? You bastard! Trying to snatch everything from me, huh? If it weren't for Su Ming, how could he have ended up paying 34 billion for that personally inscribed painting by the Empress of Great Zhou? Who the hell are you? What did I take from you? Su Ming frowned slightly, feigning ignorance as he retorted. You snatched the Phoenix Crown at the auction. Then you drove the price through the roof for the Empress of Great Zhou's calligraphy. Su Ming, you're despicable. Li Kuanping gritted his teeth. If this weren't the Starry Sky auction house, he'd have already punched Su Ming in the face. Old donkey, haven't seen you in years and you still can't take a loss? Auctions are all about the highest bidder, right? Su Ming's words struck Li Kuanping like a sledgehammer to the head. Back when they first met at the bar, they'd made a bet. Su Ming had won, forcing Li Kuanping to strip dance in the bar. Naturally, Li Kuanping refused and stormed out in anger. After that, they hadn't seen each other. Now that Su Ming had suddenly brought it up, Li Kuanping couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. You're right. When it came to the handwritten calligraphy by the Empress of Great Zhou, why didn't you fight me for it? If you don't have the skills, don't mess with this circle. Chapter 38, Su Ming. You're number 66. With your current resources, can you really afford that Phoenix Crown? Su Ming, you must understand if you win the bid but can't pay, you'll face a hefty penalty. Li Kuanping, his belly protruding, lectured Su Ming with great pomposity. Both his expression and tone carried an air of superiority. This rankled Xiao Qingjing, who replied coolly, no problem. If the young friend can't cover it, I'll cover it. Xiao Qingjing's words were calm. Yet it caused Li Kuanping's pupils to widen in shock. Zhao Jiwen beside him covered her mouth in shock. She stared at Su Ming without daring to blink. She didn't know what kind of relationship this young man had with her teacher. But she knew this, her teacher had never spoken such words to anyone else. Li Kuanping was also rendered speechless by Xiao Qingjing's words, his face flushing with embarrassment. Soon after, Su Ming and the other followed the auction house staff into a room to sign the sales contract. They also paid a fee to the auction house. As Su Ming gazed upon the Phoenix Crown encased within the transparent glass, his eyes lit up. He had never imagined any object could be this beautiful. Mr. Su, how would you like to pay? Hearing this, Su Ming's cheeks flushed slightly. He grabbed Xiao Qingjing's arm and whispered into his ear, Old Xiao, please pay for this Phoenix Crown for me first. I'll repay you once the funds from the painting transaction clear. Agreed. Xiao Qingjing agreed readily. He promptly pulled out a black gold card from his pocket and handed it to the attendant nearby. Watching Xiao Qingjing's deft movements, Su Ming couldn't help but become lost in thought. Back when people addressed him as young Master Su, he had far more friends by his side than he did now. Yet when trouble arose, none were willing to stand in front of him. And how long had he and Xiao Qingjing even known each other? A little over a month? Perhaps even less? And yet Xiao Qingjing had paid 900 million yuan for him without hesitation. 900 million yuan. That was a colossal sum. Unable to help himself, Su Ming felt tears welling up in his eyes. Young friend, what are you doing? Sign quickly and put this contract away. As Su Ming was overcome with emotion, Xiao Qingjing's prompting voice sounded from the side. Right. Oh, and could you please repack this Phoenix Crown for me? Make it discreet. This is far too conspicuous. Rest assured, Mr. Su. I'll have someone take care of it immediately. Within mere minutes, the young, attractive staff member rolled a small cart before Su Ming. The Phoenix Crown, which had earlier shimmered with brilliance, was now neatly tucked inside an exquisite red sandalwood box. Mr. Su, we can arrange a meeting with the previous owner of this crown. Would you like to meet them? This proposal was primarily aimed at expanding one's network. Su Ming had little interest in this and declined outright. Meanwhile, in another room at the rear of the auction venue, Li Kuanping and Zhao Jiwen were conducting their own auction handover. Mr. Li, let me confirm this with you once more. The price for this personally inscribed painting by the Empress of Great Zhou is 34 billion. How would you like to proceed with payment? A staff member seated before Li Kuanping bowed politely and inquired. Upon hearing the price, Li Kuanping's heart skipped a beat. 34 billion. Damn it. All because of that unlucky bastard Su Ming. Li Kuanping cursed under his breath, then nodded awkwardly. All right. Just give me a moment, can I make a call? Of course. The attendant politely gestured with an arm, signaling Li Kuanping to proceed. Li Kuanping stood up and walked toward the window in the room. The number he dialed on his phone was his father's. The moment the call connected, curses erupted from the other end. Li Kuanping. Where the hell have you been hanging out? What the hell is going on now that you don't even report to me anymore? Li Ji's voice boomed through the phone. In response to his father's scolding, Li Kuanping quietly reassured him, Dad, don't worry. I've struck gold today. It'll definitely increase in value within 3 years. You're dabbling in your junk again, aren't you? Didn't I tell you those things are off limits? After Li Ji finished venting, Li Kuanping cautiously suggested, Dad, could you cover the cost for me first? Once it appreciates, I'll pay you back. I'll be damned if I see you recoup your investment anytime soon. How much is it? After all, Li Kuanping was the eldest son of the Li family. Despite his sharp tongue, Li Ji was soft-hearted toward Li Kuanping. Dad, it's a bit more than you might expect. Just be prepared. Upon hearing Li Kuanping mention the money, a dismissive snort came from the other end of the line. Could it possibly be more than that set of tea where you bought earlier? Earlier, Li Kuanping had acquired an exquisite set of Tang Dynasty tea ware at the antique market. Though marketed as Tang Dynasty, it was actually a late Qing Dynasty reproduction. That tea set cost him nearly 300 million yuan. Li Ji had berated Li Kuanping for half a year over that incident. A bit more than that. Before Li Ji could erupt in anger, Li Kuanping hastily added, but Dad, don't worry. The treasure I found today wasn't at some antique market. It was at the renowned Starry Sky Auction in the capital city. The Starry Sky Auction. Li Ji murmured under his breath. As a director of the Li Group, Li Ji had naturally heard of the Starry Sky Auction House. It was the capital's most prestigious auction house, where only the finest treasures were sold. No matter the price this time, at least he'd acquired something genuine. Li Ji consoled himself inwardly. Alright, name your price. 34 billion? Li Kuanping hesitated briefly before revealing the painting's price. Meanwhile, in the boardroom of the Li Group headquarters in the capital, Li Ji sipped his hot tea. The moment he heard the price, he spit out a mouthful of tea. His face contorted in fury as he bellowed into the phone, Li Kuanping. You bastard, you're trying to sell me out, aren't you? You're getting more and more ambitious. 34 billion. You actually dared to ask for that price. His mouth gaped wide, as if he might swallow the phone whole. Li Kuanping, standing by the window, heard Li Ji's furious shout and quickly covered the phone's receiver. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. Thankfully, no one had noticed him. Dad. This artifact holds immense historical significance. And it's been specially authenticated by Professors Zhou Gu and Xiao Chongjing. You can rest assured. I'll be damned. Li Ji paid no heed to Li Kuanping's words, continuing to shout curses. Get your ass back here right now. Dad. So many people are bidding on this piece. Just agree to it, okay? I promise you, if you cover this expense, I'll manage the company properly for you. Deal? Li Kuanping had already played his trump card. Chapter 39, Old Donkey, Why So Quiet? Li Ji had long wanted him to work within the group. After all, such a vast enterprise couldn't go on without someone taking the reins. But Li Kuanping was utterly consumed by antiques. Even if Li Ji dragged him into the group, Li Kuanping would find a way to slip away. This 34 billion represented nearly 3 years' worth of profits for the Li Group. Under normal circumstances, Li Ji would never part with such a sum. But this time, Li Ji felt it was worth it to use 34 billion to keep Li Kuanping anchored within the group. Kid, this is a one-time deal. And it's the last time. Bring the collection to my office later. Don't worry, Dad. Li Kuanping was overjoyed. After hanging up, he walked toward his chair with a delighted expression. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll pay by card. After Li Kuanping completed the payment, the attendant approached with a smile. Mr. Li, our auction house has a special event. If you'd like to meet the original owner of this calligraphy piece, we can arrange that for you. Li Kuanping's eyes lit up with surprise at the news. He'd been navigating the antique scene for years, yet rarely encountered any major players. And now, the person who could produce a painting personally written by the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty must be no ordinary figure. If he could befriend such a person, wouldn't he sail through the antique world like a fish in water? Great. Thank you for your help. Li Kuanping nodded in agreement, a hint of anticipation flitting across his cheeks. He even walked into the restroom to wipe the sweat from his palms. Returning to stand before Zhao Jiwen, he adjusted his shirt once more. Jiwen, how does this look? Is this okay? Zhao Jiwen gave Li Kuanping a quick once-over and nodded. It's fine. Though she said this, Su Ming's figure inevitably flashed through Zhao Jiwen's mind. If Su Ming wore Li Kuanping's outfit, he'd look incredibly handsome. As Zhao Jiwen lost herself in this daydream, two figures approached from the distance. One of them gradually merged with the tall, imposing silhouette in her mind. It was Su Ming and Xiao Changjing. Mr. Su. Teacher Xiao. Zhao Jiwen brushed past Li Kuanping and hurried toward the pair, greeting them respectfully. Li Kuanping, observing this, curled his lips in disdain and sneered at Su Ming. Su Ming, did you see that? Written in the hand of the Empress of Great Zhou herself. Want to see it with your own eyes? Li Kuanping pointed at the calligraphy on the table, his tone brimming with arrogance. Su Ming merely smiled faintly at Li Kuanping's display, casually taking his seat and picking up a dessert from the table to eat. This blatant disregard for him deeply annoyed Li Kuanping. Su Ming, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? I heard you, but I'm not interested in this painting. Su Ming replied indifferently. You lowlife. You'll never get your hands on something like this in a lifetime. Oh. Su Ming gave a perfunctory reply. Just as Li Kuanping was about to explode, the attendant who had been serving him earlier returned, a look of urgency on his face. Mr. Li, please wait. Before he could finish, the attendant suddenly spotted Su Ming and exclaimed, Mr. Su. So you were here. You know Mr. Li? Seeing the attendant's baffling words, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Li Kuanping. What do you mean? Weren't you supposed to show me the original owner of this painting? Li Kuanping didn't even glance at Su Ming, fixing his gaze on the attendant as he demanded. Mr. Li, Mr. Su is the original owner of this calligraphy piece personally written by the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty. The attendant patiently explained to Li Kuanping. After speaking, noticing a shift in Li Kuanping's expression, the attendant tactfully withdrew. You two go ahead and talk. If you need anything, just call me. While Li Kuanping was speaking with him, Su Ming had finished the dessert in his hand. He clapped his hands and looked up at Li Kuanping. Li Kuanping stared back, his expression blank as he locked eyes with Su Ming. Zhao Jiwen instinctively swallowed, glancing sideways at Xiao Changjing. Her beautiful eyes blinked repeatedly, as if asking Xiao Changjing, is this real? Xiao Changjing gave a slight nod. Zhao Jiwen's shock deepened. She had long wondered who Su Ming was to befriend Xiao Changjing. Now, she understood. All the puzzling questions she'd harbored suddenly made perfect sense. Old donkey, why aren't you saying anything? Su Ming observed Li Kuanping's dazed expression and chuckled softly. Although the auction house staff had already explained to Li Kuanping that Su Ming, sitting before him, was the original owner of the handwritten painting by the Empress of Great Zhou, Li Kuanping still asked incredulously, Su Ming, this painting is yours? Su Ming gave a faint nod, raising his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Selling for 34 billion? I really have to thank old donkey for his support. Otherwise, who would believe we're not just longtime friends? When I was in trouble, you truly stepped up to help. Every word Su Ming spoke now felt like an invisible slap, landing hard on Li Kuanping's face. After speaking, Su Ming's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at Xiao Changjing beside him. His arm fell casually over Xiao Changjing's shoulder. Old donkey, rest assured. This calligraphy is genuine. It was personally authenticated by old Master Xiao himself. Just keep it safe, hang it on the wall, and treat it with respect. It'll appreciate in value sooner or later. Su Ming's face remained plastered with a smile. Despite Su Ming's repeated assurances that the painting was genuine, Li Kuanping couldn't shake the unease he felt. Su Ming's smug grin and his overly familiar gestures toward Xiao Changjing. The heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. Damn it! 34 billion yuan he'd been played by Su Ming. Could this painting possibly be real? At that moment, Li Kuanping was filled with doubt. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. Old donkey, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out now. Su Ming stood up and headed toward the backyard gate. But just as Su Ming stood up, before he could take 2 steps, a gentle voice sounded from behind him. Mr. Su, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Would that be alright? The speaker was none other than Zhao Jiwen. She was deeply disappointed about coming out with Li Kuanping this time. She had no desire to collaborate with someone like him. If she could work with Su Ming, yes, work. She'd gladly work overtime. Certainly. Su Ming responded with a faint, refined smile. Hearing this, Zhao Jiwen flashed a radiant smile, as bright as a spring blossom, and hurried toward Su Ming. Only Li Kuanping remained seated. Li Kuanping stared at the handwritten painting by the Empress of Great Zhou on the table, then glanced up at Zhao Jiwen running toward Su Ming. Thud. His hand clenched into a fist and slammed hard onto the table. Why? Why does this always happen? Every woman he set his sights on ended up throwing herself at Su Ming. Chapter 40, The Loyal Old Donkey. You really do help when needed. Although the auction house staff had already informed Li Kuanping that the Su Ming sitting before him was the original owner of the hand-painted scroll by the Empress of Great Zhou, Li Kuanping still couldn't quite believe it and asked, Su Ming, this painting is yours? Su Ming gave a faint nod, raising his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Selling for 34 billion? I really have to thank you, old donkey, for your support. Otherwise, who would have thought we're old friends who've known each other for years? When I was in trouble, you truly stepped up to help. Every word Su Ming spoke now felt like an invisible slap, landing hard on Li Kuanping's face. After speaking, Su Ming's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at Xiao Qingjing beside him. His arm fell casually over Xiao Qingjing's shoulder. Old donkey, rest assured. This calligraphy is genuine. It was personally authenticated by old Master Xiao himself. Just keep it safe, hang it on the wall, and treat it with respect. It'll appreciate in value sooner or later. Su Ming's face remained plastered with a smile. Despite Su Ming's repeated assurances that the painting was genuine, Li Kuanping couldn't shake the unease he felt. Su Ming's smug grin and his overly familiar gestures toward Xiao Qingjing. The heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. Damn it! 34 billion yuan he'd been played by Su Ming. Could this painting possibly be real? At that moment, Li Kuanping was filled with doubt. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. Old donkey, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out now. Su Ming stood up and headed toward the backyard gate. But just as Su Ming stood up, before he could take 2 steps, a gentle voice sounded from behind him. Mr. Su, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Would that be alright? The speaker was none other than Zhao Jiwen. She was deeply disappointed about coming out with Li Kuanping this time. She had no desire to collaborate with someone like him. If she could work with Su Ming, yes, work. She'd gladly work overtime. Certainly. Su Ming responded with a faint, refined smile. Hearing this, Zhao Jiwen flashed a radiant smile, as bright as a spring blossom, and hurried toward Su Ming. Only Li Kuanping remained seated. Li Kuanping stared at the handwritten painting by the Empress of Great Zhou on the table, then glanced up at Zhao Jiwen running toward Su Ming. Thud. His hand clenched into a fist and slammed hard onto the table. Why? Why does this always happen? Every woman he set his sights on ended up throwing herself at Su Ming. This calligraphy. Li Kuanping's emotions were a tangled mess: grief, resentment, and a burning refusal to accept it, mixed with rage. He wanted to tear the painting to shreds right then and there. But the thought of its value forced him to abandon the idea. Su Ming! You just wait. After a long moment, Li Kuanping finally snarled through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Su Ming and his 2 companions had already exited the Starry Sky auction house and arrived at Xiao Qingjing's residence. This was also where Su Ming had parked his car. Old Xiao, thank you. Su Ming looked at Xiao Qingjing earnestly, standing up as he spoke. Xiao Qingjing waved dismissively with a faint smile. Alright, sit down. This is Zhao Jiwen, my student. Xiao Qingjing introduced Su Ming, who clasped hands with Zhao Jiwen. Nice to meet you. Though they had exchanged greetings at the auction earlier, this marked their formal introduction. Young friend, does the promise you made to me at the auction still stand? Xiao Qingjing paused briefly, observing Su Ming cautiously as he asked. Huh? What? Xiao Qingjing's sudden question caught Su Ming off guard, and he instinctively asked back. You. Oh. I remember now. Seeing Xiao Qingjing's wide-eyed expression, Su Ming instantly recalled the matter and said in a solemn tone, Old Xiao, how do you plan to teach me? Xiao Qingjing pointed to Zhao Jiwen beside Su Ming. Jiwen is one of my star pupils. Why don't you start by learning from her first? What do you think? Zhao Jiwen wasn't exactly a stunning beauty, but her oval face was quite pleasing to the eye. Plus, she had a nice figure. Su Ming naturally wouldn't refuse. He extended his hand to Zhao Jiwen once more and said in a deep voice, Hello, senior sister. Su Ming's voice was crisp and resonant, radiating the confidence of a young man. The sound of him addressing her as senior sister sent a tingling sensation through Zhao Jiwen's body. After a moment, she finally clasped his hand. Alright, if there's nothing else, starting tomorrow morning, you'll go to the antique shop and learn about ancient artifacts alongside Jiwen. After settling all arrangements, Xiao Qingjing suddenly realized the most critical issue. Zhao Jiwen hadn't been working at his antique shop before. He hadn't even asked her opinion. Xiao Qingjing lifted his gaze, about to ask, but upon seeing Zhao Jiwen's mesmerized stare fixed on Su Ming, he couldn't help but smile and lowered his head. That kid. After a brief farewell to Xiao Qingjing, Su Ming drove away. Zhao Jiwen stood at the doorway, watching Su Ming's car disappear into the distance with lingering reluctance, her mood growing somber. Enough. You can't even smell his exhaust fumes anymore. Come back for some tea. Seeing Zhao Jiwen's pathetic demeanor, Xiao Qingjing called out. Teacher, does your friend have a girlfriend? Zhao Jiwen was direct. After running into the house, she asked. Probably not. He used to be a young master, but his family hit some rough times. Even if he had a girlfriend, she probably left him. The Su family's Su group was practically a household name throughout the capital. With Xiao Qingjing's connections, uncovering Su Ming's background wouldn't be difficult. Good. After receiving Xiao Qingjing's reassurance, Zhao Jiwen's mood visibly lifted. She skipped over to the table and chair, plopping down. She took a delicate sip of the tea Xiao Qingjing had brewed. Fine tea. So delicious. It's been months since we last met, but your tea brewing skills have improved so much. Zhao Jiwen exclaimed with delight. Watching Zhao Jiwen's excited and animated expression, Xiao Qingjing couldn't help but smile. He spoke with a hint of teasing. I wonder if it's because my tea brewing skills have improved, or if it's because of that kid, Su Ming. Before he could finish, Zhao Jiwen's cheeks flushed crimson. She lowered her head shyly and said, Teacher, what are you saying? Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Su Ming carefully removed the phoenix crown from its box. The phoenix crown was richly colored and exquisitely crafted, even more beautiful than what he had seen on the big screen. I wonder if the Great Zhou dynasty has weathered the storm yet. Su Ming murmured to himself as he gazed at the phoenix crown before him. With that, he opened the safe. Clatter. The moment the safe opened, countless slips of paper spilled out. Chapter 41, An Unexpected Greeting. The Empress's Dao heart shatters. Seeing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Could it be that something had happened to the Great Zhou dynasty? Otherwise, why would Zhou Zhiruo send him so many notes? Su Ming set the phoenix crown aside and began unfolding each note one by one. The contents of the notes did not reveal any plans for the Great Ming to invade and destroy the kingdom. Instead, they contained Zhou Zhiruo's everyday inquiries, such as asking what delicious foods were available in Su Ming's region, which dynasty he was in, and so on. The sensation was oddly surreal, like chatting with an online friend from a different region. After reviewing all the notes, Su Ming gazed out at the pitch-black night sky beyond the window before carefully placing the incense burner back inside the safe. From his last exchange with Zhou Zhiruo, Su Ming had gleaned a crucial piece of information. The time difference between them should be the same. At this hour, the streetlights had long since faded, and Zhou Zhiruo must have retired for the night. He decided to wait until tomorrow to reply. What Su Ming didn't know was that at this very moment, within the Empress's chambers of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Zhiruo leaned on the table, her eyes slightly dim, staring fixedly at the incense burner. Why hasn't the sage replied? Could it be he finds my questions too troublesome and no longer wishes to deal with me? Zhou Zhiruo's jade-like fingers propped her chin as she murmured to herself, her willow brows slightly furrowed. Sigh. I should have kept my mouth shut. A hollow emptiness filled Zhou Zhiruo's heart at that moment. This feeling was quite peculiar. She hadn't had much interaction with the sage across the incense burner. Yet the sorrow that washed over her upon losing contact was beyond words. Unconsciously, Zhou Zhiruo had fallen asleep with her head on the table. Only in slumber did the frown gradually smooth from her brow. The next morning, Su Ming rose early and carefully laid out the notes beside the incense burner. Reading the contents of each note, he responded to every word Zhou Zhiruo had written. Puff, puff, puff. Zhou Zhiruo, who had been sleeping with her head on the desk, was suddenly awakened by the sound coming from the incense burner. Immediately after, Zhou Zhiruo saw the notes flying out of the incense burner like feathers. By the time she came to her senses, the paper had already scattered across the floor. This. Rubbing her eyes, Zhou Zhiruo gasped in shock, unable to contain her exclamation. The sage has replied. With that, she eagerly began picking up each scrap from the floor. Sure enough, the contents of the notes were all responses to the questions she had posed the previous day. So the world created by the sage no longer has an imperial court. As Zhou Zhiruo read the notes aloud, a gleam of wonder flickered in her eyes. Everything Su Ming described was entirely unfamiliar to her. Through Su Ming's narration, Zhou Zhiruo also gained much insight into Su Ming himself. She learned that the world he came from was far more advanced than the present Great Zhou dynasty, where people no longer suffered from hunger or cold, thus preventing social unrest. Upon reaching the final note, Zhou Zhiruo's brows furrowed slightly. As the Empress of the Great Zhou, how does it feel? Is it exhausting? This question left Zhou Zhiruo momentarily speechless. Since ascending the throne of the Great Zhou, Zhou Zhiruo had first led her armies to repel barbarian invasions and pacify neighboring states. She had also vigorously reformed the Great Zhou dynasty's legal system. All this sounded simple enough, but only Zhou Zhiruo knew deep down how truly arduous the journey had been. As a woman, ascending to the imperial throne was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. From being shunned by all officials to now commanding their reverence, this journey had taken her years. Following the late emperor's death from illness, not once along this path did anyone ever ask, "Your Majesty, are you weary?" Nor did anyone ever suggest, "Your Majesty, you ought to rest." Each day, the moment she opened her eyes, she would sit in the imperial study, reviewing the memorials submitted by the officials. Before the memorials were finished, she had to attend the daily morning court session. All coveted the imperial throne, but did they truly understand the weight of its seat? Memories flashed through Zhou Zhiruo's mind. As she pondered, a glimmer of tears shimmered in her eyes. She reached for paper and brush, slowly writing, "The imperial throne is not for ordinary men. It is truly too arduous. I wonder what the esteemed sage does in your world." Su Ming, sitting in his apartment, read Zhou Zhiruo's reply. When he reached the final line, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. What does he do? What does he do? If not for meeting Xiao Qingjing, he'd probably still be drifting aimlessly. Don't call me a master. My name is Su Ming. I just know a bit more than you do, nothing special. I don't have a position right now, but I will soon. Alright. I'm off to work now. If anything comes up, just send word. I'll check it when I get back later. Su Ming placed the note atop the incense burner. A familiar sound rang out as the paper was transmitted away. With that, Su Ming headed out the apartment door. Yesterday, he'd promised Xiao Chengjing he'd go to his antique shop to study ancient artifacts alongside Zhao Jiwen. The matter with the old mansion couldn't be addressed these next couple of days. After all, the auction house needed time to settle the payment. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhirua held the note in her hand, her beautiful eyes fluttering slightly as she murmured softly, "Su Ming, that's a nice name." Suddenly, a palace maid's voice sounded from outside. "Your Majesty, it is time to rise. Many ministers are already heading toward the Golden Palace." "I am aware." Zhou Zhirua withdrew the smile from her cheeks and responded with a touch of authority. It seemed that after ceasing her conversations with Su Ming, Zhou Zhirua had once again become the formidable Empress of the Great Zhou, revered by her subjects. After the tedious routine of dressing and ablutions, Zhou Zhirua, crown upon her head and bearing herself with unyielding poise, strode toward the Golden Palace. "Her Majesty has arrived." The old eunuch's shrill voice echoed through the hall. As the words fell, the once bustling hall instantly fell silent. All eyes focused on Zhou Zhirua as everyone knelt toward the dragon throne. "Hail your Majesty! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor forever!" Zhou Zhirua approached the throne, flicked her sleeves, and spoke slowly, "Rise, my loyal subjects. After careful consideration, the method proposed yesterday by Chancellor Qin is feasible." At these words, officials in the court chamber spoke up in unison, their voices solemn. "Your Majesty, the 5 northern cities are the very foundation upon which Great Zhou has defended itself against the barbarians for years. To hand over the 5 northern cities to the barbarians, that would be like pulling teeth from a tiger inviting disaster upon ourselves. How dare you, Lu Chong? Are you accusing His Majesty?" As the words left his lips, the formidable General Hu Wei in the court roared in a stern voice. Minister Lu hastily knelt on the ground. Though his expression betrayed some panic, he still declared with conviction, "I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Do not act impulsively." Chapter 42, Chancellor Qin, Why has the Empress changed? Zhou Zhirua, seated upon the dragon throne, offered no reply, her gaze fixed upon Lu Chong. Lu Chong was considered an upright official in the court. He conducted himself with fairness and impartiality, never harboring personal agendas. Zhou Zhirua believed that Lu Chang's words were offered as sincere advice. "What you have said, Minister Lu, I am well aware of. But now the barbarian tribes are watching us with hungry eyes. As Chancellor Qin said, if we do not offer them sufficient compensation, how can we expect them to withdraw their troops? The most crucial matter now is to secure their withdrawal. Only when the barbarians withdraw will our Great Zhou have a chance to turn the tide. What do you all think?" Zhou Zhirua's expression remained cold as her words echoed through the court. Lu Chong and others who had previously voiced dissent now showed hesitation on their faces upon hearing her words. "Minister Lu, His Majesty speaks wisely. If we cannot force the barbarian tribes to withdraw, this alliance between Great Zhou, the Western Di, and Southern Shu will be utterly meaningless. Preserve the Green Mountains, and you'll never worry about firewood." Officials surrounding Lu Chong offered soothing words. Moments later, Lu Chong seemed to have come to a realization. He knelt once more, speaking with reverence. "This humble servant acknowledges his error. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. Minister Lu, rise. I know your heart is wholly devoted to the Great Zhou. The division of the 5 northern cities was truly an unavoidable measure." Zhou Zhirua spoke slowly. As Zhou Zhirua spoke, Qin Xuan, standing before the assembled officials, kept his gaze fixed on her. Her eyes held a mix of curiosity and confusion. Though unaware of the cause, Qin Xuan sensed Zhou Zhirua had changed from before. In the past, she would have scolded Lu Chong and stubbornly announced the terms of the alliance with the barbarians. As for the ministers who disagreed, who cared? If they kept causing a ruckus in court, she'd have them dragged away and punished with a beating. Yet now, Zhou Zhirua was patiently explaining the matter to the court officials. Strange. Truly strange. Zhou Zhirua, unaware of Qin Xuan's current thoughts, paused briefly before declaring, "After court adjourns, the Ministry of Rights shall dispatch envoys to the barbarian army to deliver the treaty terms to their commanders. Your servant obeys the command." The Minister of Rights hurried out, respectfully accepting the command. The court then discussed a few more trivial matters. Zhou Zhirua, finding it tedious to listen further, waved her hand, signaling the end of the session. After the court session ended, the Ministry of Rights dispatched a messenger who set off directly toward the barbarian army's encampment. Several dozen miles northeast of Tianxian City lay the barbarian army's encampment. "Report! A messenger from the Great Zhou has arrived." The announcement echoed from outside the command tent. Huluaner and the barbarian commanders present all furrowed their brows slightly. What is the Great Zhou up to now? Huluani shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Let the messenger come forward first." A young man with delicate features then stepped into the tent. Placing one arm across his chest, he bowed to Huluani and declared, "Greetings, General. I come here by the Empress's command to seek peace with the barbarian tribes." Peace? Huluani examined the letter in the Great Zhou envoy's hand and spoke slowly. Earlier at the gates of Tianxian City, Huluani had clearly sensed the overwhelming strength of the Great Zhou forces within the city walls. A siege would prove difficult to break, compounded by the forces of Nanchu and Shidi approaching from the flanks. Should battle commence, though the barbarians might hold numerical superiority, they would likely suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, opting for prudence, Huluani ordered a retreat. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that the Great Zhou would send a letter of peace directly. The Empress declares, though the barbarian hordes are vast and formidable, our capital now holds numerous troops, bolstered by the aid of Nanchu and Shidi. Should the barbarians insist on breaching our capital, it would surely lead to mutual destruction. Thus, it would be wiser to seek peace. Enclosed within this letter lies the compensation our Great Zhou offers to the barbarian tribes. Having spoken, the Ministry of Right's messenger bowed deeply to Huluani once more and declared solemnly, before departing, I must remind the general, a vessel filled to the brim will overflow. Without waiting for Huluani's response, the Ministry of Right's messenger turned and walked out of the tent. Where did this brat come from, daring to speak to the general like that? I'll have him bound. Even if it means war with the Great Zhou, so be it. A stout, barrel-chested commander bellowed. He was about to order the Great Zhou messenger's capture when... Enough! Huluani snapped impatiently. He had already seen the compensation Zhou Jirua offered the cession of 5 northern border cities to the barbarians. Truth be told, upon seeing this offer, Huluani felt a touch of surprise. After all, the barbarians had clashed with the Great Zhou Empress before. They knew this Empress of Great Zhou possessed a cold demeanor and dealt with matters ruthlessly, and fiercely protective of her own. To put it somewhat dramatically, even if Zhou Jirua dared to offer those 5 northern cities, he wouldn't dare accept them. Huluani grabbed a bowl of white liquor beside him and downed it in one gulp. Then he declared in a deep voice, dispatch messengers immediately to deliver this letter to His Majesty. Let His Majesty decide. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Su Ming had arrived at Xiao Qingjing's antique shop. Before even reaching the entrance, Su Ming spotted the slender figure waiting for him at the antique shop's doorway. Hello, senior sister. Su Ming nodded to Zhao Jiwen. Come in quickly. Zhao Jiwen ushered Su Ming inside. Once he followed her in, he was somewhat surprised to find only Zhao Jiwen present. Where's old Xiao? The teacher has some tasks at the academy. Zhao Jiwen fluttered her eyelashes, her gaze lingering on Su Ming's handsome features. When Su Ming turned back, she hurriedly added, but don't worry, before he left, he specifically instructed me on what to teach you. Su Ming nodded. Then I'll trouble you, senior sister. You're welcome. As she spoke, Zhao Jiwen retrieved a porcelain jar from nearby. Its surface was smooth, adorned with glazes of multiple hues that shifted subtly under the light. Now then, to study this porcelain jar, we must first understand. The moment professional knowledge entered the conversation, the dreamy look vanished from Zhao Jiwen's face. Holding the porcelain jar in one hand and paper and pen in the other, she began explaining to Su Ming. After a long while, Zhao Jiwen finally paused. Su Ming smiled as he handed her a teacup and remarked, It's clear you love this work, senior sister. Of course. Studying antiquities is the most fulfilling thing in the world to me. By the way, Su Ming, what did you do before? Zhao Jiwen set down the teacup and looked up at Su Ming. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but recall Zhou Jirua's question from last night. He gave a faint smile. In Beijing's elite circles, I was a playboy. That Li Kunping you partnered with yesterday? He's not even fit to tie my shoes. Back in the day, I was even more reckless than him. Chapter 43, Wait until you come home tonight. Then we'll chat. Su Ming laughed heartily as he recounted the story to Zhao Jiwen. But just as he reached the most animated part, Su Ming abruptly fell silent. The joy, pride, and excitement that had lit up his face moments before vanished in an instant. Only a trace of coldness remained on his face. But that's all in the past now. Now, I'm just an apprentice at old Zhao's antique shop. Zhao Jiwen was startled by Su Ming's abrupt change in mood. Her gaze toward him grew tinged with concern. No matter what happened before, if you ever need anything in the future, just tell me. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do everything in my power. Zhao Jiwen's resolute gaze fixed on Su Ming as she declared firmly. All right. Su Ming nodded and continued studying the research of antiquities under Zhao Jiwen. He didn't go home at noon, spending the entire day at the antique shop. It wasn't until evening that Su Ming finally left the antique shop, a hint of weariness visible on his face. However, if one looked closely, a faint smile could be seen playing at the corners of his mouth. Though weary from the day, listening to Zhao Jiwen recount the fascinating stories behind those ancient artifacts had been thoroughly enjoyable. Merely revisiting them in his mind brought him great amusement. Just as Su Ming settled into his car, a familiar figure appeared outside the window. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she rubbed her hands together nervously in front of her. What's wrong, senior sister? Indeed, standing outside the car was none other than Zhao Jiwen. Her head was bowed, lost in thought. Senior sister? Su Ming called out again. Is something wrong? Oh, are you free tomorrow? I have a college reunion and I'd like you to come with me. After all, most of my classmates have found partners now, and I'm the only one left. Going alone would inevitably make them. Before Zhao Jiwen could finish her sentence, Su Ming readily agreed, sure. No problem. Ha! Zhao Jiwen hadn't expected Su Ming to agree so readily and found it hard to believe for a moment. Having Su Ming accompany her to the reunion was merely an excuse she'd made up. Going alone wouldn't have been a big deal. Where should I pick you up tomorrow? Su Ming asked in a low voice. Just at the antique shop. We'll head over around noon. I'll let my teacher know. Su Ming nodded in agreement, then waved to Zhao Jiwen. All right. See you tomorrow, senior. With that, Su Ming stepped on the gas and drove off, leaving Zhao Jiwen standing there, staring blankly at the receding silhouette of his car. Her hands clenched tighter before her. She cried out excitedly, it worked. By the time he returned to his apartment, night had already fallen. Standing by the window, Su Ming could see the neon lights flickering below. After drinking a cup of tea, Su Ming retrieved the incense burner from the safe. Finding no note nearby, he felt a strange emptiness in his heart. What Su Ming hadn't anticipated, however. On the other end of the incense burner, Zhou Zhirua had long since returned to her bedchamber from the imperial study. Kneeling beside the burner, a hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes. Should I write Su Ming a note? Wouldn't that be too much of an intrusion? But this morning, he said I could leave him a note if I needed anything. Something important? Is this something important now? Zhou Zhirua, leaning on the table, felt as if two little people were arguing inside her head. They argued relentlessly. Finally, Zhou Zhirua seemed to make up her mind. She slammed her palm on the table. No. I have to write it. If she didn't send Su Ming a message today, she felt a hollow emptiness in her heart, and uneasy discomfort. Zhou Zhirua, Su Ming, have you gone to bed yet? Inside the apartment, Su Ming, who had just been about to contact Zhou Zhirua, suddenly heard a puff sound. He snapped his head up and saw the note flying out from the incense burner. Upon reading its contents, a faint smile touched Su Ming's lips. He and the Empress truly were in perfect harmony. This feeling, why does it feel so familiar? It felt like they'd just started dating. With a smile, Su Ming replied to Zhou Zhirua. Su Ming, just got back. How's everything going lately? Zhou Zhirua, should be going smoothly. Today, the Ministry of Rights sent envoys to deliver the treaty to the barbarian tribes. Zhou Zhirua, you mentioned you're from another era. In your time, have you heard anything about the history of the Great Zhou dynasty? As Zhou Zhirua typed these words, her heart trembled with anxiety. Her fingers trembled. What she truly wanted to ask wasn't about the Great Zhou dynasty, but about herself. She simply couldn't bring herself to say it outright. Su Ming, I've heard some things, though not much. Perhaps it differs somewhat from the actual situation. Su Ming, being emperor must be more exhausting than my own duties. After all, every matter within the realm requires your personal judgment. Rest well. These past days dealing with the barbarian tribes must have worn you out. When Zhou Zhirua received Su Ming's note, her beautiful eyes flashed involuntarily, and a glistening tear slowly rolled down her cheek. Su Ming always managed to strike the softest part of her heart with just a few simple words. Zhou Zhirua carefully tucked the note beneath her pillow. Then she lay down on the pillow. For some reason, Zhou Zhirua felt the pillow was exceptionally soft and comfortable tonight. Su Ming gazed at the incense burner before him, his expression complex. This incense burner seemed to possess some kind of magic. Ever since learning that the Empress of Great Zhou resided across from it, he couldn't shake the unease he felt whenever he failed to connect with her. After careful reflection, Su Ming arrived at an important conclusion. He was undoubtedly worrying too much about the Great Zhou dynasty. He refused to let the Great Zhou dynasty merely shine for a few decades on the stage of history. Yes. That must be it. It had little to do with Zhou Zhirua. The next day, Su Ming still left early as usual. The only difference was that before departing, he wrote a note and placed it into the incense burner. Su Ming, off to work. We'll talk when I return. When Zhou Zhirua returned to her chambers after morning court and reached for the incense burner to exchange words with Su Ming, her gaze immediately fell upon the note beside it. The note was simple, just a single sentence. To Zhou Zhirua, it seemed no different from the reports she received from her soldiers. Yet it carried a different feeling, one that warmed the heart. It felt incredibly comforting. Zhou Zhirua immediately fetched paper and brush from nearby and swiftly wrote, "Just finished morning court." Concise and to the point. After slipping the note into the box, Zhou Zhirua felt something was missing. She tore another sheet from the stack beside her. "Wait for you to come back tonight." Having written this far, Zhou Zhirua intended to stop, but something felt amiss. She added, "Chat some more." Chapter 44, Youngsters don't call her sis, she's a bit wild. When Su Ming arrived at the antique shop, it was still early, just 8 in the morning. Yet a slender figure was already inside. Zhao Jiwen waited in the room, the table laden with soy milk, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, flatbreads, and more. The sheer variety of breakfast options was on full display at that moment. "You're here. Sit down and eat." Zhao Jiwen greeted Su Ming as soon as he entered. Senior sister, you bought all this so early in the morning. Han Yu's eyes lit up as he gazed at the breakfast spread, his voice brimming with anticipation. Is someone coming to our shop soon? The breakfast spread on the table was clearly more than the two of them could finish. Even if two more people showed up, there would be plenty to go around. Zhao Jiwen's expression tightened slightly. No, I just bought some things on a whim and didn't realize I'd bought so much. She couldn't bring herself to admit she'd bought a little of everything, unsure what Su Ming liked to eat. Su Ming chuckled. Well, you did buy a bit too much. The two of us can't possibly finish all this. When old Xiao comes over later, we'll have him help us eat some. Okay, sure. Zhao Jiwen nodded, her gaze never leaving Su Ming. It wasn't until nearly 9 o'clock that Xiao Qingjing finally appeared at the antique shop. Dressed in that familiar earth-toned outfit, his beard unkempt, he looked somewhat listless. He was a far cry from the polished figure who had attended the auction earlier. Old Xiao, now that Teacher Zhou isn't here, you're really letting yourself go, huh? Su Ming's eyes lingered on Xiao Qingjing for a moment before he teased. What are you implying? I'm dressed like this for convenience at work. Xiao Qingjing insisted stubbornly. Old Xiao, I know exactly what your job is, just reading books and newspapers in this antique shop, right? Wearing that outfit wouldn't make any difference. Seeing Su Ming call him out, Xiao Qingjing scrambled for an excuse, pointing at the breakfast on the table. Who bought this? How did you know I hadn't eaten? With that, he ignored Su Ming and sat down on a nearby chair. Su Ming smiled at the scene and exchanged a glance with Zhao Jiwen. Caught in Su Ming's sudden gaze, Zhao Jiwen's ears flushed red as she smiled and nodded. Teacher, Su Ming, and I need to step out for lunch today. You'll be busy running the shop on your own. Xiao Qingjing had seen more than Su Ming had lived. Just from the change in Zhao Jiwen's expression, Xiao Qingjing understood exactly what was going on. He smiled and said, all right. Go ahead. Zhao Jiwen was an excellent student, displaying deep passion and focus toward antiquities. Xiao Qingjing found her quite endearing. Upon learning Zhao Jiwen held a favorable impression of Su Ming, Xiao Qingjing genuinely sought to facilitate their connection, both openly and discreetly. The two were truly a perfect match. After lingering on Zhao Jiwen for a moment, Xiao Qingjing glanced over at Su Ming. He noticed Su Ming was dressed simply in a jacket and trousers, with mud caked on his shoes. He couldn't help but frown slightly. You're going on a date dressed like this? Su Ming froze at the remark. He looked down at himself for a moment before speaking up. What are you saying, old Xiao? I'm just going with senior sister to their so-called class reunion. We'll have dinner and come right back. Do I really need to dress up for that? Ever since the Su family's decline, Su Ming's attire had become far more disheveled than before. Though money was no longer a worry, he still couldn't be bothered to dress himself up. His attire had become far more casual than before. Are you genuinely clueless, or what? Xiao Qingjing shot Su Ming a strange look before pulling him aside. He spoke slowly. Even if you have no shame, shouldn't you at least consider Jiwen? If you show up dressed like that, won't you just embarrass Jiwen? A smug look spread across Xiao Qingjing's face as he finished speaking. As if to say, learn from this, kid. You've got a lot to learn. Su Ming frowned slightly, exchanging a glance with Xiao Qingjing before cautiously observing Zhao Jiwen behind him. Ever since entering the antique shop, Su Ming had only noticed the breakfast on the table. He hadn't even noticed Zhao Jiwen's outfit today. Today, Zhao Jiwen had deliberately curled her hair into large waves, letting it cascade down her back. She wore a pale blue long dress. The dress was dotted with small floral accents. It added a touch of intellectual beauty and elegance. Whether viewed from afar or up close, she took one's breath away. Alright, old Xiao, you're right. Before we head to the gathering with senior sister, I'll stop by the mall to pick out an outfit. Su Ming snapped back to reality and said in a low voice. Alright. Let's go now. It's already 9 o'clock. Don't you need time to buy clothes? Won't we arrive at the gathering venue past 10? Xiao Qingjing waved his hand impatiently, barking at Su Ming. Hearing this, Su Ming turned to look at Zhao Jiwen behind him and asked softly, Senior sister, shall we head out now? Zhao Jiwen nodded. Alright. Seeing Zhao Jiwen had no objections, Su Ming and she headed toward the shop exit. Xiao Qingjing cheerfully escorted them to the door, his face beaming as he said, have fun, no rush. Hearing Xiao Qingjing's words, Zhao Jiwen's ears flushed a deeper pink. She turned and shot Xiao Qingjing a grateful glance before following Su Ming toward the parking lot. Once seated in the car, Zhao Jiwen appeared unusually tense, even unsure where to place her long, fair legs. What song would you like to hear, senior sister? Relax. It's just the two of us. No one else is here. Su Ming steered the conversation to comfort Zhao Jiwen. Zhao Jiwen glanced sideways at Su Ming upon hearing this. This idiot, did he really not know why she was nervous? Unconsciously, Zhao Jiwen found herself staring at him. Su Ming's profile was sharply defined, his hair neither too long nor too short, just right, giving him an air of refined elegance. He looked no different from those models online. Handsome. So handsome. The way he held the steering wheel with one hand was even more handsome. Senior sister? Su Ming's clear voice snapped Zhao Jiwen back to reality. You don't need to be so nervous, it's just a class reunion. With me here, what's there to fear? Zhao Jiwen nodded gently, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. With Su Ming constantly finding topics to discuss, Zhao Jiwen gradually relaxed. Before they knew it, they'd chatted all the way. They felt much more comfortable with each other than they had the day before. Let's go, senior sister. Su Ming parked the car in the mall's underground garage and waved at Zhao Jiwen. Su Ming. Zhao Jiwen suddenly spoke up. What is it? Stop calling me senior sister, okay? It makes us sound so distant. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but pause, recalling an online saying, if you don't call her sister when you're young, you're a bit of a rebel. Chapter 45, handsome enough to make your jaw drop. Moments later, he brought over an exquisitely packaged box. Opening it revealed a meticulously tailored black suit before Su Ming and Zhao Jiwen. On the back of the box was the price tag for the suit. 125,999. Upon seeing that string of numbers, Zhao Jiwen's eyes widened in shock. Nearly 130,000 yuan. Just as Su Ming was about to try it on, Zhao Jiwen pulled him aside and whispered, Su Ming, this suit is way too expensive. Let's go somewhere else to look, okay? Though Zhao Jiwen earned a decent income herself, she had never seen clothing priced at such levels. Over the past couple of days, she'd noticed what Su Ming wore whenever they met. Now, the thought of Su Ming spending over 100,000 on a suit just for her made her feel terribly guilty. Sis Jiwen, old Zhao's right. Since you invited me along, I can't exactly embarrass you, can I? Su Ming patted Zhao Jiwen's shoulder, his soft voice murmuring in her ear. He promptly took the suit into the fitting room, while Zhao Jiwen waited outside. A few minutes later, a tall, straight figure emerged from the fitting room, striding out with determined steps. This suit seemed tailor-made for Su Ming, every detail accentuating his near-perfect physique. His broad, powerful pectorals caused the shirt beneath the suit to bulge slightly. Every movement sent shivers down the spine. The female attendant assigned to greet Su Ming was utterly transfixed. Even those popular young actors on TV couldn't hold a candle to this sight. He was drop-dead gorgeous. Zhao Jiwen stood facing the fitting room entrance, watching Su Ming stride toward her step by step, her heart pounding wildly. The physical reaction made Zhao Jiwen keep swallowing the saliva building in her mouth. Jiwen? How about this one? Su Ming strolled up to Zhao Jiwen and asked in a deep voice. That clear, slightly magnetic voice made Zhao Jiwen's lips curve into a faint smile. If her mind hadn't been slightly clearer, Zhao Jiwen might have even shouted out loud, I'm willing. Snapping back to reality. Zhao Jiwen replied with satisfaction, it's perfect. You look absolutely stunning. Excuse me, sir. In addition to this black premium set, we also have a light gray one available. Would you like to try that on? The saleswoman politely inquired from the side. Sure. Su Ming nodded in agreement. He naturally had no idea what the saleswoman was thinking. The reason she recommended the second suit was simply to get a better look at him. After Su Ming entered the fitting room with the second outfit, the attendant hurried toward Zhao Jiwen and struck up a conversation with unexpected familiarity. Sis, how did you snag such a handsome boyfriend? Zhao Jiwen, who suffered from social anxiety, froze upon hearing the saleswoman's words, unsure how to respond. As the two were talking, Su Ming emerged from the fitting room once more. Dressed in the light-colored suit, Su Ming appeared more vibrant and visibly younger than before. The black suit was more subdued, while this light-colored one had a lively, cheerful vibe. Which one should I choose? After all, he was attending the gathering with Zhao Jiwen. He should consider Zhao Jiwen's opinion. After a moment's thought, Zhao Jiwen chose the light-colored suit. After all, Su Ming wasn't that old yet, wearing black would be a bit too serious for him. Alright, I'll take your word for it. The female attendant standing beside them overheard Su Ming's words, her face brimming with curiosity and a look of utter amazement. At the suit shop counter. Good afternoon, sir. With the leather shoes, that comes to 157,596 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or scan the QR code? Let me handle it. Zhao Jiwen held out her phone, displaying the payment QR code. Sis Jiwen, that's no fun at all. With that, Su Ming pushed Zhao Jiwen's phone aside, handed over a card, and offered a faint smile to the front desk attendant. Hello, I'll be paying by card. Certainly. The cashier swiftly swiped the card, and Su Ming entered the PIN. The two then left the suit shop. The female staff inside the store quickly gathered at the entrance, watching Su Ming and Zhao Jiwen depart with lingering reluctance. Their eyes held a hint of envy. When will I ever find a boyfriend like that? And one who wouldn't hesitate to spend his sister's money. Could I have a stack of such good men, please? Zhao Jiwen walked beside Su Ming, her beautiful eyes darting cautiously toward his direction. Since the suit and shoes fit well, Su Ming changed into them right in the store. Now standing tall and straight, the suit barely contained his powerful chest muscles, and the definition of his arm muscles was clearly visible. Combined with his chiseled features, Zhao Jiwen found herself utterly captivated, unable to look away. Senior sister, if you keep staring like that, I'll start blushing. Without warning, Su Ming turned around and spoke slowly. Zhao Jiwen halted in her tracks, her expression startled and tinged with embarrassment. Su Ming, you look way too handsome in that outfit. As she spoke, Zhao Jiwen couldn't help but press her lips together. Taking Su Ming to the class reunion would undoubtedly make her the center of attention. Su Ming smiled faintly, responding calmly, "Of course I wouldn't embarrass you, senior sister." With that, the two took the elevator down to the parking garage. Once seated in the car, Su Ming glanced at the time. "Half an hour until 11, plenty of time. Senior sister, buckle up. Let's go." With that, Su Ming pressed the accelerator, and the car shot toward the ground level. A few minutes later, Su Ming's car finally came to a stop in front of a restaurant. The restaurant was called Ji's Homestyle Cuisine. The name sounded down to earth. But its prices were among the highest in all of the capital. "Let's go." Zhao Jiwen gave her makeup a quick touch-up before speaking. Su Ming snapped back to reality. While others might not have the means, these antique collectors certainly had deep pockets. They parked the car at the entrance, tossed the keys to the nearby security guard, and walked toward the restaurant. Zhao Jiwen casually slipped her arm through Su Ming's. Su Ming paused, observing Zhao Jiwen's confident expression. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, well, no wonder everyone loves big sisters. This proactive older sister is simply irresistible. Even Su Ming, who had navigated countless romantic entanglements without a single attachment, found Zhao Jiwen's unique charm irresistible. After a moment's thought, Su Ming's expression grew more serious than before. He tucked his hands into his pockets and followed the waiter, striding toward the reserved private room. Chapter 46, Enemies Meet Unexpectedly? Pushing open the private room door, he found two people already inside, a man and a woman. Both were ordinary looking, yet their attire was strikingly stylish, and they shared a certain couple-like resemblance. Zhao Jiwen gave them a slight nod. "Xiao Wei. You're here so early." The girl named Xiao Wei's eyes lit up as she fixed her gaze on Su Ming. "Jiwen, who is this?" she asked incredulously. "Your brother?" Before Zhao Jiwen could respond, Su Ming stepped forward, extending his hand with a polite greeting. "Hello, I'm Jiwen's boyfriend." In that moment, the boyfriend material aura and sense of security radiating from Su Ming left Zhao Jiwen momentarily stunned. Her heart skipped a beat. Xiao Wei, upon hearing this, shot Zhao Jiwen a look filled with obvious envy. She inquired, "How did you two meet?" "We work together." Zhao Jiwen replied with a smile. As the group chatted, two more people entered the room. Noticing this, Su Ming suddenly realized something. He gently tapped Zhao Jiwen's shoulder, motioning for her to come closer. Zhao Jiwen leaned in, and Su Ming whispered into her ear, "Hey, senior, isn't this supposed to be a class reunion? Why is everyone bringing their spouses?" The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. At the word spouses, Zhao Jiwen's cheeks flushed involuntarily. She lowered her voice to explain to Su Ming, "Everyone here today is someone I get along with very well. Ever since graduation, we've held a reunion every year. Bringing partners along is just so others can vet them." As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhao Jiwen's pretty face. She lowered her head and added, "But among our group of friends, the only ones without partners now are just me and Xiao Ning. We heard Xiao Ning was bringing someone too, so we had no choice but to ask you to save the day." Su Ming paused slightly. "Save face? You're putting me on too high a pedestal." Immediately after, a slightly burly figure appeared, sporting a boss's belly. A thick gold chain around his neck. His appearance was indistinguishable from that of a nouveau riche. "Classmates, it's been ages. This is Liang Chuang, the organizer of our class reunion." Zhao Jiwen introduced him to Su Ming from the side. Su Ming nodded slightly. Every gathering needed an organizer, and this organizer had to be more capable than the others. Plus, they had to enjoy the hustle and bustle. Clearly, Liang Chuang fit the bill. "Wow. Jiwen, you're doing great. You brought your boyfriend along this time. Wonderful news, wonderful news." As he spoke, Liang Chuang pulled a tall, curvaceous young woman with an ultra-trendy face from behind him to his side. Thoughtfully, he pulled out a chair for her and gestured for her to sit. "Brother Chuang, this must be your wife-to-be, right?" Xiao Wei looked at the young woman's figure with a hint of envy and asked. "You bet. What do you think?" Liang Chuang said with a hint of pride. Xiao Wei gave her a thorough once-over before teasing, "All these years since graduation, Brother Chuang, you've been so loyal. Still only into 18-year-olds. The remark instantly drew uproarious laughter from everyone in the private room. Liang Chuan waved his hand impatiently at Xiao Wei and snapped, "Just eat a couple extra dishes later. That'll shut you up. Brother Chuan can't admit it, can he? Looks like your wife's got some serious skills." The young woman beside Liang Chuan kept her head down, offering no reply, only a faint smile. Her gaze kept drifting toward Su Ming's seat. Though Su Ming didn't wear as much gold and silver jewelry as Liang Chuan, his handsome face alone was enough to draw most people's attention. Even though the young woman only stole a quick glance, Zhao Jiwen caught it precisely. She shot the girl a fierce glare, and the girl quickly averted her gaze. "Why hasn't Miss Xiao come over yet? The food's getting cold. I skipped breakfast entirely for this class reunion dinner." Liang Chuan sniffed the dishes on the table, unable to stop himself from swallowing hard. "Here she comes." A male classmate seated near the entrance called out, glancing toward the hallway. Immediately, a graceful figure appeared before everyone. Xiaoning, considered one of the campus beauties in Zhao Jiwen's graduating class, came from a wealthy family with a well-known enterprise in the capital. She chose this major purely out of genuine passion and interest. Miss Xiao, you're finally here. I'm starving to death. Oh, and didn't you say you'd bring your significant other this time? Where is he? Chuang, what's the rush? Xiaoning waves dismissively as she pulled a figure from the doorway inside. The man sported dyed blonde hair and fair skin. Viewed from the side, he resembled a member of one of those idol groups from the Korean peninsula. But as Su Ming studied the man's profile, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This is my boyfriend, Wu Sr. Xiaoning introduced him to the group. Hearing Xiaoning's words, Su Ming couldn't help but snort coldly, suddenly finding the situation amusing. Damn it, was this what they meant by running into an old enemy? Ever since he'd swindled Wu Sen out of over $1 million last time, they hadn't crossed paths again. He never imagined bumping into him here. Judging by the looks of it, the kid had hooked up with a rich woman. Although the Wu family owned some businesses in the capital, they weren't among the top tier. They were no match for the Xiao Corporation where Xiaoning worked. Hello everyone, I'm Wu Sen. Wu Sen gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping around the private room. But when his gaze locked with Su Ming's amused eyes, Wu Sen froze in place. What? Young Master Wu, do you know handsome Su? Xiao Wei observed keenly. Noticing Wu Sen's unusual expression, she asked. Xiaoning followed the direction of Xiao Wei's gaze. And naturally spotted Su Ming as well. The smile that had filled her cheeks moments before faded noticeably. Bringing Wu Sen along this time was precisely because he was young and, to be fair, quite handsome. He was someone she could proudly present. But what she hadn't anticipated was a spoiler emerging out of nowhere. Wu Sen was decent. But that depended on who he was compared to. Compared to the man seated in the private room now, there was simply no contest. Xiaoning's gaze then shifted to Zhao Jiwen beside Su Ming, a flicker of envy dancing in her eyes. As Xiao Wei spoke, Wu Sen's expression stiffened. His mind inevitably drifted back to that night at the bar, when Su Ming had forced him to drink excessively, ultimately extracting over $1 million yuan from him. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. He couldn't exactly admit he'd been trailing behind Su Ming like a sidekick, could he? As Wu Sen struggled with his words, Su Ming's voice filled the private room. We know each other. Old friends, you could say. Jiwen, slide over a bit so Wu Sen and I can sit together. Chapter 47, Young man, still looking for shortcuts? Su Ming's magnetic yet clear voice slowly filled the private room. Every pair of eyes in the private room now focused on Zhao Jiwen. Envy was palpable. Zhao Jiwen had always been somewhat introverted. Before today, she had never wanted to be the center of attention. But now that she truly was the center of attention, Zhao Jiwen discovered it wasn't as easy as she'd imagined. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, turning as red as apples. Meanwhile, Wu Sen, having accepted Su Ming's invitation, could only grit his teeth and take the seat beside him. Once everyone was seated, Liang Xuan, the organizer of the reunion, cleared his throat a few times and spoke in a slightly deep voice. Let me say a few words. After all these years of reunions, this time everyone has finally completed their mission. The original 8-person squad has finally grown into a 16-member team. Let's all give it our best effort. In a few more years, I hope our team can grow even larger. Liang Chuang truly lived up to his role as organizer. His speech was truly polished. Su Ming smiled faintly and replied, Brother Chuang is absolutely right. May we all keep getting better. Better and better. The crowd cheered in unison. As everyone settled down to eat, Su Ming leaned slightly closer to Wu Sen and remarked with a faint smile, So, young Master Wu has found a girlfriend too? Already on edge, Wu Sen's eyes widened at Su Ming's words. He whispered a warning to Su Ming, Su Ming, don't get out of hand today. Seeing Wu Sen's anxious expression, Su Ming's smile grew even more smug. Didn't you like that female model I set you up with before? That shouldn't be the case. I remember you two were pretty wild together? Su Ming deliberately raised his voice as he spoke, ensuring Xiaoning beside Wu Sen could hear clearly. Sure enough. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Xiaoning fixed her gaze on Wu Sen and demanded, Wu Sen, didn't you tell me you've only ever had one girlfriend? Wu Sen remained silent, but Su Ming's voice rang out again, I can prove Wu Sen has only ever dated one girlfriend. Of course, that doesn't include the models he slept with. If you count those, the number would be too high to count. Su Ming. Shut your mouth. Wu Sen gritted his teeth. Despite Wu Sen's threatening tone, Su Ming remained unfazed. With me here today, this kid won't get anywhere with the rich woman. This young man thinks he can take shortcuts? No way. Wu Sen. You. Xiaoning, standing beside Wu Sen at that moment, was already breathing heavily with rage. She shouted at him, Wu Sen, you piece of trash. With that, she slapped him across the face. After all, Wu Sen was a spoiled rich kid, how could he tolerate being treated like this by a woman? He roared back, you don't know. You actually believe that trash Su Ming's words? Didn't he also seek out models? Do you even know who he is? The renowned Su Young master of Beijing's elite circles. It's just that with the Su family's decline, rumors about him have died down a bit. The places young masters Su used to frequent were far more extensive than mine. Wu Sen, adopting a what's the point of holding back attitude, kept bellowing in the private room. His face twisted into a vicious grimace, as if determined to drag Su Ming down with him. Su Ming watched his unraveling with a faint smile. Finished? Su Ming. If you don't want me to have it easy, don't expect to walk away unscathed either. With that, Wu Sen strode out of the private room. Xiao Ning collapsed onto the chair, sobbing uncontrollably. She couldn't believe that Wu Sen, whom she had thought was decent, was truly like this. Once the private room quieted down a bit, Xiao Wei, seated across from Su Ming, cautiously probed, Su Ming, was everything he said just now true? Before she could finish, Liang Chuang shot her a warning glance, signaling Xiao Wei to stop talking. Withdrawing his gaze, he smoothed things over. Su Ming. Don't take it personally. Xiao Wei just speaks her mind. Even though we had a little disagreement today, I don't think it's a bad thing for Miss Xiao. After all, it's better to know someone's character sooner than later. With Liang Chuang taking the lead. The others in the private room also chimed in to comfort Xiao Ning. Zhao Jiwen glanced at Su Ming beside her, his eyes gradually dimming, and spoke slowly, no matter what you were like before. I just like who you are now. Zhao Jiwen's words weren't particularly loud, but they were clear enough for everyone in the private room to hear. Upon hearing this, many present wore expressions of surprise. After all, for someone as reserved as Zhao Jiwen to declare her feelings publicly like this clearly demonstrated the depth of her affection for Su Ming. Su Ming couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Before he could fully process it, Zhao Jiwen took his hand and waved to the others in the private room. Everyone, we'll be heading out now. It's his first time at this gathering, and he's a bit overwhelmed. You all carry on. With that, the two of them walked out of the private room. Only after stepping outside the restaurant did Su Ming release Zhao Jiwen's hand. Sis Jiwen, what you said just now. I meant it. Zhao Jiwen lowered her head at first, but then a resolute gleam flashed in her eyes. She lifted her head to meet Su Ming's gaze and spoke in a firm tone. Su Ming swallowed hard at her words. The old him would never have let a woman's affection go to waste. After all, why pass up a gift that came knocking? But not now. He had previously assumed Zhao Jiwen merely harbored a favorable impression of him, or perhaps was drawn to his appearance. But after today's events, Su Ming was startled to discover that Zhao Jiwen's feelings toward him were far more resolute than he had imagined. Sister Jiwen. You've heard about what happened before, so? Before Su Ming could finish his sentence, Zhao Jiwen replied without hesitation, I don't care. Sis Jiwen, to be honest, ever since the Su family fell from grace, I haven't had any such thoughts. You have a great personality and take your work seriously. Every aspect of you is something I should learn from. There's no need to. Su Ming didn't finish his sentence, but the polite refusal in his words was unmistakable. The glimmer of hope that had flickered in Zhao Jiwen's eyes earlier gradually dimmed as Su Ming spoke. I understand. Zhao Jiwen nodded lightly, murmuring to herself. It was unclear whether these words were meant for herself or for Su Ming. Sister Jiwen, shall I walk you back? The restaurant wasn't in the heart of the capital but in the suburbs, even farther from Xiao Qingjing's antique shop. Because it was in the outskirts, it wasn't easy to hail a taxi. Though going back together now felt awkward, Su Ming still offered the suggestion for Zhao Jiwen's safety. Chapter 48, joy welled up inside her, almost overflowing. While Su Ming and Zhao Jiwen were talking, the security guard at the restaurant entrance had already driven Su Ming's car over. Su Ming walked to the passenger door and opened it for Zhao Jiwen. Zhao Jiwen didn't refuse. She wasn't an 18-year-old girl, even though she felt a bit down at the moment. She could sense the sincerity in Su Ming's words. Once Zhao Jiwen settled into the passenger seat, Su Ming returned to his side, shifted into gear, pressed the accelerator, and the car pulled away from the restaurant. The atmosphere in the car grew awkward for a moment. Sister Jiwen, I'm really sorry about embarrassing you in front of your classmates today. Su Ming's fingers drummed lightly on the steering wheel as he apologized. After all, Wu Sen had dug up plenty of dirt on him from the past, and he had gone there as Zhao Jiwen's boyfriend. Worst of all, he'd ended up rejecting Zhao Jiwen. He couldn't help but wonder, why did he feel like such a jerk? Su Ming questioned himself inwardly. No. A jerk would have agreed long ago. He could only console himself this way. Zhao Jiwen turned her head away, gazing out the window as she spoke softly, nothing. Actually, I wanted you to come with me today because I wanted to get closer to you. Zhao Jiwen replied with genuine sincerity. The more she spoke like this, the more guilty Su Ming felt. Su Ming remained silent, and the only sound in the car was the hum of the tires. Over an hour later, the car pulled into a parking lot beside the antique street. Sister Jiwen, please tell old Xiao for me. I'll take a day off. Alright. Zhao Jiwen nodded and walked toward the antique street. While Zhao Jiwen could endure this heavy atmosphere, Su Ming found it unbearable. Rather than staring blankly at each other in the antique shop with Zhao Jiwen, he'd much rather go home and lie down. Besides, judging by the timeline, the funds from the previous Starry Sky auction should be arriving soon. Su Ming sat in his car, watching Zhao Jiwen walk away before restarting the engine. Half an hour later, Su Ming pushed open the apartment door, quickened his pace, and collapsed onto the bed. Back when he had money and was living it up with Wu Xin and the others, he hadn't felt any guilt or remorse. But now, after encountering Zhao Jiwen, even though he hadn't done anything wrong, Su Ming felt a pang of guilt. It felt as though he had wronged Zhao Jiwen. The Great Zhou Dynasty, the Empress's bedchamber. Zhou Zhirua sat alone in her chamber. All servants had been ordered by her to wait outside. No one was permitted to enter without her explicit command. At the doorway, a few young maidservants observed Zhou Zhirua's unusual behavior and couldn't help whispering gossip. "What's been troubling your majesty lately? Why does she return to the imperial quarters immediately after court every day? Before, her majesty would spend the entire day in the imperial study. Could it be that these recent days, with all the barbarian affairs, have left his majesty exhausted? Quite possible. After such a major incident, his majesty must have been working tirelessly. Go to the kitchen and have them prepare some premium tonics for his majesty in the coming days." Yes. Because Zhou Zhirua was the empress, the young maids who dressed her held her in deep admiration and awe. Even as lowly maidservants, they all aspired to become like Zhou Zhirua, a woman capable of standing on her own 2 feet. Thus, in their speech, there was not a trace of disrespect, only pride and confusion. Within the bedchamber, Zhou Zhirua held several books in her hands, her gaze sweeping over them. Before her lay numerous memorials awaiting her review. If someone were to peek through the window cracks, they would surely assume Zhou Zhirua was deep in thought over important matters. But if one drew closer, they would notice her beautiful eyes darting restlessly. Though she held books in her hands, they were held upside down. Zhou Zhirua remained utterly unaware of this. Her mind was filled with words spoken by Su Ming, who now resided within the incense burner. In other words, her thoughts were of Su Ming. Still not off work yet? Is he working harder than I am in his own era? Zhou Zhirua had long forgotten that Su Ming had clearly told her they'd talk after he finished work that evening. Pouting slightly in displeasure, she set down the book in her hands and gazed gloomily at the mountain of memorials before her, murmuring to herself, "Maybe I should just bring out that incense burner. That way, as soon as Su Ming has news, I'll know immediately. Seeing the incense burner would ease my mind. Otherwise, I'll keep worrying about this matter." Zhou Zhirua seemed to be persuading herself as she spoke. As she spoke, she moved aside the bedding and carefully retrieved the incense burner from beneath. She placed it on the table. Upon seeing no note beside the incense burner, Zhou Zhirua visibly felt a pang of disappointment. Yet she forced a smile to console herself. No rush, no rush. Perhaps Su Ming will send a note soon. With this thought, Zhou Zhirua felt her spirits lift considerably. She picked up the memorial again, along with the paper and brush beside it. Just as she was about to begin reviewing the memorial, her eyes suddenly drooped. She set the paper and brush down listlessly, slumped over the desk, and stared at the incense burner. Forget it. I'll just wait a little longer. As Zhou Zhirua waited, her gaze fixed like a stone statue yearning for her husband. Inside the apartment, Su Ming finally recalled the matter of the incense burner. Before leaving that morning, he had deliberately left a note for Zhou Zhirua, though he didn't know if she had seen it. Opening the safe, he found a yellowed piece of paper beside the incense burner. A single line of text remained: "Wait until you return tonight to talk." Upon reading those words, Su Ming's pupils instinctively dilated, and goosebumps instantly rose on his skin. A tingling sensation of electricity coursed through his body. This left Su Ming utterly bewildered. Even his heartbeat quickened noticeably at that moment. Is this Empress waiting for me, or waiting to chat with me? Su Ming muttered to himself, staring at the blank space left on the note. With that thought, Su Ming picked up the paper and pen nearby. He swiftly scribbled on the paper, "I'm back. Are you busy?" Puff. The note vanished into the incense burner. Inside the bedchamber, Zhou Zhirua, who had been leaning on the desk waiting for Su Ming's reply, was already fighting sleep. Upon hearing the sound from the incense burner, her eyes snapped open. As she watched the note fall onto the desk, a smile blossomed on her icy cold face. That smile seemed capable of melting an iceberg. It was like spring arriving, bringing life back to all things. Had the young maidservants outside the door witnessed this sight, they would surely have been startled. After all, who could have imagined the perpetually icy Empress of Great Zhou would ever display such an adorable smile? Unfolding the note, Zhou Zhirua gazed at the familiar handwriting, her smile growing even brighter. The earlier disappointment vanished completely in that moment. Her heart was now filled with joy. No! It was about to overflow. Chapter 49, Women are truly hard to understand. Though she hadn't seen Su Ming nor heard Han Yu's voice, reading those brief words, Zhou Zhirua could even imagine the tender tone in Su Ming's voice as he spoke them. Zhou Zhirua, not too busy, thankfully. Aren't you supposed to work until evening? Why are you back so early? After writing the words on the paper, Zhou Zhirua murmured them to herself once more. Only after confirming it was perfect did she place the note above the incense burner and send it over. Su Ming received the note. Reading Zhou Zhirua's reply, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. Instantly, he recalled the events of the day. Sitting up straight, he swiftly scribbled on the paper. This feeling was somewhat familiar to Su Ming. It felt like an unseen online friend confiding the troubles they'd encountered in life. Except this online friend was rather extraordinary, the Empress of the ancient Great Zhou dynasty. Su Ming, this morning, I went to a gathering with a senior sister. After the gathering ended, she confessed her feelings to me. Zhou Zhiruo confessed? Zhou Zhiruo typed the two characters with a hint of confusion. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the term wasn't commonly used in ancient times. Su Ming, in other words, it means expressing one's feelings. Reading the note, the joy that had overflowed in Zhou Zhiruo moments before instantly diminished by half. A hollow emptiness settled in her heart. Even though this matter had little to do with her, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Zhou Zhiruo, you agreed? After much deliberation, Zhou Zhiruo finally wrote down these words. Su Ming, of course not. If I had agreed, why would I be at home right now? Phew. Zhou Zhiruo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she didn't agree. She patted her chest, silently relieved. Su Ming, how have you been lately? Any news from the barbarian tribes? Once this crisis passes, I'll send you a small gift. Before Zhou Zhiruo could reply, another note flew out from the incense burner. Upon reading the final words, her beautiful eyes fluttered with a spark of anticipation. A little gift. Then she must handle the barbarian affairs properly. Zhou Zhiruo, thank you. Zhou Zhiruo had intended to respond warmly, but then she worried that if she was too enthusiastic, she might scare Su Ming away. So she simply wrote those 3 words. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Su Ming frowned slightly upon seeing those 3 characters. What's going on? So cold? That shouldn't be the case. Hadn't she just told him this morning to wait for him to come back and chat? Even though Su Ming had dealt with quite a few girls before, seeing such a reply still left him at a loss. Women are truly hard to understand. Su Ming sighed helplessly, thinking to himself. Ring ring. His phone rang, and Su Ming answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Su? The collectible you consigned to the Starry Sky auction has been successfully sold. The proceeds from the auction have been transferred to your account. After deducting the auction house's commission, the total amount is 3.23 billion yuan. Please check your account. The other party was highly professional and spoke at a rapid pace. They barely gave Su Ming a chance to respond before hanging up immediately after finishing their statement. After hanging up, Su Ming checked his bank account. The balance was impressive. An additional 3.23 billion yuan had been deposited. The missing 100 million yuan was the service fee paid to the Starry Sky auction house. Such fees were calculated proportionally. The higher the auction price, the greater the service fee. Su Ming didn't mind this. After all, with over 30 billion in his hands now, 1 billion more or less made little difference. After stuffing the incense burner, the note, and everything else into the safe, Su Ming headed out of the apartment. Now that he had the funds, it was time to reclaim the Su family's ancestral home. The case was handled by the Chaoyang District People's Court in Beijing. The People's Court conducted an online auction for the Su family's ancestral home, with a starting price of 1.323 billion yuan. After all, the old Su family residence was a renowned Beijing-style courtyard house. Its location was also quite favorable. While the price was slightly above the normal market value, it was still acceptable. Of course, that was for Su Ming as he was now. A month ago, Su Ming wouldn't have dared to imagine he could reclaim the ancestral home. After expressing his purchase intent online, Su Ming drove to the courthouse entrance. Given the substantial amount involved, the court had even dispatched someone to greet Su Ming at the entrance. Hello, Mr. Su, correct? The man wore a crisp white shirt paired with standard government-issue black trousers. Yes. Did you bring all the relevant documents we asked you to bring? This young man was quite pleasant and meticulous in his work. Before Su Ming had even stepped out of the car, he had already asked all the necessary questions. If Su Ming had forgotten even one item, it seemed he could simply drive back to retrieve it. After confirming Su Ming had all his documents, the two proceeded into the courthouse under the young man's guidance. Upon entering the office, Su Ming sat to one side while the young man took the documents from his hand and explained, Mr. Su, the small courtyard you've acquired is the ancestral home of the renowned Su group in the capital. You're aware of that, right? Su Ming couldn't help but feel speechless. It was his ancestral home, how could he not know? Still, Su Ming didn't give the young man a hard time after all, it was his job. I know. One more thing, this small courtyard has only been sealed off by our court. If there are any items inside you don't need, you can arrange for them to be removed later. The young man rattled off a string of explanations to Su Ming. Mid-sentence, the young man who had been facing the computer screen to process Su Ming's transaction suddenly whipped around. His eyes widened in surprise as he stared at Su Ming. Sir, you're a member of the Su family. In today's digital age, personal information is aggregated through big data systems. The fact that Su Ming's familial connection to the Su family was identified so quickly didn't surprise him. Instead, it was the young man who stared at Su Ming with a peculiar look. Turns out he'd been describing his own family's property all this time. Since this property belongs to your family, I won't elaborate further on its condition. After completing the formalities shortly, our dedicated staff will coordinate with you to arrange an on-site inspection of the property. After the on-site inspection, you'll return to sign the final confirmation paperwork, and this old residence will be officially registered under your name. All right. Su Ming sat quietly to the side, responding indifferently. After saying this, the young man no longer paid Su Ming any mind, focusing intently on his work at the computer. Chapter 50. Thank you, Zhou Jiruo. Half an hour later, the young man's voice finally rang out again. Mr. Su. The paperwork is all done. My colleague is already waiting for you at the entrance. You may proceed now. Su Ming took the documents from the young man, gave him a slight nod, and said, "All right, thank you for your trouble." He promptly exited the office. Sure enough, a slightly overweight, bespectacled government official was waiting for him. "Mr. Su, please." The two exited the courthouse and boarded the court vehicle with the bespectacled official, heading toward the old residence. Su Ming gazed out the window, saying nothing. The bespectacled official, who was of a certain age and enjoyed chatting, spoke first. "I heard from a colleague that you are a member of the Su family?" Su Ming frowned slightly at the question. He was currently gazing at the scenery outside, gathering his thoughts. This guy, with his lack of tact, had interrupted him. Damn it! Yes. My parents were the ones who jumped. Su Ming's flat voice echoed through the car. The entire cabin was filled with a bone-chilling chill as Su Ming spoke. The car, which had been moving steadily, suddenly jerked to a halt as Su Ming finished speaking. The bespectacled government official driving up front couldn't help but startle. After checking Su Ming's expression through the rearview mirror, he finally restarted the engine. Seeing the driver resume driving without comment, Su Ming turned his gaze back to the window. Su Ming wasn't particularly familiar with the capital city, especially the area where the old residence was located. But now, as the car drew closer to the old residence, fragments of the surrounding environment flashed through Su Ming's mind. If he hadn't stumbled upon the incense burner in the old house that connected past and present, what would his life be like now? Would he be like the homeless man on the street, drifting through the streets? Or perhaps like the delivery riders constantly rushing through the streets, working themselves to death just to pay off debts? Su Ming dared not imagine it. Squeal! The screech of brakes echoed as the car came to an abrupt halt before the old mansion. "Mr. Su, come take a look. Inspect this old house you're auctioning to see if there are any issues. If everything checks out, just come back with me to sign the final contract." The man with the piercing eyes spoke up beside him. This time, he didn't waste words. He was afraid Su Ming might do something extreme. Su Ming slowly walked to the entrance of the old Su family mansion. His palm touched the seal on the door, and his eyes blurred uncontrollably. His parents had jumped to their deaths, and the Su group had fallen. The entire Su family had fallen into ruin. How could Su Ming not be devastated? Earlier, dealing with the paintings and spending time with Xiao Qingjing had kept him too busy to dwell on these matters. Now, gazing at the old mansion's gate, Su Ming couldn't help but whisper softly, "Mom and Dad, I've redeemed the old mansion." These words felt like an explanation to his parents, yet also to himself. At that moment, an elderly woman emerged from beside the Su family's ancestral home. Spotting Su Ming, she called out, "Young Su is back. Have you settled everything regarding the house?" Su Ming was quite familiar with the neighbors living near the ancestral home. After all, those who lived here were no ordinary families. The Gu family. This was the ancestral home of the director of the Gu pharmaceutical group in the capital. The elderly woman now appearing at the doorway was none other than Yi Ling, the mother of the current director of Gu pharmaceutical group. Su Ming hummed in acknowledgement and nodded firmly. "Everything's taken care of, Grandma Yi. We'll be neighbors from now on." Yi Ling, observing Su Ming's healthy appearance and demeanor, felt reassured. "Very well. Once you're settled here, do come over to Grandma Ye's for meals often." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Ming carefully inspected the surroundings of the old residence. Nothing out of the ordinary. Security around the old house had always been tight. Vandalism was rare. It was just that no one had lived there for a long time, and weeds had grown thickly, making it look dilapidated. But none of that was a problem. After saying goodbye to Yi Ling, Su Ming followed the stern-faced official back to the courthouse to finalize the contract signing. Once everything was settled, Su Ming received a property deed. His name was written on that deed. Tears welled up in Su Ming's eyes as he stared at his name on the deed. He drew a deep breath and declared in a solemn voice, "Redeeming the ancestral home is only the first step. Next, I will rebuild the group. I will restore the Su group to its former glory at the pinnacle of the capital." Su Ming clenched his fists tightly and walked toward the car. Now that he had reacquired the ancestral home, the first task was to find a cleaning company to thoroughly clean the place. Su Ming was meticulous in his search for a cleaning company. There were two reasons for this. First, he needed one with high-quality service. Second, one with professional ethics and integrity. The incense burner had been quietly taken from the old house, so Su Ming couldn't help but harbor the illusion that there might be other treasures hidden within. But whether it was an illusion or not, he couldn't allow anyone to casually pack up the items inside the old house. After spending the entire afternoon scouring the capital, Su Ming finally found a cleaning company he deemed reasonably reliable. The price was steep. Thoroughly cleaning every corner of the old residence would cost 150,000 yuan. Su Ming felt a pang of regret over the expense. But remembering the over $1 million he'd snatched from Wu Sen's pocket, Su Ming promptly handed over the cash. The cleaning company was naturally impressed by Su Ming's financial clout. They assured Su Ming the old house would be spotless within 2 days. Moreover, they would photograph all the items inside the house to facilitate Su Ming's comparison. After settling the payment, he returned to his apartment by 8 o'clock that evening. Su Ming casually ordered takeout. While waiting for the delivery, he stood by the window, gazing down at the bright, flickering neon lights below. He couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. It all felt like a dream. If not for the incense burner, if not for Zhou Jiruo's accidental help, how could he have redeemed the old house? Lost in thought, Su Ming reopened the safe and carefully placed the incense burner before him. He took out a piece of paper and wrote a single line upon it, Zhou Jiruo, thank you. Puff. The paper vanished above the incense burner. The Great Zhou dynasty, within the Empress's bedchamber. After a busy day, Zhou Jiruo finally finished reviewing the memorials before her. She rubbed her slightly sore eyes. She prepared to lie down on the bed to rest, but before Zhou Jiruo could move, a note flew out from the incense burner. It landed before Zhou Jiruo. Zhou Jiruo, surprised and delighted, sat back down in her chair and unfolded the note. Upon reading its contents, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Her heart felt like a frightened deer, pounding wildly within her chest. A subtle blush spread behind her ears, barely noticeable to others. What does he mean by this? Zhou Jiruo pursed her lips, her lovely face flushed with embarrassment as she murmured to herself, eyes fixed on the paper. Chapter 51, you too. Zhou Jiruo clutched the note in her palm, her beautiful eyes fixed on the incense burner. Should she say something? Or pretend she hadn't seen it? No, that wouldn't work. She was the only one near the incense burner, how could she possibly pretend? Should she ask? Zhou Jiruo wrestled internally, but ultimately couldn't resist her deepest desire. She pulled out the paper. Zhou Jiruo, what's wrong? Why thank me? Su Ming, inside the apartment, had simply acted on impulse without overthinking it. Upon hearing the incense burner's sound, he picked up the paper and read Zhou Jiruo's words. Su Ming hesitated inwardly. Should he tell her about his earlier predicament? Or should he just gloss over it? Glancing at the paintings, calligraphy, and porcelain inside his safe, Su Ming ultimately chose to tell Zhou Jiruo about what had happened earlier. Even if she chose to ignore him afterward, the treasures he now possessed were more than enough. Su Ming, I encountered some difficulties earlier. Thankfully, the gold ingots and paintings you sent came through. After writing this, fearing Zhou Jiruo might not understand, he added another sentence. These items hold significant value in my era. But the note flew out of the incense burner. Zhou Jiruo's delicate eyebrows arched as she unfolded it in her hand and examined it closely. After a quick glance, she felt a bit surprised. She hadn't expected that the things she'd given Su Ming would prove so helpful to him. Amidst her astonishment, a flicker of quiet delight stirred within her. She was delighted to have been able to assist Su Ming. Zhou Jiruo, it's nothing. Didn't you help me a lot before? This is just us helping each other out. Besides, I still have plenty of these things. If you need more, I'll give you some. When Su Ming received this note, he froze in place. He couldn't shake off the shock for a long time. Zhou Jiruo's response made Su Ming feel as though he were being kept as a kept man. Su Ming, same here. After a moment's thought, Su Ming replied briefly. Just as he was about to say more, a knock sounded at the door. The delivery person's voice came from outside, hello, your takeout. Just leave it on the floor. Su Ming called out, then placed the note atop the incense burner. On the other side, upon hearing the sound of the incense burner, Zhou Jiruo peered over and unfolded the note Su Ming had written. Reading its contents, warmth filled her heart. He meant she could ask him for help anytime? The thought struck her unbeknownst to herself, she had gained a pillar of support. Though she had never met Su Ming, the sense of security he gave her was profound. Clutching the note in her hand, she carefully tucked it under her pillow. She then set the incense burner back in place and lay down on the bed. Her hand lay beneath the pillow, clutching the note. For some reason, she simply had to do this. It seemed only then could she sleep soundly. The next day, Su Ming rose early as usual. Now that she was going to Xiao Qingjing's shop to learn treasure appraisal, she couldn't afford to be inconsistent. He'd already taken half a day off yesterday, so even if running into Zhao Jiwen today would be awkward, he had to steel himself and go. After washing up, Su Ming drove to the antique street. He arrived at the antique street right on time, just after 8:30 a.m. Walking from the parking lot toward the antique shops, Su Ming felt time dragging on interminably. Each step felt incredibly difficult. It felt like an eternity before he finally reached the shop's entrance. Through the glass door, he could see Zhao Jiwen bustling about inside. Su Ming swallowed hard. Despite mentally preparing himself all the way here, the moment he actually saw Zhao Jiwen, he still felt a pang of guilt. Su Ming! What are you doing out there? As Su Ming stood frozen at the doorway, Zhao Jiwen had already pushed open the shop door at some point and called out to him. Oh. Nothing, Sister Jiwen. You're here so early? Su Ming nodded awkwardly and greeted her. I bought you breakfast. Go inside and get to work. I'll run over there to grab something. After speaking, Zhao Jiwen headed toward the supermarket at the street's entrance. Su Ming entered the shop. Here I am. The moment he stepped inside, a slightly aged voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Old Xiao. What are you doing sleeping here? Didn't you go home last night? Startled by the voice, Su Ming pointed at Xiao Qingjing, who was dozing on the sofa beside the shop. It wasn't just me who didn't go home. Xiao Qingjing spoke slowly, glancing outside the antique shop as he did so. Su Ming understood what Xiao Qingjing meant. Sister Jiwen didn't go back either? What did you do yesterday? Ever since she came back, she cried all afternoon. She didn't want to go home that night, and I couldn't leave her alone in the shop, so I stayed up all night. Xiao Qingjing put on his glasses, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Su Ming as if interrogating him. For some reason, under Xiao Qingjing's gaze, Su Ming felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't done anything wrong. Old Xiao, I swear I didn't do anything. Do you believe me? Xiao Qingjing shook his head honestly. Clearly, he didn't. With no other choice, Su Ming recounted what had happened at the class reunion yesterday and Zhao Jiwen's subsequent confession to him. You! Xiao Qingjing glared at Su Ming with disappointment. What's wrong with that girl Jiwen? Zhao Jiwen was dedicated to her studies, had a good-looking face, a great figure, and came from a solid family background. Xiao Qingjing regarded her as his own daughter. Seeing Su Ming still unwilling, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Old Xiao. Sister Jiwen is perfectly fine. Then what is it? Are you rejecting her because of her age? Xiao Qingjing snapped. Of course not. Age gap relationships are all the rage these days, you know. Su Ming retorted immediately, his words full of righteous indignation. Then why? You can't just refuse to even try without any reason, right? Xiao Qingjing pressed his advantage, asking again. Su Ming froze, clearly not expecting Xiao Qingjing to be so persistent. See? You can't even come up with a reason. And you say you. Before Xiao Qingjing could finish, Su Ming blurted out in desperation, that's because I already have someone I like. After uttering those words, Su Ming himself froze in surprise. The name Zhou Jiruo unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. This puzzled Su Ming. He had never even met Zhou Jiruo. Why would she come to mind? Never mind. That's not important. What mattered was that he'd at least found a reason to fight back against Xiao Qingjing. Oh, so you've got someone you like now. Xiao Qingjing narrowed his eyes slightly, gave Su Ming a once-over, and chuckled. Whose daughter is she? Care to share? Seeing Xiao Qingjing's gossipy expression, Su Ming launched his own counterattack. Old Xiao, what is going on between you and Teacher Zhou? Chapter 52. Well. Even the Empress is gossipy. This question clearly struck right at Xiao Qingjing's weak spot. None of your business. Just focus on learning from Jiruo. I'm going back to catch up on sleep. You young folks sure know how to stir things up. Xiao Qingjing muttered as he rubbed his lower back. Su Ming watched the scene unfold, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Next time Xiao Qingjing asks, I'll use this tactic. It worked like a charm. But after Xiao Qingjing left, Su Ming realized a problem. Once Xiao Qingjing was gone, wouldn't that leave just him and Zhao Jiwen in the antique shop? Wouldn't that mean he'd be stuck in this awkward situation all day long? At this thought, Su Ming couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Then a proverb came to mind, a blessing in disguise. But it was too late now. He couldn't very well drag Xiao Qingjing back. A few minutes after Xiao Qingjing left, Zhao Jiwen returned from outside. What she held in her hands weren't items from the supermarket. Instead, she carried several packages. If this had been earlier, Su Ming would have greeted her and asked what she'd bought. But now, the relationship between them had grown somewhat complicated. Su Ming abandoned the thought of greeting her. Yet, the moment Zhao Jiwen entered, she headed straight for him. Su Ming's eyes locked onto Zhao Jiwen, his heart racing to his throat. What should he say when she approached? What tone should he use? Calm? Cold? Or warm? In just a few seconds, countless scenarios had already played out in Su Ming's mind. Zhao Jiwen placed the packages before Su Ming and spoke slowly. These are for you. You're so handsome, why not spruce yourself up a bit? I just couldn't bear to see your handsome face go to waste, so I ordered these for you overnight. As Zhao Jiwen's words fell, Su Ming froze in place, staring at the dozens of packages on the table. What was he supposed to do now? After a moment, Su Ming snapped back to reality and looked at Zhao Jiwen earnestly. Sis Jiwen, yesterday. I know everything you said yesterday. I just couldn't bear to see you waste that handsome face of yours. Zhao Jiwen cut him off. After speaking, she seemed to feel it wasn't persuasive enough, so she added, consider it a gift from your sister to her little brother. Su Ming let out a wry smile. That really left him no room to argue. Alright then. Thank you, Sister Jiwon. Su Ming accepted the clothes. Hurry up and eat. Then I'll continue teaching you how to appraise collectibles. Zhao Jiwon acted just like an older sister, urging him from the side. Su Ming hummed in acknowledgement. The time they spent together afterward felt fairly natural. It wasn't as awkward as Su Ming had imagined. Whether Zhao Jiwon had genuinely moved past yesterday's events or was just putting on a brave face. In any case, everything felt reasonably natural. As evening fell, Su Ming bid farewell to Zhao Jiwon and returned to his apartment. He tossed the packages onto the bed and began opening them one by one. From the fabric alone, he could tell these clothes were high-end pieces. Of course. With Zhao Jiwon's wallet that thick, why would she buy cheap stuff on Pinduoduo? Su Ming took a quick shower and tried on all the clothes Zhao Jiwon had bought for him. Very impressive. As an appraiser, Zhao Jiwon's fashion sense naturally far surpasses the average person. Not only is it comfortable to wear, but it's also incredibly stylish. It suited Su Ming's age perfectly. The only thing that troubled Su Ming was what he should give in return. After all, she had bought him clothes, and he ought to reciprocate the gesture. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming still couldn't come up with a solution. Forget it. He'd deal with it later. Just then, a faint sound suddenly emanated from within the safe. Most people would never have noticed it. But Su Ming, who had communicated with Zhou Jirua through the incense burner several times, had developed a reflexive response to that sound. Upon hearing it, Su Ming hurried over to the safe and opened it. Sure enough, beside the incense burner, a new note had appeared. Zhou Jirua, finished work yet? The message was brief, yet it gave Su Ming an immense sense of reassurance. It felt as though a girlfriend were waiting for him to return. He picked up a pen and paper nearby and began writing when the sound from the incense burner echoed again. Zhou Jirua, did you meet the girl who confessed to you today and yesterday? This question caught Su Ming off guard. Well, even the Empress gets nosy, huh? He tossed aside the note he'd been about to reply with and grabbed a larger sheet of paper. He wrote down the entire incident in full detail. Inside the bedchamber, Zhou Jirua's mouth fell open wide upon receiving the paper Su Ming had passed over. Her colored contact lenses trembled uncontrollably. A whole page. It was longer than the notes Su Ming had written before when explaining strategies to defeat enemies. A pang of sadness welled up in Zhou Jirua's heart. He remembered it all so clearly? Her gaze scanned the paper carefully. The more she read, the deeper her frown grew. Even the smallest details. Su Ming remembered them all with crystal clarity. This. Zhou Jirua pressed her lips together, feeling deeply resentful. She wanted Su Ming to remember her like this. Not someone else. At that moment, Su Ming was oblivious to Zhou Jirua's thoughts, merely feeling an itch in his nose. Achoo! Su Ming sneezed and rubbed his nose. Why did he feel like someone was cursing him behind his back? Zhou Jirua, reading the letter's conclusion, had already furrowed her brows. With a bitter tone, she muttered, and he even bought clothes for her. And you actually accepted them. After reading the entire letter, Zhou Jirua's mood soured completely. Inside the apartment, Su Ming watched the incense burner, which showed no signs of movement whatsoever. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's going on? I didn't write that much, did I? Why hasn't she finished reading it after all this time? At this reading speed, could the Empress even finish reviewing all the memorials? As Su Ming pondered these questions, the incense burner stirred once more, revealing a note before him. Zhou Jirua, how's that dress fitting? Though it contained only a single sentence. For some reason, Su Ming couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Was there a hint of jealousy? Or was he just being overly sensitive, misreading the situation? Su Ming, not bad. It fits well, and the fabric is nice too. Zhou Jirua, who was already fuming, saw those words and her eyes widened instantly. What? Quite comfortable? I bet you've never worn anything decent before, have you? Zhou Jirua stared at the note, unable to restrain herself from shouting. Her voice drew the attention of several maidservants outside the bedchamber. Who is His Majesty speaking to inside? I don't know. Probably no one? His Majesty told us to wait outside. Could I have imagined it? You go. Go see if His Majesty needs anything. One of the senior maids instructed a younger one. The young maid approached the palace chamber door and whispered softly, Your Majesty, is there anything I can assist you with? Chapter 53, Yay! I know him a little better now. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Seeing no response from Zhou Jirua, the young maid called out softly once more. Zhou Jirua, who had been talking to herself inside the bedchamber, heard the voices outside. Her voice regained some of its coldness as she replied in a somewhat icy tone, Come in first. Yes. The maid answered, quietly pushing open the door and tiptoeing into the outer chamber of Zhou Jirua's bedchamber. Your Majesty. What are your orders? As the maid finished speaking, Zhou Jirua emerged from the inner chambers. The imperial authority radiating from her body made the young maid unable to look Zhou Jirua in the eye. Who sews the garments within the palace? Zhou Zhirua inquired calmly. Your Majesty. They are all custom made by artisans commissioned by the Ministry of Rights. As for the specific individuals, this servant does not know. The young maid spoke while lifting her eyes slightly. But upon catching Zhou Zhirua's expression, the young maid hastily lowered her head. For Zhou Zhirua's face had turned dark as night. Though her expression remained outwardly calm, the maid could sense the anger simmering beneath the surface. Go! Summon the finest master to see me. Zhou Zhirua commanded in a stern voice. Your Majesty, now? The young maid glanced outside at the sky. It was already late and the entire palace was quiet. Was she really going to find someone at this hour? Go! Zhou Zhirua gave no further explanation, her command cold and sharp. Yes. This servant will go at once. The young maid dared not hesitate, hurrying out of the bedchamber. Only after the maid had departed did the tension in Zhou Zhirua's expression begin to fade, replaced by a hint of confidence on her face. Su Ming, let me show you what truly fine clothing looks like. With Zhou Zhirua's command, the once tranquil palace bustled into activity. In less than half an hour, a master with graying hair, wearing reading glasses, and a rather frail build entered the Empress's hall accompanied by palace maids. They halted before the entrance to Zhou Zhirua's private chambers. Not only had no man ever entered Zhou Zhirua's private quarters, but not a single man had ever set foot in the Empress's palace itself throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. This master tailor was the first. Your Majesty! Master Zhuang, the tailor, has arrived. The palace maid's voice echoed outside the chambers. As the palace maid's words faded, Zhou Zhirua slowly opened the chamber door. Master Zhuang and the numerous palace maids at the entrance hastily knelt. We pay our respects to your Majesty. What urgent matter has summoned this humble artisan so late, your Majesty? Are all the garments in the palace made by you? Zhou Zhirua's gaze swept over him as she spoke in a solemn tone. Your Majesty. They are all made by this humble servant. As he spoke, cold sweat soaked through Master Zhuang's back. Could it be that the garment he had made had displeased his Majesty? Follow me. With that, Zhou Zhirua led Master Zhuang toward a nearby building. Court ladies followed closely behind. Upon reaching the doorway, Zhou Zhirua shifted slightly to the side, her beautiful eyes darting a glance before she commanded coldly, only he shall accompany me inside. The rest of you wait outside. Yes, your Majesty. Zhuang Lin grew even more nervous. His palms were drenched in sweat. Drops of sweat even trickled down the lines of his palms, falling onto the floor. Once inside the chamber, Zhou Zhirua ordered the door closed before speaking slowly. Do you know how to make men's garments? Zhou Zhirua knew little about palace affairs. Clothing for palace maids, eunuchs, and others was arranged by the Grand Steward in coordination with the Ministry of Rights. Her own garments, however, were indeed made by Zhuang Lin. As for whether Zhuang Lin knew how to make men's garments, she had no knowledge of that. Your Majesty. This humble subject began his craft by making men's garments. It was only after entering the palace that I began crafting garments for your Majesty. Zhuang Lin responded with utmost reverence. Yet a lingering doubt remained in his mind. Why would Zhou Zhirua ask such questions? Very well. Then you shall make a set of men's garments for me. These words caused Zhuang Lin to pause in surprise. Your humble servant dares to ask, is this garment for his Majesty to wear? Not for me. Then, if your Majesty intends to make it for someone else, this humble subject would need to know their height, weight, and other basic measurements to craft it properly. Otherwise, the garments might not fit properly. Zhuang Lin explained on Zhou Zhirua's behalf. Hearing this, Zhou Zhirua drew a deep breath, closed her eyes, and felt a pang of exasperation with herself. In her haste, she had completely forgotten about this crucial detail. Without measurements, how could one possibly make clothes? Wait here for me. Zhou Zhirua snapped back to her senses and instructed Zhuang Lin before striding toward the exit. Returning swiftly to the bedchamber, she retrieved the incense burner and slowly began writing. Zhou Zhirua, Su Ming, what are your height and weight? Is your figure proportionate? Su Ming, who had been eating, suddenly heard a sound from the incense burner. He set down his chopsticks and picked up the note. Upon reading the contents, Su Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He wondered to himself. What does this mean? Why is she suddenly asking about my height and weight? Could it be they were afraid the person sitting across from the incense burner was a greasy, filthy fatso? The thought made Su Ming chuckle. He picked up the paper and wrote, in the terms of our era, that would be 1.85 meters tall and 130 jin in weight. But according to your measurements, it would be roughly 6 feet. He paused his writing at this point. Having spent these past days studying under Zhao Jiwen, he had gained some understanding of ancient dynastic history. During the Qin and Han periods, 1 shur was roughly 65 jin. Converting his own weight in jin, it was roughly the weight of 2 shur of grain. But if calculated according to the Sui dynasty and later standards, 1 shur equaled 120 jin. His own weight was indeed a bit tricky to determine. After careful consideration, Su Ming still wrote down a weight equivalent to roughly 2 shur of grain. After all, from Xiao Qingjing's account, he knew the Great Zhou dynasty predated the Qin and Han. Therefore, using an earlier measurement was undoubtedly the safer choice. Having completed the note, Su Ming tossed it into the incense burner. Meanwhile, upon receiving the paper and reading Su Ming's description of her figure, Zhou Zhirua couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn up slightly. Weighing as much as 2 sure of grain? How could anyone describe her weight that way? How adorable. Unbeknownst to him, she had quietly learned his height and weight. Yay! I know one more thing about Su Ming. At this thought, Zhou Zhirua's smile grew even brighter. It resembled a snow lotus blooming atop an ice mountain the moment its pure white petals unfurled was utterly mesmerizing. Yet few could imagine that their empress would ever smile. After obtaining Su Ming's measurements, Zhou Zhirua briskly left the bedchamber and headed toward Zhuang Lin's quarters. The palace maids following behind exchanged glances, each seeing the same confusion in the other's eyes. Just moments ago, Her Majesty's face had been dark and imposing, radiating an overwhelming sense of authority. But in the blink of an eye, it vanished? Chapter 54, Moving House. After obtaining Su Ming's measurements, Zhou Zhirua's mood lifted considerably. Unconsciously, her steps grew lighter as she hurried toward Zhuang Lin's chamber. Your Majesty. Zhuang Lin bowed respectfully to Zhou Zhirua. I require you to make 6 feet tall, weighing. Mid-sentence, Zhou Zhirua couldn't help but recall Su Ming's mention of a weight equivalent to 2 sure of grain. A faint smile, imperceptible to others, touched the corners of her lips. Weighing roughly 130 jin. Well proportioned. Zhou Zhirua added another detail after finishing her description. Zhuang Lin couldn't help but pause at her words. Does your Majesty not have specific measurements for shoulder width and such? No. Just make it according to what I just described. Use only the finest fabrics of our great Zhou. Pour your entire life skill into this garment. Zhou Zhirua commanded in a firm voice. Zhuang Lin felt the weight of immense pressure, his forehead instantly breaking out in a fine sheen of sweat. This was His Majesty's command, how could he dare slack off? Your servant obeys. When does your Majesty require it? The sooner the better. Zhou Zhirua said in a solemn voice. Yes. This humble subject will return immediately to make preparations. Within a week, I shall deliver the garments His Majesty desires. With that, Zhuang Lin bowed deeply to Zhou Zhirua with both hands pressed together before leaving the room. Before Zhuang Lin departed, Zhou Zhirua added, this matter must not be disclosed to any third party. This humble subject understands. Over the next 2 days, Su Ming continued his routine, going to Xiao Qingjing's antique shop for lessons as usual. Perhaps because Zhao Jiwen had become too relaxed. The awkwardness between them had vanished. Whenever Su Ming returned in the evenings, he would exchange a few casual words with Zhou Zhirua. In the evening, Su Ming received a call from the cleaning company informing him that the old residence had been thoroughly cleaned. He could go inspect it tomorrow. He would also settle the final payment then. The next day, Su Ming took a day off from work and drove straight to the old house after waking up. When Su Ming arrived at the old residence, Manager Chen from the cleaning company was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Su. Chen Wanfa proactively opened the car door for Su Ming and greeted him warmly. Everything inside has been cleaned according to your instructions, Mr. Su. Here are the before and after photos for your review. As Chen Wanfa spoke, Su Ming walked toward the old residence. The weeds that had once overgrown the courtyard had been completely cleared away, and the dust covering the walls and corners had vanished without a trace. The old house, freshly cleaned, gives off a unique charm. Stepping inside, one immediately senses its charm. After a thorough inspection, Su Ming confirmed the old house was in order and paid Chen Wanfa the final installment. Alright, Mr. Su. Take your time resting. If you ever need anything in the future, just give me a call. Chen Wanfa rarely encountered major clients like Su Ming, so naturally, he adopted a courteous attitude. Alright. Su Ming nodded, then suddenly remembered something. Oh. Does your company offer moving services? Chen Wanfa's eyes lit up at the question. He nodded vigorously and enthusiastically explained to Su Ming, yes, we do. Where would you like to move from, Mr. Su? Moving services are priced based on the items to be transported and the distance involved. At this point, Chen Wanfa chuckled and added earnestly, rest assured, Mr. Su. Since we're practically friends now, I'll make sure the price is to your satisfaction. Great. Then move my belongings from an apartment in the eastern part of the city. Price is negotiable. No problem, no problem. Chen Wanfa happily agreed. We'll load the tools into the truck first, then head over with you, Mr. Su. With that, Chen Wanfa and the others dashed toward the door. Su Ming sat before the old residence, gazing thoughtfully at the ancient locust tree in the courtyard. It all felt too surreal. Even now, Su Ming found it hard to believe that he was the sole remaining member of the Su family. Moments later, Chen Wanfa reappeared before Su Ming. Mr. Su, shall we go? Alright. Su Ming rose, brushed some dust off his pants, and led Chen Wanfa toward the apartment. Chen Wanfa had informed Su Ming the previous night that the old residence had been thoroughly cleaned. Su Ming had already packed up all the belongings in the apartment. The calligraphy, paintings, and gold ingots sent by Zhou Zhirua were all placed inside the safe. Fragile items like porcelain were packed into cardboard boxes, with foam padding added for protection. Upon entering the apartment, Chen Wanfa surveyed the neatly organized belongings and remarked in a solemn tone, "Mr. Su, you are truly a meticulous man." Saving them the trouble of packing, Chen Wanfa was naturally pleased. These items are all fragile, handled and with extreme care. No accidents allowed, Su Ming instructed. As Su Ming finished speaking, Chen Wanfa nodded emphatically. Rest assured, Mr. Su. We're professionals when it comes to moving. Under Chen Wanfa's direction, his company's employees immediately got to work. Su Ming stood nearby to supervise. Meanwhile, downstairs in the apartment building, inside a car, a disheveled man with dyed yellow hair hurriedly pulled out his phone. "Brother Sen, it looks like Su Ming is preparing to move into the old Su family residence. He's called in a cleaning company. Keep an eye on him. See what kind of things he's moving." Wu Sen's voice came through the phone, gritted with anger. He never forgot how Su Ming had sabotaged him at that class reunion. If it weren't for Su Ming, he would have hooked up with that rich woman long ago. Wu Sen hated Su Ming with a passion. "Don't worry, Brother Sen. I'll go check it out." After hanging up, the blonde-haired kid stepped out of the car and headed toward the cleaning company's vehicle. Su Ming didn't have many belongings in this apartment. Besides some clothes and daily necessities, the only things left were the collectibles passed down from Zhou Jiruo. If it weren't for ensuring the items wouldn't get damaged, Su Ming wouldn't have called the cleaning company for help. Hey! Slow down. Chen Wanfa stood at the stairwell entrance, watching as two company employees struggled with the cardboard box and called out a warning. Got it. Just as they stepped off the stairs, still several meters from the moving truck, a slender figure suddenly darted out from the side. The moving truck was parked just over a meter from the narrow stairway path. This kid darted out from the side without warning, utterly unpredictable. He collided directly with one of the employees. The cardboard box in the employee's hands instantly fell to the ground. Crack! The sound of shattering bottles echoed from inside the box. Chen Wanfa strode up to the yellow-haired kid and barked, "What the hell are you doing?" Chapter 55, This bottle is worth 5 billion? The blonde-haired man shrugged indifferently. "Whatever it costs, I'll pay you back." "You!" Chen Wanfa's face flushed red with suppressed anger. Since the other party had already agreed to compensate him, there was nothing more to say. He could only ask Su Ming how much the items inside the cardboard box were worth, then demand compensation from the blonde-haired man. "Keep an eye on him here. Don't let him get away." Chen Wanfa gave the order before rushing upstairs. Inside the apartment, Su Ming stood at the windowsill, watching the constant stream of vehicles on the street below. He spoke slowly, "This place has seen me through the hardest times. Starting tomorrow, it's time to return this place to its rightful owner." After all, this apartment had originally been bought for Lin Yanran. When others turned a blind eye, Lin Yanan reached out to pull him up. That alone was enough to fill him with gratitude. "Mr. Su! Mr. Su!" As Su Ming pondered, Chen Wanfa's voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. "What is it?" Chen Wanfa looked apologetic as he said, "Mr. Su, I'm terribly sorry. There was an accident downstairs just now. One of your items was knocked over by a passerby and fell to the ground. It seems to have broken." Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes widened instantly. "What item?" "Mr. Su, all your belongings are packed in cardboard boxes. Without your permission, we have no right to inspect them. However, the passerby has already agreed to compensate you. You can rest assured on that point." Chen Wanfa explained on Su Ming's behalf. Su Ming's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Compensate without knowing what was inside the box? Was this passerby someone who wasn't short on cash? Let's go down and take a look. Su Ming had already sensed something. Downstairs, an unfamiliar young punk with dyed yellow hair stood surrounded by cleaning company staff. The guy looked cocky, squinting as he smoked a cigarette. He seemed utterly unconcerned. Su Ming strolled over and spoke slowly, "You're going to pay for this? What could possibly be in a crappy cardboard box? I'll pay you." The punk stood tall and defiant, utterly dismissive of Su Ming's words. Su Ming said no more. He walked over to the cardboard box, crouched down, and sliced open the tape sealing it. Large pieces of foam board appeared before everyone's eyes. "Just some junk foam boards. I'll give you $100 for it." The blonde-haired kid smirked at the sight. "This junk, and you're using a cardboard box for it?" Su Ming offered no reply. He lifted the foam pieces one by one, revealing a porcelain bottle nestled within. The entire bottle glowed green. Upon closer inspection, the glaze was smooth and translucent, its green sheen radiating faint multicolored sparks. Yet upon this nearly flawless porcelain, a single crack marred its perfection. Clearly, it was this fellow who had just knocked the cardboard box onto the floor. Even though Chen Wanfa knew nothing about porcelain, he could tell the vase was worth a fortune. The blonde-haired youth showed no change in expression, merely raising an eyebrow slightly. Su Ming could even detect a hint of excitement in his eyes. But that flicker of excitement vanished in an instant. Others failed to notice. "This porcelain vase is worth 500 million. Hand over the money." Su Ming spoke directly, his words concise and to the point. As his words fell, Chen Wanfa and the others beside him all widened their eyes. Their gazes immediately shifted to the cardboard boxes already loaded onto the truck. Holy crap! Could all those boxes they'd been carrying earlier contain this kind of stuff? From Su Ming's lavish display, Chen Wanfa could tell this young man was no ordinary fellow. But at this moment, he truly understood it was far beyond just being extraordinary. He was on a whole different level, far beyond anything they could ever hope to reach. What the hell are you talking about? You want 500 million for this crappy bottle? Why don't you just rob a bank? The yellow-haired kid leapt to his feet and shouted at Su Ming. Have you lost your mind over money? Manager Chen, keep an eye on him until the police arrive. Su Ming said no more. Seeing this, the yellow-haired kid completely panicked. He might be good at working for Wu Xin, but that didn't mean he wanted to end up in jail. Su. Young Master Su. You. Mid-sentence, the blonde-haired man suddenly realized he'd slipped up. He clamped his mouth shut in a hurry. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, studying the young man before him with interest. Usually, others addressed him no more formally than Chen Wanfa did just Mr. Su. But this kid had instinctively called him Young Master Su. That title was reserved for the young masters who moved in Beijing's elite circles. Clearly, this kid had connections. Speak up. Who sent you here? Su Ming spoke calmly, his voice deep and commanding. Well. The yellow-haired kid hesitated, unable to speak. Seeing this, Su Ming promptly grabbed his phone, looking as though he intended to call the police. Young Master Su. I'll talk. It's Wu Xin. He told me to keep an eye on you. To see what kind of stuff you're moving. If it's some antiques, then tell him. The kid with the yellow hair was a spineless little punk. Before Su Ming even had to resort to any tactics, the kid spilled everything. As the blonde punk finished speaking, Su Ming said calmly, alright, you can leave now. Some things should be said, others shouldn't. Got it? Rest assured, young Master Su. I understand. The yellow-haired kid bowed and scraped like a lapdog before Su Ming, then hurried away. After the kid was gone, Su Ming glanced down at the porcelain vase, now cracked. This vase was originally a pale green and purple crackled vase. In other words, this was its original appearance. Earlier, Su Ming had merely bluffed the young punk. However, from the young punk's words, Su Ming could tell that Wu Xin had already begun to suspect the authenticity of the items in his possession. Though the Great Zhou dynasty was not officially recognized by the state, once he took all these artifacts with him, it would undoubtedly prove that the Great Zhou dynasty had indeed existed. In that case, the paintings and calligraphy he sold to Li Kunping would rapidly increase in value. He feared he wouldn't be able to keep these artifacts in his possession. The thought gave Su Ming a headache. How had things come to this? Su. Young Master Su? Are you still planning to move the items out of your apartment? While Su Ming was deep in thought, Chen Wanfa cautiously asked from beside him. These were all priceless collectibles. If they were damaged, even sacrificing the entire cleaning company wouldn't cover the compensation. Move them. Go ahead and move them. The boxes have foam padding inside. As long as they don't get dropped hard on the floor, they'll be fine. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively as he finished speaking. Got it, young Master Su. Rest assured, we'll be extra careful, absolutely careful. Chapter 56, The Neighbor's Marriage Pressure? Under Chen Wanfa's arrangements, the entire team became extra cautious. What should have been a 1-hour journey stretched into 2.5 hours. Chen Wanfa's explanation was straightforward, to prevent the precious cargo from getting damaged. It wasn't until mid-morning that everything was finally settled. The walls of the Su family's ancestral home were adorned with calligraphy and paintings, along with some simple porcelain pieces. Su Ming placed the items Zhou Zhirua had sent in the room, where they were hardly noticeable. Unless one looked closely, it was impossible to discern their age. After settling matters at the ancestral home, Su Ming returned to work at the antique shop that afternoon. Inside the antique shop, Xiao Qingjing, having no classes today, was also stationed there. You're here? Xiao Qingjing heard the sound at the door but didn't look up, speaking slowly. Su Ming nodded and replied in a low voice, Where's Sister Jiwen? She's busy working in the back. Xiao Qingjing gestured toward the back room of the antique shop. Old Xiao, I've moved. Want to come over to my place tomorrow? Su Ming asked. Xiao Qingjing was essentially Su Ming's first friend. Now that he'd moved into the old house, he was thinking of inviting some friends over to liven things up. Sure. Where'd you move to? The old Su family residence. I'll send you the location tomorrow. As the two spoke, Zhao Jiwen emerged from the inner room and naturally overheard Su Ming's words. Aren't you inviting me over to see it? To be honest, Zhao Jiwen had acted perfectly normal since that day, but Su Ming still felt a bit awkward inside. Of course. Sister Jiwen, you're welcome to come along. Sure. After studying with Zhao Jiwen all afternoon, Su Ming drove to the old family home. Having returned directly to his apartment after work every day before, this sudden trip to the old residence stirred a peculiar feeling within him. Parking the car in the alleyway. Su Ming stood before the gate of the Su family's ancestral home, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. The vast courtyard was eerily quiet. Young Su. No sooner had Su Ming stepped into the courtyard than an elderly woman's voice called out from behind him. Su Ming turned to look behind him. It was his neighbor Yi Ling. She was also the mother of a director at Gu Group. Grandma Yi. Su Ming smiled and nodded in greeting. Little Su, coming home so late? Haven't eaten yet, have you? Yi Ling asked with concern. Not yet. I'll eat soon. Don't wait. I made fresh dumplings today, come over and have some. Yi Ling invited him warmly. Su Ming scratched his head awkwardly and said, No need to trouble yourself, Grandma Yi. I'll just grab something like myself. As Su Ming spoke, Yi Ling, who had been standing at the doorway, quickly stepped into the courtyard of the old Su residence. She grabbed Su Ming's wrist and laughed. Why are you being so shy? Didn't I tell you last time that when you come over, you should eat at home? Since you just moved back today, eat at Grandma's first. Tomorrow you can go to the supermarket to buy some things, then you can cook for yourself. Unable to resist Yi Ling's persistence, Su Ming reluctantly nodded in agreement. Su Ming had never really interacted with Yi Ling. He had even less connection with the Gu Group. Moreover, since the Su Group had gained traction in the capital, the Su family rarely resided at the ancestral home anymore. Yi Ling's warm invitation likely stemmed from respect for their generation. Come on in. Yi Ling pulled Su Ming into their courtyard. In this old residence where Yi Ling lived, besides Yi Ling herself, there was also this one housekeeper. Her son had specifically hired her to ensure Yi Ling felt at ease living there. As they spoke, the housekeeper brought over a steaming bowl of dumplings for Su Ming. Even before taking a bite, Su Ming could tell from the aroma that they were lamb dumplings. Delicious. Eat up. Don't be shy. Yi Ling chuckled beside him, noticing Su Ming hadn't touched his chopsticks. Su Ming nodded slightly, no longer hesitating. He picked up a dumpling and placed it in his mouth. The rich aroma of lamb mingled with the fresh scent of scallions. The fat inside the dumpling instantly burst in Su Ming's mouth. That single bite nearly overwhelmed Su Ming with its deliciousness. How is it? Yi Ling asked eagerly from the side. Su Ming gave a firm nod. Delicious. It was truly delicious. Ever since moving into the apartment, Su Ming had been surviving on takeout every day. Now, tasting these authentic handmade dumplings, the texture was nothing like the takeout junk he was used to. If you like it, come visit Grandma's house more often. Yi Ling smiled. Her gaze kept lingering on Su Ming. He had fair skin and stood tall. Add to that his handsome features, and it was hard not to like him. While Su Ming ate, Yi Ling casually inquired, as if chatting, Su, do you have a girlfriend now? Not yet. Su Ming, unconcerned, replied casually. Then how about Grandma sets you up with someone? As Yi Ling's words fell, Su Ming stiffened, nearly spitting out the dumpling he was eating. Great. Now that the Su family is empty nested, the neighbors are already pressuring us to marry off our kids? Old folks are just too terrifying. Su Ming forced an awkward smile and slowly replied, Grandma Yi, I'm not considering this right now. You know the Su family is facing a major crisis. I need to focus on getting the family back on its feet. Su Ming's eyes were resolute as he spoke with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing his words, Yi Ling's admiring gaze didn't dim, instead, it shone with renewed brilliance. Others claimed the Su family's only son spent his days indulging in debauchery. But now it seemed clear, though young, Su Ming had his own convictions. And he had ambition. Excellent. This boy is excellent. Yi Ling grew more fond of him the longer she watched, her eyes seemingly glued to Su Ming. Seeing the situation was getting awkward, Su Ming quickly finished the plate of dumplings, let out a satisfied burp, and thanked Yi Ling, Grandma Yi. Thank you for your hospitality. Once I've settled things at home in a couple of days, I'll invite you over for tea. All right. Yi Ling agreed with a smile. Young Su. I have a young lady here who would be perfect for you. Why don't you come take a look? Before Su Ming could rise, Yi Ling spoke again. It's just meeting someone. You young folks, even if you're not looking for a relationship, making a new friend can't hurt, right? Don't you agree? Yi Ling pressed on relentlessly. As the saying goes, once you've accepted someone's kindness, you owe them a favor. Having just eaten a plate of dumplings from her, Su Ming felt awkward about refusing outright. He could only nod and say, all right, Grandma Yi. But this is the only time. If it doesn't work out this time, don't bother introducing anyone else to me in the future. Su Ming looked at Yi Ling earnestly as he spoke. All right. Seeing Su Ming agree, Yi Ling was too pleased to notice the latter part of his statement. After bidding farewell to Yi Ling, she watched Su Ming's upright figure depart, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad. Little Su makes a perfect match for sure. Chapter 57, Top-tier collectibles, you treat them like vases? The next day, to welcome Zhao Jiwen and Xiao Chengjing as guests, Su Ming left the ancestral home early. He stopped at the farmer's market in the middle of the alley to buy some fish, shrimp, and greens. However, after bringing the groceries home, Su Ming realized a problem. He had never cooked before. While the ingredients were undoubtedly fresh, he simply couldn't recreate that flavor. Damn it! I completely forgot about this. I should have just ordered takeout. Muttering to himself, Su Ming pulled out his phone and opened the food delivery app. He couldn't very well have people come over and not even feed them a meal. Young man. Su Ming. Just then, Xiao Changjing and Zhao Jiwen's voices echoed from outside the courtyard. Carrying gifts, they walked into the old residence. What are you sitting around for? Come help. Xiao Qingjing called out, his hands full of boxes of various sizes. Old Xiao, Sister Jiwen, you're here now. There's no need to bring so much stuff. Su Ming hurried over to take the gifts from their hands. He'd invited them over to celebrate the housewarming. After all, it's a housewarming celebration. We couldn't possibly come empty-handed. With that, Xiao Qingjing placed the gifts on the ground and gave Su Ming a formal bow. Young friend, congratulations. Su Ming waved his hand and laughed. Old Xiao, you're making this quite formal. What are we having for lunch today? Following Su Ming inside, Xiao Qingjing plopped down on the sofa and asked. How about eating out? Now that everyone was here, Su Ming certainly couldn't have Xiao Qingjing and the others wait for takeout. But you already bought groceries? Zhao Jiwen pointed at the greens, fish, and shrimp on the table in the room. Su Ming looked embarrassed and scratched his head. Well, I only remembered after buying the ingredients that I don't know how to cook them. Then I'll go. Zhao Jiwen took off her coat, rolled up her sleeves, and got ready to start. Sis Jiwen, that's not right. This is your first time here, you're our guests. Come on. I know a pretty good restaurant. Eat your fill today, it's on me. Su Ming hurriedly stopped Zhao Jiwen, waving his hand and laughing. Zhao Jiwen glanced at Su Ming, walked around him, and said slowly, since we bought it, we shouldn't waste it. You two sit down. With that, she grabbed the greens, fish, and shrimp and headed into the courtyard to prepare them, not waiting for Su Ming to say another word. Seeing this, Su Ming felt awkward continuing to persuade her. He chuckled awkwardly. Well then, old Xiao and I will just have to sample Sister Jiwen's cooking. Xiao Qingjing watched the two banter, lying on the sofa with his eyes half closed. Su, do you regret it? The sudden question caught Su Ming off guard. What do you mean? A girl as wonderful as Jiwen, you really don't want her? Old Xiao, stop joking around. I really don't have those thoughts right now. Su Ming replied earnestly. Ah. When you're young, you always have these kinds of thoughts. It was unclear whether Xiao Qingjing was lecturing Su Ming or simply speaking to himself. So, between Teacher Zhou and Sister Jiwen, who's better? Su Ming gave Xiao Qingjing a mischievous grin as he asked softly. Sure enough. The moment Su Ming mentioned Zhougu, Xiao Qingjing shut his mouth tight. His eyes, which had been slightly narrowed moments before, now closed completely. As if he hadn't heard a word Su Ming said. Seeing this, Su Ming smiled contentedly before heading outside to assist Zhao Jiwen. While he couldn't cook, he could certainly lend a hand. Zhao Jiwen was quite skilled in the kitchen. In just under an hour, she had prepared a feast that filled the entire table. The aroma filled the air. Su Ming's mouth watered at the sight. It had been ages since he'd smelled such delicious home cooking. Sis Jiwen, your cooking is truly exceptional. Su Ming gave Zhao Jiwen a thumbs up. Glad you like it. Xiao Qingjing didn't usually drink, but perhaps because he was in such a good mood today, he deliberately shared 2 cups with Su Ming. After eating and drinking their fill, Xiao Qingjing, Zhao Jiwen, and Su Ming stretched out on lounge chairs outside the courtyard, basking in the sun. Young friend, what are your plans for the future? Xiao Qingjing steered the conversation and asked. Study, research collections. Revive the Su Group. I'll make the Su Group one of the top conglomerates in the capital once more. Bolstered by the alcohol, Su Ming declared with unwavering resolve. Not bad. You've got ideals and ambition. Xiao Qingjing nodded emphatically. But before he could get too serious, he turned to Su Ming with a faint smile. When you really do make it one of the top groups in the capital, let me come work as a security guard just to scrape by. Old Xiao, what are you saying? If we truly want to pursue this path, we'll need your help and Sister Jiwen's too. Zhao Jiwen's lips curved upward slightly, her cheeks flushing a bit. She genuinely looked forward to starting a business with Su Ming. Oh, and one more thing, kid. I recall you mentioning earlier that the paintings and calligraphy by the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty were heirlooms passed down through your Su family. Are any still in the old mansion? Xiao Qingjing had been talking about this with Su Ming since he arrived, but after drinking quite a bit, he'd completely forgotten about it. Su Ming paused, his voice deepening. There are still some porcelain vases and such, but I have no idea what dynasty they're from. Want to take a look? Let's go. I haven't had a chance to explore your mansion yet since arriving today. Xiao Qingjing braced himself on the armrests of his recliner and followed Su Ming into the room. Zhao Jiwen followed behind them. Inside the old residence, there were indeed some calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, but they weren't the ones passed down from Zhou Jiruo. They were pieces that had always been here. Besides the paintings, several vases were arranged on the table. Xiao Qingjing's gaze swept indifferently over the room, instantly discerning the dynasty of origin for each item. Finally, Xiao Qingjing's gaze locked onto an inconspicuous vase on the left side of the room. His brow furrowed slightly as he walked toward it. He slowly picked up the vase, examining its porcelain glaze and intricate patterns with meticulous care. Moments later, Xiao Qingjing's eyes suddenly widened. His hands trembled slightly as he exclaimed, This vase is a treasure from the great Zhou dynasty. Su Ming was startled by Xiao Qingjing's ability. Indeed, that porcelain vase had been passed down from Zhou Jiruo. To make it appear less conspicuous, Su Ming had bought some flowers and arranged them inside the porcelain vessel, using it as a vase. What he hadn't anticipated was that Xiao Qingjing's professional expertise was this formidable. With just a glance and a closer look, he could identify it immediately. Of course, Su Ming couldn't let on. He feigned surprise and said, Really? Before Su Ming could finish his sentence, Xiao Qingjing erupted beside him, Damn it! You used this top-tier collectible as a vase. Chapter 58, Zhao Jiwen, a love rival. This is undoubtedly a product of the great Zhou dynasty. The glaze texture and the patterns on it, there's no doubt about it. Xiao Qingjing's pupils dilated noticeably, his earlier drunken demeanor now completely vanished. As Xiao Qingjing finished speaking, Su Ming spoke up beside him, Old Xiao, are you taking it back for research? Xiao Qingjing seemed oblivious to Su Ming's question, striding purposefully toward other rooms within the Su family's ancestral home. Along the way, there were no fewer than 5 porcelain vases from the Guangde Zhou dynasty alone. You kid, your family really does have quite a collection of treasures. Research. Research. With these, we can prove even more conclusively that the great Zhou dynasty was a real era in history. Even if this era was but a fleeting moment in the vast tapestry of history. Xiao Qingjing exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. Su Ming nodded slightly, his voice solemn. Old Xiao, if you want to research, that's fine. But you must promise me one thing. Speak. Whatever it is, I'll agree. Xiao Qingjing's passion for cultural relics had already made him reckless. What if it means you can never see Teacher Zhou again? Su Ming teased, observing Xiao Qingjing's unwavering resolve. That's out of the question. Xiao Qingjing's mouth twitched involuntarily as he glared at Su Ming and snapped. Su Ming and Zhao Jiwen exchanged a knowing smile. Taking it back for research is fine, but we can't let the state confirm the existence of the great Zhou dynasty. After all, the handwritten calligraphy and paintings of the great Zhou Empress are still in Li Kuanpeng's possession. Su Ming made no attempt to hide his intentions from Xiao Qingjing and Zhao Jiwen. He stated his purpose directly. Earlier, Li Kuanpeng had spent over 30 billion purchasing calligraphy and paintings from the great Zhou dynasty. To outsiders, this indeed seemed foolish. But once the great Zhou dynasty was officially recognized by the state, this painting would skyrocket in value. Su Ming naturally had no intention of letting Li Kuanpeng snatch this bargain. Fine. On this point, I agree to your terms. Xiao Qingjing didn't hesitate. All right. With that, Su Ming also took the flowers and plants from the porcelain bottle and placed them into the cardboard box for Xiao Qingjing. Let's go. Xiao Qingjing was eager to study the porcelain bottle and didn't want to rest any longer, so he prepared to take his leave from Su Ming. Is Mr. Su home? Just then, a gentle voice drifted in from the doorway. Su Ming paused slightly at the sound. Since he had moved into the old residence, only Xiao Qingjing and Zhao Jiwen should have been present. Even if that kid had told Wu Xin, he wouldn't have brought a woman over. Pondering this, Su Ming and the other two stepped out of the house. Who's there? Hello, are you Su Ming? A fair-skinned girl in a white long dress, her hair cascading down her back, appeared before Su Ming. Her features were gentle and graceful, with an oval face that didn't appear plump. She looked like the kind of woman who radiated intelligence. Who are you? Su Ming grew even more puzzled. Her attire and demeanor didn't suggest someone who frequented bars year-round. He had never seen her before. Behind Su Ming, Zhao Jiwen stared at the girl with hostility in her eyes. Her expression was guarded. Hi, I'm Gu Shishir. After saying that, Gu Shishir seemed to remember something. She pointed to the left of the Su family's ancestral home and explained, my grandmother's house is over there. Su Ming suddenly understood. So this was Yi Ling's granddaughter. You. The realization that this girl was his arranged date made Su Ming feel awkward. He gestured toward a chair in the courtyard and offered, why don't you sit down and rest for a bit? No, thank you. I came today to see if you're free tonight. Would you like to grab dinner together? Gu Shishir asked timidly, her head bowed. Gu Shishir appeared to be about 2 years younger than Su Ming, seemingly fresh out of school. Combined with Su Ming's handsome looks, it made her feel a bit shy. Is this Grandma Ye's idea? Gu Shishir didn't respond, but gave a slight nod. All right. I'll come find you once I'm done with my work. Su Ming nodded at her and said politely. Okay. Gu Shishir's voice was incredibly gentle. Upon hearing it, Su Ming felt goosebumps rise all over his body. This girl, her voice is so soft. Su Ming thought to himself. After nodding to Su Ming and the others, Gu Shishir left the courtyard. Zhao Jiwen watched Gu Shishir's graceful figure recede into the distance, then couldn't help but glance down at herself. A hint of gloom flickered in her eyes. Compared to Gu Shishir, she was a bit older. Her style wasn't as fashionable as Gu Shishir's. In looks, Gu Shishir also had a slight edge over her. Xiao Chengjing naturally noticed the shift in Zhao Jiwen's mood. He offered a faint smile. What's wrong? Already losing confidence? Caught off guard by Xiao Chengjing's insight, Zhao Jiwen's expression shifted slightly. Teacher Xiao, do you think Su Ming and I have a chance? Nothing is impossible for those who are determined. Xiao Chengjing left with those words, picking up the porcelain vase beside him and walking toward the courtyard exit. Zhao Jiwen nodded firmly. You're right. I will succeed. After bidding farewell to Su Ming, Zhao Jiwen followed Xiao Chengjing out. Once both had departed, Su Ming sat alone in the courtyard, his mind inevitably turning to what he should do next. How could he make Li Kuanping willingly hand over the calligraphy and paintings of the great Zhou Empress? Lost in thought, he eventually drifted off to sleep on a recliner in the courtyard. Only when the sun dipped below the eaves and the air turned chilly, Su Ming finally awoke. Glancing at the time, it was already 5:30. He returned to his room, changed into fresh clothes, and headed toward the nearby Gu family ancestral home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Su Ming spotted a grandmother and grandchild sitting beneath the eaves. Grandma Yi. Su Ming greeted them. Yi Ling had always treated him well, so he naturally wanted to be polite. After greeting Yi Ling, Su Ming also waved to Gu Shishir standing nearby. Su Ming was dressed simply, wearing a white shirt on top and dress pants below. He looked refreshingly neat yet still carried an air of maturity. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Yi Ling's eyes crinkled into tiny slits as she beamed, "Little Su's here. Quick! Quick, take a seat." She promptly pulled out a chair for Su Ming, gesturing for him to sit beside Gu Shishir. Grandma Yi, yesterday you only mentioned introducing a young lady to me. You didn't say you were planning to introduce your own granddaughter. Su Ming's expression turned slightly cold as he feigned displeasure. Seeing this, Yi Ling laughed and said, "Isn't this a surprise for you? What do you think? Isn't my granddaughter wonderful?" When Yi Ling mentioned Gu Shishir, her face lit up with pride. Su Ming smiled and nodded in response. She's truly beautiful. From her appearance, she resembles Grandma Yi quite a bit. This compliment effectively praised both Gu Shishir and Yi Ling. No matter her age, a woman always loves hearing compliments about her beauty. Chapter 59, The First Date. Yi Ling burst into laughter upon hearing Su Ming's words. My skin's all saggy now, what's so pretty about that? No. Grandma Yi still looks very young and has a unique charm. Su Ming replied earnestly. This wasn't flattery as the matriarch behind Gu Group. Yi Ling's attire truly exuded more elegance than the average elderly woman. After exchanging a few more words with Yi Ling, Su Ming smiled and asked, Grandma Yi, what are you planning to eat this afternoon? Would you like to join us? At the invitation, Yi Ling's eyes lit up. She tapped her forehead lightly and chuckled, oh dear, what a memory I have. You two go out and have fun. Aunt Lu has already prepared dinner for me. I'll just eat at home. The Aunt Lu Yi Ling mentioned was the family's housekeeper. Alright then. We'll come back later and bring Grandma a little gift. Okay. With that, Su Ming and Gu Shishir headed out of the courtyard. Yi Ling and Aunt Lu watched their departing figures with great satisfaction. Grandma Yi, you know what? Those two kids really are a perfect match. Right. Little Su is a good kid. Yi Ling nodded in agreement. Once outside, Su Ming turned to Gu Shishir and asked, Can you drive? Gu Shishir nodded. I've had a few drinks this afternoon, you drive. Where do you want to go? It's on me. Do you really enjoy chatting with elders? The usually quiet Gu Shishir suddenly asked. Seeing how happily Su Ming and Grandma had been chatting earlier, she couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of her heart. After all, she herself couldn't do that. Su Ming, upon hearing this, momentarily didn't know how to respond. After a moment's thought, he replied in a subdued tone, Ever since the Su family fell into decline, I learned how. Gu Shishir sensed the shift in Su Ming's mood and hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. I didn't mean to. I know. Let's go. Gu Shishir's car was impressive, a sleek white Porsche. Once seated, Gu Shishir drove with some hesitation. You really know how to drive? Su Ming watched her fumble with the controls, raising an eyebrow slightly. I don't drive it often. Gu Shishir replied softly. Grandma said you're a good person, so she thought we should get to know each other. If you're not really comfortable with this, we can just take a quick look around and head back. Gu Shishir seemed to sense Su Ming's lukewarm attitude toward her and tactfully offered. Let's go. First, let's grab a bite to eat. Su Ming didn't directly answer Gu Shishir's question, instead saying this. In Su Ming's view, he and Gu Shishir weren't really a good match. From his earlier conversation with Yi Ling, Su Ming learned that Gu Shishir had just graduated from university and returned from elsewhere. After enduring family upheaval, his mindset had matured considerably. He genuinely had no interest in dating a girl so young at this point. However, Yi Ling treated him well. He didn't want to brush her off casually. After driving for over an hour, the two finally arrived at the nearest shopping mall. Phew! Gu Shishir pulled over and let out a heavy sigh. Clearly, driving for over an hour had been quite taxing for her. What do you feel like eating? Grilled meat? Or hot pot? Su Ming paused briefly, mentally reviewing the girl's favorite foods. Do you often go out to eat with girls? Gu Shishir, noticing Su Ming's familiar tone, couldn't help but turn her head and ask. Her clear gaze, combined with her innocent demeanor, tugged at Su Ming's heart. Was this girl really this direct? Moreover, seeing Gu Shishir's expression, Su Ming genuinely felt too embarrassed to tell a lie. Well, I used to hang out with a bunch of friends all the time. I did go out to eat with quite a few girls. You're quite honest. Gu Shishir's gaze shifted away from Su Ming as she spoke softly. It was true she had just graduated from university, but that didn't mean she was naive. After Yi Ling introduced Su Ming to her, she had done some basic background checks on him. She had assumed he was the spoiled playboy others described, but when she visited his home that afternoon and spoke with him face to face, Gu Shishir could clearly sense that Su Ming was actually quite decent. Moreover, during her afternoon conversation with Yi Ling at the Gu family's ancestral home, the respect evident in his words and demeanor toward Yi Ling was genuine. Now, he could speak so sincerely about his past. In Gu Shishir's eyes, this was no small feat. Su Ming paused upon hearing Gu Shishir's assessment of him. A smile spread across his face. I've heard of people handing out nice guy cards, but this is the first time I've been given a sincerity card. How about we grab some stir-fried dishes? Gu Shishir seemed oblivious to Su Ming's remark as she suggested. Sure. As Su Ming responded, his gaze lingered on Gu Shishir for a moment longer. Gu Shishir was different from other girls. Her attire wasn't flashy, nor did she carry an arrogant demeanor. She was better than he had imagined. The stir-fry restaurant was on the top floor of the mall, so they took the elevator straight up. They found a restaurant with a steady flow of customers and went inside. Once inside, Gu Shishir chose a window seat overlooking the mall. Order whatever you like. Su Ming handed the menu to Gu Shishir. This one, and this one. Gu Shishir didn't hesitate, picking up a menu and muttering to herself as she made her selections. Alright, that's all. It's just the two of us anyway. Su Ming nodded, waved to summon the waiter, and handed over the menu. He rubbed his hands together awkwardly. He had indeed dined with many girls before, but they were always the ones initiating conversation. This was the first time he'd ever had to think about how to start a conversation with a girl. You just graduated and you're already in a hurry to find a boyfriend? After a long pause, Su Ming finally spoke up. It's not me, it's Grandma who's anxious. Grandma says my brother isn't serious about his career, and who knows when he'll ever amount to anything. She wants me to hurry up and settle down. Gu Shishir explained. Su Ming had no recollection of the brother Gu Shishir mentioned. To be perfectly honest, Su Ming had interacted with most of the idle rich kids in Beijing's social circles. But he hadn't encountered one surnamed Gu. He probably wasn't quite the right kind of playboy, not quite the right kind of carefree. Don't worry too much about it. We can get to know each other first. As for what happens later, we'll see. Seeing Su Ming deep in thought, Gu Shishir spoke up again. All right. Su Ming nodded. She was a nice girl, but he really wasn't in the mood for a relationship right now. What a pity. Su Ming thought to himself. Just as he was about to share his thoughts with Gu Shishir, someone tapped on the glass beside Su Ming. The two turned to look at the glass. And upon seeing the figure, Su Ming couldn't help but frown. It was Wu Sen. Several others followed behind him. Su Ming gritted his teeth, shot him a glare, and muttered under his breath, "You're like a ghost that won't go away." Chapter 60, If not me, who else would pamper my own son? Wu Sen flashed a wicked grin and strode toward the restaurant entrance. Su Ming's expression darkened. Last time, he'd publicly humiliated Wu Senator. It seemed this guy was here for payback today. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter. But it had to be Gu Shishir. Forget it. Su Ming sighed slowly. He hadn't planned on dating Gu Shishir anyway. Wu Sen's arrival was indirectly helping him. Young Master Su. Wu Sen strode over towards Su Ming and the others with a swagger. Though she was greeting Su Ming, her gaze remained fixed on Gu Shishir. Gu Shishir possessed an innocent beauty and dressed fashionably. Anyone could tell at a glance that Gu Shishir was no ordinary woman. Young Master Su, how about we join a table? Wu Sen walked up beside Su Ming, draped his arm over Su Ming's shoulder, and suggested. Sure. Su Ming agreed readily, then waved over a waiter and had extra bowls and chopsticks added for Wu Sen and the others. Wu Sen couldn't help but pause, clearly surprised that Su Ming had agreed so readily. Have a seat. Su Ming made room for Wu Sen. Wu Sen snapped back to reality, putting aside his thoughts. Whatever Su Ming's intentions were, today he wouldn't let Su Ming off easy. Young Master Su, who is this? Where'd you meet her? Some bar? She's got a nice look about her. What's the price tag? Wu Sen casually sat down and asked. The question seemed casual, but it indirectly conveyed to Gu Shishir that Su Ming was a barfly who spent his days in dive bars. A neighbor set us up on a blind date. Su Ming answered earnestly. As the two spoke, Gu Shishir, seated across from Su Ming, furrowed her brow slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Sen and his companions. Miss, what's your name? Gu Shishir. Gu Shirshir replied coldly. Though Gu Shirshir possessed an innocent and adorable appearance, her icy tone still made Wu Sen and the others take notice. Gu Shirshir. What a lovely name. Let me tell you, Su Xiao's got no shortage of women around him. How about we try a blind date? I'm not too bad myself. Wu Sen flashed an innocent smile, his eyes greedily fixed on Gu Shirshir as he spoke. His gaze practically screamed at Gu Shirshir, I'm only after your body. No thanks. Wu Sen paid no mind to Gu Shirshir's response, his face still plastered with a lecherous grin. Aren't you the one who wanted to go on a blind date? Why limit yourself to Su Xiao? You could date anyone. Be honest. Your figure is nowhere near as good as the one young master Su knew before. Right, guys? As Wu Sen finished speaking, the men accompanying him all nodded emphatically. They kindly urged her, yeah, girl. Why not give Brotherson a chance? Brotherson might not be as handsome as Su, but at least he's genuine. At this remark, Wu Sen's eyes widened in shock as he delivered a sharp kick to the underling's shin beneath the table. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. It's true you don't fear godlike opponents, but you dread pig-like teammates. It's not that I'm too outstanding, it's all thanks to my peers making me look good. Gu Shirshir seemed to catch the faint smile at Su Ming's lips and returned a gentle smile to Wu Sen and the others. The smile was subtle, yet it shone like winter sunlight. It radiated an extraordinary warmth. For Wu Sen, who'd spent years playing with bar models, this untouched innocence was the most alluring. Upon catching that faint smile on Gu Shirshir's cheek, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Miss Gu, if you agree to be with me, I can give you anything you desire. Wu Sen assumed Gu Shirshir was a gold digger. He laid his sincerity bare without hesitation. Hearing this, Gu Shirshir's gaze grew even colder. She picked up her handbag from the side and placed it on the table. Upon seeing the bag, Wu Sen and the few people beside him all froze. Even Su Ming couldn't help but frown. This bag was no stranger to Su Ming. A Chanel gold belt bag, limited to 50 pieces worldwide. The retail price was 350,000 yuan. But because it was limited edition, getting one off the shelf would cost at least over $1 million. Back when he was involved with a female model, she had tried to get Su Ming to buy her one. But Su Ming had flatly refused. After all, the price of this single bag could easily cover the expenses of maintaining multiple models. One model versus a whole group of models? Su Ming could easily tell the difference. For ordinary people, this $1 million bag was nothing but a distant dream. But for Gu Shirshir, it was no big deal. She had an older brother who doted on her. All she had to do was shed a few tears, and the bag would be hers. Wu Sen and the others were all young masters within Beijing's elite circles, and they knew a thing or two about this Chanel gold strap bag. Miss Gu, if I recall correctly, this bag should be priced at over $1 million. You? Though Wu Sen didn't finish his sentence, the implication was clear. Gu Shirshir furrowed her brows slightly, fixing her gaze on Wu Sen. She didn't know how to respond. Wu Sen, if you really want to eat, sit down and shut up. You can insult me however you like, but why drag others into it? Su Ming's words sent a jolt of surprise through Wu Sen's eyes. Having followed Su Ming for so long, he believed he understood him well. To see Su Ming protect someone like this, it seemed genuine affection. If that was the case, even if he couldn't win Gu Shirshir for himself, he would make sure to tear them apart. Wu Sen's expression turned cold as he leaned close to Su Ming's ear and whispered, Young Master Su, rest assured. You and her won't work out. Su Ming's expression didn't waver in the slightest upon hearing this. What Wu Sen didn't know was that Su Ming was already overjoyed inside. It won't work out? Good. He never intended to take things further with Gu Shirshir anyway. Miss Gu, how long have you known young Master Su? This is our first meeting. Gu Shirshir replied coldly. First time meeting. That's good. Let me tell you, you and young Master Su are completely incompatible. He doesn't like your type. Mr. Su likes women who dress provocatively and have an hourglass figure. Wu Sen gestured repeatedly in front of Gu Shirshir as he spoke. His hand gestures combined with that lecherous grin on his lips perfectly embodied the very definition of a scoundrel. Oh. Gu Shirshir responded softly before locking eyes with Su Ming. Her innocent eyes seemed to ask Su Ming, is what Wu Sen said true? After a brief exchange of glances, Su Ming lowered his head and remained silent. If Wu Sen's son was working so hard, he couldn't let himself down either. After all, if he didn't spoil his own son, who would? Enough. Whatever you're up to. Get out of here. Seeing that no matter what he said, Gu Shirshir remained unmoved, Wu Sen waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to leave. Shirshir? Chapter 61, I like him. Shirshir? Just then, a gentle voice called out. A woman with flawless makeup, wearing a form-fitting skirt, and boasting a stunning figure approached Gu Shirshir. Sister Lu Qing. What are you doing here? Gu Shirshir waved her hand in greeting. Nothing special. Just browsing around the mall. Were you having lunch with friends? Lu Qing's gaze swept over Su Ming and the others. She gave a slight nod before smiling. Gu Shirshir hummed in acknowledgement. Alright then, enjoy yourselves. I'm here with friends. We'll go sit over there. Let's hang out together sometime. After saying this, Lu Qing didn't linger any longer and headed toward another table in the restaurant. Wu Sen's gaze kept shifting between the two of them. His lecherous gaze made Gu Shirshir feel distinctly uncomfortable. One of Wu Sen's henchmen, watching Lu Qing's alluring figure as she walked away, seemed to recall something. His pupils dilated in shock. He leaned close to Wu Sen and whispered, "Brother Sen. That woman, she seems to be the eldest daughter of the Lu family." After hearing this, Wu Sen still didn't grasp the significance. So what? Just because I glance at her doesn't mean she'll lose a piece of flesh. Wu Sen waved dismissively. No, that's not it. The younger brother clearly grew anxious, leaning close to Wu Sen's ear again. Brother Sen, if Gu Shirshir knows that Lu Qing, her background must be no ordinary affair. Prompted by his subordinate's warning, Wu Sen's mind raced through the prominent aristocratic families in the capital. Moments later, Wu Sen's eyes widened and he swallowed involuntarily. His gaze returned to Gu Shirshir. His expression grew more respectful as he slowly asked, "Miss Gu, are you from the Gu family? What's the matter?" Gu Shirshir lifted her eyes, watching Wu Sen warily as she asked. "And no. Nothing." After confirming his suspicions, Wu Sen couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. If Su Ming hadn't been sitting beside him, he would have slapped himself hard across the face. The Wu family held some influence in the capital, but they weren't considered top tier. The Gu family, however, was a true top-tier powerhouse. What nonsense had he just spouted to Gu Shirshir? If he angered the Gu family, the entire Wu family would suffer the consequences. Wu Sen's eyes went blank. Snapping back to reality, he hastily refilled the teacup before him, then raised it with trembling hands. "Miss Gu. My deepest apologies. I, Wu, was blind not to recognize Miss Gu. And I even uttered some unseemly nonsense. Please don't take it to heart, Miss Gu. Consider everything I said as nothing but hot air." As Wu Sen spoke, the others accompanying him also raised their cups in turn, apologizing to Gu Shirshir. Gu Shirshir lifted her head slightly. "Treat you like a fart? Fine. You may leave now." The implication was clear, Wu Sen should get lost. Yet Wu Sen remained seated, showing no sign of moving. Because he saw the smile on Su Ming's face. In that moment, he understood why Su Ming had agreed without hesitation when he came. When he had verbally insulted Gu Shirshir, why had Su Ming spoken up for her? It was all Su Ming's deliberate plan. His sole purpose was to humiliate him. To make him look foolish. His hand beneath the table had long since clenched into a fist. He shot Su Ming a fierce glare. Damn it! He absolutely couldn't let Su Ming get involved with that Gu family heiress. He'd been trying to hook up with a rich woman, and Su Ming had ruined it. This time, he wouldn't let Su Ming off the hook. "Miss Gu, I should indeed get lost. But before I go, I want to warn you, Su Ming is scum. He's always hanging around bars, and the number of women he's slept with is beyond counting. Don't you find him disgusting?" After delivering this, Wu Sen shot Su Ming a confident glance, the smirk on his lips radiating smug satisfaction. Su Ming paid it no mind. He even felt like giving Wu Sen a thumbs up. Yes. That's exactly how to promote him. Only then would people stop setting him up with dates like Yi Ling did. He could finally have some peace. Upon hearing this, Gu Shirshir set down her chopsticks and locked eyes with Wu Sen. Her eyes flashed with anger. Seeing this, Wu Sen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It worked. The Gu family's eldest daughter was displeased. Excellent. Then he should certainly add fuel to the fire with a few more words. He'd ruined Su Ming's chances completely. And that's not all. "Miss Gu, did you know that Su Ming's parents jumped to their deaths after their company went bankrupt? The Su family went bankrupt. The Su family today is nothing. Su Ming's up to no good somewhere, probably stealing. He's probably only after your money. You'd better watch your back." Wu Sen led the charge, and the few underlings beside him followed suit. The barrage of accusations continued. Seated by the window, Su Ming remained impassive to their words. Beneath that calm exterior, however, his heart raced with excitement. Well said. Su Ming almost jumped up to applaud them. This was the ultimate wingman. Gu Shirshir's gaze remained fixed on Wu Sen as she spoke slowly. "I like him. What he was like before is none of my concern. And I don't want to ask. Are you done talking? You can leave once you're finished." Gu Shirshir's voice was flat, yet beneath that calm surface lay an extraordinary resolve. As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward Su Ming. Those eyes, sparkling with light, seemed to tell Su Ming that every word she spoke was true. Such a response sent a jolt through Su Ming's heart, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. Wu Sen and the others, however, had long since frozen in place. They never imagined that in their own descriptions, Su Ming had become nothing but trash. Yet Gu Shirshir had openly declared her stance toward him. Wasn't this their first meeting? Damn it! Falling for him at first sight? Wu Sen eyed Su Ming and Gu Shirshir suspiciously. "Aren't you leaving?" Gu Shirshir asked in a cool tone. At her words, Wu Sen's body jerked. He hurriedly replied, "Let's go. Let's go. Right now. As long as Miss Gu is pleased. I was just giving you a heads up." Wishing Miss Gu and young Master Su a lifetime of happiness. May they be blessed with children soon. With that, Woosin dared not linger any longer and hurried out the door. Gu Shirshir was the young miss of the Gu family. If she were to harbor any displeasure, the Wu family would find it difficult to survive in Beijing's business circles. Woosin might not always be the sharpest tool in the shed, but when it comes to major matters, he knows how to prioritize. Whether she heard Woosin's blessing or saw the disheveled state of Woosin and his companions as they left, Gu Shirshir lifted her gaze to Su Ming, a faint smile playing on her lips. Chapter 62. Why does this feel like sneaking a bite? No need. What he said is all true. Su Ming picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of food, and spoke slowly. I know. Su Ming looked at Gu Shirshir with confusion. If she knew, why defend him? Everything I said earlier was true. Gu Shirshir set down her chopsticks, rested her arms on the table, and looked at Su Ming with bright, earnest eyes. No? Miss Gu, you. Su Ming almost blurted out, are you out of your mind? But considering Gu Shirshir had just spoken up for him, such a question now would be too offensive. What about me do you like? Su Ming let out a helpless smile. Given how he'd been described by Wu Xin and the others, how could this girl possibly still like him? Was she really out of her mind? I'm not stupid. Gu Shirshir murmured softly. Though her words were earnest, for some reason, she gave off an undeniably silly impression. About your family situation, Grandma already told me everything. Being able to redeem the Su family's ancestral home in such a short time proves your capability. And having interacted with you, I know your true nature isn't what they claim. Gu Shirshir met Su Ming's gaze and explained earnestly. Plus, Grandma really likes you. I think we two are actually quite well suited. Gu Shirshir's words caught Su Ming off guard. He'd been counting on Wu Sen to get him out of this arranged meeting, but now Gu Shirshir was actually expressing her feelings. This was tricky. This was really tricky. Su Ming thought to himself. Su Ming, what do you think of me? Gu Shirshir asked directly. You're great. You look good, and you have a wonderful personality. And your family background is beyond reproach. Before Su Ming could utter a word, Gu Shirshir blurted out, so, how about we get married tomorrow? Ha! This time, Su Ming gasped aloud. The startled exclamation drew the attention of several diners in the restaurant toward the pair. Su Ming nodded apologetically, his gaze returning to Gu Shirshir as he replied solemnly, but I truly have no intention of dating anyone right now. Sorry about that. Su Ming finally voiced what he'd been meaning to say. It's okay. Let's just be friends for now and get to know each other slowly. We'll talk about marriage later. Faced with Gu Shirshir's surprisingly easygoing attitude, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. She had already made a concession. If he kept refusing, it would only put the young girl in an awkward position. All right. After that, neither said much more, and they ate in silence. They exchanged a few words during the meal. After finishing their meal, Gu Shirshir didn't go to pay the bill. Instead, she left that task to Su Ming. After all, before they'd come, Su Ming had said he'd treat. Su Ming didn't mind. He had plenty of money on him, now a meal was nothing to him. At worst, he could just say it was Wu Sen's son who treated them. Shall we head home? After leaving the restaurant, Su Ming turned to ask. How about catching a movie? Gu Shirshir clearly had no intention of going home and suggested. Let's go. Since it was a date, he intended to do everything he was supposed to do. As the saying goes, if you're going to be a good Samaritan, see it through to the end. The mall cinema was located just below the top floor. After taking the elevator down, Gu Shirshir eagerly dashed to the counter and selected a movie she liked. It was a suspense horror genre. You like watching this kind of thing? Su Ming asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. After all, most girls didn't care for such dark and eerie fare. Especially since Gu Shirshir had such an innocent look about her, Su Ming hadn't expected her to enjoy this kind of film. Of course. Most couples would choose this kind of date. Intense, thrilling environments, couples tend to have more physical contact, deepening their emotional connection. But usually, it's the guy who initiates these things. To his surprise, Gu Shirshir was the one taking the initiative now. After booking the movie tickets, Su Ming pulled out his phone to pay. Before he could lift his phone, a pair of delicate, white hands blocked the camera lens. Immediately, a gentle voice sounded beside him. You treated me to dinner earlier. Now it's my turn to treat you to the movie. Don't try to take it from me. Her adorable yet feisty expression made Su Ming smile involuntarily. Even the front desk attendant couldn't help but smile warmly at Su Ming and Gu Shirshir. Young man, in this day and age, you should really treasure a girlfriend like this. Su Ming opened his mouth to explain. But before he could speak, Gu Shirshir smiled and nodded at the aunt, her cheeks flushed as she said, Thank you, auntie. One more bucket of popcorn, please. Sure thing. Hold on, I'll give you 2 extra scoops. Finally, a bucket overflowing with popcorn appeared in Gu Shirshir's hands. The overflowing kernels kept spilling onto the floor, leaving Gu Shirshir flustered. Su Ming, help me hold it. Gu Shirshir called out to Su Ming in a playful, almost childish tone. Su Ming had no resistance to such a tender plea. He took it from her hands. Have a wonderful time, you two. The front desk auntie watched their departing figures with a warm, auntie-like smile, murmuring to herself, how lovely. Such a perfect match. They complement each other so well. As she spoke, she couldn't help but rest her chin on her hand. Only when the couple was out of sight did she reluctantly return to her busy work. Upon entering the theater, Gu Shishir and Su Ming found themselves seated in prime spots right in the center. Perhaps the auntie had specially chosen them for Gu Shishir. Don't you like it? Seeing Su Ming hadn't touched the popcorn, Gu Shishir couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly, asking with a hint of disappointment. This popcorn is too full. I'm afraid to hold it with one hand in case it spills on the floor. Su Ming explained. As Su Ming finished speaking, Gu Shishir beside him flashed a sly smile and picked up a piece of popcorn. Ah! Gu Shishir motioned for Su Ming to open his mouth. Su Ming froze at the request. Still, muscle memory kicked in and he instinctively opened his mouth. Gu Shishir placed the popcorn kernel in Su Ming's mouth. How is it? Tasty? Not bad. Su Ming savored it thoughtfully before replying. Glad you like it. Watching Gu Shishir's attentive manner toward him, Su Ming felt a pang of conflict. Whether it was her personality, appearance, or family background, Gu Shishir was exceptionally well suited for him. But then, he thought of the great Zhou Empress facing the incense burner at home. Su Ming couldn't help but frown, a hint of confusion creeping into his mind. Why did this feel like he was stealing something? Chapter 63, Hey, he's being flirted with. Another piece of popcorn was offered to his lips. Su Ming cleared his throat and dodged it. You eat it yourself. Gu Shishir paused, her hand hovering, and gave him a puzzled look. After a moment, she chuckled softly and withdrew her hand. The popcorn kernel that had just brushed his lips was deftly tossed into her own mouth. She chewed it. Delicious. Gu Shishir watched him the entire time, then gave him a playful wink before swallowing. This entire sequence left Su Ming utterly dumbfounded. It wasn't until Gu Shishir turned around, tugging lightly at his sleeve as she led him into the theater, that he belatedly realized he'd been flirted with? Ha! A man who'd been a womanizer for years, and now he was being flirted with by a young girl. Su Ming chuckled. He glanced down at Gu Shishir, who was leading the way ahead of him. In the dim light, Su Ming could still see the tips of her ears flushed bright red. Even after they entered the theater and found their seats, Gu Shishir didn't dare meet Su Ming's gaze even once. Su Ming found it amusing. Seeing her act so boldly, he'd thought she was brave. Turns out she was just putting on a brave face. But it was fine. Gu Shishir had taken the initiative to create distance, sparing him the awkwardness of having to refuse and hurt the young girl's feelings. Su Ming settled into his seat and settled in to watch the movie. As it turned out, Su Ming had relaxed his guard far too soon. As the film played, Su Ming watched intently. The popcorn bucket sat between them. Leaning back in his seat, Su Ming casually scooped popcorn with his fingers, popcorn kernel after kernel finding its way into his mouth. With both of them working at it, the popcorn was gradually devoured. Halfway through the film, Su Ming reached for more popcorn, but his fingertips unexpectedly brushed against a warm, soft sensation. It felt as smooth as the finest jade. He froze, his thoughts snapping back from the movie's plot. Before he could react, that warmth swiftly curled around his fingertips before vanishing without a trace. When Su Ming turned his head to look, Gu Shishir was pretending to eat popcorn while watching the movie. Her expression said, I know nothing. Su Ming. He glanced around, leaned closer, and whispered, Gu. Shoo, the movie's on. Keep it down. Su Ming had barely started when Gu Shishir interrupted him sternly. She solemnly raised a finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Su Ming again. Fine, fine, fine. You're the beauty, you call the shots. If Gu Shishir wasn't going to behave, then he might as well give in. As it turned out, he couldn't resist. Because Gu Shishir would take the initiative. She'd nudge his fingers, tug at his shirt hem, things like that happened constantly. By the end, he couldn't even focus on the movie anymore, all his attention was on guarding against Gu Shishir. After the movie ended, Su Ming drove home with a helpless expression, asking her, do you even remember what the movie was about? Gu Shishir blinked, her cheeks flushing crimson as she bit her lip and shook her head. I forgot. Su Ming teased with a laugh, did you forget, or did you not even watch it? Oh, it's enough that I know. Why would I say it out loud? Gu Shishir was so embarrassed her face felt like it was on fire. Earlier in the theater, cloaked in darkness, she'd been bold as brass. But now, exposed to the light, her courage had completely retreated. Her bashful expression made Su Ming chuckle. I thought you were so bold, but this is all you've got? Hey, you're not allowed to laugh. The two of them giggled all the way back to the old house. Su Ming parked the car outside the Gu residence. Gu Shishir opened the door and stepped out, but instead of walking away immediately, she leaned against the door, bent down, and peered into the car. I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't be able to come see you, she said to Su Ming. I'll come find you again in a few days. Bye for now. She waved at Su Ming, slammed the door shut, and dashed off in a flash. She didn't give Su Ming a chance to refuse. Su Ming shook his head helplessly, started the car, and drove back to the old Su family residence. After parking, he headed straight for his bedroom. He opened the safe, retrieved the incense burner, and prepared to vent to Zhou Zhirua about today's events. He grabbed paper and pen, swiftly jotting down the entire sequence of events. Then he tossed it into the incense burner. In the Great Zhou dynasty, the blue and white hall was ablaze with light. Zhou Zhirua frowned at a memorial. Suddenly, an extremely faint sound echoed through the quiet hall. Zhou Zhirua's body stiffened, her eyes suddenly brightening. She turned to look at her imperial bed, then swiftly set down the memorial, rose, and hurried to the bedside. She opened the mechanism and retrieved the incense burner. Seeing the note lying beside the incense burner, a smile spread across Zhou Zhirua's face. She hastily picked up the note, her earlier heavy mood instantly lightening as she scanned the densely packed characters. But the moment she read the contents, her expression darkened again. The chamber was filled with a gloom as thick as an impending storm. Zhou Zhirua clenched the paper tightly, her lips pressed into a straight line. Suitors? The low voice escaped between her teeth, her eyes narrowing slightly, cold light pooling within them. He actually had admirers. And he'd even gone on a date with her. What infuriated her most was that the man had actually flirted with him. She had never even flirted with him. Zhou Zhirua thought, her cheeks puffing with indignation. But soon her anger deflated. She and Su Ming had never even met face to face, separated by an endless river of time. At this thought, a wave of intense bitterness surged up, nearly overwhelming Zhou Zhirua. After a long while, Zhou Zhirua finally picked up her brush and wrote a reply. Should I congratulate you on finding such a good match? Those few simple words held her bitter sorrow, which she cast into the incense burner. On the other side of the incense burner, Su Ming waited until he was nearly asleep. Just as he was beginning to think no reply would come today, a piece of paper finally drifted out of the incense burner. Su Ming perked up, took the paper, glanced at it, and then pursed his lips. Impossible. We're simply not suited for each other. If we really had to talk. Su Ming glanced at the incense burner and slipped the reply back inside. Over there, Zhou Zhirua saw the reply, and the heart that had been bubbling with jealousy moments ago instantly felt relieved. Just as the smile returned to her face, another note drifted out. Her expression turned grave as she scanned its contents. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Zhirua finally put pen to paper. This time, Su Ming waited a while longer. It must have taken him a while to formulate an answer to the question he'd posed. He decided to take a shower instead. When he emerged, the reply had already arrived. Su Ming hurried over, picked up the note, and frowned upon reading it. The barbarians have indeed raised their demands. Zhou Zhirua stated in her reply that the barbarians had agreed to peace. However, they demanded that the Great Zhou not only cede 5 northern border cities but also send an annual tribute of 100,000 taels of gold, 8 million taels of silver, and a specified quantity of silken cloth. If agreed to, the barbarians would withdraw their troops. If refused, they would continue their attacks. But the Great Zhou's annual silver tax revenue didn't even reach 8 million taels. Where could such vast sums be found to pay the barbarians? If we agree, how can the people of Great Zhou survive? Yet refusal would mean renewed warfare. Now, panic grips the court, and Zhou Zhirua is utterly at her wit's end. Thus, she sought Su Ming's assistance. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then picked up his brush. Chapter 64, A Resolve with No Return. Zhou Zhirua's heart burned with anxiety. She could no longer focus on the memorial. Instead, she clutched the incense burner, her eyes fixed upon it. After waiting for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the incense burner finally stirred. A surge of hope filled Zhou Zhirua's heart. She immediately reached out to take the paper, reading it word by word with meticulous care. After finishing, she slammed her palm on the imperial desk and exclaimed excitedly, "Brilliant idea!" She paused briefly, then called out loudly, "Someone, summon Zhao Shen." Zhao Shen, who was on duty outside, immediately pushed open the door and entered. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" "Leave the palace immediately and secretly summon Lu Chong to see me. Remember, this must remain confidential." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Shen quickly withdrew. Though he did not know why His Majesty would suddenly summon a minister in the dead of night. But judging by her solemn demeanor, it must be something important. He must ensure he serves the emperor well. Once Zhao Shen departed, the palpable aura of authority surrounding Zhou Zhirua eased slightly. Excitedly, she retrieved several pieces of calligraphy, paintings, and porcelain, placing them into the incense burner. After watching them vanish, she composed a reply letter. Only then did she carefully place the incense burner back into the carved rosewood box, slide it into the hidden compartment beneath the bed, and close the mechanism after ensuring everything was secure. After tidying the bedding, she rose, smoothed her robes, and returned to sit at the imperial desk. Less than half an hour later, Zhao Shen returned. He instructed Lu Chong to wait outside the hall while he entered to announce, "Your Majesty, Minister Lu has arrived." "Shall I summon him immediately?" "Admit him." Zhou Zhirua replied in a calm voice, lifting her eyelids to glance at Zhao Shen. "Remain outside the door. Without my summons, no one is to approach." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Xin withdrew, and Lu Chong entered. After he entered, the palace doors behind him slowly closed. Lu Chong kept his head bowed, avoiding eye contact, and approached Zhou Zhiruo with measured steps before kneeling to pay his respects. Lu Chong, Chief Censor, pays homage to your majesty. Rise. Zhou Zhiruo's tone was calm, yet radiated authority. It's just you and I here, no need for formalities. Find a place to sit. Thank you, your majesty. Lu Chong rose, his gaze cautious as he scanned the room before selecting the nearest seat. Only after settling did Lu Chong lift his gaze to meet Zhou Zhiruo's. Your majesty, I wonder what business has summoned me here at this late hour. Zhou Zhiruo replied softly, I did summon you for certain matters. But before that, I wish to ask Minister Lu, you have always spoken freely in court. Why have you been unusually quiet these past few days? Lu Chong froze, instinctively glancing at Zhou Zhiruo. He couldn't quite grasp her meaning. Why was Zhou Zhiruo asking this? Why are you silent? Seeing him hesitate, Zhou Zhiruo's voice grew slightly colder. Lu Chang's heart sank. He immediately rose and knelt to plead his case. Your Majesty, please forgive me. It's not that I don't wish to speak, but I simply don't know where to begin. The court was deliberating the future of the great Zhou dynasty. Yet no matter how he pondered, he could find no solution to break the deadlock. Only silence remained. Zhou Zhiruo had never intended to punish him. Seeing him kneel, she raised her hand to signal him to rise. What forgiveness? I never accused you of any crime. I merely wish to know your thoughts on this matter. Only you and I, sovereign and subject, are here. Speak freely. Lu Chong thanked her, yet his expression remained strained. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed resignedly, Forgive my frankness, your majesty, but I too am in a difficult position. This barbarian invasion has placed our great Zhou in a precarious position. Though heaven has blessed us, and General Wang's skillful tactics including a daring maneuver have driven the barbarians back, such a strategy can only be used once. Should they invade again, our great Zhou will surely fall. Yet if we were to accede to all the barbarians' demands as Minister Qin Chuan suggests, the people would be unsettled, and our great Zhou would likely not endure. I am ashamed to say that after days of agonizing thought, I still have not devised a sound solution. At this point, he bowed his head in self-reproach. Zhou Zhiruo spoke up soothingly at the right moment, This is not your fault. After all, she too was stumped. But there's one character you used very well. Lu Chong looked up in confusion. Which word? Shock. Zhou Zhiruo rose, circled the imperial desk, and stepped down. The barbarian forces are formidable, and our great Zhou lacks the strength to withstand them. Yet, Wang Ben's empty city stratagem managed to frighten off the advancing barbarians. Therefore, I pondered, if we could frighten them once, why not frighten them again? She looked meaningfully at Lu Chong. Lu Chong immediately pressed, Your Majesty, how do you propose to frighten them? It's simple. 4 words, feign strength. What does bluffing mean? Zhou Zhiruo replied, Bluffing means feigning strength when none exists, to intimidate the enemy. Our great Zhou naturally cannot match the barbarians in power, yet we wish to deter them. This is our only option. As long as we project an image of strength, the barbarians won't dare to wage war lightly. Then, when we negotiate, we can hope to lower their demands. This will also give the people of our great Zhou a chance to catch their breath. Lu Chong listened intently. He nodded occasionally in agreement. When Zhou Zhiruo finished, he finally spoke, But will the barbarians fall for it? They certainly will, Zhou Zhiruo replied with unwavering certainty. The reason the barbarians are willing to sit down and negotiate peace with the Great Zhou is precisely because they are intimidated by our alliance with the Western Chu and Northern Di. Now that the armies of these two nations have yet to withdraw, and they perceive our Great Zhou to possess 100,000 soldiers. Therefore, the barbarians dare not easily resort to war. As long as we maintain a firm stance, they will hesitate. Lu Chong nodded again before pressing further, But how do we achieve that? It requires our Great Zhou to dispatch a capable minister to negotiate. This person must possess the composure to remain unflappable even if a mountain collapsed before them, the eloquence of a skilled orator, and the resolve to never return. Zhou Zhiruo looked at Lu Chong. At this point, Lu Chong fully understood. He realized why His Majesty had summoned him in the dead of night to discuss this very matter. He had been waiting for this moment. But Lu Chong was not afraid of death. He drew a deep breath and knelt before Zhou Zhiruo once more. To die for the great Zhou, to die for His Majesty, to die for the people of the realm, Lu Chong would have no regrets. Good. Zhou Zhiruo had been waiting for precisely those words. Her face lit up with a smile as she stepped forward to help Lu Chong to his feet. Lord Lu, your loyalty to the Zhou dynasty will never be forgotten by its people. You need not leave the palace today. Rest here overnight, and at first light tomorrow, you shall depart immediately for the barbarian encampment. The survival of the great Zhou's people rests entirely upon your shoulders. Lord Lu, I entrust this mission to you. Your Majesty flatters me. I shall spare no effort. Very well. Zhou Zhiruo summoned Zhao Xin and instructed him to arrange accommodations for Lu Chong within the palace. Early the next morning, she immediately had a peace delegation prepared and personally escorted them to the palace gates. Watching the procession grow distant, Zhou Jiruo felt her heart sink. She was filled with worry. She had no doubt about Lu Chang's loyalty. But whether the peace talks would succeed remained uncertain. The future of the Great Zhou remained uncertain. Chapter 65, The Appreciation Event at Capital University. Last night, Su Ming acquired countless porcelain pieces and paintings. He examined each piece carefully before storing them away with great satisfaction. After putting everything away, he returned the incense burner to the safe and locked it before tiptoeing off to bed. He slept soundly through the night. Upon waking, he felt refreshed and invigorated. As if he'd been fully recharged. After getting ready, Su Ming drove to work, whistling all the way. Since following Zhao Jiwen, he had learned quite a bit these past days. Though he couldn't match professionals, he was no longer completely clueless like before. He even found himself becoming increasingly fascinated. His days now felt infinitely more fulfilling than his previous life of debauchery. Su Ming arrived at the antique shop just as Xiao Chengjing walked in. Xiao Chengjing raised an eyebrow, his expression teasing. Well, you're early. I thought you'd sleep in until noon today. Am I that much of a lazybones? He arrived early every single day. He might not be able to compete with Xiao Chengjing, but he'd never been late. Why slander his reputation like that? Su Ming was speechless. Xiao Chengjing grinned even more lecherously. Isn't it because the night is too short? I'm alone, where would I find a spring night? Su Ming's temple veins bulged. Mr. Xiao, how come I never noticed before that you're such a gossip? As he spoke, he tried to walk around Xiao Chengjing. But Xiao Chengjing stopped him again. He made no effort to hide his curiosity. Hold on a sec. You went on a date last night, right? How'd it go? Spill the beans. Su Ming halted, tilting his head with a half smile. Mr. Xiao, if you want to ask something, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Xiao Chengjing chuckled. Even if he was called out, he didn't get annoyed. Instead, he shot a quick glance toward the inner room before pulling Su Ming aside and whispering, Kid, tell the old man the truth, which of these two girls do you like better? Su Ming chuckled inwardly. He knew it. But if he had to choose, the first one who came to mind was Zhou Jiruo, whom he'd never even met. The phrase never met suddenly sparked an idea in Su Ming's mind. Should he send a photo over? The thought was immediately squelched. Su Ming admitted he harbored some feelings for Zhou Jiruo. But he had to admit even more that they were, at best, pen pals, and even that relationship was tinged with self-interest. Talking about feelings? Too soon. The longer Su Ming remained silent, the more Xiao Chengjing's heart pounded. Watching his ever-shifting expression, his heart leapt to his throat. Suddenly, Su Ming chuckled softly. Mr. Xiao, I told you, didn't I? I already have someone I like. Whether it was Zhao Jiwen or Gu Shishir, they were both wonderful. But not liking someone is not liking someone. With that, Su Ming walked around him and continued into the inner room. Zhao Jiwen stood at the doorway, holding a three-color glazed female figurine. Her expression was dazed, her face looking rather grim. Seeing Su Ming enter, her eyes instantly filled with tears. Then, she awkwardly looked away, glancing around frantically as she fumbled for an excuse. Yesterday the teacher received a Tang tricolor wear piece. Hearing you were here, she wanted to show it to you. Su Ming looked at her and sighed inwardly. Had she overheard? He thought he'd kept his voice down. But hearing it was fine, at least it saved Zhao Jiwen from wasting her efforts on him. He picked up where Zhao Jiwen left off. Sure. I've heard genuine Tang Sankai figurines are extremely rare. I've never had a chance to examine one closely. With the opening he provided, Zhao Jiwen gladly took the opportunity. Well then, today you'll get to see one with your own eyes, a genuine piece. Zhao Jiwen took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions churning inside her, and began pulling Su Ming along as she explained how to identify authentic three-color glazed figurines. By the time they finished, the day had passed. Xiao Chengjing entered and called out, enough talking, let's eat first. Coming. Su Ming and Zhao Jiwen emerged to find Xiao Chengjing already seated at the table, two exquisitely designed invitations resting beside him. After the morning's events, Zhao Jiwen's mood had improved considerably. Spotting the invitations, she picked one up casually. Teacher, who sent these? Opening one, she discovered the letterhead belonged to the Department of Ancient Artifacts at Capital University. This was her alma mater. She needed to examine it carefully. After reading it, Zhao Jiwen raised an eyebrow and promptly tucked the invitation into her bag. Teacher, I'll take this one. It was meant for you all anyway. Xiao Chengjing shot her a sidelong glance and handed the other invitation to Su Ming. As you know, I still hold a position at Capital University. The Department of Antiquities is hosting an event where they'll display genuine and counterfeit ancient artifacts for everyone to appraise just for fun. You've been studying under Jiwen for a while now, so I thought I'd invite you along for some hands-on practice. Anyway, it's just a bunch of young kids who haven't even graduated yet. Think of it as practice. Besides, since you're under Jiwen's tutelage, if you make a mistake, it'll be on her reputation. Ha! Su Ming took the invitation and teased, nice try. If I go, I'll spread the word that you taught me. Of course, Su Ming was just saying that. The event was scheduled to start at 10 a.m., but Su Ming arrived a little after 9. He wanted to soak up the school's cultural atmosphere. Su Ming had attended school, of course. But back then, he'd spent his days in a drunken haze, roaming entertainment venues and indulging in sensual pleasures. He'd never truly studied, let alone engaged in such a cultured pursuit as soaking up the cultural atmosphere. Unexpectedly, today he was making up for it. He had only been driving around for a few minutes when a car sped arrogantly past on the road not far from him. Su Ming casually glanced up, his eyes catching the license plate. Oh, an acquaintance. Wait. Su Ming halted in his tracks, his voice tinged with confusion. What's he doing here? He remembered that car clearly. It belonged to Li Kunpeng. 5/8. I heard he bought it from someone else, spending nearly 5 million. He even flaunted it in front of Su Ming several times. Later, Su Ming, furious, managed to get a set of 5/9s, finally putting a damper on his arrogance. Even so, the 5/8s remained quite impressive. Li Kunpeng driving it everywhere he went had almost become synonymous with him. But what was he doing at Capital University? Surely he wasn't here just for the Department of Antiquities appraisal event? Impossible. With Li Kunpeng's lofty standards, would he even deign to attend such a trivial event? Su Ming shook his head and headed toward the appraisal site. Su Ming, over here. No sooner had he arrived than he heard Zhao Jiwen's voice. Su Ming turned to head over, but halfway there, a shrill, mocking voice pierced his ears. Well, Su Ming, what a small world. This place is packed with talent from the ancient artifacts department, future elites of the field. Everyone knows you're nothing but a good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat, drink, and play. How dare you show your face here? If I were you, I'd cover my face and leave already. Save yourself the embarrassment of disgracing the Su family and embarrassing Miss Zhao. Right, Miss Zhao? He turned his head and flashed a greasy smile at Zhao Jiwen. Zhao Jiwen's brows knitted tightly. Chapter 66, The Bet. Zhao Jiwen shot him a cold glance before turning her head away. Her gaze shifted to Su Ming, her eyes brimming with warmth. Su Ming, you're just in time. The event starts in 10 minutes. Come on, let's go sit down. She extended her hand to Su Ming, her tone softening considerably. She completely ignored Li Kunpeng standing nearby. Li Kunpeng's face darkened. The younger students, however, covered their mouths and gasped in surprise. Wow! Who knew our old scholar of a senior sister had such a gentle side? Wah, and I've called her senior sister all these years without ever getting a smile. It's all thanks to our senior brother-in-law. We poor little things are just tagging along for the ride. Hey, who is this Su Ming anyway? How did he win our senior sister's favor? No idea. Never heard of him. Hey, you guys haven't even heard of Su Ming? Are you even from the capital city? A young man wearing silver-rimmed glasses pushed them up his nose with an air of superiority. The group shot him a collective look of disgust. Those closest to him hastily widened their stride and shifted aside. As if he were carrying some kind of virus. Song Zhao, what brings you here again? A chubby kid rolled his eyes without a shred of politeness, his tone dripping with contempt. If he didn't know this guy's character, he'd have grabbed a broom and swept him out to keep him from dirtying the floor of the ancient artifacts department. The others wore similar expressions. But Song Zhao remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming as he fixed them on Su Ming. The intense stare made Su Ming feel uneasy all over. He glared back, only to find Song Zhao grinning broadly at him. The grin made Su Ming's skin crawl. It was downright creepy. And yet, there was someone even more disgusting right in front of him. Li Kunpeng, humiliated by Zhao Jiwen, instantly darkened. He stepped forward, blocking the two men. Where are you going? Old friends shouldn't skip the pleasantries? Li Kunpeng eyed Su Ming with pure malice. But aren't you usually hanging out at high-end clubs? What brings you to this place today? At that moment, Li Kunpeng seemed to recall something, his expression shifting to one of sudden realization. Oh, I get it, you're broke, aren't you? His voice grew increasingly venomous. I heard you redeemed the old Su family mansion? Must have cost you a fortune, huh? You swindled me out of over 30 billion, yet you can't even make a splash. Now you're reduced to attending this low-grade appraisal event in a dump like this? You're an absolute disgrace, Hatue. He spat a thick lob of phlegm at Su Ming. Zhao Jiwen's face darkened. Su Ming instinctively pulled her back a step. Old donkey, I knew you were low class, but how could your manners be this bad? Spitting everywhere? Disdain practically solidified in Su Ming's eyes. Honestly, seeing you at such a low-end appraisal event is a surprise. Could it be the Li family went bankrupt too? Put. Your family's the one that went bankrupt. Li Kunpeng retorted, his face dark with resentment. If it weren't for Su Ming, his father wouldn't have that leverage over him, and he wouldn't be drowning in over 30 billion yuan of debt. Now his father not only watched him constantly but also restricted his spending, leaving this prominent Beijing socialite unable to even produce a few million yuan. His father had even declared that anyone lending him money or extending credit would never see it back, effectively cutting off his access to antique sourcing. Now, forget about high-end auctions, he couldn't even afford to browse decent antique markets. He occasionally visited ordinary markets, but the abundance of fakes and poor quality items made them beneath his notice. Hearing about this event, he decided to drop by, hoping to stumble upon something worthwhile. He also hoped to run into Zhao Jiwen. Little did he know he'd run into Su Ming first. With old grudges and new grievances piled high, he wasn't about to let Su Ming off easy today. Li Kuanping glanced at the adjacent display booth and sneered coldly, "Su Ming, you've got guts. Why don't we take advantage of this platform set up by the Department of Antiquities and make a wager today?" Su Ming frowned. "How do you propose we gamble?" All eyes turned toward them. Under the weight of their gazes, Li Kuanping grinned maliciously. "We'll see who recognizes more antiques, of course." Li Kuanping knew exactly what Su Ming was made of. The first half of this kid's life had been spent chasing women. Unlike him, who'd been rolling around in the antiquities world all alone. This round, he was certain of victory. Li Kuanping was brimming with confidence. Across from him, Su Ming looked as if he wanted to speak but held back. Zhao Jiwen's expression shifted slightly. Clearing her throat, she offered only one warning: do your best, but don't get carried away. Don't worry. Li Kuanping understood the old Su Ming, and Su Ming understood the current Li Kuanping. I've got this in the bag. Old donkey, since we're betting, there should be stakes, right? Of course there is. Li Kuanping's eyes flashed with calculation as he chuckled. If you lose, you hand over the Su family ancestral home and everything inside it to me. How about that? Whoa, that's a huge bet. Li Zhao sucked in a sharp breath. The students were stunned. Though they had no idea what the Su family ancestral home looked like, the situation made it clear it must be something extraordinary. Zhao Jiwen's expression darkened instantly. No way. That's Su Ming's ancestral home. It can't be the stake. Change it. Miss Xiao, I like you, but women shouldn't meddle in men's affairs. Su Ming, do you have the guts to take this bet? If you don't. Li Kuanping planted his foot on a nearby stool, pointed arrogantly at his crotch, and looked up. Crawl under here, and I'll let you live. Su Ming was so furious he laughed. He stared at Li Kuanping as if he were an idiot. Call you a donkey, and you actually believe you are one? Don't you even have a human brain? Fine, you want to gamble? Then show me your stake. Li Kuanping sneered. I can't possibly lose. Su Ming stared at him coldly. What? You think you can get something for nothing? Zhao Jiwen chimed in, young Master Li, a bet should follow proper rules. Don't make yourself look foolish. The other students chimed in. Exactly. You're making him bet the ancestral home while putting nothing on the line yourself. That's shameless. Watching Li Kuanping's face turn red with anger, Su Ming folded his arms and smirked triumphantly. Old donkey, make it quick. Or just admit defeat already. Bull. I'm not losing. What's a bet? I'll stake the villa I own in Manhwaedit to you. Li Kuanping waved his hand in apparent generosity. But Su Ming flatly refused. He rolled his eyes in disgust. Manhwaedit may be prime real estate, but how does it compare to my Su family's century-old ancestral home? But? Su Ming's eyes darted around. He chuckled inwardly before continuing, if you can't come up with an equal wager, you can stake 10% of your Li Group shares instead. Li Kuanping's face immediately twisted into a look of refusal. If he really gave away company shares, his father would beat him to death. Just as he was about to refuse, Su Ming shrugged indifferently, of course, if you don't think you can beat me, then forget I said anything. The remark made the veins on Li Kuanping's forehead bulge. Chapter 67, The Match. Bet. What's 10% of the shares? Even if he gave them to Su Ming, so what? With his father watching, how could this brat make waves? Besides, Su Ming was nothing but a useless fool. He could crush him. Li Kuanping waved his hand generously. Su Ming's eyes lit up. He was practically bursting with joy inside. Call Li Kuanping a donkey, and he won't admit it. But just a couple of jabs from him, and the guy was already reeling. Su Ming gave Li Kuanping no chance to back out, immediately ordering someone to fetch paper and pen to draw up a written agreement. Young Master Su, the written agreement is ready for your review. As Su Ming turned around, a young man wearing silver-rimmed glasses approached him, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. He held out the prepared contract, fawningly presenting it before Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming froze. This man. My name is Song Zhao, Song Zhao offered attentively. I'm a student in the Business Administration Department at Just City University. I have a passion for ancient artifacts and often attend lectures here. Young Master Su and Young Master Li's wager was quite thrilling, so I took the liberty of drafting this agreement. He pushed the document forward again. His smile grew even brighter than before. Su Ming eyed him suspiciously, then quickly scanned the document. You know what? The handwriting was actually quite nice. The contract. Well written. Concise, yet seasoned. Though not lengthy, the choice of words and phrasing showed remarkable skill, not a single flaw to be found. Quite a talent. But the way this person had looked at him earlier left Su Ming feeling quite uneasy. Su Ming took the paper and pen, thanked him, signed his name in a few swift strokes, then handed it back to Li Kuanping. Sign it like a man. Li Kuanping. Damn it, sign. Once he won this round, he'd make Su Ming kneel and call him dad. The moment Li Kuanping signed and pressed his fingerprint, Su Ming promptly tucked the document away, afraid Li Kuanping might change his mind at the last minute. At that moment, Xiao Chengjing arrived. Xiao Chengjing, who held the position of professor in the Department of Antiquities, was the host for this event. His arrival signaled the imminent start of the event. The crowd settled into their seats. Su Ming and Zhao Jiwen were seated in the front row. To their left sat Li Kuanping. Behind them sat Song Zhao. Before the event commenced, Song Zhao eagerly approached Su Ming, handing him a business card. "Young Master Su, let's be friends. If you win later and happen to need someone to manage the 10% stake, you might consider me." Su Ming shot him a glance, inwardly amused. It hadn't even happened yet, and he was already eyeing it? But since the man had just helped him and showed no ill intent for now, Su Ming didn't want to embarrass him. He took the card with a perfunctory smile. "Sure. Alright then, wishing young Master Su a victorious start." With that, he sat back down. Li Kuanping grumbled in disgust beside them. Su Ming ignored him and leaned closer to Zhao Jiwen, asking with puzzlement, "Sis Jiwen, you seem to really dislike Song Zhao?" Su Ming had noticed earlier that Zhao Jiwen's gaze toward Song Zhao was filled with disgust. Zhao Jiwen was serious about her work, but in private, she was quite easygoing. Song Zhao was the first person to elicit such blatant dislike from her. At least, he was the first person Su Ming knew of. Sure enough, the moment Song Zhao's name was mentioned, Zhao Jiwen's frown deepened. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Chengjing took the stage. The event had already begun. Zhao Jiwen sighed helplessly, quickly muttering, "I'll tell you next time," before settling in to listen to Xiao Chengjing's opening remarks. Following the opening remarks came the event rules. The rules were simple: all items to be appraised were displayed on the presentation platform. Everyone could view them freely. The total appraisal time was 1 hour. Each participant held a card printed with corresponding items, alongside 2 options, authentic and fake. They simply needed to mark the appropriate choice. After 1 hour, Xiao Chengjing would announce the answers. The person with the most correct answers wins and receives the prize for this appraisal event. Of course, due to the unexpected addition of Su Ming and Li Kuanping, Xiao Chengjing added a special rule for them. Su Ming and Li Kuanping's answer cards would be publicly displayed to all participants to ensure fairness. After Xiao Chengjing finished speaking, the answer sheets were distributed to everyone. The timer officially started. The crowd dispersed and headed toward the display platform. Su Ming made his way over as well. Zhao Jiwen followed close behind him. Upon noticing her, Li Kuanping immediately called out, "Hold on, Su Ming. This is a bet. If you've brought in outside help, you lose outright." "I have no intention of helping him," Zhao Jiwen declared coldly. But Li Kuanping refused to believe her. "No way. I don't trust you. I'm coming with you. I need to keep an eye on you." Li Kuanping halted his steps and turned to walk beside Su Ming. This was a bet he absolutely wouldn't let Su Ming have a chance to bring in outside help. Su Ming shrugged indifferently. The display case held about 20 artifacts, each with a different shape and from a different dynasty. Some were genuine, others were fakes. These past days, following Zhao Jiwen had taught Su Ming quite a bit. Though he couldn't match a professional, he could still manage this kind of casual appraisal gathering. The simpler pieces at the front, he could tell at a glance whether they were genuine or not. But when he came upon a large Ming Dynasty blue and white underglaze red vase adorned with Buddhist motifs, he found himself stumped. Beside him, Li Kuanping burst into laughter upon seeing Su Ming deep in thought. "What's the matter? Stumped? Can't tell what it is? Come on, call me daddy and I'll tell you what it is." Su Ming turned, puzzled. "What should I call you?" "Call me daddy. What?" Su Ming even reached up to scratch his ear. Li Kuanping's face darkened and he bellowed directly, "Dad." "I." Su Ming responded calmly, then turned back to examine the large vat. He paid no heed to Li Kuanping, who was seething with rage behind him. He recalled Zhao Jiwen mentioning that Changhua kiln blue and white porcelain was renowned for its delicate blue hues, characterized by its dainty, elegant, lightweight, and thin-bodied features. It pursued a sense of lightness, with its overall artistic style closely resembling ink-wash painting. Therefore, this large jar should be genuine. But he recalled that this very jar had been auctioned off a full year ago. Rumor had it fetched a staggering price of over 30 million. And at the time, it was claimed to be a unique piece, the only one in existence. So what was the story behind this one? Su Ming couldn't make sense of it, but his intuition told him there was a story behind it. He glanced down at the card in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then put pen to paper. An hour passed quickly. Xiao Chengjing stepped forward once more, smiling. "Classmates, time is up. Now, please have my assistant collect the cards from Su Ming and Li Kuanping. We will then announce the answers." He gave a subtle nod to his assistant beside him. The assistant nodded and walked towards Su Ming and Li Kuanping. Great Zhou. Zhou Zhirua, clad in a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, sat majestically upon the dragon throne. Her gaze fell heavily upon the ministers clamoring in the hall, her expression darkening. Since Lu Chon left the city yesterday, there had been no word of him. Yet the court ministers had already stirred up a storm. Chapter 68, Envoys from Western Chu and Northern D. Within the hall, Luo Yanghui, the Minister of Personnel, was engaged in a heated argument, spittle flying from his mouth. After listening to their demands, it boiled down to two questions. Where exactly had Lu Chong gone? And would the Great Zhou compensate the barbarian tribes? In Zhou Jiruo's view, the latter question was merely a smokescreen. What Luo Yanghui truly sought to know, or rather, what Qin Xuan truly sought to know, was Lu Chang's whereabouts. After all, Luo Yanghui was a man Qin Xuan had personally promoted, one who had always followed his lead without question. Zhou Jiruo cast a cold glance at Qin Xuan. The latter stood in the hall, hands tucked into his sleeves, eyes lowered, his mind seemingly far away. As if nothing concerned him. But Zhou Jiruo knew that after Lu Chong left the city, he had sent men to track him. All of them, however, had been intercepted by Wang Ben's men. Of course, she had orchestrated it all. Zhou Jiruo grew weary of their bickering. Clearing her throat, she cut off Luo Yanghui's incessant chatter and turned her attention to Qin Xuan. Minister Qin, why have you remained silent? Qin Xuan turned at the sound, bowing with hands pressed together. Your Majesty, I do not know what to say. Before Zhou Jiruo could speak, Wang Ben snorted coldly in displeasure. Minister Qin, as the foremost civil official and His Majesty's right-hand man, how dare you claim ignorance when the court faces crisis? This is utterly preposterous. Several officials chimed in agreement. Qin Xuan shot them a cold glance before turning to Zhou Jiruo. Though I hold the highest civil office, I am unaware of the whereabouts of my own subordinate ministers. I am truly unworthy of this position. I beg your Majesty to punish me. With that, he knelt prostrate on the ground. Zhou Jiruo's expression darkened. Qin Xuan's act appeared respectful, but in reality, he was indirectly demanding information about Lu Chang's whereabouts. He was deliberately exploiting the fact that no one knew she had sent Lu Chong out of the city, aiming to humiliate her publicly. Humph, what a fine head of the civil officials indeed. Zhou Jiruo drew a deep breath without showing it. I dispatched Lu Chong on urgent business. Given the urgency, I did not notify Minister Qin. Minister Qin need not blame himself. This made the matter crystal clear. Luo Yanghui's face flashed with surprise, and he knew he couldn't press the matter further. Qin Xuan understood as well. He rose to his feet and asked, is this concerning the peace negotiations? Precisely. The capital city of the Great Zhou dynasty lay not far from the barbarian encampment. By travel time, Lu Chong could reach it within 2 hours. But he had no idea how the talks were progressing now. If all went well, a reply should arrive by noon at the latest. Zhou Jiruo no longer feared anyone sabotaging the mission. Rising to her feet, she declared directly, Lord Lu, with his heart full of loyalty and courage, has ventured alone into the den of wolves. Though you cannot accompany him into peril, come with me to the palace walls to pray for his safety. The ministers, yes, your Majesty. Zhou Jiruo led the way out. Praying for his safety was merely a pretense. The real reason was that she could not sit still. This matter concerned the safety of the Great Zhou. Every moment of waiting was torture. Even if no reply came for a while, it was better than sitting idle in a hall where the sky was hidden from view. But heaven rewards those who wait. The sun had barely reached its zenith when Zhao Shen rushed over breathlessly. He knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with excitement. Your Majesty! Lord Lu Chong has returned. Zhou Jiruo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Where is he now? He's already at Xianhua Gate. Excellent. Zhou Jiruo's smile spread uncontrollably, her lips curving upward as her voice grew urgent. Zhao Shen, go in my stead to greet him. Yes, your Majesty. Zhao Shen wiped away beads of sweat and trotted off again. As Zhou Jiruo waited with eyes straining, Lu Chong finally appeared. Holding his ceremonial staff, covered in dust from his journey, he strode forward like a sturdy pine or resilient bamboo. Only when he reached Zhou Jiruo did he kneel. Your servant, Imperial Censor-in-Chief Lu Chong, has been dispatched by His Majesty's command to negotiate with the barbarian camps. Per His Majesty's decree, our Great Zhou shall henceforth deliver to the barbarians 20,000 taels of gold, 3 million taels of silver, and a specified quantity of silk and cloth annually. Furthermore, 5 northern border cities shall be ceded to the barbarians. The barbarians have likewise signed a treaty with our Great Zhou, pledging non-aggression for 10 years. This is the treaty. I present it for your Majesty's review. He drew the treaty from his robe and handed it to Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen accepted it and presented it with both hands before Zhou Jiruo. Zhou Jiruo trembled as she took it. She opened it. Reading the contents of the contract, Zhou Jiruo breathed a huge sigh of relief. She immediately declared, return to the Golden Palace. The barbarian tribes had already affixed their great seal to this contract. Once she affixed the imperial seal, the peril threatening the Zhou dynasty would be utterly vanquished. Zhou Jiruo felt immensely pleased. All of this was thanks to Su Ming. She must express her gratitude to Su Ming properly. Su Ming had said that even the most ordinary objects from the Great Zhou dynasty were incredibly valuable in his era. So she would send him many more. Alas, Su Ming was not a man of this era. Otherwise, she wouldn't just give him silver, she'd grant him high office, and even. Zhou Jiruo's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly pressed her lips together. She handed the sealed contract to Lu Chong. Minister Lu, trouble yourself once more. Upon your return, I shall bestow rewards upon you. To be safe, she also had Wang Ben select an elite escort. With this matter settled, the atmosphere in court lightened considerably. Many let out sighs of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Good heavens, those barbarian scoundrels have finally retreated. Our old lives are finally safe. Zhou Jiruo looked at the weary faces around her and couldn't bring herself to scold them. After a moment's thought, she said, "You have all worked hard these past days. Return home early today. Tomorrow is a day of rest. We shall convene again the day after." As her words fell, the officials rose to express their gratitude. Just as the ministers were about to withdraw, a report came from outside the door. "Your Majesty, envoys from the Western Chu and Northern D tribes seek an audience." The ministers halted in their tracks. Whispers spread through the room. Why would Western Chu and Northern D send envoys? Our court has no diplomatic relations with them. Could this be some sort of plot? But Wang Ben, one of those in the know, suddenly paled. His gaze instinctively sought out Zhou Jiruo. Through the crown's canopy, he couldn't discern her expression. Yet he keenly sensed that the aura emanating from her had grown even heavier. "Announce!" Zhou Jiruo commanded in a deep voice. Zhao Shen immediately stepped forward, announced the envoys of Western Chu and Northern D for audience. The announcement had barely echoed when envoys from Western Chu and Northern D entered. Walking side by side with lofty bearing into the hall, where they performed a perfunctory bow toward Zhou Jiruo. Before Zhou Jiruo could speak, the Western Chu envoy began speaking on his own accord. "Your Majesty of Great Zhou, when the barbarian tribes besieged our city, you sent envoys promising that if our two nations aided you in repelling the invaders, you would grant us thousands of bushels of grain and a measure of gold and silver each year. Now that the barbarian tribes have withdrawn their forces, shouldn't His Majesty of the Great Zhou fulfill his promise?" The moment his words fell, the court erupted in uproar. Wang Ben and Zhou Jiruo's faces darkened further. "You're full of..." Wang Ben couldn't hold back, pointing at the Western Chu envoy and shouting, "We agreed to provide only a portion of grain and supplies to support Southern Chu. When did we ever say we'd give you thousands of share of grain every year?" The Northern D envoy sneered at him. "So, does the Great Zhou wish to wage war against our two nations? Oomph. Does your Great Zhou even have the strength to fight anymore?" Chapter 69, Pretentiousness Gets You Struck by Lightning. Wang Ben's nose was practically crooked with rage. He strode up to the envoys of Western Chu and Northern D, pointed at their noses, and shouted angrily, "The Great Zhou is finished. Do you think you'll escape unscathed? The Northern D need not be mentioned, your southern lands border barbarian tribes. Were it not for your fear of Great Zhou, those savages would have swallowed you whole long ago. 3 years ago, during that great war, your king personally wrote a letter requesting aid. Have you forgotten? The Western Chu is shielded from the barbarians by the rugged mountains to its east. Once the Great Zhou falls, your eastern gate will swing wide open. Do you truly believe the mere Dragon's Tooth Pass can hold back the barbarian hordes? Dream on. Now that the barbarians have retreated, you dare to loot in the chaos. Do you not fear that the Great Zhou will destroy you along with itself?" Wang Ben's roar voiced the sentiments of the court ministers. They echoed his words in furious unison, "Mutual destruction. Mutual destruction. If we must die, let Western Chu and the northern barbarians die with us." The ministers glared furiously at the two envoys. The envoy's expression shifted slightly. The Western Chu envoy turned to Zhou Jiruo with a smile, "Your Majesty, please hear me out." Zhou Jiruo gave a slight nod. "Speak." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Western Chu envoy bowed in respect before speaking calmly. "On our journey here, we learned that the barbarian tribe's withdrawal this time was secured by Great Zhou trading 5 northern border cities for gold and silver. Though the Great Zhou suffered heavy losses, it did not damage its vital strength. Therefore, we deliberated and settled on a sum of 1,000 shur. It may sound like a large sum, but given the Great Zhou's current strength, it amounts to little more than everyone eating one less bite. With the grain saved, we gain 2 powerful allies. Your Majesty is so wise, surely you won't refuse? Besides, sacrificing a nation over a single bite of food hardly seems worth it, does it?" The Western Chu envoy spoke with solemn earnestness. As if they truly had the Great Zhou's best interests at heart. Zhou Jiruo pressed her red lips tightly together, wishing she could order them dragged out and beheaded on the spot. But she couldn't. They dared to come demanding concessions at this moment precisely because they held the Great Zhou's Achilles heel in their grasp. Watching the Western Chu envoy below, his face full of hypocrisy yet still speaking eloquently, Zhou Jiruo felt utterly powerless. Yet she had no choice but to endure, sitting there and letting them humiliate her. After the Western Chu envoy finished, the Northern D envoy nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty of Great Zhou," he said, "our demands are not unreasonable. You should consider them carefully." He then chuckled smugly twice. Several court officials were so enraged they stepped forward to confront them. Zhou Jiruo raised her hand to stop them. "Since you are aware of the Great Zhou's circumstances, you should understand how difficult it is for us to produce 2,000 shur of grain at this time. This is what we propose. The two envoys may rest at the relay station while I consult with my ministers. What do you say? The Northern D envoy frowned. Before he could speak, the Western Shu envoy interjected, we leave it entirely to your majesty's discretion. Zhou Zhiruo nodded and instructed the Ministry of Rites to make arrangements. Minister of Rites Lu Qingrong accepted the order and escorted the two envoys out of the hall. Once they departed, the chamber erupted in heated debate once more. Your Majesty, the Western Shu and Northern D harbor wolfish ambitions. We absolutely cannot give them grain. Once given, our own people will struggle to fill their bellies. The civil officials stood up in anguish, pleading earnestly. The military officers were equally resolute. This subject is willing to lead the troops and fight the Western Shu and Northern D to the death. One after another, the ministers declared their intentions. Only a handful stood silently, their faces heavy with worry. Qin Chuan and Wang Ben were among them. Zhou Zhiruo glanced at the two, finally fixing her gaze on Qin Chuan. Minister Qin, what is your opinion? Upon hearing Zhou Zhiruo speak, the ministers all turned to look at Qin Chuan. Some attempted to persuade him, but Qin Chuan shot them a cold stare, silencing them instantly. Then Qin Chuan slowly stepped forward. Your Majesty, this subject finds the envoy from Western Shu's words quite reasonable. Wang Ben's eyebrows shot up. He stared at Qin Chuan coldly. Unfazed, Qin Chuan spoke calmly, Your Majesty, only the living have a chance to turn their fortunes around. The same holds true for a nation. With that, he said no more. Zhou Zhiruo's expression darkened. Seeing this, Wang Ben felt a surge of anxiety. He instinctively stepped forward and called out, Your Majesty. Zhou Zhiruo raised her hand. Enough. Dismiss the court. Tomorrow's rest day is cancelled. As for the other matters, I shall consider them. With that, she rose and strode away. The moment she was gone, Wang Ben hurriedly followed. Zhou Zhiruo had anticipated his arrival. Upon hearing the announcement, she nodded to Zhao Shen, signaling him to let Wang Ben enter. The moment Wang Ben entered, he lowered his voice and spoke urgently, Your Majesty, this matter concerns the very survival of the great Zhou. Should we not seek the sage's counsel? We should indeed consult him. Zhou Zhiruo signaled Zhao Shen to keep watch outside. She turned, retrieved the incense burner, and began writing a letter. Su Ming sat composedly in his seat, legs crossed with one foot resting on the other, his hand casually resting on his knee as he chatted and laughed with Zhao Jiwen. It seemed as though he already knew the outcome of the competition with absolute certainty. Li Kuanpeng gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath, Show off, you'll get struck by lightning. But Su Ming heard it. He turned his head, flashing a smirk at Li Kuanpeng. I don't know if showing off invites lightning strikes, but I do know that some people's showboating will definitely cost them shares. Li Kuanpeng's eyes widened in shock. The results haven't even been announced yet. Who knows who'll come out on top? Lose shares? As if. He, Li Kuanpeng, had been in the antiques business for years. How could he possibly lose to this greenhorn? Li Kuanpeng rolled his eyes in disgust. On stage, Xiao Chengjing had already begun announcing the answers. Everyone else was scoring themselves, but Su Ming and Li Kuanpeng's scores were being tallied by Xiao Chengjing's assistant. And it was done in full view of everyone. Transparent and open. There was absolutely no possibility of cheating, nor any chance of being nitpicked. Xiao Chengjing explained everything meticulously. For each ancient artifact, he not only declared its authenticity but also provided reasoning, offering supplementary knowledge along the way. Thus, half an hour later, Li Kuanpeng's face had turned completely ashen. Sitting in his seat, his sour expression deepened as he stared intently at the answer sheet, as if he could stare a hole through it. Meanwhile, Su Ming laughed heartily. Old donkey, thanks for the shares you sent over. You're my son through and through. Knowing your old man's short on cash lately, you eagerly came running with money. How filial of you. But your knowledge base is seriously lacking. Even I know more than you. Aren't you the one who claims to have been immersed in the ancient artifacts world for years? This is just too shallow, ha. Su Ming took the contract and, under Li Kuanpeng's murderous glare, walked over to him. He waved the contract in front of him triumphantly and said, Son, your filial devotion is accepted by your old man. Next time you want to show me some filial piety, don't hold back, okay? With each word he spoke, Li Kuanpeng's face grew paler. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Kuanpeng suddenly lunged forward. His eyes bloodshot, he grabbed a nearby wineglass and lunged at Su Ming's head. Su Ming, you set me up. I'll kill you today. Chapter 70, A Lamb Among Wolves. Su Ming had been prepared for this. The moment Li Kuan made his move, Su Ming swiftly backed away. Old donkey, you can't take a loss again, can you? After retreating to a safe distance, Su Ming pointed at him and continued to provoke. Li Kuanpeng's pupils contracted sharply, his movements abruptly halting. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his wineglass to the ground and pointed at Su Ming, cursing, You bastard, just you wait. It was just some shares. What was there to be so sore loser about? He'd make him pay for this humiliation today. Besides, if Su Ming wanted those shares, he'd still need his father's approval. The mere thought of Li Ji made Li Kuanpeng grimace in exasperation. Even his hasty retreat slowed. 10% of the shares. Though the Li family wasn't among the top conglomerates, this sum was still substantial. If his father found out, he'd just squandered it away like this. Ouch. Suddenly, his legs felt a twinge of pain. The pain was so intense he didn't even notice Su Ming's mocking laughter behind him. Xiao Chengjing patted his chest as he approached. You scared the hell out of me, kid. Look, I even pulled out my quick-acting heart medicine. He opened his palm for Su Ming to see. At that moment, Zhao Jiwen also approached. That was truly terrifying. Thankfully, young Master Li still has some sense. Otherwise, bloodshed might have been inevitable today. Zhao Jiwen sighed, still shaken. Su Ming smiled. Li Kuanpin wasn't being rational. He simply didn't want to lose face again. Put simply, he was all about saving face. But indirectly, it saved him the trouble. Su Ming grinned widely, waving his hand dismissively. Master Xiao, Sister Jiwen, I didn't embarrass you, did I? You've got some nerve saying that. The moment he spoke, Xiao Chengjing shot him a withering glare. There were only 20-odd questions, and you got nearly 10 wrong. Stay far away from me, later save me the embarrassment. With that, he turned and walked away. His disdain was unmistakable. Su Ming. Seeing Su Ming freeze, Zhao Jiwen thought he was upset and hurried to comfort him. Su Ming, don't take it too hard. The teacher's just strict. He's actually quite pleased with your performance. He just doesn't like to say it. After all, you've only been studying for such a short time, yet you recognized so many more than a third of the people here. As if to prove Zhao Jiwen's words, Xiao Chengjing, who was presenting awards, used the exact same tone to indiscriminately criticize everyone. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle in silence. I'm not upset, and I'm actually quite satisfied with this result myself. He knew his own limitations. He never expected to surpass these professionals who trained for years in such a short time. But as long as he could beat Li Kuanping, he'd be ahead of the game. Su Ming happily flicked the contract. Just as he was about to put it down with satisfaction, he suddenly found himself face to face with a smiling, sycophantic face. Startled, Su Ming jumped backward. Patting his chest, he grumbled irritably, "Damn it, who the hell are you trying to scare to death?" "Young Master Su, congratulations on your triumphant return," Song Zhao said with a fawning smile, his words smooth as silk. But Su Ming still found it repulsive. Zhao Jiwen beside him was even more disgusted. She gave Song Zhao a cold stare and asked, "What do you want?" Song Zhao didn't let it bother him, his smile as bright as ever. "Of course I do." His tone was cheerful, yet his eyes darted straight to the contract in Su Ming's hand. He asked tentatively, "Young Master Su, you've secured such a substantial prize this time. How do you plan to handle it?" At those words, Su Ming understood. This man was after that 10% stake. Before the competition, he had even volunteered. So, he was serious? This caught Su Ming off guard. He raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. "What? You want to take it over?" Song Zhao's eyes lit up at that. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiwen quickly tugged at Su Ming's sleeve and whispered urgently, "Don't get involved with him. That man only sees money. Giving him these shares would be like throwing sheep to the wolves." Su Ming raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Zhao Jiwen shot Song Zhao a wary glance before pulling Su Ming aside. "Let me tell you, this guy's from the business school. I hear he's got stellar grades across the board and has achieved quite a lot during his time here. But his character? I won't even mention the distant past. Let me tell you something recent. Just last time, he helped secure funding for a project, only to swindle the other party out of hundreds of thousands. But he pulled it off so cleanly, with all the paperwork in order, that the project manager couldn't find a single angle to fight back. The project manager was so enraged he ended up hospitalized. And just the other day, he used knowledge from the antiquities department to swindle a freshman out of their family heirloom. When the freshman found out, they went straight to the antiquities department, damaging its reputation. But he promptly sold that antique. He's pulled stunts like this countless times. So whatever you do, don't let him scam you." Zhao Jiwen felt increasingly unlucky as she spoke. She spat twice after finishing her sentence. Su Ming looked at Song Zhao in astonishment. This guy really is something else. Even with such a lack of moral fiber, he hadn't been beaten to death yet. But Su Ming never intended to befriend him anyway. After hearing Zhao Jiwen's words, he wanted nothing to do with him. He reassured Zhao Jiwen before politely declining Song Zhao's offer. Song Zhao remained undeterred, smiling broadly as he explained, "Young Master Su, don't believe those rumors. They're just people jealous of my success trying to smear my name. No need to explain to me. I'll handle these shares myself." With that, he turned and walked away. Song Zhao felt neither anger nor the urge to pursue him. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, he maintained his cheerful smile, his tone light. "Young Master Su, you'll come looking for me sooner or later." The appreciation event concluded, followed by a small evening gathering. Compared to the parties Su Ming used to attend, this one was practically bland and insipid. In the past, Su Ming wouldn't have bothered to glance at such gatherings. But now, sitting on the grass and observing these unfamiliar faces, he found it strangely enjoyable. Led by Zhao Jiwen, he joined in singing and dancing. The festivities lasted well into the night. After seeing Zhao Jiwen home, Su Ming returned to the Su family's ancestral residence. By the time he finished washing up, it was already past midnight. He flopped onto his bed, closed his eyes, and was about to drift off when suddenly he shot upright again. He slapped his forehead in frustration. I haven't chatted with Zhou Zhirua today. He wondered if anything new had happened in the Great Zhou. He got up, went out, and opened the safe. A thick stack of papers materialized, glistening as if freshly printed. It nearly covered the incense burner. Su Ming whistled in surprise, pulling out each sheet and arranging them neatly. Goodness gracious, just how much did she write while I was away? Then he sat cross-legged before the safe, shaking his head as he pulled out the papers. No sooner had he retrieved the papers than the once quiet incense burner began spewing out gold ingots and various jade artifacts with a puff 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 sound. Once the incense burner's opening was buried, it fell silent once more. Su Ming stared in utter astonishment. This incense burner. It even had a temporary storage function. But Zhou Zhirua still handled things with such grace. She knew the proper etiquette when seeking favors. Chapter 71, Tough Questions Demand Careful Answers. After a moment of surprise, Su Ming happily retrieved his treasure. No sooner had he cleared the incense burner's opening than it began spewing more items. Both large and small objects emerged. Only after a pile had formed on the ground did the incense burner finally settle. Seeing these items, Su Ming felt all his drowsiness vanish. He gave the treasures a cursory glance before picking up a stack of papers nearby and began flipping through them page by page. The papers were not bound together when the incense burner expelled them, the order had been completely scrambled. As he read, Su Ming had to piece together the sequence based on context. Even before finishing the entire text, the fragmented content revealed to Su Ming that the Great Zhou dynasty was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhou Zhirua had meticulously detailed the entire sequence of events in her letter. Perhaps fearing Su Ming might not grasp the Great Zhou's current reality and thus fail to make the right decisions, she also detailed the empire's present population, land holdings, and annual harvests. Finally, Zhou Zhirua conveyed with grave solemnity. As the Western Shu envoy stated, the Great Zhou can indeed provide these grain supplies. But once given, the granaries of the Great Zhou will be utterly depleted. Both the government and the common people would face the imminent threat of starvation. Food is the foundation of the people. If the populace cannot even satisfy their basic needs for sustenance and warmth, the collapse of the Great Zhou is imminent. Finally, she added a sincere plea. She hoped Su Ming could offer her some advice. After reading it, Su Ming's brow furrowed deeply. Since ancient times, the people's basic demands have always been food and warmth. If even this could not be guaranteed, the Great Zhou truly stood on the brink of collapse. But this grain refusing it was simply not an option. Western Shu and Northern Di had precisely exploited the Great Zhou's reluctance to face annihilation, using that vulnerability to extort tribute. They neither let the Great Zhou perish nor allowed it to thrive. If the Great Zhou cannot escape this crisis, its demise is indeed not far off. But as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, who would willingly choose death? Who knows if fortune might turn in their favor years from now? Judging by Zhou Zhirua's words, her concern lay precisely in that many years hence. For now, she leaned toward supplying grain. Her only fear is that once provisions are supplied, the Great Zhou will lose all will to fight. She sought Su Ming's counsel precisely to determine if he possessed any means to rescue the Great Zhou from its perilous predicament. This matter concerned the survival of a nation and the lives of countless people. This question was no easy one to answer. For the sake of these treasures alone, he had to get this answer right. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression grave as his mind raced. To be thorough, he opened his phone and began researching historical cases of rulers who had saved their nations from collapse. He read each entry carefully, jotting down key points with a pen. Only after filling several pages did he pause. Then he began organizing his notes. After finishing the organization, he began writing a reply to Zhou Zhirua. By the time he finished everything, the sky outside was already glowing with the first light of dawn. Su Ming solemnly placed the reply into the incense burner. With a soft pop, the letter vanished. Meanwhile, in the blue and white hall, Zhou Zhirua had not slept a wink all night. She waited for Su Ming's reply. Watching the water drip steadily from the hourglass, Zhou Zhirua grew increasingly anxious. Her mind began to wander uncontrollably. Had Su Ming not seen it? Or had he seen it but chosen not to reply? Or perhaps the question she asked was too difficult and Su Ming couldn't answer it? Or perhaps he disliked the meager gifts she had offered? These questions swirled incessantly in Zhou Zhirua's mind. They stirred her restless. She lost all desire to sleep. She simply placed the incense burner beside her desk, reading memorials while waiting for Su Ming's reply. Only when the candle burned down and the sky brightened at the horizon. The incense burner finally stirred. Seeing the thick stack of papers, Zhou Zhirua was overcome with excitement. She hurriedly picked up the papers to read. After reading it, Zhou Zhirua was so overcome with emotion that her hands trembled. She immediately summoned Zhao Shen, General Xian. Yesterday, she had written a letter and sent gifts, but since she hadn't received a reply from Su Ming, she had sent Wang Ben back first, instructing him to return once there was news. Now that the news had arrived, it was time to let him know. Seizing the moment, Zhou Zhirua pressed Su Ming on the contents of his reply and posed several more questions. Su Ming knew that once these letters were sent, Zhou Zhirua would surely reply. So he called Xiao Changjing to request a day off. He planned to catch up on sleep after replying to Zhou Zhirua. But for now, he needed to fill his stomach while Zhou Zhirua read his letters. The takeout had just arrived when Zhou Zhirua's reply came through. Su Ming had already lifted his bowl when he heard the sound, then reluctantly set it down again. He scurried over to the coffee table and snatched the paper to read. The letter read, "What is double cropping rice?" Su Ming immediately began writing. Double cropping rice refers to a cultivation system where two rice crops are grown in the same paddy field within a single year. Depending on the cultivation method, double cropping rice can be further categorized into continuous double cropping, intercropping, mixed cropping, and so on. After finishing, he placed it in the incense burner. Then he picked up his brush again to continue writing. Having studied under Zhao Jiwen for so long, Su Ming's understanding of history had grown steadily. He knew that in the present-day Great Zhou dynasty, double cropping rice did not yet exist. The earliest recorded mention of double cropping rice appeared in the Classic of Mountains and Seas from the 3rd century BCE. Calculating by dynasties, this corresponds to the Zhou dynasty. Dynasties preceding the Zhou naturally had no knowledge of double cropping rice. His earlier answer had merely covered the concept. Zhou Zhirua would surely write again to ask how to implement it. Therefore, he must also detail the cultivation requirements for double cropping rice. Before he could finish writing, Zhou Zhirua's reply arrived. Accompanying it were several exquisite porcelain pieces. Su Ming raised his eyebrows approvingly. Only after finishing his letter did he place it into the incense burner. This content would keep Zhou Zhirua occupied for a while. He seized the opportunity to grab breakfast. Su Ming patted his backside and cheerfully sat down at the table, scooping up rice and eating heartily. In the blue and white hall, Zhou Zhirua gazed at Su Ming's latest reply, her eyes shining brightly. She cradled the letter, reading each word carefully. The more she read, the deeper her admiration grew. After finishing the last word, she slammed her palm on the table in excitement, unable to contain her thrill. That's incredible. If we could really plant crops season after season as Su Ming described, wouldn't the grain output of our Great Zhou Empire double? Then the people of Great Zhou would never have to go hungry. They even had surplus grain left over, which they stored in the granaries for times of need. Your Majesty, what did the sage say to make you so delighted? Wang Ben entered just as this scene unfolded. A glance at the imperial desk revealed the reason, and he too grew excited. He felt a surge of anticipation. He wanted to see what ingenious plan the sage had devised. That it could make His Majesty so delighted. Having fought alongside His Majesty in countless campaigns over the years, he had become one of the Emperor's most trusted advisors after ascension. Yet such unbridled joy on Her Majesty's part was a rare sight indeed. Whenever she displayed such joy, it always signaled inspiring news. Watching the general whose eyes seemed ready to sprout hands, Zhou Zhirua chuckled happily and handed him the paper directly. Read it yourself. After you're done, tell me what you think. Chapter 72, Delivering the Invitation. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Ben's face lit up with delight, his lips stretching into a wide grin. He eagerly snatched the letter and began scanning it rapidly. After reading just 2 lines, the excitement on Wang Ben's face gradually turned serious. The further he read, the heavier his expression grew. His reading pace slowed steadily. When he finished, he remained silent for a long while. Zhou Zhirua sat behind the imperial desk, observing him. Her lips curved into a faint smile, one she had anticipated. What do you think? Seeing Wang Ben's prolonged silence, Zhou Zhirua finally spoke. Jiang Ben snapped back to reality. He lifted his head and exclaimed excitedly, "A sage! A sage! If I could meet him, I would prostrate myself before him." The things mentioned in the letter were utterly unfamiliar to him. Yet this sage explained them with such clarity. Even the geographical conditions and cultivation methods for growing 2 rice crops per year were described in meticulous detail. Anyone who knew how to grow rice could surely learn this. Wang Ben's eyes sparkled, and the furrowed brow he'd maintained all night finally relaxed. He strode up to Zhou Zhirua, his voice brimming with excitement. Once double cropping rice is implemented, our Great Zhou will never again have to worry about food shortages. Zhou Zhirua smiled and nodded. Wang Ben was not mistaken on this point. Once the double-season rice trial succeeded, even if the Great Zhou agreed to the demands of Western Shu and Northern Di, its people would never go hungry. Yet many problems remained. The smile faded from Zhou Zhirua's face, and a cloud of worry settled over her brow once more. Though Wang Ben excelled in military command, his acumen in such matters proved lacking. He saw only the benefits of successful double-season rice cultivation. He had not considered the other implications at all. Zhou Zhirua had no intention of reminding him even if he knew he couldn't ease her burdens. These matters still required consultation with ministers like Qin Chuan. With that thought, Zhou Zhirua rose to her feet. Let's go. It's time for court. After finishing his meal, Su Ming returned to the tea table and glanced at the incense burner. The area around the incense burner was spotless. Nothing at all. No more questions? He had thought Jojiro would have more questions, but she didn't ask anymore. He had been contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to acquire more treasures. Now it seemed that was out of the question. However, he already possessed numerous treasures. Even if he desired more, there was no urgency. Rather than scheming to extract more treasures from Jojiro, he should focus on how to liquidate the treasures he already held. Then look for another opportunity to reopen the Su family business. Su Ming picked up the incense burner and locked it away in the safe. He returned to his room, rinsed his mouth, flopped onto the bed, closed his eyes, and began catching up on sleep. He slept straight through until 2 in the afternoon. With nothing to do at home, Su Ming decided to head to the antique shop. He drove to the shop. He pushed open the door and froze instantly. Seeing the person sitting not far from the door, Su Ming was utterly astonished. At that moment, the person inside also spotted him. Su Ming! Gu Shishir's shy smile instantly blossomed into a radiant grin. She stood up and hurried to the doorway. Reaching out. You finally made it. She took hold of Su Ming's wrist and led him inside. Her manner was intimate and familiar. To an outsider, they might have seemed incredibly close. Before Su Ming could react, he was ushered inside. Gu Shishir, acting as if they'd known each other forever, guided Su Ming to a seat. She pulled out an invitation, placed it before him, and gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Tomorrow is my birthday. There's a party. You should come too. A birthday party? Su Ming was taken aback. You came all the way here just to invite me to your birthday party? Yes. Gu Shishir's smile grew even brighter. She nodded, and 2 blushes spread across her cheeks. She shyly bit her lip. Then she spoke honestly. Ever since we parted ways that day, I've been looking for a chance to come find you again. But I just returned to the country and had so much on my plate, I never found the chance. I originally planned to deliver the invitation to your home, but I unexpectedly heard you work here. I wanted to see where you work, so I brought it here instead. Su Ming, I hope you don't mind me showing up uninvited? Gu Shishir looked at him anxiously. Her eyes held a pure light. It was enough to melt anyone's heart. How could anyone bear to blame her over such a trifling matter? Just as Su Ming was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of Zhao Jiwen, her face cold and stern. She stood before the partition door, observing them with detached indifference. Her tone carried a hint of bitterness she herself hadn't noticed. Su Ming, your friend is here. Looks like you won't have time for studying this afternoon or tomorrow. Xiao Changjing had remained silent since Su Ming arrived. He only watched Su Ming with a teasing look in his eyes. Hearing Zhao Jiwen's words, Xiao Changjing chimed in with a teasing tone. Well, what can we say? Our little Su is handsome, popular, and has plenty of romantic opportunities. His words made Gu Shishir blush like an apple. She shyly lowered her head, offering no rebuttal. It counted as tacit admission. Xiao Changjing raised an eyebrow at Su Ming with a teasing look. His expression held a hint of anticipation for the show to come. Su, Miss Gu's been here quite a while now. Shouldn't you keep her company? Beyond the door, Zhao Jiwen felt an even sharper pang of jealousy. But she couldn't bring herself to compete with a young girl over a man. Instead, she turned away with a cold expression and resumed studying the ancient artifacts. The sharpness of her turn drew glances from Su Ming and the others. Gu Shishir clearly didn't regard Zhao Jiwen as a romantic rival. Hearing Zhao Jiwen's commotion, she asked Su Ming in confusion, "What's wrong with Miss Xiao?" Nothing. Su Ming felt a bitter smile in his heart, but his expression betrayed nothing. He quickly changed the subject. I've received the invitation. I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Gu Shishir's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. Su Ming gave a non-committal reply and asked, do you have anything else? If not, could you leave? The atmosphere felt too strange. Even Su Ming, who had seen it all, felt a tingle of unease. Especially under Xiao Qingjing's watchful gaze, as if he were watching a play unfold, Su Ming felt utterly uncomfortable. Fearing a direct request might embarrass Gu Shishir, Su Ming could only hint at it indirectly. Whether Gu Shishir genuinely didn't understand or was pretending, it was unclear. Her wide eyes blinked innocently as she shook her head. It's fine. I'm free all afternoon. Su Ming, can I stay and explore here? It'd be even better if you could show me around. Gu Shishir looked at Su Ming expectantly. Su Ming. Confirmed. She was pretending not to understand. Well. Su Ming looked troubled. This is Master Zhao's shop. I'm just an apprentice. Not only do I lack the knowledge to show you around, but this place. It's fine with me. Xiao Changjing chuckled and winked at Su Ming. More customers are always welcome. Since little Gu wants to see, just show her around. Oh, and little Gu, if you're really interested, you could ask little Zhao. She knows ancient artifacts way better than this kid. The moment he finished, Su Ming's face darkened. Chapter 73, an advance? Old man, what's your deal? Su Ming glared at Xiao Qingjing, trying to reason with him through his eyes. In this situation, he's even bringing the two girls into it. Was he trying to make his life unbearable? Even though he had no romantic interest in either of them, shoving him into such a battlefield was just too much. Xiao Qingjing looked away. I didn't see a thing. Gu Shishir heard this and felt a flicker of interest. Yet hesitation lingered. She didn't have much interest in ancient artifacts and had no plans to delve into them deeply. But listening wouldn't hurt. Besides, it meant she could spend a little more time with Su Ming. As for Miss Zhao, she seemed to have a bit of a grudge against her. Gu Shishir smiled as she politely declined Xiao Qingjing's suggestion. I'd rather have Su Ming take me. Is that okay, Su Ming? She blinked her eyes at him. Su Ming. He couldn't refuse. But his knowledge was truly limited. At most, he'd only been learning at the shop for a few months. Not even half a year. No matter how sharp his mind was, how much could he possibly learn? In the end, they had to ask Zhao Jiwen for help. Zhao Jiwen emerged with a dark expression, shooting Su Ming a disapproving glance. You're getting things wrong that I explained to you just a couple days ago. Su Ming scratched his head awkwardly. I've been so busy these past few days, I just forgot. Then make sure you remember it properly now. Zhao Jiwen was annoyed with Su Ming for his flirtatious ways, but she had no intention of taking it out on him. Moreover, her professional rigor made it impossible for her to embarrass Gu Shishir over such matters. She took Gu Shishir by the hand and explained each item to her one by one. Her exceptional professionalism completely won Gu Shishir over. By the time they finished work, Gu Shishir was clutching her hand, calling her Sis Jiwen, and insisting on treating her to dinner. Zhao Jiwen was overwhelmed by the persistence. She finally managed to escape by claiming she still had papers to write. Su Ming, however, wasn't so lucky. Gu Shishir dragged him to a Western restaurant. Gu Shishir was quite excited. I just got back from abroad and don't know the local scene too well, but I heard the steak here is famous, all air freighted and fresh daily. The texture is superb. I hope it suits your taste. Thanks, I'm not picky. Su Ming smiled politely. Perhaps he used to be picky. But now, his mindset had changed, and many of his habits had shifted along with it. He wasn't as particular about food as he used to be. The main thing was that it was edible. Just as their dishes arrived, a stunning figure swayed gracefully through the doorway. Her alluring eyes swept across the restaurant and instantly drew countless gazes. Yet she seemed oblivious, her head held high as she strode deeper into the restaurant. As she passed Su Ming's booth, her footsteps halted. Su Ming? What was he doing here? And sitting across from him was a young beauty. A new target? A calculating gleam flashed in Liao Nanyan's eyes. She strode towards Su Ming in her 10-centimeter stilettos, her voice dripping with sweetness as if she just downed 10 pounds of white sugar in one breath. Young Master Su. Her words twisted and turned. It made Su Ming's skin crawl. He lifted his head, not yet recognizing who it was, when a slender red silhouette slid into his arms like a water snake. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her breath fragrant as orchids. You haven't come to see Yen Yen in so long. Have you forgotten about Yen Yen? With that, a pair of crimson lips pressed against Su Ming's cheek. Su Ming's face darkened. He flung her to the ground with a single push. Staring at the woman on the floor, her face twisted in hurt, Su Ming's voice was icy. Did Wu Xin send you? Just as Liao Nanyan was about to wail in protest, she met Su Ming's icy stare. Her heart skipped a beat. And no. Across the table, Gu Shishir's expression also darkened. She set down her knife and fork, glanced at Liao Nanyan, and asked Su Ming, who is she? Just someone unimportant. You sit tight. I'll be right back. Su Ming had behaved so absurdly back then that he felt embarrassed even thinking about it now. He didn't want to deal with this matter in front of Gu Shishir. It wasn't that he feared Gu Shishir would misunderstand. It was purely because he valued his dignity now. Su Ming glanced at Liao Nanyan, stood up, and headed toward the door. Come with me. I need to ask you something. Liao Nanyan hesitated. As if reading her thoughts, Su Ming called over his shoulder without turning back, there's money to be made. Liao Nanyan's eyes lit up. She scrambled to her feet and eagerly followed. Stepping out of the Western restaurant, Su Ming led Liao Nanyan into a nearby alley. The alley was quiet, rarely visited by anyone. Liao Nanyan still felt a bit uneasy. The next moment, Su Ming asked, what about Wu Sen? Did he dump you? Liao Nanyan pursed her lips. Pretty much. If Wu Sen hadn't stopped coming to see her lately, she wouldn't have started hanging around Su Ming again. Last time she helped Wu Sen scheme against him, Su Ming's temperament back then would never have let her off the hook. Though he hadn't done anything to her this time, it didn't stop Liao Nanyan from fearing him. But lately, she was short on cash. Su Ming was ruthless when seeking revenge, but he was also generous with money. Generously so. Sticking with him was far better than hanging around Wu Sen. It's a shame his family went bankrupt, otherwise, Liao Nanyan would never have let go of this big tree. Now she was throwing herself at him, merely to take a gamble. Now it seemed she'd lost the bet. Young Master Su always keeps his word. You said you'd give me money earlier? Liao Nanyan's eyes gleamed. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, flashing her a meaningful smile. No rush. I've got a big deal in the works. If you pull it off, you won't be short on cash. What kind of deal? Liao Nanyan's eyes grew even brighter. Go seduce someone. Who? Li Kuanpeng. That sucker? Liao Nanyan's face flashed with refusal. No way. That guy's obsessed with antiques. He's got zero interest in women. My sisters even suspect he's got issues. Find someone else. I'm not making this money. 10 million. Su Ming held up one finger. If you can reel him in, I'll pay you that amount. But how much you can earn off Li Kuanpeng depends entirely on your skills. What do you say? 10 million. She earned well in this line of work, but never this much. Liao Nanyan's mind started racing. Her eyes darted around as she asked, you mean it? Absolutely. If you succeed, that 10 million is yours. Don't doubt my funds. If I couldn't afford to redeem the Su family's ancestral home, how could I pay this? Liao Nanyan believed this. Moreover, Wu Sen's recent coldness toward her seemed connected to Su Ming. He'd even mentioned before that Su Ming was about to make a comeback. Otherwise, she wouldn't have set her sights on Su Ming just now. After pondering, she smiled. Young Master Su, asking me to seduce Li Kuanpeng, it can't be just about seducing him, right? That's a separate price, not included in this 10 million. Su Ming spoke in vague, cryptic terms. But Liao Nanyan understood perfectly. The money god had come knocking. You're truly generous, young Master Su. Unlike Wu Sen, who was always penny pinching. I'll take the job, but I'm short on cash right now. Could you give me an advance? Chapter 74. No letter arrived. Su Ming smiled. He pointed at Liao Nanyan. You really are sharp. Regardless of whether Liao Nanyan was genuinely short on cash, asking him now was likely because she feared she wouldn't be able to pay up after the job was done. Liao Nanyan smiled non-committally, her outstretched hand remaining extended. Su Ming pulled out his phone. Card number. I'll transfer you 500,000 now. The rest? You'll earn it with your results. Liao Nanyan quickly pulled out her phone. You're so generous, Su. After completing the transfer, Su Ming handed her the transaction screen. Liao Nanyan's eyes sparkled. She knew Su Ming was generous, but his decisiveness still stunned her. Had she known Su Ming was this formidable, she never would have followed Wu Sen back then. But now. Liao Nanyan's eyes flickered, her gaze darting around Su Ming like hooks. Su Ming instantly grasped her intent. His expression darkened. Don't get any ideas about me. Just do as I say. If this gets out, you know what the consequences will be. Rich kids like them had plenty of ways to deal with people. Liao Nanyan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately shelved those thoughts. Rest assured, young Master Su. With that, she turned and walked away. As if ghosts were chasing her from behind. Once she was gone, Su Ming also exited the alley and returned to the restaurant. Gu Shishir felt uneasy, glancing toward the door every so often. The moment she spotted Su Ming, she asked with concern, Su Ming, are you okay? I'm fine. Su Ming smiled sheepishly and sat down. I acted foolishly before. I'm sorry you had to witness it. Seeing he was unharmed, Gu Shishir finally relaxed. Hearing this, she gave a shy smile. It's okay. Everyone has their youthful moments. Su Ming smiled, not wanting to dwell on the topic, and asked instead, have you finished eating? I'm done. Gu Shishir nodded obediently. Su Ming stood up upon hearing this, then I'll walk you back. What? So early? Gu Shishir was stunned. She glanced out the window to see the city lights just beginning to twinkle, the streets bustling with people. It was the liveliest part of the night. She wanted to stay with Su Ming a little longer. But seeing Su Ming's lack of interest, Gu Shishir bit her lip and reluctantly stood up. All right. She trailed behind Su Ming with a pout. Her expression was like that of a wronged young wife. Su Ming found it both speechless and amusing. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, coaxing, don't be upset. I'll take you out to play again next time, okay? Poof. Gu Shishir pouted indignantly. You're treating me like a little kid. Haha, no, I'm treating you like my little sister. I don't want to be your little sister. Su Ming smiled and didn't respond. The Gu family was among the most prominent in Beijing's elite circles. They were nearly on par with the former Su family. But Su Ming had little to no connection with them. He hadn't even heard of them, or perhaps he had, but back then he was utterly consumed by eating, drinking, and revelry. Such mundane matters couldn't possibly command even a fraction of his attention. It was thanks to his parents' extraordinary capabilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the means to live so freely. Gu Shishir didn't return to the ancestral home. Following the navigation, Su Ming dropped her off at the Gu residence before heading back to the Su family estate. Before he left, Gu Shishir leaned out the car window and reminded him, don't forget tomorrow's banquet. Su Ming nodded, replied, don't worry, and drove off. As he rounded a bend, he spotted a jet-black Rolls-Royce approaching in the opposite lane. Seated in the back was a young man dressed in a black suit, exuding an air of sophistication. As the two vehicles passed each other, he casually turned his head and locked eyes with the man. In that single glance, Su-ming knew he wouldn't like this man. No reason, just a clash of energy. But it didn't matter. Just a passerby, what connection could he possibly have with him? Su-ming drove home leisurely. Upon arriving home, his first action was to open the safe. On any other day, there would be a sheet or two inside. But today, it was unusually empty. Not just papers, not even a speck of ash was to be found. Nothing at all? Had he overlooked something? Su-ming picked up the incense burner, yet still saw no paper. He felt a pang of disappointment, murmuring softly, "It really isn't here." Ever since acquiring this incense burner, Su-ming had written to Joe Jiruo every single day. It had almost become a habit. But now, the letters had abruptly stopped. Could it be she was still busy? Su-ming thought it was possible. After all, it was still only a little past 9. By the Great Zhou calendar, it was barely past the hour of the pig. For some diligent emperors, this hour was still a time of busyness. No rush. Wait a little longer. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiruo remained in the council hall, discussing state affairs with her ministers. The subject of their discussion was precisely the double-season rice Su-ming had written about yesterday. The Ministry of Revenue oversaw the nation's land, taxes, household registrations, military supplies, salaries, grain rations, and fiscal expenditures. In this matter, its minister, Tang Ping, held the most authority. A thick stack of ledgers lay before him as he detailed the nation's land conditions to Zhou Jiruo. "Your Majesty, though our Great Zhou spans vast lands, less than 1/3 is suitable for cultivation. The remainder consists mostly of high mountains, dense forests, treacherous rapids, and lakes, all unsuitable for crops. Moreover, double-cropping rice is geographically constrained. Even if we cultivated double-cropped rice across all these areas, we would still face a grain shortage this year." As he finished, another official stepped forward. Minister Tang speaks with great insight. "The three nations, the barbarians, Western Shu, and Northern D, have demanded vast quantities of grain, leaving our imperial granaries already depleted. During the morning court session, the chief astrologer warned of a severe cold snap this year. With our current grain shortage, our people may well." He stopped short of finishing his sentence. But the implication was clear. A heavy silence fell upon the hall. Zhou Jiruo's expression darkened. After a moment, she turned her gaze to Qin Chuan. "Minister Qin, do you have any insights?" Qin Chuan frowned. "Your Majesty, I find the double cropping system quite sound. As for the land, why not encourage the people to reclaim wasteland? Reclaimed land can yield grain, which should help alleviate the shortage somewhat." "Minister Qin, this approach is overly idealistic." Tang Ping shook his head in disagreement. "Newly reclaimed land, even if cultivated, is unlikely to yield substantial harvests. Some poor quality soil might not even recoup the seeds expended." Qin Chuan's expression darkened slightly. He shot Tang Ping a cold glance and said flatly, "Then what solution do you propose, Minister Tang?" "This." Tang Ping bowed his head in shame. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I have none." "Poof. If you have none, then why are you still speaking?" Qin Chuan snorted coldly. Tang Ping hung his head in reluctance. Wang Ben knew nothing of these matters either. After listening to their argument for so long, he had grasped the gist. The implication was clear, the solution was sound, but impossible to implement. Then what will the people eat this year? What about the army? And what about them? Wang Ben's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 75, His Majesty no longer trusts us. Watching Zhou Jiruo sitting silently upon the dragon throne, Wang Ben could no longer remain seated. He stood up. "Your Majesty, I don't understand what Minister Tang is saying, but I know this: when leading troops into battle, the worst thing is to be timid and indecisive. If double cropping rice can effectively solve the food shortage, why not just do it instead of debating it here? By the time we finish debating, the edict could already be reaching the provinces." As his words fell, Zhou Jiruo lifted her eyelids to glance at him. Several impatient ministers chimed in to support him. This time, without Qin Chuan needing to speak, Tang Ping was the first to voice his opposition. The previously quiet council chamber erupted in noise once more. Zhou Jiruo felt a headache coming on from the clamor. "Silence!" Her command cut through the air with authority. The ministers instantly fell silent. Zhou Jiruo swept a glance over the assembly and declared, leaving no room for argument, "The general is correct. No matter what obstacles lie ahead, the double-season rice initiative must proceed. Minister Tang, you are authorized to make the necessary decisions on this matter. That is all for today. Dismissed." With that, she rose and departed. The ministers watched her departing figure, staring at each other blankly for a moment before dispersing in small groups. Wang Ben hesitated, about to follow her, but Qin Chuan blocked his path. Where might the general be headed? Qin Chuan's smile was radiant. Like a sly fox with a smile that hid ill intent. Wang Ben felt thoroughly disgusted. His tone was anything but polite. "I'm going to see His Majesty. Is Minister Qin also going?" Qin Chuan seemed oblivious to the disdain, smiling gently as if nothing was amiss. In that case, why not go together? Oh? Then Minister Qin should go alone. Wang Ben turned and walked away. The smile froze on Qin Chuan's face. He hurried after him, matching Wang Ben's pace as they walked side by side. What do you mean, General? Are you saying what you discuss with His Majesty is beneath my ears? Exactly, it's precisely what you shouldn't hear. Wang Ben rolled his eyes inwardly. Ignoring Qin Chuan, who was trailing behind like a shadow, he strode forward with long strides. Qin Chuan, being a civil official, usually walked with measured, steady steps. When had he ever walked so hurriedly? His face darkened slightly, but remembering his purpose, Qin Chuan held his tongue and only silently quickened his pace. I heard the general stayed in the palace last night and was summoned by His Majesty early this morning. Might I ask what matters of state were discussed? If it's state affairs, do you think I'd tell you? Wang Ben shot him a dismissive glance before quickening his pace once more. This time, Qin Chuan couldn't keep up at all. He was forced to slow his pace, watching coldly as Wang Ben walked away. Just as Wang Ben's figure vanished from sight, a figure approached him silently. Lowering their voice, they whispered, Minister Qin, did you manage to find out anything? Qin Chuan pressed his lips together. Seeing his expression, the person knew immediately that things were not looking good. After a moment of silence, he sighed, it seems His Majesty no longer trusts us. Qin Chuan's gaze grew even colder. He snorted coldly. So what? She still needs me. With that, Qin Chuan strode away. Xinghua Hall. Zhou Zhirua eagerly retrieved the incense burner. Gazing at its stillness, a wave of bitterness suddenly welled up within her. Though she held the exalted position of Empress, ruling over the entire realm, no one had ever been as close to her as Su Ming. Though they had never met, he made her feel an extraordinary closeness, making her instinctively want to stay in touch with him. Thus, two characters appeared on the paper in her hand. Su Ming waited half the night. But the letter he longed for never arrived. Only when the clock in the living room struck midnight did he reluctantly return the incense burner to the safe, turn around, and head back to wash up and sleep. Whether it was because he'd stayed up too late or the bedding was faulty. In any case, Su Ming slept terribly that night. When he woke up in the morning, dark circles had formed under his eyes. But sitting on the edge of the bed, he took a deep breath, then got up and headed to the bathroom. After a quick wash, he rushed straight to the safe, opened it swiftly, and scanned its contents. It's here. Su Ming's gloomy mood from the night instantly lifted. He knew Zhou Zhirua must have been too busy. Otherwise, why wouldn't she contact him? He picked up the paper. There were two sheets. The first one Su Ming saw was the one with the fewest words. It contained only two characters, Su Ming. Su Ming froze. Why on earth would she write my name? Using this incense burner to send messages was as natural to Su Ming as using WeChat. The only difference was that it only sent text, no voice messages. Moreover, the incense burner can transfer funds in real time. But who's ever seen two people chatting casually suddenly start addressing each other by full name? Su Ming instinctively sensed the following content was crucial. He opened it with a serious expression. He was stunned. The second sheet contained more words than the first. But the content left Su Ming utterly baffled. Because what was written was an explanation. It claimed the first letter had been an accident never intended for him, but mistakenly delivered to his mailbox. The usually sharp and commanding handwriting had become somewhat messy. It seemed hastily written. Even the tone carried a hint of trying to cover something up. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. The contents of these two letters were truly fascinating. Su Ming's eyes darted about, and he instinctively curved his lips, letting out a low chuckle. Then he took the paper and walked away. When he returned, the paper in his hand had been replaced. In high spirits, Su Ming tossed the paper into the incense burner, closed the safe door, and stepped out the door with a spring in his step. Gu Shirshi's birthday party was in the evening. She'd invited him so suddenly that he hadn't had time to prepare a gift yesterday. Today he had to go out and find something suitable to give. Antiques weren't on his list. From yesterday, it was clear she had little interest in antiques. Even if he gave her one, she probably wouldn't appreciate it much. Besides, antiques were too valuable. They'd only met a few times, and their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends. Giving something too expensive wouldn't be appropriate. Better to choose something else. Jewelry would be the most fitting choice. Su Ming had often gifted jewelry before, but back then it was about splurging, now it was about the sentiment. He stepped into a jewelry store. The shop owner was an old acquaintance. Spotting him, the manager greeted him warmly. Young Master Su, it's been ages. What might you be looking for today? We just received a splendid piece yesterday, would you care to take a look? The manager beamed as he sized Su Ming up. He knew about the Su family's affairs, and he'd also heard about what Su Ming had done afterward. In short, this was a prime target. One not to be missed. Ignoring the scrutiny in the man's eyes, Su Ming nodded. Bring it over for me to see. Right away, Mr. Su. Please take a seat over here. The shopkeeper had tea and snacks served before turning to fetch the goods. Before long, he returned. In his hands, he held an exquisitely crafted jewelry box. The shopkeeper presented the box to Su Ming and opened it. Please take a look, young Master Su. Chapter 76, Two Dogs Pounce on Prey? Wearing white gloves, the shopkeeper carefully lifted the necklace from the box. This necklace is called Dreamscape, designed by Master Bright Darnell. It features an alexandrite pendant renowned for its emerald and daylight, ruby and night beauty. Due to its unique properties, it's highly coveted by women. If you were to present this to someone, they would surely be utterly devoted to you. The shopkeeper had often repeated that final line before. Back then, he'd get all worked up just hearing it. But now? Su Ming merely smiled. Still, Su Ming was genuinely pleased with this necklace. Its overall design was exquisite and beautiful, truly complementing Gu Shirshir. Su Ming nodded. It's perfect. Wrap it up for me. Right away. The shopkeeper happily reached out to take his hand back. Suddenly, the light dimmed before his eyes, and the necklace in his hand was snatched away. The shopkeeper's expression froze. Su Ming's face darkened as he lifted his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing. When he recognized who it was, he couldn't help but let out a contemptuous snort. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's the second dog among the Fan family's 3 dogs, little Mingming. Fan Ming's face turned ashen. His thick eyebrows shot up as he bellowed, Who the hell do you think you're calling a dog? You're the dog astray, worthless dog. His eyes flickered toward the necklace in his hand as a faint snort escaped his nostrils. Su Ming, which have you set your sights on now? Spill it. If she's got the looks, I'll let you have this necklace. Fan Ming's tone dripped with contempt. Su Ming's brow furrowed at the remark. He shot a disgusted glance at the necklace in Fan Ming's hand and waved it away. If you want it, you can have it. A girl as adorable as Gu Shirshir couldn't be tainted by filth. Not even a bit. Su Ming stood up to leave. Seeing he wasn't taking the bait, Fan Ming's expression darkened further. He stepped forward abruptly, blocking Su Ming's path. Ha! Think you can just walk out? Did you ask me first? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Are you a dog? Do you expect bones just for passing by? Fan Ming's face darkened. The shopkeeper beside them snorted with laughter. Furious and humiliated, Fan Ming raised his fist and swung it toward Su Ming's face. Su Ming, you dare call me a dog? Just you wait and see how I'll deal with you today. A fist as big as a clay pot came flying at him. Su Ming instinctively leaped backward. But he still managed to get in a dig. Fan Erquin, you still love baring your teeth. Aren't you afraid the dog catchers will haul you off someday? Fan Ming's temples throbbed with rage. Rage surged through him. It nearly drowned his reason entirely. Watching Su Ming retreat with ease, Fan Ming swung another punch. Su Ming, if I don't beat the out of you today, I'll change my name. Fan Erquin. Seeing Fan Ming's attacks intensify, Su Ming quickly ducked behind the sofa to evade the blow, taking the opportunity to thoroughly infuriate him. Turning his head, he looked at the shop manager beside him, who was pacing like a caged animal but dared not step forward to intervene. What are you standing there for? Call the dog catchers. Though Su Ming knew some boxing moves, Fan Ming had trained in martial arts for years. His body was knotted with muscle, radiating raw power. How could Su Ming possibly match him? He could only protect himself and had no intention of confronting him head-on unless absolutely necessary. But when he called out, the store manager looked utterly bewildered. Clearly, he hadn't picked up on the hidden meaning in Su Ming's words. Instead, it only provoked Fan Ming. As the frenzied fist swung toward him, Su Ming grabbed a nearby vase to block the blow. Crash! It shattered into pieces. Seizing the moment, Su Ming darted backward while shouting at the store manager, Call 110. The manager snapped to attention, uttering a couple of O's before dialing the number. Fan Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he pursued Su Ming, shouting, You think I'm scared? They're just a bunch of useless cops. Even if they show up, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Su Ming sneered. Arrogant. Relying on the Fan family's money and influence, he didn't give a damn about the law. We'll see if he's still so cocky when the cops show up. Seeing Fan Ming closing in, Su Ming instinctively darted toward the doorway. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Su Ming. Boss, can you appraise this here? A hesitant voice, accompanied by the creak of the door opening, sounded behind Su Ming. A chill ran down Su Ming's spine, followed by a panicked scream, Help! Help me! The scream made Su Ming's heart leap. Fan Ming's fist was already within striking distance, and someone was right behind him. With his skills and reflexes, dodging was no problem. But the person behind him would suffer. Though he couldn't see the figure behind him, the voice suggested an elderly person. Fan Ming's punch alone would likely be too much for him to withstand. Damn it, I'll take my chances. It's just one punch, right? He'd make Fan Ming pay for it. With that thought, Su Ming decided not to dodge. He raised his hand to block. Thud! Su Ming took the punch squarely in the face. The immense force knocked the wind out of him, leaving his vision black for a moment. The man behind him startled. Young man, are you all right? The old man hadn't expected such an incident right after entering the door. But he wasn't foolish. Seeing the youth shielding him, he knew this was a good person. After all, he had just saved him. Seeing the man stumble and fall, the old man hurried forward to help him up. The moment his hand touched Su Ming's arm, Fan Ming kicked out. "Who the hell do you think you are, old man? Messing with me? You're asking for it. Hey, hey, hey! Fan Ershao, show some mercy." The shopkeeper was scared out of his wits. He threw himself forward, clinging desperately to Fan Ming's waist as he pleaded urgently, "You're as strong as an ox. You could take down a tiger with ease. But this old man couldn't withstand a single kick from you. If something happens to him, even with your connections, it'll be a huge mess. Please, second young master Fan, show mercy." Fan Ming's foot halted mid-kick. "Fine, I won't hit him. But I can beat up Su Ming, right?" The shopkeeper. He knew it was futile. Young master Fan wouldn't listen anyway. But since they were both moneymakers, he had to try. "Young master Fan, you see that young master Su has also been beaten. This matter. Bull. I haven't vented enough yet." He shoved the manager aside and raised his fist to strike again. The moment his arm rose, the police burst through the door. "What are you doing? Put your hands down." Fan Ming's hand froze. He glanced at the officer but ignored him, continuing his swing. Su Ming, just regaining his senses, felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. The officer's eyes widened in alarm. Fortunately, the old man reacted quickly. He grabbed Su Ming's clothes and yanked him away like dragging a dead dog. Fan Ming's fist couldn't be stopped in time, smashing hard against the floor. The pain instantly contorted his face. Su Ming's sinking heart finally relaxed. "Put." Su Ming's smile made his mouth crack open in pain. He hissed through clenched teeth before continuing his taunt, "Fan Air. Young master, impulsiveness is bad for your health." He then turned to the police officer and complained, "He attacked me without provocation. The injury on my face is physical evidence, and the store manager is a witness." "Me too," the old man said, raising his trembling hand. Su Ming turned to look at him. Chapter 77, Birthday Banquet. "You?" Su Ming frowned. Fan Ming was mentally unstable and quick to anger. Su Ming hadn't pointed at him earlier precisely because he feared Fan Ming might lash out. Yet here he was, stepping forward of his own accord. The old man seemed slightly embarrassed under his gaze, sheepishly lowering his head to tug at his clothes before looking up and letting out a nervous chuckle. Seeing this, the police immediately stepped forward and took Fan Ming away. The store manager, the old man, and Su Ming were all taken to the police station for questioning. Su Ming remained calm throughout the journey. He treated Fan Ming's cries of pain as background noise. At the station, Su Ming cheerfully cooperated and finished his statement quickly. When he emerged, the store manager and the elderly man had already been released and were sitting on a nearby steel bench, talking. Whatever they were discussing, the elderly man looked anxious. The store manager, however, wore a look of refusal. Spotting him emerge, both turned to look. "Young Master Su, how are you?" the store manager asked obsequiously. "About that gift, do you still want it? Forget it. Get me something else. That one's bad luck." Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting to the old man. "What were you two talking about just now?" Though he'd been injured saving the old man had saved him too. Su Ming decided to ask. If he could help, he'd lend a hand. If he couldn't, well, there was nothing he could do about it. But the moment he asked, the old man's eyes instantly reddened. Su Ming was startled. "Old man, what's wrong?" Was the question he'd just asked so difficult to answer? Su Ming looked questioningly at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper gave a helpless shrug, spreading his hands. "Su Ming, what good does shrugging do? Speak up." He turned his gaze back to the old man. By now, the old man's emotions had calmed slightly. He sighed bitterly with a wry smile. "This old man just isn't blessed. My son, who was so devoted, is still in the hospital fighting for his life. I want to help them financially, but I just can't." By the end, the old man's voice choked with emotion. Su Ming was even more confused. If he had no money, why was he hanging around a jewelry store? And why would he go to a high-end store? Su Ming decided to ask. The moment he finished speaking, the old man's eyes, which had merely been reddened moments before, instantly filled with tears. "I just wanted to get some money for it." He pulled a jade vase from his bosom and spoke pitifully, "But the shopkeeper said his store doesn't accept this sort of thing. To get cash, I'd have to find someone who deals in antiques. But my son is lying in the hospital. Without the money, he can't have surgery. I need it urgently. I've never dealt with antiques before and have no idea where to sell it. I only came here because I heard jewelry stores could appraise jade. But who knew they wouldn't take it here?" Half the day had already passed, and he truly didn't know where else to go. The old man wiped away tears. But when the old man produced the jade vase, Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. "This jade vase." Suppressing his inner excitement, Su Ming asked as calmly as possible, "May I take a look?" Fearing the old man might hesitate, Su Ming added, "I know a little about these things. If it's appropriate, I can pay for it. You helped me today, and I promise I won't cheat you." The old man's eyes lit up the moment Su Ming mentioned buying it. As for cheating, the old man hadn't even considered such a thing. Delighted, he held the jade vessel before Su Ming. Take a look. Su Ming accepted it. The jade vessel itself wasn't large, standing only about 10 centimeters tall. It was a jade wine vessel. Its entire surface was engraved with mythical beast patterns. Crafted from the finest Xinjiang Hatian jade, its form was exquisitely delicate and its patterns exquisitely refined. Based on its form and style, Su Ming determined it must belong to the Han dynasty. It was of considerable value. The only pity was that a corner was missing and several deep cracks ran across the wall surface. But as mentioned before, Su Duoming wasn't deeply knowledgeable about ancient artifacts. Though he had his own judgment, he feared making a mistake. Therefore, he decided to seek outside assistance. Su Ming took out his phone, snapped a photo of the wine vessel, and forwarded it to Xiao Qingjing. Whether Xiao Qingjing had been glued to his phone or not, he replied instantly. Hey, kid, you've got an eye for this stuff. Going to a birthday party and still managing to snag something good? Reading this, Su Ming felt about 70 to 80% certain. Genuine? From the photo, it's almost certainly genuine. Su Ming immediately pressed further, how much is it worth? This time, Xiao Qingjing didn't reply instantly. After a moment, his message popped up. Su Ming eagerly opened it. Han Dynasty jade vessels are rare, typically valued around $1 million. Some command several million. But for this one? 6 or 70,000 should be about right. After all, it's incomplete. It was only natural that it wouldn't fetch as much as an intact piece. Su Ming replied, thanks, then put his phone away. Old man, how about selling this to me? I'll give you $1 million. The extra amount was his token of appreciation. The old man's eyes lit up instantly. He stared at Su Ming in disbelief, stammering, You mean it? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, I can transfer the money to you right now. Su Ming pulled out his phone. The shop manager poked his head over. Old man, young Master Su is loaded. Money's no object. That's right, he's got deep pockets. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Seeing them all vouch for him, the old man finally relaxed. His hands trembling, he pulled out his bank card. Su Ming took it and transferred the money. Before long, the old man received a notification that the funds had arrived. By the time the transfer was complete and they waited for the police to arrive, several hours had passed. Fan Ming, having intentionally caused injury, couldn't leave just yet, but Su Ming and the others were free to go. Outside the police station, Su Ming began to worry again. He still hadn't found a gift for Gu Shishir. And it was getting late. Gu Shishir's birthday party was being held at the Gu residence. Even if Su Ming rushed over from here, it would take him 1 or 2 hours to arrive. Forget it. He'd look around nearby and pick something random for now. He could always get her something else later when he had the chance. Su Ming picked the nearest jewelry store, bought the most expensive necklace on a whim, wrapped it up, and left. On his way, he even picked up a bouquet of flowers. By the time he arrived at the Gu residence, the banquet was about to begin. Su Ming quickly parked the car, got out holding the flowers and gift, and headed toward the entrance. Su Ming, you finally made it. Gu Shishir, dressed in a beautiful pink princess gown, her slender white calves visible beneath, ran down the steps in her high heels, beaming as she approached him. Seeing this, Su Ming hurried forward. Why are you running? Be careful you don't fall. He slipped the vibrant sunflowers into her arms. For you. Happy birthday. Thank you. Gu Shishir happily accepted the flowers, hugged them close, and took a delighted sniff. Then, linking her arm through his, she led him inside. The banquet is about to start. I thought you weren't coming. Of course I would. You personally invited me, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Su Ming followed her inside. Just as they reached the doorway, a young man in a sharp suit blocked their path. Chapter 78, Trying to Climb the Gu family's high branch? Su Ming recognized this man. It was the very night he had escorted Gu Shishir back to the Gu residence. They had passed each other in cars traveling in opposite directions. At the time, Su Ming's impression of him could be summed up in one phrase: their energies clashed, they couldn't be friends. Now, looking back, Su Ming felt he'd been quite wise. Brother! Gu Shishir excitedly tugged Su Ming forward, completely oblivious to her brother's icy glare. She cheerfully introduced, this is the friend I told you about. She wanted to say the one I like, but Su Ming hadn't given his consent, so she couldn't outright confirm it. So she chose a more tactful phrase. Then she turned to Su Ming, this is my eldest brother, Gu Hong. He's also the head of the Gu Corporation. She winked mischievously at Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and extended his hand. Mr. Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Gu Hong lowered his gaze. He glanced at Su Ming's outstretched hand, leaving it hanging there alone. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Su Ming chuckled softly, about to withdraw his hand, when Gu Hong reached out and clasped it briefly. Nice to meet you. He released it almost immediately. The disdain was unmistakable. Su Ming's laughter grew louder. He knew he and this guy just didn't click. If it were him, encountering someone he disliked, he wouldn't even bother to put on a polite face. Unlike Gu, who had to put on a show of civility. Su Ming sneered inwardly. Gu Shishir sensed the awkwardness and quickly diffused the tension. Brother, weren't you entertaining guests inside? Why did you come out? His stern expression softened toward his only sister. You're one to talk. It's your birthday today, yet the birthday girl is nowhere to be found. Alright, hurry back inside. The banquet will start soon, and you still need to cut the cake. Got it. Gu Shishir tugged Su Ming along as they headed back inside. The next second, Gu Hong stopped them. He reached out, gently but firmly grasping her wrist. He pulled her hand away from Su Ming's and squeezed it between them. Sure, Dad was looking for you earlier. You go ahead. I'll entertain your friend. Oh. Gu Shishir nodded obediently, turning her head to look behind Gu Hang. Su Ming, I'm going to find my dad. You chat with my brother. I'll come find you after the cake cutting. Watching Gu Shishir's innocent expression, Su Ming smiled. Sure, go ahead. But after the cake cutting, he might not be here anymore. Su Ming glanced at Gu Hang's retreating figure, taking in his attitude. Gu Shishir, however, suspected nothing and cheerfully turned to leave. As she walked away, the smile vanished from Gu Hang's face. He turned his head, his expression cold as he scrutinized Su Ming from head to toe. Truly worthy of the capital's foremost family. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even with the Su family bankrupt, you still live in luxury thanks to your ancestors' legacy. But what I can't fathom is this: if your family is so wealthy, why did your parents jump to their deaths? Genuine confusion flickered in Gu Hang's eyes. Bitterness welled up in Su Ming's heart. He too wished the Su family could remain wealthy, the Su business never go bankrupt, and his parents still alive. But heaven never grants what man desires. Su Ming lowered his head and smiled faintly. When he looked up again, the bitterness had vanished from his eyes, replaced by his usual carefree expression. I came here today to attend Shishir's birthday party. Other questions seem rather irrelevant to today's occasion, don't they? I was just curious. Rumors are swirling that you're using the Su family's heirlooms to fund your current lifestyle. But money eventually runs out. When it does, Su Ming, what do you plan to do then? Gu Hong pressed again. Compared to his earlier confusion, this time it was pure, unadulterated contempt. Su Ming understood. A promising young man like Gu Hong naturally looked down on a carefree playboy like him. But, is this any of your business, Mr. Gu? Su Ming's expression turned cold. For Gu Shishir's sake, he'd overlooked Gu Hang's repeated offenses. But don't mistake him for a pushover. Even clay figures have their breaking point. Especially him. Su Ming no longer bothered to pretend, his sharp edges fully exposed. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Gu Hong without a shred of courtesy. What kind of relationship do we have? Who do you think you are to lecture me here? Gu Hong, have you grown addicted to lecturing people at Gu Corporation? Who are you to lecture me on how I, Su Ming, should behave? Gu Hong stood his ground. I have no interest in teaching you. But if you think you can use my sister to climb your way into the Gu family, you've got another thing coming. Su Ming's expression froze. What had he just heard? He wanted to use Gu Shishir to climb the Gu family ladder? Ha ha ha. It was laughable. Su Ming pointed at Gu Hong, tears welling up from laughter. Gu Hong, you underestimate me, Su Ming. If I wanted to revive the Su family, would I stoop to such low, dirty tricks? Even without the incense burner, he wouldn't stoop to such actions. And besides, he had it. Seeing Gu Hang's obvious disbelief, Su Ming sneered and took a step back. The birthday gift has been delivered. I won't be going inside. He had come to attend Gu Shishir's birthday banquet. But Gu Hang's attitude, as if guarding against a thief, was truly irritating. He wasn't some kind of pathetic person. The gift was delivered, the sentiment conveyed that was enough. Su Ming turned and walked away. Gu Hong frowned. Only after watching Su Ming drive away did Gu Hong turn and head back inside. Inside, he happened to run into Mrs. Gu. Noticing Gu Hong enter, Mrs. Gu glanced behind him and lowered her voice to ask, "He's gone?" Gu Hong nodded. "He's gone. That's good." Mrs. Gu exhaled in relief. Yet a twinge of resentment stirred within her heart. The Su family's affairs were known throughout the capital, as was the fact that her son was a good-for-nothing. Yet despite being a second-generation wastrel one who had squandered the family fortune and was now living off his ancestors' wealth, his mother insisted on introducing him to Shishir. And Shishir had actually taken a liking to him. It was infuriating. Fortunately, the fellow had the sense to leave on his own. It spared the elders from having to intervene, which would have been an embarrassing spectacle. Su Ming drove away from the Gu residence. While waiting at a traffic light, he lit a cigarette in irritation. As smoke curled from the cigarette, Su Ming gritted his teeth inwardly. The deaths of his parents remained an enduring pain in his heart. But the dead cannot be brought back to life. Sometimes he wondered how different things might have been if he'd discovered the incense burner before his parents jumped. But that was just wishful thinking. Yet having Gu Hong state it so bluntly still stung. The green light flashed. Su Ming slammed his foot on the accelerator, sending the car hurtling at top speed straight back to the old house. Upon arriving home, Su Ming's first action was to open the safe. He missed Zhou Jiruo. He wanted to talk with Zhou Jiruo. With a soft click, the safe door slowly opened, revealing an incense burner inside and a sheet of paper covered in writing. Su Ming's heart leapt with joy. He quickly reached out to pick it up and examine it closely. Chapter 79, Reclaiming Lake Land. I'm doing well, and the idea of double cropping rice is excellent. The court officials all agree. However, there are still some obstacles in implementing it. We discussed it late into the night yesterday, but we still haven't reached a concrete plan. The rest was missing. Yet at the very end, a fainting smudge appeared out of nowhere. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and smiled. Having exchanged so many letters with Zhou Jiruo, he had come to understand her little habits. She was decisive in her actions and equally so in her writing. Leaving an ink smudge at the end like this had never happened before. It could only mean one thing: Zhou Jiruo had been distracted while writing, clearly having more to say. But for some reason, she hadn't continued. That was why this trace remained. Though Su Ming didn't know why, he felt inexplicably pleased. For it signified that his relationship with Zhou Jiruo had quietly deepened. She no longer presented only her flawless facade before him as she once did. This thought lifted his spirits considerably, dispelling the gloom caused by Gu Heng. He took out the incense burner, walked to the living room, and sat down. He retrieved paper and brush from beneath the coffee table and began composing his reply. As an emperor, you have many concerns, but you must also take care of your health. Caring is the first step toward becoming friends. Su Ming continued writing. The implementation of new ideas will inevitably face some resistance, but as long as it's a policy that benefits the country and its people, it will eventually be accepted by the populace. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. As for the conditions of such inquiries, Su Ming trusted she understood without his prompting. Zhou Jiruo understood perfectly well. He wanted to be friends with Zhou Jiruo, but that didn't conflict with his desire for compensation. A bowl of rice creates gratitude, a bushel breeds resentment. Charging a reasonable fee would actually help preserve their friendship. Besides, their friendship had always been built on mutual benefit. If he suddenly stopped charging, Zhou Jiruo might start overthinking things. It's like a business partner who'd only ever discuss deals with you before suddenly declares, "All the benefits are yours, I won't take a single cent," while acting overly friendly. Wouldn't you start wondering? The next day, they might just vanish without a trace. In modern society, once people part ways, they might vanish without a trace. And that's even more true for ancient people who relied on incense burners to stay connected. Su Ming had to tread carefully. He dropped the note into the incense burner. Watching it vanish, Su Ming wondered when Zhou Jiruo would see it. Would it be like before, taking until tomorrow to reach her? No use overthinking it. He'd better wash up first. After washing up, he could wait for the reply with peace of mind. If it didn't arrive, he'd just go to sleep. Perhaps by the time he returned, the reply would have arrived. Su Ming turned to leave. Little did he know, the moment he stepped out, the reply arrived. Zhou Jiruo held a brush in her hand, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the incense burner. Today's court session had been another day of heated debate. Still, no concrete solution had been reached. Tang Ping, the Minister of Revenue, remained deeply troubled, hesitant and fearful. Qin Xuan sat high on the fishing platform, content to watch the spectacle unfold. Wang Ben and the others were all rough and tumble types, utterly useless in this situation. All these matters now fell squarely upon her shoulders. By supper time, Zhou Jiruo had dismissed this useless group of ministers. After eating and handling several urgent matters, she dismissed Zhao Shen, who had been waiting nearby, to keep watch at the door. Then she took out the incense burner. As she prepared to write, Su Ming's letter drifted into view. Her spirits lifted. She scanned it quickly, then immediately wrote a reply. She also selected one of her recent paintings to send alone. She wondered if Su Ming would like it. Zhou Jiruo's heart raced wildly, leaving her restless and unable to sit still. After washing up, Su Ming returned to find the letter and painting beside the incense burner. He picked up the letter first. Su Ming, I truly need your help. Our great Zhou now faces a shortage of arable land. Some suggest reclaiming wasteland, but the Minister of Revenue argues that while reclamation may expand cultivation areas, harvests cannot be guaranteed. In fact, some reclaimed lands might not even yield enough to cover the seeds expended. I find myself in a difficult position. Su Ming, please assist me. Only after reading the letter did he open the painting. It depicted a landscape painting. Layers upon layers of towering, rugged peaks stretched into the distance, while closer to the viewer, several ancient trees stretched their bare branches. The entire painting exuded a rugged vigor. It inexplicably reminded Su Ming of the predicament facing the great Zhou dynasty today. Wasn't it just like this painting, fraught with peril? This isn't a landscape painting at all, it clearly depicts Zhou Jiruo's state of mind right now. Su Ming looked at the letter again. After a moment of deep thought, he picked up his brush and began writing. Historical records of the Great Zhou are scarce. If you want my help, you must first tell me about the current state of the Great Zhou, its land, climate, and the general environment today. Be as detailed as possible. He finished writing and dropped it in. Put. A faint sound emanated from the incense burner. Zhou Jiruo looked up at the sound. Watching the paper drifting down from the air, she reached out and snatched it up. I suppose I should explain. After all, they were separated by countless dynasties. It was only natural that Su Ming didn't know. Fortunately, Zhou Zhirua had a clear understanding of these matters. This spared her the trouble of summoning Tang Ping to the palace in the middle of the night. Zhou Zhirua picked up her brush and began writing, following Su Ming's instructions point by point. She filled 4 or 5 pages, passing each one over as she finished it. At the end, she added one final sentence: "For now, this is all I can think of. See if there's anything else you wish to ask." Su Ming took the sheets and examined them carefully. The Great Zhou's territory was not vast, but all of Jiangnan lay within its borders. The capital city, however, was situated in the northeast, slightly closer to the northern D tribes. Overall, it was considered a fertile and bountiful land. However, the Jiangnan region was waterlogged, dominated by lakes and rivers, and floods frequently occurred during the summer months. There was little usable farmland. Although the northern lands are vast, they are largely barren. Compounded by the geographical constraints on double cropping rice, the northern regions could not be incorporated into the double cropping rice cultivation zone. After surveying the entire region, Su Ming had a clear understanding of the situation. The challenges facing the Great Zhou dynasty today were the same ones their ancestors had faced long ago. The solution to this problem, Su Ming realized, was simply a matter of copying the answer. 4 simple words. Enclosing lakes to create farmland. Historically, the concept of reclaiming lakes for farmland emerged as early as the Song dynasty. It was during the Ming dynasty under Zhu Yuanzhang that this method was vigorously promoted, ultimately yielding vast tracts of fertile land. Now, this chapter of history was about to be accelerated. Upon reading Su Ming's reply, Zhou Zhirua slammed her palm on the table in excitement. Excellent. Zhao Gongong, who had been waiting outside the door, was startled. He hurriedly knocked on the door and asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Just guard the door well," Zhou Zhirua commanded sternly, yet her face betrayed a smile that starkly contrasted her tone. But soon, her brows furrowed again. The method of reclaiming land by enclosing lakes was sound, but the scale of the project was immense. It was impossible to complete in a short time. What would the people eat this year to safely get through the winter? She picked up her brush and wrote down her question to send over. Su Ming read the reply, pondered for a moment, and soon began to write. Chapter 80, Fertilization Techniques. Before long, Zhou Zhirua received a reply. The letter contained only 2 words. Fertilization. What is it? Zhou Zhirua had never heard of it. She wondered if the Minister of Revenue had heard of it. Zhou Zhirua pondered, then shook her head. Even if he did, the results wouldn't be as effective as what Su Ming knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something like seeds that cannot offset consumption. She had been ready to have Zhao Xinxian and Tang Ping dealt with. But at that thought, Zhou Zhirua suppressed her resolve. Better to ask Su Ming. But what should she give him this time? The paintings had all been given away, and she hadn't created any new ones yet. Then, she glanced around. When her eyes fell upon the bookshelf nearby, an idea immediately formed in her mind. But first, she needed to ask Su Ming's opinion. So she picked up a pen and wrote, "I have no more paintings, but I do have several ancient texts here. Would you like them?" When Su Ming saw the note, his eyes lit up. Ancient texts. Ancient texts from before the Great Zhou dynasty were extremely rare to find today. If he could acquire them, they would not only greatly aid his research on the Great Zhou dynasty but also be highly profitable. Such treasures, it would be a shame to pass them up. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Ming. "Of course I'd love to. But if you could also give me some material about the customs and culture of the Great Zhou dynasty, that would be even better. I'd be even happier." Zhou Zhirua bit her lip. The customs and traditions of the Great Zhou? What did he need this for? Could it be he intends to use these documents to understand the Great Zhou? It was quite possible. Well, if he studied these, he could better understand the Great Zhou's situation and thus offer her more effective assistance. With that thought, Zhou Zhirua hesitated not a moment. She walked straight to the bookshelf, selected several relevant volumes, and tossed them into the incense burner along with a couple ancient texts. Then came the next question. What is fertilization? How does one fertilize? Su Ming rubbed his hands together excitedly at the sudden appearance of the books before him. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Truly befitting an emperor, this was grand in scale. The books Zhou Zhirua had sent included not only descriptions of the customs and landscapes of the Great Zhou dynasty but also a map. With these materials, Xiao Qingjing's research on the Great Zhou would advance significantly. He happily stowed the items away, then fetched a box to pack all the books inside, intending to bring them to the antique shop tomorrow. But halfway through packing, Su Ming paused silently before quietly removing the books he had already placed inside. He switched to a different box and selected just one volume to place inside. The rest he set aside for now. He then pulled out his phone and swiftly ordered plastic sealing tools. Once they arrived, he could seal the books in advance. He could retrieve them when needed. As for why he wasn't handing everything over to Xiao Qingjing at once, it was mainly because the volume was too large and the materials too comprehensive. If it were just one book, he could find an excuse and brush it off with a few casual words. But with so many items and such comprehensive content, he'd have no way to explain it. Even if he did explain, Xiao Qingjing probably wouldn't believe him. Better to give it piece by piece. That way, he could savor the joy multiple times, rather than risk overwhelming him all at once and triggering a heart attack. Su Ming thought maliciously. Setting aside the box he would take tomorrow, Su Ming finally began to answer Zhou Jiruo's question. Fertilizer? Naturally, there was none available in that era. But green manure could be applied, composting techniques could be used, and organic farmyard manure was also an option. Su Ming opened his phone and searched for these details, copying them down one by one. Each step was written in meticulous detail. He filled several pages. By the time he finished, his hands ached. Staring at the completed pages, Su Ming shook his wrist and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, writing really is hard on the hands. A few words are manageable, but this much is pure torture. I really need to get a printer." He could foresee that situations requiring such extensive writing would surely arise frequently in the future. It was both troublesome and a waste of time. But with a printer, it would be different. Search, copy, and print. If things went smoothly, it could be done in minutes. And his hands wouldn't hurt. How much better that would be. Su Ming tossed the paper into the incense burner. With a soft crackle, it vanished. Zhou Jiruo waited the entire time. Only when her eyelids grew heavy did she hear movement from the incense burner. Her spirits lifted instantly. She sprang to her feet, gathered all the papers, and began examining them one by one. The more she read, the more excited Zhou Jiruo became. Her eyes grew brighter with each page. Even her drowsiness vanished. After finishing her reading, she sent Su Ming some tokens of gratitude, then immediately picked up her brush and began drafting a plan. The blue and white hall was ablaze with light. They remained lit until the next morning's court session. Zhao Shen knocked and entered to find Zhou Jiruo bent over the imperial desk, writing intently. The incense burner that had been placed on the corner of the desk earlier had now been returned to the secret chamber. Hearing the door open, Zhou Jiruo did not look up, her voice calm as she instructed, "Bring water. After washing up, we'll attend court." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Shen sighed inwardly and obediently withdrew. Though she had not slept all night, Zhou Jiruo felt no fatigue. She felt almost exhilarated. The moment she stepped into the gilded hall, she cut off any chance for others to speak and addressed Zhao Shen directly. "Go. Hand this manuscript to the ministers for their review." "Yes." Zhao Shen held the manuscript and presented it first to Qin Chuan. A flicker of confusion crossed Qin Chuan's eyes. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Zhou Jiruo said, "Read it first." That meant she wouldn't say more. Qin Chuan asked no further questions. He took the manuscript and unfolded it. After reading just a few lines, Qin Zhou's pupils contracted sharply. The calm expression on his face turned solemn. He scanned it rapidly, then handed it to the next minister with a solemn expression. It was then passed down the line. After reading it, each minister wore an expression of utter shock. Tang Ping furrowed his brow and fell deep in thought. Once everyone had finished reading, Zhao Shen, who had been waiting patiently, took the manuscript back, intending to return it to Zhou Jiruo. But she stopped him. "No need to give it to me. Hand it to Minister Tang." Tang Ping looked up in shock, then knelt with hands raised above his head, his voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Rise." "Yes." Tang Ping took the manuscript, cradling it as if it were a priceless treasure. After rising, Zhou Jiruo regarded him sternly. "Minister Tang, you have witnessed the preciousness of this manuscript. Since I entrust it to you, you must not disappoint me." Tang Ping bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty may rest assured. Every word written here, this servant will see it through to fruition. I shall not let Your Majesty's efforts go to waste." Hearing this, a satisfied expression finally appeared on Zhou Jiruo's face. The next moment, however, she heard Tang Ping speak with obvious reluctance. "However, Your Majesty, even with this fertilization technique, the problem of cultivating the wasteland remains." Zhou Jiruo gestured for him to continue. Tang Ping continued, "Your Majesty may not be aware that most of the land today, aside from what was originally allocated to households, has been divided among the aristocratic families and wealthy landowners. Even though it's wasteland, they likely won't be willing to give it up." Chapter 81, Don't Regret It Later. Though the wasteland served little purpose, these aristocratic families preferred to leave it barren rather than bestow it upon the poor. There is also unclaimed wasteland. But such land holds absolutely no value for cultivation. After Tang Ping finished speaking, Wang Ben snorted contemptuously. "With His Majesty's decree, who dares to obstruct it?" The generals nearby echoed his words. "Exactly. Anyone who dares resist, I'll lead my troops straight to their door and raid their estate." The other generals roared with laughter. Zhou Jiruo furrowed her brows slightly. Qin Chuan sneered, "If all the noble families in the realm oppose it, do you intend to slaughter them all? Why not?" Before a general could finish speaking, Zhou Jiruo cut him off sharply. "General Lin, do not speak recklessly. With that, she swept a glance at the ministers, their faces tinged with anger. The aristocratic families were the backbone of the Great Zhou dynasty. Nearly all the ministers standing in this court were scions of these families. Exterminate them all? That's a fool's fantasy. But this method is feasible. Zhou Zhirua turned to Tang Ping, her voice commanding, the wastelands must be cultivated. Begin with the unclaimed lands. Once that is done, proceed to the aristocratic families and wealthy landowners. If they cooperate, starting this year and for the next 3 years, their taxes will be reduced by up to 3 tiers, proportional to the amount of wasteland each family cultivates. Those who fail to comply by the deadline will face imprisonment at best, exile at worst, and the confiscation of all their assets. Their choice rests entirely with them. Furthermore, this matter shall be personally overseen by this emperor. All related documents must be submitted for my review. Should anyone dare to tamper with this affair, once discovered, their entire clan shall be executed. Is that clear? The assembly bowed their heads in submission. We understand, Your Majesty. Su Ming rose early. After washing up, his first task was to put away the book Zhou Zhirua had given him yesterday. Then, taking the reserved copy, he strolled leisurely to work. The antique shop remained quiet. Or perhaps, serene. Xiao Chengjing was currently peering intently at a bottle through a magnifying glass. Su Ming's expertise wasn't deep enough yet, he could only vaguely discern it was from the late Tang dynasty, nothing else. When he pushed open the door and entered, Xiao Chengjing didn't even lift his eyes. As Su Ming approached, Xiao Chengjing even waved him away dismissively, move aside, move aside. You're blocking my light. Su Ming. Silently, he shifted aside a small step. Then he raised his hand. Old Xiao, want to see for yourself? Su Ming grinned mischievously. Xiao Chengjing lifted his gaze, looking at him in confusion. Then he looked at the box in Su Ming's hand. It was just an ordinary cookie box, plain as could be, though the decoration was rather flashy. But he didn't care for cookies. Xiao Chengjing looked at it with disdain. Listen, if you want cookies, fine. But you have to go outside to eat them. Wipe your hands clean before coming back in, so you don't leave crumbs everywhere. Everything here has seen better days. If you touch anything you shouldn't, I'll skin you alive. Xiao Chengjing waved his hands menacingly. The threat carried about as much weight as the roadside yellow dog's 2 loud barks. Su Ming wasn't afraid, of course. He pulled over a chair and sat down next to Xiao Chengjing. Once again, he held out the cookie box before him. He wiggled it temptingly. You really won't watch? Su Ming smiled meaningfully. Don't say I didn't warn you. Xiao Chengjing. He looked at Su Ming again. He studied the cookie box, his expression hesitant. What's inside? It's just an ordinary cookie box, right? And it's been tampered with. Wait. Xiao Chengjing's pupils suddenly contracted and his body snapped upright. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Su Ming as he cautiously asked, you wouldn't happen to be hiding something valuable in there, would you? The more Xiao Chengjing thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Su Ming knew the shop's rules. He had never broken them. Bringing food in today was indeed suspicious. Earlier, he'd been too preoccupied with his new little gadget to pay much attention. But after Su Ming's repeated reminders, Xiao Chengjing finally caught on. He quickly set down what he was holding and reached for the cookie box. Upon opening it, he found an ancient bound book inside, exceptionally well preserved. The pages had yellowed, made of extremely coarse mulberry paper. Several characters were written on the book's cloth cover. Xiao Chengjing possessed profound expertise in ancient scripts. At a glance, he recognized them. The Chronicles of the Great Zhou? He sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Is this the Great Zhou Chronicle I'm thinking of? Good heavens! This book is incredibly well preserved. It looks brand new. How many years has it been since the Great Zhou? Thousands of years. Yet this paper remains remarkably supple and resilient. You can flip through it without worrying about damaging it at all. So well preserved it almost seems fake. Xiao Chengjing tilted his head, eyeing Su Ming suspiciously. Kid, you didn't just make this up, did you? It wasn't unreasonable for him to think that. After all, someone had once used the internet to fabricate an entire country online, writing it with such convincing detail and seemingly sound reasoning that they deceived countless people. He himself had nearly fallen for it back then. Only after thorough verification did he discover it was all fabricated. The memory was still fresh in his mind. Surely this kid wasn't pulling the same stunt? The suspicion in Xiao Chengjing's eyes was almost tangible. Su Ming gave a helpless smile. Do I look that idle? Besides, you haven't even read it, how do you know I'm making it up? What if it's real? Xiao Chengjing turned his gaze back to the book in his hands. His aging heart, already in poor health, began to pound. Yes, what if it was real? Then his research could take a giant leap forward. He had been studying the Great Zhou for over a decade. Now, with opportunity staring him in the face, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Yes. Open it and see. Xiao Chengjing's heart nearly leapt into his throat. He instinctively held his breath as trembling hands turned the cover. The history of the Great Zhou unfolded before his eyes. After reading just a few lines, Xiao Qingjing's eyes widened abruptly, his breathing growing rapid. He raised his hand, pointing at the chronicles of the Great Zhou. It. Ha! Ha! Xiao Qingjing suddenly pressed his hand to his chest, gasping for breath as he shouted at Su Ming, "Medicine! Medicine!" Su Ming! Exclamation point. He quickly rummaged through Xiao Qingjing's pockets, pulled out 4 or 5 pills, and fed them to him. Watching Xiao Qingjing gradually recover, Su Ming felt both amused and exasperated. It's just a book. Was it really worth getting so worked up over? Fortunately, he'd had the foresight to bring only this one volume. If Xiao Qingjing found out he owned the entire Great Zhou Encyclopedia series, wouldn't he be so overwhelmed he'd faint on the spot? Su Ming shook his head. Xiao Qingjing turned and glared at him angrily upon hearing this. What do you know, kid? Is this just a book? It's a nation, a history. It's been my heart's desire for over a decade. At this point, Xiao Qingjing sighed again. His tone grew weary and world-weary. Truth be told, if it weren't for you showing up, I'd have thought I'd never make any progress in this lifetime. With that, Xiao Qingjing hugged the book and chuckled to himself. But heaven hasn't been unkind to me, it didn't leave me with regrets after all. His joy spent, Xiao Qingjing happily pulled out his phone. Chapter 82, Hope you get out soon. Xiao Qingjing looked up, winking and giving Su Ming a knowing glance. With such great news, I have to tell her. If he could get her on board to research with him, that would be perfect. As he spoke, Xiao Qingjing had already dialed the number. After a few rings, it was answered. Zhou Gu's voice came through the line. Old Xiao, what's up? Big news. Xiao Qingjing beamed with excitement. He recounted the entire incident with great enthusiasm. On the other end, Zhou Gu listened intently, his brow furrowing deeply. Are you serious? TSK, something this big? Why would I lie to you? The book is right here in my hands. Come see for yourself. Xiao Qingjing's expression was pleading. He looked like a lapdog trying to win his master's favor. His fingers unconsciously dug into his fingertips, betraying his unease. Su Ming sat nearby, observing the scene clearly. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A distinguished professor, yet when it came to secret crushes, he acted just like a youngster. Whatever was said on the other end made Xiao Qingjing's eyes light up. Next, Su Ming knew exactly what the other end had said. Because he heard Xiao Qingjing say, then hurry over. I've been saving this book for you. Only after the call ended did he remember the book wasn't his. Su Ming hadn't even mentioned keeping it for research. The words were already out. Xiao Qingjing looked up awkwardly, gave a sheepish chuckle, and glanced at Su Ming for guidance. Seeing his expression, Su Ming instantly understood. Go ahead and study it. Just like I said before, don't lose it or damage it. Hey, you're underestimating me, aren't you? As a professor of ancient artifacts, would he really be willing to damage or lose something so valuable? It was an outright insult to his professional expertise. As they spoke, Su Ming's phone suddenly began vibrating violently, emitting a sharp, persistent alarm. Su Ming's eyes turned cold. Xiao Qingjing asked, what's wrong? There's a thief in the house. Su Ming pulled out his phone with a grim expression and opened the app. The surveillance feed displayed several shadowy figures lurking near the old mansion. Seeing them, Su Ming's expression darkened further. Xiao Qingjing leaned in to watch. Just then, they witnessed the figures pulling out tools, preparing to scale the wall. He raised his eyebrows in anger and cursed, these people have some nerve. Stealing in broad daylight? And your security is terrible, how did they even get past? Su Ming tapped his phone quickly, then pressed it to his ear. Before the call connected, Su Ming quickly replied, this might not be the security's fault after all. The call connected the moment he finished speaking. Su Ming quickly gave the address and said, we've got burglars here. Please hurry over. After receiving confirmation, Su Ming immediately called the security office, urging them to send someone over. With that, he hurried outside. Xiao Qingjing, uneasy, followed him to the car. As they exited, Su Ming noticed Xiao Qingjing locking the door. He asked curiously, why isn't Sister Jiwen here? She should have come out when Xiao Qingjing was in trouble. Xiao Qingjing didn't even turn around. Oh, her? She took the day off. She won't be back until tomorrow. After locking the door, he hurriedly got into the car. Su Ming slammed his foot on the accelerator and the car sped toward the Su family's ancestral home. By the time they arrived, security had already brought the situation under control. 2 thieves had been apprehended. But Su Ming scanned the area. The most important one had escaped. No matter. With the surveillance footage as evidence, he couldn't get away. Su Ming entered the house first, carefully inspecting the area. Upon confirming that the intruders hadn't managed to break in, he let out a deep sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he had installed the most advanced surveillance system beforehand. Otherwise, these people would have succeeded today. By the time Su Ming emerged again, the police had arrived. Having dealt with them many times before, Su Ming knew the routine well. He approached them, exchanged a few words, and outlined the situation in broad strokes. Then he pulled out the footage, pointing to a half-shadowed figure in a corner. His tone turned serious. This man has always been at odds with me. Now, he appears here so coincidentally. I strongly suspect he's the one who brought these people here. Hearing this, the officers immediately dispatched someone to investigate. After giving the orders, the officer turned back to Su Ming and asked, "Is anything missing from the room?" "Nothing." Su Ming shook his head. "They were just about to climb the wall when I got the alarm and called the police. The moment they scaled the wall, security caught them. They hadn't even made it into the garden. They certainly hadn't gotten any closer inside." The officer nodded. "All right then, you'll need to come with us to make a statement." "Sure thing." Su Ming knew the drill. After finishing his statement, the half-shadowed figure was also brought in. Su Ming grinned at the handcuffed Wu Senior. "Young Master Wu, pretty impressive security system at my place, huh?" Wu Sen, who had been ranting moments ago, turned dark. "What the hell does your security system have to do with me? Su Ming, did you pull this stunt behind my back? Mark my words, slandering someone carries legal consequences." "Slander you?" Su Ming found it amusing. He folded his arms, looking at Wu Sen with contempt. "You probably thought standing so far away meant the cameras wouldn't catch you, huh? Too bad they did." The moment Su Ming saw Wu Sen on the footage, he knew exactly what he was up to. "So, you'd better cooperate with the police and come clean about everything. Who knows, you might even get out sooner." As the words left his mouth, Wu Sen's face darkened. As Su Ming turned to leave, Wu Sen suddenly shouted, "Don't let him go. He's hiding stolen artifacts." Su Ming halted in his tracks, turning back in surprise. Xiao Changjing froze. A group of police officers turned their attention towards Su Ming. Wu Sen, seeing this, let out a sinister laugh. "Su Ming, don't think I don't know what you've got stashed away at home. You dare let the police search your place?" Su Ming looked at him as if he were an idiot. Before he could speak, Xiao Changjing shot him a glare. "I don't know what old man is hiding in little Su's house, but you're a real scoundrel." But as for his home? There really aren't any illegally stashed artifacts. Though he himself didn't know where those artifacts had come from. Xiao Changjing was certain they weren't privately hoarded. How could items that hadn't even entered the National Museum be described as private collections? Moreover, these artifacts didn't look like they'd been buried in tombs. The notion of tomb raiding was unfounded. But what Wu Sen cared about wasn't whether Su Ming had truly hoarded the artifacts. He simply wanted to make life difficult for Su Ming. Driven by this thought, Wu Sen argued loudly, "If that's not the case, then let them search. Won't they find out once they search?" The police were thoroughly annoyed by his clamor. One of them snapped back irritably, "Shut up. We're police officers, not bandits. Without evidence, why should we search someone's home? You'd better just confess to your own crimes first." Then they escorted him into the interrogation room. Su Ming stood there, waving cheerfully. "Hope you get out soon." Chapter 83, Heading to Chengqiao City. Wu Sen's curses grew louder. In the end, the police took him away, shoving him forcefully into the interrogation room. Watching the interrogation room door close, the smile on Su Ming's lips slowly faded. An officer approached. "Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao, the statements have been taken. There's nothing more for you here. You may leave. However, Mr. Su, please keep your phone handy over the next few days so we can reach you at any time." "No problem." Su Ming responded readily, signed the final document, and left with Xiao Changjing. Su Ming was still driving. On the way, Xiao Changjing asked him, "Xiao Su, I have a question for you." "Go ahead. How do you preserve all those antiques of yours?" Xiao Changjing turned around, his face brimming with curiosity as he looked at Su Ming. As someone who studied ancient artifacts, this question genuinely interested him. Mastering the techniques would mean existing artifacts could be preserved better. Even in the future, they might be easily viewed and studied. It would also make it easier for future generations to understand history. The very thought thrilled Xiao Changjing. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming. This question truly stumped him. How should he dodge it? Just as he pondered, Xiao Changjing's phone suddenly rang. Xiao Changjing. Who was so inconsiderate as to call at such a crucial moment? He picked up the phone with a sigh. One glance. The impatience in his eyes vanished instantly. A pink bubble aura instantly enveloped him. Without even looking, Su Ming knew the caller had to be his old flame. Ms. Zhou's call came at just the right moment. It saved him from an awkward situation. Su Ming decided that the next time he saw Mrs. Zhou, he would definitely treat her to a meal to express his gratitude. Then he focused on driving, forced to listen to some gossip. Xiao Qingjing's eyes crinkled with amusement as he cheerfully replied, "Can't wait? Fine, you can come over now. But I'm not at the shop at the moment, I'll be back in a bit." The car fell silent, and Su Ming could hear the voice on the other end of the line. Zhou Guo's voice was calm as he replied, "No, what I meant was, I can't come over right now." At those words, the smile on Xiao Qingjing's face vanished instantly. He furrowed his brow, puzzled. Why? Wasn't it agreed you'd come? Why the sudden change of plans? Xiao Changjing grew impatient. He sat up straight immediately, his voice urgent. What happened? This was agreed upon. Are you busy? Well, I could bring it over to you. Just let me know when you're available. His eager demeanor made Su Ming shake his head. It's not that. Jogu's voice rang out. I just got a call saying they discovered an ancient tomb complex in Chengqiao City next door. They called me to go take a look. They were going to call you too, asking you to come along. But I said I was just about to call you, so I took the job. So, what do you say? Want to go? So it was serious business after all. Xiao Chengjing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. Of course I'll go. How could he possibly miss out on newly discovered tombs? When do we leave? Xiao Chengjing asked. Jogu replied, they sounded pretty urgent over there. If you're available, I can head out anytime. Alright, I'll make arrangements and call you back later. When it came to business, neither wasted words. The matter was settled in a few words. After hanging up, Xiao Chengjing said, Xiao Su, I won't be around for a few days. Once Xiao Zhao returns, you two keep a close eye on things at the shop. This trip would take at least 10 days, maybe even half a month. He needed to make sure everything was in order at the shop. But with Zhao Jiwen and Su Ming there, Xiao Chengjing had no worries. He'd swing by the shop later to grab a few things before setting off with Jogu. The thought of spending so much time with Jogu brought Xiao Chengjing a sense of joy. But Su Ming's thoughts were elsewhere. His eyes flickered several times. Then he tentatively spoke up. Master Xiao, may I accompany you? Xiao Chengjing, who had been lost in the joy of anticipating daily encounters with his beloved, froze. What? He turned his head, looking at Su Ming with confusion. His mind had been entirely on Jogu, and he hadn't quite caught what Su Ming had said. Su Ming chuckled. I've never seen an ancient tomb before. I'd like to tag along and broaden my horizons. How about it? Sure. Xiao Chengjing agreed without hesitation. Then you can come along as my assistant. After all, no one said I couldn't bring an assistant. It'll be a good chance for him to learn on the job. Su Ming beamed at his prompt agreement. Thank you, Master Xiao. You're welcome. You're practically my grand disciple, so just don't embarrass me. I'll do my best. Su Ming escorted Xiao Chengjing back to the shop. Without even extinguishing the fire, he waited for Xiao Chengjing to get out of the car before rushing back to the ancestral home. He made all the necessary arrangements, set the security system to maximum alert, and only then retrieved the incense burner from the safe. He grabbed paper and pen, scribbled a few lines, and tossed them inside. After finishing these tasks, he didn't even wait for Zhou Jiruo's reply before locking the incense burner back up. He then grabbed several sets of spare clothes and some daily necessities, pulled his suitcase, and hurried out the door. By the time he returned to the shop, Xiao Chengjing was already prepared. Seeing him arrive, Xiao Chengjing gathered his belongings, locked up the shop, and rode with him to pick up Jogu. Jogu's home was tucked away in a quiet alley, a small courtyard house with its own gate. Opening the door revealed a space filled with serene stillness. Even time seemed to slow down. Jogu emerged slowly, dressed in an off-white embroidered qipao and carrying a wicker suitcase. She resembled a beauty from the Republic era. Even Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. Time truly does not diminish beauty. Xiao Chengjing was even more captivated, his eyes wide with admiration. But he didn't forget to be attentive. He gently pushed aside Su Ming, who was about to step forward, and took the wicker trunk himself. I checked the forecast earlier. Chengqiao City has been rainy these past few days. You'll likely feel cold dressed like that. Would you like me to pack a few extra layers? Jogu handed him the box. No need. I can buy more when I get there. Too much stuff to carry around. While Xiao Chengjing went to stow the luggage, Su Ming opened the car door and invited Jogu to get in. If you need anything, old Zhou, feel free to take it. If it gets too heavy, I'm here to help. Jogu looked up, puzzled. You're coming too? Yes. He's been learning from Xiao Zhao lately anyway. It'll broaden his horizons, and he can assist us while he's at it. Xiao Chengjing finished stowing the luggage, walked around to the other side, and climbed into the car. Closing the door, he instructed Su Ming, Su, start the car. Got it. Su Ming slid back into the driver's seat, started the engine, and set off. The drive from here to Chengqiao City took just over 3 hours on the expressway. But their destination lay in Pingnan Township, under Chengqiao City's jurisdiction. After exiting the highway, Su Ming drove for another 2 hours before finally arriving. When they arrived, the reception staff were already waiting for them at the designated location. The moment they spotted their vehicle, the staff enthusiastically came forward to greet them. Chapter 84, What? An Ancient Tomb. Hello, Mr. Xiao and Mr. Zhou. I'm Xiao Chen. Director Lin was concerned you might have trouble finding the place, so he specifically asked me to meet you. Please follow me, gentlemen. Xiao Chen nodded to Su Ming to follow, clearly treating him as the driver. Su Ming didn't mind. He started the car and followed Xiao Chen's vehicle onto the winding, muddy Keegan Road. Before long, even this rudimentary dirt road vanished. They entered a construction site. After trudging onward for a while, Xiao Chen pulled over, and Su Ming followed suit. Xiao Chengjing and Jogu pushed open the doors and stepped out. Su Ming remained standing by the car. Xiao Chen approached to greet them. Professors, I apologize. This is a construction zone, and vehicles can't proceed further. I'm afraid you'll have to walk with me. No problem. Lead the way, Xiao Chengjing gestured for him to proceed. Xiao Chen acknowledged and led the way ahead. Xiao Chengjing walked at the front, reaching out his hand. Xiao Zhou, the ground is slippery. Let me hold your hand. Walking behind them, Su Ming glanced up at Xiao Chengjing with an expression of utter speechlessness. He really was going out of his way to be attentive. And he had a perfectly reasonable excuse. Xiao Chen chimed in from ahead, Mr. Zhou, please be careful. Chengqiao City has been raining for days, and it only stopped today. Plus, construction here has finished, so the ground is covered in muddy water. Xiao Zhou, your clothes look nice. Holding your hand will prevent them from getting dirty, right? Xiao Qingjing's hand remained suspended in midair. But Zhou Gu effortlessly swatted his hand away. I'm not so old I can't walk down the street. Saying this, she lifted her skirt and walked forward steadily and deliberately. Her movements were clean and decisive. Not a single frown crossed her face at the muddy ground beneath her feet. In just a few strides, she left Xiao Chengjing behind. Xiao Qingjing, who hadn't managed to hold his beloved's hand. His entire being radiated disappointment. Su Ming suppressed a laugh as he approached. Old Xiao, seems your charm isn't quite up to par yet. Xiao Chengjing turned and glared at him. You brat, don't gloat over my misfortune. That won't do, I've already started gloating. Su Ming's smile was utterly sincere. Xiao Chengjing was so infuriated he was practically fuming. Only when Zhou Gu's urging voice came from ahead did he resume walking. Su Ming still trailed behind Xiao Chengjing. It wasn't so much out of respect for his teacher as it was fear that the old man might stumble and fall. He was close enough to lend a hand if needed. During this time, Su Ming took a moment to survey his surroundings. Pingnan Township was an ordinary village. But it was picturesque. Surrounded by towering, verdant mountains, it was sparsely populated, a place with great potential for development. Of course, that last conclusion wasn't his own. He had been a spoiled rich kid before. Beyond eating, drinking, and partying, he knew nothing. Naturally, he couldn't see where the potential lay. Those words came from Zhou Gu. On the way here, they had already pieced together the entire story. Longting Group had a project in Pingnan Township, planning to build an eco-tourism zone right here. Unexpectedly, after progressing 1/3 of the way, they stumbled upon an ancient tomb. The project manager, sensing trouble, immediately reported the discovery to the relevant authorities. Upon receiving the report, the authorities dispatched personnel to the site. But their manpower was limited, and their knowledge of ancient artifacts was lacking. Days passed, and they still hadn't even located the tomb's entrance. Thus, they sought outside assistance. Zhou Gu and Xiao Chengjing were the experts they called in. After hearing Zhou Gu's explanation, Su Ming remarked that Longting Group was bound to lose money on this project. The discovery of an ancient tomb beneath the construction site meant the project must be suspended. It might even be scrapped entirely. Xiao Chengjing nodded briefly before shaking his head. It can't be helped. Su Ming nodded in understanding. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the site where the ancient tomb had been unearthed. The area was already cordoned off with caution tape. Guards stood watch around the perimeter. With Xiao Chen leading the way, they passed through without issue. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Zhou, this is our project director, Director Lin Guanyuan. Xiao Chen led them to a portly, bald man. Lin Guanyuan turned, smiling broadly as he shook hands with Xiao Chengjing and Zhou Gu. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Zhou, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've long admired your reputations and hope to collaborate with you. I never imagined I'd finally cross paths with you today. Xiao Chengjing chuckled as he returned the handshake. You flatter us. Zhou Gu remained as elegant as ever. It would be our honor to collaborate with Director Lin. After greeting them, Lin Guanyuan finally turned his attention to Su Ming. He looked at Xiao Chengjing and Zhou Gu, his voice tinged with confusion. And who might this gentleman be? Xiao Chengjing let out an "oh" and pulled Su Ming closer, introducing him. This is Su Ming. He's sort of my great-grandson. He heard about the ancient tomb discovery here and volunteered to come assist me. Xiao Chengjing's words were skillfully phrased. It elevated Su Ming's status while portraying him as humble. Lin Guanyuan understood immediately. He'd come to learn the ropes. And he was Master Zhao's great-grandson. That meant he was a teammate. Lin Guangming smiled warmly and extended his hand again. Little Su, welcome. To be working with old Xiao at such a young age, truly promising. Little Chen, go prepare a nameplate for Little Su. Xiao Su, sorry about this, we didn't know you were coming, so we'll have to make it on the spot. Without a badge, no one can freely come and go here. But it won't take long, just a few minutes. Lin Guanyuan explained everything, then led them toward the site. The ancient tomb had been discovered by an excavator operator. According to him, he was working on a construction site when he dug down with the bucket, something fell off. When he raised the bucket to look, he saw a large black hole in the ground. He was startled. He immediately stopped the machine and climbed down to investigate, only to discover the ground beneath was hollow. He immediately reported the incident to management. Management was equally startled upon seeing the scene. Before construction began, they had sent people to conduct thorough investigations, and there should have been no caves or similar features here. So what was this cave for? Curious, the management cautiously descended to investigate. What they discovered below resembled an underground cellar. Human bones lay scattered within. They were so terrified they nearly lost their minds, scrambling to climb out and immediately called the police. When the police arrived, they were startled too. Fortunately, someone had noticed that this didn't appear to be a typical murder and disposal of a body, which is why they contacted them. At this point, Lin Guanyuan sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, by the time we arrived, most of that burial chamber had been destroyed. The good news is they didn't find any other chambers, so those remained intact. But at the same time, I haven't found any other chambers either. As he uttered that final sentence, Lin Guanyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Those nearby shifted their gaze awkwardly, looking up at the sky or down at the ground. It's okay. At least something remains. Xiao Chengjing felt deeply distressed by the news, yet his expression remained reassuring. Patting Lin Guanyuan's shoulder, he gestured, "Lead us to see it." Chapter 85, The Kid's Got Good Instincts. Alright, Elder Xiao, Elder Zhou, this way please. Lin Guanyuan led them toward a makeshift tent nearby. Su Ming followed behind them. Upon entering the tent, several busy figures immediately caught their attention. Spotting Lin Guanyuan and the others, they all looked up to greet them. After the greetings, they returned to their tasks. Then, Su Ming gasped in shock. For he discovered that more than a dozen human skeletons were neatly arranged here. Holy crap! He might be a bit of a spoiled rich kid. But this was the first time he'd ever seen such a blatant display of human remains. It was a bit unsettling. Su Ming turned his head away, hesitating to step inside. Xiao Chengjing had been inside for quite a while before noticing Su Ming hadn't followed. Turning back, he understood immediately. He chuckled and said, "Little Su, don't be afraid. In this line of work, you'll have to deal with these people sooner or later. Come on in. Take a good look around, you'll get used to it eventually." With that, he cheerfully beckoned to Su Ming. Su Ming. He had absolutely no desire to go inside. But Xiao Chengjing was right. We'd meet sooner or later. Sooner or later, it's bound to happen. Su Ming took a deep breath and mustered his courage to step inside. But once he was inside, he still instinctively moved to stand a little behind Xiao Chengjing. Xiao Chengjing chuckled softly. Zhou Gu also smiled. "Don't worry, our target isn't them." Su Ming frowned in confusion. "Then what is it?" Xiao Chengjing walked over to another workbench and pointed at the items on it. "Of course it's them. Ancient tombs hold more than just people. There were also objects. Their expertise lies precisely in these objects." Zhou Guan nodded gently, patted Su Ming's back, and gave him a light nudge. "Come on, let's go take a look." Su Ming finally exhaled in relief. But he still glanced nervously at the workbench where the people lay. Then he quickly turned his head away. Such high-level stuff could wait for another day. He was still a complete novice, best to start with the simplest tasks. Su Ming circled around. There wasn't much on the workbench. Only a few items remained. Lin Guanyuan remarked, "This burial chamber holds few items, it's primarily these human sacrifices." The practice of sacrificial burial was abolished during the Han Dynasty, if I recall correctly, Su Ming interjected. "Does that mean the owner of this tomb lived at least during the Han Dynasty or earlier?" "Correct." Xiao Chengjing donned gloves and picked up a bronze artifact. "Judging by the patterns, it should be Han Dynasty. But to pinpoint the exact date, we'll need to continue excavating deeper inside. A single burial chamber alone wouldn't yield many conclusions. But where to dig next? That's where Lin Guanyuan hit a snag. Typically, Han Dynasty tombs were constructed as vertical shaft graves. Either the main burial chamber was placed at the very bottom, or another main chamber was constructed beside the deepest vertical shaft. Either way, excavation required digging downward. Yet no matter how they tried, they couldn't locate a second level, let alone the main burial chamber. Xiao Chengjing said, "Let's go inside and take a look." The group headed back outside the tent. In this regard, Su Ming was completely clueless and obediently followed Xiao Chengjing. They arrived at the tomb chamber. Xiao Chengjing stood inside, observing meticulously. He called Su Ming over and, while examining the surroundings, explained relevant knowledge points to him. He even threw in the occasional quiz. Fortunately, Su Ming had a good memory and managed to answer every question correctly. Finally, Xiao Chengjing asked Su Ming, "So, where do you think the entrance to the next level should be?" Su Ming hesitated barely at all. He pointed to a spot. "Here." Xiao Chengjing wore a satisfied expression. "Not bad. You've got some sharp insight, kid. Director Lin, this is the spot. Start digging." Xiao Chengjing tossed a stone toward the location Su Ming had indicated and pulled Su Ming back. Lin Guanyuan immediately led his team to begin excavation. Before long, an entrance appeared before them. The tomb wasn't large, consisting of 3 levels in total. The middle level held items like porcelain jars, while the main burial chamber lay below. After the main burial chamber was uncovered, Su Ming followed Xiao Changjing and Zhou Gu down. In the center of the modest-sized main chamber stood a coffin, surrounded by numerous burial offerings. What astonished Su Ming most was the celestial map painted on the chamber's ceiling. Painted in black, white, and red pigments, it nearly covered the entire ceiling. Su Ming stared in astonishment. I never imagined such an intricate star chart would be here, still clearly visible even now. Old Xiao, look, this must be Altair. Su Ming pointed to a constellation and discussed it with Xiao Changjing. Xiao Changjing nodded, his gaze filled with approval. Impressive. You've learned quite a lot. It seemed bringing him along this time had indeed been the right decision. Su Ming smiled sheepishly. I just didn't want to embarrass you. Not bad. At least for now, you're doing quite well. Xiao Changjing patted his shoulder and gestured, we'll come back to this later. Let's explore the rest first. Zhou Gu, noticing their approach, added, this ancient tomb isn't very large, and there aren't many artifacts inside. Su Ming followed Zhou Gu's gesture and looked over. The surrounding burial objects had almost all been cleared out. Everyone was carrying them out one by one. Su Ming glanced over, looks like quite a lot to me. Heaps of gold, silver, and jade artifacts lay scattered about, along with several well-preserved lacquered wooden boxes. That's because you don't understand the scale of tombs. Xiao Changjing said, alright, stop standing around here. Come help. There are usually burial items inside the coffin too. We need to hurry and clear them out one by one. He turned and headed outside. Su Ming followed. Back in the work tent, Xiao Changjing and the others began sorting and cataloging the items. Su Ming was the one responsible for the registration. They worked busily for several days. Suddenly, Su Ming looked up and encountered a familiar face, Lu Wu. Lu Wu was equally surprised to see him. What's he doing here? He frowned, asking those beside him. Before the person beside him could answer, Su Ming curved his lips into a smile. Working, of course. You? Lu Wu's frown deepened. His gaze swept over Su Ming. Finally, it settled on the work ID hanging from Su Ming's chest. You're part of the excavation team? Lu Wu exclaimed in surprise. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? This was more than a problem. Lu Wu felt like he hadn't fully woken up yet. With Su Ming's capabilities, how could he possibly be here excavating ancient tombs? But recently, Lu Wu had heard rumors that Su Ming had acquired several artifacts and they were worth a fortune. Lu Wu narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Su Ming fixed his gaze intently on him. After a moment, Lu Wu suddenly smiled warmly. So, young Master Su has decided to go straight now? What nonsense. I've always been an upright man. Su Ming rolled his eyes in disgust. He gestured around the room. You're in charge of this? Su Ming knew Longton Group was under the Lu family's umbrella. But he hadn't expected this particular project to be personally overseen by Lu Wu. Lu Wu nodded. Yes. Heard an ancient tomb was discovered here, so I came to take a look. But now it seems there's nothing much to see. With that, he turned and walked away. Outside the door, he beckoned to the people beside him. Chapter 86, A Straight Back Casts No Crooked Shadow. Lu Wu whispered briefly into the man's ear before waving him away. The man replied, understood, and hurried away. Lu Wu turned back, glancing toward the tent. His expression grew profoundly somber. Moments later, he let out a derisive snort and walked away. Lu Wu made only this one appearance. His next appearance came on the afternoon of the third day. This time, he was followed by a group of police officers. Under his lead, they headed straight for Su Ming. Perhaps because he'd seen so many police officers lately, Su Ming unexpectedly felt a sense of familiarity. Seeing them, Su Ming instinctively stood up. Before he could speak, the officer asked sternly, "You're Su Ming?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Su Ming was completely baffled. Xiao Changjing and the others all turned to look at him. The officer stated, "We received a tip about someone illegally dealing in cultural relics within Changqiao City. After apprehending them, they confessed that you supplied the items. We need you to come with us for questioning." Xiao Qingjing's face darkened with fury upon hearing this. Impossible. He stepped beside Su Ming and spoke for him with righteous indignation. "I run an antique shop. I have so many valuable items in my store, but he never took a single one. How could he have taken something from here?" "I find it hard to believe too," Zhou Gu frowned. Her interactions with Su Ming had mostly occurred over the past few days. But she trusted Xiao Changjing. Anyone who earned Xiao Qingjing's favor couldn't be all that bad. Zhou Gu suggested, "Could there be some misunderstanding involved?" Before she could finish, Lu Wu interjected, "Professor Zhou, appearances can be deceiving. Whether he did it or not will be clear once the investigation is complete. Young Master Su, you walk tall and sit straight, surely you have nothing to fear from scrutiny?" He looked at Su Ming. Su Ming frowned. He studied Lu Wu. Judging by Lu Wu's words, he was indeed trying to help him. But why did he always act so strangely? Su Ming couldn't figure it out for the moment. Yet his expression betrayed no fear. "I have nothing to hide, so I have nothing to fear from an investigation." After speaking, he looked at Lu Wu. Lu Wu, you seem quite concerned about me. You haven't shown your face for days, and now you appear with such a grand surprise. His words carried a clear implication. Lu Wu laughed heartily, as if he hadn't understood a word. It just so happened we ran into each other. Just happened to run into me? Su Ming found it hard to believe. But he had no proof. Besides, the priority now was to clear his name. Go ahead and investigate. I'm innocent. I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of your investigation. By the way, where should you start? Su Ming spoke with a carefree expression, but his heart began to race. If this really was orchestrated by Lu Wu as he suspected, then these police officers might actually uncover something. Even if it was a frame-up, it would still cause him no end of trouble. Seeing his reaction, Lu Wu's lips curled into a faint smirk. The officer stated, "All right, please come with us. We also need to search your residence." "All right." Su Ming set down his belongings and removed his gloves. He walked up to the officers, appearing cooperative. Xiao Chengjing watched, his heart tightening. Just as they were about to leave, Xiao Chengjing suddenly spoke up, "I'll go with you." "I'll go too." As Zhou Gu finished speaking, Ling Guanyuan stepped forward, "I'll go take a look too." The police didn't stop them. Su Ming had no objections either. The group was taken to the police station. Su Ming was ushered into the interrogation room. Looking at the cold, stark interior, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. He had been mocking Wu Xin just moments ago. Little did he know that just a few days later, he'd end up here himself. Next time he saw Wu Xin, they'd have plenty to talk about. Su Ming thought bitterly, trying to find humor in his misery. Before long, the interrogation room door swung open. Two police officers strode in with stern expressions and sat down across from him. At the same time, the camera mounted nearby began recording. Officer, name. Su Ming, Su Ming. Gender. Male. After going through the basic procedures, they got down to business. Su Ming, we recovered 3 privately held cultural relics from your residence. How do you explain this? The officer held up 3 evidence bags for Su Ming to see. Su Ming glanced at them. These so-called illegally held artifacts were all freshly excavated from the ancient tomb during this latest expedition. It seemed there were still people loyal to Lu Wu around him. I don't know, Su Ming flatly denied. Every time I handled these artifacts, I was accompanied by others. There was no way I could have taken them to hide privately. Then how did they end up in your room? That's for you to investigate. If I knew who did it, I wouldn't be sitting here. Su Ming spread his hands helplessly. His utterly carefree demeanor caused the police officers across from him to darken in expression. Just as they were about to speak, Su Ming suddenly interjected, "Perhaps you should look into Lu Wu. We've never gotten along. Now that something happened to me on his turf, it looks like he's behind it. Where's the evidence? If I had evidence, why would I be sitting here?" Su Ming repeated his line. The interrogation dragged on for over an hour, with Su Ming repeating these same lines over and over. Over and over. Seeing they couldn't get anything out of him, the police left first. "Boss, could it really not be him?" the younger officer whispered, taking a guarantee letter from his colleague. After glancing at it, he handed it to the older officer. The older officer frowned and replied gravely, "Don't jump to conclusions yet. Investigate further. All evidence points to him, yet he insists he's innocent. Even those 2 professors outside vouched for him. Something's fishy here. So what do we do now? Release him, of course. With 2 professors and the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau vouching for him, how could they possibly detain him? As long as Su Ming doesn't leave the area before the case is closed. Fortunately, the tomb excavation will take some time. Su Ming probably won't wander off. After completing the bail process, Su Ming emerged to find night had fallen. Xiao Chengjing asked him sternly what exactly had happened. Su Ming spread his hands helplessly. "I wish I knew." Lin Guanyuan poked his bald head forward. "You'd better resolve this properly. Otherwise, no one will dare hire you in the future." Which team would dare hire someone accused of privately excavating cultural relics? Unless they were bored out of their minds? He had followed along mainly to see what was really going on. His warning was merely a favor to Xiao Chengjing and Zhou Gu. Su Ming gave him a friendly smile. "Don't worry. I'll clear my name." Hearing this, Xiao Chengjing's eyes lit up. "You have a plan?" Su Ming gave a mysterious smile. "Top secret." When Su Ming returned to the scene, the others eyed him with a hint of wariness. He pretended not to notice. After exchanging greetings with Xiao Chengjing and the others, he headed straight back to his room. Early the next morning, Su Ming emerged from his room. A bright smile lit up his face. Just then, Xiao Chengjing passed by him. Su Ming immediately called out, "Master Xiao, come here. Do me a favor." He reached out and pulled Xiao Chengjing toward the house, his voice neither loud nor soft. "I already know who's framing me. We'll wait a moment." As they entered the room, the voices behind them faded away. Chapter 87, foolishly trying to steal a chicken only to lose a handful of rice. A man with a timid demeanor approached furtively, carrying a basin. He glanced warily around. Seeing no one nearby, he finally pressed his ear against the door with relief. Moments later, the man walked away with a grave expression. The door swung open the instant he was gone, revealing two faces peering out like spectators at a show. "Kid, how can you be sure this guy is one of his men?" Xiao Chungjing looked down at Su Ming. Su Ming chuckled. "Old Xiao, you might not have noticed, but ever since Lu Wu came last time, this guy's been hanging around me, popping up now and then. Once or twice could be coincidence. But 8 or 10 times? That's definitely premeditated." Su Ming just wasn't sure what the man was after. Most importantly, aside from occasionally staring at him for a while, the man hadn't done anything else. This left Su Ming momentarily unable to discern the man's true intentions. But once he was brought into the police station, he found out. Xiao Changjing let out an "oh." "What if Lu Wu doesn't fall for your plan?" he pressed. Su Ming gave a mysterious smile, looked at Xiao Changjing, and declared with absolute certainty he definitely will. He and Lu Wu had known each other for a long time. Lu Wu might not know him well, but he knew Lu Wu inside out. This man was flexible and adaptable, yet capable of great deeds. In ancient times, he'd be called a tyrant. But he also harbored a certain degree of suspicion. Given the right circumstances, Lu Wu would surely take the bait. As they spoke, Su Ming's phone rang. He picked it up, glanced at it, and waved it triumphantly at Xiao Chengjing. "See? The backup's here." During the day, Su Ming carried on with his usual routine. Even if suspicions arose, with Xiao Chengjing and Zhou Gu vouching for him alongside Lin Guangyuan, he could still move freely on site, though he now had an extra pair of eyes following him. This was Lin Guangyuan's deliberate arrangement to reassure everyone. By noon, the police arrived again. Everyone instinctively looked toward Su Ming, but he remained utterly unfazed, calmly eating his meal without so much as a glance in their direction. The officers didn't approach him either. They located the site supervisor, identified themselves, and proceeded directly to meet with Lu Wu. The discussion lasted nearly half an hour. Then they left. The next day was much the same. This went on for 4 or 5 days. After seeing off this group of police officers once more, the smile on Lu Wu's face began to falter. At that moment, a man approached quietly. "Third young master, what do you think these people are up to?" Lu Wu glanced sideways at him, his hand clenching silently into a fist. He too wanted to know what these people were up to. For days on end, they'd come looking for him. They wouldn't let him leave Pingnan Township. They claimed it was for their convenience in questioning him. When he demanded an explanation, they told him the antique smugglers had finally cracked, naming their mastermind and implicating him. This was utter nonsense. He had never even met those people. No sooner had Lu Wu finished speaking than the officer across from him produced a photograph and demanded, "You recognize this man, right?" Seeing the man in the photo, Lu Wu's pupils contracted sharply. That man was the very person he had hired to handle matters for him. But hadn't he already told him to get out of here immediately? How had he ended up being targeted? Lu Wu couldn't make sense of it. But with this evidence, Lu Wu had no choice but to wait for the police to summon him. But Lu Wu was panicking. Dealing in stolen artifacts was illegal. Serious cases could even mean 5 to 10 years in prison. Though his family wouldn't abandon him. But being tainted by this stain was still deeply distressing. Now, Lu Wu could only hope that the middleman would escape unscathed, then he might evade punishment too. As he pondered this, a distracting figure caught the corner of his eye. Su Ming strolled over, hands behind his back, taking leisurely steps. "Young Master Lu, how does it feel to lose more than you gained?" Su Ming's smile was thick with sarcasm. Lu Wu's expression darkened. "Su Ming, don't get too cocky too soon. Then you might be disappointed." Su Ming's smile deepened, his reply laden with meaning. "I just asked a police officer. They told me they've located that key witness. Tonight they'll..." He trailed off. "Sorry, that's classified. Can't tell you." At the crucial moment, Su Ming abruptly fell silent. He flashed Lu Wu a smirk that was anything but apologetic, gloating, "When the time comes, I'll be cleared of all charges. As for you, third young master Lu, you'll be joining Wu Xin in prison." Su Ming's tone was cheerful as he strolled leisurely away. Lu Wu was left standing there, his face ashen. Third young master, old seventh wouldn't really. The man trailed off. With the police visiting daily these past few days, his own nerves were frayed. But Lu Wu wouldn't let him contact seventh brother, afraid of implicating himself. But if he didn't act now, they'd all end up behind bars. Lu Wu clenched his jaw and growled, "Find a way to contact old seven. You must eliminate him. How you do it is up to you, just make sure I'm not implicated." The man nodded. "Understood." In Su Ming's room, he listened to the voice coming from his phone and immediately dialed the police. He blurted out, they'd made their move. After receiving confirmation, Su Ming exhaled sharply in relief. This matter was finally settled. Lu Wu, you've dug your own grave this time." Su Ming smiled with satisfaction, picked up his phone, and sent a WeChat to Gu Shishir, "Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I'd still be in trouble." The reply came back quickly. "Gu Shishir, no big deal. If you're in trouble, of course I'd help." Gu Shishir, but since I did you such a big favor, how do you plan to thank me? Su Ming thought for a moment. I'll treat you to a meal. Gu Shishir, then I get to pick the time and place. Su Ming, fine. Gu Shishir, then it's settled. I'll make arrangements once you're back. Su Ming replied with a simple okay before turning off his phone. This time, he'd been able to deal with Lu Wu so easily not only because Lu Wu had underestimated him, but also because Gu Shishir had done him a huge favor. She'd procured a listening device for him. As for how it got planted, Su Ming had his own methods. Next came persuading the police to play along with his charade. That took quite a bit of persuasion on his part. Fortunately, we managed to persuade them. After all, they too wanted to bring these criminals to justice. Now it all came down to the police officer's capabilities. If they failed, the police captain, already burdened by the pressure of handling this case improperly, would likely be so furious he'd want to devour him alive. Su Ming shrank his neck in fear, clasped his hands together, and pleaded with every deity to ensure the captain's operation succeeded. So overcome with emotion, Su Ming stayed awake all night. When he woke the next morning, his eyes were ringed with dark circles. He looked utterly drained, as if a demon had sucked the life out of him. He opened the door listlessly, colliding head-on with Xiao Qingjing, who was just about to knock. Seeing him, Xiao Qingjing's eyes lit up. Hey, the cops are here. They specifically asked to see you. Something must have come up. Let's go check it out. Chapter 88, It's not that simple. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and his entire body seemed to be coated in wax, instantly glowing. Really? He looked at Xiao Qingjing with delight. Xiao Qingjing, would I lie to you? He grabbed Su Ming's arm and pulled him toward the exit. Xiao Zhou's already there. Come on, let's go too. These past days had been nerve-wracking for him. Now that the moment of truth had finally arrived, Xiao Qingjing couldn't wait any longer. Su Ming was equally anxious. He took off running, his pace even faster than Xiao Qingjing's. Within a few strides, he'd left Xiao Qingjing trailing behind. Xiao Qingjing shuffled his old legs to catch up. You little brat, slow down. Mr. Xiao, you need to hurry up. Su Ming said this, but his pace genuinely slowed down a bit. Once Xiao Qingjing caught up, the two continued onward. Within minutes, they arrived at the makeshift meeting room. Everyone was present: the police, Lu Wu, and even the man Lu Wu had assigned to keep a close eye on Su Ming. Unlike the others, however, he was handcuffed. He stood dejectedly to the side. Lu Wu's face was dark as night. Seeing this scene, Su Ming understood everything. Their plan had succeeded. Su Ming grinned, revealing a broad smile. Captain, looks like your operation was a success. Congratulations. Su Ming walked over cheerfully and shook hands with the captain. The captain beamed with delight. Thanks to your idea, we managed to capture old Seven smoothly. You're right, that kid was a real master of hiding. We searched for him for ages but couldn't find his hideout. If it weren't for your plan to lure the snake out of its hole, we'd still be busy. Su Ming chuckled. I was just looking out for myself. By the way, has the case been resolved yet? The captain's expression turned serious at the mention of business. We've confirmed it. The person who supplied them with the ancient artifacts was Old Seven, and his supplier was this guy. The captain pointed at the handcuffed man, then glanced at Lu Wu before turning back to Su Ming and lowering his voice. Our evidence only goes this far. The captain felt a pang of regret. Even they knew this wasn't as simple as it seemed. But this man had taken the fall for everything. Without further evidence pointing to Lu Wu, they couldn't touch him. Su Ming, however, didn't seem to mind. Given the Lu family's influence, even if Lu Wu were imprisoned, they could pull strings to get him out. As long as his name could be cleared, everything else. They could just find another opportunity later. Su Ming glanced at Lu Wu, who wore a sullen expression before slowly letting a defiant look cross his face. Su Ming ignored him completely. The man was taken away. As the boss, Lu Wu was also summoned for questioning and returned that evening. The moment the car pulled up, he spotted Su Ming. Su Ming stood by the roadside in casual attire, hands in his pockets, looking bored. He looked as though he'd been waiting for quite some time. Seeing him, Lu Wu's expression darkened further. He pressed his lips together, slammed the car door shut, and strode toward him. Su Ming, I really underestimated you. Well, you learned from your mistakes. This fall wasn't for nothing. Su Ming's eyes crinkled, his smile fake as he watched Lu Wu, infuriating him to the point of grinding his teeth. He glared at Su Ming with such venom it seemed the words were forced out through clenched teeth. Su Ming, I'll say it again, don't get too cocky. This time, I was careless and let you slip away. Next time, though, you won't be so lucky. With that, Lu Wu turned to leave. But Su Ming reached out and stopped him. Lu Wu halted, turning his head to glare coldly. Something else? Of course I do. Why else do you think I'm standing here, wasting my time in the cold wind? Su Ming dropped his hand with a look of disgust. He circled around Lu Wu, meeting his almost murderous glare, then chuckled. I just wanted to tell you, those who do evil will meet their own downfall. With that, Su Ming laughed loudly and walked away. Lu Wu's face darkened another shade. His fists clenched so tightly he could barely contain the urge to charge forward and punch Su Ming hard. This scoundrel had deliberately waited here just to mock him. How utterly despicable. But he shouldn't celebrate too soon. This time, he had lost. But next time, who wins and who loses? That was far from certain. Lu Wu glared darkly at Su Ming's retreating figure, grinding his teeth as he growled, "Su Ming, you just wait." In the days that followed, Su Ming's life returned to its previous monotony. The artifacts from the ancient tomb had been fully catalogued. After completing the appraisals and registrations, they prepared to return. The night before departure, Lin Guangyuan personally paid out of his own pocket to buy some braised delicacies from outside, treating them to a proper feast. Early the next morning, Su Ming drove back to Beijing with Xiao Chengjing and Zhou Gu in his car. On the way, Xiao Chengjing eagerly asked Zhou Gu, "You're free for the next few days, right?" Zhou Gu glanced at him and paused. "Nothing much." Xiao Chengjing's eyes lit up as he continued, "Then why don't we go straight to my place? I'll show you that book, The Chronicles of Great Zhou." Up front, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. That sounded so much like, "Let me show you my cat that does backflips." Xiao Qingjing's ears flushed crimson at the laughter, and he shot Su Ming a disapproving glare. Su Ming pretended not to notice, calmly shifting his gaze away. Xiao Chengjing. Zhou Gu watched their little exchange unfold. She curved her lips, smiling silently. "Alright then, I'd like to know too, does the Great Zhou truly exist?" Xiao Chengjing beamed, "Great, great. Let's go to the antique shop together. We'll look at books first, then after dinner, I'll personally walk you home." Zhou Gu gave him a faint, dismissive glance but didn't refuse. The car pulled up outside the antique shop. Su Ming got out to retrieve their luggage before heading inside. Inside, Zhao Jiwen, who had just returned from leave, heard the commotion and emerged from the back room. She greeted Xiao Chengjing and Zhou Gu before turning her head and spotting Su Ming. Seeing the luggage in his hands, she hurried over to help. Su Ming dodged her hand. "It's fine, it's not heavy." "Exactly," Xiao Chengjing chimed in, clearly still holding a grudge from earlier and eager to take this opportunity to give him a hard time. "This kid's got nothing better to do. Might as well give him some exercise." Su Ming turned back with a smile, "You're right. I can't compare to you, old Xiao, young at heart despite your age." The last 4 words were delivered with such profound meaning. Xiao Chengjing fumed, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. Even then, he turned back to explain to Zhou Gu, "Little Zhou, don't listen to his nonsense. Am I that kind of person? This is called old in years but young at heart, it's a sign of good health and vitality." Zhou Gu replied, his expression unchanged. "You don't need to tell me that. Xiao Chengjing." He deflated instantly. Zhou Gu's words were clearly distancing himself. All because of that brat Su Ming. He'd disrupted his plans and ruined his scheme. Seeing Su Ming come down, Xiao Qingjing's eyes blazed with fury. "Su Ming!" He shouted at Su Ming, his face flushed with anger. Chapter 89, The Bet. Hearing the call, Su Ming turned back in confusion. "Old Xiao, what is it?" "Yes." Xiao Chengjing bellowed with full force, "You're treating us to dinner." Su Ming smiled. "Sure thing. Where should we go?" "You guys pick the place, I'll cover it." In the end, it was Zhao Jiwen who chose the place. Su Ming drove them to Xiangyue Tower. They walked straight to their reserved table and sat down one after another. They ordered dishes and chatted while eating. When the conversation turned to Su Ming's wrongful accusation, Zhao Jiwen's delicate brows knitted tightly. "What happened next? How did you handle it?" "What else could I do? That rascal set a trap for the 3rd young master of the Lu family and got him caught in it." Xiao Qingjing recounted the rest of the story with amusement. Hearing this, Zhao Jiwen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Chengjing asked, "Were you worried about him?" "Huh?" Zhao Jiwen glanced at Su Ming and gave an embarrassed smile. "Su Ming studies under me, so he's practically my student. He was slandered, of course I worry as his teacher." "Is that all it is, a teacher's concern?" Xiao Chengjing grinned, winking suggestively. He clearly intended to press her for answers. A blush spread across Zhao Jiwen's cheeks. She lowered her head, too embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Su Ming stepped in to defuse the tension. "Jiwen and I are both teacher and friend. What's wrong with her caring about me?" "What, old Xiao wants someone to care about him too?" He shot a meaningful glance toward Zhou Gu. Xiao Chengjing instantly bristled. "Get out of here. How could I possibly be the same as you?" After speaking, he cautiously observed Zhou Gu's expression. Seeing no sign of rejection, he exhaled in relief. He then obligingly picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and placed it on Su Ming's plate, his tone gentle. "This is your favorite. Eat more." His gaze shifted back to Su Ming. His tone grew earnest. "Su, don't mind an old man like me butting in. In this life, it's rare to find someone who truly cares for you. Learn to cherish it." Su Ming understood perfectly well Xiao Chengjing was still trying to match him up with Zhao Jiwen. But his thoughts drifted to Zhou Zhirua. He'd been gone for so many days, would Zhou Zhirua miss him? The thought of her made Su Ming restless. He longed to return at once. To see if there was a letter from Zhou Zhirua by the incense burner. But he certainly couldn't leave just yet. Su Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his inner urgency. He gave a faint smile and changed the subject. Beside him, Zhao Jiwen's eyes instinctively welled up with tears. Su Ming? A furious exclamation exploded beside Su Ming and the others. You bastard, you actually dare show your face before me. Su Ming looked up. Oh, Mr. Wu, Su Ming raised an eyebrow with a smile. Just got out of prison? Those 5 words shattered Wu Sen's composure instantly. His hand shot out instinctively, grabbing Su Ming's collar. When the hell did I go to jail? Say that again. The next second, Wu Sen let out a piercing scream. His hand jerked back as if electrocuted, then shook violently several times. He looked like he was in agony. No, it was definitely painful. Su Ming held a windproof lighter in his hand, flicking it open and closed. The orange flame flickered on and off. Wu Sen could almost feel the searing pain of the flame burning his skin. His face paled. Su Ming leaned back leisurely in the sofa, playing with the lighter as he regarded him with a faint, ambiguous smile. You didn't actually serve time in prison. It was merely attempted burglary, resulting in a few days of detention. Anyway, your Wu family has a bit of money and influence, so getting you out wasn't hard. But if you've sunk so low as to steal from other people's homes, has your family gone bankrupt? Bull. Your family's the one that went bankrupt. Wu Sen's anger surged within him. But he dared not raise his hand again. He feared Su Ming would brand him with the lighter again. He could only stand there, glaring viciously at Su Ming and hurling curses. After finishing his tirade, Wu Sen's eyes darted around, and suddenly he broke into a smile. His laughter made Su Ming frown. Are you crazy? They were in the middle of a heated argument, yet he was laughing. What the hell was he laughing at? Wu Sen ignored him, snorting with a chuckle. Su Ming, last time was my bad luck. This time, let's have a real showdown. Whoever loses gets to pick one thing from the other's house. You up for it? Oh, I see. Su Ming nodded. Last time you failed to sneak into my house. This time you want to walk right in, huh? Xiao Qingjing's gaze toward him instantly changed. Pfft, shameless. Wu Sen's face darkened, about to retort, when Su Ming spoke up. Too bad. I don't want to bet with you. Wu Sen's attention shifted instantly. He looked at Su Ming with mockery. What? Afraid of losing? I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your promise if you lose. The Wu family is practically bankrupt. Even if I win, I won't get anything worthwhile. When he mentioned the Wu family is bankrupt, Su Ming deliberately raised his voice so those around could hear clearly. Those who had noticed the commotion earlier immediately began whispering with their neighbors. Wu Sen's face darkened as he bellowed, Bull. My family is perfectly fine. I bet you're just too scared to take me on, so you're spreading rumors about me. Su Ming, if you don't dare to bet, you won't be leaving here peacefully today. Hey, you little. Xiao Chengjing was about to speak when Su Ming quickly silenced him. He then turned to Wu Sen. What do you want to bet on? Only then did Wu Sen crack a smile. He moved his lips and uttered 2 words. Horseback riding. Su Ming frowned and shook his head immediately. Choose something else. Anyone who's ever hung out with me knows I don't touch horses, let alone ride them. You think you have a choice? As Wu Sen finished speaking, Zhao Jiwen interjected, if we're having a competition, it should be something we can actually compete at. Su Ming can't ride horses, yet you insist on this event. Aren't you deliberately picking on him? So what if I am? Wu Sen feared no one present. He fixed Su Ming with a threatening stare. If you refuse, you and I can stay out of it. But the others? His gaze swept maliciously over Xiao Chengjing and the others. 2 old farts and a woman, they were practically at his mercy. Xiao Qingjing's face darkened. Kid, don't get too cocky. Zhou Gu frowned. The Wu family? Which Wu family? Amir Jr. speaking with such arrogance. Wu Sen snorted coldly. I'm more than enough to handle all of you. Hold on. Bullying the old and weak? What kind of man does that make you? It's just a horse race, isn't it? I accept. Name the time and place. I'll meet you there. Seeing the situation spiraling toward danger, Su Ming quickly stepped forward to accept the challenge. This was precisely the outcome Wu Sen had sought. Maple Forest Stables. 3 days from now. Agreed. Only then did Wu Sen leave, satisfied. The moment he was gone, Xiao Chengjing glared at Su Ming. Why didn't you let me speak? Do you look down on me, you little punk? Zhao Jiwen looked worried. Wu Sen is clearly bullying you. You shouldn't have agreed. Even if he's rich and powerful, this is a society governed by law. Why should we fear him? Little Su, don't go. We 2 old guys can still protect you, Zhou Gu added. Chapter 90, Longing. Exactly, Xiao Chengjing served Zhou Gu a portion with his chopsticks, speaking with obvious distaste. The Wu family? We've never even heard of them. How could we let them slap us in the face? Listen to Professor Zhou, don't go. I'll give him the cold shoulder, and he won't dare do anything to you. Zhou Gu nodded. Doubt flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Xiao Chengjing and Zhou Gu's tone was surprisingly calm. As if the Wu family were utterly insignificant. In the capital, while the Wu family's status wasn't particularly high, they were certainly well known. They might not be at the very top, but they were far above the rest. They were a force many looked up to. How could Xiao Changjing make such a bold claim? Surely not based on his professorship alone. Xiao. Su Ming pondered for a moment, his gaze suddenly sharpening. He snapped his head up, meeting Xiao Qingjing's gaze head-on. That cheerful gaze made Su Ming's heart skip a beat. Suddenly, he smiled. Thank you, Elder Xiao, but this isn't your concern. One Wusun can't do anything to me. Su Ming waved dismissively. Zhao Jiwen's brows furrowed even deeper. But didn't you say you couldn't ride a horse? Zhao Jiwen's voice trailed off. A moment later, she turned her head to Su Ming with utter disbelief. You wouldn't be planning to learn horseback riding in these 3 days, would you? Su Ming burst into laughter. You've got to be kidding me. Su Ming laughed until tears nearly streamed from his eyes. Even if he could learn in 3 days, there was no way he could defeat Wu Sen. Meeting Zhao Jiwen's worried gaze, Su Ming composed himself and reassured her. Alright, Sister Jiwen, don't worry. I have my own plan. Wu Sen won't win. Trust me. Su Ming looked at Zhao Jiwen with complete sincerity, trying to convince her of his words. Zhao Jiwen. Her face flushed instantly. Whether she believed him or not was another matter. Su Ming blinked, his gaze fixed intently on her, making her heart pound like a drum. She almost awkwardly looked away. In a futile attempt to cover her embarrassment, she picked up her chopsticks, grabbed something without looking, and instinctively brought it to her mouth. A fiery heat shot straight to her scalp, making her cough violently. Su Ming sighed, handing her a glass of water. I tried to warn you earlier that was chilly. But you ate too fast, I didn't get the chance. Zhao Jiwen coughed until tears streamed down her face. Taking the water, she managed to squeeze out a thank you before lifting the cup to drink. Across from them, Xiao Changjing watched them with a look of pure gossipy curiosity. After the meal, Su Ming walked everyone home one by one. Once everyone was safely home, his longing to return felt utterly uncontrollable. If not for the city speed limits, he might have driven like a maniac. He raced like the wind straight to the Su family's ancestral home. The old house remained exactly as he had left it, not a single change. Only a thin layer of dust had settled over it. Su Ming didn't even bother changing his shoes. He headed straight for his bedroom and opened the safe with a nervous feeling. Inside, he found several scattered notes. Su Ming was overjoyed. His heart, which had been in his throat, instantly dropped. He eagerly reached in, picking up each note one by one and reading them carefully. Each note contained only a few words. Su Ming, have you returned? The method you suggested is excellent, it's already showing initial results. Are you very busy? When will you be back? Remember to write back when you return. There were about 7 or 8 such notes. Su Ming read through them one by one. Though they contained only a few words, they made Su Ming's heart leap with excitement. Even though Zhou Jiruo's notes contained not a single word expressing longing for him, every single word conveyed a message to Su Ming. Zhou Jiruo was thinking of him. She was thinking of him. These days, he too thought of Zhou Jiruo constantly. Especially at night. Each time their correspondence period arrived, he would wonder, was Zhou Jiruo thinking of him as much as he was thinking of her? And these notes provided him with the answer. A smile involuntarily spread across Su Ming's lips. Clutching the note, he picked up the incense burner and turned to leave the room. He walked into the living room, grabbed a random towel, wiped a clean spot on the table, then sat down and picked up his brush to begin writing. I'm back. This was the first note he placed in the incense burner. He desperately wanted Zhou Jiruo to know he had returned. With a soft pop, the note vanished into the incense burner. Great Zhou. Zhou Jiruo sat reading memorials. The faintly yellow candlelight cast a cold, sharp glow upon her brows and eyes. Her lowered eyelids concealed an endless sharpness. One might inadvertently overlook her gender, instinctively lowering their gaze upon sight and assuming a posture of submission. Yet this sovereign, upon hearing a faint sound, instantly lit up with a spring-like glow in her eyes. The icy aura surrounding her vanished in an instant. She lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with delight as she looked toward her dragon bed. That sound. It had been days since it last sounded. He's back? A smile instantly spread across Zhou Jiruo's face. She set down her brush, sprang to her feet, and hurried toward the bed. Opening the secret compartment, she found a note lying outside the incense burner. She snatched it up. Just 4 simple words, yet they made Zhou Jiruo's entire being glow with radiance. She clutched the note to her chest as if it were a priceless treasure. He really has returned. Zhou Jiruo's heart overflowed with joy. She reached out, picked up the incense burner, and trotted back to the imperial desk. She placed the incense burner on the table. Pushing aside the memorials, she sat down and immediately took out blank paper to begin writing a reply. You're finally back. What important matter kept you away for so long? Su Ming glanced at the paper, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. Nothing major. I merely accompanied someone on a journey to study for a while. If you insist on calling it significant, it would be the matter concerning Lu Wu. Su Ming paused, then gave Zhou Jiruo a rough account of the events that had unfolded during his absence. Finally, he asked, how are things on your end? Before he returned, Zhou Zhirua had only mentioned that initial progress had been made. Beyond that, Su Ming knew nothing more. Now he was genuinely curious to learn what kind of results his methods had yielded. Zhou Zhirua held the paper, reading it with great interest. Perhaps fearing she might not understand, he had added explanations after certain words and phrases. Seeing Su Ming's thoughtful gesture, Zhou Zhirua felt even warmer inside. She picked up her brush and wrote, "Reclaiming land from the lake takes time. We won't see results this year. But the land reclamation project is already underway smoothly. I've instructed the Minister of Revenue to produce fertilizer according to your method. I'm confident that by the next harvest, we'll surely reap a greater bounty." Now she no longer worried much about the grain shortage. Yet with no major results visible yet, there was still some criticism of this method from outside. But there was no need for Su Ming to know about these matters. After finishing her report, Zhou Zhirua briefly mentioned the situation in neighboring countries. The barbarian tribes, having received their benefits, withdrew their troops early. In contrast, Western Chu and Northern D maintained a hesitant, watchful stance. They seemed reluctant to leave. Chapter 91, Regret. Upon reading the final line, Su Ming's heart leapt into his throat. He hurriedly sent a letter to inquire. Are they trying to take advantage of the chaos? Take advantage of the chaos? Zhou Zhirua pondered for a moment, then smiled. That phrase fits perfectly. She too sensed that the Western Chu and Northern D tribes harbored lingering resentment. But they dared not act rashly. After the barbarians departed, Wang Ben immediately deployed his forces around the royal capital. This served two purposes, to safeguard her safety and to send a deterrent message to Western Chu and Northern D. Though the effect was limited, it at least signaled the Great Zhou's stance. Constrained by the barbarian tribe's watchful eyes, they dared not openly sever ties with the Great Zhou. Thus, Zhou Zhirua surmised they might be scheming to seize this opportunity to extract further advantages for their own nations. Of course, Zhou Zhirua would not let them succeed. She shared her reasoning with Su Ming. After reading it, Su Ming silently breathed a sigh of relief for her. Before long, the incense burner sounded again. The noise was quite loud. At least it wasn't the sound of letters being exchanged. He looked over in confusion. With a soft pop, a neatly folded set of cloth emerged from the incense burner. With a crisp thud, it landed steadily on the tea table. Beneath it lay an exquisitely crafted redwood tray gilded with gold. Su Ming froze. What is this? What was going on? He hadn't heard Zhou Zhirua mention she was going to ask him a question. Out of the blue, why was she suddenly giving him something? And it was fabric. But this fabric looked incredibly luxurious. A pure black base, woven with some unknown material that created countless silver glints. Under the glare of the incandescent light, it was dazzling. It resembled the Milky Way flowing across the heavens. Su Ming had seen his share of fine things before. But something this exquisite? He'd never laid eyes on its like. Su Ming stared in awe, instinctively reaching out to pick up the fabric. The fabric felt soft and smooth to the touch, clearly the finest silk. As he unfolded it, Su Ming realized it wasn't just a piece of fabric. It was an entire outfit. Not just garments, but accessories too. Each piece had been meticulously coordinated. Anyone following the instructions could effortlessly put the entire ensemble together. Su Ming stared at the outfit in shock, momentarily forgetting to breathe. After a long while, he finally murmured in awe, so beautiful. So beautiful he couldn't bear to touch them. He wished he could find a transparent display case to place them inside, protecting them carefully. Su Ming held the garments aloft in excitement, examining them thoroughly from top to bottom, inside and out. Only then did he notice another piece of paper lying beside the incense burner. Surely this paper contained the reason Zhou Zhirua had given him this garment. Su Ming carefully folded the garment and placed it on the tray. Only then did he turn his attention to the letter. In her sharp, decisive handwriting, Zhou Zhirua wrote, "This is the gift I promised you earlier. Do you like it? It was finished quite some time ago. But I got so busy then that I completely forgot about it. By the time I remembered, you had already left for your studies, so I can only give it to you now." Su Ming hurriedly replied, "I love it. No one dislikes beauty. Men are no exception. Especially when it's such a gorgeous outfit. And so exquisitely luxurious." If he said he didn't like it, he'd feel guilty himself. Zhou Zhirua held the letter, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Her upturned eyes seemed to hold sweet honey, filling her heart with warmth. "I'm glad you like it." When she had sent it over earlier, she had felt a flicker of anxiety. She'd feared Su Ming might dislike it. Now, she could finally relax. But Zhou Zhirua lifted her brush, and a hint of regret flickered in her arched brows. She wrote with undeniable regret, "It's a pity I won't be able to see you wearing it." Between them lay endless time and space. Unseen, untouchable. The only link between them was this incense burner. Before, Zhou Zhirua hadn't thought about it, but now, she suddenly realized how wonderful it would be if she could see Su Ming with her own eyes. Even just one glance. Just one glance, and she would be content. The paper fluttered into the incense burner, carrying Zhou Jiruo's profound regret as it traversed time and space to reach Su Ming. Su Ming stared at the words on the paper, his heart twisting in pain. It felt like an invisible hand had clenched around his heart. A bitter ache spread through him. Clutching the paper, Su Ming's thoughts churned endlessly. He knew he could never let Zhou Jiruo truly see him. But he had photos. He could send her a photo, letting her see him. That way, he could fulfill her wish. Yes, that's exactly what he'd do. Su Ming's mood instantly lightened. He immediately placed an order online for an instant camera. He also ordered a printer and a computer. These would come in handy when he needed to write extensively. But the most urgent matter now was cleaning the old house. Though the dust was thin, Su Ming couldn't stand it. Sleeping amidst the dust was out of the question. With important items stored in the old house, hiring a long-term housekeeper was impractical. So he had no choice but to hire temporary housekeeping. But the housekeeper wouldn't be available until tomorrow. Today, he'd have to roll up his sleeves and at least clear out a spot where he could sleep. This tidying up took over an hour. By the time Su Ming finished his work, the clock had already struck midnight. Fortunately, Xiao Chengjing, mindful of his recent hard work, granted him 2 days off to rest properly. This meant he wouldn't have to drag himself out of bed early the next day. He slept soundly until late morning. He ordered takeout, hired a housekeeper, and after eating, the old mansion felt completely refreshed. Su Ming felt refreshed and invigorated. Since he was feeling so cheerful, why not do something even more uplifting? Su Ming grabbed a contract and drove off cheerfully. He headed straight for the Li Corporation. Arriving at the main gate of Li Corporation, he was, unsurprisingly, stopped by security. "Sir, this is Li Group. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter." Su Ming smiled. He held up the contract in his hand and gestured, "Take a look." The guard glanced at the contract, his expression abruptly shifting. He immediately lowered his hand and apologized, "My apologies, sir. I didn't recognize you as a shareholder of the company. Please excuse my mistake. After you. No hard feelings. After all, this is my first time here too." Su Ming felt quite satisfied inside. He couldn't resist adding a few boastful remarks. The guard waved him through, and Su Ming strode confidently inside. Unbeknownst to him, outside the main gate, a young man wearing glasses watched his retreating figure, kicking himself in regret. With the contract in hand, Su Ming had free rein throughout the Li Corporation. After inquiring about Li Ji's whereabouts, Su Ming took the elevator straight to the top floor. At that moment, Li Ji remained completely unaware. He had just finished a call with a business partner, confirming their collaboration. Every wrinkle on his face radiated joy. But the next second, his joy vanished. Someone had walked in without permission. Worse still, they completely ignored him, plopping down onto the nearby sofa. Li Ji stared at him with a dark, expressionless face. Chapter 92, Shearing the Sheep. Li Ji recognized this man. Su Ming, the young master of the Su family, once Beijing's most prestigious aristocratic clan. A second-generation playboy who knew nothing but eating, drinking, and carousing. What was he doing here? Li Ji frowned at him, his tone icy. "Su Ming, you barged into my office without an appointment. Do you believe I could call someone right now to throw you out?" Su Ming smiled. He settled into the sofa with leisurely ease, crossed his legs, and folded his hands together on his knees. "Mr. Li, care to guess why I can sit here without a hitch?" Li Ji had no patience for guessing games. He threatened directly, "I'll make sure everyone who let you in today gets fired. You. Get out. Now." Li Ji pointed toward the door, his voice icy. Su Ming burst into laughter. He shifted his posture and tossed the documents he was holding onto the coffee table in front of him. "Mr. Li, why don't you take a look at this before you speak?" "Nothing you show me matters," Li Ji said coldly, staring at him. "Are you leaving? If not, I'll call my people." "Go ahead then." Su Ming spread his hands helplessly. He couldn't help but think this man was truly stubborn. The reason was right in front of him, yet he stubbornly refused to even glance at it. If he wanted to call for help, let him call. Su Ming was eager to see who dared kick him out today. His brazen, fearless demeanor made Li Ji's eyes blaze with fury. Gritting his teeth, he dialed his secretary's extension and bellowed into the phone. "What the hell do I pay you for? Letting just anyone in like this? Looks like you don't want your jobs anymore. Get your asses in here and throw him out." The volume was so deafening it nearly hurt Su Ming's ears. Unfazed, Su Ming remained seated on the sofa, idly picking his ear with his pinky finger. The next moment, the door to the president's office swung open abruptly. The secretary he'd encountered in the hallway moments earlier reappeared before Su Ming. The secretary spotted him too. Li Jia, his face dark, pointed at Su Ming and barked at the secretary, "Get him out of here." The secretary looked as if she wanted to say something but held back. This infuriated Li Ji. He strode around his desk, glaring coldly at the secretary. "What? Can't I give you orders anymore?" "No, President, he's a shareholder." The secretary kept it brief. Li Ji's expression froze. He asked incredulously, "What? President, Mr. Su is a shareholder of the company. He possesses the company's shareholding certificate. I verified it myself. It's genuine. He holds a total of 10% equity. The secretary dutifully explained to Li Ji. Li Ji felt as if struck by lightning. What had he just heard? How could Su Ming possibly be a shareholder of Li Corporation? And holding a 10% stake? How could he have heard absolutely nothing about such a major development? Su Ming sat on the sofa, savoring the look on Li Ji's face as it changed. When he felt the time was right, Su Ming finally spoke with a smile. Mr. Li, didn't I just say earlier that you should look at it before speaking? You didn't believe me. Now, do you still want to take another look? He tapped the contract in front of him. Li Ji finally sensed something was amiss. Pressing his lips together, he strode over to the coffee table, picked up the contract, and began examining it closely. The more he read, the more furious he became. When he finished, Li Ji glared at Su Ming, his eyes blazing. Where did you get these shares? From your son, of course. He lost them to me. Su Ming kindly explained it to him. He even produced the bet agreement bearing their thumbprints. It clearly detailed the entire sequence of events. After reading it, Li Ji felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, his secretary acted swiftly, catching him before he hit the floor. But Li Ji was furious. That good-for-nothing bastard. Playing with antiques is one thing, but betting company shares? How could I have sired such a worthless son? Li Ji's hands trembled as he shouted at his secretary, Go! Get that good-for-nothing back here immediately. I'll beat the hell out of that good-for-nothing son of a... 10% of the shares. Even with all the Li family's shares combined, they only held 35%. Losing this 10% stake meant the Li family could still control Li Corporation, but their position would become precarious. If Su Ming got hot-headed and transferred those 10% shares away, Li Corporation would effectively change its banner, alter its banner, and change its name. Li Ji was so furious his hands trembled. The secretary wasted no time, rushing out to make the call. Su Ming sat on the sofa across from him, observing coldly. He had little interaction with the Li family. But he'd heard plenty of rumors about the father and son. Summed up in 4 words. The father was ruthless, the son was foolish. The Li Corporation had reached its current position through no shortage of shady dealings. But Su Ming didn't care. He cared only about how much profit he could secure this time. Su Ming watched Li Ji with unhurried composure. When Li Ji finally regained his composure, he lifted his head, his eyes fixed on Su Ming like those of a ferocious wolf. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, What do you want? Su Ming smiled slowly. That question should be mine to ask you. With the shares in his hands, Li Ji would undoubtedly find a way to reclaim them. Now it was just a matter of seeing what price he was willing to pay. Li Ji instantly grasped his meaning. After a moment's thought, he said, 1.5 times. I'll pay 1.5 times the market price to buy back these shares. How about that? Su Ming frowned. 1.5 times it sounded substantial. Compared to the entire Li Corporation, the sum isn't even a drop in the bucket, is it? Su Ming declined politely. Having decided to fleece the sheep, he wouldn't hold back. Li Ji's face darkened. Young man, don't get too cocky. The price I'm offering you is absolutely fair. But I haven't made any profit either. Su Ming spread his hands. Besides, these shares belong to your son. You practically shoved them into my hands. Now that you want them back, you can't expect to get them without paying a little blood money, can you? Li Ji's face darkened as he pressed his lips together. After a moment, as if making a decision, Li Ji ground out through clenched teeth 3 times. Su Ming smiled. Deal. Li Ji, his face still dark, ordered the finance department to transfer the funds. Before long, the money arrived in the account. Su Ming watched the newly added funds in his account, his smile radiant as spring sunshine. Mr. Li is indeed straightforward. I've received the money, so I'll return your shares. I'm leaving now. No need for you to see me off, Mr. Li. Su Ming strode out of the office, feeling triumphant. Li Ji watched his retreating figure, so enraged he grabbed a decorative item from the desk and smashed it violently onto the floor. Just then, Li Kunping returned. He pushed open the door and saw Li Ji seething with rage inside. His neck jerked back in fear. His voice trembled as he called out, Dad! His feet, however, remained planted firmly in place, unable to take another step forward. Li Ji turned his head at the sound. Seeing Li Kunpeng, Li Ji let out a grinding, mocking laugh. He raised his head, pointing at Li Kunpeng. Li Kuan Pang. Li Kunpeng's body jerked, and he instinctively turned to run. But Li Ji was faster. In a few strides, he reached the doorway. Lifting his leg, Li Ji delivered a flying kick to Li Kunpeng's backside, sending him crashing into the hallway. Chapter 93, My money isn't that easy to take. The people who had been in the hallway moments ago immediately turned and retreated into the nearest office. They casually closed the door behind them. In the hallway, Li Ji, his face flushed with rage, strode toward Li Kunpeng. You bastard! You dared to mess around with the shares. Today, I'll beat you to a pulp. Li Kuanping recoiled in terror. When he heard the mention of shares, he dared not utter a single word. He knew Su Ming must have come. Watching Li Ji pull out his belt, he could only shiver and beg for mercy. "Dad, I was tricked by him. Believe me, this really wasn't my intention." But Li Ji wouldn't listen. He grabbed the belt and whipped Li Kuanping mercilessly. Li Kuanping clutched his head and wailed. The corridor fell deathly quiet, not a soul daring to show their face. When Li Ji finally calmed down, he looked at Li Kuanping, covered in bruises and wounds, and kicked him angrily. "Get up! Come inside with me." Li Kuanping let out a pitiful "oh." He slowly crawled to his feet, his voice raspy, and followed Li Ji into the office. Once inside, Li Ji dialed the intercom and instructed his secretary to prepare some first aid supplies. After all, he was his own son. No matter how furious he was, he couldn't possibly take his life. Hanging up the phone, Li Ji pointed to the seat opposite him and commanded, "Sit down." Li Kuanping obediently sat down. Li Ji glared at him and continued his orders. "Starting today, you'll stay right under my nose. Work your ass off for me, or I'll cut off every penny and kick you out of the Li family." That way, he wouldn't risk selling the company behind his back someday. Li Kuanping understood. He dared not utter another word. After dealing with Li Kuanping, Li Ji picked up his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Li Ji cut straight to the point. "You know Su Ming, right?" Whatever the other party said. After a pause, Li Ji continued, "He swindled my money. Get it back for me. As for how you do it, that's up to you. Just don't drag me into it." With that, he hung up. On the other end, Li Kuanping shrank his neck. Outwardly, he looked utterly cowed, but inwardly, he was secretly delighted. He knew his father wasn't the type to take a loss. Su Ming had the nerve to come looking for his dad to get something back? That was like a birthday boy hanging himself. He must be tired of living. Su Ming, who clearly had a death wish, clutched his hot money and drove out from beneath the Li building. No sooner had he passed the gate than he was stopped. Seeing the figure suddenly dart out, Su Ming slammed on the brakes in fright. By the time he reacted, the man had already rushed to the car door, grabbed hold of it, and peered through the window with an ingratiating expression. "Young Master Su, I've been waiting for you. How about we talk?" Su Ming stared in disbelief. "You've been waiting here for me this whole time?" "Yes." Song Zhao clung tightly to the door handle. "Open the door. Let's talk." Su Ming remained expressionless. "We have nothing to talk about." "TSK, how could there not be? You didn't get those shares, did you? Here's the deal, hand over that wager to me. I'll handle it for you. Afterwards, just give me a little something for my trouble." "What do you say?" Su Ming didn't think it was a good idea. Besides, he already had what he needed. He didn't require Song Zhao's assistance. "Let go of the handle. I've got things to do. No time to waste here chatting nonsense with you." Su Ming tilted his chin toward him. "Just let go." "No way." Not only did Song Zhao refuse to let go, he tightened his grip even more. His entire body, most of his weight pressed against the car, made it clear that if Su Ming wouldn't let him in, he intended to stay glued there. Su Ming felt utterly exasperated. He stared at the other man, utterly speechless. "How can you be so unreasonable? This isn't being unreasonable. I'm just trying to help you. Of course, I'll earn a little extra for my trouble." Song Zhao's first sentence was delivered with righteous indignation, but his expression turned ingratiating as soon as he uttered the second. Su Ming couldn't fathom why this man had singled him out. But he was about to disappoint Song Zhao. Su Ming pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and held the screen toward him. "See? I've already sold the shares back to him, and the money's in the account. If you were counting on this for profit, you can forget it. Now, can you let go of my car door?" Song Zhao craned his neck, pressing his face against the window. Staring at the text message, his face twisted into an expression of utter disbelief. Li Ji is so stingy. How could he possibly spend that much money to buy back the shares? That's completely out of character for him. Su Ming couldn't care less whether he was willing or not. The money was already in hand, everything else was none of his concern. Seizing the moment while Song Zhao was distracted, Su Ming slammed the gas pedal and sped off. Song Zhao watched the car speed away, a flash of disappointment crossing his face. But he wouldn't give up. Song Zhao glanced back at the Li building, his gaze darkening. Moments later, he too turned and left. Su Ming drove for quite a distance before pulling over to a spot. He took out his phone, intending to find a reputable law firm. He wanted to start a company, but he himself was unfamiliar with the procedures. Moreover, he needed a professional to help him avoid unnecessary risks. Unfortunately, his existing network lacked such contacts. Now he could only search online. Before long, he actually found one. It wasn't far from where he was. According to online reviews, this law firm was highly professional, especially in the commercial sector, having handled several major cases. It seemed perfect for him. Su Ming opened the navigation app and soon arrived at the building housing the law firm. Following the directions, he went up to the third floor. The hallway was narrow. The office space felt even more cramped. The door stood wide open. Standing at the entrance, Su Ming could hear the commotion inside. It sounded like a fight, mixed with the clatter of things being smashed. Su Ming's footsteps halted. Without a second thought, he turned and walked away. He was only looking for a lawyer, not trying to be a hero, and certainly didn't want to get involved in trouble. But the moment he turned, a dark figure burst out from inside. Spotting Su Ming, he instinctively charged toward him. Then he grabbed Su Ming and started running. Hey, hey! What are you doing? Stumbling from the sudden tug, Su Ming scrambled to keep up. The man dragged him along, never looking back as he dashed into the alley across the street. After weaving through 7 turns and 8 twists, they managed to shake off the pursuers. Looking at Su Ming, who was panting like a dog, He-jin gave an embarrassed smile. Sorry about that. These guys are too aggressive, they beat anyone they see. I didn't want to drag you into trouble, so I just grabbed you and ran. Su Ming looked up, utterly speechless. Did you do something shady to deserve this treatment? At that remark, He-jin bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. No way. Then why are they beating you? Su Ming remained skeptical. He-jin gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. Well, a while back, a client hired me to handle a case, but he withheld crucial information from me. We lost the lawsuit because of it. He wasn't happy, so he sent people to cause trouble. That's all? Su Ming still didn't believe it. Chapter 94, He-jin. He-jin glared. That's exactly it. Believe it or not, it's the truth. By the way, what do you want with me? He looked at Su Ming. Su Ming. Suddenly, he didn't feel like talking. This guy didn't seem entirely trustworthy. He-jin seemed to sense his hesitation. He chuckled a few times and said with a carefree expression, Go ahead and tell me. Just treat it as casual conversation. Does small talk cost money? He-jin chuckled, no charge for casual chat. Su Ming understood. Meaning, if it wasn't casual chit-chat, it would cost him. Fine, he'd ask. After that sprint, his whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. He couldn't leave for a while anyway, so he might as well take the opportunity. With that thought in mind, Su Ming asked, I want to start a company. Could you walk me through the process? He-jin's eyes lit up. Then he covered his mouth with his hand and cleared his throat. Question. What kind of company do you want to start? Ancient artifact research and appraisal. Su Ming blurted out. He had already decided on the company's direction. It was only because he hadn't finalized it earlier that he hadn't taken action. And so it had dragged on until now. After listening, He-jin replied, simply establishing a company involves straightforward procedures, just comply with the provisions of the company law. This includes having shareholders meeting the statutory minimum, securing capital, and registering the company name and address, among other requirements. Do you have these? He looked at Su Ming. Su Ming nodded. Of course I do. He had prepared all of this long ago. He-jin's eyes lit up. He nudged closer to Su Ming and said, then all you need to do is submit an application to the relevant department. Of course, if you don't want to handle it yourself, you can leave it to me. What do you say? Su Ming turned his head to look at him. Honestly, the suggestion appealed to him. But Su Ming wasn't entirely at ease. Especially after witnessing the scene where he was chased and beaten, his unease only deepened. Just as he was about to shake his head, a business card appeared before him. Here's my card with my contact info. Rest assured, you can add me on WeChat right now. Pay me only after I've handled everything. He pulled out his phone and displayed the QR code. He looked at Su Ming with genuine sincerity. Su Ming's heart softened. He pulled out his phone, scanned the code, and added him as a contact. Finally, he handed over the documents as well. As for the documents, he planned to transfer the payment directly from his account later. He wasn't worried about being scammed. After finalizing the arrangements, Su Ming drove to the old family home. The order placed yesterday had already been delivered. Su Ming picked them up on his way home and unpacked each package. He spent some time arranging each item in its proper place. Finally, he picked up the Polaroid camera and began fiddling with it. Following the manual, he quickly mastered the technique. Returning to the bedroom, he put on the carefully laid out clothes, struck a pose, and stood at the chosen angle to take the shot. With a soft click, the photo slowly emerged. Su Ming's eyes lit up. He grabbed the hem of his clothes and hurried over to the camera, picking up the photo to examine it closely. The person in the photo looked young and handsome. Dressed in dark-colored garments, he radiated an air of distinction simply by standing there, captivating enough to command attention. Su Ming was thoroughly satisfied. Then he took out the incense burner and tossed the photo straight inside. Now, all that remained was to wait for Zhou Jiruo's response. Su Ming sat at the table, growing increasingly restless. He had no idea how Zhou Jiruo would react upon seeing this photo. At the same time, he felt uneasy, wondering if this photograph might have some adverse effect on history. The item was already in the incense burner. It was too late for regrets. He couldn't deny that he'd acted impulsively. Ever since the idea had struck him yesterday, his mind had been in a state of constant excitement. There was simply no energy left to ponder other matters. Once the task was completed, he found himself pondering it. He had been a bit impulsive. But since it was already done, Su Ming's regrets were useless. Rather than fret here, he might as well occupy himself with something else to pass the time. Based on past experience, Zhou Jiruo likely wouldn't respond so quickly. So Su Ming picked up a book, settled his mind, and began flipping through its pages slowly. He wanted to start a company, one related to ancient artifacts. To do that, he needed to understand business management and gain knowledge about ancient artifacts and the cultures of different dynasties. Honestly, for a carefree second-generation heir like him to sit down and quietly read a book was something he'd never have imagined before. Yet now, he was engrossed in his reading. After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound suddenly reached Su Ming's ears, pulling his attention away from the book. He instinctively turned his head. A single sheet of paper was drifting through the air, slowly descending. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and reached out. He caught the paper steadily. He brought it back to examine it. A line of words was written in bold, sweeping strokes. "Is this you? How can paintings from your era be so vivid?" Even without seeing her face, Su Ming could sense Zhou Jiruo's astonishment through the strokes. He chuckled. "Clear? That's putting it mildly. If Zhou Jiruo were here now, he could demonstrate right then and there what true skill looked like. Of course, that was merely a fantasy." He set the book down and replied with a smile, "This is a photograph, not a painting. The dress is beautiful, I really like it." "Thank you." He tossed it into the incense burner. On the other side of the incense burner, Zhou Jiruo cradled the photograph, unable to put it down. She kept wondering what kind of person was on the other side of the incense burner. She never imagined he would be so young. And so strikingly handsome. Zhou Jiruo's heart began to pound wildly. When she saw Su Ming's reply, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward. She picked up her pen and began to write back. "I was worried the outfit might not suit you, but it looks amazing. Also, what's a photo?" Zhou Jiruo had never heard of it. Su Ming smiled upon seeing the letter. "I knew you'd ask that." He tossed the letter he'd prepared earlier into the incense burner, along with the Polaroid camera and its manual. Worried she might not understand, he provided some necessary explanations. Zhou Jiruo stared at the Polaroid camera, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Is this a camera? It's so beautiful. The sleek, smooth body and its unique design. Every detail was enough to leave her in awe. Who would have thought such marvels still existed in Su Ming's era?" Zhou Jiruo couldn't wait to try it out according to the instructions. Soon, she managed to take a photo. Attached was a note, "I did it." Her joy spilled off the paper. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the blurry, indistinct photo. But encouragement was still in order. He couldn't dampen her enthusiasm. "You're amazing, mastering the technique so quickly. Truly worthy of being called an empress." Zhou Jiruo chuckled triumphantly. "Of course I am. It's just a pity. I was born in this era, yet I won't get to see these wonderful things." Reading the reply, Su Ming felt a stir in his heart. Chapter 95, Sharp Mind. If they had incense burners that could send messages like wild geese, why not seize this opportunity to connect the two timelines? Zhou Jiruo sighed, lamenting that she couldn't see the wonders of this era. Then he would send them to her. Then, the mighty Great Zhou would flourish, and he could seize this chance to acquire more treasures from that era. He would make the goods of both eras circulate freely between them. The more Su Ming thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But this would require Zhou Jiruo's consent. So he wrote down his thoughts in full detail on paper. He then passed it to Zhou Jiruo. The more Zhou Jiruo read, the more excited she became. She immediately replied, "Excellent. Artifacts from your era are like treasures from another world to me. If displayed publicly, they would surely attract countless curious glances. If sold, they could fetch a substantial sum. In this way, our great Zhou could seize this opportunity to acquire vast sums of silver, enriching the imperial treasury. To strengthen the great Zhou." Su Ming read these words and couldn't help but laugh aloud. No wonder Zhou Jiruo could become empress. Look at that mind give her a hint, and she maximizes the benefits. But Su Ming found himself in agreement. All right. But what should he give her? The first thing that came to Su Ming's mind was paper. Originally, he'd considered giving her a pen. But then he reconsidered, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Once the great Zhou mastered papermaking technology, its development could rely more on its own strength. His choice of paper also stemmed from the fact that the paper currently used in the great Zhou dynasty was of a very coarse texture. It lacked the pristine whiteness and smooth texture of later eras. If the great Zhou could produce smoother, whiter paper, they could capitalize on this commodity and make a fortune. Su Ming opened his computer and began searching for the simplest bleaching method. He printed out all the results. When Zhou Jiruo saw the newly delivered letter, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She studied the characters on the paper repeatedly, murmuring in awe, "The writing is so neat. Every stroke was clear and distinct, far sharper than any previous writing. Truly the future world." Whatever they casually produced left her in awe. After her moment of wonder, Zhou Zhirua began reading Su Ming's message from the beginning. After finishing, she felt her horizons had been broadened. After a moment's thought, she immediately replied, "I'll have someone handle it tomorrow. Once it's done, a generous reward is assured." Su Ming's eyes lit up. "Then I'll be choosing it myself." "Agreed." Zhou Zhirua agreed readily. By the time she finished speaking with Su Ming, the sky outside had begun to lighten. It wouldn't be long before court began. Zhou Zhirua decided against sleeping, finishing the remaining memorials and taking the opportunity to transcribe the papermaking method once more. As for the one delivered by Su Ming, she locked it away securely in a large black box with gold trim. Only after completing these tasks did Zhou Zhirua summon attendants to assist with her ablutions. Zhao Shen observed the weariness on Zhou Zhirua's face and sighed softly, "Has your majesty lain awake another night?" "MHM." Zhou Zhirua replied casually, "Too much to do. Can't sleep." The land reclamation efforts proceeded relatively smoothly, but the project to enclose lakes for farming met with significant opposition. These past few days, she'd been so preoccupied with this matter that her frown never left her face. But now, she had finally devised a solution. How could Zhao Shen possibly know any of this? Looking at Zhou Zhirua's calm face, he could only sigh softly. "Then your majesty must take care of your health." "I know," Zhou Zhirua replied, flicking her sleeve as she strode out. Zhao Shen hurried to follow her. Within the gilded hall, court officials lined both sides of the hall. At Zhao Shen's command, they chanted prayers and knelt in unison. "Rise." Zhou Zhirua ascended the dragon throne, casting a stern glance over the assembled court. Her gaze settled on Tang Ping, the Minister of Revenue. "Minister Tang, have you completed the task I entrusted to you?" Tang Ping bowed his head even lower and spoke loudly, "Your Majesty, after days and nights of deep contemplation, I have finally devised a feasible solution." "Speak." "Yes." Tang Ping straightened his kneeling posture and spoke calmly, "Your Majesty, the reason the people of the Jiangnan region oppose reclaiming lakes for farmland is simply because they fear that after the lakes are enclosed, the reduced water surface area will cause rainwater to overflow, leading to floods. Once this harm is resolved, opposition will naturally cease." Zhou Zhirua inquired, "And how do you propose to resolve it?" "There is only one solution." "What is it?" "Regulating the river channels," Tang Ping continued. "By utilizing the river channels to regulate river runoff, we can maintain the region's water balance." Tang Ping spoke with great eloquence. Zhou Zhirua listened and found his reasoning quite sound. With a sweeping gesture, she declared, "This matter shall be handled by the Ministry of Works." The Minister of Works stepped forward, "Yes, Your Majesty." But then, the Minister of Works frowned and said, "But Your Majesty, the renovation of the Jiangnan waterways requires not only manpower and materials, but also substantial financial resources. While the Great Zhou Empire currently has no shortage of manpower, materials and funds are severely lacking. Especially since they had just paid war indemnities, leaving the treasury depleted. Commencing such a project now would surely stir widespread discontent among the people." He did not finish his sentence, but the assembled ministers understood his meaning. Whispers spread through the assembly as they conferred among themselves. Xin Chuan stepped forward and suggested, "Your Majesty, given the current state of the Great Zhou's national strength, it would be wise to postpone this matter." "Indeed, Minister Qin speaks wisely. With the treasury depleted, forcing large numbers of commoners to repair the river embankments would likely leave us unable to even provide them with food. Food is the foundation of the people. If they lack sustenance, forget river repairs, the entire Great Zhou may erupt in rebellion. This argument is most compelling. We implore Your Majesty to reconsider. We implore Your Majesty to reconsider." The assembled ministers knelt in unison. Even Wang Ben knelt alongside them. Zhou Zhirua watched impassively. When their pleas had run their course, she spoke, "This very matter is what I intended to address at today's morning court session." The ministers turned their gaze toward her. "Has Your Majesty decided to postpone it?" "No." Zhou Zhiru shook her head, ignoring the confused and helpless looks. She picked up a stack of papers from the desk. "Minister Qi of the Ministry of Works, take a look." She handed the papers to Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen passed them to Qiyu. Qiyu accepted them respectfully. His eyes widened abruptly as he scanned the contents. He looked up in disbelief, his eyes shining as he stared at Zhou Zhirua. "This." Zhou Zhirua curved her lips. "Indeed, this is the solution to the predicament. Imperial paper production falls under the Ministry of Works. I command you to produce a sample within 10 days and present it to me. Is this achievable?" "I shall not disappoint Your Majesty." Qiyu bowed excitedly to the ground. Xin Chuan frowned beside him. Observing the agitated Tang Ping, he turned to Zhou Zhirua and inquired, "Your Majesty, what manner of extraordinary solution is this? Might this servant be permitted to examine it?" Zhou Zhirua raised her hand in a gesture of permission. "Minister Qin, feel free." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xin Chuan took the paper from Qiyu's hands and examined it carefully. After reading it, he was startled and instinctively looked toward Zhou Zhirua. He had no idea Their Majesty possessed such extraordinary talent. In just a few days and nights, she had devised a method to improve the paper-making process. Or, Qin Chuan's gaze darkened. Chapter 96, Suspicion. Qin Chuan's mind churned with thoughts, yet his expression betrayed nothing. Suppressing his inner speculation, he finished reading the contents before bowing respectfully. Your Majesty possesses extraordinary talent, even mastering the art of papermaking with such precision. Yet, Your Majesty, how does this paper relate to the current predicament facing our great Zhou? He was not alone in his confusion. The other ministers were equally perplexed. Seeing Qin Chuan ask, everyone looked up at Zhou Zhiruo. Zhou Zhiruo's lips curved into a faint smile. Behind her crown, a pair of clear, cool eyes shimmered with light. Her voice carried a hint of amusement as she spoke. If our great Zhou could produce superior paper and export it to neighboring nations, do you truly believe our treasury would ever lack silver again? As her words fell, the hall fell abruptly silent. The ministers froze in stunned silence. The next moment, the entire hall erupted into a frenzy. Whispers spread like wildfire, the hall humming with murmurs. This plan sounds promising. But how long will it take to produce the paper? And with only so many people using it, how much could it possibly sell for? Don't speak that way. Since His Majesty has conceived this plan, he must already have a strategy in place. Quite right. His Majesty's previous proposal to reclaim wasteland for farming proved an excellent strategy. This plan surely won't disappoint either. We need only follow His Majesty's instructions, and success is assured. The ministers nodded in unanimous agreement. One after another, they knelt on the ground, chanting in unison, His Majesty is wise. Zhou Zhiruo commanded, rise. And so the matter was settled. After the court session ended, Zhou Zhiruo returned to the imperial study. The questions that troubled her ministers had naturally crossed her mind as well. But time was too tight to devise countermeasures. Now, she finally had the time. As soon as she sat down, Zhou Zhiruo began working diligently. Outside the hall, the ministers dispersed in small groups. Qin Chuan walked alone, her brow furrowed in deep thought. She didn't even notice someone approaching from behind. Until a light tap came upon her shoulder. Minister Qin, what are you pondering? I called out to you several times just now, but you didn't respond. Qin Chuan snapped back to reality. He turned his head to look at the person approaching. He breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, Minister Luo. Qin Chuan quickly regained his composure and inquired calmly, what is it? Is there something you need? Luo Yanghui glanced around. Seeing no one paying them any mind, he lowered his voice. His Majesty has grown ever more formidable. First, he pioneered new farmland. Then, he reclaimed land from lakes. Now, he seeks to improve paper production. These methods are nothing short of ingenious. Qin Chuan listened. After he finished speaking, he glanced at him and asked, what do you wish to say? Nothing much, really. Just wanted to say Your Majesty seems even more wise than before. Luo Yanghui smiled. Hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled too. That sly fox clearly wanted to draw him out. He even had to put on airs, praising His Majesty's wisdom. But what he truly wanted to ask was whether there was a sage guiding His Majesty behind the scenes. Coincidentally, Qin Chuan wanted to know that too. However, he had no intention of sharing this matter with others just yet. But it needed investigating. If such a master truly existed. Since they could serve Zhou Zhiruo, they could surely serve him as well. After a restful night's sleep, Su Ming rose early, feeling refreshed and radiant. He even ate a couple extra bites at breakfast. After finishing his meal, Su Ming glanced at the safe's location. It was around 8 or 9 o'clock now, and Zhou Zhiruo was likely still attending court. I wonder what she looks like wearing the dragon robe, seated upon the dragon throne. He'd find an opportunity later to have her take a photo for him to see. His mind wandered aimlessly, boredom setting in. Just as he was about to cut his leave short and head back to the shop, his phone rang the moment the thought crossed his mind. Su Ming glanced at his phone. It was Gu Shishir. She'd helped him last time, and he hadn't had a chance to thank her yet. Su Ming thought to himself as he tapped the call to answer. Miss Gu, are you free today? He teased aloud. On the other end, Gu Shishir laughed. Yeah, didn't I do you a huge favor? Aren't you supposed to thank me? So how about accompanying me shopping today? I'm all ears. Where to? Su Ming shifted his posture. Gu Shishir replied, Xingyuan Mall. Sounds good. Without hesitation, Su Ming nodded in agreement. After setting the time and place to meet, Su Ming quickly tidied up, grabbed his car keys, and headed out. When he arrived, Gu Shishir was already waiting there. She held a shopping bag in one hand and cradled a cup of milk tea in the other. Seeing him approach, she smiled warmly and stepped forward. She handed him the shopping bag. I ordered milk tea, but I wasn't sure what you like, so I just picked one at random. Su Ming paused for a moment before accepting the bag with a smile. Thanks. You're welcome. Consider it compensation for keeping me company today. You'll be running errands for me later. Gu Shishir winked playfully before turning and heading into the mall. Su Ming followed. No wonder they say women are natural shopping experts. Despite mentally preparing himself, Su Ming still ended up exhausted, his limbs aching. He glanced at Gu Shirshir, who was still full of energy, a look of utter helplessness in his eyes. He couldn't fathom where she got all that boundless energy. Just as he was pondering this, the smile on Su Ming's face suddenly froze. He instinctively glanced toward the other end of the corridor. But all he saw was a hastily retreating figure. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Though he hadn't gotten a clear look at the person, he sensed something was off. Just then, Gu Shirshir cheerfully ran back out, followed by a smiling sales assistant. Su Ming dismissed his thoughts and asked with a smile, "All set?" "Yes. Their clothes are so pretty, I bought several sets." Gu Shirshir beamed with excitement, pulling Su Ming along toward the next store. But Su Ming had no heart for shopping anymore. That hastily retreating figure had left him feeling uneasy. He called out to Gu Shirshir, who was still eager to browse. "Shirshir, I'm feeling a bit, let's save the rest for next time." "Tired?" Gu Shirshir turned decisively. "Sure, we can shop another time. How about we grab something to eat now?" Perfect, now she had a reason to ask him out again later. Gu Shirshir was delighted. Su Ming, however, wasn't thinking about that. He just wanted to get out of there quickly. Regardless of what Gu Shirshir said, Su Ming just nodded with a few ahas and led her toward the underground parking garage. As long as they got in the car early, they could shake off the tail following them. But Su Ming hadn't anticipated there would be so many of them. Facing over a dozen men, Su Ming instinctively pulled Gu Shirshir behind him. He eyed them warily and demanded in a low voice, "Who are you? What do you want?" The leader stepped forward, his contemptuous gaze sweeping Su Ming from head to toe. He sneered coldly, "Kid, you're loaded, huh? Driving a fancy car, wearing a designer watch, dressed in high-end brands. Since you're so rich, why not lend us a few bucks?" Before the leader could finish, Gu Shirshir poked her head out from behind Su Ming. "Nice try. You're clearly here to rob us. Ha! This girl's sharp. But with so many of us here, if you don't lend us some cash, we won't even have money for the ride back." The leader's voice grew dark. His henchmen drew iron rods, glaring menacingly at Su Ming. Chapter 97, not just money, but legs too. Su Ming's expression darkened further. Their audacity caught him off guard. Not only were they numerous, but they were armed. He had underestimated them. This was trouble. Surrounded by so many, with Gu Shirshir behind him, escape was impossible. His only option was... Su Ming's mind raced. He looked at the leader and asked, "How much do you want?" 70 million. Whoa! Gu Shirshir gasped. "Why don't you just rob a bank?" The leader's gaze swept past Su Ming and fixed on Gu Shirshir. "Hey, sweetheart, you're talking a lot. Your boyfriend hasn't said a word. Why the rush? Right, kid?" Su Ming shifted his body, shielding Gu Shirshir completely. "Fine. Give me your account number and I'll transfer it right now. Kid, don't try to pull a fast one on me. If I give you the account, you'll turn around and call the cops, won't you? Don't think we're uneducated and don't know these accounts are fake. And you think you can stall for time with this transfer? Nice try. Hurry up and hand over your bank card and PIN." The leader reached out, his gaze warning as he stared at Su Ming. Su Ming. These guys are pretty sharp. Seems his stalling tactic won't work here. Su Ming scanned the group and decided to compromise for now. "Fine, I'll get it for you. But how did you know I had this 70 million coming in recently?" Su Ming reached for his wallet, his eyes fixed intently on them as he casually remarked, "You're not here on Li Ji's orders, are you?" The leader's expression froze. Then his anger flared. "Li Ji or not Li Ji, I don't give a damn. Just hand over the money now, or we'll beat you to death today." Seeing his expression, Su Ming knew immediately. These men were indeed sent by Li Ji. Song Jiao was right, Li Ji wouldn't accept this defeat. Su Ming pulled out his wallet, gestured to the leader, then flung it in the opposite direction. Seizing the moment of their stunned confusion, he grabbed Gu Shirshir and took off running. The next second, the men snapped out of it, cursing, "Damn it, they're trying to escape. Stop them. Beat the out of them. Charge them. Beat them." Hearing this, cold sweat beaded on Su Ming's forehead. These people aren't just here for the money. They were after him too. He had intended to dash to the car and drive straight out. But these people's speed was clearly faster than he'd anticipated. Seeing he couldn't make it to the car, Su Ming gritted his teeth, grabbed Gu Shirshir, and started circling around while yelling at the surveillance camera, "Help! Robbery in progress! You bastard, you dare call for help? Guys, charge and beat him!" A metal rod flew toward them, sending Gu Shirshir into a terrified scream. Su Ming dragged her left and right. They were still surrounded. The men closed in, grinning savagely. "Running, huh? You two sure were fast earlier." Su Ming looked at them and smiled. "I gave you all the money. Can you let me go?" "Poof. Our superiors ordered us to take one of your legs today to fulfill our mission. Be cooperative. Let us cripple one leg and we'll let you go immediately." The leader raised his iron rod, ready to strike Su Ming. Just then, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. The shrill blare of a horn exploded in their ears, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Then, a car sped up to Su Ming. Song Zhao leaned out of the window, gesturing to Su Ming, "Get in." Without a moment to spare, Su Ming grabbed Gu Shishir and shoved her into the vehicle before scrambling in himself. Before they could even settle in, the car sped away. By the time the thugs reacted, they were already far away. Song Zhao drove the two of them straight out of the underground garage. Only after traveling a considerable distance did he ease off the gas slightly. Through the rearview mirror, he looked at Su Ming. "You two okay?" "I'm fine." Su Ming turned to Gu Shishir, "How about you?" "I'm fine too." Gu Shishir's face was still a bit pale, but she seemed slightly hyper-aroused, like a stress response after being frightened. Su Ming asked Song Zhao for some water, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her. "Have a drink. Calm down." "Okay." Gu Shishir took the water and began drinking. Su Ming turned to Song Zhao and asked, "What are you doing here?" He had come here purely because Gu Shishir had invited him. How could it be such a coincidence that he ran into Song Zhao? Although Song Zhao had just saved him, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Because this man's appearance felt too convenient. Song Zhao understood and widened his eyes in displeasure. "I was just passing by. Who knew I'd have such luck running into you?" "Su young master, who were those guys attacking you earlier?" After asking that, he added another question with a meaningful tone. "Were they sent by Li Ji?" Su Ming looked up, meeting Song Zhao's smug grin. "You know the answer to that," Su Ming retorted irritably. Song Zhao chuckled. "Just making sure I didn't misread the situation." "Su Ming, with Li Ji treating you like this, aren't you going to teach him a lesson?" Su Ming certainly did. Before he could speak, Song Zhao volunteered, "Why not let me handle this?" "You?" Su Ming eyed him up and down, then suddenly asked, "Why are you so fixated on me? Are you trying to squeeze money out of me?" Zhao Jiwen had mentioned that Song Zhao had swindled quite a few people. And Su Ming, aside from his wealth, had nothing else to offer. Song Zhao setting his sights on him seemed only natural. "If that's the case, I advise you to give up that notion." Knowing this man was unreliable, yet still pouring money into him, that would only mean he was foolish. Su Ming refused coldly. But Song Zhao didn't seem to mind at all. He continued with a smile, "Young Master Su, I may love money, but I also have discernment. Surely you don't want to spend the rest of your life relying on just this little bit of cash?" He glanced at Su Ming through the rearview mirror. A light chuckle escaped him. "How about aiming bigger? Like starting a company? I'll manage it for you. You're the CEO, I'll be the employee. Working right under your nose, you won't have to worry about me pulling any tricks." Su Ming was terrified. No matter how wealthy he wasn't that reckless with his money. So he refused outright. "We're not on the same path. Find someone else." "Not even giving me a chance?" Song Zhao protested indignantly. "I just saved your life, and you're dismissing me based on some rumors? Have you ever dealt with me? Don't you know it's unwise to believe only one side of the story?" Once Song Zhao opened his mouth, he wouldn't stop. His voice filled the entire carriage. It was driving Su Ming absolutely crazy. But what he said seemed to hold some truth. Still, Su Ming couldn't bring himself to trust him lightly. After a moment's thought, he cut Song Zhao off mid-rant. "Fine, I'll give you a chance. Take care of Li Ji for me. How you do it is up to you, you decide the extent. Show me some skill, let me see what you're capable of. How about it?" Song Zhao's face lit up. Mission accomplished, guaranteed. But Su Ming had no intention of letting those thugs off the hook either. He immediately called the police station. Only then did he take Gu Shishir home. After ensuring she arrived safely, Su Ming returned to his hometown. After entering, he changed his shoes and headed straight for the bedroom. Chapter 98, Selling Counterfeit Goods. Su Ming opened the safe with eager anticipation. Would there be a letter? Su Ming slowly pulled open the door. A piece of paper lay quietly inside the safe. Su Ming immediately broke into a smile. He reached in and retrieved the letter along with the incense burner. Only after taking out the burner did he notice a dozen or so scattered gold leaves behind it, exquisitely crafted and beautiful. Surprised, Su Ming picked them up. After glancing at them twice, he clutched them in his hand, carried the incense burner back to the living room, and sat down. Then he began reading the letter. The letter stated that Zhou Zhirua had already submitted the new papermaking method to the Ministry of Works, instructing them to begin trial production as soon as possible. It also mentioned that once the trial production was complete, it would be brought to Su Ming to see immediately. Su Ming chuckled, "She sure moves fast. Last night they discussed it, and the next day it was already being implemented. She's a woman of action." Su Ming continued reading. As he read on, Su Ming's brows gradually furrowed. After reading the final word, Su Ming set the paper down. Zhou Zhirua was asking him if there was any way to boost paper sales. Because the cost of paper was high, and coupled with insufficient cultural dissemination, its use was confined to the circle of high-ranking officials and aristocratic families. Once that circle reached saturation, the paper could no longer command a high price. At that point, it would become difficult for them to obtain sufficient silver. After reading the letter, Su Ming glanced at the gold leaf in his hand and smiled. "So this is the payment, I suppose. However, Su Ming did have a plan for promoting paper. Just think about how widely paper is used today. Napkins, toilet paper, kitchen paper, the list goes on. But for certain technologies beyond the great Zhou dynasty's reach, one could start from the most fundamental level. Take flower pattern stationery, for instance. These feature patterns of landscapes, birds and flowers, or figures, then dyed with colors. Guaranteed to draw crowds like bees to honey. Su Ming opened his computer and printed out the instructions for making the flower paper. He also included instructions for making tissues. He tossed the letter aside and began admiring the golden leaf in his hand. Such exquisite gold leaves held not only intrinsic value but also high ornamental worth. He was confident it could fetch a substantial sum. Su Ming wasn't short on money for the moment. But once the company was up and running, expenses would arise at every turn. He needed to prepare more funds. Su Ming rose, intending to visit his collection room to select a few items to send to the auction house for cash. Great Zhou. Zhou Zhirua was playing with her Polaroid camera. After several attempts, she could now take clear photos. But they didn't seem as good as Su Ming's? Zhou Zhirua couldn't figure it out. Could there be some secret trick to it? She held the camera, examining it from every angle. Just as she was engrossed in her examination, a soft p't sounded beside her. She looked up at the sound. As two pieces of paper drifted toward her, Zhou Zhirua's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. She quickly set down the camera and caught the papers to examine them. Flowered stationery? The name sounded rather lovely. And this toilet paper. What a strange name. But judging by the description, it seems quite decent. They say food is the most important thing for the people, and the cycle of grains is the way of heaven. But with limited resources, only a few households could afford to use paper for the toilet. If she could truly popularize it, she'd never have to worry about sales. Thoughts raced through Zhou Zhirua's mind. Moments later, she picked up her brush and began writing. This method is excellent. I have a feeling that once toilet paper hits the market, it will be wildly popular. Tomorrow, I will order the immediate construction of more paper mills to produce more paper in the name of the imperial court. In the collection room, Su Ming carefully selected a teacup, a silver wine flask, and a painting. It was painted by Zhou Zhirua herself. They should fetch a good price. After selecting his items, he stepped out and spotted the reply letter on the table. Su Ming quickened his pace toward it. Seeing the letter, Su Ming smiled smugly. Of course it will. Look at life today, who could possibly do without paper? Su Ming replied, the paper mill must be built, but we cannot place all our hopes on it alone. Such daily necessities are extremely easy to counterfeit. Once someone successfully replicates them, profits will plummet. If the state were to establish it, it wouldn't be very cost-effective. It would be better to decentralize production to the private sector. Allowing commoners to make paper would boost employment and increase their income. The state should control only matters vital to its lifeline. Ordinary technologies like toilet paper are better used to benefit the people. The court need only offer some incentives. After reading this, Zhou Zhirua nodded thoughtfully. He's right. This approach would also accelerate the circulation of paper. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Something's happened. Outside the blue and white hall, Zhao Shen pounded urgently on the door. Zhou Zhirua instinctively pressed down on the paper and looked up coldly. She looked toward the doorway. What is it? Minister Luo of the Ministry of Works urgently reports that severe flooding has struck Jiangnan, submerging several villages. Zhou Zhirua's expression darkened. She sprang to her feet and ordered in a grave voice, summon all ministers to the palace to discuss flood relief measures. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Shen's footsteps quickly faded into the distance. Zhou Zhirua glanced at the incense burner, swiftly wrote 2 characters with her brush, and tossed them into the vessel. She then picked up the burner, strode to the bedside, opened the hidden compartment, and placed it inside. Having completed these tasks, she strode out without changing her clothes, still wearing her everyday attire. Across from the incense burner, Su Ming stared at the 2 characters, his face etched with confusion. This must be something serious. Zhou Zhirua had never been so urgent before. She'd barely had time to write just 2 characters in the letter. Her handwriting was hastily scrawled, clearly written in a rush. He had no idea what had happened. But asking now would be pointless. Zhou Zhirua couldn't respond. She could only wait. Once Zhou Zhirua had dealt with her affairs, he would return. Su Ming picked up the incense burner and returned to his room. Watching it disappear into the safe, he felt a pang of reluctance. It wasn't the incense burner he was reluctant to part with. He was reluctant to sever contact with Zhou Zhirua so soon. Su Ming sighed softly and locked the safe door. That night, Su Ming slept poorly. Before dawn, he woke up several times. Finally, unable to sleep any longer, he got up to check if there was any news in the incense burner. Facing the silent incense burner, Su Ming closed the door in disappointment. For the rest of the time, he was distracted even while washing up and eating. Only when the time was right did he reluctantly leave the old house and drive to the antique shop. The moment he reached the entrance, a torrent of angry curses erupted from inside the shop. This is a rip-off shop. You're cheating me out of my money. I'm calling the police. Su Ming paused, then pushed open the door and walked inside. Seeing Zhao Jiwen with a stern expression, he asked, Sis Jiwen, what's going on? Zhao Jiwen's eyes brightened slightly at his sight. She then explained in a low voice. He got his hands on some counterfeit goods from somewhere and swapped them for the genuine items we sold him. Now he's come here to cause trouble. Bull. You're the one selling fakes. The man's eyes widened as he pointed at Zhao Jiwen, gritting his teeth in threat. Don't try to talk your way out of this. I'm calling the police right now to have all you scammers arrested. Zhao Jiwen rolled her eyes dismissively. I'd be delighted. Chapter 99, I'm calling the cops. The man was nearly beside himself with rage. He pointed at Zhao Jiwen with a vicious glare, his teeth clenched. Fine, just you wait. He grabbed his phone and started dialing 110. Su Ming quickly reached out. Hey, big bro, hold on. Let's handle this ourselves first. Why bother the police? How about this, let me take a look first. If it really is our store's fault, we'll compensate you. No, how about triple compensation? Before he could finish, Zhao Jiwen grabbed him and pulled him back. Su Ming, have you lost your mind? When has our shop ever sold counterfeit goods? This guy's causing trouble with a fake item. If we back down now, how will teacher Xiao maintain his reputation on this street? How will he maintain his reputation in the antique world? Let him call the police if he wants to. Let's see whose fault this really is. Zhao Jiwen was furious, occasionally turning to glare at the man. The man's eyebrows shot up in anger, ready to unleash a tirade. Su Ming hurriedly gestured for him to calm down. Only then did she turn back, lowering her voice to quietly reassure Zhao Jiwen. Sis Jiwen, let's avoid calling the police if we can. If this blows up, there'll be even more gossip. Let's handle it ourselves first. If we can't resolve it, we can always call the police later. Zhao Jiwen was about to say something. But Su Ming raised his hand to cut her off. Sis Jiwen, trust me. Zhao Jiwen, alright. Then, pointing at Su Ming, she adopted a stern tone. But let me make this clear up front, if you can't handle it, I'm still calling the police. Fine. Su Ming patted Zhao Jiwen's shoulder to calm her down, then turned and walked toward the man. Facing the man glaring at him, Su Ming smiled amicably. Sir, you claim you bought counterfeit goods from our store. Where exactly is this counterfeit item? And could you show me your proof of purchase first? It's right here. The man was still fuming, his tone sharp. Su Ming, however, seemed oblivious. Following the man's gesture, he saw the redwood box placed on the table. Inside, yellow brocade lined the box, cradling a small, plain bowl no larger than the palm of a hand. The bowl was entirely celadon green. This is Ruware. Su Ming picked up the bowl cautiously, examining it closely. Seeing that Su Ming truly knew his stuff, the man gave a smug snort and declared, of course. Among countless artifacts, my absolute favorite is Song Dynasty Ruware. You have excellent taste. Su Ming continued his examination while agreeing, Northern Song Dynasty glazed porcelain is most renowned for its celadon ware, whose glaze incorporates precious agate. This sky blue glazed bowl is especially rare. Su Ming's few words of praise made the man feel immensely pleased. His demeanor softened considerably. He casually sat down at the table and continued, when I bought it, your boss told me this bowl was exceptionally rare, especially one preserved so well. That's why I purchased it. But when I got home and examined it closely, hey, it's fake. It's not the one I saw in the shop at all. How infuriating is that? That's definitely infuriating, Su Ming nodded in agreement. The man slammed his hand on the table and continued, so now I want my money back. What's the problem with that? Absolutely no problem. Su Ming shook his head immediately and continued, a bowl like this, and you loved it so much, brother. I bet you took it home and immediately put it out to admire it, right? Why didn't you come yesterday? If you'd come sooner, we could have sorted this out earlier. The man sighed. I had things to do yesterday. After buying this bowl, I didn't even get a chance to look at it before I had my wife put it away in the collection room. Today, friends came to visit and I lost all face. Of all my cultural relics, I was fooled by this bowl. The man grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. Su Ming, however, caught the crucial part. You mean this bowl passed through someone else's hands? Yes. The man nodded without hesitation. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. He sprang to his feet and glared at Su Ming. What do you mean by that? Are you implying my wife swapped my bowl? Your shop sold counterfeit goods, and now you dare to frame an innocent person? Fine, I won't waste my breath on you. I'm calling the police right now to have every last one of you crooks arrested. The man reached out again, but Su Ming quickly grabbed his wrist. Sir, I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. But since you chose to come to our shop, you must know our owner is a professor at Capital University, a leading authority in the field of ancient artifacts. It's absolutely impossible for counterfeit goods to appear in our store. Earlier, he'd seemed to be making small talk with the man, but he was actually trying to draw him out. What was now certain was that after taking the item out, the man hadn't opened the box immediately. It wasn't until the next day that he saw the goods. What could happen during that time? That was anyone's guess. Su Ming reasoned earnestly with the man, I'm not accusing your wife. I'm just saying that anything could happen during the time you weren't watching. Of course, you could suspect us too, but we have surveillance here with no blind spots. We can pull up the footage from that time for you to see. After speaking, Su Ming turned and gave Zhao Jiwen a subtle nod. Zhao Jiwen pointed to the tablet on the table. Just open it. Su Ming picked up the tablet and chuckled, Sis Jiwen, you're practically psychic. You knew I'd need this and had it ready ahead of time. Zhao Jiwen rolled her eyes without hesitation. It's not that I predicted the future. I brought it out earlier, but this guest didn't believe me and insisted it was fake. What else could she do? She could only let him call the police. It would be the perfect chance to prove whether this video was real or fake. Su Ming turned his head in surprise. The man's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he stubbornly insisted, I wasn't here when you packed it. How do I know you didn't edit it together afterward? His tone had weakened considerably, betraying his unease. Su Ming thought to himself, is this what they call a dead duck stubbornness? He couldn't help but find it amusing. Yet his fingers moved swiftly as he tapped to open the video. He even extracted that segment and said to the man, I'll send you this clip. You can have it verify to see if we fabricated it. As for this, we need to take photos for evidence. Bro, go back and look into it first. Once you've got it sorted out, we'll talk, okay? Of course, this shop has been here for many years, so you needn't worry we'll disappear. Also, here's our boss's business card. Even if we leave, you can still go to Beijing University to find him. Su Ming handed the man Xiao Qingjing's business card. The man took it, hesitated for a moment, then relented. Alright, but if it's confirmed to be your fault. Triple compensation. Su Ming agreed readily. Only then did the man seem satisfied. After taking photos as evidence, Su Ming left with the counterfeit goods. Only after he was gone did Zhao Jiwen's expression ease slightly. Chapter 100, Opportunity. Su Ming approached with a smile, trying to placate her. Sis Jiwen, don't be angry. When women get too upset, it can lead to nodules. It's bad for your health. Zhao Jiwen shot him a disapproving glare. It's all because of that guy. He came in, slammed the table, refused to believe our evidence, called us frauds, and threatened me, saying if I didn't give him a refund, he'd make me pay. Honestly, it's infuriating. Alright, calm down. I'll treat you to ice cream to cool your temper. Su Ming stepped out and returned with 2 ice cream bars. Leaning against the counter, the two of them ate while venting about the man from earlier. As they talked, the shop's landline suddenly rang. Su Ming thought it might be a customer. He picked up the receiver and answered politely, Hello, Wohong Antiques. Xiao Qingjing's voice came through the receiver. Kid, you're at work? Su Ming was taken aback. Mr. Xiao? Why are you calling the landline? Just happened to be handy, Xiao Qingjing chuckled. Is Xiao Zhao there too? Su Ming glanced at Zhao Jiwen. She's here. Good. Saves me another call. Ask her if you two have plans tonight. If not, come over for some fun. An old friend of mine is hosting a cultural artifact appreciation event. His collection is quite extensive. It'd be perfect for you two to broaden your horizons. Su Ming's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Sure, I'll ask her. He turned and called out, Sis Jiwen, repeating Xiao Qingjing's invitation. Zhao Jiwen replied, We're free. Great, I'll let old Xiao know right away, Su Ming reported cheerfully to Xiao Qingjing. Xiao Qingjing said, Alright, I'll send you the address. It starts at 7 tonight, don't be late. With that, he hung up. The antique shop was quite a distance from the venue. Su Ming and Zhao Jiwen closed up shop around 4 o'clock. After tidying up, they headed to the venue. They arrived at the venue precisely at 7 o'clock. By the time Su Ming arrived, the venue was already bustling with activity. He sent Xiao Qingjing a text message saying they had arrived. The latter called directly, hurriedly instructing them to make themselves at home before hanging up. After all, he had no time to spare for them. Su Ming chuckled helplessly. Holding his phone, he turned to Zhao Jiwen. Sis Jiwen, old Xiao told us to explore on our own. What are your plans? Don't worry about me. Go explore on your own. Before she finished speaking, Zhao Jiwen had already headed toward a nearby display area, her eyes sparkling as if she'd spotted a mountain of gold. Her excitement was palpable. Su Ming chuckled and shook his head, turning to head in the opposite direction. Xiao Qingjing had mentioned that his friend was an antique enthusiast with an extensive collection spanning various eras, each piece priceless. At the time, Su Ming had wondered just how extensive and diverse this collection truly was. Now, seeing it for himself. Good heavens! 5,000 years of history, with several artifacts from every dynasty. Even modern treasures were well represented. For instance, the porcelain-fired paper vase before him was particularly eye-catching. From a distance, he'd mistaken it for a pile of paper. Only upon closer inspection did he realize it was something else entirely. The craftsmanship was truly remarkable. As Su Ming marveled at it, a discordant voice suddenly pierced his ears. What are these things worth? No matter how valuable, they can't compare to the painting in my hands. The voice sounded familiar to Su Ming. Wasn't that old donkey? Didn't his father beat him nearly to death last time? How dare he still be running around outside? Su Ming instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Li Kuanping, chin held high, standing proudly amidst the crowd, his expression brimming with smug satisfaction. But Su Ming's attention was drawn to the woman beside him. Liao Nanyan's got some skill, she actually pulled it off, Su Ming murmured in surprise. He had assumed it would take her more effort. Instead, she was already accompanying Li Kuanping to the banquet so quickly, her arm hooked through his as she clung to him like a little bird, clearly showing they were very close. Truly a renowned social butterfly. Her tactics were impressive. Su Ming folded his arms and watched as the people around Li Kuanping, intrigued by his boastful words, began asking what he meant. Li Kuanping had been waiting for this moment. He chuckled smugly. An ancient painting from the Great Zhou dynasty, of course. And it's exceptionally well preserved. Not only does it hold immense collectible value, but it also possesses tremendous research value. To be honest, many have approached me to buy it, offering sums like this, but I haven't sold it. Li Kuanping smugly held up his fingers to form a number. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. The next moment, a laugh suddenly rang out from the crowd. Young Master Li, you wouldn't happen to be referring to that painting you bought from Xingqian for billions, would you? The story had already spread throughout the art circles. Li Kuanping of the Li family had spent billions acquiring a painting from the Great Zhou dynasty. Even with joint authentication from Professors Xiao and Zhou, spending billions on it before the Great Zhou dynasty itself had been verified? That's just plain foolish. They chuckled privately for quite some time. Li Kuanping's face darkened instantly. He snapped back, what do you know? Professor Xiao has been researching the Great Zhou dynasty all along. Results will be forthcoming soon. Oomph. When that happens, dare you say this painting won't be worth hundreds of billions? Everyone. They really couldn't say. But did the Great Zhou dynasty even exist in history? Many remained skeptical. Immediately, someone scoffed, calling Li Kuanping a dreamer. This provoked Li Kuanping into arguing with them on the spot. Not far away, Su Ming wore a pensive expression. Truth be told, this exchange actually gave Su Ming some ideas. Wasn't he short on funds? Didn't he have a bunch of ancient artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty? Wasn't he looking to sell a few pieces for some pocket money? Well, here was his chance. With Xiao Qingjing and Zhou Gu's authentication, he could sell them smoothly. But getting a high price? That's no easy feat. But if these artifacts could appreciate in value, Su Ming guaranteed that people would come running the moment they caught wind of it. Would he still worry about getting a good price? Su Ming wasted no time. His gaze swept left and right, landing on a man chatting with a friend. Su Ming moved closer and overheard fragments of their conversation. Do you think what Li Kuanping said is true? One asked the other. The other pondered for a moment before replying, it might be true, or it might not. But didn't old Xiao verify it? I heard he's been researching this Great Zhou, but whether it actually exists or not I haven't heard a single word about it. The first man's face fell into deep thought. I've heard a few whispers about that, Su Ming interjected at just the right moment. Both men turned to look at Su Ming. They sized him up, their eyes filled with confusion. What rumors have you heard? Su Ming glanced around warily. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to the pair and whispered. To be honest, I'm currently working at old Zhao's antique shop. A few days ago, I overheard him excitedly saying he'd found some evidence proving the existence of the Great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 101, Floods in Jiangnan. Su Ming's words made the two men's eyes light up. They loved ancient artifacts, but they were also merchants. And merchants invest. If the Great Zhou truly existed, then Li Kuanping's words could very well come true. Their expressions shifted repeatedly. Su Ming observed them unobtrusively, taking in every nuance of their shifting expressions. He gave an imperceptible curl of his lips. Then he added, however, Elder Xiao has no plans to announce this news just yet. Their eyes narrowed. Is that so? Of course, Su Ming declared with righteous conviction. Then he continued his spin. Professor Xiao mentioned that while he's almost certain the Great Zhou Empire existed historically, he needs to find more compelling evidence before making it public. You know, Professor Xiao is a scholar and researcher. People like him place great emphasis on evidence. But I believe, given Professor Zhao's expertise, results should come soon. Then, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with envy. If only I had some ancient artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty. With that, he walked away. As for the rest, let them ponder it themselves. Su Ming smiled slyly. Zhao Jiwen spotted him from afar. She walked over, patted Su Ming's shoulder, and asked curiously, did you spot something good? Why are you grinning like a fox? She glanced in the direction Su Ming had come from. Beyond a few gathered crowds, only the exhibits remained. Nothing seemed amiss. How peculiar. That slap startled Su Ming. He whipped his head around to see Zhao Jiwen, who was patting her chest in feigned reproach. Sis Jiwen, you scared the life out of me. What's the matter? Did you do something you shouldn't have? Zhao Jiwen retorted. Su Ming, can't you just think nice things about me? It's not that I can't, but your expression just now, anyone seeing it would suspect foul play. Hey, Su Ming, tell me, what exactly did you see? Zhao Jiwen was brimming with curiosity. Su Ming chuckled, you guess. Zhao Jiwen. Xiao Chengjing and his friends had also emerged. He casually beckoned Su Ming and Zhao Jiwen over, introducing them to a few people. Those who had overheard Su Ming's earlier words exchanged glances at this scene. Surprise flashed in each pair of eyes. Then, with tacit understanding, they approached and initiated conversation with Xiao Qingjing. Naturally, the conversation revolved around the Great Zhou dynasty. Seeing everyone's interest, Xiao Qingjing was happy to share his insights. Until someone asked him, Master Xiao, I've heard you've obtained evidence proving the Great Zhou truly exists. Is that true? Xiao Qingjing, who had been speaking freely moments before, gave a mysterious smile. Confidential. His evasive response only reinforced the belief that Su Ming's earlier claims were indeed true. Before the banquet concluded, rumors of ancient Zhou artifacts skyrocketing in value spread through the crowd. None was happier than Li Kunpeng. He couldn't resist flaunting his foresight wherever he went. Second only to him in delight was Su Ming. His smile never left his lips until the banquet concluded. Carrying Xiao Qingjing, he said, Old Xiao, I have a few more Zhou artifacts here. I'll bring them over tomorrow. After you've looked them over, could you help me list them on Starry Auction? No problem at all. Xiao Qingjing felt a surge of excitement today. After years of solitary research, enduring constant discouragement both overt and covert. Now, with his fortunes suddenly reversed and such golden attention bestowed upon him, to say he wasn't thrilled would be a lie. He patted Su Ming on the shoulder and said happily, Little Su, you're my lucky star. If not for you, I might never have seen this day. And now I have so many ancient artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty to study. You might not realize just how invaluable this is for the entire field of antiquities, even for history itself. Su Ming just smiled. He had plenty to spare anyway. If Xiao Qingjing wanted to study them, he could go ahead. After dropping Xiao Qingjing off at home, Su Ming returned to the old residence. After parking the car, Su Ming didn't immediately go inside. Instead, he sat in the vehicle, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. It rang for a long time before being answered. Hello. Liao Nanyan's voice was sweet and seductive. In the past, Su Ming would have felt a surge of excitement. But now, his heart remained utterly still. He calmly instructed, Do me a favor. Yes, Mr. Su. Spread the word about the upcoming auction of Great Zhou artifacts at the Starry Sky Auction House. The more people who know, the better. After Su Ming finished speaking, a soft chuckle came from across the room. No problem at all. Just don't forget to transfer the payment, young Master Su. Su Ming agreed readily, account number. Got it. Less than a minute after hanging up, Liao Nanyan sent over the card number. Su Ming transferred the funds immediately. Within 2 minutes, she sent a kiss emoji. Su Ming deleted it immediately. Only after settling this did Su Ming get out of the car and head inside. Judging by today's turnout, the next Zhou cultural relic auction was bound to be incredibly popular. Su Ming considered whether to bring out a few more pieces. In the end, he decided against it. As the old saying goes, rarity makes things valuable. He pushed open the door and walked straight into the bedroom. A day had passed and he still didn't know how things were going with Zhou Jiruo. He felt a bit worried. He couldn't wait to open the safe, and sure enough, Su Ming found a piece of paper inside. The paper contained quite a bit of text, written in heavy handwriting with concise wording. Yet it conveyed a profound sense of weight and oppression. Zhou Jiruo wrote in the letter that a natural disaster had struck the Great Zhou. The Jiangnan region was flooded. The floodwaters were immense, the devastation severe, sweeping away several villages and claiming countless lives. Countless others were left homeless. She was now consulting with civil and military officials on how to respond to this natural disaster. Yet this was not Zhou Jiruo's greatest concern. Her greatest fear was the plague that would follow the disaster. Such calamities are invariably followed by plagues. Who knew how many more lives would be lost then? Su Ming read the letter, his brow instinctively furrowing. This Great Zhou truly is plagued by calamities. Having just endured warfare, it now faced natural calamity. Worst of all, the Great Zhou is already short on food. This time, who knows how many more lives will be lost. Zhou Jiao would have her hands full. No wonder she left so abruptly last night. Su Ming sat in place for a moment before picking up the incense burner and heading to the living room. Have you come up with a solution yet? Su Ming wrote a letter and placed it in the incense burner. In the Great Zhou, within the gilded palace halls, lights still shone brightly and figures moved about. Voices chattered incessantly. Yet the atmosphere within the hall remained tense. Every face bore a heavy frown. Empress Zhou Jiruo spoke in a solemn tone, silence. I have decided that Minister Qin shall personally lead a team to the Jiangnan region to provide disaster relief. A royal edict shall be posted, widely recruiting physicians from across the realm to support the relief efforts in Jiangnan. General Li Han shall lead his troops to accompany Minister Qin and assist in the relief operations. Those named knelt one after another. After Zhou Zhirua finished speaking, Qin Chuan raised his head. Your Majesty, the displaced people must be without clothing or food. With the imperial treasury now depleted, how can we possibly cope with such a vast number of disaster victims? What course of action should we take at this critical juncture? Chapter 102, Methods for Preventing and Treating Plague. Zhou Zhirua glanced at Qin Chuan, her gaze sweeping over the assembled officials. The treasury is indeed depleted, but disaster relief is a matter of utmost importance. We shall begin by reducing my own daily expenditures. The silver saved shall be used to procure grain for the relief effort. As her words fell, Wang Ben stepped forward first. Your Majesty, you are the Son of Heaven. How can your expenses be reduced? Yet the silver truly was insufficient. The suffering people could not be ignored. Wang Ben hesitated for a moment, then a plan formed in his mind. His gaze fixed firmly on Zhou Zhirua, he declared loudly, Your Majesty, though I am not a man of immense wealth, I do possess some surplus grain. I am willing to contribute all of it to aid the people. As soon as Wang Ben spoke, several generals knelt before him. Though I possess little myself, I too am willing to contribute. At worst, we'll tighten our belts and endure for a time. No one will perish from it. I too, Your Majesty. After one military officer after another knelt, several civil officials followed suit. Seeing this, the remaining officials hastily knelt. We too are willing to contribute our entire fortunes to aid the people of Great Zhou through this natural disaster. Surveying the sea of kneeling figures before her, a faint smile touched the corners of Zhou Zhirua's lips as she sat upon the dragon throne. That smile vanished in an instant. As if it had never been there at all. But this amount of money still falls short. How much silver could the officials possibly contribute? It was utterly inadequate to aid tens of thousands of disaster victims. We must seek additional funds from other sources. Qin Chuan asked proactively, How does Your Majesty intend to raise the remaining funds in grain? Zhou Zhirua had already considered this. She spoke calmly and deliberately. Issue an edict from the Hanlin Academy, proclaiming to the realm, the floods in Jiangnan have depleted the imperial granaries. Now, in the name of Great Zhou, I personally request grain loans from wealthy merchants. I shall personally write promissory notes, promising double repayment in grain upon next year's first harvest. Or equivalent cash value. As Zhou Zhirua finished speaking, the assembled officials fell into stunned silence. The Grand Secretary of the Hanlin Academy looked utterly astonished. Your Majesty, this seems rather inappropriate? The Dragon Throne issuing promissory notes to commoners? It truly undermines the dignity of the state. Zhou Zhirua cast a cool glance their way. When the people suffer disaster, it is truly a breach of state dignity if I turn a blind eye. Grand Secretary, simply carry out my orders. The Ministry of Revenue need only carefully verify the grain borrowed. Nothing else matters more than the lives of the people. This matter requires no further discussion. Zhou Zhirua's stance was unyielding. The Grand Secretary, witnessing this, felt a surge of emotion. He bowed deeply to the ground. Your Majesty cares for the disaster victims. Surely the people will be willing to share Your Majesty's burdens. I shall proceed immediately. Very well. Go. Watching the Grand Secretary's retreating figure, Zhou Zhirua turned to Qin Chuan. We now have sources for both silver and grain. Minister Qin, consider what else might be lacking. Qin Chuan replied, Your Majesty, once the matters of silver and grain are resolved, I shall find solutions for the rest. Very well, then. The court is dismissed. The ministers, we humbly bid farewell to Your Majesty. As soon as the court adjourned, Zhou Zhirua hurried back to the blue and white hall. Upon entering, she ordered without turning back, Zhao Shen, remain outside the hall. No one is to approach without my permission. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Shen halted his steps. After Zhou Zhirua entered, he discreetly closed the palace doors. Zhou Zhirua hurried to the dragon bed and retrieved the incense burner. Her gaze fell upon the letter beside the incense burner. Zhou Zhirua reached for it urgently. As she read the words on the paper, her lips curved into a smile. The heavy frown that had weighed upon her features earlier dissolved completely. Even her heavy heart felt a little lighter. Holding the incense burner, she walked lightly to the imperial desk and sat down. She picked up a brush and began writing a reply. Ministers have been dispatched to the disaster areas, and provisions have been sent out. Yet the plague remains a concern that weighs heavily on my mind. Su Ming, do you have a solution? If so, both I and the people of Great Zhou would be eternally grateful. She placed the letter into the incense burner. She also enclosed some gifts. Among them was the imperial inkstick she currently used. This ink was exceptionally fine in texture, and she cherished it deeply. She hoped Su Ming would like it too. Zhou Zhirua carefully placed the inkstick into the incense burner. After presenting these gifts, Zhou Zhirua picked up her brush and wrote a letter. The Great Zhou is facing hardships now, so I've reduced my own expenses and sent silver to the disaster areas. There isn't much I can offer you at present. But rest assured, once the Great Zhou's situation eases, I will surely present you with a generous gift in gratitude. Su Ming was eating. The incense burner remained on the tea table. He waited, hoping to receive Zhou Zhirua's reply before heading to work. To his surprise, it actually arrived. Su Ming's spirits soared. He whipped his head around and saw the paper drifting down from the air. Instantly, his face broke into a broad smile. It's here. He quickly finished his last breath, set down his chopsticks, and hurried over to the coffee table. He hadn't even swallowed the rice in his mouth when he sat down. He had barely picked up the letter when the incense burner stirred again. After a series of crackling sounds, the table was filled with objects. They were all everyday cups and tea sets. Though imperial artifacts, for Zhou Zhirua, these items were hardly fit for a formal thank you gift. For Su Ming, however, they were rare treasures. Su Ming picked up a cup, held it up to his eyes, and exclaimed, such distinctive artifacts of the era old Xiao will surely appreciate them. He planned to bring one or two over later for him to study. After rummaging through the items twice, Su Ming's gaze fell upon a jet-black object. It was a long, block-like object coated with gold powder. Though Su Ming had never used a brush, this object looked exactly like ink sticks. Something that could come from Zhou Zhirua's hands must be imperial ink. I've heard the imperial ink's production process is incredibly complex, incorporating numerous ingredients, even various fragrances. This ink should have a scent too. Give it a sniff. Su Ming brought the ink close to his nose and took a light sniff. There's no scent at all. No scent at all. So this so-called imperial ink they talk about on TV isn't exactly safe after all. Could it be that this wasn't meant for him in the first place? Did it just happen to be brought over by accident because Zhou Zhirua didn't show up? Su Ming thought it was highly likely. He tossed it aside carelessly, and the inkstick unexpectedly landed in the bag. Only then did he look at the letter. After finishing the first one, Su Ming raised an eyebrow as expected. He knew Zhou Zhirua would ask. In ancient times, plagues were catastrophic disasters. If there were a solution, Zhou Zhirua wouldn't miss it. As for the second letter, Su Ming smiled. These items, insignificant to her, were incredibly precious in this era. Su Ming couldn't have asked for more. He tucked the letter away with amusement, then opened his computer to search for ways to combat plagues. After floods, drowned livestock, human corpses, and debris carried by the waters would be deposited in every corner of people's lives. If not promptly addressed, they would trigger epidemics. Treating the plague was never the first step. The first step should be prevention. Chapter 103, Let me take leave and I'll show you. To prevent plague, one must start with the environment. First, after the flood, human and animal corpses must be disposed of as quickly as possible. In ancient times, when the belief in returning to the earth prevailed, cremation was not the optimal choice. Instead, deep burial was preferred, with quicklime sprinkled over the remains to sterilize them. Simultaneously, ensure food and water remain clean. Ensure the people have enough to eat and stay warm. Combined with fumigating living quarters using realgar or attractalodes, this approach could effectively prevent outbreaks. Of course, Su Ming could not guarantee that these measures would completely eradicate the plague. The prescribed soups and medicines must also be supplied daily. Su Ming also searched online for numerous plague treatment formulas, attaching some post-outbreak response measures, and sent them all to Zhou Zhirua. Upon receiving the letter, Zhou Zhirua read it with intense focus. But what is quicklime? She had never heard of it. She needed to ask. Su Ming froze upon seeing the reply, then quickly realized. In this era, lime didn't exist yet. In Chinese history, the discovery and utilization of lime occurred in the 7th century BC, during the spring and autumn period. That was still many years before the Great Zhou dynasty. No wonder Zhou Zhirua didn't know. He'd explain it to her then. Su Ming opened his computer, printed out an explanation of lime production and its uses for Zhou Zhirua, and placed it into the incense burner. After informing her he was heading out, he secured the burner in the safe, grabbed the items intended for Xiao Qingjing, and drove off to work. Great Zhou! Zhou Zhirua stared at the letter Su Ming had sent, her eyes filled with astonishment. She clapped her hands excitedly on the table. What a brilliant idea! This will ensure the safety of the common people. We must inform Qin Chuan of this method immediately. But producing lime requires time. After production, it must be transported. The floods in the south had already claimed countless lives, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. By the time the lime arrived, it would be too late. These bodies could only be cremated. As for persuading the people, that would be up to Qin Chuan. Zhou Zhirua picked up her brush, carefully transcribing the contents provided by Su Ming. She then secured the incense burner and Su Ming's letter before summoning Zhao Shen. Deliver these two items personally to Minister Qin Chuan and General Li Hun. Ensure they follow these instructions precisely. Any disobedience will be met with execution without mercy. Zhao Shen respectfully acknowledged the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Wahong Antique Shop. Su Ming pushed open the shop door. Xiao Qingjing was sweeping the premises. His face wore a broad, cheerful smile. As if a windfall had just fallen from the sky. Zhao Jiwen stood nearby, arms crossed, looking utterly helpless. Usually, cleaning the shop was her and Su Ming's job. Xiao Qingjing only did it himself when neither of them was around. Today was a rare occurrence. They were both present, yet he'd taken the initiative? The sun rising in the west? Su Ming instinctively glanced toward the door. His gesture caught Zhao Jiwen's attention, and she sighed in exasperation, offering a quiet reminder, Professor Zhou is coming today. At the mention of Professor Zhou, Xiao Qingjing's grin widened. Even his cleaning motions quickened. Su Ming understood immediately. I see. What did you expect? Xiao Qingjing shot him a smug glance. Did you think I was like you, without even a crush? Su Ming slammed the bag onto the table and shot back, as if she'd agreed to be your special someone. Xiao Qingjing's smile froze at the corners of his mouth. Kid, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Little Joe might not agree now, but she will someday. He still had years ahead of him. What was the rush? Hey, what's that in your hand? Xiao Qingjing's eyes darted toward the bag. Su Ming rarely brought anything to work. But whenever he did, it was always something special. Xiao Qingjing was dying to know what he'd brought this time. Want to see? Su Ming asked. Xiao Qingjing nodded eagerly. All right then. I took the day off. If you promise, I'll show you. Su Ming lifted the bag and gave it a shake. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingjing nodded. All right. Anyway, since Su Ming was taking the day off, he'd never refused before. It was practically free. He'd be crazy to say no. Xiao Qingjing set down the feather duster and approached with eager anticipation. What exactly is in here? Just open it and see for yourself. Su Ming gestured. Xiao Qingjing reached for the bag. Well, I won't stand on ceremony then. Just then, Zhao Jiwen approached. Xiao Qingjing pulled open the bag's opening and peered inside. His eyes suddenly widened. He held his breath, hurriedly yet carefully pulling the contents out. Zhao Jiwen stood beside him, staring at the wine cup Xiao Qingjing had pulled out. Which dynasty is this from? She asked in surprise. It doesn't seem to resemble any dynasty I know. She considered herself fairly knowledgeable about artifacts from various dynasties. Yet, even after racking her brain, she couldn't place it. Su Ming smiled without comment. He gestured for her to look at Xiao Qingjing. Xiao Qingjing held the wine cup, his hands trembling with excitement. He took a deep breath. After a long moment, his voice trembling, he exclaimed, The Great Zhou. This is a wine cup from the Great Zhou. He turned his head, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Su Ming. Young man, where did you get these? How could a wine cup be preserved so perfectly? Had he not spent decades studying the Great Zhou dynasty, he might even suspect Su Ming had forged these artifacts himself. It was too new, too flawless. Too flawless to have endured thousands of years. It was simply astonishing. Su Ming kept smiling, saying nothing. What else could he say? Say his family had an incense burner, possibly from the Great Zhou? Or that all these artifacts were gifts from the Great Zhou Empress? Either way, Xiao Qingjing would think he was out of his mind. Fortunately, Xiao Qingjing didn't intend to press the matter. He cradled the wine cup with utmost care, as if holding a priceless treasure, utterly reluctant to set it down. Suddenly, the smile froze on Xiao Qingjing's face. Su Ming's heart leapt to his throat. What was wrong with Xiao Qingjing? Why had he suddenly stopped being cheerful? Just as Su Ming was puzzled, Xiao Qingjing swiftly set down the wine cup, grabbed the bag, and began rummaging inside. The next moment, he pulled out a piece of inkstick. Seeing the inkstick, Su Ming froze in surprise. Wasn't this the inkstick he'd tossed aside earlier that morning? It had accidentally fallen into the bag. He hadn't even noticed it earlier. But since Xiao Qingjing had seen it, he might as well hand it over. Though this inkstick looked rather ordinary. Probably not worth studying. As he pondered this, he noticed Xiao Qingjing's face lit up with a look of surprise nearly identical to the one he'd worn upon seeing the wine cup. Even Zhao Jiwen gasped, covering her mouth. Confusion gradually crept across Su Ming's face. He gently nudged Zhao Jiwen's arm and asked, Sis Jiwen, what is this? Was it really worth such astonishment? Zhao Jiwen looked surprised. You brought it here. Don't you know what it is? Su Ming answered honestly, isn't it just a piece of inkstick? This isn't just any ordinary inkstick, it's graphite. Xiao Qingjing glared at him with disdain. You really are a clueless fool. It's a shame such a treasure ended up in your hands. Su Ming grew even more puzzled. What is graphite? He only knew of a crystalline mineral composed of carbon called graphite. Chapter 104, Settle it in one game. As Tao Zong noted in volume 29 of Records of Leisurely Farming, in ancient times, ink did not exist. People wrote by dipping bamboo sticks in lacquer. In the Middle Ages, ink was made by grinding stone into paste. Some say it was the liquid from yin and stone. The ink referred to here is graphite. Xiao Qingjing's expression grew solemn, his tone tinged with emotion. He gazed at the unremarkable ink stick in his hand and continued, it is the most primitive form of ink, made from natural stone coal. When used, it is ground into powder on an inkstone, then mixed with water to form ink for writing. Once, at a stone site, a set of painting tools was unearthed. Among them was a stone grinding rod. This very rod was used for grinding ink. After Xiao Qingjing finished, Zhao Jiwen nodded in agreement. Picking up where Xiao Qingjing left off, she continued, moreover, very few pieces of graphite survive today, making each one incredibly precious. I never imagined you would have such a complete piece here. Indeed, and the gold powder on it remains so perfectly preserved. This will absolutely astonish the archaeological community. Xiao Qingjing's collector's instincts stirred once more. He turned to Su Ming, his eyes brimming with anticipation. 8 million. Sell it to me. I assure you, you won't lose out on this price. The highest priced ink on the market now barely fetches 5 million. I'm offering nearly double that. The main thing is that this graphite is incredibly rare. I want to keep it for research. If you sell it to someone else, I guarantee you won't get this price. Su Ming trusted Xiao Chengjing wouldn't rip him off. He nodded. All right. Xiao Chengjing was instantly overjoyed. He turned and walked behind the counter, retrieving a box to place the ink inside. Only then did he take out his phone to transfer the payment to Su Ming. Before long, Su Ming began receiving payment notifications. Xiao Chengjing approached with a broad smile. All right, the money's transferred. You can go now. Su Ming, Mr. Xiao, you really are quite blunt. Just like that, he was being ushered out. Xiao Chengjing rolled his eyes at him. Well, you can stay if you want. I don't mind either way. I'd rather leave. Su Ming turned and headed for the door. He had a match to play today. Xiao Chengjing, completely overwhelmed by joy, hadn't even thought about it. Instead, Zhao Jiwen rushed out after him. Su Ming. Su Ming paused and turned at the sound. Zhao Jiwen caught up, stopping before him with a look of concern. You took the day off to go to the race, didn't you? She still remembered the horse race Wu Xin had proposed at the welcome banquet last time. And she'd been worried about it ever since. Her delicate brows furrowed as she looked at Su Ming. Are you really going? I absolutely have to go. Su Ming's tone was unwavering. If I don't go, I'll never be able to hold my head up again. That brat Wu Xin would mock him for the rest of his life. And he'd spread the story far and wide, leaving Su Ming utterly disgraced. But you can't ride a horse. You'll lose. If you lose, he'll probably spread even nastier rumors. Won't your reputation be ruined anyway? Zhao Jiwen tried to persuade him. But Su Ming shook his head. That's different. Avoiding the competition is not the same as losing after competing. But, seeing Zhao Jiwen still wanted to speak, Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. Senior sister, no more talk. This matter is settled. I won't change my mind. Alright, you go about your business. I'm leaving now. Without giving Zhao Jiwen another chance to speak, Su Ming got into his car and sped away. Zhao Jiwen took a few anxious steps forward. Watching the car vanish into the distance like a streak of lightning, she sighed and returned to the antique shop, her face etched with worry. Maple Forest Horse Ranch. Su Ming rarely visited. He parked his car before heading toward the reception area. As soon as he entered, he heard a group of people chatting and laughing as they walked in from the doorway. At the head was Wu Sen. Surrounded by a mix of men and women, one woman in particular was draping her arm around his in a flirtatious, intimate manner. Su Ming glanced at the woman before shifting his attention to the people behind her. The others held little interest for him. His gaze settled on Fan Ming. A slow, mocking curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Little Ming, fresh out of detention? At his words, the three Fan brothers' faces darkened simultaneously. Last time Fan Ming tried to snatch the necklace from Su Ming, not only did he fail, but he ended up getting himself sent to the police station. It was only because their father intervened that he was bailed out. This incident had made them the subject of ridicule behind their backs for a long time. Even now, people still laughed at them in secret. But today, the tables had turned. Now it was their turn to laugh at Su Ming. Fan Yu, the third son of the Fan family, blocked his second brother's path with a sinister grin. Young Master Su, don't get too cocky just yet. Exactly. Brother Wu's a master horseman. You're just a noob daring to challenge him? You've got no clue what you're getting yourself into. Fan Hao joined in the mockery. Fan Ming flipped Su Ming the bird. Loser. Wu Sen, arm around his woman, grinned smugly. Across from him, Su Ming smiled indifferently. So what? I'm here. Wu Sen, you dare face me? Su Ming fixed his gaze on Wu Sen. Wu Sen sneered. You're practically begging for death. He pushed the woman aside, hands in his pockets, and strode toward Su Ming. Su Ming sat on the sofa. Wu Sen stopped right in front of him, towering over him with a condescending gaze. Su Ming, you've got some nerve. You clearly don't know what you're doing, yet you still dared to show up. But let's be clear, no outside help allowed in this match. And definitely no substitutes. You got that? Wu Sen raised an eyebrow in contempt. Su Ming chuckled softly, leaning back and resting his hands on the sofa's backrest. Fine, no outside help. Just don't try to deny losing if you do. Wu Sen burst out laughing at this. He laughed so hard tears streamed from his eyes. Su Ming, you're so full of yourself. I'm genuinely curious, what trick do you have up your sleeve to make me lose? Anyone in their circle knew Su Ming never rode horses. Even if invited to the racetrack, he'd only sit on the sidelines watching. No matter how others urged him, he never took to the field. At first, some thought he simply disliked it, but later everyone gradually realized he simply couldn't do it. A man who couldn't ride a horse at all, yet wanted to beat him? That's just wishful thinking. But that was fine. Once he wins the race, he can go to Wu Ming's house to find the treasure. These days, he said people keeping a close watch on the Su family's ancestral home. No outsiders have been seen coming or going, and Su Ming hasn't taken large quantities of belongings with him when leaving. This means those treasures are still inside the old house. If he went looking, he was certain to find them. This time, he was merely testing the waters, intending to take just one item. The rest, he would gradually find a way to get his hands on them all. The very thought thrilled Wu Sen. He shot Su Ming a mocking glance and sidestepped. Let's go. Time to pick out a horse. All right. Su Ming didn't hesitate, rising to head outside. After changing clothes, they arrived at the stables and each selected a horse. Leading their horses to the riding grounds, Wu Sen declared, "Don't say I'm picking on you. We'll play best of 3. Whoever wins gets to pick items from the other's house." Su Ming snorted lightly. "I'm in a hurry. Let's settle it in one round." Chapter 105, The Jade Toad Paperweight. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Wu Sen and the others immediately wore expressions of contempt. Before they could mock him aloud, Su Ming swiftly mounted his horse. His posture was textbook. It was the kind of form that would earn praise from any riding instructor. Wu Sen and the others were about to burst out laughing when their expressions suddenly froze. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Su Ming. After a stunned silence, Fan Ming pointed at Su Ming and exclaimed in disbelief, He can't ride a horse, can he? This form? He can't ride a horse? Who would believe that?" Wu Sen was dumbfounded too. This situation completely exceeded his expectations. Fan Yu's expression suddenly darkened. "Brother Sen, it seems we've both been deceived by him." Wu Sen gritted his teeth, gripping the reins tightly as he snapped, "Even if he can ride, after all these years without practice, I refuse to believe he could beat me, someone who rides regularly." With that, he swung himself onto his horse, dug his heels into its sides, and spurred it to Su Ming's side. Glaring at Su Ming's calm and composed expression, Wu Sen's eyes blazed with fury. "Su Ming, you put on quite the act. But it won't work. Horseback riding is about skill, not striking a few poses to win." Su Ming scoffed. "Enough with the nonsense. Race or not? If you don't want to race, just admit defeat. That'll save me the trouble." Wu Sen's face turned ashen with rage. Wu Sen gritted his teeth. "Why wouldn't we race?" He pointed at Su Ming. "I'll make you beg me on your knees." He raised his finger toward the woods on the distant hillside. "See that grove on the distant hillside? Whoever reaches it first wins. Giddy up." Wu Sen cracked his whip hard, and the horse surged forward. Su Ming froze in surprise. Then he laughed bitterly. What a cheap trick. To beat him, he'd resort to such tricks. Doesn't he fear being laughed at? Su Ming spurred his horse to catch up. Wu Sen's horse was excellent, swift and powerful. This was the fine horse he kept here. Compared to Su Ming's mount, his horse was far inferior. But Wu Sen had made a valid point. Horseback riding is all about skill. Without skill, no matter how good the horse's physical condition, he couldn't bring out their full potential. This statement perfectly described Wu Sen. Su Ming rode at a steady pace, yet his horse's speed was anything but slow. Halfway through the race, he drew level with Wu Sen. Seeing Su Ming catch up, Wu Sen gritted his teeth, gave his horse several sharp whacks, and surged forward again. Su Ming remained composed. By the time they reached the 4/5 mark, Su Ming had caught up and was gradually overtaking him. No matter how desperately Wu Sen pushed, Su Ming ultimately arrived at the forest first with an overwhelming lead. Upon reaching the woods, Su Ming turned his horse around and mocked, "Wu Sen, you're hopeless. I even let you start ahead, yet you still ended up behind me. Looks like you really wanted to lose to me." Wu Sen charged over, his face dark with fury. He yanked the reins, glaring furiously at Su Ming. "Su Ming, you can't even ride a horse. How could he possibly beat him? You lied to me." Su Ming shrugged. "When did I ever say I couldn't ride? From start to finish, he'd only said he disliked it. He never said he couldn't." Wu Sen's expression darkened, clearly realizing this point himself. His expression darkened further. Su Ming couldn't care less about his expression. Sitting astride his horse, he looked at Wu Sen with a faint, mocking smile. "You haven't forgotten our wager, have you? You wouldn't back out now, would you?" "Wu Sen, I'll honor it. He wasn't that kind of sore loser." "Good." Su Ming dug his heels into his horse's flanks, riding leisurely past Wu Senior. "Let's go then. To your place. I'm picking out some things." That smug tone infuriated Wu Sen so much he couldn't back down. He spurred his horse forward, ready to trample Su Ming to death. But that was clearly impossible. Wu Sen halted where he stood, glaring at his horse beneath him. Useless, he spat angrily. Only then did he turn his horse around and follow. Everyone had seen their race clearly. When the two returned, the smiles vanished from Fan Ming and the others' faces. Their eyes burned with hatred as they fixed their gaze on Su Ming. Su Ming dismounted with a smug grin. What's with all the staring? Trying to rub off some of my luck? Fine, I'm not as petty as Wu Senator, go ahead, take it all. Come on. His words left the entire group, including Wu Sen, with grim expressions. Wu Sen returned to the starting point, dismounted, and coldly ordered the stable manager, I don't keep useless horses. Kill it. I want meat. His voice carried loud enough for Su Ming to hear. Su Ming had no patience for men who lacked skill yet took their frustrations out on horses. They say when the cunning rabbit is dead, the hunting dog is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. Young Master Wu, you haven't even won yet, so why are you killing your own general first? Su Ming crossed his arms, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Wu Sen shot him a vicious glare. None of your business. Su Ming couldn't care less. After all, it wasn't his money being wasted. Wu Sen stormed over, face dark. Seeing the situation was turning sour, Fan Yu immediately grabbed his older brothers and made up an excuse to leave. Seeing them flee, the others followed suit one after another. Soon, only Su Ming and Wu Sen remained. Wu Sen shot him a cold glance. Let's go. I'll take you to get something. Sure thing. Su Ming strolled leisurely behind him. Wu Sen was a member of the Wu family. But he had his own place and usually lived alone. It suited his lifestyle. This time, when he brought Su Ming to pick things out, he was also heading back to his own place. But Wu Sen liked everything in the room. Plus, he and Su Ming were sworn enemies. Every single thing Su Ming picked up made him wince. When he brought Su Ming inside, Wu Sen clenched his teeth tightly. But for appearance's sake, he had no choice but to open the door. Once the door opened, Su Ming barged in without hesitation, rummaging and inspecting everything in sight. He looked like a bandit. Watching him sent Wu Sen's blood pressure skyrocketing. Every time Su Ming picked something up, Wu Sen gritted his teeth and warned, don't break it. You'll pay for it if you do. I'll pay, Su Ming replied, picking things up and putting them down. Money's no object to me. Wu Sen gritted his teeth in frustration. After scanning the entire display, Su Ming still felt drawn to the jade-toed paperweight on the table. If he hadn't misread it, it should be from the Song dynasty. But he'd only glanced at it briefly, wanting to see if anything else in the room caught his eye, so he hadn't examined it closely. After surveying the entire room, it turned out that was the only valuable item. Su Ming made up his mind he would take that jade-toed paperweight. He turned toward the tea table and pointed at the paperweight displayed there. I'll take it. Wu Sen followed Su Ming's pointing hand. His brow furrowed. Where did this paperweight come from? He had no interest in antiques, nor any hobby for collecting. Could this paperweight have been sent by someone trying to curry favor with him? Wu Sen thought it was quite possible. People often gave him gifts, and he usually just tossed them aside after receiving them. They weren't to his taste anyway. It might be worth something, but he wouldn't exactly feel bad about parting with it. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Fine, it's yours. You got what you came for, now get out. Wu Sen turned to open the door, his impatience evident as he ushered the man out. Su Ming picked up the paperweight and strolled leisurely to Wu Sen's side, coming to a stop. He looked up at Wu Sen. Chapter 106, The Unlucky Hygiene. Wu Sen's gut told him something was wrong. His heart instantly leapt into his throat. He watched Su Ming warily. What are you up to? Su Ming grinned. You've moved on? Liao Nanyan dumped you? His contemptuous gaze swept over Wu Sen before he snorted with derision. Well, no wonder. You're neither as generous as Li Kunping nor as capable as him, and you certainly lack his discernment. Liao Nanyan'd be a fool to stick around with you. Wu Sen's face darkened instantly. Liao Nanyan was beautiful, sweet-talking, and knew how to handle herself. Having her around made him look incredibly impressive. But recently, Liao Nanyan had suddenly dumped him. She'd gone off with Li Kunping, trampling his pride underfoot right in front of his friends. Now, whenever he thought of Liao Nanyan, that scene would flash before his eyes. And Su Ming was rubbing salt in the wound. After doing so, Su Ming walked away triumphantly, clutching his prize. Wu Sen was left standing at the door, seething with impotent rage. He stepped outside and got into his car. Instead of driving off immediately, Su Ming pulled out his phone and snapped 9 consecutive photos of the jade-toed paperweight. He posted them to his social feed with a caption. Just 3 words. Trophy. After posting, Su Ming felt incredibly pleased. He hummed a tune all the way as he drove away from Wu Sen's house. Just as he hit a red light, Su Ming's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and saw it was Eugene. After handing over the materials to Eugene last time, Eugene had only been updating him on the progress via WeChat every day. During this time, he hadn't even made a single phone call to Su Ming. Yet the matter had been steadily progressing. After monitoring the situation for several days, Su Ming felt reassured. Why was he suddenly calling today? Was something wrong? With this question in mind, Su Ming pressed the answer button and activated speakerphone. What's up? Yes. Eugene tone was cheerful. Boss, I've wrapped up everything on my end. Transfer the payment over. I've sent you the payment QR code. Once it's processed, you can come to my office to pick up the documents within an hour. Things moved surprisingly fast. Su Ming replied, "Alright, I'll be there." He pulled over to a temporary parking spot, picked up his phone, confirmed the payment code was correct, and immediately transferred the funds. After completing the transfer, he casually took a screenshot and sent it to Hee-jin. "All set." Su Ming informed Hee-jin. Hee-jin cheerfully replied, "Got it. The payment has already been received. Boss, remember to come pick up the certificate and my service fee, don't forget about that, okay?" "Alright, I'll be right over." Su Ming hung up and drove back onto the road. At the agreed time with Hee-jin, he drove straight to Hee-jin's law office. As luck would have it, he saw Hee-jin being beaten again. Several men surrounded him, pinning him to the ground and beating him mercilessly. He was beaten into a tight ball, unable to resist at all. Su Ming. Is this guy just unlucky? Or? Su Ming mentally raised a question mark. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward. "Stop it. I've already called the police." His shout made the men, who had been beating him fiercely moments ago, instantly stop. They turned their heads and glared at Su Ming with vicious expressions. Su Ming waved his phone at them. The screen displayed 110 clearly. All he needed to do was slide his finger down and tap the screen to make the call. The men glared at Su Ming for a moment before rising to their feet. Pointing at Hee-jin, they spat, "We'll let it slide today. Next time, we'll see if you get off so easy." As they passed Su Ming, the man in front shot him a dangerous look. "Who the hell are you?" Su Ming stared back without flinching. "Su Ming." A flicker of confusion crossed the man's eyes. Apparently, he didn't know who Su Ming was. But that didn't matter. The man glared at Su Ming warningly. "Kid, you're lucky today." With that, he turned and walked away with his men. The moment they were gone, Su Ming immediately slammed the law firm's doors shut. Just in case these men suddenly burst back in for a surprise attack. Only after securing the door did Su Ming go to assist Hee-jin. Hee-jin had been beaten badly. His face was bruised and swollen, and his lip was split open, blood trickling down to his chin and staining his shirt covered in footprints, making him look utterly miserable. Su Ming helped him sit down nearby. "Should we call the police?" Hee-jin wiped his face with his hand and shook his head. "Forget it. They won't come anyway." He didn't elaborate on why they wouldn't help. He lowered his head, unbuttoning the shirt he'd been clutching tightly to reveal the briefcase beneath. Under Su Ming's astonished gaze, he handed the briefcase over. "Here are the documents for your newly established company. I've taken care of everything, boss. Just remember to settle the final payment." He grinned, his smile both weary and feeble. Despite his battered state, he still pretended everything was fine. Su Ming pressed his lips together before reaching out to take the briefcase. He had assumed Hee-jin had been beaten to the ground. Given the current situation, it's clear he deliberately fell to the ground and let himself be beaten in order to protect these documents. As he opened his briefcase, Su Ming glanced around the office. The office was in utter disarray. Desks, chairs, computers, printers, everything had been smashed. Documents were torn to shreds, scattered across the floor. Had Hee-jin not shielded the briefcase with his body, the papers inside would likely have met the same fate. What grudge, what enmity did these people hold against Hee-jin? As for what Hee-jin had mentioned last time, Su Ming hadn't believed it then, and now he believed it even less. He took out the documents, carefully inspected them, and after confirming they were intact, pulled out the file folder and returned the briefcase to Hee-jin. "Cash or wire transfer?" Su Ming asked. Just as Hee-jin was about to speak, loud banging erupted at the door. Hee-jin jumped in surprise. He instinctively turned toward the doorway, his face tightening with alertness as he asked in a subdued voice, "Who is it?" The person outside bellowed in anger. "It's me, your landlord. You haven't paid rent in months. If you don't pay today, I'm kicking you out right now." Hee-jin instinctively glanced at Su Ming, a look of embarrassment flashing across his face. Su Ming merely waved his phone, signaling him to accept the payment. "Hee-jin, landlord, hold on a second." Then, dragging his injured body, he rummaged through a pile of clutter to find his phone. He tapped the screen several times before handing it to Su Ming. "Here you go, boss." Su Ming's gaze swept over Hee-jin's phone. The screen that had been intact last time was now covered in spiderweb cracks, with one corner completely unresponsive. Su Ming glanced at it briefly before looking away. He scanned the QR code and transferred the payment. Hee-jin watched the payment confirmation on his phone, a flicker of light appearing in his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by worry. He gave Su Ming an embarrassed smile. "Sorry to make you witness this, boss. Now that it's settled, I'll see you out." "All right." Since the other party didn't want him to witness his embarrassment, Su Ming naturally had no objection. As he stepped outside, he saw an old man in a tank top, accompanied by several others, blocking the doorway with faces flushed with anger. Spotting Hee-jin emerge, they immediately surrounded him. Chapter 107, Name your price, I'll pay. A dozen or so men surrounded Hee-jin, leaving no room to breathe. Upon seeing Hee-jin's battered state, the landlord fell silent for a moment before speaking earnestly. "Hee-jin, it's not that I don't care about you, but look at yourself. It's been months now, nearly half a year, and you still haven't paid your rent." At this point, the landlord heaved a heavy sigh. I know you're struggling, but I'm struggling too. Today, you either pay this rent or I'll help you move all your things out. Either way, you must choose one today. That's right, choose one. If you don't choose, we'll choose for you. Honestly, a grown man, still squatting in someone else's place, what kind of example is that? The barrage of angry accusations left Hee-jin's face flushed crimson. He hung his head apologetically. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. I really had no choice. Look, I have some money on me now. I'll give it to you first. Can you give me a little more time for the rest? Su Ming was descending the stairs when the voices drifted up the hallway, reaching his ears. Su Ming didn't need to guess. He knew the money Hee-jin was referring to was definitely the sum he'd just handed over. But that agency fee? It was less than 5,000 yuan total. Rent in the capital was notoriously expensive. This 5,000 probably wouldn't even cover a month's rent. Sure enough, upon hearing the figure, the landlord flew into a rage. Not only did he demand the 5,000 be transferred, but he also threatened to evict him. Hee-jin, a grown man, was so distraught he started crying. Sitting in his car, Su Ming watched as he knelt before the landlord. Landlord, I truly can't move out. If I leave, I'll have nowhere to stay. Without a place to live, I can't take on cases, I can't earn money, and I'll starve to death. Hee-jin wept bitterly. His tears were pitiful indeed. The landlord shoved him away, starving to death? That's your own damn fault. I'm only kicking you out, not even demanding the remaining month's rent. That's me being generous. Get the hell out now, or I'll have them throw you out. As soon as the landlord finished speaking, several young men stepped forward, grabbed Hee-jin, and dragged him downstairs. They had barely reached the stairwell when someone called out to them. How much does he owe you? Su Ming stood on the lower landing, his gaze calm as he looked at the young men. The young men paused, glaring at Su Ming. What? You're paying for him? Yes, I will. Seizing the moment, Su Ming stepped forward. Just tell me the amount. He walked over to the group, patting their arms in a gesture of reassurance. Let him go. I know him. I have the money. The young men exchanged glances at his words and released their grip. Hee-jin watched Su Ming return, paused for a moment, gave a bitter smile, shook his head, and refused. Boss, forget it. We've only met twice. Don't get dragged down because of me. It's just getting kicked out. I'll survive. Though he said this, Hee-jin's voice was choked with emotion. Su Ming sighed inwardly. A wave of pity washed over him. He patted Hee-jin's shoulder and said, enough talk. Let's settle this first. With that, he stepped past Hee-jin toward the landlord, pulling out his phone. How much? I'll pay for him. The landlord glanced at him, then at Hee-jin, and quoted decisively, 15,000 yuan for a year's rent. Su Ming, payment code. All right. The landlord pulled out his phone, opened the payment QR code, and held it up for Su Ming. After all, he only wanted the rent. Once the money was in his hands, it didn't matter who paid. Su Ming transferred the payment. Once the payment cleared, the other party left with his entourage. The moment the landlord was gone, the hallway, which had been bustling with noise just moments before, fell instantly silent. Hee-jin pressed his lips together, his expression complex. I might never be able to repay you for this money. I know. Su Ming had paid him out of pure sympathy. He remembered his own situation when his parents jumped to their deaths, not much different from Hee-jin's. If not for the incense burner, he himself might have starved to death by now. That was why he had returned. But now that the money was given, Su Ming thought, it wouldn't hurt to ask how this man had fallen so low, would it? Glancing at the law office in disarray, Su Ming turned to Hee-jin. Hungry? How about I treat you to another meal? We can talk. Hee-jin smiled. Sure. I'm penniless now, I eat as I earn. Let's go. He turned and headed downstairs. Su Ming caught up in surprise. Aren't you locking up? Lock what? It's just a pile of junk. Anyone who wants it can take it. Saves me the trouble of cleaning it up. Hee-jin waved dismissively, not even glancing back as he descended the stairs. Hee-jin chose the restaurant. Su Ming wasn't familiar with the area. Following Hee-jin, he sat down at a barbecue stall and waved his hand, ordering a round of dishes. Soon, the grilled skewers arrived at the table. Hee-jin devoured his food as if he hadn't eaten in days. Su Ming watched in shock, then casually handed him a glass of water. Take a sip. Better not choke to death before getting beaten to death. Hee-jin took the cup and gulped it down. Then he turned to Su Ming and said, you wouldn't believe it, but counting today, I've been starving for 2 whole days. Su Ming's eyebrow twitched. He asked, because of those thugs? Yep, Hee-jin mumbled with his mouth full. They won't leave me alone. They come by every few days to cause trouble. If they find out I took a job, they go straight to the client and make a scene. It's caused them to cancel orders one after another. How am I supposed to make a living like this? I had some savings before, but now they're all gone. Can't pay the rent. Everything in this place is second-hand, some of it junk. I buy it, tinker with it, and put it on display. Lucky for me, they don't know I'm working with you. Otherwise, they'd have come after you long ago. Then I won't even make those 5,000. I'd truly starve to death here. At the end of his sentence, He-jin let out a bitter laugh before continuing to stuff food into his mouth. Su-ming listened in utter shock. So you never considered doing something else? I'd love to, but they won't let me. Whatever I try to do, they'll sabotage it. I end up losing money instead of making any. That's why I stick to being a lawyer. If they ever let me sneak in another job, it'd barely cover a few days' worth of food. With every word He-jin spoke, Su-ming felt his understanding being shattered. He stared at He-jin in disbelief and asked, "Who exactly did you offend? Why are they crushing you like this?" He-jin paused mid-bite. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted his head and looked at Su-ming. "You know the Qi family?" Su-ming pondered. "The Qi family, one of the top elite clans in Beijing's elite circles? You crossed them?" "No, how did you cross them?" Su-ming couldn't wrap his head around it. But what puzzled him even more was, with the Qi family's power, if they really wanted to target you, they wouldn't need to go to such lengths, would they? Even Qi Honghu wouldn't be this idle, playing such games with people. This method, however, bore a striking resemblance to someone else. Before he could ponder further, He-jin provided the answer. It wasn't Qi Honghu. Chapter 108, The Lifesaver. Qi Xian? Su-ming tentatively uttered a name. He-jin looked up in surprise, his guard up as he demanded, "You know Qi Xian?" "I do." Su-ming nodded calmly. "Not only do I know him, but we're quite close." Qi Xian was Lu Honghu's only son, roughly the same age as Su-ming. When they met, Su-ming would have to address him as brother. Of course, they weren't related by blood. This brother title stemmed solely from his father's close friendship with Qi Honghu. Since Su-ming had to address Qi Honghu as uncle, so naturally, he called Qi Xian brother too. But truthfully, their relationship was anything but good. Su-ming despised Qi Xian's cruel and manipulative nature, while Qi Xian couldn't stand Su-ming's womanizing ways. Simply put, they despised each other. He looked up to meet He-jin's wary expression and quickly explained, "Don't worry, I'm not one of his kind." He-jin finally relaxed. Then Su-ming asked, "So how did you manage to offend him?" At this, He-jin let out another bitter laugh. He picked up his wine cup and took a sip. "This whole thing? It's just bad luck." Su-ming calmly picked up a string of dried fish and began nibbling. "Spill it. Let's see how unlucky you really were." And then Su-ming witnessed firsthand what it meant for disaster to strike out of nowhere. He-jin's offense against Qi Xian had been nothing but an accident. Half a year earlier, He-jin was still a moderately well-known lawyer, steadily advancing his career at the firm. Until that day, when He-jin had just wrapped up a case and received a hefty fee. In high spirits, He-jin planned a celebration with his firm's colleagues. The gathering was lively, and everyone had a great time. As the gathering dispersed, everyone walked out arm in arm, laughing merrily. As they reached the doorway, He-jin accidentally bumped into someone. That person was Qi Xian. He immediately apologized to the other person. But Qi Xian wouldn't accept it. He demanded they kneel and kowtow until he was satisfied before letting it go. He-jin, brimming with youthful vigor and impetuousness, flew into a rage at the demand and retorted angrily on the spot. They were then beaten up, with one of them suffering a broken leg. The rest could no longer survive in the capital's social circles and left one after another. He-jin felt deeply guilty, so he gave each of them some money and let them go. He himself wanted to leave, but Qi Xian had people watching him constantly, preventing him from leaving the capital. He was forbidden from taking on other work and could only accept legal-related jobs. But every time he took one, as soon as they found out, they would sabotage it. They wouldn't even let him die. Qi Xian had a message delivered: should He-jin meet his end, Qi Xian would send his entire family to join him in death. Escaping was no different. So he dared neither flee nor die, forced to live in wretched desperation. He-jin wept as he spoke. After finishing, he banged his head in regret. Had I known this day would come, I wouldn't have hesitated to kneel and kowtow. I'd have even called him ancestor. But life offers no second chances. Su-ming listened with deep sympathy. He turned off his phone and placed it on the table, then pulled out a tissue and handed it to him. He-jin took it, wiped his tears, and then said, "Do you know why he stopped my landlord from evicting me?" "I know," Su-ming nodded. "He spared you a last stand." Giving him a shred of hope, then watching He-jin slowly suffer that brought Qi Xian far greater satisfaction than crushing him outright. To put it bluntly, he wanted to see him ground to death bit by bit. This perfectly suited Qi Xian's dark nature. But those who caught his eye were in for a world of misery. He-jin wiped away tears while shoveling food into his mouth. Su-ming watched him and asked, "Need my help?" What do you mean?" He-jin looked up blankly, his expression bewildered as if his mind had suddenly short-circuited, unable to grasp the meaning behind Su-ming's words. Su-ming said, "I'll help you get rid of Qi Xian. You come with me from now on." "What do you say?" He-jin froze completely. He set down his skewered meat and sat up straight. You mean it?" He-jin's face was filled with disbelief. Su-ming nodded. "If you agree, I'll handle it." "But why?" They were mere strangers, with no ties whatsoever. Su-ming had even paid his rent. He'd even treated him to a meal. He thought that was already the limit. Now Su Ming suddenly tells him he'll help him get rid of Qi Xian? This wasn't just a windfall, it was a blessing from heaven. But he hadn't done anything to help Su Ming. Why would he want to help him? Su Ming waved his phone. I just searched the judgment document network for your name and your law firm. I found all the cases you handled over the past few years. After skimming through them, I think you're pretty good. And I run a company that needs a legal department. He-jin understood the rest. He was trying to recruit him into his company. Without hesitation, He-jin stood up, knelt before Su Ming, and bowed his head several times. Then, with tears welling in his eyes, he addressed Su Ming. Boss, you saved my life. If you can really help me resolve this matter, I swear I'll follow you through thick and thin, never betraying you. Enough, enough. Get up. This matter isn't resolved yet. You should lie low for a few days. Once it's settled, you can come work at my company. Su Ming reached out, trying to help He-jin up. But the moment his hand touched He-jin, before he could exert any force, He-jin's expression changed. The color drained from his face. Cold sweat poured from his face. Startled, Su Ming hurriedly asked what was wrong. He-jin shot Su Ming an awkward glance before forcing out, my stomach hurts. The words barely left his lips before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed, unconscious. Su Ming. Su Ming immediately called an ambulance and rushed him to the hospital. The examination revealed it was caused by prolonged starvation followed by sudden overeating. In any case, it wasn't serious. Just get in for drip and rest for a few days. Su Ming felt somewhat relieved. It was already close to 10 o'clock. With Zhou Zhirua on his mind, Su Ming didn't plan to stay overnight. He hired a nurse, instructed them to take good care of her, and then left. By the time he returned to the ancestral home, it was nearly 11. Su Ming went straight to inspect the incense burner. Today's incense burner seemed different from before. To be precise, the paper delivered in the incense burner was different from before. The previous paper had been coarse and a dull, yellowish color. But the paper delivered this time was much smoother and whiter. It bore Zhou Jiruo's elegant calligraphy. It reads, Su Ming, did you see? This is a sample produced by the Paper Bureau using the method you suggested. They showed it to me, and I immediately thought of you. What do you think? There's also a printed version in the back, but that one will take a few more days. Once it's ready, I'll bring it to you. Also, the methods you gave me for combating the plague, I've already had them delivered to the relevant officials. With these tools, I believe the people of our great Zhou will no longer have to suffer the ravages of the plague. Su Ming, all this is thanks to your efforts. Chapter 109, Paper Samples in Bitter Cold. Upon reading the letter, a smile spread across Su Ming's face. He examined the newly produced paper carefully. It was indeed quite good. Though still far inferior to the current standard, it was vastly superior to what Zhou Zhirua had used before. Worth celebrating. Su Ming carried the incense burner into the living room, picked up paper and brush, and began writing his reply. It's truly impressive. To produce sample paper in just a few days is remarkable. With further research, we'll surely develop even more paper products. Su Ming placed the letter into the incense burner. He rose and went into the bathroom to wash up. He figured that by the time he finished, Zhou Jiruo's reply would likely have arrived. Su Ming was delighted. Great Zhou. Ever since she had delivered the proof to Su Ming, Zhou Zhirua had been feeling restless. She had no idea whether Su Ming was satisfied with the sample paper. She knew full well that the proof sheets they produced were far inferior to the ones Su Ming used. But they were still considerably better than the ones they were currently using. Zhou Zhirua was delighted. She wanted to share the news with Su Ming, hoping to bring him some joy too. This restlessness kept swirling in her mind. It even slowed down her pace of reviewing memorials. At this hour, she would normally have finished processing them, or at least be nearly done. But now, more than half remained. Sigh, another late night ahead. Zhou Zhirua rubbed her temples with a headache, staring at the mountain of memorials. She took a deep breath, determined to focus. No matter what, she had to finish her work first. Just as she made up her mind, the incense burner, which had been silent all along, suddenly emitted a faint sound. Zhou Jiruo's eyes lit up. Her newly formed resolve vanished instantly. The memorials could wait. First, she had to see what Su Ming had written. Would he praise her? Zhou Jiruo's heart pounded wildly. She picked up the paper and read each character carefully. The more she read, the brighter the smile spread across her face. When she reached the final word, the tension that had gripped her heart instantly eased. She exhaled deeply. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Su Ming didn't reject her. Not only that, but he had praised her and even held such high expectations for her. How could she bear to disappoint him? Zhou Jiruo's eyes crinkled with a smile as she picked up her brush to reply, rest assured, I've taken note of everything you said. I won't let you down. By the way, I've been thinking about it for days. I think your idea of spreading paper-making techniques among the common folk is excellent. But I want to capitalize on the fact that such paper doesn't exist among the people yet to make a fortune. However, my target isn't the Great Zhou, but the neighboring Northern D, Western Shu, and barbarian tribes. Such a fine product, I believe, will surely be coveted by their upper classes. They crave paper, I crave silver. With silver, I can buy grain. Once the floods subside in the south, we can plant a second rice crop. By then, I'm confident our entire Great Zhou realm will have no shortage of grain this year. The more Zhou Zhiruo contemplated this plan, the more elated she grew. She could already envision the people living in peace and contentment, no longer burdened by worries over food. Zhou Zhiruo happily dropped the letter into the incense burner. After bathing, Su Ming dried his hair as he walked toward the living room. Midway, his keen eyes spotted a sheet of paper lying quietly on the table. This must be Zhou Zhiruo's reply. Su Ming quickened his pace, casually draping the towel over the sofa back. He walked around the sofa, sat down, and picked up the paper to read it slowly. The Great Zhou dynasty was currently in a time of turmoil. It was gradually moving in a positive direction. With his support, it was only a matter of time before it found its proper course. Though he couldn't witness the Great Zhou's development firsthand, he felt deeply involved. Every time Zhou Zhiruo spoke of the nation's current state, his emotions rose and fell with hers. He was especially delighted to see the Great Zhou gradually moving toward a brighter future. Su Ming read the letter carefully. Upon reading Zhou Zhiruo's proposal, he nodded in agreement. This plan is sound. We can make a quick profit while others haven't caught on yet. After earning the money, he would then spread the production method among the common folk, allowing the people to use paper too. Very good. Su Ming closed his eyes as he wrote his reply, filled with praise. Her praise filled Zhou Zhiruo with immense joy upon reading the letter. With her spirits lifted, Zhou Zhiruo's desire to share her thoughts surged forth. The words flowing from her brush grew more and more numerous. Finally, she filled an entire page. When Su Ming first glanced at it, he thought something major had happened in the Great Zhou. But upon closer look, it was all about daily life. Some were about Zhou Zhiruo herself, others about the imperial court. At the end, Zhou Zhiruo asked him, "Will it be very cold where you are this winter?" The chief astrologer recently informed me that this year, the Great Zhou may experience a colder winter than usual. The inner court reported today that they will prepare charcoal and animal hides for warmth. If you have any preference for the type of hides, I can have them prepare a few sets for you as well. Su Ming shook his head upon reading this. He had no interest in garments made from animal hides. Compared to animal hides, he preferred down jackets. But Dazed certainly didn't have down jackets. Su Ming continued reading. I'm just deeply concerned for the common folk. Those with power and privilege can still obtain animal hides and charcoal to ward off the cold, but the common people have only dry grass and willow fluff. Should a severe cold snap hit, it's uncertain whether they'll survive the winter. Reading this, Su Ming froze. He blurted out, "No cotton?" Only after the paper was placed in the incense burner did he recall that cotton likely hadn't reached the Great Zhou dynasty at that time. Cotton was introduced to our country over 2,000 years ago. Its widespread use began during the Song dynasty. Even after its introduction, the Central Plains did not cultivate cotton. In the era before cotton, ancient people could only rely on animal hides, dry grass, and willow catkins to ward off the cold. It was only later that duck and goose down became available. However, apart from willow catkins and dry grass, all these items require money, making them difficult for ordinary people to use in large quantities. Even with charcoal, many still freeze to death every winter. Sure enough, Zhou Zhiruo wrote to inquire, "What is cotton?" Su Ming stared at the letter, hesitating for a moment. He decided to explain it to her after all. Records of cotton in the Central Plains were scarce. The only certainty was that cotton had indeed been introduced very early on, so it might exist somewhere. Su Ming resolved to have her send people to search for it first. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give her the cotton seeds directly, but even if he did, it would be too late to plant them this year. It was better to let them search on their own first. If they could find some, that would be even better. If they couldn't, that was another matter. Su Ming described the appearance of cotton to Zhou Zhiruo and printed several images to aid her identification. But after he sent the materials over, Zhou Zhiruo wrote back asking, "Where should I look?" Su Ming. He knew only that cotton cultivation had first taken root in border ethnic minority regions like Xinjiang and Yunnan. But back then, he had no idea what Xinjiang and Yunnan were called. How could he possibly guide her? Chapter 110, Urgent News from Jiangnan. He needed to find Zhou Zhiruo first and ask for a world map. Su Ming shared his idea with Zhou Zhiruo. Zhou Zhiruo frowned deeply at the paper in her hands. A world map? She pondered for a moment before understanding with an "Oh, I see." What Su Ming wants is a map of the enemy nation. The world was only so big, and she could only obtain so much. But enemy nation maps were notoriously difficult to come by. She only had one copy, and it wasn't detailed enough. She wasn't sure if it would meet Su Ming's requirements. She'd give it a try. Zhou Zhiruo retrieved the map and tossed it into the incense burner. Su Ming stared at these maps, which were little more than rough sketches, and felt a throbbing pain in his head. Good heavens, how am I supposed to make sense of this? The sketchy drawings were bad enough, but he didn't recognize a single place name on them. They didn't even match the current place names. How was he supposed to guide Jojiro with this? It seemed the matter of guidance wouldn't be resolved anytime soon. He'd have to postpone it. Su-ming replied to Jojiro, "I'll study the map. Once I figure it out, I'll let you know." Jojiro had no objections. From the very beginning, Su-ming had made it clear that 1,000 years separated them. It was only natural that he couldn't decipher modern maps. She would simply wait for Su-ming to complete his research before dispatching people to search for the cotton. After chatting with Su-ming a while longer, it was nearly midnight when Jojiro reluctantly bid him farewell. She put away the incense burner and resumed reading the memorials. Most of the memorials now concerned matters in the south. Qin Chuan had already arrived in Jiangnan to oversee relief efforts, with daily updates dispatched to the capital by express courier. The reports came daily, without fail. Her task was to ensure Qin Chuan's logistical support. This ensured he and the disaster victims could focus on recovery without worry. By the time she finished reviewing all the memorials, the hour of the ox was nearly over. The imperial court session was not far off. Even if she went to bed, she wouldn't get much sleep. She decided to simply doze off fully clothed on the bed for a short while. Only when Zhao Shen roused her did she rise, wash, change, and prepare for the court session. No sooner had she taken her seat upon the dragon throne than Tang Ping, the Minister of Revenue, stepped forward from his place in the assembly. "Your Majesty, your edict has been transmitted to all prefectures and counties. Your servant has received reports from local officials that grain loans from wealthy merchants have been dispatched to disaster areas. Here are the grain loan lists submitted by each prefecture and county." He presented a ledger with both hands. Jojiro gestured to Zhao Shen, "Present it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Shen stepped forward, took the ledger, and handed it to Jojiro. Jojiro took it and examined it carefully. The ledger clearly documented the quantities of grain lent to the court by wealthy merchants from various prefectures and counties, along with the names of the lenders. After handing over the ledger, Tang Ping continued, "Your Majesty, you promised to personally write a promissory note, which is why these wealthy merchants agreed so readily to lend. Now that the borrowed grain has arrived, I humbly request Your Majesty to kindly write the promissory notes and affix your seal. I will immediately dispatch messengers to deliver them to each prefecture and county. This will also allow the people of the realm to witness that Your Majesty is a man of his word." Jojiro nodded, setting the ledger aside. "I shall write the promissory note today. Once completed, I shall hand it over to you." "Thank you, Your Majesty. For the sake of the people, what hardship is there?" Jojiro raised her hand, signaling Tang Ping to rise. Tang Ping thanked her and withdrew to his original position. Jojiro scanned the assembled ministers and asked, "Are there any other matters to report?" As soon as she finished speaking, Chiyu, the Minister of Works, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." Jojiro turned to him. "Speak." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chiyu stood straight. "The matter entrusted to me by Your Majesty recently has been completed. The paper workshop is now mass-producing the new paper according to the method Your Majesty provided." "But Your Majesty, what should be done with this paper?" The entire court was present. It was hardly feasible to suggest they use it themselves. Given the workshop's current scale, even 10 more Zhou dynasty courts couldn't consume it all. Jojiro had mentioned exchanging the paper for silver last time. But Chiyu had yet to formulate a concrete plan for implementation. Chiyu could only consult Jojiro. Jojiro, however, had already thought it through. She explained, "Of the paper produced, aside from reserving a portion for imperial use, the remainder shall be divided into 3 parts. One portion will be sold to the public through paper shops established in the name of the court. Without the imperial endorsement, it would surely attract the attention of many wealthy individuals. This way, the silver in the hands of wealthy merchants could flow into the imperial treasury. At the same time, it would cause little harm to the common people. The remaining 2 portions shall be sent to Western Chu and Northern D respectively. Select trustworthy individuals to establish paper shops in both regions. As for pricing, naturally, it can be doubled or even tripled or quadrupled. Such rare paper will surely attract many buyers. The higher the price, the greater their interest. So proceed boldly. All the silver earned from these sales must be converted into grain to replenish the granaries. Additionally, Minister Qi, you must ensure the paper mills operate day and night without cease. Produce as much paper as possible, as quickly as possible. Also, inform all workers, whoever can produce paper even more exquisite and refined than this will receive a generous reward from the Emperor." "Understood?" Jojiro looked at Chiyu. Chiyu bowed. "Your servant receives the command." "Very well. Do you have any other matters? If not, you may withdraw." Chiyu withdrew. Jojiro glanced at the others. "None of you have anything to report?" The ministers replied in unison, "We have nothing further to report. Since there is nothing to discuss, you may all withdraw." That thick ledger would keep Jojiro busy for days. She had no desire to sit here wasting time. Her words had barely fallen when Jojiro rose to her feet. Just as she was about to leave, a loud cry suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Urgent report. Urgent news from Jiangnan. A young eunuch dashed toward the gilded throne room. He was moving so fast he couldn't stop in time. He tumbled awkwardly several times across the palace floor. Watching this scene, Zhou Jiruo's expression darkened. She turned, pointed at the young eunuch, and ordered Zhao Shen, help him up. See what urgent news has come from Jiangnan. What could be so urgent to drive someone to such a state? Could it be a sign that a plague is about to break out? At this thought, Zhou Jiruo's expression darkened further. Zhao Shen hurried down the jade steps, helped the young eunuch to his feet, and demanded urgently, what's the urgent report? It's here. The young eunuch gasped for breath as he pulled the urgent dispatch from his robe. Zhao Shen snatched it and jogged over to deliver it to Zhou Jiruo. Zhou Jiruo snatched it away and swiftly opened it. She scanned the entire contents at a glance. After reading it, Zhou Jiruo let out a deep sigh of relief. But as soon as the sigh escaped, her brows furrowed again. Though the urgent report stated there was currently no sign of an epidemic spreading, the situation remained far from optimistic. If not resolved promptly, a deadly disease could still break out. Thus, Zhou Jiruo returned to her seat upon the dragon throne. Chapter 111, Sold. The young eunuch's task completed, Zhou Jiruo instructed Zhao Shen to escort him to the side hall to rest. She sat enthroned upon the dragon chair. The urgent report still clutched in her hand. Minister Qin reports that the mugwort is insufficient and clean drinking water is also running low. My ministers, is there any solution? If it were only mugwort, that would be easily resolved. An immediate order to collect it would suffice. But clean drinking water? That was a real headache. The Jiangnan region had just endured floods, altering the quality of the groundwater. Water that was once drinkable is now unsuitable for consumption. Otherwise, it could easily lead to epidemics. Therefore, to obtain clean water, one must either collect rainwater in clean containers and boil it before drinking, or transport water from other regions. When Qin Xuan first arrived in Jiangnan, heavy rains still fell frequently. He could still organize the people to collect rainwater to get by. But with the rains ceasing these past days, their drinking water had become a problem. Unable to obtain it locally, they had no choice but to seek help from Zhou Jiruo. When Zhou Jiruo raised the issue, everyone froze in unison. Then they began whispering among themselves. Zhou Jiruo pondered too. But with so many disaster victims, she couldn't immediately think of a good solution. Just then, Wang Ben stepped forward. His expression was somewhat awkward. As if he felt awkward speaking up. Your Majesty, I have a crude idea, but I'm unsure if it's appropriate to share. Zhou Jiruo shot him a puzzled glance. What do you mean, whether it should be spoken? Speak freely. She could decide later whether it was feasible. But how could anyone judge its worth before hearing the proposal? Seeing Zhou Jiruo's response, Wang Ben hesitated no longer. He nodded and began, Your Majesty, my proposal is to deploy the army to transport water for the people. If we leave it to the people themselves, it might not be enough. Besides, they're either busy farming or rebuilding their homes, they simply don't have the time. From this perspective, only the army has the necessary time and resources. Once the crisis for the people of Jiangnan is resolved, the army can immediately return to its original station for continued training and garrison duty. Your Majesty, what do you think? Zhou Jiruo considered it and found the plan plausible. Besides, there was no better solution at present. She nodded. Granted. This matter shall be entrusted to you, General Wang. Since it was his idea, he would undoubtedly handle it more smoothly. Wang Ben knelt to accept the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Su Ming slept for a while, then woke up and glanced at the incense burner. There was no message inside. Zhou Jiruo must still be busy and had no time to chat with him. He'd check again later that evening. Su Ming tidied up, took the jade-toed paperweight he'd won from Wu Sen and the map he'd obtained from Zhou Jiruo the previous night, then headed to the antique shop. With the great Zhou relics as a guide, Zhou Gu was also present. Xiao Chengjing and he were examining an artifact, each holding a small magnifying glass, scrutinizing it closely. Hearing the door open, she merely glanced his way. After a brief greeting, she returned to examining the artifacts. It was Xiao Chengjing beside him who stared wide-eyed at the bag in Su Ming's hand. Kid, what's in there? His tone carried a hint of anticipation. Zhou Gu cast him a puzzled look. Zhao Jiwen also turned to look. Her gaze swept subtly toward Su Ming's hand. Su Ming instantly understood. He couldn't help but chuckle as he stepped inside. Old Xiao, stop staring, your eyes are practically popping out of your head. He walked to the table, set down the bag, reached inside, and pulled out the green jade paperweight. Handing it directly to Zhou Gu, he said, Old Zhou, could you please appraise this for me? The moment Xiao Chengjing saw what it was, his interest vanished. He gave a faint oh. Just this? He had plenty of these. But since Su Ming asked for an appraisal, he clearly intended to sell it. After a few glances, he remarked, nice design, fine craftsmanship. Looks like mid-Ming dynasty. Probably worth a few 100,000 to $1 million or so. 10 million might be a stretch, but 8 or 9 million is definitely achievable. Gu examined it closely, pointing to the toad pattern on the paperweight. There's a chipped corner here, so the condition is slightly compromised. But it's authentic. Are you looking to sell? That last question was directed at Su Ming. Su Ming nodded. Yes. Since Master Zhou is here, could you help me with the process to get it to the Starlight auction? Oh, and Master Zhou, how's that matter I mentioned last time when I paid my respects to Master Xiao? Word had already spread that several major Zhou dynasty artifacts would soon appear at the Starry Sky auction. Many eyes were now fixed on the Starry Sky auction house, awaiting confirmation. Gu nodded and put away the green jade paperweight. The items brought by Elder Xiao, being yours and authentic, pose no issue. As for timing, the boss mentioned the current momentum is favorable. He's decided to hold those artifacts for the next auction, hoping to fetch a better price. The announcement will be released today, you might want to keep an eye out. I see. Su Ming understood. Then let's proceed accordingly. Will you be attending this auction? Gu asked. According to Starry Auction House's rules, buyers can meet sellers, provided both parties are willing to meet. But this time, I'll be there, Su Ming said. I want to see what price these items fetch. He wanted to gauge the market for future sales of artifacts from the Great Zhou era. But I don't want to meet the buyers. And I'd like to ask old Zhou to keep this confidential, don't let anyone know these items came from me. He possessed far too many artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty. They were too conspicuous. If someone took notice, it might stir up trouble. It wasn't that he feared theft. The security system at the old mansion was impenetrable to ordinary thieves. He simply didn't want anyone interfering while he was dealing in Great Zhou artifacts. Gu didn't grasp his true intentions, but she could probably guess most of it. She nodded. No problem. You can use my name, Xiao Chengjing offered. Everyone knew he was researching the Great Zhou dynasty and possessed some artifacts from that era. It seemed perfectly natural. Xiao Chengjing thought calmly. Su Ming smiled and thanked him. But Xiao Chengjing waved it off nonchalantly, his eyes sparkling as he added, no need for thanks. If you're truly interested, just get me more ancient artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty. Let this old man study them to his heart's content. Gu was left speechless and shook his head. Su Ming gave a mysterious smile. Today, I actually found another one. Hearing this, Gu looked over in surprise. Xiao Chengjing instantly perked up. He circled the table and approached Su Ming. He held out his hand. What is it? Quick, show me. A map. Su Ming pulled several pieces of leather from his bag and handed them to Xiao Chengjing. Xiao Chengjing hastily took them, spreading each one out on the table and examining them closely. The more he looked, the more astonished Xiao Chengjing became. This really is a map of the Great Zhou. And so clear. This is fantastic. Xiao Chengjing excitedly patted Su Ming on the back. Good lad, you haven't let me down. Chapter 112, Asking for a Favor. Xiao Chengjing's eyes were glued to the map, unwilling to look away for even a moment. His hand hovered in midair, afraid to lower it lest he damage the map. He even held his breath, breathing as softly as possible. After watching him for a moment, Su Ming spoke up. Old Xiao, you can study this map, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Speak. I want to know where all these places on the maps are located today. Xiao Chengjing assumed Su Ming was asking for something. Turns out it was just this. He chuckled. That's easy. Once I've confirmed it, I'll tell you. It shouldn't take too long. To study the Great Zhou dynasty, he had practically memorized the histories of both the preceding and succeeding dynasties. The region where they lived also reflected the customs and traditions of the time. Thus, he was also quite familiar with the maps. By cross-referencing them one by one, it wasn't difficult to determine which areas they corresponded to in the present. Su Ming's face lit up at these words. Then I'm truly grateful to you, Elder Xiao. Su Ming hadn't expected to see Wu Sen again so soon. And it was in an antique shop. Wu Sen's face was as black as coal. As if he'd swallowed 10 pounds of ink whole. His complexion was frighteningly dark. His face was grim as he walked in, his eyes sweeping the shop with a dark, brooding gaze. He spotted Su Ming, who was dusting off an antique with a feather duster, and strode straight toward him. Su Ming placed the ancient artifact back on the display shelf. He turned around, watching Wu Sen approach. When he drew near, Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, young Master Wu. What's this? Still bitter about losing last time? Want another go? Aren't you afraid you'll keep bringing me good stuff? Wu Sen's face darkened further. He glared at Su Ming several times, his expression tinged with humiliation. He opened his mouth several times. Finally, Wu Sen spat out through gritted teeth. I'm asking you, where's that pair of green jade paperweights? Give them back to me. His voice was stiff and harsh, as if he'd just chewed on a mouthful of stones. Su Ming found it amusing. Leaning his hands on the table, he sneered mockingly. Return? Yes, give them back to me. Wu Sen's tone remained impatient. Su Ming suddenly burst into laughter. Pointing at Wu Sen, he burst into loud laughter. Only after Wu Sen's face turned ashen did he draw out his reply. Wu Sen, don't forget that jade paperweight was lost to me. It's my spoils of war. You say give it back? That's ridiculous. Who returns spoils of war? Even if it were returned, it should be the winner who initiates it. Not Wu Sen, looking like he could eat someone alive, barging up to him and demanding it back. Su Ming at Wu Sen and sneered, Wu Sen, are you just a sore loser? Wu Sen's expression darkened further. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he instantly bristled, his voice rising as he shouted. Who can't take a loss? Do I look like someone who can't take a loss? If it weren't for... Wu Sen's words abruptly stopped. He gritted his teeth, his face betraying a hint of unwillingness. It was as if his presence here had been forced upon him by someone else. At that thought, a spark of insight flashed through Su Ming's mind. If you want something, you should at least show some sincerity, right? Su Ming decided to enjoy the drama first. Come on, tell me, why do you want to take that jade paperweight back? Wu Sen had no intention of saying. That would be too humiliating. Especially not in front of Su Ming. He turned his eyes away in frustration, his tone stiff. I'll pay you. I'll buy it. Name your price. No deal. Not selling. Su Ming shook his head. Wu Sen's anger made the veins on his temples bulge. He glared fiercely at Su Ming, grinding his teeth. Su Ming, don't push your luck. If it weren't for his grandfather insisting he retrieve this item, he'd never have come here to endure this humiliation. Just opening his mouth to Su Ming had already cost him a great deal of his pride. If Su Ming pushed his luck any further, he'd rather not have it at all. Even if it meant getting beaten by the old man when he returned, he wouldn't care. Once he recovered, he'd make sure Su Ming paid. Seeing how furious he was, Su Ming didn't bother asking any further. As for the item, Su Ming smiled and said, the item has already been sent to the Starry Sky auction house. It will go up for bidding tonight. If you want it, go bid for it yourself. As for how much it would cost or whether he could actually win it, that was none of Su Ming's concern. After Su Ming finished speaking, Wu Sen was so furious his hands trembled. He pointed at Su Ming, eyes wide with disbelief. After a long moment, he ground out through clenched teeth, how desperate for cash are you? It's only been in your hands for a few days, and you've already sent it to auction? Damn it, if it weren't for his grandfather's ironclad order, the one tied to the company's second half collaborations, he'd never have come looking for Su Ming. This was infuriating. Just wait. Once he got his hands on the item, he'd make sure Su Ming paid. After learning the item's whereabouts, Wu Sen stormed off, fuming. Su Ming shrugged, whistling cheerfully as he turned back to dusting. When quitting time rolled around, Su Ming gave Zhao Jiwen a quick heads up before strolling out leisurely. But he didn't go home. Instead, he turned his car around and headed for the most luxurious club in Beijing's elite circles. Manhwa. Standing at the entrance of Night's Allure, Su Ming looked up at the neon-lit sign, inwardly marveling at its splendor before striding straight inside. The moment he stepped inside, the dim, dazzling lights and deafening music momentarily stunned him into stillness. Only after his eyes adjusted slightly did he continue deeper into the venue. He made his way up to the third floor with practiced ease. The old Su Ming had been a regular here. But after what happened with his parents, he hadn't been here in ages. Now, stepping back inside, he felt strangely unaccustomed to the place. Su Ming ascended to the third floor, located the private room he sought, knocked on the door, and then pushed it open to enter. The private room was bustling with activity, filled with deafening noise. Compared to the main hall downstairs, it was even more boisterous. Su Ming's appearance brought an instant silence to the private room. The next moment, a voice chimed in with a laugh. Well, who'd have thought? It's young Master Su. Even after losing your family, you still have the leisure to show up here? I was starting to worry I'd never see you again at Manhwa. A teasing male voice rang out. The previously quiet crowd began murmuring upon hearing Su Ming's name. Isn't he broke? How come Manhwa still lets him in? Could it be he's fallen on hard times elsewhere and is now trying to latch onto young Master Chi's coattails? A barrage of mockery washed over Su Ming. Su Ming paid no heed. He strode directly toward Qi Xian. He flashed a smile at the beauty beside him. Excuse me, lovely. I need a word with your Mr. Qi. The beauty glanced questioningly at Qi Xian. He released his grip and the woman sensibly stepped aside. Su Ming took the opportunity to sit down beside Qi Xian. He got straight to the point. Qi Xian, I'm here today to ask you for a favor, a person. Qi Xian chuckled dismissively. How unusual. Young Master Su actually asking me for a favor. But I don't recall us owing each other any favors. On the contrary, I invited you out several times before, but you never showed up once. Now you come asking for a favor? Don't you find that a bit ridiculous? Chapter 113, Wanting His Life. Qi Xian's tone dripped with sarcasm. Su Ming listened. He even rolled his eyes inwardly. His relationship with Qi Xian had never been good, they only maintained a superficial peace in front of their parents. As for Qi Xian inviting him to hang out, he hadn't exactly refused. But this kid always pulled some unexpected stunts at the end of their outings. Su Ming played along, but he couldn't stand such antics. Naturally, he declined. Before coming, he'd anticipated Qi Xian would bring up old grievances. Su Ming wasn't the least bit surprised. After Qi Xian finished speaking, Su Ming sneered lazily, "Don't you know why I didn't come? I'm not wasting my breath on you. Just one question, are you going to return this favor or not?" Qi Xian's expression darkened. He stared at Su Ming for a moment. His expression shifted several times, as if lost in thought. Suddenly, the man who had been so grim moments ago broke into a smile. "All right then. Who do you want? Name your man." "He Jean." "He Jean?" Qi Xian looked surprised. "That kid? What do you want with him?" Su Ming replied calmly, "Just tell me whether you'll release him or not." "I can release him." Qi Xian leaned back lazily into the sofa. "I'm getting bored with that kid anyway. If you want him, you can have him. But Su Ming, you should know that if you want someone from me, you'll have to show some sincerity, right?" Su Ming knew this was coming. He nodded. "Name your price." As the words fell, Qi Xian's eyes suddenly hardened with ferocity. He sat bolt upright, fixing a piercing stare on Su Ming as he demanded in a deep voice, "I want to race you again." "A race?" Su Ming's expression instantly turned peculiar. He looked Qi Xian up and down, a faint smile playing on his lips. Again? 2 years ago, this kid had challenged him to a race. He nearly lost his life. He spent nearly half a year in the hospital afterward. And now he wanted to fight again? "Aren't you afraid this time you'll meet the Grim Reaper for good?" "Poof. Who knows who'll meet the Grim Reaper? Just say yes or no." "Race. Time and place." Su Ming agreed readily. He used to be quite the skilled racer himself. He'd grown tired of it later on, which was why he'd stopped. Since Qi Xian wanted to race, he'd race. "But let's agree on this first, if I win, you'll withdraw all your people and never bother He Jin again." Su Ming wanted to set the stakes up front. To prevent Qi Xian from reneging. Qi Xian scoffed derisively. "Fine. But what if you lose?" Su Ming looked at Qi Xian. "What do you want to do then?" Qi Xian had been waiting for this very question. His voice turned dark and menacing as he declared, "If you lose, I'll break one of your legs." 2 years ago, he'd lost a leg in a match against Su Ming. Now, he intended to make Su Ming lose one too. To settle the score from back then. Su Ming, fine. When it came to racing, he had never lost. Seeing Su Ming agree so readily, Qi Xian's face twisted into a sinister, eerie grin. He stood up and said coldly, "Why wait for another day? Since you're here today, let's race now." The West Mountain Highway, west of the city. The West Mountain Highway was notorious for its treacherous terrain. 9 twists and 18 turns. The sharp curves and limited visibility demanded extreme caution even for everyday driving. Yet this very road was a mecca for racing enthusiasts. There was even a racing club nestled within the Western Mountains. Su Ming used to be a regular there. Seeing Qi Xian about to leave, Su Ming followed. "Let's go then." The group that had been merrily drinking in the private room earlier now shifted their gathering spot along with the 2 men. As they exited, a figure stood not far off, observing Su Ming and the others clearly. His brow was tightly furrowed. Su Ming and his group arrived at the West Hill Club. They each selected a car first. Nighttime racing carried even greater risks. But Su Ming didn't care. He knew every bend on the West Hill Road with his eyes closed. "But?" Su Ming frowned, his gaze fixed on the man standing beside Qi Xian. "Qi Xian," he sneered, "how long has it been since we last met that you become so shameless? You're challenging me to a race, yet you bring in a professional driver?" Qi Xian gave a sinister smile. "You never said I couldn't invite him. Besides, the fact that you made me bring him here proves you've got some skills." Su Ming loved hearing that. His furrowed brow instantly smoothed out. He grinned widely. "You know your place, don't you? You know you can't beat me." With that, he turned and walked away. Qi Xian's face darkened. But he didn't argue. When it came to racing against Su Ming, he truly couldn't hold a candle to him. But he had money. Even if he couldn't win, surely someone else could? All he needed was for Su Ming to lose. Qi Xian glanced at the man beside him and said in a low voice, "Remember what I just told you?" "Got it." The man nodded and walked toward the race car he'd selected earlier. It had been ages since Su Ming last raced, and though he was confident, he wasn't reckless. He drove the car around the entire track first. Once he was sufficiently warmed up, the race between Su Ming and the man finally commenced. Beneath the roar of engines, sharp beams of light pierced the darkness. Ahead of the light, a scantily clad beauty swiftly waved her flag. Instantly, both cars shot forward, racing up the mountain road. Qi Xian sat in his chair, a cigarette held between his fingers. Watching the cars vanish into the distance, a calculating expression slowly spread across his face. From the very beginning, what he wanted wasn't Su Ming's leg. What he wanted was Su Ming's life. The western mountains were treacherous, the cliffs towering high. He could only hope the body would remain somewhat intact. A coward like him couldn't bear the sight of blood. Qi Xian's eyes crinkled with laughter. Inside the race car, Su Ming's gaze remained calm as he stared straight ahead. The vehicle beneath him surged through the first turn at 200 miles per hour, then shot like lightning toward the second curve, followed by the third. But before his car could clear it, the man's vehicle suddenly closed the gap, pulling alongside him and forcing Su Ming's car toward the mountainside. Surprise flashed in Su Ming's eyes. What the hell? Trying to kill him? He'd actually thought Qi Xian had changed his ways today, planning to race him fairly. Turns out he was waiting for him here. Well, then, he wouldn't be polite. Su Ming accelerated once more. The man pursued relentlessly. The two raced relentlessly along the mountain path, the man exploiting every opening to push Su Ming toward deadly terrain. He nearly forced Su Ming off the cliff. Su Ming's face turned ashen as he dodged the oncoming vehicle once more. His hands wrenched the steering wheel, sending the car into a drift that narrowly avoided the collision. He immediately accelerated, racing toward his destination. The next second, a violent explosion erupted behind him. The shockwave made Su Ming's body tremble. He didn't look back, continuing to accelerate away. With that kind of impact and such a violent explosion, the man had almost no chance of survival. Besides, even if he stayed, he couldn't save anyone on his own. He had to get out of there first. Only upon reaching his destination could he call for help. Su Ming charged toward the finish line. Blinding light sliced through the darkness. The roar of engines grew louder and Qi Xian's smile widened. He had already heard the explosions on the mountain. Su Ming, oh Su Ming, the grudge from 2 years ago this year, I finally avenged it. Chapter 114, Fallacies. Qi Xian trembled with excitement, every muscle in his body quivering. As the speeding race car approached, he instinctively stood up. He wanted to greet this good news with the most relaxed posture possible. But why wasn't the car slowing down? Lost in his joy, Qi Xian belatedly sensed something was wrong. A piercing scream instantly rang in his ears. Young Master Qi, get out of the way. But Qi Xian couldn't dodge in time. Or rather, his mind had registered the danger. His body, however, couldn't keep up. He watched helplessly as the fiery red race car sliced through the darkness, hurtling straight toward him. At this speed, Qi Xian had no doubt that if it struck him, he would be hurled high into the air before crashing back down. His body would shatter into countless pieces, blood splattering the ground. As death approached, Qi Xian felt the world slow to a crawl. Until a piercing screech of brakes echoed, growing louder as it approached. Then, all he could see was the front of the car, mere inches from his face. Qi Xian's legs buckled and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. After parking, Su Ming stepped out of the race car, his face ashen. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. It swept over Qi Xian's face. No one nearby dared utter a word. Given Su Ming's earlier reckless driving, it was clear he'd intended to run Qi Xian over. And with him clearly boiling with rage right now, who would be so reckless? But none of them expected the Grim Reaper to target them first. Su Ming stepped out of the car, ignoring Qi Xian for the moment. Instead, he turned his head, scanning the crowd for something. When he spotted the person he was looking for, he coldly demanded, "There's been an accident on Half Mountain Road. Why aren't you going to rescue them?" The person Su Ming was staring at nodded repeatedly before rushing off. Within 2 minutes, the rescue team was on its way. Seeing them go to help, Su Ming swept his gaze over the others. "Do you all intend to stay here and watch the spectacle?" His voice was calm. No fluctuation. Yet it sent an inexplicable chill down their spines. Those standing closest gave a nervous chuckle, then made up some excuse and hurried away. Within a minute, the area that had been crowded moments ago fell silent, filled only by the sound of the night wind. Su Ming turned his head to look at Qi Xian. After these few minutes, Qi Xian had regained his composure somewhat. Recalling the scene just now and then seeing Su Ming standing perfectly fine before him, his expression darkened instantly. He snapped his head up. "You killed him." A flicker of disgust crossed Su Ming's eyes. "You killed him. Bull." Qi Xian stood up, his face dark. "You were the one who challenged him to a duel, not me. His death has nothing to do with me. Who brought him here?" Su Ming stared expressionlessly at Qi Xian, closing in step by step. "And who ordered him to ambush me on that mountain path? If it weren't for my superior skills, the one lying dead in the mountains right now would be me." Su Ming's voice was cold. "Did you really want to see that happen? So much so that you didn't care about someone else's life?" "Qi Xian, I always knew you were disgusting, but I never imagined you were this disgusting." Somehow, those words struck a nerve. Qi Xian's face twisted violently. He glared at Su Ming without restraint, his teeth clenched. "You're the one who killed him. If not for you, if not for wanting to kill you, would I have sought him out? Now he's dead, and it's because you refused to die that you dragged him down with you." Su Ming knew Qi Xian was mentally unstable. But he hadn't expected this man to be this deranged. He hired a hitman, the target refused to die, the assassin triggered the trap Su Ming had set and died himself, and now it was the victim's fault? This was utterly absurd. Su Ming was so furious he laughed. Suddenly, Su Ming swung a punch, slamming it hard into Qi Xian's face. "Know why I hit you?" Su Ming shook his hand and raised an eyebrow at Qi Xian. Qi Xian gasped in pain, clutching his eye as rage boiled over. "Because you're sick." "Wrong. It's because I want you to feel pain, to learn your lesson. But since you refuse to hit yourself, I'll have to do it myself." With that, Su Ming delivered a vicious kick to Qi Xian's stomach. Amidst Qi Xian's uncivilized curses, Su Ming charged forward, pinned him to the ground, and beat him mercilessly. At first, Qi Xian cursed fiercely. But as time went on, his curses grew fainter and fainter. Right up until the end, he even begged for mercy. Su Ming paid no heed. He landed several more brutal punches before grabbing Qi Xian by the collar and yanking him close. His voice was icy. "I'll ask this only once. If the answer isn't what I want, you should know what the consequences will be." Qi Xian nodded frantically. "Su Ming, withdraw the people I placed around He Jin. From now on, you are forbidden from causing trouble for He Jin. Can you do that?" Yes, absolutely." "Very well, Qi Xian. You'd better not go back on your word." Su Ming shoved Qi Xian aside and walked away with disgust. Qi Xian lay sprawled on the ground, his face smeared with blood, looking utterly wretched. After a long while, Qi Xian muttered viciously under his breath, "Su Ming, if I don't avenge this, I'm not Qi Xian." By then, Su Ming had already left West Mountain. He drove his car toward the city center. His hands rested on the steering wheel, the knuckles still stained with blood. Most of it belonged to Qi Xian. With He Jin's matter settled, he could start work anytime. The thought of work suddenly reminded Su Ming that although his company had been established, it hadn't officially opened yet. He only had one employee, He Jin. Not enough. He needed to hire. When he had time, he'd have to browse job websites. See if there were any suitable candidates. Su Ming drove back to the old house while these thoughts occupied his mind. Upon entering the house, he immediately went to wash his hands. The blood on his hands was unbearable. He hadn't felt it while he was at the club, caught up in the heat of the moment, but once he stepped outside, it hit him. But at that moment, he'd been in the car and too lazy to pull over. Then he'd driven straight home. He wouldn't even let the blood touch the incense burner without washing it off first. After washing his hands, Su Ming applied medicine to the scrapes on his skin. These were all from hitting Qi Xian too hard. Only after treating the wounds did Su Ming return to the bedroom and retrieve the incense burner from the safe. A piece of paper was still floating beside the incense burner. It was from Zhou Zhirua, asking if he had returned yet. She must be missing him. His gloomy mood instantly lifted. Su Ming sat down on the spot, reached for paper and brush nearby, and began writing his reply. "I'm back. I finished studying the map you gave me." Though he hadn't researched it himself, he knew the results. "You can send people to search Western Chu, especially around Jiangzhou. Comparing the Western Chu map to my current era, cotton is highly likely to appear in that region." The latter part of this information had also been shared with him by Xiao Chengjing. Su Ming was overjoyed upon hearing it. Xiao Chengjing looked utterly puzzled, wondering why he'd asked about this. Could Su Ming tell the truth? He made up an excuse on the spot to brush it off. Fortunately, Xiao Chengjing didn't press further. Su Ming placed the letter into the incense burner. It vanished almost instantly. Chapter 115, Mosaic Photos. Great Joe. Within the blue and white hall, Zhou Zhirua gazed at the letter. The icy sternness on her face instantly melted like spring water flowing gently. Beneath her slightly lowered brows, joy surged. Cradling Su Ming's reply in her hands, she beamed with delight. Wonderful. After waiting so long, she finally saw his reply. Jiangzhou. Zhou Zhirua recalled that Jiangzhou lay in the northeast of Western Chu, a region sparsely populated and harsh in environment. Could such a place even grow cotton? But if Su Ming said so, it was almost certainly there. As for whether they could find it, that was something to be determined once they went looking. After all, Su Ming had mentioned before that cotton wasn't native to the Central Plains, it had been introduced from overseas. Moreover, Su Ming himself didn't know the exact time it had been introduced. This journey would depend largely on luck. But Zhou Zhirua wasn't afraid. Whether luck was on their side or not, they wouldn't know until they tried. Zhou Zhirua picked up her brush and replied, "Very well. I shall send someone to Jiangzhou tomorrow. If they cannot find it, so be it. But if they do, Su Ming, we have no experience cultivating it. I would still like to ask for your help." Such a request, Su Ming naturally wouldn't refuse. He agreed readily. Zhou Zhirua felt as though she had barely sent the letter when a reply arrived. Seeing the simple word agreed on the letter, Zhou Zhirua's face lit up with a smile. She knew Su Ming would never refuse her. But a token of gratitude was still in order. But not now. She always felt these mundane things were unworthy of Su Ming. She wanted to give him something better. And she had already put someone on the task. She decided not to tell him about it for now. Once everything was ready, she would simply present it to him as a surprise. Zhou Zhirua felt happy. The conversation that followed felt light and easy. Su Ming read the letter, surprise flickering in his eyes. So soon? The floods in Jiangnan are nearly resolved? Unexpected. He had assumed that in this ancient era, where everything was inconvenient, thoroughly handling a major natural disaster would take at least several months. He hadn't expected it to be mostly resolved in less than a month. These people worked surprisingly fast. Suppressing the confusion in his eyes, Su Ming continued reading. The letter stated that Qin Chuan was handling the final wrap-up. Once these minor matters were settled, he would return to the capital. The letter also repeatedly thanked him for his advice. Thanks to his plan, no major outbreak had occurred in Jiangnan this time. Even when minor outbreaks emerged, they were swiftly contained, preserving the lives of the common people to the greatest extent possible. Reading this, the heavy weight that had been hanging over Su Ming's heart finally lifted. With the southern region safe and sound, he could finally relax. Su Ming set down the paper and picked up his brush, writing, "That's good. Then you needn't worry about this matter anymore." A reply came swiftly. "Indeed. Since the incident in Jiangnan, I haven't slept soundly for several nights. Now I can finally rest easy." The handwriting was lively and spirited. Even without seeing the writer, Su Ming could sense the cheerful mood behind the words. He smiled. "Then congratulations to you." Zhou Jiruo also found it cause for celebration. Holding Su Ming's reply, she basked in the joy for a while before writing him another letter. This time, the topic had shifted from the floods in Jiangnan to paper. "Su Ming, did you know? I just received urgent news today that the paper we produced has been extremely well received in both Western Chu and Northern D. As soon as it hit the market, it was snapped up almost entirely. The shipment we sent was originally planned to last 7 days, but it sold out in less than 2. The local manager sent an urgent letter overnight, asking me to have the paper bureau produce more. The flower pattern stationery, especially, is incredibly popular. If the paper bureau could keep up with demand, they wouldn't need to limit pre-orders. As it is, they'd be working around the clock and still couldn't meet the demand." Su Ming read each word carefully. Upon reaching this point, he nodded in expected understanding. People, after all, are naturally inclined to pursue better things. These new, appealing products always spark a wave of buying frenzy. Only when the market begins to saturate does this frenzy gradually subside. And the paper itself becomes an everyday item. It won't necessarily be expensive, but it will be used frequently. Then he continued reading. The silver earned from selling this paper was used for working capital, with the remainder entirely allocated to purchasing grain. This time, we acquired nearly 1,000 sure. While this amount is insignificant compared to the total populace, it marks a positive beginning. As long as paper remains in high demand, the granaries of the Great Zhou will eventually be filled, and the people will no longer need to worry about starvation. Su Ming praised, "This is indeed cause for celebration." He replied, "Then seize this opportunity to earn as much as you can." Zhou Jiruo had already considered this. "I intend not only to earn money to buy grain, but also to hoard as much gold and silver as possible." Sometimes, Zhou Jiruo even dreamed of bringing all the gold and silver from Western Chu and Northern D back to Great Zhou. Of course, she knew full well how unrealistic that notion was. She was merely indulging herself, letting her imagination run wild. After becoming more familiar with Su Ming, Zhou Jiruo spoke her mind freely. As their conversation flowed, the topic shifted to the instant camera. She complained to Su Ming, "How did you take those photos? Why are yours so clear while mine always turn out blurry?" She tried countless times. What looked perfectly clear when she was shooting still ended up as a blurry mess in the final photos. The difference between hers and Su Ming's photos was like night and day. This question had been nagging at her for days. But she'd been too busy with other things to bring it up until now. After reading the letter, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he picked up his pen and wrote, "Send me the photos you took." Within 2 minutes of sending the message, several photos emerged from the incense burner. Su Ming picked them up and looked. "Ha ha ha ha. What on earth is this?" They looked like they'd been pixelated. Who could possibly tell what was in the photos when they were laid out like that? Su Ming looked through them one by one, unable to stop laughing. Finally, tears streamed down his face from laughter. After finishing the last photo, he wiped his eyes and began writing back with instructions. "Before taking a photo, make sure the lens is focused. Wait until the image is clear before shooting, and keep your hands steady. One shake and the photo is ruined. If you can't guarantee steady hands, use a tripod to stabilize the camera." "Oh, a tripod." Su Ming's eyes lit up. Why hadn't he given Zhou Jiruo a tripod? "Yes, send her one." Su Ming had intended to write about this in his letter, to tell Zhou Jiruo and make her happy. But after writing a few words, Su Ming changed his mind. Better to give it to her in person next time and surprise her. But since the words were already written, crossing them out felt awkward. Better to give her something else instead, letting her enjoy the anticipation for a few days. Su Ming swiftly changed his writing direction. He swiftly finished writing and placed the letter into the incense burner. Chapter 116, Long Time No See. Zhou Jiruo stared at the letter, reading each word, each line, over and over again. Those few brief lines softened her heart. Though the words were cold and impersonal, she inexplicably sensed boundless tenderness within them. It transformed into waves of warmth, flooding her heart. The smile on her face grew brighter and brighter, impossible to suppress. Cradling the letter, she felt a flicker of anticipation. Su Ming had said he would bring her more negatives tomorrow, along with a book explaining photography techniques. He encouraged her to take more photos whenever she had free time to practice. She wanted to practice more. Once she had perfected her skills and could capture clear images, she wanted to take a photo of herself for him. Jean had been feeling rather carefree these past few days. Ever since Su Ming saved him that day, his life had turned into pure bliss. He no longer worried about food or shelter. Su Ming had replaced his phone with a new one, his WeChat balance had surpassed 4 digits, and even troublemakers who came knocking were fended off by Su Ming's bodyguards. Looking at the quiet doorway and then at his clean, tidy office, Jean knew he had truly latched onto a powerful patron. And a golden one at that. But since that day, he hadn't seen Su Ming again. He wondered if Su Ming had met with Qi Xian and what the outcome had been. But since the bodyguards remained, Su Ming would surely return. He didn't go to disturb him. Until today, when the doorbell suddenly rang. Once, the sound of it would have made him jump, but now his eyes filled with anticipation. He sprang to his feet and beamed with delight at the sight of Su Ming walking in. "Boss." Jin's eyes crinkled with a warm smile as he hurried forward. "You finally made it. I thought you'd forgotten about me." "How could I? After spending so much money, how could he possibly forget?" Su Ming reached out, gently pushing back the overly eager Jean, and gave him a thorough once-over. Compared to the last time he'd seen him, Jean looked noticeably more energetic. His complexion was rosy, and the worry between his brows had vanished. He seemed to have come back to life. Young people really do have remarkable resilience. Su Ming nodded. "Not bad." He patted Jean on the shoulder. Jean chuckled and promptly invited Su Ming to sit beside the sofa. He then brewed a cup of tea for Su Ming, brought it over, and only then sat down beside him. "Boss, did you come looking for me because you want me to come back to work?" Su Ming picked up the teacup and took a sip. "That's right. So where's the company?" Jin's eyes lit up. He felt a surge of anticipation. That was precisely why, despite being in the office these past few days, he hadn't accepted any new assignments. He was waiting for Su Ming. Then, he heard Su Ming say, "We have a location, but the office space isn't finalized yet. We'll stay here at yours for the next few days. While we're at it, could you help me recruit some people?" Up until now, his company consisted solely of himself and Jean. Jin's expression froze upon hearing this. His leaning posture snapped upright. He stared at Su Ming in disbelief. "What? Hire people? Was Su Ming serious?" Jean stared intently at Su Ming, searching his face for any hint of jest. But unfortunately, Su Ming wasn't joking. Seeing Jin's strong reaction, Su Ming asked in confusion, "Is there a problem? What's wrong with that?" "There was definitely a huge problem, okay?" Jean looked at him with a look that said there was no way to explain it all, rubbing his temples in frustration. "Boss, do you even remember? I studied law. I'm a lawyer, not someone trained in human resources. Crossing professional boundaries is one thing, but this was ridiculous. If you want me to hire my own assistant, fine. I'll hire however many you need, no problem. But asking me to recruit company staff for you? How am I supposed to do that? I don't even know what kind of people you need, what skills they should have, or what abilities they should possess. I can't judge any of that. And you still expect me to hire people? Are you trying to make your company collapse faster?" Jean looked into Su Ming's eyes, asking sincerely. "Su Ming. Forgive him for being a real loser back then, he doesn't quite get that. But through osmosis, he picked up quite a bit. Since you're useless, I'll find someone else. Draft the contract for me." This was Jin's core responsibility, so naturally it posed no problem. He agreed immediately, with remarkable ease. "No problem." The Starry Sky Auction House. Su Ming and Xiao Chungjing walked in with practiced ease. The venue was already filled with many attendees. As soon as they entered, Xiao Chungjing left Su Ming behind and went to find Zhou. Su Ming, however, did not head straight for the private box. He glanced around before heading toward a table in the corner. Just as he was about to sit down, the corner of his eye caught sight of a suit. Before he could see who it was, a delighted voice rang out beside him. "Su Ming. What are you doing here?" Su Ming looked up in surprise. "Gu Shishir?" Gu Shishir emerged from behind Gu Hong, her smile radiant. "Yes. It's been ages since we last met. I was just thinking I'd come find you in a few days, never imagined bumping into you here." Su Ming was quite surprised too. Especially since he also encountered Gu Hang. After the incident last time, he hadn't seen Gu Hong again. Now, upon meeting again, the man still gave him the cold shoulder, just as before. With Gu Shishir present and knowing he and Gu Hong had little reason to interact, Su Ming didn't intend to dwell on it. He merely nodded politely and looked away. Gu Shishir was thrilled. She took 2 quick steps and sat down beside Su Ming. She tugged at Su Ming to sit down too. Only then did she remember her brother. "Brother, you sit too." Gu Hang's smile was gritted through clenched teeth. He shot Su Ming a subtle, piercing glance before sitting down beside Gu Shishir. "What exactly is young Master Su here to sell?" Gu Hang's question instantly disrupted the relatively peaceful atmosphere. Su Ming lifted his gaze and shot Gu Hong a glance. Gu Shishir looked utterly surprised. "Su Ming, are you selling something? What is it?" Can you tell us in advance? Her eyes were innocent, completely oblivious to the storm brewing beneath Gu Heng's words. A flicker of resignation crossed Su Ming's mind. I'm just here to see the commotion. I heard many ancient artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty are appearing this time, so I came specifically to take a look. Besides, didn't I already bid on a green jade paperweight last time? Didn't you know that, Mr. Gu? Su Ming retorted irritably. A trace of scorn flickered in Gu Heng's eyes. Spineless. Even Gu Shishir could detect the hostility in his words. She looked back and forth between Su Ming and Gu Hong, confused. What was going on? Neither Su Ming nor Gu Hong intended to explain. Gu Hong gave her a gentle smile, ruffling her hair as he changed the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to find a nice gift for your future mentor? You'll have a chance to look around properly later. At those words, Gu Shishir's attention was instantly diverted. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Hong. I've already decided. Teacher Lu loves paintings, especially landscape scrolls. I heard there's a large landscape scroll from the Great Zhou dynasty among the auction items this time. I want it. Gu Hong smiled. All right. Chapter 117, Bandits Run Rampant. Su Ming glanced at Gu Hong. He was somewhat surprised they too had come for ancient artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty. But that meant he'd be raking in a hefty sum this time around. The thought was rather pleasant. Just as he was pondering, someone else entered through the doorway. Su Ming instinctively looked over. There stood Li Kunpeng, discreetly escorting Liao Nanyan through the doorway. His eyes darted around the courtyard before he pulled Liao Nanyan toward the upstairs, as if terrified of being seen. This was completely unlike his usual demeanor. In the past, he would have relished every pair of eyes fixed on him, basking in the spotlight. But now, acting so low-key. Could it be? His dad keeps a tight leash on him. Just a few days ago, he got scammed out of millions buying counterfeit goods. He's probably broke now, just here for the spectacle. As Su Ming pondered this, Gu Heng's cold explanation suddenly reached his ears. Su Ming shot him a surprised glance. The latter's expression was impassive, not even a glance in his direction. As if the words had not come from his lips at all. Su Ming, ? Wasn't this guy supposed to be on his side? Why was he offering explanations? This was baffling. But what he said piqued Su Ming's interest, so this kid doesn't have any money in his pockets? He was already scheming about how he could squeeze another deal out of him. Gu Hong shot him a strange look, but you didn't sell anything, did you? None of your business. Spotting Li Kunpeng about to ascend the stairs, Su Ming called out loudly, Old donkey, which ancient artifact have you set your sights on now? Not something from the Great Zhou dynasty, I hope? You just spent billions buying one from me last time. You're not planning to scoop them all up this time, are you? His shout drew everyone's attention. They hoped to see who the old donkey was. Instead, they heard this exchange. The crowd instantly understood. All eyes turned to Li Kunpeng. Li Kunpeng, who had been about to go upstairs, turned ashen-faced. He whipped his head around and glared fiercely at Su Ming. Last time, you were the one who screwed me over. How dare you say that? Who screwed you over? Su Ming refused to back down. Wasn't it an artifact from the Great Zhou dynasty? Both Elder Zhou and Elder Shao authenticated it. How is that being tricked? Or are you saying the auction house tricked you? Li Kunpeng's expression shifted slightly. The Starry Sky auction house had grown so large because of the formidable forces backing it. He dared not speak such words. Besides, they conducted their business honestly. Li Kunpeng dared not spread rumors about them lightly. He shot Su Ming a glare. Don't drag others into this. Oh, so you're here to buy ancient artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty? Su Ming steered the conversation back, propping his chin up as he grinned mischievously at Li Kunpeng. These are prime collectibles bound to appreciate. Everyone wants them. But old donkey, do you even have the money? I heard you got scammed just the other day, and your dad won't give you any cash. Planning to pawn yourself off here for some dough? Su Ming's sharp words left Li Kunpeng's face flushed purple with embarrassment. His eyes darted nervously. After stammering a few awkward defenses, he hurried upstairs. Once upstairs, Li Kunpeng muttered darkly under his breath, Damn Su Ming, just you wait. You humiliated me in public today, but one day I'll make you pay. He then pulled Liao Nanyan into the private room. Downstairs, Su Ming burst into hearty laughter. Gu Hong shot him a disapproving look. He hadn't intended to say anything, but as Su Ming's laughter grew more exaggerated, Gu Hong couldn't stand it anymore. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. That's enough. Why be so relentless? Su Ming turned with amusement. Me, aggressive? He'd clearly never seen Gu Hong push someone to the limit before. How could he possibly think Su Ming was being aggressive now? Mr. Gu, I don't recall you living on the Pacific coast. Why the sudden concern? The feud between him and Li Kunpeng ran deep. It was either him suppressing Li Kunpeng or Li Kunpeng suppressing him. Their relationship was like a seesaw, constantly shifting. One of them always had to come out on top. Given that, Su Ming intended to be the one to push Li Kunpeng down. As for Gu Hong? Different strokes for different folks. Su Ming rose and headed upstairs toward the private room. Gu Shishir instinctively followed, but Gu Hong called her back. Gu Shishir watched Su Ming's retreating figure with a look of reluctance. Only after his silhouette vanished completely down the corridor did she turn back, her voice tinged with displeasure. "Brother, what are you doing?" "I was about to ask you the same thing," Gu Hong replied coldly. He looked pretty intimidating. But Gu Shishir wasn't afraid of him at all. She sat down angrily beside Gu Hong, pouting as she complained, "What I was doing didn't you already know? Instead of helping me, you actually sabotaged me. Is that any way for a brother to act?" Mentioning this only made Gu Hong look utterly exasperated. He couldn't fathom what kind of spell Su Ming had cast on her to make her so utterly devoted. But in Gu Heng's opinion, Su Ming and Gu Shishir were completely mismatched. His face remained cold and stern, maintaining an expression of impartiality. "Give up on that idea. He's not right for you, and I won't approve. Neither will Mom and Dad." Gu Shishir's eyes reddened with anger. Su Ming remained unaware of these developments. Entering the private room, the auction commenced shortly thereafter. His primary purpose for attending was to gauge the crowd's enthusiasm for ancient artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty, to see how much money could be made. As for himself, he had no intention of buying anything. He was here primarily to participate. In the Great Zhou, Zhou Zhirua was examining newly produced paper. This batch featured a bamboo motif. Scattered across the surface were tiny bamboo leaves, lending the entire sheet an elegant, understated charm. It looked quite nice, though she wondered how it would perform for writing. Zhou Zhirua dipped her brush in ink. Just as she was about to begin writing, Zhao Shen hurriedly entered the room. He hurried to her side and whispered urgently in her ear. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Zhirua's expression darkened. She set down her brush and said in a low voice, "Xian." "Yes." Zhao Shen stood at attention and called out toward the hall entrance, "Announce." In the next instant, a young man clad in official robes entered, his face pale and head bowed. He approached Zhou Zhirua and knelt with a thud. Before he could perform the formal greeting, Zhou Zhirua coldly ordered, "No need for formalities. Tell me what exactly happened." The young man urgently replied, "Your Majesty, after concluding affairs in Jiangnan, this humble official accompanied Lord Qin back to the capital. Unexpectedly, we encountered bandits en route. Lord Qin and his men were all captured and taken to the mountains. They then wrote a letter, instructing this humble official to deliver it for your Majesty's perusal." He pulled a letter from his robe and presented it with both hands. As she looked at the letter, Zhou Zhirua's face darkened so much it seemed water could drip from it. With a flick of her sleeve, she pushed aside Zhao Shen, who was about to step forward, and walked over herself to snatch the letter from the young man's hands. She opened it. After reading it, Zhou Zhirua clenched her teeth in fury. These bandits have no regard for the imperial court. She spat out the words through gritted teeth, then turned to Zhao Shen and ordered, "Convey my imperial decree, summon the 6 ministries and the 9 ministers to court immediately to discuss urgent matters." Chapter 118, Do Not Break Your Word. In the gilded hall, Zhou Zhirua sat with a grim expression. After the officials finished reading the letter, she asked in a deep voice, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The ministers' faces were twisted with indignation. Shi Yu stepped forward, his face flushed with rage. "Your Majesty, we absolutely cannot give them the silver. Minister Qi speaks the truth." Tang Ping chimed in immediately. "Those bandits of Pursuing Wind Fortress kidnapped a high-ranking official of the court. They deserve death. If we pay them silver now, won't the Great Zhou court lose all face?" Both ministers speak wisely. "This money must not be paid. Your Majesty, isn't General Li Hun stationed in Jiangnan? On his return journey, he must pass beneath Chasing Wind Fortress. Why not have him seize the fortress en route and rescue Minister Qin?" This suggestion immediately gained unanimous support. Zhou Zhirua also shared this view. But Luo Yanghui frowned in disagreement. "Chasing Wind Fort merely seeks silver. If we send General Li Hun to attack them, what if they kill him instead? This plan is unwise. As an imperial official, isn't it his duty to sacrifice himself for the state? Should the court really have to ransom him?" Lu Chong shot him a cold glance. "I didn't say ransom, this is an exchange, do you understand? Once we rescue Lord Qin, we can send troops to wipe them out." Luo Yanghui attempted to explain, only to hear Tang Ping's flat retort, "Isn't it all the same?" Lu Chong found this argument compelling. He addressed Zhou Zhirua, "Your Majesty, this door must not be opened. Such practices must not be allowed to take root. Once we set this precedent, bandits will spend every day scheming to kidnap officials and demand ransom from the court. How could the officials of our Great Zhou ever travel freely within our own lands again? Your servant, Lu Chong, humbly kneels and requests your Majesty dispatch troops to Pursuing Wind Fortress to utterly annihilate the bandits and rescue Minister Qin." This subject likewise requests the command. Nearly half the court officials knelt in unison. Seeing this, Luo Yanghui immediately knelt and pleaded, "Your Majesty, Lord Qin is a pillar of the court. Please cherish our talents." As his words fell, the remaining majority of court officials knelt in unison. Zhou Zhirua surveyed the officials and declared in a sullen voice, "Minister Lu speaks wisely. If I yield today and pay them silver, then henceforth, officials of our great Joe will be nothing but walking purses in the eyes of bandits. How could they ever walk safely upon the lands of our realm again? But Luo Yanghui tried to speak further. Zhou Jiruo waved him off. Minister Luo, no more words are needed. My decision is final. Hanlin Academy, draft an imperial edict on my behalf. Order Li Han to immediately march to Chasing Wind Fortress, rescue Qin Xuan, and wipe out the fortress. Additionally, order Wang Ben to turn his army around and assist Li Han in breaching the Windchaser fortress. The Grand Secretary of the Hanlin Academy immediately replied, "Your servant will draft the edict at once." The auction had reached its climax. The grand finale featured not only Su Ming's ancient artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty but also a bronze artifact from the Qin dynasty. It was exceptionally well preserved and extremely rare. Su Ming's heart leapt at the sight. Since he was starting a company, he needed a few showpiece treasures to anchor the place, didn't he? This one was perfect. Su Ming immediately bid 20 million. The room fell silent. The price, which had been fluctuating non-stop moments ago, froze for an instant. Then, a flood of comments rolled across the screen. Whoa, who is this guy? The reserve was 6 million, we just got to 10 million, and he doubles it? Deep pockets. Can't compete. Out. Su Ming glanced at the comments and chuckled softly. What he set his sights on, he would naturally claim. The 20 million yuan price tag instantly deterred many bidders. But those who could enter this place were no strangers to wealth. The bidding resumed in the next instant. Before long, the bid reached 50 million. It seemed there were quite a few people eager to acquire this ancient artifact. This time, Su Ming didn't bid immediately. He waited. He was waiting for the final price. Finally. 1 billion, going once. The auctioneer called out loudly, "Any higher bids?" Silence fell over the crowd below the stage. Su Ming knew his chance had come. He immediately called out, 10 billion 100 million. The auctioneer promptly announced, lot 66 bids 10 billion 100 million, going once. In private room 89, Ji Honghu furrowed his brow. He asked the person beside him, "Go find out who's in room 66. Then he added another 100 million directly. He was a wealthy man. Su Ming happened to have some money on hand at the moment. He followed suit and added another 100 million. Watching the numbers jump, his expression darkened instantly. Who the hell is this guy? He hoped he wouldn't find out. He kept raising the bid. Su Ming refused to be outdone. The final price soared to a staggering 30 billion. And the other party clearly had no intention of backing down. Su Ming's brows furrowed. The person behind bid 89 is incredibly wealthy. But so was Su Ming. He was determined to have this item. 50 billion. He raised the bid by 20 billion in one breath. Ji Honghu's face turned ashen. The chief family had money, but they couldn't spend it like this. Who exactly was that bidder at table 66? Once he found out, he'd make them pay. In the end, the bronze artifact went to Su Ming for 50 billion. Su Ming was delighted. Next up was the auction of ancient artifacts from the Great Zhou dynasty. Su Ming watched the spectacle unfold, occasionally placing a bid just to join in the fun. By the time the final piece sold, Su Ming had at least 100 billion in his account. Wow, everyone's rolling in it. Money's good, best send it all my way. I never turn down a good deal. Su Ming rubbed his hands together. By the time the settlement was complete, Su Ming was grinning so widely his eyes were barely open. With his items and money secured, Su Ming promptly exited the auction hall. As for Xiao Changjing, he'd made it clear upon arrival that he had no plans for the day. He intended to accompany Zhou Gu in researching the history of the Great Zhou dynasty. He'd even gotten thoroughly roasted by Su Ming for it. After leaving the Starry Sky auction house, Su Ming first returned home to stash his purchases before heading straight out again. He didn't know how to run a company, but he could learn. He could hire people too. Starting from scratch now, learning on the fly might not be enough. He planned to hire a professional broker first to help establish the company. He'd learn the rest on his own. But before Su Ming could secure an appointment, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Su Ming had no idea who it was. He pressed the answer button without thinking. Su Ming here. Who's this? Song Zhao's triumphant voice came through immediately. Young Master Su, the task you assigned me is complete. You'll see the results by tomorrow at the latest. Hearing that voice, Su Ming paused for a moment. Then his gaze deepened slightly. Really? Of course it's true, Song Zhao chuckled. But young Master Su, you promised me that if I handled this well, you'd let me be your assistant. You won't go back on your word, right? Su Ming, fine. Though he didn't care for Song Zhao. Once he gave his word, he would see it through. If Song Zhao dared to do anything detrimental to him, then he wouldn't hold back. Once the results are in, I'll contact you. Su Ming hung up after saying that. As for the professional agent, Su Ming decided to hold off for now. He'd assess the situation with Song Zhao first. Chapter 119, Who is it? Su Ming started the car again and turned around, intending to head back to the old mansion. Halfway there, Su Ming suddenly sensed something was off. Wasn't that inconspicuous van behind him following him for far too long? Or was it just a coincidence? Such a coincidence seemed hard to believe. Whether it was coincidence or deliberate, he'd find out soon enough. He turned the steering wheel sharply and veered onto another road. This road saw little traffic, with no residential buildings nearby, let alone companies or supermarkets. Only the occasional truck passed through here. If these people weren't following him, there was no reason for them to be here. At least, Su Ming couldn't think of a reason. He didn't slow down much, pulling his car to a stop at the roadside after entering the lane. He got out and walked toward the nearby bushes. If these people were genuinely just passing through, it would be too coincidental for them to look into his car. But if they were after him, then logically, they would get out to investigate. Whether these people were following him or not would soon be clear. As he pondered this, a van sped into the intersection. Su Ming stood behind a tree, watching the vehicle. Under Su Ming's gaze, the van sped toward his car, then stopped. Su Ming's pupils contracted. It really was coming for him. The next second, he saw a dozen or so thugs emerge from the vehicle, each armed with tools, wooden clubs, bricks, and shoehorns. None of them were restricted weapons. Su Ming laughed bitterly. These guys were surprisingly law-abiding. They even knew not to bring restricted weapons when beating someone up. But who could have sent them? Su Ming had crossed quite a few people lately. He had no clue who exactly was after him now. He'd been considering charging forward to confront them if there were only a few just to see who was so reckless, but now? If he dared rush out, he'd be the one acting recklessly. Su Ming wasn't that reckless. He'd wait for them to leave, then investigate. Whoever did this would be exposed sooner or later. Holding on to this thought, Su Ming concealed himself even more carefully. But this group didn't seem willing to let him off so easily. From a distance not too far away, Su Ming heard one of the thugs say, "The car's here, so he can't have gone far. Search!" The crowd instantly dispersed. As he watched the approaching figures draw nearer, Su Ming's eyelids twitched. Getting out of the car hadn't been a wise decision. Next time something like this happened, running would be the best option. For now, Su Ming needed to figure out how to escape. He slowly crouched down, intending to slip away silently under the cover of the trees. Little did he know that after taking just 2 steps back, he collided head-on with a thug wielding a shoe scraper. The thug froze for a moment before snapping to attention. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Boss, he's right here." Su Ming. When you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water gets stuck in your teeth. There's no escaping this, might as well fight back. Su Ming lunged forward and landed a punch squarely on the thug's face. He knocked the thug down instantly. Then he charged toward the car. The thugs were searching for him all around, the crowd had scattered somewhat, and there was no one near the car, the perfect chance to get inside. Once he was inside, this mob wouldn't be able to touch him. The plan was sound, but execution proved difficult. Just as his hand was about to grasp the door handle, a brick flew toward him. Su Ming dodged it with lightning reflexes. With a crash, the window shattered into a gaping hole. Su Ming. Damn it, this was his favorite car. He whipped his head around, glaring fiercely at the brick thrower. This car cost over 50 million. Have you figured out how you're going to pay for it? Su Ming stared expressionlessly at the brick thrower. The man sneered coldly, snatched a wooden club from his henchman, and strode toward Su Ming. "My boys want half your life. Have you figured out how you're gonna give it?" Seeing the crowd closing in, Su Ming smiled. Pretty straightforward. He looked at the leader and asked, "Then you should at least tell me who wants half my life, right? You don't know who you've offended?" Su Ming knew perfectly well. He just didn't know who had actually carried out the attack. Seeing the crowd closing in, Su Ming quickly called for a halt. "Hold on. You're hired thugs, right? You're in it for the money. How much did that guy pay you? I'll double it. Just tell me who sent you." "No deal." The leader shook his head. As the thugs closed in, Su Ming quickly added, "Triple. We have our code. We don't break it for money. How else would we survive in this business?" As he spoke, the man swung his shoehorn and charged forward. Just then, a shrill shout echoed from afar, growing louder. "The cops are here. Everyone, stop right now." The raised shoehorn froze mid-air. The leader turned in surprise, only to see a dozen police cars swiftly encircling them. Officers emerged from the vehicles. "Drop your weapons and get down on the ground." The boss's face turned ashen. Reluctantly, he tossed his weapon aside and crouched down, hands on his head. Eugene rushed over urgently, "Boss, are you okay?" Su Ming let out a quiet sigh of relief. If you'd been a second later, I'd be in trouble. With so many of them, he couldn't have fought them all. Thankfully, this kid delivered. Seeing he was unharmed, Eugene breathed a sigh of relief too. Thank goodness this wasn't far from my place. Otherwise, I might not have made it in time. When he got Su Ming's call, he'd been completely caught off guard, but he'd immediately called the police. Su Ming patted his shoulder, pulled the still ringing phone from his pocket, and ended the call. "Got the recording?" Su Ming asked while manipulating the device. Eugene chuckled. Boss, you're questioning my professionalism. With such solid evidence, how could he miss it? He waved the phone triumphantly. Nice work. Su Ming patted him on the shoulder before walking over to the detained thug. Want me to write a letter of forgiveness? The thug's expression changed. Of course he did. If the victim issued a statement of forgiveness, they wouldn't be held accountable. That meant they wouldn't face criminal charges. At worst, they'd be taken back for a stern talking to. No need to worry about jail time. He thought for a moment, then spoke a name. Wu Sr. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. That little punk. A leopard can't change its spots. Su Ming said to He Jin, leave it to you. With that, he turned and walked back to the car. Staring at the shattered car window, Su Ming felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart. Fine, Wu Sen, huh? Wait to pay up. Su Ming immediately began inquiring about Wu Sen's whereabouts. But he heard the kid had gone out to sea. Today was his lucky day. Su Ming called the dealership to have the car towed for damage assessment, then headed back to his family home. He grabbed the package and headed straight for the bedroom. After just one day apart, he found himself missing Zhou Jiruo. He wanted to vent to her and deliver the promised item to her while he was at it. Chapter 120, this is going to be huge. Taking out the incense burner, Su Ming first wrote a letter and tossed it inside. He wanted to check if Zhou Jiruo was there first. If she was, he'd send the gift over to cheer her up. If not, he'd wait until she returned before delivering it. In any case, he would inquire first. On the other side of the incense burner, Zhou Jiruo sat with a furrowed brow. The vermilion brush in her hand hesitated, unable to descend. Until that almost inaudible whisper sounded. Startled, Zhou Jiruo abruptly lifted her head and looked toward the dragon bed. She blinked. A letter has arrived? Zhou Jiruo immediately set down her brush, rose, and hurried to the imperial bedside to retrieve the incense burner. Seeing the letter beside the incense burner, Zhou Jiruo's face lit up with a smile. She hastily reached out, picked up the letter, and carried the incense burner back to the imperial desk. She took out a clean sheet of white paper and began writing her reply. Yes, have you finished your business and returned? Su Ming's mood lifted upon seeing the letter. He picked up the specially purchased items, placed them in the incense burner first, then replied, open it and see. Zhou Jiruo held the exquisitely wrapped boxes, her eyes brimming with astonishment. How beautiful. The boxes shimmered with radiant colors. She had never even dreamed of such things. Su Ming's era must have been truly splendid. Zhou Jiruo felt a pang of envy. She couldn't bear to open it. Yet she yearned to see what lay within. She rose, walked to the side, retrieved a dagger, and after careful examination, began cutting along one edge with utmost precision, striving to keep every cut perfectly straight. Until the box was completely dismantled. The packaging of the contents finally revealed itself. Outside the packaging box was another thin layer. Transparent and delicate. Zhou Jiruo couldn't take her eyes off it. Every step along the way, she couldn't bear to ruin. Yet she had no choice but to open it. Only after Zhou Jiruo carefully dismantled it did the contents inside reveal themselves. It was the Polaroid film. Zhou Jiruo gasped in surprise. The sound startled Zhaoshan, who hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Startled Zhou Jiruo. She quickly reassured him. Nothing. I'm fine. No one is to enter without my command. Zhaoshan, Your Majesty, are you truly alright? That cry was quite loud. Could he have been injured? Zhaoshan felt a pang of worry. But he dared not barge in recklessly. What if His Majesty was communicating with a master? If he entered now, wouldn't he be exposed? Therefore, no matter how worried he was, he could only pace outside the door. Zhou Jiruo, aware of his unease, softened her tone, I am unharmed. Rest assured and remain outside. Since Her Majesty had spoken thus, Zhaoshan could say no more. He replied, yes, and continued his vigil at the doorway. Only 3 people now knew about the incense burner. Zhou Jiruo, Wang Ben, and Zhaoshan. Others could not be trusted. These past days, Zhaoshan had been the one keeping the night watch. Even the palace attendants in the blue and white hall were dismissed outside at night, having the numbers inside. Meanwhile, though outwardly unchanged, the defenses around the hall had been significantly bolstered in secret. Xiaopanzi, Zhaoshan's trusted confidant and disciple, often accompanied him to attend in the hall. Frowning at the tightly shut doors, he whispered to Zhaoshan, Master, shouldn't we go in and check? From the sounds His Majesty made earlier, I fear he might have been injured. Zhaoshan shot him a glance. He raised a hand and tapped Xiaopanzi's forehead. You brat, don't you want to keep your head? His Majesty forbade entry, and you'd openly defy his command? Mark my words, if you dare disobey the Emperor's orders, and he decides to chop off your head, I won't save you. Xiaopanzi rubbed his stung forehead and chuckled awkwardly. How could this servant dare defy the Emperor's will? Good to know. Zhaoshan waved his whisk in the air. You're not needed here. You may go. Right away, then. Thank you for your trouble, Master. Little Pansy cheerfully withdrew. Inside the hall, Zhou Jiruo had already unwrapped all the gifts. She arranged them one by one on the table, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing each item as her fingers lightly brushed against them. Her eyes brimmed with wonder, nearly overflowing with admiration. These are truly exquisite. Whatever material they were made of, the texture felt incredibly smooth. If only the great Zhou had such treasures, how splendid it would be. Perhaps she could ask Su Ming about it. Zhou Jiruo's eyes sparkled as she rose, retrieving several more items from the antique cabinet to place in the incense burner. Thank you for your gifts. I love them all. These are my return gifts. I hope you like them too. Su Ming beamed from ear to ear as he gazed at the ancient artifacts suddenly appearing on the table. Of course I like them. He couldn't have asked for more. But he picked up a jade artifact, narrowing his eyes as he examined it closely. After a moment, he sucked in a sharp breath. This piece seems to be from the era of the 5 emperors? Had he misread it? If it truly was from the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, then this could be a huge find. He'd take it to Shao Qingjing tomorrow for a closer look. Right now, though, Su Ming was more eager to see Zhou Jiruo's face. He already had the negatives. Getting a photo from her shouldn't be too difficult, right? But would it be too forward to just ask for it outright? Su Ming decided to be more tactful. Use these negatives for now. To take good photos, you need practice. If you run out of film, just let me know. I'll buy more for you, no need to be stingy. Zhou Jiruo felt a warm glow in her heart upon reading this. But her gaze drifted to the memorials on the desk. The frown that had just eased returned to her brow. She sighed softly and picked up her brush to reply. I wish I could, but I've been swamped lately. Honestly, I just don't have the time. Su Ming quickly asked, what are you busy with? His question made Zhou Jiruo unable to hold back what was on her mind. Holding the brush, she wrote several pages in a flowing script. All these troubles she couldn't share with outsiders were conveyed to Su Ming through the incense burner. As Su Ming read the papers, his brow furrowed deeper with each line. By the end, his expression had grown somber. For in her letter, Zhou Jiruo revealed that bandits were rampaging through the Great Zhou. And the situation was rather dire. Among them, the most notorious was the Wind Chase bandit camp. Their audacity to kidnap imperial officials for ransom had even caused their reputation in the martial world to grow increasingly notorious. Of course, this was not what concerned Zhou Jiruo. Bandits? Just wipe them out. But this particular band was different. Leveraging their terrain, they fought General Li Hun, who had gone to rescue hostages, to a standstill in multiple engagements. Not only did Li Hun fail to rescue anyone, he'd even lost a significant number of his own men. When the battle report reached Zhou Jiruo, she was so furious she smashed a teacup. Now, the Chasing Wind bandit camp was using Qin Chuan as a human shield, blackmailing the imperial court for money and grain. They threatened to kill her if their demands weren't met. The memorial she had just been reading detailed precisely this matter. Chapter 121, Cooperation. Su Ming read it with deep concern. He hurriedly replied, do you need my help? No need. Within a minute, the reply arrived. Zhou Jiruo wrote, Juefeng Fortress is difficult to take, but Wang Dun has already gone there. I've ordered Li Hun to relay the situation at Chasing Wind Fortress to Wang Ben simultaneously. I trust he has the means to handle it. Seeing the reply, Su Ming pressed no further. He simply replied, if you need anything, just let me know. Zhou Jiruo's spirits lifted instantly upon reading those words. She chatted with Su Ming for a while longer, but as night fell, she finally stopped. But Zhou Jiruo wasn't ready for bed just yet. She wanted to study how to use these items. Before she knew it, the time for court had arrived. Zhou Jiruo yawned, glancing at the unprocessed memorials piled on her desk. She tapped her forehead in frustration. Oh no, I've let myself get distracted. I've even forgotten about state affairs. At least it was only this once. She mustn't let it happen again. Zhou Jiruo carefully stowed away each item, ensuring no trace remained before washing up, changing clothes, and heading to court. Coffee shop. Su Ming and Song Zhao sat across from each other, each with a cup of coffee before them. Su Ming didn't glance at his drink once, engrossed in his phone. Across from him, Song Zhao held his coffee, drinking it with smug satisfaction. He occasionally glanced at Su Ming with an air of superiority. But as Su Ming watched, he suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes sparkled with delight. He put down his phone and gave Song Zhao a thumbs up. Well done. This was going to be a real headache for Li Ji. Tax evasion by a major corporation was a serious matter. The fine alone this time amounted to over 2 billion yuan. Recalling Li Ji's livid expression in the video, Su Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. Song Zhao lifted his chin smugly. You can count on my abilities, young Master Su. Ever since Su Ming had tasked him with taking down the Li Corporation last time, he'd been working around the clock. All to uncover Li's problems as quickly as possible. To repay Su Ming for saving him from a near mob beating. Su Ming wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. He gave Song Zhao another thumbs up. But that wasn't what Song Zhao wanted. He spoke up expectantly, young Master Su, I've completed the task you assigned me. Now, about what you promised me. My word is my bond. Su Ming still didn't quite trust Song Zhao. But his word, naturally, held weight. He looked at Song Zhao and confessed frankly, you should know that although I've registered the company, it hasn't officially launched yet. I haven't even secured office space, let alone hired any staff. If you're willing, I can give you a stake in the company. You help me get it off the ground. But since we're going into business together, there are some things I need to make clear up front. I've heard about your affairs at Capital University, investigated them, and verified the facts. Suffice it to say, they don't paint you in the best light. So keep that in mind when you act, and know I'll be keeping a close eye on things. If you have no objections, you're welcome to join me. Song Zhao smiled knowingly at these words. He waved his hand. I accept. Su Ming gave him a peculiar look. But since he'd agreed, Su Ming had nothing more to say. Then let me explain the company's primary business direction and what you'll need to handle going forward. Hold on. Just as Su Ming settled into a business-like posture, Song Zhao interrupted him. He grinned at Su Ming, his teeth barely visible. Today's our first day working together. Why don't we talk somewhere else? Su Ming, all right. Su Ming settled the bill, stood up, and followed Song Zhao outside. As soon as they got into their car and drove off, an inconspicuous black vehicle also slipped out of the parking lot. Shi Corporation. Shi Honghu examined the photo in his hand, raising an eyebrow in surprise. You're saying the person in private room 66 that day was this kid? The secretary nodded. Yes. Suite 66 originally belonged to Xiao Qingjing, the old master Xiao. But this kid has a good relationship with the old master and even works at his antique shop. It was Mr. Xiao who brought him to the Starry Sky auction house that day. But the one bidding was him. Mr. Xiao never even entered the box. And our follow-up investigation confirmed he was the one who took the item. Shi Honghu raised an eyebrow and smiled. He studied the photo. I never would have guessed it was this kid. After the laughter faded, a flash of humiliation crossed Shi Honghu's face. He gritted his teeth viciously, his eyes fixed on Su Ming's photo. I actually lost to this kid. It would be an embarrassment if word got out. But hadn't the Su family already gone bankrupt? Where did he get all that money? Shi Honghu asked his secretary. The secretary replied, I looked into it. He sold off some of his personal collection. He's not short on cash now. In fact, he recently redeemed the Su family's ancestral home. The Su family's ancestral home? He hadn't paid much attention to the Su family. But he recalled that after the Su family went bankrupt, the ancestral home became a foreclosed property. He hadn't followed up on what happened afterward. After all, a fallen family wasn't worth his concern. He never imagined they could rise from the ashes. And now it had come back to haunt him. Shi Honghu pondered for a moment before saying, there must be something fishy here. Go investigate. Dig deep. His gut told him something was amiss. Otherwise, why hadn't he sold off his possessions when the Su family went bankrupt? Besides, selling a few collectibles couldn't possibly cover such extravagant expenses purchasing the ancestral home and acquiring antiques. There was definitely something fishy going on. Secretary, yes, sir. Qi Xian held his wineglass, fingers gently swirling the liquid. His gaze was cold and stern as he stared at the crimson liquid before him. It resembled the blood that had flowed from him after he was beaten that day. Just then, someone with no sense of timing dared to approach him. Young Master Qi, why are you sitting here drinking alone? A figure approached, and in the dim light, he caught sight of the gauze covering Qi Xian's face. His expression darkened instantly. Who did this? How dare they lay a hand on young Master Qi? Tell me who it was, and I'll take care of them for you. He shouted indignantly. A surge of savage fury welled up inside Qi Xian. Before the man could utter another word, Qi Xian rose, set down his glass, grabbed the nearby wine bottle, and swung it with all his might toward the man's head. Before the man could even scream, he crashed face first to the floor, unconscious. Still unsatisfied, Qi Xian delivered several vicious kicks. Fearing someone might die, bystanders rushed forward to intervene. Young Master Qi, please calm down. He's just being blindly rude. Don't let it ruin your day. Qi Xian ran a hand through his bangs and exhaled heavily. He shot a cold glance at the crowd, clapped his hands, and strode out. I'm going outside for some air. You handle this here. No one dared to stop him. Qi Xian stepped out of the private room, heading toward the window nearby. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he unexpectedly spotted Su Ming. His footsteps halted abruptly. A dark smile spread across his face. Chapter 122, Lucky for you, kid. Su Ming hadn't expected to run into Qi Xian here either. Song Zhao mentioned wanting to find a relaxed spot to chat with him at length. Since it was about the company, he might as well bring He Jin along too. Su Ming called He Jin, who hailed a cab and headed over with the address provided. They reserved a private room, ordered some drinks, and chatted over drinks. By the time they left, He Jin was already quite drunk. Standing on the steps, he threw a few punches at the sky and shouted with immense satisfaction, "That feels good. Damn, that feels so damn good." He hadn't felt this good in a long time since he'd crossed Qi Xian. At that moment, he felt every pore in his body open wide. He felt like a different person. But the next second, He Jin's smile vanished. Seeing Qi Xian standing behind them, his face dark and menacing, He Jin's expression changed abruptly, turning pale in an instant. Su Ming sensed something was wrong and instinctively looked over. "What's wrong?" Su Ming asked. Song Zhao reached out and grabbed his shoulder, following his gaze backward with confusion. When he saw Qi Xian, he too jumped in surprise. "Young Master Qi?" His eyes lit up and he instinctively started to step forward to greet him. "What a pleasure to see you here. Never expected to run into you." But halfway there, he abruptly stopped. He was merely trying to curry favor with people. He wasn't so tone deaf as to miss the look on someone's face. Seeing Qi Xian's darkening expression, he instinctively stepped back, following the direction of his gaze. Oh dear. He'd buttered up the wrong person. But as far as he knew, these two had only been at odds at most. He hadn't heard they were enemies. So now, Song Zhao instantly made his choice. He took a step back, gave Su Ming an apologetic smile, and gestured politely, "Boss, please go ahead." This was no situation for him to meddle in. He retreated to He Jin's side. Seeing the hatred in He Jin's eyes, he whispered in surprise, "You have a grudge against him?" He Jin gritted his teeth. "A deep one. Song Zhao." Su Ming looked at Qi Xian, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "What? The wounds from before weren't enough? You want to add a few more?" Fury surged in Qi Xian's eyes. He fixed a deathly stare on Su Ming. "Last time was pure luck on your part. What about this time? What do you want now?" Su Ming crossed his arms, his gaze dripping with scorn. Qi Xian's voice was icy. "Simple. I want to race you again. If you win, I won't pursue the matter of you hitting me." "Another race?" Su Ming's eyes flashed with disgust. "Let's not bother. You might get haunted by vengeful spirits, and I'm not in the mood for bloodshed. Qi Xian, let me make this clear, I want nothing to do with you, never have, never will. Let's wipe the slate clean on past matters. No more races. Don't come looking for me. We're not cut from the same cloth." Su Ming finished speaking, then turned to He Jin and Song Zhao. "Let's go." The moment he turned, a sharp command rang out behind him, "Halt." The next second, over a dozen bodyguards closed in, surrounding them completely. Su Ming's expression darkened at the sight of them. Song Zhao flinched, instinctively ducking behind He Jin. He Jin's face was even paler than before, yet the rage in his eyes burned as fiercely as ever. His gaze fixed on the bodyguards, his eyes blazing with fury. He seemed ready to take them all down with him if they dared to advance. Su Ming turned, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Qi Xian. "What do you want?" Qi Xian folded his arms. "Since we're in a bar, let's settle this with a drinking contest. If you win, you leave unscathed. But if you lose or refuse to compete..." He snorted derisively, his meaning unmistakable. Su Ming was so infuriated he laughed. After laughing, he raised his head, pointed at Qi Xian, and shouted, "Drinking? What kind of person do you think you are, that you have the right to make me drink with you? You just want to kill me, don't you? Come on, let these people do it. I want to see how bold you are, daring to kill someone in public." Qi Xian's face darkened. Killing someone in public? He wasn't stupid. But beating you up is still within the realm of possibility. Qi Xian's smile turned sinister. "As long as you don't die." With the power of the Qi family, there was nothing they couldn't handle. Su Ming chuckled. Glancing around, he casually grabbed a nearby liquor bottle, tapped it on the table, and pointed it at Qi Xian. "Go ahead then. I'll grant you your wish." Qi Xian raised his hand and commanded, "Attack him." The moment the words left his mouth, Su Ming lunged toward Qi Xian. Qi Xian had been guarding against him all along. He sidestepped, and his bodyguards instantly stepped forward, taking his place. "Su Ming, do you think I'd fall into the same trap twice? The moment I saw you, I called for backup. You won't leave here today without leaving half your life behind." Qi Xian strode triumphantly toward the staircase behind him. He stood above, watching the spectacle unfold. The bar patrons had long since cowered into a corner, terrified by the scene. No one was around, and no one could save Su Ming. Su Ming wasn't escaping his grasp today. He Jin took 2 punches in quick succession. Song Zhao took a blow to the stomach, his face contorting in pain as he struggled to call out to Su Ming, "Young Master Su, help! There are too many of them. If they keep beating us, we'll lose our lives here." These were professional bodyguards. How could Su Ming, a spoiled rich kid, possibly fight them off? Almost the moment the bodyguards charged forward, he activated his evasion mode. But this wasn't sustainable. His eyes darted to the liquor on the bar. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw 2 bodyguards charging toward him. He stepped onto a stool, leaped onto the bar, grabbed a bottle of liquor, and hurled it behind him. He grabbed a lighter and tossed it. The flame ignited the liquid, erupting into a blaze. The charging bodyguards recoiled in terror. Seizing the moment, Su Ming grabbed a bottle, smashed it, and sprinted through the flames toward Qi Xian. Before Qi Xian could react, he seized his neck and pressed the broken bottle against his throat. "Qi Xian, tell them to stop." Qi Xian's expression darkened. "Su Ming, try killing him." That's illegal. Qi Xian snarled, his lips trembling. Su Ming found it laughable. When you wanted to beat us up, why didn't you think about breaking the law? Now it's too late. Su Ming pressed the bottle closer. Get them to back off now, or don't blame me for being rude. The sharp bottle pierced Qi Xian's skin. The icy sensation sent shivers down Qi Xian's spine. He sensed that if he didn't comply, Su Ming would definitely act. Fine, I'll let them go. I'll let them go. Qi Xian waved his hand, signaling his men to retreat. Song Zhao and He Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ming forced Qi Xian out of the room. Once outside, Su Ming shoved Qi Xian away and started to leave. Now free, Qi Xian clenched his teeth fiercely. Su Ming! How dare he threaten him? He wouldn't be held responsible for his actions. Go! Release the video of Su Ming setting fire to the bar and injuring people. Let's see if the online backlash can drown him. He started a new company? Then this is where we start. We'll destroy him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold, hard voice rang out from behind him. Chapter 123, The Court has lost all dignity. Young Master Qi, you may be able to delete the bar's surveillance footage, but you won't be able to delete mine. I've already preserved the evidence of you striking someone first. Even if Su Ming set the fire and injured others, as the instigator, you won't escape responsibility either, will you? Gu Hong stood behind Qi Xian, dressed in a suit, his expression stern and cold. His tone was flat, devoid of any fluctuation. The Qi family may wield considerable influence, but if this matter escalates too far, even Mr. Qi himself might find himself overwhelmed. Qi Xian turned to look at Gu Hong, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Why was he here? The Gu family's influence was nearly on par with the Qi family's. Yet these past years, hadn't they coexisted peacefully? Qi Xian fixed his gaze on Gu Hong. You want to meddle in this? Not at all. Just a friendly reminder, Gu Hong replied calmly. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Qi Xian's eyes darkened with shadow. Though he enjoyed his games, he always knew what truly mattered. Otherwise, why hadn't he tried to eliminate Su Ming years ago? It's all because the Su family is still around. The kid's lucky. Today, he'd let him off the hook for now. He'd deal with him later when the opportunity arose. Qi Xian shot a cold glance in the direction Su Ming had departed. He turned and strode away. Upstairs, Gu Hong glanced toward the doorway. This wasn't his business. But he disliked Qi Xian even more. If he could cause him a little discomfort, it would bring him satisfaction. As for Su Ming, it was just a side effect. Just thinking about Su Ming gave Gu Hong a headache. His sister, for some reason, had taken a liking to Su Ming. Lately, she'd been arguing with the family over it. But she was still just a young girl. If the whole family wanted to handle her, they had plenty of ways. Sure enough, these past few days, his mother had found some chores for the little girl to do. Now that she's occupied, he finally gets some peace and quiet. Gu Hang rubbed his temples as he returned to the private room. The others in the private room were gradually returning. They were all discussing what had just happened. Some even tried to pry information from him about the relationship between the Gu family and Su Ming. Gu Heng's expression remained impassive. The Gu family has no connection to him. Seeing his expression, they exchanged glances and tactfully changed the subject. But the very next moment, Gu Heng's phone began to ring. Staring at the incessantly vibrating device in his hand, Gu Heng's brows knotted in frustration. The caller was Gu Shishir. His silly little sister. He'd figured that after 2 missed calls, she'd give up. But who knew that the moment the second call ended, a third call came in? It seemed she wouldn't give up until he answered. It seemed he had no choice but to answer. Gu Hong rubbed his temples and pressed to answer. Sure, what's so urgent? It's serious. On the other end, Gu Shishir exclaimed dramatically, her voice pitiful. Brother, please save me. Mom tricked me into going on another blind date. You know I don't want a date, I already have someone I like. Hearing that last sentence, Gu Heng's expression darkened instantly. He didn't even need to ask to know who Gu Shishir was talking about. Precisely because he knew who it was, Gu Hong felt even more exasperated. On the other end, Gu Shishir kept pleading. Gu Hong reluctantly gave in. Fine, I'll call Mom. But you and Su Ming aren't right for each other. Stop thinking about him. The moment Gu Hong finished speaking, Gu Shishir cried out in displeasure. Why aren't we right for each other? Su Ming used his own abilities to redeem the Su family's ancestral home. That proves he's capable. Plus, he's a good person. I think he's the most suitable. I gotta go, bro. I've been out here for ages. Mom will start looking for me soon. Please call Mom and beg her for me. With that, she hung up. Staring at the disconnected call, Gu Hong felt utterly exasperated. He genuinely disapproved of Su Ming's approach of selling off family assets for money. As for his so-called company, Gu Hong couldn't imagine what this uneducated, spoiled brat could possibly accomplish. And now he'd gone and offended Qi Xian. Who knew what Su Ming's future held? But Shishir was fixated on him. It seemed he'd have to find ways to keep Gu Shishir busier with other tasks, distracting her from dwelling on Su Ming day after day. Gu Hong pulled out his phone and dialed his mother's number. Today's drinking session had been thoroughly enjoyable for Su Ming, though he'd run into a bit of trouble midway through. It didn't dampen his spirits. Now that someone had taken over the company's affairs, it was only a matter of time before everything fell into place. Of course, he would keep a close eye on things, just in case Song Zhao tried any underhanded tricks. But at this point, Su Ming didn't entirely trust Song Zhao. Song Zhao's first impression of him remained etched in his mind, never forgotten. Keeping him around was merely to honor a promise. Of course, that was merely the surface issue. What he truly valued was Song Zhao's capability. He was currently short on personnel. Even if Song Zhao had some issues, as long as he didn't cause trouble for the time being, Su Ming dared to use him. But now, Su Ming missed Zhou Zhirua even more. Last time she mentioned bandits appearing in the Great Zhou, he wondered how the situation stood now. And what about the officials captured by bandits? Had they been rescued? He wanted to ask about all of it. If possible, he'd be happy to comfort her or even lend a hand. After washing up, Su Ming carried the incense burner into the parlor, wrote a letter, and dropped it inside. Great Zhou. Zhou Zhirua stared at the memorial in her hands, her face turning ashen. Her hands trembled as she read the final line. Then she slammed the memorial onto the floor. What the hell is Li Hun doing? A mere Chuefeng fortress has managed to take down 2 of his top generals. And now they've let the enemy escape. Is he just eating my rice for free? All the court officials knelt in unison on the floor. Seeing Zhou Zhirua's furious state, Luo Yanghui cautiously raised his head to offer solace. At least generally managed to rescue Minister Qin. That counts as a major achievement. Zhou Zhirua glared at him fiercely. I asked how many of their group were captured. 37 in total, including Lord Qin. How many were rescued? Cold sweat instantly beaded on Luo Yanghui's forehead. His eyes darted nervously, hesitating to respond. Zhou Zhirua's voice rose sharply, answer. F4 people. Luo Yanghui's voice was barely audible. Even as he spoke the answer, he felt uneasy. Just as she suspected. Zhou Zhirua erupted in fury. Over 30 men were captured. We lost 2 commanders and countless troops. In the end, only 4 were rescued. Nearly every last man from chasing Windford has escaped. And you dare call this a great achievement? A mere 100-odd men reduced his regular army to this state. How dare you call it a great achievement? This battle has utterly disgraced the Zhou court. Zhou Zhirua's chest heaved with pent-up fury. She paced restlessly in circles. The ministers knelt on the ground, looking like cowering quails. The sight only deepened Zhou Zhirua's irritation. Chapter 124, Banditry runs rampant. Where are they now? Zhou Zhirua demanded in a low voice. The report had arrived, but the main army was still on its way back. Your Majesty, at the current pace of our advance, we shall return to the capital within 5 days. Tang Ping spoke. 5 days. Zhou Zhirua pondered for a moment before asking, so they've already reached Yucheng? Yes. Tang Ping replied. Zhou Zhirua inquired further, how much do you know about Panlong Fort? The memorial mentioned earlier stated that after fleeing, the men from pursuing Wind Fort had followed their leader straight to Coiling Dragon Fort. And Panlong Fortress, audacious as ever. They not only accepted them. They made no attempt to conceal it. They even boasted about it throughout the martial world. There were subtle signs of their ambitions growing. Zhou Zhirua sensed trouble. As her words fell, the hall fell silent. The ministers exchanged glances before Lu Chong finally spoke up. Your Majesty, I have heard rumors about this Dragon's Nest fortress. Its leader is said to be Yang Zhang, a bandit who once robbed travelers on the road. Later, with the authorities hunting him down, he simply gathered a band of men and retreated to the mountains, raising his own banner. Eagle's Beak Mountain's terrain is treacherous, easy to defend, hard to attack. After taking refuge there, they've operated for years. I hear the mountain has become a veritable fortress. Local officials send troops to attack year after year, but they never even reach the mountain slopes. With foreign invaders threatening this year, I fear he might. Lu Chong glanced up at Zhou Zhirua before finishing his thought. Rise in rebellion. This was precisely Zhou Zhirua's concern. Precisely for this reason, she could not allow Panlong Fort to grow any larger. Other ministers chimed in, Your Majesty, Panlong Fortress cannot be tolerated for long. Such a malignant tumor must be eradicated without delay. Zhou Zhirua surveyed the assembly before declaring in a solemn tone, Panlong Fort must fall. The Hanlin Academy shall draft an imperial edict immediately, ordering Wang Ben to alter his route and proceed to Panlong Fort. Within 3 months, this place must be utterly wiped out. The moment she returned to the blue and white hall, the sternness vanished from Zhou Zhirua's face. She sat before her dressing mirror, allowing her maid to remove the crown jewels from her head before changing into her everyday attire. Zhao Xin stood behind her, massaging her temples. Your Majesty, shall we dine? I have no appetite. Just bring me a bowl of ginseng soup. Zhou Zhirua waved her hand, her expression weary. These past few days, the bandit affairs had caused her no end of headaches. It wasn't just chasing Wind Fort and coiling Dragon Fort. It felt as though spring had arrived, with bandits sprouting up everywhere. Countless reports poured in daily. Most were insignificant threats, however. The government dispatched elite troops, who swiftly dealt with them. Only Panlong Fortress has remained defiantly unruly. After Zhou Zhirua ascended the throne, she frequently encountered its name in memorials. At that time, the situation remained manageable. Who could have foreseen that now they have grown even more powerful? If it is not dealt with soon, the Great Zhou may face another period of turmoil. The people have just endured foreign invasions and natural disasters. If they now face bandit raids, life for the citizens of the Great Zhou will grow even more difficult. This was not what Zhou Zhirua wished to see. Zhao Xin heard these words, his brows furrowed with deep concern. Your Majesty, you must take care of your health. I know, she replied. Her health was sound today, she simply lacked an appetite. Go prepare it. She still had memorials to review later and needed to make the most of her time. Yet at this moment, Zhou Zhirua yearned more to converse with Su Ming. After finishing her soup, Zhou Zhirua dismissed the palace attendants to wait outside the hall. Returning to the hall, she retrieved the incense burner. No sooner had she sat down than a puff of smoke rose from the incense burner, carrying a piece of paper that fluttered out. The unexpected sight startled Zhou Zhirua. Then her face broke into a broad smile. I was just thinking about him, and now a letter arrives, truly a meeting of minds. Zhou Zhirua happily accepted the letter. Her brows furrowed upon reading its contents. She slammed the letter onto the table, her anger flaring. Who dares to harm him? I? Zhou Zhirua was about to order Wang Ben to lead troops and teach the perpetrator a harsh lesson. But the words stopped at her lips. Millennia separated them. Even if she wanted to avenge Su Ming, she was powerless to do so. At this thought, Zhou Zhirua suddenly felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. All she could do was write a letter to inquire and offer comfort. After finishing his letter, Su Ming sat quietly nearby, waiting for a reply. Before long, Zhou Zhirua's reply arrived. The very first line read, Were you hurt? How bad is it? How dare those people bully you? Did you report it to the authorities? Su Ming couldn't help but smile. It seemed Zhou Zhirua still cared about him. He immediately replied, I'm unharmed. Someone stepped in to help me. After writing that, Su Ming quickly added, though I could have escaped even without his help. After all, he only wanted to vent a little to Zhou Zhirua. He didn't want anyone to think he was useless. But he did save me a lot of trouble. After finishing his message, Su Ming asked, You mentioned bandits causing trouble in Great Zhou last time. Has it been resolved yet? The letter was delivered. Zhou Zhirua eagerly snatched the letter and began reading. After reading it, she exhaled a long breath of relief. As long as he's safe, that's what matters. That's what matters. She'd been dreading any harm coming to Su Ming. The thought alone would break her heart. As for the subsequent questions, Zhou Zhirua's head began to ache again. She pondered for a moment, then picked up the white jade paperweight beside her and placed it into the incense burner. Only then did she begin her reply. Things aren't looking good here. Bandit activity is rampant throughout the Great Zhou. Wang Ben is leading troops in campaigns across the land. I wanted to ask, do you have any good solutions for this? Su Ming observed the two objects appearing one after another. He raised an eyebrow. He casually set the paperweight aside and began reading the letter with serious attention. After finishing, Su Ming's brows knitted together. Has it escalated to such a large scale? It seemed the situation in the Great Zhou dynasty was even more dire than he had imagined. Though banditry had existed throughout history. But their emergence on such a grand scale signaled profound and irreconcilable social tensions. Judging from his conversation with Zhou Zhirua, she appeared to be a relatively enlightened ruler. She understood the need to care for her people. Yet the recent foreign invasions compounded by natural disasters had left the people struggling to survive, breeding this wave of banditry. To resolve this issue, one must address its root causes. No matter how tall a building stands, once its foundation is destroyed, its collapse is only a matter of time. Su Ming pondered carefully before composing his reply. By the time Zhou Zhirua received the reply, nearly half an hour had passed. Had Su Ming not written first to ask her to wait, she would have been unable to sit still and would have sent another letter by now. Fortunately, Su Ming's reply had arrived. Reading its contents, Zhou Zhirua's eyes widened. This method, will it work? She was astonished. But Su Ming had never deceived her. If he said it would work, then it surely would. Zhou Zhirua sent over several more items as gifts and wrote a letter expressing her gratitude. She then carefully studied Su Ming's letters, pondering how to transform them into methods that could serve the Great Zhou. Chapter 125, Qin Chuan's Suspicion. Morning Court Session. Zhou Zhirua entered the gilded hall bearing the revised documents and ascended the dragon throne. Her phoenix-like eyes swept sternly over the assembled ministers. Her gaze settled upon the foremost civil official. Minister Qin, did I not instruct you to rest at home until your injury heals? Why have you come to court? Qin Chuan, his left hand wrapped in gauze, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your majesty's concern, but this is but a minor wound, nothing to hinder me. The affairs of the court are of utmost importance. How could I bear to sit idly at home with such a trifling injury? Truly, my minister, you serve the nation and its people. Zhou Zhirua swept her gaze across the assembly. My lords, you should all learn from Minister Qin's example. The ministers knelt in unison. Minister Qin is our exemplar. We shall certainly emulate his conduct. Very well. You may all rise. Zhou Zhirua raised her hand. Well then, since Minister Qin is here, it saves me the trouble of visiting your residence. Zhao Shen, take this out for everyone to see. She tapped the booklet beside her. Zhao Shen immediately stepped forward and distributed the booklet to the assembled ministers. These were all proposals Zhou Zhirua had compiled based on Su Ming's suggestions, refining them into corresponding policies for the benefit of the people. Once these policies were implemented, Zhou Zhirua believed what Su Ming had proposed could certainly be realized. The ministers reviewed it swiftly. After reviewing it, some began whispering among themselves. Before long, the booklet reached Qin Chuan's hands. Qin Chuan opened it. After reading just one line, Qin Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. His body tensed slightly. Word by word, line by line, he scanned it carefully. After finishing, Qin Chuan looked up, his face filled with astonishment. Your Majesty's methods are truly astonishing. The other ministers echoed, Minister Qin speaks most wisely. These strategies, even if we racked our brains, we couldn't conceive of a single one. Your Majesty is truly wise. A chorus of flattery filled the hall. Zhou Zhirua raised her hand. Enough. That is not what I wish to hear. She turned to Qin Chuan. Since Minister Qin deems them sound, surely their implementation should pose no difficulty? This is certainly feasible. Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment. Zhou Zhirua frowned. Minister Qin, what are you hesitating about? These are merely my initial ideas. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. With that, she glanced at the assembled officials. You too feel free to voice any objections. In the courtroom, the ministers began discussing. Qin Chuan quickly interjected, Your Majesty, I must say these ideas are truly excellent. While the details, well, perhaps they could use some refinement, the overall framework is already quite sound. Have you received guidance from some sage, Your Majesty? To conceive such brilliant solutions? At the word expert, Zhou Zhirua's heart tightened slightly. She imperceptibly lifted her eyelids and glanced at Qin Chuan. She calmly dismissed Qin Chuan's suggestions. Why couldn't these be my own ideas? Could it be that in Minister Qin's estimation, I lack even this much ingenuity? Not at all, Qin Chuan hastily bowed his head. Your Majesty is a genius by nature. Such ingenuity and quick-wittedness are entirely natural. It is I who am narrow-minded. Zhou Zhirua gave a light snort. Minister Qin understands well. Very well, let us put this matter aside. My ministers should now deliberate on these measures, how best to implement them smoothly, and whether any flaws remain. Yes, Your Majesty. The discussion went on for quite some time. Zhou Zhirua then had the imperial kitchen send food to satisfy the hunger of the assembled ministers. By the time they departed, the sun had already begun to set in the west. Qin Chuan's mood was heavier than the setting sun. Judging by Zhou Zhirua's reaction today, he concluded that she must have an accomplice. And this person was no pushover. Having witnessed Zhou Zhirua's governance for years, he knew her capabilities all too well. While she was no ordinary figure, he was utterly convinced she could never have devised such an astonishingly unexpected strategy. Methods like offering benefits to the common folk to win their allegiance to the court, thereby cutting off bandit support. Not only was it unlikely Zhou Zhirua herself could have conceived of it, but even among all the officials in the court, few could have imagined such a strategy. To them, bandits were nothing more than troublesome commoners. Killing them was sufficient. Who would have imagined these bandits were connected to the common folk? Yet it must be said, this was indeed a strategy that struck at the root of the problem. Bandits could survive by highway robbery, but to endure, expand, or even raise their own banner to openly defy the court, they needed recognition. Only then could they hope for success. Yet Zhou Zhirua, their sovereign, had recognized precisely this point. Since she did not wish to harm the common folk, the only option was to win their allegiance. Qin Chuan walked forward in silence. Suddenly, a young eunuch approached without drawing attention. Your Excellency. What about the matter I asked you to inquire about? Qin Chuan walked onward, his expression impassive. The eunuch followed step by step. This servant has been inquiring, but the Emperor's security is exceedingly tight. To this day, I have yet to uncover any useful information. However, these past few days, His Majesty has indeed been acting rather unusual. Qin Chuan immediately inquired, how so? Your Excellency, you may not be aware, but in the past, though His Majesty disliked having too many attendants at night, he would still keep some by his side. Lately, however, once night falls, the doors of the Blue and White Hall are always tightly shut. The chief eunuch personally guards the entrance, forbidding anyone from approaching. Even the palace attendants who serve him daily are only permitted to wait outside the hall. They are not allowed to come near the blue and white hall at all. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Do you know what His Majesty is doing inside? Your Excellency, this servant truly cannot ascertain it, the young eunuch replied, looking troubled. Seeing this, Qin Chuan did not press further. Instead, he rephrased his question, have you seen any strangers appear within the blue and white hall? The young eunuch shook his head again. Not at all. Though the doors of the blue and white hall are always tightly shut, I've never heard any other voices within, nor seen any other figures. Not a single one? Qin Chuan rubbed his nose thoughtfully. After they walked a short distance further, the young eunuch finally asked, is there anything else you require, Your Excellency? Qin Chuan snapped back to attention. He waved his hand dismissively. Keep a close watch on the blue and white hall. Should anything unusual occur, send word to me immediately. Go. Yes, sir. The young eunuch turned and departed down a side path. Qin Chuan exited the palace and boarded his carriage. His mind was still on the words the young eunuch had spoken earlier. The young eunuch had said no outsiders had ever entered the blue and white hall. That meant whoever was advising her was not within its walls. Yet every night, the hall's doors were tightly shut. What was Zhou Zhirua guarding against? Or rather, what was she hiding? Qin Chuan couldn't figure it out. It seemed he would have to investigate this matter thoroughly. Upon returning to the Qin residence, Qin Chuan had barely sat down when the steward hurried over. In his hand was a letter. The envelope bore the official seal of General Wang Ben. Chapter 126, Company Founded. Your Excellency, please review this. The steward presented the letter to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan took the letter, carefully avoiding the official seal as he opened it. He read it thoroughly, pondered for a moment, then resealed it exactly as it had been. Then he handed it back to the steward. Deliver this to the palace. Remember, do not alert the snake. Under no circumstances must His Majesty learn of this. Also, have our men keep a close watch on the blue and white hall. He intended to see what secrets lay hidden within the blue and white hall. Antique shop. Zhao Jiwen was holding an antique artifact, explaining it to Su Ming. Su Ming was engrossed in listening when his phone suddenly rang. It interrupted their conversation. Su Ming gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, Sister Jiwen, I need to take this call. No problem, go ahead. Zhao Jiwen smiled gently, set down the artifact, and turned to attend to other matters. Su Ming glanced at the caller ID. Surprised, he pressed the answer button. What's up? Su Ming asked as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. On the other end, Song Zhao's voice was brimming with excitement. Boss, the company framework is already in place. When are you free to come by? Su Ming smiled at the news. You're moving pretty fast. Of course. You pay me to get things done. If I took my time, how could I justify the salary you pay me? Song Zhao joked, then quickly shifted back to business. I've sent the address to your WeChat. Just head straight there. All right. Su Ming was also curious to see what kind of setup Song Zhao had put together for him. He put down his phone, intending to find Xiao Chengjing to ask for leave. But when he turned around, he caught Xiao Chengjing's curious gaze. Heading out? Before he could speak, Xiao Chengjing asked first. The words on Su Ming's tip of his tongue instantly vanished. He merely nodded and murmured, Before he could explain his destination, Xiao Chengjing pressed further. Off to your company, I suppose? Su Ming. He gave Xiao Chengjing a long, searching look. Mr. Xiao, when did you acquire the gift of foresight? The first part could be attributed to guessing based on his search for a phone number. But the latter remark? He had no recollection of ever telling Xiao Chengjing he'd started a company. Su Ming was astonished. Xiao Chengjing gave a mysterious smile. Mind your own business about that. Just tell me what the company does and where it's located. You're my friend, after all. I'll keep an eye out for you when I have time. Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly at the suggestion. Old Xiao, you said it yourself, no backing out now. An old man's word is as good as gold. All right. Su Ming forwarded the address directly to Xiao Chengjing and said, having worked with you for so long, I've developed a keen interest in ancient artifacts. Plus, as you know, I have quite a collection myself. I'd like to explore opportunities in this field. Xiao Chengjing understood immediately. Authentication? Or something else? Not just that. Restoration, auctions, and I want to organize a private excavation team. We could even create cultural artifacts merchandise to promote our nation's ancient heritage. Su Ming laid out his vision in full detail to Xiao Chengjing. Xiao Chengjing was a professional. He could certainly offer some advice. After listening, Xiao Chengjing pondered for a moment before looking at him seriously. The first few points are fine, but this excavation team, that won't be easy. You'll need money and manpower, but you'll also need. He pointed upward. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Su Ming nodded. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Xiao. I've considered that, which is why I haven't started yet. Seeing Su Ming had taken his words to heart, Xiao Chengjing smiled with satisfaction. Good, you've got it figured out. Alright, you've got business to attend to, right? Off you go. Little Joe will be here soon. Don't hang around and get in our way. Xiao Chungjing waved him off dismissively, the gesture as if shooing away a fly. Su Ming smiled faintly. Alright, he said. I'll be going then. He gathered his things and turned to leave. Following the location sent by Song Jiaofa, he arrived at an office building. Su Ming looked up at the towering structure, his eyes widening in astonishment. After a moment, he laughed bitterly, this kid sure knows how to live large. No wonder he'd demanded so much money earlier. So this is where he's based his company. But this location wasn't bad either. The surroundings were pleasant, and the location was prime. Simply put, it's high-end, grand, and classy. It's a great spot. This guy has good taste. At first, he worried that Song Jiao would set up the company in some inconspicuous location. Now it seems that worry was completely unnecessary. Su Ming entered the building and took the elevator to the floor Song Jiao had specified. Stepping out of the elevator and walking forward, Su Ming discovered that the entire floor was covered with signs bearing the name of Mingzhu Antiques. Indeed, his company was called Mingzhu Antiques. It signified that these ancient artifacts were all pearls. And they were the ones who unearthed these pearls one by one from the dust of countless histories, allowing them to shine with their rightful radiance. Walking down the hallway led to the lobby. Behind the bright and spacious lobby stood a receptionist with bright eyes and a dazzling smile. Noticing the visitors, she rose promptly and bowed in greeting. Welcome to Pearl Antiques. How may I assist you? Her voice was sweet, her smile warm and inviting. She looked instantly approachable. Su Ming asked, Where is Song Jiao? Mr. Song? He's inside. Would you like to see him? I'll go notify him for you. All right. Su Ming didn't rush inside but took a moment to look around. It must be said, Song Jiao had quite refined taste. The lobby was not only spacious and bright but also exuded a distinct antique charm. It perfectly matched their company's image. His money hadn't been wasted. Before long, Song Jiao strode out from inside, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit. Welcome, boss, to your guidance. The moment he saw Su Ming, Song Jiao broke into a smile. He walked up to Su Ming, gestured around the room, and looked at him smugly. What do you think? Su Ming gave him a glance. Amidst his expectant gaze, Su Ming curved his lips into a smile, patted Song Jiao's shoulder, and praised, Not bad. So far, you haven't disappointed me. Of course not. You've invested so much capital, how could I let you down? Come on, let's go inside. I have something to discuss with you. Song Jiao ushered Su Ming inside. As they passed the office area, Song Jiao clapped his hands. Everyone, look this way. This is our company's sole owner, Chairman Su Ming. Greet him. Everyone, hello, Chairman Su. Su Ming glanced at the group. Hello, everyone. Song Jiao stepped aside and whispered an explanation to Su Ming. The company doesn't have much business right now, so I haven't hired many people, and they're pretty idle for the time being. So boss, we need to expand our operations. Any ideas? Su Ming said, Let's talk in your office. Right away, boss. This way, please. Song Jiao dismissed the others and escorted Su Ming to the office reserved especially for him. Chapter 127, Chief Appraiser. Upon entering the office, Su Ming noticed it was decorated with a grand and imposing style. It suited his taste quite well. He nodded in satisfaction. Glancing to the side, he saw Song Jiao looking visibly relieved. Su Ming chuckled. So nervous? That's not like you at all. He still remembered how he and Song Jiao had first met. Logically speaking, someone as thick-skinned as him shouldn't have such poor mental fortitude. This thick-skinned comment carried no derogatory intent. Song Jiao gave an embarrassed chuckle. I was just worried you wouldn't be satisfied. Su Ming chuckled. Very satisfied. Su Ming walked over and sat down behind his desk. He leaned back leisurely in the executive chair. He felt a pang of emotion. He never imagined he could actually reach this position through his own efforts. Life sure has a way of playing tricks on you. Su Ming sighed softly, recalling what Song Jiao had said earlier. He rose and gestured. Oh, right. Didn't you say you had something to discuss? Go ahead. Hold on. Song Jiao turned and left, returning shortly afterward. Several documents now filled his hands. He placed them one by one in front of Su Ming. These all require your review. This is the recent financial statement, the company's current status, and my thoughts on the company's future development. Su Ming casually picked up one of the documents and flipped it open. Tell me about your ideas for the company. Song Jiao pulled out a chair and sat down across from Su Ming. Here's the situation. Our company's basic framework is already established, and we've nearly completed staffing at the entry level. But we're short on specialized personnel. The field of ancient artifacts places great emphasis on experience. For a newly established company like theirs, breaking into the market would be difficult without a few seasoned professionals at the helm. He had been scouting for such talent these past few days. But the ones willing to join, Song Jiao felt, weren't quite up to par. While acceptable, they still fell short of top-tier caliber. They were light years away from the caliber he sought. So you want me to go recruit someone? Su Ming understood the situation the moment he heard it. This kid couldn't find anyone else, so he called him back to do the work. Song Jiao grinned. Boss, you're brilliant. He flattered Su Ming with a pat on the back, then his expression shifted into a sly grin. Boss, I heard the owner of that antique shop where you work is a professor in the Department of Ancient Artifacts at Capital University? Su Ming lifted his eyelids to look at him. He'd overestimated himself. This kid had invited him back, apparently intending to use him as a go-between. But he had to admit, Song Jiao was thinking along the same lines as him. Still, he doubted Xiao Chengjing would agree to come. Still, it might be worth trying to win over Sister Jiwen. Su Ming pondered for a moment before replying, alright, I'll discuss this with them. At those words, Song Jiao's face lit up with a broad smile. Then I'll leave it to you, boss. Come on, it's no trouble at all. This was his company after all, even if it was hard work, it was his responsibility. Besides, you've been the one handling most of it lately. It's only right, it's only right. Song Jiao smiled warmly. Su Ming took another look around the company and spotted He Jin. Once the company was finalized, he'd started working here. He handled all legal affairs. He had a stack of contracts to review these days and was busy at the moment. Even when Su Ming arrived, he merely gave him a quick reading before diving back into his work. Su Ming didn't disturb him. After leaving the company, Su Ming headed straight back to the antique shop. He pushed open the door and called out, Sister Jiwen? Sister Jiwen? Why no response? Su Ming walked into the back room only to find it empty. Just as he turned to look for her, Xiao Chengjing walked in from the side. He must have heard Su Ming's call and came to check. Xiao Zhao's out. You're back already? Finished your business? Xiao Chengjing strolled deeper into the room while chatting casually with Su Ming. Su Ming gave a non-committal "oh" and followed. Well, sort of. I actually had something I wanted to discuss with Sister Jiwen, but she wasn't here. By the way, old Xiao, do you know when she'll be back? Noticing the feather duster in Xiao Chengjing's hand, Su Ming took it from him and began cleaning. Xiao Chengjing didn't hesitate. He handed the feather duster directly to him. She won't be back these next couple of days. An old classmate asked her to help look at something. Since it's in the neighboring city, it'll probably take 2 days. What did you need her for? If it's urgent, you can call her. Su Ming thought about it. This matter was better discussed in person. He looked at Xiao Chengjing. Mr. Xiao, you said before that if I ever needed help, you'd assist me. Is that really true? Do I even need to answer that? Xiao Chengjing chuckled. When have I ever turned you down? He was right. But this situation was different. Su Ming chuckled softly, set down the feather duster, and walked over to Xiao Chengjing. Then let's discuss something, shall we? Xiao Chengjing eyed him warily. What is it? Let me make this clear first. If it involves breaking the law or causing trouble for the old man, don't even bother bringing it up. I won't listen and I won't agree. Rest assured, it's nothing like that. Su Ming sat down across from Xiao Chengjing. As you know, I've started an antique appraisal company. I've hired some people, but their skills pale in comparison to yours, old Xiao. So I'd like to invite you to join our company as chief appraiser. Naturally, I won't shortchange you on the salary. Xiao Chengjing snorted dismissively. Did he care about salary? If he didn't have some money, how could he afford to run such a large antique shop? But Su Ming's request was one Xiao Chengjing couldn't refuse. For one thing, he had a favorable impression of the young man. And the kid was loyal enough. Whenever he got his hands on something valuable, he always let Xiao Chengjing study it thoroughly first. Without him, the Great Zhou's research progress wouldn't have advanced so swiftly. This favor, he would remember for a lifetime. But taking on the role of chief researcher? Xiao Chengjing had no interest in that. He sat up straight and looked at Su Ming earnestly. Kid, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm this old now. Having me go to work, it's a bit inappropriate, don't you think? Here's the deal, I'll keep my name on your company roster. If you ever need me, just give me a call. I'll gladly handle any appraisals without charging a dime. After all, it's my passion. As for the chief position, you should save that for someone else. He'd worked his entire life. Now that he was old, why shouldn't he get to rest? As he finished speaking, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Really? You think I'd lie to you, old man? Xiao Chengjing shot him a look. Su Ming was overjoyed. That's great, then. It's settled. Yeah, sure. After speaking, Xiao Chengjing relaxed his body and sank back into the chair. Just as he lifted the book in his hand, Xiao Chengjing looked up again. He asked Su Ming, do you have anyone in mind for the chief position? If not, I can recommend someone. Chapter 128. Progress isn't going smoothly. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and smiled. The one you're recommending is Sister Jiwen, right? Hey, you're pretty sharp, kid. Xiao Chengjing stared at him, demanding, spill it. Did you have this plan all along? Just now, were you testing my reaction, hoping I'd agree to be a figurehead at your company? No, absolutely not. Even if he had, Su Ming couldn't admit it. He gave Xiao Chengjing a hearty laugh. Xiao Chengjing pointed at him, neither confirming nor denying. After a moment, Xiao Chengjing brought up, there's an antique appraisal show in a couple days. They invited me to be a guest for an episode. How about it? Want to come check it out? Su Ming, absolutely. An eye-opening experience like this, how could he miss it? Alright then. Go get ready. We'll head over the day after tomorrow at noon and be back by evening. Alright. Great Joe. The weather was clear and sunny today, with a gentle breeze blowing. Zhou Zhirua also had a rare moment of leisure. She had Zhaoshan fetch some painting supplies, which she set up in the pavilion on the lake. There, she painted while facing the gentle breeze. Zhaoshan stood nearby, his eyes crinkling as he praised, Your Majesty's painting skills truly grow more exquisite each day. Look at each stroke how fluid and graceful they are. Zhou Zhirua felt a smile rising. Zhaoshan, if you truly don't know how to compliment, you needn't bother. But that won't do. Your Majesty paints so beautifully, and I simply think it's wonderful. Since it's wonderful, I must say so. But Zhou Zhirua couldn't help feeling that his praise was as good as no praise at all. Oh well. Let him be. She'd treat it as idle chatter. Toward those close to her, especially those she trusted, Zhou Zhirua was always generous. Halfway through painting, a eunuch suddenly came running over. He stood outside, waving insistently at Zhaoshan. Zhaoshan paused, signaling to the opposite side, but the young eunuch there seemed unable to interpret the look and kept calling him over. It seemed important. He had to go see what it was. Zhaoshan glanced at Zhou Zhirua, who was bent over her painting. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Zhirua, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, said, Go. Yes. Zhaoshan respectfully withdrew. He strode over to the young eunuch. What is it? Speak. The young eunuch whispered a sentence into Zhaoshan's ear. Upon hearing it, Zhaoshan's expression changed instantly. He glanced warily around before pulling the boy aside and whispering, Where's the item? Right here. The eunuch produced the letter and handed it to Zhaoshan. Zhaoshan took it and examined it carefully, turning it over and over. Only after confirming it was in order did he say, Go. Then, his face stern, he strode quickly to Zhou Zhirua's side and lowered his voice. Your Majesty, General Wang has sent a secret letter. Zhou Zhirua's hand paused mid-stroke as she painted. The next moment, she set down her brush. The letter? It's with me. Zhaoshan produced the letter and handed it to Zhou Zhirua. Zhou Zhirua's brows furrowed as she unfolded the letter. After a swift read, she said, Candle. Yes. Zhaoshan dashed out and returned with a candle. Zhou Zhirua held the letter over the flame, and the fire instantly consumed it. In mere moments, it turned to ashes. Only after confirming every trace had vanished did she wave her hand, dismissing Zhaoshan to remove the candle. Then she resumed painting. Zhaoshan watched her in astonishment. He hadn't seen what the letter contained, but judging by her expression, it must have been of the utmost importance. So, what did His Majesty? Your Majesty, what did General Wan write in the letter? Zhaoshan asked cautiously. Zhou Zhirua's brush never paused as she replied in a subdued voice, The attack is not going well. Wang Ben had been dispatched under her orders to attack Panlong Fortress. Yet now, his predicament was nearly identical to what Li Hun had faced at Chasing Wind Fort. His men suffered heavy casualties, yet they still couldn't take Panlong Fort. Yet Zhou Zhirua knew full well that Panlong Fortress was indeed a formidable stronghold. Compared to Chasing Wind Fortress, Panlong Fortress was infinitely more perilous. Moreover, its defenders were exceptionally vigilant. Nearly all the scouts Wang Ben sent in were wiped out. But that wasn't the most critical issue. The most pressing matter now was that the entire Great Zhou, all the bandits, and those who called themselves Green Forest heroes were watching this place. Even many common folk were secretly aiding Panlong Fort. This situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Victory might be manageable, at least this loose coalition would remain fragmented. But should they lose? Then, throughout the Great Zhou, swords and spears will surely rise everywhere. The common folk will follow suit. Then they would truly be in grave peril. Wang Ben had recognized this very danger, which was why he sent the secret letter, imploring her to seek guidance from a master strategist to devise a plan to defeat the enemy. But it was still early in the day. Even if she returned to the bedchamber now, Su Ming would not be there. Returning would serve no purpose. Better to continue finishing this painting. By evening, the ink would be dry. She could then present it to Su Ming as a token of gratitude. Zhou Zhirua took a deep breath and resumed her focused painting. Only when dusk fell did she return to the blue and white hall. After handling the few remaining memorials, she retrieved the incense burner. She placed the painting inside, along with a few other small trinkets, and slipped the letter in as well. Then, she waited quietly for Su Ming's reply. When Su Ming received the incense burner, he watched as items continuously spewed from within. The moment he saw these items, Su Ming's brows furrowed. He knew something must have happened in the Great Zhou. Upon reading the letter, his suspicions were confirmed. But how should this matter be resolved? Su Ming scrutinized the contents of the letter. Zhou Jiruo stated that the rear of Eagle's Beak Mountain was a sheer cliff, while the front slopes were equally treacherous. Moreover, Panlong Fortress was riddled with traps throughout the mountains. Wang Ben had led several charges through the area. All encountered traps. They suffered heavy casualties. On one occasion, they narrowly charged through a trap only to encounter Panlong Fort's guards, who then pinned them down. In terms of weaponry, both sides were fairly evenly matched. But that narrow mountain pass was a trap. Once they entered, they became the guest invited into the jar, the dog trapped behind closed doors, the thief caught in the act. In short, they had no chance to escape. He could only watch helplessly as the entire force met a tragic end within those walls. Afterward, he did consider sending spies. But none who entered ever returned alive. They even tried bribing the people of Panlong Fortress, but it still didn't work. They either refused to cooperate at all costs or betrayed them. In any case, Wang Ben's campaign had been a bitterly frustrating endeavor. Even employing the military strategies provided by Su Ming, he could only barely hold his ground. Victory? It was nearly impossible. He was at a loss, and Zhou Jiruo couldn't think of a better plan either. So he came to seek Su Ming's counsel. Knowing Su Ming's circumstances, the letter described the situation at Eagle's Beak Mountain in great detail. Even without a map, Su Ming could envision the terrain of Eagle's Beak Mountain. But how could this be resolved? Frowning, Su Ming stood up and paced around the living room. He even opened his computer, hoping to search for historical precedents of similar battles to draw inspiration from. For this, Su Ming drafted over a dozen plans. He worked until dawn. After repeated deliberation, he finalized his initial plan. After a moment's further deliberation, satisfied that every possible angle had been considered, Su Ming finally placed the letter into the incense burner. Chapter 129, Whose Side Are You On? Without Su Ming's letter, Zhou Jiruo couldn't rest easy. She couldn't sleep soundly. Upon waking, her first action was to activate the mechanism and inspect the incense burner. Her disappointment was palpable when she discovered Su Ming's reply had not yet arrived. Last night, after she'd sent the letter, she hadn't waited long before receiving Su Ming's reply. It said he needed to think this matter through carefully. He would write back once he had made up his mind. But he hadn't told her when exactly he would reply. It seemed this matter was indeed rather tricky. She would have to wait longer. Zhou Jiruo sighed silently, rose to wash and prepare for court, and departed. After court ended, she immediately entered the blue and white hall. She had Zhao Shen guard the door, closed it behind her, and hurried to the bedside. Opening the secret compartment, she looked inside. It's here! Zhou Jiruo's eyes lit up. She hurriedly reached out and retrieved the letter. She didn't even bother carrying the incense burner to the imperial desk, instead sitting on the bed to read it. After finishing, Zhou Jiruo was overjoyed. This plan is brilliant. As long as Wang Ben followed the instructions written here, the Great Zhou would surely triumph in the upcoming battle at Panlong Fortress. Zhou Jiruo stood up in excitement. Just then, Zhao Shen's stern voice echoed from outside the chamber, "You little brat! What are you doing?" Startled, Zhou Jiruo's expression darkened. She immediately closed the mechanism and tucked the letter away. Only then did she head toward the exit. Her face stern, she reached the doorway. She opened the door and glared coldly at the young eunuch kneeling in the corridor. Zhao Shen was scolding him with a stern expression. Hearing the door open, he instinctively turned around. "Alas, this servant deserves death for disturbing your majesty." Zhao Shen bowed low in apology. Zhou Jiruo raised her hand coldly. "What's his problem?" "This." Just as Zhao Shen opened his mouth to speak, the young eunuch began wailing pitifully, "Your majesty, spare my life. I was merely sweeping the corridor. Please understand, your majesty." Zhao Shen shot him a fierce glare. "Simply sweeping the corridor? Then why did you crane your neck to peer straight into the window?" Zhou Jiruo's eyes turned cold. The little eunuch cried out in terror, "I was just checking if I missed any spots. I swear I wasn't peeking. Your majesty, please understand." He kept banging his head on the floor. Before long, a small pool of blood formed on the floor beneath him. Zhao Shen's face twisted with disgust. Zhou Jiruo spoke calmly, "Did I not forbid anyone from approaching?" The little eunuch trembled in terror. His face drained of color as he stammered, I heard about it, but wasn't that only at night?" He mumbled the words, then resumed banging his head violently. "Your majesty, spare my life. I truly didn't know this prohibition applied today. I was only dusting, truly, only dusting." "Enough." Zhou Jiruo cut him off and turned to Zhao Shen. "Find out who sent him to clean." "Yes, your majesty." Zhao Shen immediately gathered all the palace maids and eunuchs responsible for the blue and white hall. Upon questioning, however, it turned out no one had ordered him to clean at this hour. So why had he come here at this hour, peering into the room repeatedly? What was his purpose? Zhou Jiruo watched the young eunuch wailing and protesting his innocence. Her brows furrowed slightly as she asked calmly, "Whose man are you?" The young eunuch's expression flashed with panic. "No one's. This servant belongs only to his majesty." Quite the smooth talker. Zhou Jiruo smiled. Don't think I didn't see you adjusting your expression just now. Her eyes were sharp, she saw everything clearly. Zhou Zhirua beckoned, summoning Zhao Shen. Take him away. Your Majesty, aren't you going to ask whose man he is? Zhao Shen asked in surprise. Zhou Zhirua shook her head. Never mind. Truth be told, she didn't know whose man this little eunuch was either. But regardless of who he served, as long as killing him wasn't absolutely necessary, she had no desire to take his life for now. The court was already unstable. Stirring up more trouble over a lowly eunuch simply wasn't worth it. Yet this man dared to send someone into the palace. And was now watching her. A firm warning was needed lest he grow arrogant and overstep his bounds. Keep him under guard. Do not let him die. I shall need him at tomorrow's morning court session. Zhao Shen's expression grew stern. This servant understands. He waved his hand, signaling for the eunuch to be led away. Zhou Zhirua then rose and said, Come in. I have a task for you to carry out. Yes. He followed Zhou Zhirua into the hall, watching as she drew a piece of paper from her sleeve. Zhao Shen's eyes lit up at the sight of the paper. He cautiously glanced toward the doorway before lowering his voice. Is this from that master for your majesty? What else could it be? Zhou Zhirua's voice still carried a chill. But Zhao Shen, who had been by her side for years, instantly recognized that Zhou Zhirua was in a remarkably good mood at that moment. Bolstered by this, he pressed on, But have you devised some brilliant plan regarding the matters at Panlong Fort? Indeed. Zhou Zhirua picked up her brush and copied the letter's contents word for word. Then she sealed it in an envelope. She handed it to Zhao Shen. Dispatch someone to deliver this to the front lines immediately. Remember, utmost caution is essential. Since these people have sent spies to watch over the emperor, they may very well target the messenger. She did not want this letter falling into other hands. She feared it could jeopardize the mission. Zhao Shen nodded promptly. This servant understands. I shall depart at once. He withdrew swiftly. Once he was gone, Zhou Zhirua's expression grew even colder. After putting the letter away, Su Ming took the rest of the morning off. He needed to catch up on sleep. He slept like the world had ended. When he awoke, he found several missed calls and multiple text messages on his phone. All from Gu Shishir. Su Ming thought something major must have happened, but when he opened them, well, they were all invitations to hang out. Seeing he hadn't responded, she'd even gotten upset. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. While tidying up, he called Gu Shishir back. He wasn't sure if she was genuinely upset or had something else going on, but Gu Shishir's phone was turned off. Oh well, next time. It was nearly time to head to the antique shop to meet up with Xiao Chengjing and proceed to the treasure appraisal show's production team. Upon their arrival, Xiao Chengjing was immediately ushered away by staff. Su Ming looked around on his own. He wondered if his company could also explore opportunities in this field going forward. Walking to the edge of the corridor, he leaned against the window. Suddenly, Su Ming glanced out the window without thinking. The floor where the treasure appraisal program was located wasn't very high. From the 7th floor, Su Ming could clearly see who the man downstairs was struggling with. Precisely because he recognized the figure, Su Ming's expression darkened instantly. He hurriedly stood up and rushed down the stairs. As he burst through the front door, he caught sight of Gu Shishir being dragged away by the man. Gu Shishir was frantically screaming for help. Su Ming lunged forward in a single bound, grabbing the man's wrist and squeezing it hard enough to make him yelp in pain. Then, Su Ming instinctively shielded Gu Shishir behind him. Who the hell are you? How dare you bully someone in broad daylight? Chapter 130, What the hell are you doing? The man froze, then glared furiously at Su Ming. Who are you? Mind your own business. This is between us. Young couple? Su Ming froze. They were a couple? Then what about him? Su Ming softened his tone, though he remained firm. Even if you are a couple, you can't just ignore the other person's wishes and drag them away like this. Can't you discuss things? As he finished speaking, Gu Shishir peeked out from behind Su Ming, looking hurt. We're not a couple. My mom just set me up on this blind date. After dinner, I wanted to leave, but he wouldn't let me go. He even tried to drag me to a hotel. The man's expression flashed with panic. Su Ming's glare turned icy. He'd actually been thinking earlier that if this really was Gu Shishir's boyfriend, he'd have to be polite. Who knew he was just an imposter? Su Ming was so furious he laughed. Hey buddy, what were you thinking? Trying to pull a scam like this? Let me tell you, get out of here now. If you keep bothering her, I won't be polite. Gu Shishir stood behind Su Ming, nodding vigorously. She didn't forget to complain to Su Ming. I never liked him. He's the one who kept pestering me. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by nearby. People gathered around, pointing and whispering. The man, humiliated and enraged. Pointing at Su Ming, he shouted angrily, Who do you think you are, meddling in my business? Let me tell you, her parents approved of us. You're an outsider, keep your mouth shut. After berating Su Ming, he lunged forward and grabbed at Gu Shishir. Come with me now. Gu Shishir screamed in terror, diving behind Su Ming for cover. You're lying. My mom only sent me here for a blind date. When did she ever agree to us being together? Stop talking nonsense. Su Ming reacted swiftly, grabbing the man's wrist. Buddy, she already said it has nothing to do with you. Now get lost. A sharp pain shot through the man's wrist. His face paled for a moment. He instinctively tried to pull his hand back, but no matter how hard he tugged, he couldn't free it. Gritting his teeth, he exerted more force. But just then, Su Ming let go. Caught off guard, the man stumbled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He grimaced in pain. The moment he looked up, his gaze locked with Su Ming's mocking stare. Rage instantly surged through him. You bastard. You did that on purpose. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. You lost your balance. What does that have to do with me? Gu Shirshir cheered from behind him. Nice hit. Su Ming. Forget it. This guy's got a screw loose. Let's go. Xiao Changjing was still upstairs. He needed to find him and see if they could spot any decent antiques today. Even if he couldn't buy them. Just looking was satisfying enough. But a man whose pride had been wounded wouldn't let him leave so easily. He scrambled to his feet, clenched his fist, and swung it toward Su Ming. Sensing the commotion behind him, Su Ming's expression darkened. He yanked Gu Shirshir aside, dodging the man's punch, then swept his leg out. The man crashed face first onto the ground. He was still cursing under his breath. You! Is this guy your lover? Su Ming's expression was one of utter exasperation. Before he could speak, Gu Shirshir stepped forward and delivered 2 vicious kicks to the man's waist. You're the scum. You're utterly despicable. I should never have listened to my mother and agreed to this blind date with you. Just sitting here eating a meal with you is doing you a favor. And you dare insult me? Just wait. I'm telling my brother right now. Let's see how he deals with you. After kicking him, Gu Shirshir turned and dragged Su Ming toward the exit. Su Ming guided her to the roadside and hailed a cab. Get in. I've got things to do. Gu Shirshir was about to get in. But upon hearing those words, she got back out. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Ming. What is it? Tell me, I'll go with you. No, it's serious business. Su Ming pushed her toward the car. But Gu Shirshir refused to get in, clinging tightly to the doorframe as she tried to reason with him. You just helped me out, and I haven't even thanked you yet. Why are you in such a rush to send me away? Next time, that man will still be there. You don't want him bothering you again, do you? Gu Shirshir's expression wavered slightly. Su Ming seized the moment to shove her into the car. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from behind them. Su Ming, what are you doing? Su Ming and Gu Shirshir both turned around. Spotting the man standing not far behind them, Gu Shirshir's eyes lit up. She excitedly pushed Su Ming aside and ran cheerfully over. Brother, what brings you here? Gu Heng's face turned ashen. He shot Gu Shirshir a disapproving glare and pulled her behind him. Then he turned his gaze to Su Ming. Young Master Su, what were you trying to do just now? The palpable hostility made it seem as though he'd committed some unforgivable offense. He apologized to the taxi driver, then turned back, hands in his pockets, meeting Gu Heng's gaze. What was I doing? Didn't you see it all? With that, Gu Hong flashed a cocky grin. That look made Gu Heng's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. He held back, but in the end, he couldn't hold back. Su Ming, you dare lay a finger on my sister. Gu Shirshir was completely stunned. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. She hurriedly reached out to stop him. Brother, it's not like that. Let me explain. But the moment her hand touched Gu Hong, he pushed her away. He strode towards Su Ming. Su Ming kicked straight for Gu Heng's knee. Gu Hong, who had been striding forward moments before, collapsed to one knee with a thud. Gu Heng's expression changed instantly. Gu Shirshir gasped in shock, brother. Su Ming grinned triumphantly. Seeing Gu Heng's face twisted with rage, Su Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. He'd wanted to punch this guy for ages. Every time they met, it was as if he owed him billions. He looked at Su Ming as if he were nothing, but for Gu Shirshir's sake, Su Ming had held back. Meeting Gu Heng's furious glare, Su Ming offered a light-hearted smile. Mr. Gu is too polite. Such formalities among peers are unnecessary. Gu Heng's eyes blazed with fury. Gu Shirshir rushed over, helping Gu Hong up. Brother, what are you doing? Su Ming didn't do anything to me. In fact, he just helped me. Do you even believe that yourself? Gu Hong glared at her, his voice dripping with irritation. Don't think he hadn't seen clearly earlier. Su Ming had tried to shove Gu Shirshir into the car. He had no idea what Su Ming would do to her if she got in. And this foolish girl was actually defending Su Ming. Gu Hong shot Su Ming a disgusted look. Didn't I warn you to stay away from my sister? Just as Su Ming opened his mouth to speak, a group of people emerged from a nearby building. Leading the way was none other than the man who had been pestering Gu Shirshir earlier. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Mr. Gu sure cares about his little sister. Then why did you let her go on blind dates with scum like these? Seeing Gu Heng's puzzled expression, he gestured behind Gu Heng. Chapter 131, I don't like you anymore. Gu Hong shot Su Ming a puzzled look, unable to fathom why he'd say such a thing. He had always cherished Shirshir. How could he possibly let her go on blind dates with scum? Gu Hong turned his head. Just then, he caught sight of Gu Shirshir's gloomy expression. He paused, slightly startled. It seemed like there was something he didn't know. And the answer lay right behind him. Gu Hong turned around just in time to see a group of people charging toward them, their anger burning brightly. He recognized the leader. It was the young master of Wan Rui Nidia. Could it be that he was the one who had the blind date with Shirshir today? But he'd heard this guy was decent enough, a bit old-fashioned in his thinking, but no bad habits, and otherwise quite capable. What on earth was going on now? Mr. Liu, what are you doing? Gu Hong frowned at Liu Yan. Liu Yan froze. The anger on his face suddenly froze, and he offered Gu Hong a somewhat ingratiating smile. Then he pointed at Su Ming. Mr. Gu, please step aside. I have a grudge against this kid. If I don't settle this today, everyone will laugh at me later. Su Ming burst out laughing on the spot. Arms crossed, he watched Liu Yan with mocking amusement. What's this? No more calling Miss Gu, eh? No more calling me her lover? Didn't you say the Gu family accepted you as their son-in-law? That taking her to a hotel was perfectly natural? Now that you're facing the Gu family, you suddenly can't say a word? Liu Yan's face drained of color. He hurriedly turned to Gu Hang. Mr. Gu, don't believe him. He's talking nonsense. So my words are nonsense too? Gu Shirshir shot Liu Yan a disgusted glare before turning to recount the entire incident to Gu Hang. After listening, Gu Hang's face darkened completely. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at Liu Yan. This isn't over. Exactly. It can't end. Gu Shirshir seized the moment to harangue Gu Hong about the downsides of arranged meetings. Her goal was to get Gu Hong to persuade his mother to stop arranging blind dates for her. Gu Shirshir didn't want to go either. But the moment her mother showed weakness, her resolve crumbled instantly. Otherwise, she would have bolted long ago. Su Ming shot Gu Shirshir an amused glance before checking his watch. The show was about to start. He had to go inside. Shirshir, I have things to attend to. I'll be heading out now. Su Ming said his goodbyes and started to leave. Gu Shirshir hurriedly called after him. Make sure you answer my calls, okay? We owe you big time for today. We really need to thank you properly. Right, bro? Gu Shirshir wrapped her arm around Gu Hang's and gave it a gentle tug. Gu Hong looked slightly embarrassed. Hearing Gu Shirshir's words, he smiled indulgently. I misunderstood you today. My apologies, Gu Hong said earnestly, looking at Su Ming. Su Ming smiled. No need for apologies. Helping Shirshir wasn't because of you. Let me reiterate, I treat her like a sister. So please, Mr. Gu, stop shadowing me all day long. Like a stalker. With that, Su Ming turned and walked away. Behind him, Gu Shirshir's eyes widened in shock. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Gu Shirshir looked at Gu Hong with teary eyes. Brother, have you been targeting Su Ming? Why else would he suddenly say something like that to me? Gu Hong, no. Impossible. If you hadn't, Su Ming wouldn't have said that. You must have been targeting him behind his back. I've been wondering why he's been so distant with me lately. Turns out it's all because of you. Furious, Gu Shirshir shook off Gu Hang's hand and glared at him defiantly. I don't like you anymore. Oomph. With that, she flung her head back and stomped away in her slender high heels, her footsteps echoing as she walked off. Watching Gu Shirshir's receding figure, Gu Hong rubbed his temples in frustration. That Su Ming, how petty can he be? It was just a misunderstanding, wasn't it? Did he really have to deliberately expose him like that in front of Shirshir? Great. After finishing up work, he'd have to go appease his little princess. But he still needs to talk to Mom about it. Even if they were setting her up on dates, they couldn't just bring anyone to meet Shirshir. Fortunately, Su Ming was there to help her today. If no one had been there to help and something happened to Shirshir, they'd all regret it. And Su Ming, he really needed to properly thank him this time. Gu Hong walked toward the multimedia building ahead while these thoughts occupied his mind. When Su Ming arrived at the studio, the live broadcast was already underway. He entered discreetly and took his seat. After the host completed the opening formalities, Xiao Qingjing stepped onto the stage to applause. Now, please welcome today's first appraiser to take the stage with the treasure to be appraised. As the words fell, a young man emerged from the side aisle, carrying a wooden box. He approached the host and placed the object on the table. Soon after, the wooden box was opened, revealing the artifact inside. It was a jade bottle. Judging by its form, it dated back to the mid-Qing dynasty. Beyond that, Su Ming couldn't discern any further details. After all, he was too far away. He'd wait to hear what Xiao Qingjing had to say. On stage, Xiao Qingjing had already begun his appraisal. This is a shallow carved, gold-painted moon-embracing vase in white jade. Moon-embracing vases, also known as treasure moon vases, feature a small mouth, a diameter, two side handles on the neck, and a belly resembling a full moon. Their form originated from Song and Yuan dynasty ceramic horse-hanging bottles popular in western Xia. This vase should be carved from Hutian jade. However, as you can see, the piece before us is pure white in color, completely different from the rich, deep hue of Hetian jade. It is clear that this is merely a replica. Nevertheless, the craftsmanship of this imitation is quite skillful, and the quality of the white jade itself is superior. Though not an authentic shallow-carved, gold-painted moon-embracing vase, it remains a fine piece. Upon hearing this, the owner of the vase immediately inquired about its value. Xiao Changjing quoted a price. A flicker of disappointment crossed the owner's eyes. But he quickly composed himself, thanked Xiao Changjing, and carried the item off the stage. Next came the second and third items. Su Ming sat below, watching and listening to Xiao Changjing's appraisals. When the program concluded, Xiao Changjing exhaled a long breath without drawing attention, then slowly made his way down from the stage. Su Ming rushed forward, Master Xiao, you. Master Xiao. Seeing Xiao Changjing tumbling straight down from the stage, Su Ming sprinted forward and caught him by the skin of his teeth. Master Xiao. Master Xiao. Call an ambulance immediately. The production crew was also terrified. They immediately called for an ambulance. After the chaos subsided, Su Ming and the program director stood together outside the hospital's emergency room. Seeing the red light flashing above the door, both men felt their hearts sink. Su Ming felt even more troubled. Xiao Changjing was hospitalized, and his family should be notified. But he had no idea who Xiao Changjing's family was. How could he get in touch? He tried calling Zhao Jiwen, but she didn't know either. Just as Su Ming was at a loss, Zhao Jiwen said, you could try calling Professor Zhou. She might know. Hold on, I'll give you her number. Since you know the situation, you can explain it to her. All right. The call ended barely a minute ago, and the number was already sent over. Su Ming dialed the number and explained the situation. Zhou Gu immediately replied, I'll get in touch. Chapter 132, Farewell to the Beautiful Classmate. By the time Zhou Gu arrived, Xiao Changjing had already been discharged from the emergency room and transferred to a regular ward. Su Ming sat by the bedside while the program director bustled about handling the payment. Before long, Zhou Gu arrived. She burst through the door, breathless, Old Xiao? Su Ming turned at the sound. Zhou Gu looked frantic, panting slightly, her hair slightly disheveled and no longer as neat as usual. As soon as she pushed open the door, her eyes scanned the room, desperately searching for someone. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly rose. Old Xiao is fine now. He hurried forward, guiding Zhou Gu inside and helping her to the bedside, where he sat her down. The panic in Zhou Gu's eyes instantly transformed into deep concern the moment she saw Xiao Changjing. Her eyes instantly reddened. Old Xiao? Old Xiao! Zhou Gu called out urgently several times. But Xiao Changjing showed no reaction whatsoever, his eyes still closed. Zhou Gu's heart began to race with unease. She turned to Su Ming, her eyes filled with unease. What's wrong with Old Xiao? He was perfectly fine just moments ago. Why did he suddenly faint? Su Ming's expression grew peculiar upon hearing this. He paused for a moment. Seeing tears welling up in Zhou Gu's eyes, Su Ming quickly realized the gravity of the situation and hurried to explain, Old Zhou, please don't worry. Old Zhao's condition isn't serious. The doctor said he fainted due to insufficient blood supply to the brain caused by excessive late nights recently. Combined with his existing heart condition, that's why he ended up in the ER. At present, his condition had stabilized. Once Xiao Changjing regains consciousness and undergoes another round of tests to confirm everything is fine, he can be discharged. Zhou Gu listened silently. The glistening tears in her eyes suddenly vanished. She turned her head, staring speechlessly at Xiao Changjing, who was sleeping peacefully in the hospital bed. After a long moment, she sighed helplessly. Only then did she tell Su Ming. He's always been like this since he was young. Once he sets his mind on something, he'll throw himself into it completely. After years of relentless research into the history of the Great Zhou dynasty finally yielding results, it'd be strange if he could just sit idle. He'd probably want to squeeze days' worth of work into a single day. Lying here now? Serves him right. Zhou Gu spoke through gritted teeth, yet the look in her eyes as she gazed at Xiao Changjing was filled with concern. Su Ming stood by, smiling at the scene. It seemed Old Zhao's efforts hadn't been in vain after all. Well, he might as well lend a helping hand. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his face etched with concern. Ah, Old Zhou, you know how it is with Old Xiao. He's alone now, with no one to look after him. Doesn't that mean everything has to go his way? Given his dedication to research, won't he just keep working until whenever he feels like stopping? Today, Old Xiao was fortunate to have people around him. But what if one day he's alone? Ah, it's truly worrying. Su Ming stopped speaking at just the right moment. He knew Zhou Gu understood. But what decision she would make was beyond his control. At any rate, he had done all he could to assist. Su Ming withdrew after fulfilling his duty. As soon as he stepped out of the hospital room, he collided head-on with a beautiful woman. She rushed toward him with urgency. Seemingly caught off guard by someone emerging from inside, she gasped and halted abruptly, stepping back. Then she looked up. She studied Su Ming for a moment, then pointed at him and exclaimed, "It's you." At first glance, Su Ming didn't recognize her. The woman seemed to notice this too. She lowered her head and chuckled softly before turning her gaze to the hospital room behind Su Ming. Is Xiao Chengjing in this room? She asked urgently. Su Ming studied the woman again. He felt a sense of familiarity. As for who she was exactly, or where he might have seen her before, Su Ming couldn't recall a single detail. But since she was asking about old Xiao, she must be a relative of his. He voiced his question. The woman nodded. I'm his granddaughter, Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning? Su Ming's eyes lit up. Your sister Jiwen's classmate. That's right. You finally remembered me. After parting last time, I never imagined we'd meet again so soon. I'm off to see Grandpa now. We can chat another time. Xiao Ning gestured behind Su Ming. Su Ming promptly stepped aside. He never imagined that Xiao Lao's granddaughter would also be Zhao Jiwen's granddaughter. What an incredible twist of fate. But Zhao Jiwen seemed unaware of this connection. When he had called Zhao Jiwen earlier, her tone hadn't suggested she knew the Xiao family at all. What was going on? Su Ming felt a twinge of confusion, but he didn't intend to pry further. If Xiao Chengjing chose to keep it hidden, he must have his reasons. Su Ming paced the hallway for a while before returning to the hospital room. Inside, Xiao Chengjing had already woken up. He was talking with Xiao Ning and Zhou Gu. Hearing the door open, they all turned toward the entrance. Xiao Chengjing flashed Su Ming a bright smile. Kid, I owe you big time today. If it weren't for you, this old man would have kicked the bucket. Before he could finish, Xiao Ning snapped at him. Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Gu also wore a displeased expression. How dare you say that? If you hadn't been burning the midnight oil every day, would you have fainted? Xiao Chengjing rubbed his nose in frustration. I didn't mean to. I was being careful, just staying up an hour or two later than usual. I figured it wouldn't hurt, especially since I never felt sick before. Who knew? Over time, the small amounts added up, and he ended up in the hospital. The more he spoke, the darker Zhou Gu's expression grew. Scared, Xiao Chengjing immediately shut up. Su Ming raised an eyebrow at him teasingly, making Xiao Chengjing glare at him, grinding his teeth in frustration. Mr. Xiao, since you're all set here and Miss Xiao has arrived, I'll take my leave. Su Ming smiled as he bid farewell to Xiao Chengjing. Xiao Chengjing couldn't wait for him to leave. He waved his hand dismissively, shooing him out like a fly. Go on, go on. Your presence here will seriously affect their impression of me. Su Ming chuckled. Mr. Xiao, what about your own image? Why wouldn't I? Xiao Chengjing glared at him irritably. Seeing his reaction, Su Ming smiled and appeased him. Yeah, you do. His tone was as dismissive as could be. Xiao Chengjing was so infuriated his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. Xiao Ning and Zhou Gu sat nearby, watching this childish display of Xiao Chengjing with expressions of utter exasperation. Su Ming left the hospital and drove slowly, heading back to the old residence. Halfway there, he hit a red light. Su Ming brought the car to a stop. The window rolled down. Su Ming leaned his arm against it, his gaze wandering listlessly around until suddenly, he spotted Gu Hong emerging from a cake shop by the roadside, carrying a cake as he got into his car. Su Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Gu Hong has such a girly side? He actually bought a cake? Given his usual cold demeanor, Su Ming couldn't quite associate him with something as sweet and soft as cake. He chuckled, about to look away, when he noticed an inconspicuous small car following Gu Heng's vehicle after it pulled away. Both cars merged into the traffic one after the other. Then they drove off in the same direction. Chapter 133, The Great Victory at Panlong Fort. Su Ming glanced over in confusion. His brow furrowed slightly. His gaze followed them until both vehicles vanished completely from sight before he finally looked away. Then, an inexplicable sense of incongruity lingered in his heart. Su Ming pondered it, then couldn't help but chuckle. They were just two cars traveling together, after all. What could possibly be wrong with that? And even if there were, with Gu Heng's capabilities, it wouldn't be difficult to handle. Why was he worrying about this nonsense? Su Ming shook his head, amused. Just then, the traffic light turned red. Su Ming released the brakes and drove forward. Upon returning home, Su Ming immediately retrieved the incense burner. After his last conversation with Zhou Zhirua, he still didn't know how things were going on her end, whether the advice he'd given had helped her at all. With this on his mind, Su Ming took out paper and pen to write a letter. After finishing, he placed it into the incense burner. Great Zhou. In the boundless night, Wang Ben stood at the foot of Eagle's Beak Mountain, his eyes fixed intently on the mountain above, burning with fierce combat intent. General, the troops are assembled. Your orders, please. Wang Ben nodded solemnly. Advance. Yes, sir. A special unit, cloaked in the cover of night, swiftly advanced toward Eagle's Beak Mountain. Zhou Zhirua had mentioned in her letter to Su Ming that Eagle's Beak Mountain was riddled with traps. Their men couldn't get anywhere near it. Therefore, Su Ming told her they wouldn't need men. Thus, in recent days, Wang Ben had been massively purchasing livestock, pigs, cattle, sheep, and the like. The official reason given was to reward the entire army. After everyone feasted to their heart's content, they would launch an assault on Eagle's Beak Mountain. They deliberately spread false rumors that tomorrow would be a day of revelry, and the army would set out early the day after tomorrow. This was meant to lull the bandits on Eagle's Beak Mountain into complacency. For this, he even invited several theater troupes, claiming they would put on a grand performance for the troops. With these deceptive measures in place, the bandits on Eagle's Beak Mountain were likely sleeping soundly, unaware that they would soon be slaughtered in the mountains at dawn the day after tomorrow. Little did they know that Wang Ben had already led his men into the mountains, driving the livestock ahead. Once the livestock entered the mountains, Wang Ben ordered his men to drive them from behind. This ensured the animals advanced precisely along the route they required. Not long after entering the mountains, the pitiful cries of the animals began to rise. The deeper they went, the more piercing the cries became. Wang Ben led his men, stepping over pools of the animals' blood, straight to the first checkpoint. When they arrived, the enemy was still asleep. Wang Ben yanked them from their beds. Facing the terrified bandits, Wang Ben uttered only one sentence: either lead the way, or I'll slice you to pieces. The bandits, seeing the army descend like divine soldiers, were already terrified out of their wits. The glint of steel blades sent them scrambling for mercy, and they agreed to guide the way. To prevent any last-minute betrayal, Wang Ben gripped his chin and forced a poison capsule into his mouth. Once the job is done, this general will provide the antidote. But if you dare to play tricks, you'll taste the agony of your internal organs rotting away over 7 days and nights. The bandit's face drained of color. I dare not, I dare not. Then lead the way. Wang Ben ordered coldly. The bandit led Wang Ben toward the main bandit camp. By the time they reached the outskirts of the main camp, the sky was already tinged with dawn. Hiding in the woods outside the compound, Wang Ben and his men surveyed the loosely guarded stronghold. He gave the order in a deep voice: before they react, charge straight in. Kill! Kill! Wang Ben drew his broadsword and charged forward first. The Panlong fort guards paled at the sound of the battle cry. Before they could grasp what was happening, a vast army surged to the gates. Wang Ben and his men breached the gate with almost no effort. Charge in and capture Yang Zheng alive. Charge! Still half asleep, Yang Zheng heard the shouts. He shoved the beautiful woman in his arms aside, hastily pulled on a garment, grabbed his sword, and rushed out. Seeing the bandit fleeing in panic before him, he grabbed him by the collar. What's going on? The bandit's face turned deathly pale. Chieftain, it's bad news, the army is charging in. Yang Zheng's expression changed. Impossible. With all those traps and mechanisms down below, how could they possibly break through? And they? His thoughts halted abruptly. Yang Zheng's pupils dilated in shock. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it! I've been tricked. All that talk about rewarding the troops and attacking the mountain at dawn the day after tomorrow. All deliberately fed to him to lull him into complacency, to lower their guard. And he'd fallen for it. Damn it! Yang Zheng's face darkened as he stormed outside. He was confident in the trap he'd set. Without an insider to guide them, even if Wang Ben somehow managed to sneak up the mountain, he couldn't possibly bring many men. And after all these years running Panlong Fortress, he commanded thousands of brothers. He refused to believe they couldn't hold off Wang Ben's meager force. But when he burst out and saw the army surging toward them like a tidal wave, despair instantly washed over Yang Zheng. That man had been right earlier, it truly was a massive army. To capture him, Wang Ben must have mobilized all 3 armies to the mountain. Such a massive commotion, and he hadn't known a thing. Yang Zheng's face drained of color. Without a second thought, Yang Zheng turned and fled. Panlong Fortress stood no chance in this battle, it was wiser to flee first. The moment he turned, Wang Ben spotted him. Yang Zheng, where do you think you're going? Wang Ben sliced through the minor thug in front of him and charged toward Yang Zheng. Yang Zheng gritted his teeth in frustration, forced to draw his blade and turn to block. But Wang Ben's momentum was overwhelming, and with soldiers closing in from all sides, Yang Zheng was soon surrounded. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face. Wang Ben, what kind of skill is sneaking in attack? If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square. Wang Ben laughed at the very suggestion. Aren't I standing right here fighting you now? If this isn't fair, then what is? Did he have to stand there motionless, letting him kill him? Absolutely ridiculous. Yang Zheng, you've taken refuge in these mountains as a bandit, terrorizing the villagers. Today, this general will capture you, escort you to the capital, and execute you before the eyes of the entire realm. Wang Ben pointed his sword at Yang Zheng. Yang Zheng sneered coldly. Fine. Then come and try. Take this. Wang Ben charged forward with his sword raised. After exchanging hundreds of blows, both men bore wounds before Wang Ben finally subdued him. Watching the restrained Yang Zheng, Wang Ben clasped his hands on his hips and roared with laughter. Damn it, after bottling it up for so long, I've finally taken this damn bird's nest. Guys, come here. This general is going to write a victory report to His Majesty right here in Panlong Fort. Imperial Palace. Zhou Zhirua gazed at the victory report in her hands with evident satisfaction. A satisfied smile spread across her face. Zhao Xin stood by her side, observing the smile on her face before asking, "It seems General Wang has successfully completed his mission." Zhou Zhirua chuckled softly. Naturally. That plan that master strategist Su devised was simply brilliant. Who could have imagined that Wang Ben would use animals to trigger the traps? And who could have imagined that the so-called rewards and theatrical troupe were nothing but smokescreens? And all of this was conceived by Su Ming. Chapter 134, Have you ever slapped someone? Sure enough, the battle ended in a resounding victory. Every bandit from Panlong Fort was captured, and their leader, Yang Zhang, was taken alive. The members of the Chasing Wind bandit camp who had fled to Panlong camp were either killed or captured. This battle finally demonstrated the might of the Great Zhou court. As for the civilian leaders, Zhou Zhirua pondered for a moment, then picked up her brush to draft a pacification edict. She handed it to Zhao Shun, instructing him to dispatch someone immediately to deliver and proclaim it locally. Reading the edict, Zhao Shun's eyes crinkled as he remarked, "Your Majesty truly embodies benevolence. Those who openly defied the court by siding with bandits, even if not all were executed, a few would surely be made examples of. How could it be like this, with not a single one held accountable?" Zhou Zhirua smiled without reply. Given her nature, she too would have ordered executions. But Su Ming had taught her, the people are like water, the ruler like a boat. Water can carry the boat, but it can also overturn it. He urged her to heed the people's voices and sentiments, warning against rash acts of violence. Moreover, the great Zhou dynasty was already teetering on the brink. At such a critical juncture, indiscriminate slaughter of the populace would only drive them further away. If that happened, the great Zhou would truly be beyond salvation. Therefore, Su Ming instructed her to nurture the people, allowing them to recover and rebuild their lives. Only then could the court win the people's hearts. Even if some harbored ill intentions, they would ultimately be unable to overturn the heavens. Zhou Zhirua found Su Ming's reasoning sound. Since it was sound advice, she naturally intended to follow it. Moreover, such momentous news deserved to be shared with Su Ming. Zhou Zhirua waved to Zhao Shun, signaling him to leave. Once he left, she eagerly grabbed paper and ink to share the news with Su Ming. After finishing the letter, she went to retrieve the incense burner. But as soon as she opened the mechanism, she spotted the snow-white letter lying nearby. Zhou Zhirua gasped, he actually wrote again. She wondered what he might have written. Zhou Zhirua picked up the letter and read it quickly. Reading its contents, Zhou Zhirua smiled. We truly are in perfect harmony, both thinking of the same thing. She glanced at the letter in her hand, hesitated for a moment, then decided to rewrite it. After all, this letter hardly resembled a proper reply. Zhou Zhirua curved her lips, reached over to pick up the incense burner, and cheerfully ran to sit behind the imperial desk. She placed the burner to one side, then picked up paper and brush once more to begin her reply. Su Ming's letter inquired about her recent circumstances. He inquired about the items he had sent her, how they felt to use, whether they were convenient, and if the negatives were still intact. He also inquired about the situation at Panlong Fort. Zhou Zhirua replied to each point as if drafting a wholesale memorial. When the final stroke was completed, her eyes sparkling, she placed the letter into the incense burner. She intended to wait patiently for Su Ming's reply. But Su Ming had asked how her photography skills were progressing. Heaven knew she hadn't practiced at all during this time. Now that it was brought up, she had no choice but to cram at the last minute. Zhou Zhirua walked over to the locked trunk and opened it. She took out the Polaroid camera and carefully followed Su Ming's instructions to take the photos. Surprisingly, doing it this way produced much clearer photos. Though still slightly blurry, they were infinitely better than before. Su Ming's method really works. Not only does it work for big things, but it works just as well for small things too. And he's good looking too. At this thought, Zhou Zhirua's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She shyly bit her lip, yet the smile in her eyes couldn't be contained. But when she saw the incense burner placed on the imperial desk, she let out a soft sigh. In the end, she could only console herself, it doesn't matter. Being able to befriend him is already a great fortune. She dared not hope for more. Zhou Zhirua composed herself, carefully selecting a piece of paper she was satisfied with before placing it into the incense burner. On the other side of the incense burner, Su Ming read the reply. The weight that had been on his heart finally lifted. Excellent. Panlong Fortress has finally been dealt with. Now Zhou Zhirua could finally relax a bit, right? Su Ming thought. Just then, something else drifted out of the incense burner. Su Ming reached out to catch it. Upon catching it, he realized it was a photograph. In the photograph, there is an inkstone. Ink still pools within it. This must be what Zhou Zhirua needed when she wrote back to me, right? Though this photo lacked any technical skill, with no regard for lighting or composition, it was still infinitely clearer than the previous one. It was quite an improvement. Thinking back to the first photo Zhou Zhirua had sent, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. As he chuckled, an idea suddenly struck him. Now that Zhou Zhirua had a camera and knew how to take pictures, why not try asking her for a photo? They'd been chatting for so long, and she'd seen his photos. So asking for one of hers now should be fine, right? Besides, Su Ming was curious to see what Zhou Zhirua actually looked like. Was she tall, short, plump, or slender? Was she young or old? Could she be like Wu Zetian in her 60s or 70s? In ancient times, it was extremely difficult for a woman to become emperor. For Zhou Zhirua to have walked this path, it must have been arduous. So being a bit older would be normal, right? Though he thought this, Su Ming still felt a bit uneasy. In his heart, he regarded Zhou Zhirua as his peer and had even begun to harbor some feelings for her. If she had already reached her 60th year, wouldn't that mean he was destined for heartbreak? Once the thought surfaced, Su Ming couldn't shake it off. He desperately wanted to uncover the truth. Risking disillusionment, Su Ming's hands trembled as he penned this tentative letter. Have you ever slapped someone? When Zhou Zhirua saw those words, her expression froze in bewilderment. Would she dare take this thing to auction? If she took it out today, by tomorrow night, her blue and white porcelain hall would surely become a gathering place for countless thieves. Even the entire Great Zhou would be targeted by every nation. Given the Great Zhou's current state, it wouldn't take half a year for the empire to vanish entirely. Su Ming was well aware of this reality. Then why would he ask such a question? Zhou Zhirua furrowed her brows. She turned her head casually and caught sight of a silhouette cast by candlelight upon the wall. Zhou Zhirua froze. Right, she was human too. With that realization, Zhou Zhirua instantly understood. Su Ming hadn't been asking if she'd ever taken pictures of others. He was asking if she had ever hit herself. Then why did he ask that? Zhou Zhirua chuckled softly as the realization dawned on her. Tapping the letter in front of her, she chuckled. If you wanted photos of this emperor, just say so. Why go through all this trouble? Really? If he'd just asked, she wouldn't have refused. Yet he was playing this testing game with her. Was he afraid she wouldn't give it to him? Or did he simply not believe she would? Zhou Zhirua snorted softly, her gaze drifting to the incense burner. A flicker of mischief danced in her beautiful phoenix-like eyes. Setting the letter aside, she picked up paper and brush to reply to Su Ming. The moment Su Ming tossed the letter into the incense burner, he regretted it. Chapter 135, My Empress Majesty. He wished he could reach into the incense burner and retrieve the letter. But that was clearly impossible. He could only pace restlessly, waiting for Zhou Zhirua's reply. Every minute, every second, became unbearably agonizing. Until the incense burner emitted a sharp, brief sound. A piece of paper was ejected, drifting into the air. Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly. He reached out and grabbed it. He couldn't wait to see what was written on it. Had she understood his subtle hint? Zhou Zhirua was so intelligent, and as the Empress, surely she could see through his little scheme? Would she think he was being too presumptuous? Su Ming's heart raced wildly, pounding like a drum. Panic and excitement gripped him, his hands trembling. The first time he looked, he even held the paper upside down. Upon realizing his mistake, Su Ming gave a self-deprecating chuckle before writing it. The moment he read the first sentence, Su Ming's expression froze. By the time he finished reading, a gut-wrenching ache enveloped him. The pain made him grimace and clench his teeth. He stood up and paced back and forth in front of the sofa several times. Then, staring at the reply in his hand, his face twisted into a pained expression. How could she not understand? How could she not have understood? Weren't his hints obvious enough? They shouldn't be. But Zhou Zhirua hadn't understood. She even solemnly told him, these items come from the future. If others discover them, it will cause turmoil. That's why I haven't taken them out to hit anyone yet. Su Ming. In that moment, he wasn't sure if his hints hadn't been subtle enough. Had the letter not been sent, he wouldn't have dwelled on it. But now that the matter had been initiated, Su Ming was determined to see it through to the end today. Su Ming summoned his courage and continued his reply. This time, he was far more direct than before. Then you could take a picture of yourself. Set up the camera, set the timer, and step into the frame. That's called a selfie. Want to try it? But he still didn't mention the matter of the photos. As if those 3 words were too hot to utter. Upon receiving the letter and reading these words, Zhou Zhirua couldn't help but smile. You're surprisingly good at holding back, Zhou Zhirua remarked, lightly tapping the letter with her finger as her phoenix-like eyes curved in amusement. I'll be watching to see just how long you can keep this up. I wonder if you'll eventually come right out and ask me for the photo. With this thought in mind, Zhou Zhirua continued her reply. But I won't. Those 4 simple words left Su Ming speechless, staring up at the sky. He truly had no retort. All he could do was remotely instruct Zhou Zhirua on how to take selfies. Then he gently suggested, once you've taken it, you can send me the photo so I can check the results. Zhou Zhirua chuckled lightly and snorted, nice try. She saw right through him, he was just trying to trick her into sending photos. Zhou Zhirua saw right through him. Would she let him have his way so easily? Zhou Zhirua's eyes darted about as a brilliant idea struck her. She rose, grabbed the Polaroid camera and tripod, assembled them, and following Su Ming's instructions, performed the necessary steps. Then she stepped in front of the lens and stood still. With a click, the Polaroid slowly ejected a photograph. Zhou Zhirua glanced at it, a satisfied smile touching her exquisite face. She then placed the photo into the incense burner. When Su Ming saw the photograph spewing from the incense burner, his eyes lit up instantly. He was overcome with excitement. Finally! It seemed Zhou Jiruo was easier to persuade than he thought. She actually believed his advice. He'd finally won her over. Su Ming grinned as he took the photo. The smile instantly vanished from his face. Her face wrinkled like an old man's. There's no one here either. Su Ming flipped the photo over and over several times, his expression growing bitter. The photo captured a corner of the imperial study, with only a faint trace of something resembling black silk visible on the right side. But the frame was too narrow, he couldn't make out what it was. Helpless. He could only continue using the pretext of guidance to coax Zhou Jiruo into taking more photos. Zhou Jiruo obliged readily. She snapped away whenever he asked. But the photos she sent back either showed only a small fragment of a person or nothing at all. In any case, Zhou Jiruo's face was nowhere to be seen. To make matters worse, Zhou Jiruo later wrote him a letter, cautiously asking, "Su Ming, this is too difficult. Am I just hopeless? You've taught me so much, yet I still haven't mastered it." It left Su Ming at a loss for words. He could only write back to comfort her. "No, it's not your fault. It's the camera." His tone was like he was soothing a child. Zhou Jiruo burst out laughing. She laughed until tears streamed down her face. "Su Ming, oh Su Ming, so even you get fooled sometimes." She'd deliberately sent so many incomplete photos, yet when she claimed she couldn't do it, Su Ming didn't suspect a thing. She'd thought he'd catch on quickly. Zhou Jiruo laughed until her stomach ached, doubled over on the desk, her body shaking. Until the very next moment, another letter drifted out. Zhou Jiruo lifted her head, wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, and only then picked up the letter to read. It contained only one line, filled with astonishment and disbelief. "Jiruo, you did this on purpose, didn't you? What kind of coincidence is this, where every single photo only captures a corner? You clearly did this deliberately. Well, the Empress herself resorting to such petty tricks. This is truly breaking my heart. You owe me an apology." A resounding humph concluded the letter. A wave of aggrieved yet proud indignation welled up. Zhou Jiruo burst out laughing. She picked up her brush. "You're just now catching on?" Reading the reply, Su Ming smiled helplessly. Sure enough, his little schemes couldn't be hidden from this formidable Empress. He decided to cut to the chase. "So, Your Majesty the Empress, would you be willing to give me a photograph of yourself?" At the words "Your Majesty," Zhou Jiruo's cheeks flushed crimson. She bit her lip and chuckled, her expression mischievous. "Well, that depends on how the Emperor feels." Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "And how does Your Majesty feel at this moment? Might I have the honor of beholding your sacred countenance?" Just as he dropped the letter into the incense burner, his phone rang. Su Ming casually picked up his phone to glance at it. The gentle smile on his face instantly turned to confusion. Gu Shishir? What could she possibly want calling this late? Su Ming pressed the answer button, puzzled. On the other end, Gu Shishir's cheerful voice rang out. "Su Ming, are you free tomorrow afternoon?" Su Ming thought for a moment and replied, "Sure, why?" "Then come over for dinner at my place." Gu Shishir's sudden invitation left Su Ming stunned. Surprised, he asked, "Your place?" He glanced at the old Gu family residence beside him. "Your grandmother's house?" "No, my parents' place. I live with them." Gu Shishir unknowingly shattered Su Ming's assumptions and offered an explanation. "I already told my parents about how you helped me. They asked me to invite you over for dinner to thank you for your assistance." Chapter 136, Set Up. Su Ming found it utterly absurd. He had no real connection to the Gu family. While he got along well with Grandma Gu and had some rapport with Gu Shishir. But with Gu Shishir's parents and Gu Hong? He had absolutely no connection whatsoever. Even if he had helped Gu Shishir and the Gu family wish to express their gratitude, they could have simply taken him to a decent restaurant outside the home for a meal. There was absolutely no need to invite him into the Gu residence. This felt a bit too intimate. And Gu Hang actually agreed? Wasn't he always the most reluctant to see Gu Shishir get close to him? Su Ming sensed there was something going on here that he didn't know about. He'd better find out first. Su Ming said, "This thank you gesture is a bit too elaborate. Besides, I helped you because you're my friend, there's no need to specially invite me to your home for dinner. If you really want to thank me, taking me out to eat would be just as good." He said this, hoping to indirectly ask Gu Shishir why she insisted on inviting him to dine at her home. He hadn't dared to ask the question directly. Even if he did, Gu Shishir probably wouldn't tell him. That's why he was trying to get at it indirectly. Little did he know that love had clouded her judgment, and she completely misinterpreted his meaning. "Are you asking me out on a date?" Gu Shishir perked up eagerly. "Of course I'm game. Name the time and place, I'll treat you myself, to thank you for standing up for me earlier." "Su Ming, that's not what I meant." "What? You don't want to go on a date with me?" Gu Shishir's tone instantly fell. Su Ming felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples, sighing helplessly. "Shishir, you know I. Cut it out. I don't want to hear the rest." Before he could finish, Gu Shirshir cut him off and declared with a spoiled child tone, "You have two choices right now, either come over for dinner at my place so we can properly thank you, or go on a one-on-one date with me. You choose." Su Ming. Compared to going on a date alone with Gu Shirshir, he'd rather just go to her house for dinner. At least her parents would be there. In front of her parents, this bold little girl probably wouldn't dare do anything too outrageous, right? Su Ming made his decision instantly. "Tomorrow afternoon, right? Alright, I'll come over to your place tomorrow afternoon." On the other end, Gu Shirshir immediately laughed. "Great, we'll be waiting for you at home. Bye." Gu Shirshir cheerfully hung up the phone. Su Ming listened to the busy tone on the line, feeling utterly disheartened. To make matters worse, Zhou Jiruo still hadn't replied. His mood sank even further. The next day, Su Ming slept in. Zhao Jiwen still hadn't returned, and Xiao Hangjing had been injured again, so he decided to give him 2 days off as well. He slept until 10 o'clock, then went to check on the incense burner. Still no reply in the incense burner. Only then did he wash up. He stepped outside. First, they stopped at a restaurant for a quick bite, then went to buy some souvenirs. Su Ming didn't have much contact with the Gu family, so he didn't choose anything too expensive, but it wasn't cheap either, just a standard, appropriate gift for the occasion. After making his selections, he drove toward the Gu residence. Thanks to Gu Shirshir's prior arrangement, Su Ming smoothly entered the main gate. After driving a short distance further, he finally arrived at the Gu residence. He had barely parked when a Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled up beside him. The door opened, and Lu Wu stepped out of the driver's seat. His sharp gaze swept around the area. Then his gaze settled on Su Ming. His brow furrowed. Finally, a cold expression appeared on his face. "Su Ming," he spoke first, his frown lingering, his tone tinged with surprise. "What are you doing here?" Su Ming stepped out of the car. "If you can come, why can't I?" As the words left his lips, Su Ming noticed a subtle shift in Lu Wu's expression. His eyes brimmed with hostility. Su Ming froze for a moment. He immediately grew wary. "What? You want to pick a fight with me on someone else's doorstep?" With that, Su Ming laughed again, teasingly adding, "Missing the trip to the police station last time?" Lu Wu's face darkened instantly. Before he could respond, another woman stepped out of the car. Woman glared at him with fury, striding toward him. "You're Su Ming?" Su Ming looked at her in confusion, then glanced at Lu Wu. They bore a striking resemblance in their eyes and brows. Seeing her adorned in jewels and finery, Su Ming guessed she must be Mrs. Lu. Had she come to defend her son? Su Ming crossed his arms, leaning against the carriage. "That's correct. What might Mrs. Lu require of me?" Madame Lu's expression darkened as she strode up to Su Ming, her tone dripping with contempt. "So it was you who sent my son to prison last time. And now you dare show your face before him? Do you really think the Lu family is made of clay? That we wouldn't dare touch you?" Su Ming smiled. "Go ahead and try." Not wanting to argue with outsiders in front of someone else's house, Su Ming turned to the trunk and retrieved the gift inside. The moment Lu Wu saw them, the hostility in his eyes intensified. But when he saw what Su Ming had brought, he burst into a sneer of contempt. "Su Ming, you've got some money now, yet you're still so stingy? This is what you bring on your first visit? Don't you feel it's a bit shabby?" Madame Lu heard this and glanced over. She saw at a glance that Su Ming was holding nothing but some health supplements. Not a single item worthy of the occasion. The anger faded from her face as she covered her mouth and laughed. "You actually have the nerve to present such meager offerings?" Mrs. Lu shot Su Ming a scornful glance before turning to signal to Lu Wu. "Son, come. Bring out our gifts and let him see." "Right." Lu Wu turned to fetch the items. Su Ming was utterly baffled. He glanced down at the gift in his hands. It wasn't particularly expensive. But this entire set had cost him a small fortune, tens of thousands. For a first meeting, especially just a simple house call, it was more than sufficient. Did these two actually find his offerings too modest? Had his family been bankrupt for so long that he'd lost touch with society? Why did he feel like he couldn't quite understand what the Lu family mother and son were saying? Lost in thought, he watched as Lu Wu pulled a pile of luxurious items from the trunk. Su Ming's sharp eyes spotted several elaborately packaged gift boxes among them. Each bore a red decorative bow. It all looked very grand. Su Ming's expression went blank. Is he here to visit? Was such an elaborate gift necessary? Su Ming sensed something was off. Moreover, Gu Shirshir hadn't mentioned to him that there would be other guests today. Su Ming frowned. Seeing Su Ming's expression, Lu Wu's face lit up with smug satisfaction. He turned his head arrogantly and said to Mrs. Lu, "Mom, let's go." Without so much as a glance at Su Ming, he walked to the Gu family's door and pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the door opened. It was Gu Shirshir who appeared. Madame Lu's expression immediately softened, adopting a loving look. "Shirshir, it's been so long. You're growing more beautiful every day." Gu Shirshir exchanged a few polite yet distant greetings before beckoning to Su Ming. "Su Ming, come quickly." Seeing Gu Shirshir's beaming smile, Su Ming smiled. Angrily. This little minx was playing games with him. Chapter 137. Is it really just about Gu Shirshir? Su Ming's smile froze Gu Shirshir's expression. Feeling guilty, she gave him 2 nervous chuckles. Then she looked at him with pleading eyes. Su Ming. He really had stumbled upon a little tyrant. Since she'd come all this way, he wasn't about to leave now. Gu Shirshir had been on blind dates lately. Lu Wu was likely here for the same reason. He absolutely couldn't let Lu Wu succeed. Besides, this man's character was questionable. He was simply unworthy of Gu Shirshir. Su Ming's face softened into a gentle smile as he approached Gu Shirshir, his eyes tender and his voice filled with affection. Shirshir, I'm not too late, am I? Gu Shirshir breathed a huge sigh of relief. She'd feared Su Ming might refuse to cooperate. But seeing him now, Su Ming was still the same Su Ming, and that was just perfect. Her eyes brightened as she stepped forward, slipped her arm through his, and leaned in coquettishly. Not at all. You're right on time. She added with a playful wink. It was utterly adorable. If Su Ming hadn't been carrying 2 boxes in his hands, he would have reached out to ruffle her hair. The couple's blatant disregard for others caused Lady Lu's face to darken instantly. Lu Wu's expression wasn't much better. Shirshir, surely you don't expect us to stand at the door forever? That wouldn't be in keeping with the Gu family's hospitality, Mrs. Lu said, lifting the corners of her lips in a manner that carried the weight of an elder's authority. Upon hearing this, Gu Shirshir gave Su Ming a subtle nod. Then she turned back and addressed Mrs. Lu politely. Aunt Lu, you're joking. I was just so happy to see brother Su Ming. Please forgive my excitement, Aunt Lu. A genuine smile finally appeared in Mrs. Lu's eyes. But Gu Shirshir took Su Ming's hand and led him inside. As for Lu Wu, she merely nodded politely and said no more. Upon entering the house, Su Ming noticed Gu's mother and Gu Hong sitting in the living room, heads close together, deep in conversation. From Su Ming's perspective, Gu Heng's brow was slightly furrowed, his expression clearly disapproving. His expression darkened further when he noticed them entering. Gu Shirshir handed the items Su Ming was carrying to the maid, then quickly pulled her over to stand before Gu's mother. She nudged Su Ming forward. Mom, this is Su Ming, the one I told you about. Su Ming, this is my mother. Su Ming smiled and greeted her. Hello, Aunt Gu. Mrs. Gu's brow furrowed. Gu Hong inquired, how is it that Mr. Su has the time to pay us a visit today? Su Ming felt a twinge of helplessness. Then he looked at Gu Hong. Shirshir called out. As for why she called out, Gu Hong knew exactly why. Gu Hong shot Gu Shirshir a disapproving glare. Mrs. Gu's lips twitched slightly as she hurriedly rose to greet Mrs. Lu, who was still standing nearby. I'm terribly sorry. This girl is such a handful. Please, come sit down. As she spoke, she turned to look at Lu Wu. Mrs. Gu exclaimed in admiration, so this is Lu Wu? He really is handsome. If I saw him walking alone outside, I wouldn't have recognized him. Feng Yu's expression finally brightened. That boy, well, at least his face is easy on the eyes. Su Ming had already taken a seat beside Gu Shirshir. Hearing this, he calmly added, I suppose that's what people often call all show and no substance. Feng Yu's expression stiffened. Lu Wu looked over with a stern expression. Su Ming, I heard you started a company recently. Why hasn't it made any waves? Could it be that it went under right after launching? But then again, back when the Su family was still around, you were living it up every day. Company matters? You probably weren't handling them properly either. Su Ming smiled. This was digging up his past, trying to embarrass him in front of Mrs. Gu. Well, that was convenient. He had his own dirt on Lu Wu. My company? It's being managed properly. Everything's running smoothly. Sorry to disappoint you. But last time you tried to frame me, it backfired. What dirty tricks are you planning today? Oh, right, you've pulled stunts like this plenty of times at the company, haven't you? I recall just 2 years ago, you managed to bring down an entire company. You call me a wastrel, but your character isn't exactly squeaky clean either. If we're going to hurt each other, bring it on. Su Ming laughed scornfully. Lu Wu scoffed dismissively, fair business competition? If you can't beat them, it's just because they're incompetent. So kidnapping someone's daughter and forcing her to jump off a nightclub building, that's fair competition too? Su Ming's expression remained calm. The moment he spoke, Lu Wu shot to his feet. He glared furiously at Su Ming, his face shifting through a range of emotions. The words, how do you know about this, danced on the tip of his tongue before he forced them back down. He couldn't admit it. Instead, Lu Wu pointed an accusing finger at Su Ming and shouted, you're lying. Nonsense? Su Ming looked at him calmly and with a hint of a smirk, is it really nonsense? Of course it is. Lu Wu's face darkened. Gu Hong glanced at him, silently raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Mrs. Gu looked from Lu Wu to Su Ming. Then she decisively changed the subject. I understand why you've come this time. Shirshir is grown now and it's time she found a husband. Since Lu Wu is willing to come, let the two of them talk. If they hit it off, that's wonderful. If not, it just means they weren't meant to be. As parents, we can only let things take their course, don't you agree? Feng Yu agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, you're absolutely right. Lu Wu, go take Shirshir for a walk. I won't go. Gu Shirshir clung tightly to Su Ming's hand, looking at her mother with hurt eyes. Mom, I already have someone I like. You promised me before that once I found someone, you wouldn't make me go on any more blind dates. Besides, I don't like Lu Wu. Gu Hong glanced at Gu Shirshir, thinking to himself that Su Ming wouldn't work either. But Lu Wu was even less suitable. Today, Mom only asked him to help meet a matchmaking candidate. She never said who it was. Had he known it was Lu Wu, he would have objected earlier. Mrs. Lu felt her pride wounded once more, her displeasure evident. But she didn't take her frustration out on Gu Shirshir. Instead, she directed it at Su Ming. Su Ming, Shirshir is a young lady from a respectable family. I've heard some things about your situation from Lu Wu, but I don't believe you can take good care of her. Shirshir is such a fine young woman, surely you wouldn't want her to suffer? Gu Shirshir was about to speak. Su Ming tugged her arm, silencing her. Then he spoke slowly. Madam Lu, you said you only heard about it. Since it's hearsay, its truthfulness should be discounted by half. Besides, no matter how flawed I am, I'm still better than someone who engages in malicious competition, deliberately frames others, and spends his days carousing and frequenting bars. Aunt Gu, could you really bear to see your precious daughter marry someone who doesn't come home at night? Doesn't that description fit you perfectly? Lu Wu retorted immediately. Su Ming smiled. I admit I used to be a bit of a party animal, but at least I didn't kill anyone. And Lu Wu, is this marriage alliance with the Gu family really just because you like Gu Shirshir? Chapter 138, Stealing Right Under My Nose. Lu Wu's heart pounded violently. He fixed a hard stare on Su Ming, his voice thickening. What exactly do you mean by that? Su Ming smiled faintly. Nothing much. Just heard some interesting rumors lately. Apparently the Lu family's reputation has taken a hit, and you need this marriage alliance to stabilize things. Lu Wu's breath caught in his throat. Lady Lu's face also darkened. Su Ming's words were indeed true. Not long ago, Lu Wu had gone a bit too far, allowing others to seize upon his missteps. If this matter were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the Lu family's reputation. Thus, they decided to arrange a marriage for Lu Wu, crafting a narrative of his redemption from debauchery. But they couldn't find a suitable match among ordinary families. It just so happened that Gu Shirshir was currently on the marriage market. Thus, they set their sights on Gu Shirshir. With the Gu family backing her, marrying Lu Wu would be a perfectly matched union. Not only could it help Lu Wu weather this storm, but it would also provide them with some business advantages down the line. Thus, Mrs. Lu approached Gu's mother. She broached the subject of marriage. She proposed an introductory meeting between the two. But who could have imagined that Su Ming would show up and know something? Madame Lu felt a flicker of unease. Yet she maintained a composed exterior. She shot Su Ming a disapproving glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't pin all sorts of things on my son. She turned to Mrs. Gu. Ying, don't believe this brat's tall tales. He just wants to steal Shirshir away from us, the Lu family. But he has neither the background nor the strength to do it, so he resorts to these dirty tricks to slander others. Is that so? Mrs. Gu looked bewildered. She had never understood business matters and never meddled in the affairs of the business world. Though she often socialized with other wealthy ladies in the circle, their conversations rarely touched on business matters. Consequently, she knew little about the people and affairs of the commercial world. But if Su Ming was telling the truth, she wouldn't want her daughter to suffer injustice either. That was precisely why she had placed Gu Hong in charge. Her gaze shifted to Gu Hong. Gu Hong hadn't heard about this either. But judging by the expressions of the Lu family mother and son, there was more to this than met the eye. Besides, he didn't approve of Shirshir getting involved with Lu Wu either. So he said, in matters like this, we should listen to Shirshir. Gu Shirshir beamed. I like Su Ming. Well, what do you think about this? Mrs. Gu looked apologetic. Madame Lu tried to plead further, but Lu Wu stopped her. Mom, matters like this require mutual consent. Since Miss Gu isn't willing, let's just drop it. Madame Gu, Mr. Gu, Miss Gu, we'll take our leave now. With that, he pulled Mrs. Lu away. Once outside, Mrs. Lu shook off his hand and snapped, didn't you want to marry her and forge a powerful alliance with the Gu family? Why are you backing down at the first sign of trouble? Su Ming is here to sabotage us. With him around, we won't achieve our goals, and he might even expose more secrets. We should reconsider our approach. Lu Wu got into the car and pulled out his phone, searching for a number. Madame Lu followed him into the car. Her face was filled with confusion. But where did he get all this information? You were hiding it so well, weren't you? How should I know? Lu Wu gritted his teeth. He found the number and dialed it. It didn't take long for the call to be answered. Lu Wu's voice was cold. That new company of Su Ming's, make sure you take good care of it. Since Su Ming had so much free time, he'd make sure to give him something to occupy it. At the Gu residence, Lu Wu had already left, and Su Ming was getting up to depart as well. Gu Shirshir grabbed his arm firmly. No way. I really do want to treat you to dinner. I've already told the kitchen to prepare extra special dishes. Su Ming smiled faintly, gently freeing his arm from her grasp. Let's save it for next time. He stood up to leave. Gu Shishir panicked and started to chase after him, but Gu Hong called her back. I'll see him out. We'll settle this later, Gu Hong said sternly, glaring at her before rising to escort Su Ming. By the time he emerged, Su Ming had already reached his car. Gu Hong called out, Young Master Su, wait a moment. Su Ming turned back, puzzled. Seeing Gu Hong approaching, he raised an eyebrow and asked, what might Mr. Gu require? Gu Hong stopped in front of Su Ming. Shishir has always been our spoiled child, a bit willful. I imagine she tricked you into coming today? I apologize on her behalf. Gu Hong had deduced this based on Su Ming's earlier behavior. Given their relationship with Su Ming, he wouldn't have visited unannounced. Even if invited, he had no compelling reason to come. Yet he had come. That meant someone else must have tricked him into coming. The only one who could do that was Gu Shishir. Su Ming smiled. Shishir's quite adorable. I don't blame her. But regarding this matchmaking business, you should really listen to her opinion. Otherwise, her resistance might get more intense in the future. He treated Shishir like a younger sister, which was why he chimed in. But whether they heeded it or not wasn't his concern. Is there anything else, Mr. Gu? If not, I'll be going. Yes. Gu Hong spoke up. Since you helped Shishir last time, we wanted to thank you. We originally planned to deliver it to you later, but since you're here today, I'll just hand it over now. He took out an invitation and handed it to Su Ming. Your company is just starting out. I think you could use this. Su Ming was taken aback. What is this? It's for a business networking event. Many influential figures in the industry will be attending. Making connections there could be beneficial for you. Of course, if you'd rather not go, consider it never said. Gu Hong pushed the invitation closer to him. Su Ming, of course, wouldn't refuse. He took the invitation. Thanks. Great Joe. Within the gilded hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Dark clouds gathered mid-air. Zhou Jiruo's face was ashen. All ministers knelt with heads bowed, not daring to breathe a sound. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long moment, Zhou Jiruo stirred slightly. How splendid. Zhou Jiruo's voice suddenly rose, causing the assembled ministers to bow their heads even lower in fright. The more timid among them broke out in cold sweat. Zhou Jiruo swept a cold gaze over the crowd, then raised a hand to signal Zhaoshan, bring them forward. Zhaoshan stepped forward and bellowed, bring the prisoner in. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guards of the Golden Guard dragged a figure inside. They tossed the figure into the hall before retreating. Qin Chuan glanced up. It was a young eunuch. But unfamiliar. Not one of her men. Just as Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, she saw Luo Yanghui, kneeling not far behind her, turn pale as a sheet before quickly lowering his head. Seeing this, Qin Chuan's heart leapt into her throat. He had merely assumed the eunuch wasn't one of his men. He never imagined it was Luo Yanghui's. Chapter 139, Magistrate Qin, save me. It seemed this man had suffered severe torture. The question was whether he had revealed anything he shouldn't have. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and lowered his head again without showing any emotion. From the dragon throne, Zhou Jiruo pointed at the eunuch. Look. All of you, lift your heads and see who this is. At her command, the ministers lifted their heads once more, scrutinizing the eunuch's face. His face was smeared with blood. Qin Chuan hadn't recognized him before. But now, upon closer inspection, he recognized him. He was the first to respond, Your Majesty, is this not Eunuch Li who serves in the blue and white hall? I have seen him several times when attending to Your Majesty. Prompted by this, the other ministers recalled him as well. Indeed, it is him. But why would he steal the emperor's belongings? Doesn't he value his life? The ministers murmured among themselves, their voices rising in heated discussion. Zhou Jiruo let them discuss. When their murmurs subsided, she spoke, It seems many of my loyal subjects recognize him. Several ministers responded, We've seen him. We've exchanged a few words. But not well. They were eager to distance themselves, afraid of being associated with him. Zhou Jiruo replied coldly, Is that so? She scanned the crowd, then fixed her gaze on Luo Yanghui. Minister Luo, why aren't you speaking? Luo Yanghui felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. He hurriedly replied, Your servant is also not familiar with him. Not acquainted? Zhou Jiruo's tone was deliberately vague. Cold sweat beaded on Luo Yanghui's forehead. He knelt rigidly on the floor, digging his fingers into the wood to suppress his fear. Just as he was about to speak again, hoping to declare his loyalty, Zhou Jiruo softened her tone. Well, that's good. I saw you hadn't spoken up, and I thought you might have some connection to this man. No, absolutely not. Luo Yanghui denied it hastily, his urgency bordering on swearing on heaven itself. Qin Chuan glanced at him twice, pressed her lips together, and said nothing. Only after Luo Yanghui had finished kowtowing did Zhou Jiruo speak again in a measured tone. Since there is no connection, I am relieved. However, this audacious youth dared to steal from my bedchamber. Such behavior must not be tolerated. Guards! Drag him out and execute him in the street. Leave his body exposed for 5 days. Zhao Shen swept his whisk and bellowed, "Come! Drag him out and beat him to death." The imperial guards entered and dragged the eunuch away. A long trail of blood was left on the floor. After that, Luo Yanghui barely registered what Zhou Zhirua said next. After court adjourned, he immediately avoided everyone and sought out Qin Chuan. "Minister Qin, save me!" Luo Yanghui was so desperate he felt like crying. Qin Chuan shot him a disdainful glance. "What's all this fuss about? You're in the palace, who could just take your life?" Thinking Qin hadn't understood him, Luo sighed and explained. "Minister Qin, you know I didn't mean it that way. What I meant was... Regardless of what you meant, you need to understand this, the place dictates the words you speak. Keep spouting nonsense, and don't say I didn't warn you." Before Luo Yanghui could finish, Qin Chuan cut him off decisively. Luo Yanghui froze. Then he heard Qin Chuan lower his voice and say, "What business can't be discussed at my home? Must it be here? Don't you know that walls have ears?" If anyone overheard them, both their heads would be on the line. It was sheer stupidity. Qin Chuan shot him a warning glare before striding away. Luo Yanghui stood rooted to the spot for a moment before it dawned on him. He slapped his palm. "Oh, I see. Qin wasn't washing her hands of the matter, she was avoiding any appearance of impropriety. Fine. He'd go see him later." After court, Luo Yanghui had his carriage circle the streets before turning toward the rear gate of the Qin residence. After announcing his arrival, he was finally ushered in by the steward. No sooner had he entered the main hall than Qin Chuan pointed an accusing finger at him and launched into a tirade. Lord Luo, I thought you were a clever man. How could you do something so foolish? That little eunuch beaten to death today, he was one of your men, wasn't he? You've grown quite bold, daring to send men to steal the emperor's belongings. What, is your family so poor that you've sunk to stealing? Listen to what His Majesty said today. Guess what that eunuch confessed under torture? Luo Yanghui was on the verge of tears. After being scolded by Qin Chuan, he defended himself urgently, his eyes red. "I truly knew nothing about this. It was indeed one of my men, but I didn't send him to steal anything. Who knew that sneaky little thief would dare touch the emperor's belongings? Now look, if I don't eliminate my informant in the palace, they might even drag me out too." Luo Yanghui wanted nothing more than to grind that eunuch's bones to dust. But none of that mattered now. Luo Yanghui looked at Qin Chuan desperately, pleading, "Minister Qin, tell me, will His Majesty come after me?" She had been so critical of him in the Grand Hall today. It was clear the emperor must have learned something. Qin Chuan's brow knotted tightly. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand. "Judging by His Majesty's attitude today, he probably won't do anything to you for the time being. Notice how she singled you out in the Grand Hall today, yet she didn't expose you." Based on his understanding of Zhou Zhirua, if she truly intended to move against Luo Yanghui, this entire scene wouldn't have unfolded today. Instead, she would have struck him down in secret. Therefore, the situation was not yet beyond redemption. Luo Yanghui was now utterly distraught. He looked at Qin Chuan urgently and asked, "What should I do now?" "For now, you must halt everything. Only then might His Majesty choose to overlook it. If you stir up more trouble, no one will be able to save you." Luo Yanghui asked, "Is that all it takes? There is no other way." "Alright, I'll go handle it immediately." Luo Yanghui hurried away. Not long after he exited, the steward entered. He approached Qin Chuan and whispered a few words in his ear. Qin Chuan's eyes suddenly darkened. Inside the blue and white hall, Zhou Zhirua was writing large characters. Zhao Shun stood opposite her. "Your Majesty, all those implicated have now fallen under my control. I wonder how Your Majesty intends to deal with them next." Zhou Zhirua finished her last stroke with measured deliberation. Only then did she speak. "If we eliminate them now, who knows what spies they might plant next time? It's better to keep them for now. Keep a close watch on them. They may still be useful when the time comes." Zhao Shen couldn't fathom what purpose they could possibly serve. But since Her Majesty had spoken thus, there must be a reason. This servant understands. When is Wang Ben returning to the capital? Zhou Zhirua inquired. Zhao Shen calculated the days and replied, "He should be back within the next couple of days. Once General Wang returns, he'll likely have barely 2 days to rest before diving back into preparations for the autumn hunt." Chapter 140, The Company Trended. Autumn hunt? Zhou Zhirua paused mid-stroke, her brows furrowing slightly. Given the current situation this year, the autumn hunt, would it still be held? Zhou Zhirua hesitated. The Great Zhou was not in good shape this year. The annual autumn hunt consumed vast sums of silver. Now the treasury was nearly depleted. If it were to proceed, Zhou Zhirua feared the treasury would collapse. Zhao Shen understood her thoughts from her expression. "Your Majesty, after these days of trade, surely the treasury situation has improved somewhat? At the very least, the granaries are far more plentiful than before. Even if silver is scarce, it shouldn't pose much trouble for ordinary sustenance." Zhao Shen spoke the truth. Yet Zhou Zhirua remained uneasy. Her brows furrowed deeper, her expression still leaning toward canceling the autumn hunt. Seeing this, Zhao Shen sighed and felt compelled to remind her. Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking out of turn. I believe it is precisely at times like these that the autumn hunt must not be cancelled. The Great Zhou is already a troubled and chaotic realm. If we were to cancel even the routine autumn hunt, it might send the wrong signal and cause the people to speculate. It would be better to proceed as usual, perhaps only reducing the expenses in scale. Even after Zhao Shen finished speaking, Zhou Jiruo's frown remained unbroken. Yet she found some truth in his words. Yet once the autumn hunt commenced, the silver spent would be considerable. Zhou Jiruo felt reluctant to part with it. Yet she feared that, as Zhao Shen suggested, cancelling the customary autumn hunt might indeed send the wrong signal and unsettle the populace. That would be a case of losing more than one gains. Zhou Jiruo pondered it over and over, yet found herself unable to make up her mind for the moment. Never mind, she'd put it aside for now and consult Su Ming later. Glancing at the sky darkening beyond the windows, Zhou Jiruo dismissed Zhao Shen to guard the gate. With all memorials processed, she found herself with ample time. She pulled out her Polaroid camera. Last time, she had deliberately teased Su Ming and hadn't given him the photo. But she had actually wanted to give him one. She just didn't know in that era, would her face still be considered beautiful? She wanted to know how Su Ming would see her. With thoughts she couldn't share with outsiders, Zhou Jiruo began experimenting with self-portraits. Being naturally intelligent, she mastered these skills with ease. Before long, she captured a photo she was thoroughly pleased with. Only then did she take out the incense burner and, filled with anticipation, cast the photograph inside. Now, all she could do was wait for Su Ming's response. Su Ming returned home just as dusk fell, the city lights beginning to twinkle outside. He ordered takeout and ate slowly. The invitation Gu Hong had given him lay beside him. Gu Hong had said this was an opportunity for him. He wouldn't let it slip away. When the time came, he'd bring Song Zhao along. That kid was a sharp operator. Ever since the company was handed over to him, daily progress reports arrived punctually in his hands, each page brimming with upward momentum. Su Ming was thoroughly satisfied. This time, he'll bring him along. After finishing his meal, Su Ming went to fetch the incense burner. Based on past experience, Zhou Jiruo was usually quite busy. Combined with his own work schedule, they rarely had much time to chat together. So, they tacitly shifted their conversations to the evenings. Su Ming proceeded at a leisurely pace. To his surprise, upon opening the safe, he found a photograph lying inside. The person in the photo appeared to be in her 20s, her dark hair gathered up and casually pinned with several hairpins, radiating elegance and beauty. Her face bore light makeup and a gentle expression, with a faint smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Even so, the woman's innate nobility remained undeniable. She looked every inch the elegant, sophisticated woman. Beautiful. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he held it lovingly, reluctant to put it down. Who would have thought the Empress of Great Zhou was so young? And she was so stunningly beautiful. With a face like hers, she could easily break into the entertainment industry just on looks alone. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. He turned and walked out, still holding the photograph. When he returned, he held an album in his hands. Su Ming carefully opened the album and placed Zhou Jiruo's photo in the most prominent spot on the first page. Then he placed the album on the bedside table. Now, whenever he opened it, he would see it first. Su Ming patted the album with satisfaction, only then remembering he hadn't replied to Zhou Jiruo yet. He hurried out again, fetched paper and pen, and began writing his reply. His first sentence read, "Just as I imagined a beauty who could make fish sink and birds fall from the sky." Stunning. Only then did he continue writing. Your photography skills have clearly improved. Not only are the photos sharp, but you've also mastered composition. No wonder you're destined for greatness, your mind works brilliantly. Zhou Jiruo couldn't help but smile upon reading the reply. She picked up her brush and replied, "I'm glad you like it." After placing the letter inside, she picked up paper and pen again. After much hesitation, she finally wrote a second letter. "I'm facing a dilemma now and would like to seek your advice." This time, she also sent some items along with the letter. Su Ming glanced at the letter, then at the items, and smiled. "Go ahead." Zhou Jiruo then explained the matter of whether to hold the autumn hunt to Su Ming. After reading the letter, Su Ming also felt this matter was difficult to handle. It wasn't that he couldn't find a solution, but rather that the autumn hunt itself was problematic. To proceed would mean enormous expenditures. The Great Zhou was already strapped for cash. For the emperor to lavishly host the autumn hunt would be squandering the treasury. How could the suffering common folk not feel the court was stabbing them in the back? But cancelling it would only reinforce the perception that the Great Zhou dynasty was truly failing. If the autumn hunt, held every year without fail, were cancelled this year, it would be a sure sign that the Great Zhou was on the brink of collapse. This was likely the dilemma facing Zhou Jiruo. Su Ming pondered for a moment before putting pen to paper. "My suggestion is this: do not hold it, but not entirely. The autumn hunt mobilizes vast resources and incurs enormous expenses. Holding it would inevitably breed resentment. Yet canceling it outright would fuel suspicion. Instead, in the name of compassion for the people, transform the autumn hunt into another event. This new event must be sufficiently grand to command attention while minimizing expenditure. Thus, it would demonstrate the emperor's benevolence toward his subjects without giving the impression that the Great Joe is weakening, thereby preventing opportunists from stirring trouble. After finishing and confirming the text was flawless, he cast it into the incense burner. The moment the letter entered the incense burner, Su Ming's phone rang. He picked it up to check. It was He Jin. Ever since joining the company, the young man had been preoccupied with his own affairs, scarcely sparing a thought for him. Why was he calling him today? Su Ming answered, puzzled. Just as he was about to speak, He Jin's urgent voice cut in, "Boss, there's trouble. Someone's posted online claiming our company swapped genuine items brought in for appraisal with fakes. It's already causing a stir online. You need to check it out immediately." Su Ming's expression turned grim. "I'll look right now." He exited the call interface and opened Weibo. He didn't even need to search. The incident He Jin mentioned was already trending at number 7, marked with a fiery explosive tag, and its popularity was still climbing. Chapter 141, Framed. Su Ming watched the blinking upward arrow, his brow twitching. Gritting his teeth, he tapped the trending topic. The top headline accused his antique appraisal company of swapping genuine items during authentication and returning counterfeits instead. According to the news report, the victim was a man surnamed Sun, named Sun Wang. A somewhat well-known antique enthusiast, his home housed a considerable collection of antiquities. This time, it was said he had been swindled by Su Ming's company. He had initially befriended Song Zhao, who treated him like a brother and gifted him many items, building a decent rapport between them. But not long after, Song Zhao approached him, asking for help to boost his company's reputation. Sun Wang, considering their friendship was decent. Since the other man was also in the antique appraisal business, he figured he might as well lend a hand. Little did he know that the man would end up swindling his antiques. In the end, he was left with a pile of counterfeits. This resulted in a direct loss of over 20 billion yuan. After the incident, Sun Wang was furious and confronted Song Zhao for his belongings. But Song Zhao not only refused to return them, he accused Sun Wang of making unreasonable demands and trying to extort money. Sun Wang was so enraged he ended up hospitalized. Later, he learned the truth from a conscientious employee. The truth was that Su Ming had ordered the items to be swapped. Reading this, Su Ming's face darkened. He had no knowledge of this scheme. How could he have directed Song Zhao to swap the goods? The report even went on to detail the Su family's affairs. Essentially, it claimed the Su family had gone bankrupt, that he had received mysterious funds to rebuild his fortune, and that he had subsequently turned to collecting antiques. Everyone knew how costly collecting antiques was. So where did a bankrupt man like him get the money? Add to that the antique swapping business. Based on this, the comments below began to run wild with speculation. Some even claimed his funds came from such sources. Even more outrageously, some claimed his parents died at the right time, cursing them for failing to raise a decent son, that they should have taken him with them in death to spare the world his harm. Su Ming was so enraged he smashed his phone. Su Ming couldn't care less about how these people tried to smear him. But attacking his parents? That was unacceptable. With a dark expression, Su Ming called He Jin, intending to have him sue those who were slandering his parents. Yet even as the call connected, Su Ming abruptly hung up. While those who insulted his parents were despicable, that wasn't the root of the problem. If this issue wasn't resolved, even if he sued them all now, it would be useless. Others would just keep insulting them. The immediate priority was to quell the current wave of public outrage. Taking 2 deep breaths, Su Ming was about to log out when he noticed another video had climbed the trending charts. He opened it to find footage of Sun Wang, pale and gaunt in his wheelchair, demanding justice at the company entrance. Some passers-by, unable to stand by, had gathered behind him to lend him support. Some hot-headed youths tried to attack people, but he actually stepped in to stop them. Because of this incident, Sun Wang's reputation soared dramatically. His small company gained immense attention as a result. Even its revenue increased. Of course, Su Ming had seen all this from a pile of trending topics. After reading through it all, Su Ming began to ponder what exactly had transpired. He hadn't been involved at all. Song Zhao had handled the entire affair from start to finish. As for Song Zhao, had a tarnished reputation. Yet the current developments seemed to be subtly directing all blame toward him. Who did it? Song Zhao? Or was it truly an accident? Regardless of the circumstances, he must contact Song Zhao first. If it was indeed him, Su Ming vowed to make sure he ended up behind bars. Suppressing his anger, Su Ming dialed Song Zhao's number. Once. No answer. Twice. Still no answer. Su Ming's anger flared up instantly. Gritting his teeth, he dialed a third number. Just as the call was about to disconnect, it finally went through. Enraged, Su Ming yelled into the phone, "Song Zhao, what the hell are you playing at? I trusted you, and you stabbed me in the back like this?" On the other end, Song Zhao let out a heavy sigh. "Boss, I know you probably won't believe anything I say right now. But I swear, I didn't do this. Then tell me who did it. Su Ming remained furious. Gritting his teeth, Song Zhao replied, "It's all that old bastard son's fault. I was set up by him too. But boss, trust me, I can handle this. I guarantee it won't affect you or the company in the slightest. Just trust me one more time, okay?" Su Ming didn't believe him. He sneered coldly, "Fine. You say he tricked you. Then tell me exactly how he did it. Explain it clearly." "Well." Song Zhao hesitated before speaking. "What he gave me was fake." "Where's the proof?" Song Zhao, "None. If you don't have any, then why the hell are you making such a fuss? Don't even think about whether I believe you. Do you really think netizens will buy your story? And you keep saying you can fix this? Well, tell me how you plan to fix it." Su Ming unleashed a torrent of curses. Song Zhao was too intimidated to utter a single word in response. He was already feeling down. He reflected on his past life. He'd done his share of shady deals and played many people. But he never imagined that one day, he himself would be so thoroughly outmaneuvered. The thought made Song Zhao grind his teeth in fury. Taking advantage of Su Ming's absence, Song Zhao abruptly declared, "Just stay out of this matter. I guarantee it will be resolved." Then he hung up. After that, no matter how many times Su Ming called, the other party simply wouldn't answer. Eventually, the phone was turned off entirely. But Su Ming couldn't sleep now. With such a major crisis hitting the company, and him completely unaware, how could he possibly sleep? So he called Song Zhao's secretary instead. As for He Jin, that guy buried himself in legal work every day and only had a superficial understanding of company affairs. Only this secretary, who followed Song Zhao daily, knew his affairs best. Perhaps she could shed some light on the situation. Su Ming dialed the secretary's number and cut straight to the chase. "Where's Song Zhao?" The secretary stammered, "Boss, I don't know either." "You're not with him right now?" "No." "Then go to the company immediately. I need to see you." Su Ming hung up, sent Zhou Zhiro a message saying he had business to attend to, placed the incense burner away, changed clothes, and left. Late at night, the crowd that had gathered at the company entrance earlier had dispersed, but the area was littered with trash and several wreaths had been placed there. Su Ming looked at them for 2 days before calmly heading upstairs. Due to the day's events, the company staff had all left early. The building was eerily quiet. He turned on the lights and walked inside. After a few steps, a figure suddenly emerged from the side. "Boss?" Su Ming jumped in surprise. He looked over and realized it was He Jin. "You didn't go back?" Su Ming asked, somewhat surprised. He Jin smiled. "I figured you'd come, so I waited here for you." Chapter 142, Canceling the Autumn Hunt. Seeing the faint smile on He Jin's face, Su Ming felt a slight warmth in his heart. It seemed not everyone around him was trouble. Su Ming walked over and patted He Jin on the shoulder. "Come on, let's talk inside." "All right." Outside a certain villa, Song Zhao glared fiercely at the brightly lit building before him. Inside lived Sun Wang. After the incident, Song Zhao had sought out Sun Wang several times, his gaze fixed on receiving and appraising, wanting to explain that he hadn't swapped his items. True, he did have a fondness for antiques, but he wasn't someone who would take just anything. Moreover, this was Su Ming's company. Could he really do such a thing? Yet Sun Wang had seen him. Yet he stubbornly insisted they had swapped the items. No matter what Song Zhao said, he wouldn't budge. This left Song Zhao with a real headache. So he began visiting Sun Wang daily. It was precisely because of this that he unexpectedly discovered that all the so-called swapped antiques were actually in Sun Wang's possession. Just as he had told Su Ming, Sun Wang had never given him the genuine items. From start to finish, what he'd been given were counterfeits. Sun Wang was trying to swindle him. But no matter what Song Zhao did, Sun Wang remained completely unfazed, insisting that Song Zhao had no evidence and was making false accusations. He even gloated, mocking Song Zhao with scorn. In all his years, Song Zhao had never endured such indignity. Therefore, today, he was determined to find that evidence. If Sun Wang wouldn't let him in, then he'd go in himself. Song Zhao waited outside the villa until every light inside went out before he finally entered. Having come here before, he knew the layout well. Once inside, Song Zhao headed straight for the place where Sun Wang hid his antiques. But the moment he stepped inside, the lights came on. Song Zhao's face turned pale. Staring at Sun Wang seated across from him, his face turned ashen. "You set me up?" Song Zhao roared in fury. Sun Wang sat in the chair opposite him, his face twisted in a mocking grin. "Don't accuse me wrongly. I stayed home quietly and did nothing. You came looking for trouble yourself. How can you say I set a trap?" After speaking, Sun Wang turned to his butler beside him. "Call the police. Hand over all the relevant footage to the officers. Let them see justice done." Sun Wang stared at Song Zhao with a malicious grin. Song Zhao turned to flee. But his escape route had already been blocked. 2 bodyguards pinned him down, making escape impossible. He could only be escorted to the police station. Struggling and twisting his head, Song Zhao cursed viciously. Sun Wang nonchalantly picked his ear. Only after Song Zhao had walked far away did Sun Wang take out his phone, dial a number, and press send. After several rings, the call was answered. What is it? Hearing the voice, Sun Wang's face immediately broke into a flattering smile. Mr. Lu, that kid Song Zhao took the bait. I've had him apprehended and sent to the police station. What should we do next? On the other end, Lulu perked up instantly. He smirked, his lips curling in derision. Su Ming is hopeless. How could he possibly entrust the company to such an incompetent subordinate? But then again, Su Ming was nothing but a spoiled brat. He was second to none when it came to eating, drinking, and partying. Running a company? He was hopeless at it. Lulu beamed with satisfaction, his smile radiant. Mr. Sun, you're a smart man. The thief has already entered your home. What needs to be done? Do I really need to spell it out? Sun Wang instantly understood. Sure thing, sure thing. Mr. Lu, you watch this space, I promise I won't let you down. But, about that favor you promised me, well, you see, haha. Sun Wang smiled ingratiatingly. Lu Wu sneered contemptuously. Rest assured, I, Lulu, keep my word. That contract is yours. But if things disappoint me, don't blame me for turning cold-hearted. Rest assured, Mr. Lu. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Sun Wang hung up the phone. Su Ming stayed at the company all night. He had questioned He Jin and the secretary, hoping to understand the situation. The answers he received were largely consistent with what was circulating online. But the secretary defended Song Zhao. Since Sun Wang is a close friend of President Song, the company took this matter very seriously. I was the one who accompanied President Song during the appraisal that day. As for swapping items, that simply didn't happen. He Jin remained silent. After all, he genuinely knew nothing about it. Su Ming pondered. Could it be that he had misunderstood? If it wasn't Song Zhao's doing, then Sun Wang must be behind it. But why would Sun Wang target him? He couldn't recall ever crossing such a person. Su Ming couldn't figure it out. Recalling what Song Zhao had said last night, Su Ming picked up his phone to call him. To his surprise, the phone was turned off. Just as he was puzzling over it, his secretary gasped, "Boss, something terrible has happened." He held the phone up to Su Ming. Look. Su Ming turned his head and saw the first image, a photo of Song Zhao being led away by police. The accompanying text explained that Song Zhao had sneaked into Sun Wang's home late at night and was caught red-handed by Sun Wang, who then called the police. Speculation ran rampant about why he would go to Sun Wang's residence. In the end, the blame fell squarely on Su Ming. Su Ming laughed bitterly. That Song Zhao sure knows how to stir up trouble. The secretary's face paled slightly as he asked Su Ming, "What should we do now?" "What should we do?" Su Ming gritted his teeth. "What else can we do? We'll meet with Song Zhao first." Song Zhao's character was questionable, but his connections were solid, especially when it came to insider information. He managed to get into Sun Wang's house. He must have uncovered something. But why didn't he think to talk to me first? Su Ming massaged his temples and instructed He Jin, "You come with me. Secretary Qian, stay here. Don't return until further notice. We'll address this matter after I return." Understood. Great Zhou. Zhou Zhirua gazed at Wang Ben kneeling below to report, her face radiant with approval. After he finished his report, Zhou Zhirua said, "Minister Wang, you may rise. This general has quelled the bandit uprising, and Minister Wang deserves the greatest credit. He should be richly rewarded." Wang Ben rose. "It is my honor to serve the great Zhou." "Very well." Zhou Zhirua's expression grew even more satisfied. After a few more words of praise, Wang Ben withdrew. No sooner had he withdrawn than Qin Chuan stepped forward from the ranks. "Your Majesty, General Wang's return is most timely. The autumn hunt approaches, and with him back, he can oversee the defensive arrangements for the hunt." Wang Ben, who had just stepped back, immediately stepped forward again. "This is my duty, Your Majesty. I shall fulfill it without fail and not disappoint you." I have full confidence in your abilities, Minister Wang." Zhou Zhirua's tone shifted abruptly. "However, the people face hardship this year. A ruler must not indulge in excessive luxury. Therefore, the autumn hunt is hereby cancelled." As soon as she finished speaking, murmurs of discontent rippled through the assembly. Minister of Rights Lu Qingrong immediately stood to protest. "Your Majesty, this is unwise. It has been held every year. If we cancel it now, the people will surely think the Great Zhou court has fallen into such hardship that it cannot even afford an autumn hunt." Others quickly echoed his sentiment. Zhou Zhirua smiled faintly and explained, "It is not that we will not hold it at all, but rather that we will replace it with other activities." Chapter 143, Meeting Sun Wang. Each autumn hunt requires the entire court, civil and military officials alike, to participate in the hunt. Not only is it a massive undertaking, but it also incurs enormous expenses. In the past, the funds were never an issue. Even now, the treasury could scrape together the money if necessary. "Am I right, Minister Tang?" Zhou Zhirua turned to Tang Ping, the Minister of Revenue. Tang Ping stepped forward. "Your Majesty, that is indeed the case. However, once this expenditure is made, the treasury will face significant strain for at least some time afterward. But the autumn hunt represents the nation's prestige. Canceling it rashly might not be appropriate, would it? Qin Chuan frowned. Luo Yanghui also stepped forward. Minister Qin speaks wisely. Should we even cancel the autumn hunt, word spreading abroad might invite ridicule from other nations. Who dares mock us? Wang Ben stepped forward, his fierce eyes sweeping the room with authority. I'm no pushover. If anyone dares to mock us, I'll lead my troops to have a proper exchange with them. Luo Yanghui's face turned pale. He shot Wang Ben a look of disgust. General Wang is so formidable, yet why didn't I see you blocking the barbarian hordes? You even let them march right to the imperial city gates. Wang Ben choked on his words. I did drive them back. Though, to be fair, that victory relied heavily on Su Ming's strategy. At the very least, he was the one leading the charge. Even if he didn't claim the glory, he certainly earned the credit. On this matter alone, who dared speak ill of him? Wang Ben lifted his chin, glaring coldly at Luo Yanghui. Luo Yanghui gritted his teeth, about to speak, when Zhou Zhirua interjected, Enough, all of you. Cease your pleas regarding the autumn hunt. My decision stands, it shall not be held this year. Let the people rest and recover. The people face many hardships, and we who serve as officials and rulers must show understanding. However, as my esteemed ministers have pointed out, canceling it entirely would diminish the nation's prestige. Therefore, I have decided to transform this year's autumn hunt into a literary and martial competition. It shall be held within the palace grounds. The prizes shall come from my personal treasury, and both the top scholar in literature and the top martial artist shall receive generous rewards from me. Furthermore, this event shall not be limited to men alone, women may participate as well. My lords, return and have your children prepared diligently. This was the most economical solution Zhou Zhirua could devise. The silver saved could be set aside for unforeseen contingencies in the future. Upon hearing this, the assembled ministers knelt in unison, Your Majesty is wise. Since there are no further objections, the court is dismissed. Zhou Zhirua rose and departed. She had barely reached the imperial garden when she heard Wang Ben calling out behind her. Your Majesty, please wait. Zhou Zhirua halted in her tracks. Turning to face him, she inquired, General Wang, did you pursue me specifically to discuss something? A faint blush crept across Wang Ben's face. He smiled sheepishly. Your Majesty is truly wise. Nothing escapes your keen eyes. It must be quite significant to prompt such flattery from a man as forthright as General Wang, Zhou Zhirua teased with a smile. Then perhaps General Wang would care to share what this matter is. She walked over and sat down in the pavilion nearby. Wang Ben followed. He glanced around hesitantly before turning to Zhou Zhirua with embarrassment. This matter is of great importance. Might I request Your Majesty dismiss those present? Zhou Zhirua eyed him suspiciously, then turned to instruct Zhao Shen, everyone withdraw. Guard the perimeter and keep anyone from approaching. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Shen cleared the area. Only Zhou Zhirua and Wang Ben remained. Zhou Zhirua addressed Wang Ben, everyone has withdrawn. General Wang, please speak freely. Well, Your Majesty, I wish to discuss military strategy with the sage. Would that be acceptable? Wang Ben spoke, noticing a slight shift in Zhou Zhirua's expression. He hastened to explain, Your Majesty, I have no ulterior motives. It's just that military strategy, as you know, has always been my passion. The treatise the sage gave me last time captivated me deeply. However, there are certain points I still do not fully grasp. Thus, I wish to seek the master's guidance on these matters. Naturally, I would not ask for his advice without compensation. Wang Ben drew a jewel-encrusted dagger from his waist and presented it to Zhou Zhirua with both hands. This is spoils of war I obtained during my campaigns. Consider it my token of gratitude to the master. Zhou Zhirua stared at the dagger. Surprise flashed in her eyes. She took the dagger, drew it out, examined it from both sides, then said, Didn't you cherish it dearly? You once even traded your own military merits to obtain it from the emperor. Now you wish to give it away, can you truly bear to part with it? I am willing. Wang Ben nodded emphatically. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Zhou Zhirua. Your Excellency may cherish this blade, but I am more devoted to the art of war. If I could gain guidance from a master strategist, I would gladly trade 10 years of my life for it. Nonsense! Zhou Zhirua snapped impatiently. You are a general of the great Zhou. You shall live well for me. As for that master, he likely isn't available now. Later, I shall inquire for you. If he agrees to teach you, we shall arrange a time. If he refuses, you must never mention this again. Understood? Still, Zhou Zhirua suspected Su Ming would likely agree. She just couldn't be too certain. Should Su Ming refuse, she'd have an excuse to explain to Wang Ben. Wang Ben's face lit up at these words. Your servant understands. If the master refuses, I shall never mention it again. Very well. Go now. This servant takes his leave. Wang Ben bowed with clasped fists and turned to leave. Police station. Su Ming couldn't help but feel annoyed upon seeing Song Zhao. He glared at him with hostility, snapping, Didn't you say you could handle this? Getting yourself arrested is your solution? Song Zhao. Don't blame me. That old bastard Sun Wang played dirty. He set the trap just to catch me. How could I avoid it? Even now, thinking back, Song Zhao felt utterly wronged. Su Ming studied him for a moment before asking, you claim Sun Wang deliberately framed you. Do you have proof? Of course I do. When it came to serious matters, Song Zhao shed his earlier irritability and leaned forward slightly. Lowering his voice slightly, he confided in Su Ming, the real goods are all in Sun Wang's possession. My plan was to go in, catch him red-handed, but I never expected him to outmaneuver me. However, my visit will definitely put him on high alert. Have someone keep a close watch, you're bound to get something. Alright, leave it to me. If Sun Wang dared to scheme against him, he wouldn't let him off easy. Su Ming left with He Jin in tow. Outside the police station, Su Ming asked He Jin if he had contacts in that line of work. He Jin gave a knowing smile. You asked the right man, boss. I actually know a few people in that line of work. Hold on, I'll contact them right now and have them keep an eye on that Sun guy. He pulled out his phone to dial. But Su Ming called him back, hold on. Let's go see Sun Wang first, then we'll talk. Why see Sun Wang? Boss, you're not planning to appeal to his emotions and reason with him, are you? He's dead set on opposing us. I doubt he'll listen. He Jin frowned. Su Ming replied, you'll see when we get there. Chapter 144, you did this, didn't you? Mr. Lu, why have you come in person? Sun Wang saw Lu Wu entering and immediately stood up to greet him, ushering him to a nearby sofa. He turned to his secretary and said, go make some coffee. Only then did he sit down, trying to curry favor. Lu Wu shot him a contemptuous glance. I came to see how well you handled things. How could I dare delay anything you ordered, Mr. Lu? Sun Wang patted his chest proudly. That Song kid is already behind bars. He's been running that company all along. Now that he's gone, it's bound to collapse. Right. You're quite confident. But I like that confidence of yours. A faint smile played on Lu Wu's lips as he gave Sun Wang an appreciative nod. Sun Wang had expected him to be displeased. Hearing this, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled ingratiatingly, glad you like it, Mr. Lu. But I'm not so confident. Su Ming may not be particularly skilled, but I've dealt with him for years and know him well enough. He won't let this matter rest. I've heard he's already gone to see Song Zhao and will likely come looking for you soon. After Lu Wu finished speaking, Sun Wang asked in confusion, what does he want with me? To demand your clarification, of course. Well, I certainly won't agree to that, Sun Wang hastily stated his position. He feared that if he hesitated, Lu Wu would lose faith in him. That sycophantic look filled Lu Wu with disgust. But the matter still needed to be settled. Lu Wu said in a low voice, it's best you think that way. Besides, this is what you want. Sign it. Lu Wu gestured to his assistant, who pulled a contract from his bag and handed it to Sun Wang. Sun Wang's eyes lit up as he eagerly reached out. He opened the contract and scanned it. Realizing it was precisely the project he'd been after, Sun Wang's face broke into a broad smile. He signed the contract with profuse thanks, holding it reverently. Just as he was about to return the contract to Lu Wu, the secretary knocked on the door. Mr. Sun, Mr. Su Ming from Shangqing Antique Appraisal Company wishes to see you. Would you like to meet him? The moment he heard the name Su Ming, Sun Wang waved his hand dismissively. No way, no way. What's this Mr. Su nonsense? I don't even know him. Why would I meet him? Tell him to get lost. Having just made bold promises to Lu Wu, he naturally needed to put on a show. With that, he turned and presented the contract with both hands. Mr. Lu, the contract. Lu Wu took it, glanced over it to confirm everything was in order, then handed it to his assistant to put away. Then he said slowly, Mr. Sun is a smart man, and I like working with smart people. With that, he rose to leave. Sun Wang obsequiously escorted him downstairs himself. Lu Wu and his assistant briskly exited the building and got into the car. Just as the engine started, another car suddenly shot out from the side. It came to a screeching halt directly in front of their vehicle. The assistant frowned. He honked the horn in annoyance. Just as he was about to roll down the window to tell this inconsiderate person to move, he heard a knock on the rear window. Lu Wu turned his head. The moment he recognized the figure outside, his expression darkened. He instructed his assistant, open the window. Yes, sir. The assistant lowered the corresponding window. Su Ming watched the window slowly descend, his gaze fixed intently on the man inside the car. I've said it before, I have no grudge against this Sun fellow. Why is he targeting me? So the root of the problem lies with you. Su Ming sneered, his eyes dripping with scorn as he looked at Lu Wu. What? Still holding a grudge because I ruined your plans last time? Mentioning this made Lu Wu seethe with anger. He glared fiercely at Su Ming and gloated, I only lost a potential marriage candidate. But I hear things haven't been going well for young Master Su lately. And isn't that all thanks to you? Su Ming folded his arms, eyeing him coldly. Lu Wu laughed a few hollow laughs, his tone mocking. Don't blame me, young Master Su. I did nothing. It was Sun Wang who did business with you. It was Sun Wang who accused your people of swapping goods. It was Sun Wang who sent that kid to the police station. What did I have to do with any of this? Then why are you here? Is Sun Wang's little company worth you personally making a trip? Who would believe there was no connection? At least Su Ming didn't buy it. Lu Wu merely shrugged. I'm just here to discuss a partnership with Mr. Sunday. I have another deal in the works. Assistant Xiao, hand the contract to young Master Su so he can see it. It'll save him from being so suspicious all the time. Assistant Xiao retrieved the contract they just signed upon hearing this. Su Ming snorted derisively. Lu Wu, I know your little tricks. But this matter we're not done yet. With that, he turned and walked away. He returned to his car, opened the door, and climbed inside. He-Jin saw him get in, started the car, and drove out of the parking lot. He-Jin had overheard most of Su Ming's exchange with Lu Wu. Glancing at Su Ming's darkened face through the rearview mirror, he asked, Boss, was it really him? Who else could it be but that bastard? Su Ming clicked his tongue in irritation. I wondered why Sun Wang had it out for us. Turns out the little bastard was pulling strings behind the scenes. If I hadn't spotted his car in the parking lot, I never would have suspected him. But the moment he saw Lu Wu being escorted out by Sun Wang, he knew Lu Wu was behind it. Sun Wang was merely his lackey. So what do we do now? He-Jin frowned. What else can we do? Find evidence, of course. Lu Wu claimed he was here for business talks and had a contract. Su Ming suspected that contract was the reason Sun Wang agreed to be his gun. But once he uncovered the evidence, no amount of favors Lu Wu offered Sun Wang could prevent the truth from surfacing. He-Jin, you mentioned having connections. Assign a few people to keep Sun Wang under surveillance. Report any suspicious activity to me immediately. Got it. He-Jin was highly efficient. After Su Ming gave him the assignment, he immediately got everything organized. Meanwhile, a fresh wave of online bloodbath erupted. The incident of Song Zhao breaking into Sun Wang's home in the dead of night had resurfaced, and Su Ming's continued absence from the spotlight became the focal point of netizens' criticism. It eventually escalated into outright condemnation. He-Jin glanced at the crowd gathering below, his brow furrowing deeply. He turned to Su Ming, concern evident in his eyes. Boss, are we really not going to do anything? Su Ming's eyes remained fixed on the tabletop. What's the rush? Su Ming didn't even lift his head. Let them make a fuss for now. With all this free publicity Lu Wu Bai's giving us, why would I pass it up? But this kind of commotion isn't exactly appropriate, is it? He-Jin remained uneasy. Su Ming suddenly broke into a smile. He held a photograph in his hand, flicked it with his finger, and grinned widely. Don't worry. It won't be long now. Oh, and post a statement on the official website for me. Say there's more to this than meets the eye, that I'm already investigating, and I'll give the public an explanation as soon as possible. Su Ming stood up and strode toward the door. Once this is settled, come with me somewhere. Chapter 145, Choice. He-Jin followed him. Where to? The Blues Bar. Su Ming strode out. He-Jin, trailing behind, froze in confusion. He stared at Su Ming's retreating figure in astonishment. At a time like this, you still have the heart to go to a bar? Was this the proper demeanor of a boss remaining unfazed even as a mountain crumbled before him, still finding time to chase women? That mindset was absurdly steady. He-Jin shook his head and followed. He felt he wasn't even Su Ming's lawyer anymore, he was Su Ming's lackey. But he had to follow. Night fell, and the entire city lit up. Blue Note gradually came alive. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Ming reserved a private room on the second floor. The wall facing the lobby was one-way glass, allowing Su Ming to see downstairs without being seen. They ordered drinks and sat waiting in the private room. Su Ming glanced downstairs from time to time. Boss, who exactly are you watching? He-Jin asked casually, holding his glass and sipping the liquor inside. Su Ming had brought him here without explaining why. He-Jin hadn't asked either. It wasn't until now, seeing Su Ming constantly looking downstairs, that he finally asked. Su Ming sat by the window, watching the people coming and going below. Didn't I tell you to have someone keep an eye on Sun Wang? Yes, He-Jin nodded. But Sun Wang won't be coming here today. But his secretary will. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, He-Jin instantly understood. He sat up straight. So you're planning to approach his secretary? But will that even work? He-Jin voiced his concern. All the materials that reached Su Ming had passed through his hands first. He had reviewed them all. He hadn't seen anything valuable about this secretary. He certainly didn't think he'd be of any help in this matter concerning Su Ming. Su Ming smiled at this. He-Jin, you're thinking too simplistically. This secretary has been by Sun Wang's side for nearly a decade. Tell me, how much do you think he knows about the Sun family's companies and Sun Wang's affairs? Once he pried the information out of him, what could he possibly gain? Su Ming refused to believe there wasn't something here that could be used to hold Sun Wang over a barrel. Once he held Sun Wang's Achilles heel, he wouldn't dare refuse to clear his name. Once Sun Wang stepped forward to clarify, his company's wrongful accusations would be cleared. He-Jin's body jerked. He snapped at Su Ming, kidnapping is illegal. Su Ming, did I ever say I was going to kidnap him? But do you think he'll cooperate if you want information from him? He Jin frowned. Su Ming wore a confident expression that depends on whether the price I offer can win him over. Here we go. Su Ming summoned a waiter, pulled out several red bills, and handed them over. Then he pointed to the man downstairs, please bring him up. Tell him it's his friend. The waiter took the bills and cheerfully went downstairs. He approached Sun Wang's secretary and whispered a few words. The secretary glanced up at the floor in confusion. The next moment, he followed the waiter upstairs. Before long, the door opened again. His expression shifted slightly as he looked at the person seated inside. He turned to leave. Secretary Zhou, since you're here, why not stay a while? What's the rush? Su Ming asked with a smile. Secretary Zhou turned back, eyeing Su Ming warily. You summoned me here to try and win me over, didn't you? But you've picked the wrong person. I've served President Sun loyally for years. Don't even think I'd betray him. He turned to leave once more. Su Ming replied calmly, your wife is hospitalized, isn't she? That single sentence halted Secretary Zhou in his tracks. I hear she's very ill. With the current state of domestic medical technology, there's no cure. But what if I could find you a doctor who can treat this illness? Would you be willing to sit down and talk? Su Ming watched Secretary Zhou standing by the doorway and continued, I understand you and your wife fell in love as teenagers and have been together ever since. Your bond is profound. If there were even a sliver of hope, I imagine you wouldn't be willing to give up, right? Secretary Zhou sighed silently. He closed the door, walked back, and sat down across from Su Ming. Is it true you can find a doctor who can cure her? Secretary Zhou looked at Su Ming, his eyes brimming with intense hope. Su Ming nodded. While Li Jin's men were keeping an eye on Sun Wang, they naturally wouldn't overlook the person who interacted with him most frequently. That person was Secretary Zhou. Then they unexpectedly discovered that Secretary Zhou frequently visited the hospital. Su Ming saw this as an opportunity. So while waiting for Secretary Zhou, he specifically had someone look into the reason for his hospital visits. Upon inquiry, they learned that Secretary Zhou's wife was gravely ill. She had been transferred between renowned hospitals across the country, yet no possibility of a complete cure had been found. In fact, her condition had worsened. Distraught, Secretary Zhou would come here daily for a drink to ease his worries. Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately thought of someone. Do you know Lucas Adrian? Su Ming asked. Secretary Zhou shook his head. Then he blurted out, can he cure my wife's illness? Yes. Dr. Adrian is the foremost expert in this field. If we could secure his services, there's a strong possibility your wife could be cured. But he retired years ago, and ordinary people simply can't get hold of him. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try. Su Ming smiled, shattering Secretary Zhou's subtle scheme. But I have a way to get him. Su Ming added slowly. Secretary Zhou responded warily, why should I trust you? Because you have no other choice but to trust me. Su Ming spoke with confidence, adding a subtle threat. Your wife's condition worsens with every day that passes. Are you really prepared to waste time with me? Let me tell you this, even if you refuse to cooperate today, I'll simply find another way. It might take longer, but I'll get what I want. The outcome won't change. Sun Wang's false accusations against my company will be exposed sooner or later. But your wife, she might not live to see that day. With that, Su Ming fell silent. He gave Secretary Zhou time to consider. He trusted Zhou knew what choice to make. Secretary Zhou hesitated briefly before finally yielding. Fine. I agree to cooperate. I can give you what you want, but I demand to see Adrian when I hand over the information. Agreed. But what I seek isn't merely the truth behind Sun Wang's false accusations against me. I also want the vulnerabilities and secrets of the Sun family. Su Ming's voice was chilling as he narrowed his eyes at Secretary Zhou. Secretary Zhou sucked in a sharp breath. He sprang to his feet. You want to destroy the Sun family? That depends on whether Sun Wang knows when to back down. Besides, he targeted me without cause. Do you really think I'm some saint who can just let it slide? Of course, you can refuse. But think carefully, is sacrificing your own wife for Sun Wang really worth it? Chapter 146, The Northern Barbarians' Provocation. Secretary Zhou didn't need much time to consider this answer. I agree. But I stand by my condition. I must meet the Adrianians before handing over the files. He had already betrayed his boss. He couldn't abandon his wife too. Su Ming nodded. All right. I'll call you when the time comes. Agreed. Satisfied with Secretary Zhou's agreement, Su Ming departed. Outside the bar, Jin watched Su Ming, who looked noticeably more relaxed, and voiced his concern. What if he changes his mind? Su Ming paused briefly before offering an enigmatic smile. I don't think he'll ever find out what I do. Jin, don't do anything illegal. Su Ming laughed aloud at the remark. Don't worry, I know my limits. Jin. Hearing that unconcerned tone, Jin genuinely wondered what kind of knowing my limits this so-called knowing my limits actually meant. By the way, should I take you home now? Jin turned the car around, steering toward the Su family's ancestral home as he asked. Su Ming hummed in acknowledgement. The car fell silent for a moment before Jin's voice broke the quiet again. Are you really able to get Luca Q Adrian? He didn't know the man and paid little attention to him, but from Su Ming's conversation, this person must hold a significant position in the medical field. Su Ming had said it himself, if no one else could get him, how could he? Of course I can't. Then you. But I know someone who can. Su Ming finished the sentence slowly. Jin. That long pause nearly gave him a heart attack. So are you going to see this person tomorrow? Do you want me to come with you? Jin asked. Su Ming looked at him with amusement. What? Not planning on being a lawyer anymore? Switching to being my assistant? Your firm's practically shut down. Even if I wanted to stick to being a lawyer, I wouldn't get the chance. I'm just sitting around anyway. Might as well tag along and drive you around if you need it. Jin shrugged indifferently. After all, Su Ming had saved him. From now on, he was Su Ming's man. If Su Ming needed something, he certainly couldn't stand idly by. He drove Su Ming to the Su family's ancestral home before leaving. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Su Ming couldn't wait to examine the incense burner. He wanted to have a chat with her, Zhou Jiruo. Every time they spoke, all his troubles seemed to vanish. He opened the safe and was astonished to find a gem-encrusted dagger lying inside. The dagger was crescent-shaped, its design both rugged and opulent. It possessed a rugged, untamed beauty. Su Ming recognized at a glance that this was a valuable piece. Where did Zhou Jiruo get it? Or was it a tribute from someone? Su Ming picked up the dagger, examining it closely for a long while before setting it aside and picking up a letter to read. After reading it, Su Ming's brows furrowed. Teach Wang Ben military strategy? This request felt like a challenge. What did he know about military strategy? He hadn't even read many military treatises. At best, he could only offer theoretical advice. Su Ming feared he might lead Wang Ben astray. Yet, seeing the earnest inquiry in Zhou Jiruo's letter, Su Ming hesitated repeatedly before finally deciding to agree. They say a master guides you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. He could impart theoretical knowledge, but practical application would be up to him. This way, he wouldn't steer Wang Ben down the wrong path. Su Ming tossed the reply into the mailbox. Great Zhou, Qinghua Hall. Zhou Jiruo's face was as cold as ice. Beside her stood Qin Chuan, Wang Ben, Shi Chong, Tang Ping, and Luo Yanghui. Kneeling before her was Qiyu, Minister of Works. He knelt deeply on the ground, his voice filled with indignation. The northern barbarians are utterly despicable. They have plundered all of our Great Zhou's merchant caravans. Not only did they seize all the goods, but they also humiliated every single one of our envoys, carving characters into their faces. Carving characters was a form of punishment. To have it done on one's face was the ultimate humiliation. This humiliation was not only inflicted upon the caravan members, but upon the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Jiruo's face turned ashen with fury. Given her temperament, she yearned to lead her forces to the border, wage a fierce battle against them, and drive them back to their homeland. But the current state of the Great Zhou did not permit such recklessness. Yet this matter could not be left unresolved. If they let it slide, anyone would feel free to bully the Great Zhou in the future. Zhou Jiruo spoke in a low voice. What are your thoughts on this matter, my ministers? Qin Chuan bowed his hands and said, Your Majesty, this servant believes we should immediately send a formal letter demanding they hand over the assailants. Once they surrender the perpetrators for our justice to mete out, and the injured receive redress, this matter can be settled. Minister Qin speaks wisely, Luo Yanghui concurred. Tang Ping frowned, however. The reasoning is sound, and Minister Qin's approach is feasible. But will the Northern D agree? Lu Chong stood quietly to the side, uttering a single word in response. Difficult. With the Great Zhou now weakened, the Northern D dared to provoke us so brazenly. Having already provoked us, would they simply hand over their men because of a state letter, only to let the Great Zhou execute them? That would be slapping themselves in the face. The Northern D would certainly never agree to that. Wang Ben stepped forward upon hearing this. Then we fight. Can we win? Luo Yanghui looked at Wang Ben with contempt. Are you unaware of the Great Zhou's current state, General Wen? Even if we wanted to fight, do we have the capability? Don't you fear that once we do, the Western Shu and the barbarian tribes will follow suit? Wang Wen frowned. But we can't just let them bully us. General Wang speaks wisely. This concerns the prestige of our Great Zhou and must be addressed, Tang Ping acknowledged. But our dynasty is weak. How to proceed is the question. Then you decide how to handle it, Zhou Jiruo said. As soon as she finished speaking, the others began to discuss. But each side held firm to their own views. Neither side could persuade the other. After an hour of noisy bickering, no solution emerged, only growing irritation for Zhou Jiruo. She slammed her hand on the table, signaling for silence. Take this matter back to discuss among yourselves. By tomorrow's morning court session, you must present a viable solution. Dismissed. Qin Chuan and the others exchanged glances before bowing and withdrawing. Once they were gone, Zhou Zhirua straightened her back stiffly, leaned back into the dragon throne, closed her eyes, and rubbed her temples with a frown. As she massaged, Zhao Shen approached from behind. "Your Majesty, allow me to massage them for you." Zhou Zhirua lowered her hands. After a moment, Zhou Zhirua inquired, "Zhao Shen, what are your thoughts on this matter concerning the Northern D?" Zhao Shen smiled. "Your Majesty, I am but a lowly servant. It would be presumptuous of me to speculate on such matters. Moreover, having lived all my life within the palace walls, I know little of such affairs." "If your Majesty seeks counsel, why not consult that wise man?" Zhou Zhirua gave a bitter smile. She wanted to seek his counsel too, but Su Ming was never around. Even if she wanted to find someone, she couldn't. How could she possibly discuss matters with anyone? But Su Ming had suddenly gone silent for so many days. Could something have happened to him? Zhou Zhirua's brows furrowed with worry. Chapter 147, the so-called long-distance relationship. Just as she pondered, a faint sound echoed through the blue and white hall. Extremely faint. Zhao Shen didn't hear it. But Zhou Zhirua heard it. She knew that sound all too well. It came from the incense burner. Su Ming had replied. He had returned. Zhou Zhirua's eyes lit up. She abruptly stood up, her face beaming with joy as she pushed Zhao Shen toward the palace entrance. "Guard the door," she ordered urgently. "Don't let anyone near." With that, she slammed the door shut. Zhao Shen, ? Completely baffled. After closing the palace doors, Zhou Zhirua also checked all the surrounding windows, ensuring they were securely shut and couldn't be easily peered into. Only then did she grab the hem of her robe and dash toward the bed. Opening the hidden compartment, she found a reply letter lying beside the incense burner. Zhou Zhirua leaned forward urgently and picked up the letter. Seeing the reply, Zhou Zhirua smiled. Minister Wang must be delighted now. Now that Su Ming had agreed to instruct Wang Ben, she needed to consider how best to arrange his studies. Wang Ben shouldn't be allowed to come and go freely in her private chambers, nor should he linger late into the night. What if he wrote down all the questions he needed to ask on paper, handed them to her, and she would then pass them on to Su Ming? Afterward, Su Ming could write back to him? Zhou Zhirua found this method quite feasible. She would first consult Su Ming. If he had no objections, then the matter would be settled. As for Wang Ben, he certainly wouldn't object. Zhou Zhirua shared her thoughts with Su Ming. Su Ming casually replied, "Whatever works. You handle it." Seeing his reply, Zhou Zhirua wore an expression that said, "Just as I thought." She knew Su Ming wouldn't refuse. With that matter settled, it was now time to seek Su Ming's counsel regarding the Northern D. Zhou Zhirua rose, searched her room, gathered several treasures to send over, and enclosed a letter. "I also have a matter I'd like your thoughts on." Faced with such generous offerings, did Su Ming really have any reason to refuse? "Tell me what it is." Zhou Zhirua then recounted the entire matter to Su Ming in detail. After reading the letter, Su Ming's brow furrowed. The northern barbarians dared to raid the Great Zhou's merchant caravans precisely because they knew the Zhou dared not and lacked the capability to wage war against them. Therefore, the option of directly confronting them was impossible. Unless the Great Zhou was willing to risk national annihilation just to save face. Zhou Zhirua was certainly not foolish enough to consider such a course. As for demanding the hostage through a formal letter, the Northern D would certainly refuse. With both avenues blocked, only a relatively moderate approach remained. One that could discipline the Northern D while minimizing harm to the Great Zhou. The best course would be to redirect the conflict. Make the Northern D lose interest in targeting the Great Zhou. After much deep contemplation, Su Ming gradually formed a plan in his mind. He meticulously outlined each point, wrote them into a letter, and sent it to Zhou Zhirua. Zhou Zhirua had been waiting impatiently. The moment she saw the reply, she eagerly snatched it from the messenger. She began reading word by word. The more she read, the brighter her eyes grew. By the end, a smile spread across her face that she couldn't suppress. Excellent. Su Ming truly is formidable. With this strategy deployed, I shall see how the Northern D will survive this winter. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Zhou Zhirua's beautiful phoenix-like eyes. Tomorrow at court, she would discuss the details thoroughly with her ministers. Setting the letter aside, Zhou Zhirua turned to Su Ming. "You've been absent these past few days. Did something happen?" She had been worrying these past days. If Su Ming were by her side, she could send someone to check on him. But between them lay the vast river of time. If Su Ming didn't reply, she wouldn't even get a single word from him. At times like this, Zhou Zhirua felt as if 100 claws were tearing at her heart. Her entire being ached with distress, and time stretched unbearably long. Su Ming had assumed she wouldn't ask. Just as he pondered how to broach the subject, she beat him to it and slipped a letter over. Reading her concerned words, Su Ming couldn't help but grin like an idiot. Seems she does care about me after all. She withdrew without finishing her question. That alone proved there was something between them. Not deep, but at least friends for sure. Friendship was enough. After all, don't most lovers start out as friends? Only this lover of his was a bit distant. While other couples might endure long-distance relationships, his spanned different timelines. Even if it might end without fruition, Su Ming still savored the present moment. He picked up his brush and swiftly wrote down everything that had happened recently, sharing it all with Zhou Jiruo. Since they were friends, they had to open up to each other. The more they talked, the better they understood each other, and the more likely it was for their relationship to deepen. Besides, he genuinely enjoyed conversing with Zhou Jiruo. Su Ming finished his letter and placed it into the incense burner. Zhou Jiruo held a brush in her hand, with Su Ming's suggestions laid out beside her. These methods were sound, but she needed to refine and adapt them further to better suit the current realities of the Great Zhou. This would also prevent arousing suspicion. Though Zhou Jiruo suspected some in the court might already be harboring doubts. No sooner had she finished the first point than the incense burner stirred. She set down her brush and picked up the letter. After reading it, Zhou Jiruo clenched her teeth in fury. She immediately picked up her brush and scolded, "These people are utterly shameless." Su Ming read the furious words and burst into hearty laughter. Then he immediately replied, "That's right, these people have grown shameless. But I've already figured out who to assign to deal with them. When the time comes, I'll make sure they apologize to me in front of the entire nation." As soon as Su Ming slipped the letter inside, a note flew out. There was almost no pause. Su Ming thought his letter hadn't gone through. Still puzzled, he quickly retrieved the letter. Only when he saw the ink on the paper did he realize it was from Zhou Jiruo. It was just a coincidence that he'd placed his letter in the box at the exact moment hers arrived. He unfolded it to read. Zhou Jiruo wrote, "Do you need my advice? Though it may not be useful, perhaps it could spark some ideas?" Her tone was tentative, her words carefully chosen. As if she feared he might think her presumptuous. After reading it, Su Ming pounded his chest in regret. Such a golden opportunity to build rapport with Zhou Jiruo, and he'd let it slip through his fingers. Had he known, he would have delayed his reply. Now that he'd already spoken his mind, asking her for guidance in a reply, wouldn't that be awkward? Su Ming frowned deeply in anguish. Great Zhou. Zhou Jiruo glanced at the letter, her surprise fleeting. By the time she finished reading, a sense of loss settled in her heart. But she quickly composed herself. Hadn't she witnessed Su Ming's prowess long ago? As long as he could resolve these matters smoothly, she would be content. The two chatted for a while longer, and as night deepened, they reluctantly bid each other farewell. But Zhou Jiruo couldn't sleep yet. Her preparations were still not quite complete. She had to finish writing. Then it would be ready for use at the morning court session. Chapter 148, Letting Wolves In. Su Ming had provided quite a bit of material, but fearing Zhou Jiruo might not grasp it, he had written it out in great detail. In certain sections, he even used examples to illustrate. This was to facilitate her comprehension. After reviewing it all, she summarized the key points, just a handful. After organizing all the information, Zhou Jiruo tidied up her belongings. Only after ensuring they couldn't be easily discovered did she retire for the night. It was not until the next morning that Zhao Shen roused her. She rose, washed, and dressed. Dressed and ready, she rode in a palanquin to the gilded hall. Within the hall, officials stood in formation. As she entered, they knelt in unison, shouting, "Long live the Empress!" Zhou Jiruo, her expression stern and solemn, sat down with regal authority upon the dragon throne. "Rise, my ministers." "Thank you, your majesty." After the officials rose, Zhou Jiruo turned to Qin Chuan. "Minister Qin, have you considered the matter I discussed yesterday?" Qin Chuan stepped forward, speaking with confidence. "After returning last night, I pondered deeply throughout the night and have indeed devised a plan. As for whether this plan is appropriate, I must leave that judgment to your majesty. Go ahead and share it." Zhou Jiruo gestured, but did not immediately produce the object in her hand. Qin Chuan immediately replied, "Yes. This is what I propose. Since we cannot wage war against the northern barbarians, we shall send men disguised as a merchant caravan to lure them out, then eliminate them. Should the northern barbarians demand retribution, we shall claim it was the work of bandits. If they seek vengeance, let them pursue those bandits. It will have nothing to do with the Great Zhou court." "Minister Qin, this tactic of diverting trouble elsewhere, does it not ultimately invite wolves into the house?" Lu Chong interjected. Luo Yanghui immediately stepped forward to rebuke him. "The chief censor speaks too harshly. Lord Qin is acting in the best interests of the Great Zhou. How is that inviting wolves into the house?" As soon as he finished, Wang Ban also stepped forward. "Minister Qin's plan may indeed humble certain northern leaders, but it is too base. For the imperial court to resort to such petty, underhanded tactics is nothing short of a laughingstock. Moreover, the chief censor is correct. Should the northern barbarians seize this as a pretext for war, our fragile peace will shatter. Though the western Chu and the savages have temporarily retreated, who can guarantee they won't return?" After Wang Ben finished, Lu Chong spoke again. "General Wang speaks wisely. Should circumstances change, the barbarians will be the first to tear up the treaty. Our Great Zhou will once again be thrown into turmoil." Zhou Jiruo frowned deeply at these words. "Do any of my other ministers have a better solution?" At his words, the assembly fell silent. Wherever Zhou Jiruo's gaze fell, heads bowed in unison, faces filled with distress as they shook their heads. Finally, they uttered in unison, "We have no solution." Zhou Zhirua rubbed her temples in frustration. She hadn't immediately presented Su Ming's solution precisely to see if the court could devise a comparable plan. She hoped Su Ming would continue to assist her, but she had no idea how long the incense burner's effects would last. If it ever failed, at least she could rely on this group of ministers. But now, it seemed rather disappointing. Very well, she would present Su Ming's solution after all. Zhou Zhirua declared, "Since none of you ministers have any immediate suggestions, I have a plan of my own. Would you care to hear it?" The officials all looked up in unison. "Your Majesty, please enlighten us." Zhou Zhirua declared loudly, "The plan is simple. The northern D tribes dwell amidst vast forests and mountains, with numerous clans scattered across their lands. Their daily lives depend heavily on these natural resources. Hunting and gathering form the primary means of obtaining necessities. Of course, this alone cannot fully meet their daily needs. Therefore, they frequently come to our great border regions to purchase or trade goods to sustain their lives. Now, as winter approaches, if our great Zhou closes the border markets, what do you think the northern D will do?" As Zhou Zhirua finished speaking, a collective gasp filled the hall. Tang Ping exclaimed in alarm, "If that happens, the Beatty will surely suffer through a harsh winter." Each winter, when all creatures hibernate, the northern D have long relied on the Great Zhou's markets for their daily necessities. Should the markets close, they would struggle to obtain essential supplies. But this should not pose a significant problem for them. Even if our Great Zhou ceases trade with them, they can still obtain the necessary supplies from neighboring Western Shu. Zhou Zhirua nodded, then pressed, "But what if Western Shu refuses as well?" "Well..." Tang Ping hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Your Majesty intends to ally with Western Shu to jointly pressure the northern D? The plan is sound, but would Western Shu agree?" The closure of the Great Zhou market meant all northern D trade would now flow exclusively through Western Shu. Western Shu would seize this opportunity to reap enormous profits. For Great Zhou, this seemed like a case of killing 100 enemies while losing 3,000 of your own? Tang Ping's brow furrowed deeply. Zhou Zhirua had anticipated this question. She smiled faintly and replied, "The king of Western Shu has always been greedy. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, he will certainly agree." With both the Great Zhou and Western Shu closing their markets simultaneously, the northern D tribes would inevitably descend into chaos. They would have no choice but to trade with the barbarian tribes. But the barbarian tribes' resources are limited. How could they possibly supply the northern D? That leaves the northern D with only one final option: seizing them by force. Wang Ben swiftly analyzed the current state of several nations in his mind and immediately stepped forward to warn, "Your Majesty, this course of action will inevitably provoke war between the northern barbarians and our Great Zhou. This strategy is disadvantageous to our realm. Then let us ensure they have no time to seek conflict with the Great Zhou," Zhou Zhirua replied in a measured tone. Qin Xuan listened for a moment, then glanced at Zhou Zhirua's expression. He smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. "Your Majesty has already devised a solution, I presume?" "Indeed," Zhou Zhirua declared, "I have indeed devised a plan. Given the Great Zhou's current strength, war with the northern D is indeed ill-advised. We shall strike at their weakness instead. Yet the Great Zhou is a nation of propriety, and I do not wish to resort to such measures. Therefore, we shall first send a formal letter. If the northern D agree to hand over the captives, we shall demand only their release. Should they refuse, then we shall proceed with our plan and our cause will be just." The ministers exchanged glances and declared in unison, "Your Majesty is wise." That very day, a state letter bearing the Great Zhou's imperial seal was swiftly dispatched to the northern D king's encampment. Within mere days, it appeared before the northern barbarians' king. After reading it, the northern D king sneered coldly, tore the Zhou edict to shreds, and sent the envoys back. When the envoy presented the shredded letter to Zhou Zhirua, she merely sneered coldly before instructing Zhao Shen, "Summon Lu Chong to the palace." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shi Chong entered the palace at noon and did not emerge until late evening. Early the next morning, he led his delegation and hurried westward toward Western Shu. Several days later, he stood before the ruler of Western Shu. After reading the imperial edict, the ruler of Western Shu raised his gaze to meet his. "Your emperor expects me to cooperate with her? On what grounds?" Western Shu was not some puppet to be summoned at will. Chapter 149, Mutual Exhaustion. "That is only natural." Lu Chong turned and clapped his hands. Two men immediately entered the hall from outside, each carrying a large box on either side. They approached Lu Chong. Lu Chong bent down to open it. "His Majesty knew the king cherished our Great Zhou's floral stationery, so he specially instructed us to bring some. These are all tribute items presented to His Majesty from our Great Zhou. Both the paper quality and the patterns are exquisitely crafted. We humbly request the king's gracious acceptance." The ruler of Western Shu immediately had attendants bring some of the floral stationery forward. Gazing at the exquisite floral paper in his hands, the ruler of Western Shu smiled so broadly that wrinkles gathered at the corners of his eyes. He caressed them with evident delight, his eyes sparkling with keen interest. "These are splendid indeed," the Western Shu ruler remarked softly, "but it seems rather insufficient." Lu Chong was not the least bit surprised by the Western Shu ruler's words. The world knew the ruler of Western Shu was greedy. Therefore, before coming, His Majesty had instructed him on how to respond. Following Zhou Jiruo's advice, Lu Chong replied calmly, naturally. These trinkets are merely tokens of appreciation for your Majesty. Should you agree to cooperate, from this day forward, all paper imported from the Great Zhou shall be sold at half price. Though this would mean significant losses for the Great Zhou, they would still profit. They wouldn't be at a loss. Additionally, every 6 months, the Great Zhou will provide your Majesty with 3 boxes of flower-patterned paper free of charge. The ruler of Western Shu still frowned at this price. That's all? Ministers around him voiced their disdain. No matter how fine this paper is, how could it compare to real gold and silver? Our annual trade with the Northern D alone brings in a fortune. How dare you suggest this paper could be a viable trade? Your Great Zhou has grievances with the Northern D, yet you seek to drag us into it? Utterly laughable. Lu Chong listened quietly. When their complaints had subsided, he finally spoke. Allow me to clarify. I did not demand you shut down the trading posts entirely, but rather increase the prices. The ruler of Western Shu abruptly turned his gaze toward Lu Chong. Lu Chong bowed respectfully and said, the northern barbarians rely primarily on our Great Zhou for their annual food supply, with Western Shu coming second. This is because our resources far exceed those of Western Shu. I trust neither your Majesty nor the gentlemen present would dispute this? No one in the hall responded. For Lu Chong spoke the truth. They had often envied this in the past. Lu Chong continued. Now that our Great Zhou has closed its trading posts, and the barbarian tribes cannot supply the goods they desire, they have no choice but to come to Western Shu to exchange for daily necessities. This presents Western Shu with an exceptional opportunity to reap immense profits. Would your Majesty truly be willing to relinquish such an advantage? The ruler of Western Shu's eyes flickered. Lu Chang's words stirred a hint of temptation within him. The other ministers exchanged glances but remained silent. Seeing this, Lu Chong dropped another bombshell. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on that iron ore deposit along the northern D frontier? It is, of course, valuable. This question required no deliberation. The ore from that mine was of exceptional quality. They purchased large quantities of iron ore from the northern D every year, paying a hefty price for it. But the resource was in the enemy's hands. What could they do? They had no choice but to accept it. The ruler of Western Shu frowned at the thought. Then he heard Lu Chong say, why not seize this opportunity, your Majesty, and take possession of this mine? How? The Western Shu ruler instinctively countered. Lu Chong smiled and said, I believe the Northern D must understand that compared to these lifeless objects, sustenance that keeps them alive is undoubtedly more important. As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Lu Chong stood quietly. After a moment, someone asked, Minister Lu's words are indeed tempting. But if this happens, your Great Zhou gains nothing and loses much. I don't understand why your Majesty would do this. It defies common sense. Of course, it's for revenge. Lu Chang's eyes sharpened as he replied gravely, the Northern D, relying on their strength, have freely plundered our Great Zhou's merchant caravans and even branded their faces in humiliation. Not long ago, when our sovereign sent a state letter seeking to appease the rebels through diplomacy, the Northern D king tore it up and sent our envoy back. Such humiliation, it's only because our Great Zhou lacks the strength to fight them now, or we would have declared war long ago. Now we seek nothing more than to make life difficult for the northern barbarians. As for the benefits, our Great Zhou shall take not a single coin. Every last bit shall be presented to your Majesty as compensation for your efforts. Lu Chong bowed deeply toward the Western Shu sovereign. The Great Zhou Imperial Palace. Upon learning Su Ming was willing to instruct him, Wang Ben's joy stretched his smile nearly to the back of his head. He immediately requested paper and brush from Zhou Jiruo, swiftly jotting down every point he found perplexing. After finishing, he solemnly handed the paper to Zhou Jiruo. I shall return it to you once I have a reply. Thank you, your Majesty. Wang Ben's face beamed with uncontrollable joy. Zhou Jiruo tucked the letter away and was about to leave when she looked up and saw Wang Ben still standing before her, looking as if he had something to say. She asked in confusion, what is it, Minister Wang? Do you have further questions? Well, just one thing. Speak. Your Majesty, Wang Ben bowed respectfully, then asked, I cannot help but wonder while this plan will indeed inflict heavy losses upon the Northern D, does it not also serve to fatten up the Western Shu? The Northern D are no saints, and Western Shu isn't exactly known for its kindness either. Once they are fattened up, they too may pose a threat to the Great Zhou. At that point, the Great Zhou would face threats from two great powers simultaneously, Western Shu and the barbarian tribes. Compared to the present, the Great Zhou's predicament would likely become even more perilous. Hearing this, Zhou Jiruo let out a soft chuckle. Under Wang Ben's puzzled gaze, Zhou Jiruo asked, how do you know it's about fattening them up, rather than provoking them to tear each other apart? Wang Ben looked utterly perplexed. What do you mean? Given the current situation, the barbarians are strongest, the Great Zhou weakest, and the Western Shu and Northern D are roughly equal in power. If we close the market, the Northern barbarians will certainly be furious, but they will be even more enraged by Western Shu taking advantage of the situation. The ruler of Western Shu was already insatiably greedy, and over the years, they have been heavily constrained by the northern barbarians in matters concerning iron ore. Now that they have an opportunity to retaliate, the ruler of Western Shu will definitely not let this chance slip away. When that happens, who do you think the northern barbarians will hate more? At this point, Wang Ben suddenly understood. He exclaimed excitedly, if the northern barbarians clash with Western Shu, not only will it draw all their firepower away from our great Zhou, but they'll also wear each other down in the conflict. Meanwhile, our great Zhou can slip away unscathed. Clever. Zhou Jiruo smiled. Wang Ben clapped his hands in excitement upon hearing this. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. The mastermind behind such a scheme must surely be that sage, right? After Wang Ben spoke, Zhou Jiruo looked at him with amusement. Couldn't it have been conceived by this emperor himself? Your Majesty possesses divine wisdom. Of course you could. Wang Ben paused, then gave a nervous chuckle to curry favor. Zhou Jiruo shot him a disdainful glance. You're quite right, these are his ideas. So, Minister Wang, whether you can learn from the sage's wisdom depends entirely on your own insight. With that, she rose, patted Wang Ben's shoulder, and departed. Chapter 150, The Lingering Ghost. As soon as Su Ming pushed open the shop door, he saw Xiao Chengjing sitting at the table, magnifying glass in hand, intently examining the ancient artifact Su Ming had given him earlier. Just as Su Ming was about to speak, Zhao Jiwen suddenly pushed open the inner room door and stepped out. Upon seeing him, Zhao Jiwen gave a slight start. Then she smiled and teased him. Mr. Su, it's been ages since you last visited. Su Ming turned his head at the sound. Sister Jiwen? You're back. Yep. Zhao Jiwen emerged from the inner room, smiling. I've been back for days now, but you haven't shown up once. Though you've been pretty busy lately, how'd you even find time to drop by? Zhao Jiwen's eyes held a hint of concern. Xiao Chengjing also looked up upon hearing Zhao Jiwen's voice. He glanced at Su Ming, set down his magnifying glass, and carefully stored the ancient artifact before approaching Su Ming. Your company's been making quite a stir these past few days. Why didn't you let us help? Think we're useless? Right from the very first day the incident began, both Xiao Chengjing and Zhao Jiwen had called him. Ask him how he's doing, ask if he needs any help. But Su Ming refused each time. Now, hearing Xiao Chengjing's tone that clearly smacked of settling old scores, Su Ming quickly offered a fawning smile. Not at all. Old Xiao, you're a big shot. You're meant to be the grand finale, the star attraction. If you were to step in for some minor issue, wouldn't that be giving them face? Xiao Chengjing burst into laughter at this. You're good at making me happy, kid. He sat down beside Su Ming. Zhao Jiwen teased deliberately, what about me? I'm no big shot either. Did you refuse my help just to save face for them too? Those minor players? They're hardly worthy of a beauty like Sister Jiwen stepping in. That'd be giving them too much of a bargain. Su Ming's playful banter made Zhao Jiwen beam with delight. After a few more light-hearted exchanges, Xiao Chengjing patted Su Ming on the shoulder. Both Jiwen and I think this whole thing is probably someone trying to set you up. Have you figured out how you're going to handle it? Exactly. If this keeps up, we're worried it'll affect your company. If you really need our help, don't hesitate to ask. Zhao Jiwen also looked deeply concerned. Su Ming smiled. I wasn't planning on being polite. Actually, I came here today because I do have something I need your help with. What kind of help? Tell us. Xiao Chengjing and Zhao Jiwen chimed in unison. Su Ming said, I'm looking for the Qingfeng Yunrong Tuesday. Does anyone have it? Zhao Zhifeng and Xiao Chengjing exchanged glances. The Qingfeng Yunrong 2 by Song Dynasty artist Wan Si? Yes. Xiao Chengjing frowned in puzzlement. That's a very obscure painting. Why are you looking for it? Is it for your collection? Zhao Zhifeng asked. Su Ming shook his head. Gift? For someone else? To resolve this matter, I suppose? No wonder they say age breeds cunning. Su Ming had barely dropped a hint before Xiao Chengjing saw right through his intentions. Su Ming gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, Xiao Lao. Spot on. It's nothing. Xiao Chengjing waved it off with a smile. So, do you know where this item is, Mr. Xiao? Su Ming asked. Xiao Chengjing smiled faintly. As luck would have it, tomorrow at the Starry Sky Auction House, there's an auction scheduled. Among the items up for bid is precisely that very thing. Su Ming's eyes lit up at the news. I'm going. All right. To secure Adrian's presence, Su Ming first needed to persuade someone. Because only this person could bring Adrian along. But to enlist his help, what would he offer as a token of appreciation? This man had few hobbies in life, but he did enjoy collecting ancient paintings. Especially those from the Song Dynasty. He cherished them above all else. No matter what, Su Ming must obtain this painting. The next day, Su Ming and Xiao Chengjing arrived at the entrance of the Starry Sky Auction House. As luck would have it, they bumped right into Lu Wu. Spotting Su Ming, Lu Wu broke into a smile first. Young Master Su, what a lively spirit. Your company's on the brink of collapse, yet you still find time to attend an auction. What's that? The company doesn't matter anymore? You're not planning to give up? Su Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. Are you some kind of ghost? I see you everywhere. Still better than you, with 1 foot already in the grave. Lu Wu sneered, deliberately raising his voice. Did you sell off all the stolen antiques your company swapped out for others? As his words fell, heads turned toward them in the courtyard. The scandal of Su Ming's company swapping out authenticated items had already caused a huge stir. Who among those seated here wasn't well informed? Now, upon seeing Su Ming, they began whispering among themselves. Whispers spread through the courtyard. Many even changed the way they looked at Su Ming. Their gazes now brimmed with suspicion and disdain. Swapping out appraisal items was an extremely serious offense. If handled poorly, not only would Su Ming's company go bankrupt, but his personal reputation would be ruined as well. Wasn't Lu Wu deliberately speaking so loudly to seize the opportunity and promote Su Ming? Xiao Qingjing's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Su Ming stopped him. Su Ming stood calmly, completely unfazed by the rumors swirling around him. Regarding the online rumors about my company swapping out appraisal items, you should know the truth better than anyone. I realize you won't admit it now, but there's no rush. The truth will come out eventually. I hope you'll still be smiling so brightly when that happens. Su Ming finished speaking and politely waved to Lu Wu. Mr. Lu, we'll see who has the last laugh. He led Xiao Qingjing upstairs and into a private room. Once out of sight of the crowd, the smile vanished instantly from Su Ming's face. Xiao Qingjing, recalling his earlier exchange with Lu Wu, asked, so this guy is the one undermining you behind your back? Yep, him. A sneaky bastard. Can't beat me in the open, so he strikes from the shadows with these underhanded tricks. Su Ming's tone dripped with contempt when he mentioned Lu Wu. Xiao Qingjing nodded in agreement. It really is beneath the table. Su Ming and Xiao Qingjing entered the private room. Before long, the auction commenced. Su Ming's sole interest lay in that painting. He had no interest in anything else. When the painting was brought out, Su Ming immediately sat up straight. Auctioneer, the reserve price for this painting is 500,000. Bids must be in increments of 5,000. Now, please place your bids. As soon as the words left his mouth, the numbers on the screen began to flicker rapidly. Su Ming watched intently. He wasn't in a hurry. He waited until the initial round of bidding concluded before placing his own bid. Until the price reached 100 million. No one below him was bidding anymore. Su Ming immediately placed his bid. The fixed price displayed on the screen flashed instantly. The auctioneer promptly announced, bidder 66 has offered 150 million. Any further bids? In box 94, Lu Wu slammed his hand on the table, cursing furiously, who the hell is bidder 66? How dare they compete with me? His secretary beside him replied, lot 66 belongs to Xiao Qingjing's long-term reservation. Xiao Qingjing? That old man who was with Su Ming earlier, right? Chapter 151, Contact Secretary Zhou. I remember. That old man is a professor at Capital University. Isn't he always researching the Great Zhou dynasty? Why is he competing with me for a Song dynasty painting? Could it be? Lu Wu's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, it's Su Ming. Su Ming had entered alongside Xiao Qingjing. And he'd never heard of Su Ming having a private room here either. So it was Su Ming who wanted to compete with him. That's Su Ming, he's everywhere. Rage surged in Lu Wu's eyes as he grabbed the bidding pad and swiftly entered a new bid. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer, the number on the screen flashed again. 200 million. Bid 94 offers 200 million. The current bid for this Song dynasty painting, Green Peaks and Surging Clouds by Wan Shi, stands at 200 million. Any further bids? Su Ming had just added another 100 million on top of the previous bid. He didn't know who his opponent was, but he was determined to secure this painting. The crowd below erupted in excitement. Box 66 sure is deep-pocketed, throwing down an extra 100 million like that. I wonder if the price will keep climbing. They weren't going to follow suit. But they can still enjoy the spectacle. On the big screen, a circle of people egged each other on to bid higher. Su Ming watched with amusement. These people really do enjoy watching the show, no matter how big the trouble. It's not their money anyway, Xiao Qingjing said calmly. He'd already secured the item he desired. Now he was simply enjoying the show. Glancing at the information on the large screen below, he raised an eyebrow at Su Ming. The other bidder has raised the price. Are you going to follow? Auctioneer, lot 94 has raised the bid by 100 million. Current price, 400 million. This price far exceeded the painting's intrinsic value. But Su Ming wouldn't give up. He bid again. 1 billion. He had just doubled the price and then some. He refused to believe this man could keep up. Lu Wu's face turned ashen. He nearly crushed the bidding pad in his hand. His eyes blazed as he glared at the big screen, gritting his teeth. Is he really trying to outbid me? Just as Lu Wu prepared to bid again, his secretary quickly interjected, Mr. Lu, another bid would far exceed our budget. In their view, such an obscure painting shouldn't cost much. But they never expected Su Ming to suddenly appear out of nowhere. If they spent all their money now, they wouldn't be able to bid on another item later. After all, they had come today specifically for that piece. This green peaks and surging clouds painting was merely an unexpected detour. But Lu Wu simply couldn't swallow his pride. His face twisted into a grimace as he gritted his teeth, then tossed the bidding pad onto the nearby sofa in frustration. Seeing bidder 94 no longer bidding, the crowd below began to mock him for lacking guts. This nearly made Lu Wu's blood boil. Su Ming successfully secured the painting. After securing the painting, Su Ming prepared to leave. Seeing how hurried he was, Xiao Chengjing simply reminded him to come find him if anything came up, then left him be. Su Ming had already arranged surveillance. Old Wu had been staying home these past few days. With the painting secured, Su Ming wasted no time. He exited the Starry Sky auction house and headed straight for Old Wu's residence. At the entrance to the residential compound, Su Ming was stopped. Su Ming said, "Please call Mr. Wu. If he can't see us, we'll leave immediately." The security guard glanced at him but dialed the number anyway. Just as he was about to speak, Su Ming snatched the phone, muttered an apology, and addressed the receiver. "Master Wu, it's Su Ming. I know you're deeply knowledgeable about Song Dynasty paintings. I have one here. Would you be willing to offer your insights?" Mr. Wu hesitated for a moment. But he relented. Su Ming returned the phone to the security guard and slipped him several red bills as an apology. Only then did he lead He Jin into the residential compound. Soon, they arrived at Master Wu's doorstep. Perhaps Mr. Wu had been notified in advance, for Su Ming entered the residence without difficulty. When Su Ming arrived, Old Wu was seated in the living room, holding a chess piece as he played a solitary game. Hearing the sound, he looked up and studied Su Ming for a moment. Then he looked away. He gestured toward the seat opposite him. "Sit down." "Thank you, Master Wu." Su Ming walked over and sat down across from Master Wu. He placed the painting he'd just acquired on the coffee table and slid it toward Master Wu. "Master Wu, please take a look." Master Wu's eyes lit up slightly at the sight of the painting. He set down his chess piece, pushed the board aside, opened the painting's packaging box, and carefully removed the artwork. The longer he looked, the brighter his eyes grew. Vance's paintings have always excelled in their artistic conception, vibrant with energy and rich in variation. Observe the sea of clouds in this piece, truly magnificent and sweeping, with majestic, rugged mountains. This confirms the painting's authenticity. Su Ming nodded. "I've long heard that you, Master Wu, possess the deepest understanding of the great Song Dynasty painters. Seeing you now confirms your reputation is well deserved. Since you are such an expert, how about I give this painting to you?" "For me?" Master Wu looked at Su Ming with amusement. Many came to present paintings to him each year. But this man before him. "What do you want?" "Speak first, but I may not agree." He did appreciate these paintings, but he wasn't one to grant every request. Su Ming smiled. "You're straightforward, Mr. Wu. I've heard you and Dr. Lucas Adrian are close friends. I have a friend whose wife is gravely ill. The medical capabilities in our country aren't sufficient for her condition. I'd like to ask you to bring Dr. Lucas Adrian here to perform the surgery for my friend." Old Wu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You gave me these paintings just for this?" "Yes." Su Ming responded readily. "I hope you'll agree. If you feel this painting isn't sufficient, you may make any request. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my utmost to fulfill it." Master Wu examined the painting in his hands. He glanced back at Su Ming, pondered for a moment, then placed the painting back into its box. Su Ming's heart immediately sank. Was his offer insufficient? Was Master Wu refusing? Just as he was about to speak again, Old Wu said, "I agree. You need to save someone, and I quite like this painting myself. I'll help you invite him." Su Ming was overjoyed at the news. "Then I'm truly indebted to you, Old Wu. But please hurry, my friend is in a terrible hurry." As for the rest, Su Ming had no intention of mentioning it. Master Wu didn't ask either. After taking the painting, Master Wu immediately called Lucas Adrian. After a few words, they settled on a time. After hanging up, Old Wu smiled at Su Ming. "Satisfied?" "Very satisfied, thank you, Old Wu." All right. No need to thank me. I collect things and handle matters. But I don't take on every task or accept every item. When it comes to saving a life, however, I'm more than willing." "Well, if there's nothing else, you may go. Then I shan't keep you any longer." Su Ming stepped out, his face beaming with joy. He Jin paced restlessly. As soon as Su Ming emerged, He Jin craned his neck to look. Seeing his hands empty, He Jin's eyes lit up. As soon as Su Ming got into the car, He Jin asked, "Did it work?" "Success. Contact Secretary Zhou." Chapter 152, Cornered Beast. Hospital. The red light outside the operating room remained steadily lit. It had been going on for an hour. For Secretary Zhou, this hour felt like an eternity. Every minute, every second, he was restless. He paced back and forth in the hallway, glancing toward the operating room door every so often. Su Ming and He Jin sat nearby, waiting as well. They too felt uneasy. Secretary Zhou knew the doctor had been summoned. He insisted on waiting until after the surgery, confirming his wife was safe before handing over the documents. Su Ming had no choice. As a law-abiding citizen, he couldn't just take it by force. He could only comply with Secretary Zhou's wishes. Now, Su Ming could only hope the surgery would go smoothly. Even though Adrian had examined the patient and said the chances of a successful surgery were high. But until the very last moment, Su Ming couldn't shake his unease. After what seemed like an eternity, the red light outside the operating room suddenly turned green. Su Ming immediately looked toward the operating room door. The next instant, the patient was wheeled out. Secretary Zhou rushed over, looked at the woman on the stretcher, and urgently asked Adrian, "How is my wife?" Adrian replied, "The surgery was a success. Now we just need to wait for her to wake up." Secretary Zhou visibly relaxed. Su Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. He exchanged a glance with He-jin, then followed behind the doctors and staff as they settled the patient in. Only then did he speak. "Secretary Zhou." Without needing further explanation, Secretary Zhou understood. He glanced once more at his wife in the hospital bed, clenched his jaw, and turned to walk over to Su Ming. He pulled out a USB drive. "Everything you requested is stored here." Su Ming took it and handed it directly to He-jin. He-jin pulled out his tablet and verified the contents on the spot. Moments later, he nodded to Su Ming. "Boss, it's all what we need." Su Ming's face finally broke into a smile upon hearing this. "Very good. Secretary Zhou keeps his word." Secretary Zhou glanced back at his wife and said solemnly, "You saved my wife, and I'm just giving you what you want." "Alright, then Secretary Zhou should enjoy his time with his wife." He gave He-jin a nod and turned to leave. Now that he had the items in hand, it was time to put them to their rightful use. Seated in the car, he carefully reviewed every detail. By the time he finished, the car had pulled up beneath the Sun residence. Su Ming glanced up, decisively made copies of all the materials, returned the tablet to He-jin, and only then stepped out of the car. As he pushed open the door, He-jin asked, "Shall I come up with you?" "No need. Wait for me here." "But..." Before he could finish, Su Ming cut him off. "I know what you're worried about. Rest assured, Sun Wang wouldn't dare do anything to me. Besides, this matter isn't something he can agree or disagree to." The initiative now lay firmly in his hands. Sun Wang had no choice but to obey. Otherwise, his methods would only grow more ruthless. Su Ming stepped out of the car, slammed the door shut, and strode straight into Sun Corporation. Sun Wang was busy processing documents. The next moment, the door swung open. The secretary's urgent protests reached his ears. Sun Wang looked up in confusion. Seeing Su Ming striding toward him, Sun Liang felt an inexplicable panic surge within him. He instinctively stood up, pointing toward the doorway and roaring, "Su Ming! Who let you in? Get out!" By the time he spoke, Su Ming had already reached him. He picked up the USB drive and placed it before Sun Wang. "Open it up and take a look." Sun Wang glanced at the USB drive and sneered, "Who do you think you are? Like I'm just going to open it because you tell me to? Besides, who knew what was inside? What if it's a virus?" Sun Wang's face darkened as he turned to bark at the secretary who had followed him in. "What are you standing there for? Call security immediately." Just as the secretary was about to notify security, Su Ming spoke up, "Sun Wang, your company may not be huge, but its annual turnover is at least 100 million, right? How much tax did you pay last year? Want me to recite it for you?" Sun Wang's expression shifted. He whipped his head around, fixing a piercing stare on Su Ming. "What do you mean by that?" Su Ming didn't answer, instead pointing at the USB drive again. Now, Sun Wang finally sensed something was amiss. He snatched the USB drive, disregarding whether it might be problematic, and plugged it directly into the computer. He opened it up. Sun Liang's vision went black. He sucked in a sharp breath and slumped lifelessly into his chair. The secretary witnessed this scene and felt a chill run down her spine. He instinctively started to approach, but after taking just a few steps, Sun Wang barked at him, "Get out!" The secretary froze. Under Sun Wang's furious glare, the secretary hurriedly backed out and closed the door behind him. The office fell instantly silent. Su Ming stretched out his leg, pulled a chair over, and sat down across from Sun Wang. "What do you think after reading it?" Su Ming looked at Sun Wang with mockery. Sun Wang's eyes blazed with fury. He glared viciously at Su Ming, grinding his teeth. "You're something else. You're really something. Bribing people inside my own company to get your hands on something this crucial. Let me guess, who did you bribe? My accountant? Or my personal assistant? Such core information wasn't something ordinary employees could access." Su Ming chuckled softly at the remark. "Don't bother probing. I won't tell you who it is. If you're capable, investigate it yourself. But before you do, I'll give you some advice. Clear up all those false rumors online. Explain exactly how you schemed against Song Zhao and framed my company. Otherwise..." Su Ming pointed at the computer, his tone arrogant. "In 1 hour, all this will be in the inboxes of every relevant authority, the Tax Bureau, the Industrial and Commercial Administration, and every other department. You should know that this alone is enough to keep you locked up for the better part of your life. Sun Wang's face twisted instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he flatly refused. Impossible. He couldn't possibly clear this up. Lu Wu had warned him before, if he betrayed him, Lu Wu wouldn't let him off. The outcome wouldn't be much better than prison. And Sun Wang's eyes flickered, and he growled, even if you don't leak this stuff, just for framing your company, I'm already doomed. Since imprisonment was inevitable, did the length of his sentence truly matter? As long as he kept quiet, he could still blackmail Lu Wu later to get himself bailed out. Wouldn't that be more advantageous than agreeing to Su Ming's terms? Once Sun Wang grasped this, he dug his heels in and refused outright. Su Ming stared at him, sneering with scorn. Do you know what you look like right now? Sun Wang, like what? A trapped beast. You know you're cornered, yet you still fight. You're probably thinking that as long as you refuse to talk, Lu Wu will still save you, right? The moment Su Ming finished speaking, Sun Wang's expression shifted slightly. Seems I hit the nail on the head, Su Ming sneered, studying him. I've known Lu Wu for years, I know him inside out. Whether it's people or possessions, once they lose value, he discards them instantly. He wouldn't even bother meeting you. And you expect him to help you? Ridiculous. But I can offer you a way out. Chapter 153, let him take the heat for a few days. Sun Wang hesitated. Even an ant clings to life. Though Sun Wang wasn't the wealthiest man, he lived comfortably. If he could avoid prison, he certainly didn't want to go. But, are you serious? Sun Wang couldn't quite believe it. You'd be that kind? Su Ming lowered his head and smiled. Moments later, his laughter faded. He looked up at Sun Wang with a condescending gaze. You have no choice but to trust me. Sun Wang's expression shifted. Lu Wu was no help, but he didn't want to go to prison either. After much deliberation, it seemed this was the only path left. Sun Wang's eyes darkened as he stared straight at Su Ming. I can agree to your terms, but you must guarantee that these documents won't be leaked. Fine. As long as you step forward to clear my name and that of my company, and don't drag us into this, I won't interfere with these documents or the entire affair. Su Ming was generous. Sun Wang instantly understood. Su Ming only cared about his company's reputation. He wouldn't ask how it happened or why it happened. This left him with significantly more room to maneuver. Almost instantly, he made his decision. I agree. Then let's clarify it. Su Ming gestured to him. Sun Wang immediately opened his phone, launched a livestream, and announced publicly, Hello everyone, I'm Sun Wang, the victim whose collection was swapped during authentication recently. I'm here today to finally put this matter to rest. Lu's office. A knock suddenly sounded on the door of Lu Wu's office. Lu Wu looked up from a magazine. Come in. The secretary entered, holding a tablet. He strode up to Lu Wu and placed the tablet before him. Mr. Lu, there's been an incident. Lu Wu took the tablet with a puzzled look and asked, What happened? Sun Wang must have lost his mind. He suddenly turned against us, publicly defending Su Ming's company online. He claimed the incident was caused by one of his assistants who wanted to keep the items for himself. Sun Wang mistakenly thought Su Ming's company was behind it, which led to the subsequent events. But now that the truth has been uncovered, he's proactively clarifying the situation and declaring that this incident, from start to finish, has absolutely nothing to do with Su Ming or his appraisal company. The moment his livestream went live, the internet erupted. The secretary relayed the information swiftly. Lu Wu's expression darkened. Opening his tablet, he saw Sun Wang had finished his speech in the video and was wrapping up. I sincerely apologize for the public resources previously occupied. I am deeply grateful for the attention this matter has received from netizens, as well as for your support and encouragement. I reiterate once more that this incident has no connection whatsoever to the appraisal company from start to finish. Thank you. With that, he clicked off the stream. After watching, Lu Wu's face turned ashen with rage. Finally, he angrily slammed the tablet onto the table. That bastard Sun Wang. After all the favors I've done for him, he turns on me like this. Does he really think I'm some kind of saint? Get it? Terminate all cooperation with the Sun family. From now on, anyone in the entire capital who dares to do business with them is declaring war on the Lu family. Lu Wu didn't care why Sun Wang had turned against him. But since he had chosen to betray, don't blame him for being ruthless. Yes, sir. The secretary was about to leave. But halfway out, he suddenly stopped and turned back. Lu Wu was still fuming. Seeing him return, he glared at him impatiently. Didn't I send you to handle something? What are you still standing around for? Get moving. Mr. Lu, I just wonder if merely retrieving the contract isn't letting him off too easily? Lu Wu's eyes turned cold. His expression turned grim. After a moment's thought, he nodded. You're right. Sun Wang dared to betray me at such a critical moment. I can't let him off so easily. Otherwise, who in Beijing would take me seriously in the future? Mr. Lu, you're wise. So what do you suggest we do? The secretary asked. Lu Wu gave a dark chuckle. In business, how many people are truly clean? The secretary instantly understood. I'll handle it immediately. Sun Corporation's CEO's office. After finishing his livestream, Sun Wang shut down the broadcast and turned to Su Ming. I've done everything I needed to do. Now it's your turn. When you help someone, you help them all the way. What do you suggest we do about Song Zhao? Su Ming inquired. After all, the clarification had already aired. Helping bail someone out wasn't a problem. Sun Wang nodded decisively. I'll issue a letter of forgiveness. Alright, thank you for your trouble, Mr. Sunday. Sun Wang handwrote a letter of forgiveness, signed it, affixed his fingerprint, and handed it to Su Ming. Just as Su Ming reached out to take it, Sun Wang swiftly pulled it back. Young Master Su, those documents. Su Ming smiled. I'll delete them right now. He pulled out his phone, opened his email, and deleted the relevant files with a single tap. Then he held the phone up for Sun Wang to see. Are you satisfied now? After carefully verifying the deletion, Sun Wang finally handed the letter of understanding to Su Ming. Taking the document, Su Ming tapped it with satisfaction. Only then did he rise to leave. The moment Su Ming was gone, Sun Wang immediately summoned his trusted confidant. His face twisted as he ordered them to swiftly investigate who had leaked the information. He also instructed them to immediately sever all ties with the Lu Corporation. He had already gone live with the broadcast. There was no room for maneuver now. Lu Wu wouldn't let him off so easily. But it was better than going to prison. Besides, he wasn't without means to protect himself. If Lu Wu dared to make a move against him, he wouldn't hold back. Su Ming, having obtained what he sought, descended with a noticeable lightness in his step. He pulled open the car door and slid inside. Su Ming's tone was cheerful as he said to Eugene, let's go to the police station. We're going to bail out Song Zhao. Eugene immediately started the car. Boss, I saw Sun Wan's livestream too. With that move, our company is completely cleared now. Eugene relaxed as well, even humming a tune in delight. Su Ming smiled proudly. Now it's our turn. He intended to leverage this controversy to double his company's reputation. Once Song Zhao was released, he would immediately call a press conference. While the heat was still on, he had to make the most of it. But Su Ming never imagined. No sooner had he wrapped up the press conference than Sun Wang was thrown into jail. As he was being led away, he shamelessly hurled insults at Lu Wu in front of the cameras. He even spilled the entire truth about the incident, claiming that Lu Wu had orchestrated everything and that he was merely the executor. He pleaded his innocence. But netizens weren't buying it. Many also began questioning, if this was the real truth, then what about the livestream from earlier? Conspiracy theories were about to take hold. Su Ming smiled faintly, waved his hand, and immediately deployed a team of paid commenters. What else could it be? Obviously they fell out and are sabotaging each other. This theory quickly gained traction, convincing most netizens. Su Ming burst into laughter. Holding a glass of red wine, he gloated, Lu Wu. I can't touch you yet, so I'll just let you stew in the mud for a few days. Chapter 154, The Gunpowder Formula. Just as he was thinking this, the incense burner beside him stirred. Su Ming immediately set down his glass and picked up the reply letter. The very first line read, Congratulations. Su Ming's eyes instantly crinkled with delight. Before the search began, he had already sent a letter to Zhou Zhirua, informing her that his matter had been resolved and briefly outlining the process. It wasn't much, just a few words. But it was enough to make things clear and for Zhou Zhirua to understand. Sure enough, Zhou Zhirua praised him a few times. Su Ming felt every pore in his body open wide, radiating pure bliss. Below, Zhou Zhirua also briefed him on the situation in Great Zhou. Su Ming's plan was already unfolding smoothly. The ruler of Western Shu, just as he had anticipated, was feasting on the benefits from Great Zhou while simultaneously raising prices for the Northern D. This infuriated the Northern D. Yet, determined to demonstrate their resolve to the Great Zhou, they gritted their teeth and accepted the terms. Yet Western Shu grew increasingly brazen. Not only did they hike the prices of daily necessities to astronomical levels, but they also demanded iron ore from the Northern D. The Northern D naturally refused. Tensions flared fiercely between the two sides. Then, the Northern D turned around and sent troops to raid border towns of the Great Zhou, intending to plunder. But they didn't know that the Great Zhou had already stationed troops along the border. The Northern D soldiers were caught completely off guard the moment they arrived. They then slunk back to their homeland in disgrace. After reading the report, Su Ming picked up his brush and replied, having failed to gain an advantage in Western Shu, the Northern barbarians will likely attack Great Zhou next. They see Great Zhou as weaker and easier to manipulate. Attacking you offers them greater strategic advantage than confronting Western Shu. You must be vigilant. Great Zhou. Upon reading the reply, Zhou Zhirua sighed, he truly is remarkable, he was right after all. Then she picked up her brush. You were right. The Northern D did indeed attack the Great Zhou's borders afterward. But I issued an order forbidding border residents from leaving the cities. Moreover, we deployed countless traps and fortifications both inside and outside the cities for defense. Though we couldn't crush them, we managed to win. To this day, the Northern D may plunder some goods, but they haven't taken much. It's nowhere near enough to offset their losses. As Su Ming read the final 2 sentences, his brow furrowed. This was not a good sign. While the Northern barbarians had not yet plundered much, but the Great Zhou's national strength was too weak. These defenses would be breached sooner or later. At that point, the Great Zhou's borders would be left wide open to the Northern D. And once opened, the Great Zhou would once again face siege by several nations. It might even be carved up again. Ultimately, it all boils down to the Great Zhou's inadequate national strength. This weakness allows the Northern barbarians to pick on the weakest link. If war is inevitable, we must make the Northern barbarians understand that they stand no chance against the Great Zhou. This will force them to shift their focus toward the Western Shu. Or else, we must delay. Autumn had arrived, and the Northern barbarians, desperate to survive the coming winter, would intensify their attacks on the Great Zhou. Su Ming shared his analysis point by point with Zhou Jiruo. After reading it, Zhou Jiruo's delicate brows furrowed deeply. Her fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. This issue had never crossed her mind before. She had only seen the Great Zhou emerge victorious each time. She had failed to notice that with each battle, the Great Zhou's victories grew increasingly brutal. The thought of what might ultimately unfold sent a chill down Zhou Jiruo's spine. She hurriedly asked Su Ming, "Then what should we do?" After sending that letter, Zhou Jiruo immediately wrote another one. "If only we had firearms too. Then the Northern D wouldn't dare act so arrogantly anymore." Both letters appeared before Su Ming's eyes almost simultaneously. Su Ming paused mid-read. Firearms? Su Ming was astonished. Was this the same firearm he had imagined? But weren't those things only invented during the Southern Song dynasty? Did the Great Zhou have them too? Other questions flooded his mind, but Su Ming had no time to ponder them. He immediately replied to the letter, asking Zhou Jiruo, "What exactly do you mean by firearm?" Zhou Jiruo looked at the letter in confusion. Why is he asking about this? But since Su Ming had asked, he must have his reasons. Zhou Jiruo didn't press further. She rose and walked to the antique display cabinet, beginning to search through it slowly. She recalled possessing a firearm herself. She had even contemplated replicating it. But there was one crucial technology they simply couldn't replicate. And the Western Shu kept it deeply hidden. Thus, the project to create a firearm had made no progress whatsoever. Su Ming asked if he had any ideas. At this thought, Zhou Jiruo paused in her rummaging. The next moment, her hands moved faster. Before long, she retrieved a flintlock pistol from a small box. She placed the firearm into the incense burner before replying. "I obtained this on the battlefield." Su Ming looked at the small iron cylinder strapped to the spear before him and instantly understood. This was the primitive design of the firearm, as recorded in history since ancient times. He never imagined such a thing existed in the Great Zhou. This meant that the Great Zhou, or rather the Western Shu, had at least mastered the use of gunpowder. With gunpowder at their disposal, defeating the Northern D tribes would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Su Ming's lips curved into a smile. He immediately jotted down the ingredients for making gunpowder on a piece of paper and asked Zhou Jiruo, "Do you have these things?" Zhou Jiruo glanced at the list. She replied, "We have them all." Su Ming nodded. "Good." He promptly replied, "With these, we can craft fire thunderbolts. With fire thunder, we can intimidate the Northern D. Force them to choose the easier target of Western Shu. After all, they desperately need supplies. Since they can't defeat Great Zhou, they'll have no choice but to turn to Western Shu. As for firearms, I also possess the methods to craft more advanced ones. I'll send you the fireball recipe first. You can produce as many as you need. The Northern D issue must be resolved swiftly, or it will become a major problem later." Attached to the letter was a formula for gunpowder. Upon receiving the formula, Zhou Jiruo was overjoyed. Paying no heed to the fact that it was still the hour of the lamp, she immediately summoned the Minister of Works. When Qiyu received the imperial decree, he was utterly stunned. He hastily changed his clothes and boarded a carriage bound for the palace. On the way, he reviewed every official matter he had handled during this period. He was certain there had been no oversight whatsoever. He was equally certain that none of them warranted an urgent midnight summons from Zhou Jiruo. Precisely because of this, Qiyu felt his heart pounding even harder. Even as the carriage approached the blue and white hall, he still hadn't figured out the reason. After Zhao Shen announced his arrival, Qiyu entered the hall with trembling steps. He knelt and offered his respects. Zhou Jiruo hastily said, "Minister Qi, no need for formalities. I have something here. Please examine it for me." Qiyu was even more bewildered. What could possibly warrant summoning him in the dead of night? Could it be some state secret? He rose and stepped forward to take it. He gasped in shock. By the time he finished reading, Qiyu's hands were trembling. He looked up in shock, staring at Zhou Jiruo in astonishment. His voice trembled as he asked, "Your Majesty, may I ask, where did you obtain this?" Zhou Jiruo smiled mysteriously. Chapter 155, Murder. In my dream, a divine being imparted wisdom to me. The divine being said that our great Joe's reverence for heaven is profoundly sincere. Unwilling to witness our great Joe endure the ravages of war once more, the divine being bestowed this formula upon us to repel invading foes. As Joe Jiruwa finished speaking, Chiyu's eyes lit up. Wasn't it the Northern D who were currently invading Great Joe? Had even the divine beings grown weary of this? This is truly wonderful. Chiyu knelt with a thud, clasping the secret formula in both hands as he proclaimed, "Heaven blesses our great Joe." Joe Jiruwa merely smiled. Then her expression turned solemn as she spoke in a grave tone. "Minister Chi, have you committed the formula to memory?" Chiyu hastily bowed his head. After reviewing it several more times to ensure he had memorized it completely, he finally raised his head. "Your servant has committed it to memory." "Very well. Now, burn the formula. Starting tomorrow, assemble your team immediately and begin crafting the Fire Thunder according to these instructions. Speed is paramount. But mark my words, should this formula ever leak, I will hold you personally accountable." "Yes, Your Majesty." Joe Jiruwa waved her hand dismissively. "You may withdraw." Chiyu bowed and departed. Once he was gone, Joe Jiruwa finally let a delighted smile spread across her face. A few days prior, Gu Hong had given her an invitation as a token of gratitude for saving Gu Shirshir. The day had finally arrived. Following the recent incident, his company had capitalized on the momentum to gain another wave of recognition. Coupled with Xiao Qingjing's endorsement, the number of clients seeking appraisals here had steadily increased. But that wasn't enough. His ambition wasn't to run a small appraisal firm. Therefore, he needed connections. This dinner party was the perfect opportunity to expand his network. Su Ming tidied himself up, then drove off with Song Zhao. The moment they entered the venue, numerous eyes turned their way. Su Ming casually picked up a glass of wine, spotted a target, and walked over. Upon seeing Su Ming, the man chuckled, "Who'd have thought I'd run into young Master Su at an event like this?" How notorious had Su Ming been in the past? Though none of it was complimentary. But everyone knew Su Ming detested gatherings like this. Before the Su family fell, he'd never set foot here unless backed into a corner. Su Ming smiled faintly and replied, "What choice did I have? Gentlemen, should the opportunity arise in the future, do remember me." "No problem at all. We all know young Master Su is a man of honor. Working with you, we're sure not to lose out." "Of course." Su Ming smiled. Just then, a figure flashed past the corner of Su Ming's eye. He instinctively looked over. There he was, Lu Wu, his face stern as he strode forward. As the current head of the Lu family, his presence here was hardly surprising. However, he didn't seem to notice Su Ming. Moreover, he was in a very bad mood. Probably because of that incident. A flash of mockery crossed Su Ming's eyes. Before Lu Wu could walk over, he suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Lu, why the long face? Did you take another hit in business? Or did you get caught doing something shady again?" The moment he finished speaking, someone nearby couldn't help but chuckle. The trending topics online these past few days were glaringly obvious, accusing him of bribing Sun Wang to target Su Ming. This caused his company's stock to plummet. He'd even been visited by the police multiple times. The moment Su Ming spoke, he struck right at the heart of the matter. Enraged, Lu Wu halted in his tracks. He glared over with a dark expression. Su Ming patted his chest, feigning terror with a mocking expression. "Mr. Lu, don't look at me like that. When you stare at me like this, I'm reminded of Sun Wang. And whenever I think of Sun Wang, I recall those days when I was mocked across the entire internet." Lu Wu's face darkened further. He gritted his teeth, glaring viciously at Su Ming. "Su Ming, don't get cocky. In Beijing, you're not even a minor player now. Taking you down would be as easy as snatching something from a child." "Is that so?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow. "Then how come I'm still standing here just fine?" Lu Wu's face turned ashen with rage. If only he hadn't misjudged people and hired a useless fool, would he be in this predicament now? Now he was being mocked by Su Ming. He glared at Su Ming, his voice heavy with menace. "Su Ming, we'll see who has the last laugh." With that, he turned and walked away. He wouldn't give Su Ming another chance to mock him. Seeing this, Su Ming shrugged and turned back to chat with others. Lu Wu's already troubled heart plummeted even further. Fury made the veins on his forehead bulge. Through gritted teeth, he spat out a few words. "Su Ming, this isn't over between us." The banquet lasted until 11 o'clock at night. Su Ming's pockets were now filled with numerous business cards. These people could all become part of his network. Su Ming was pleased. He had cultivated these connections himself. The feeling was naturally different. He gazed out at the quiet road. A vague unease welled up inside him. Until a blinding beam of headlights shot toward them, stinging Su Ming's eyes. He instinctively closed them and shouted urgently, "Song Zhao, speed up." Song Zhao's eyes were also stunned painfully by the beam. But the moment Su Ming shouted, he instinctively slammed his foot on the accelerator. The car shot forward in an instant. But the other vehicle was moving too fast. The moment they reacted, a violent crash echoed right beside them. Su Ming felt his body jolt from the powerful inertia as the force of the impact instantly pushed the car off its original course. Song Jiao was startled. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and slammed the accelerator to the floor. But it was useless. The car was forced onto the shoulder. Beyond that lay a city canal. The water wasn't deep. But the drop was steep, over 3 meters. If they fell, they'd be crippled if not killed outright. This was a death trap. Fortunately, the sturdy safety barriers along the roadside held firm. Coupled with Su Ming's quick reaction earlier shouting at Song Jiao to slow down, the front of the car had shifted away from the oncoming vehicle. As a result, the impact only struck the rear of Su Ming's car. After being pushed forward for a few seconds, Su Ming's car spun several times on the road before coming to a halt not far away. Only then did Su Ming and Song Jiao escape their peril. But the car behind them showed no intention of letting them off. It began reversing, turning around, and preparing to ram them again. The moment he saw it reversing, Su Ming knew something was terribly wrong. He quickly pushed past Song Jiao and took the driver's seat himself. Then he snapped at Song Jiao, "Hold on tight." Song Jiao quickly fastened his seatbelt and gripped the handle above the door tightly. "Boss, you're in charge." As the other vehicle accelerated toward them once more, Su Ming started his own car, executed a rapid U-turn at breakneck speed, aimed the front end directly at the oncoming vehicle, slammed the accelerator, and charged straight ahead. Song Jiao screamed in terror. "Boss, I don't want to die yet." Su Ming fixed his gaze on the small car ahead and barked, "If you don't want to die, shut up." Song Jiao instantly fell silent. The next instant, Song Jiao heard a deafening crash ringing in his ears. Crash. Chapter 156, Extorting Money to Vent. Song Jiao felt as though a tremendous force had hurled him forward, only to be yanked back by his seatbelt and slammed into the backrest. The violent impact left his head spinning for a long while. Su Ming wasn't in great shape either. When the two cars collided, he felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. His head slammed hard against the steering wheel. Before he could recover, blood began to flow. It trickled down his forehead, across his brow and eyes, and onto his clothes. It made his expression look cold and fierce. By then, the car had come to a halt. The hood in front of him was smashed high off the ground, still smoking. He had no idea what condition the other car was in. But Su Ming knew it couldn't be good. Without hesitation, he unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out with a fierce expression. The other car was clearly of inferior quality compared to his own. Its front end was nearly destroyed, the windshield shattered, the hood caved in. The driver was trapped in the seat, grimacing as he tried to pry himself free. But after several attempts, all he achieved was more pain and no progress. He glanced up casually, meeting Su Ming's icy gaze. As Su Ming approached, the driver's face twisted in panic, frantically yanking at his own legs. Just as he pulled his legs free and was about to push the car away, the door opened from the outside. Su Ming bent down, gazing at him with a dangerous smile. "Tell me, what deep-seated grudge do I hold against you that you'd go to such lengths to kill me?" The driver's eyes hardened. He swung his fist, aiming for Su Ming's face. Su Ming's reflexes were lightning fast. He caught the fist, then seized the momentum to drive it downward, slamming it into the man's injured leg. In the next instant, a piercing scream rent the quiet highway. The shock snapped Song Jiao back to his senses. Su Ming's lips pressed tightly together. As if he hadn't heard a thing, he ignored the man's struggles and pressed his hand down hard onto the injured leg. After a moment, Su Ming released his grip. "Why did you try to kill me?" The driver was drenched in sweat from the pain, his entire body trembling as Su Ming released his grip. After a long pause, he ground out through clenched teeth, "I-ing." Another agonized scream erupted. Su Ming didn't blink, his expression cold as he watched him. When the screaming subsided somewhat, Su Ming released his hand, allowing him a moment to catch his breath before pressing down again. After repeating this 3 or 4 times, Su Ming finally spoke again. "My patience is running thin. It's the same question. Think carefully before answering." The driver's pupils trembled violently at the words. Now, looking at Su Ming's calm face, he felt as if he'd seen a ghost. All his earlier defiance had vanished. His lips trembling, he stammered, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Speak. It's Lu Wu, the CEO of the Lu Corporation." As the words left his mouth, the coldness in Su Ming's eyes deepened. Su Ming's voice was low and heavy. "How did you get in touch with him?" "By phone. He said to call him once I finished the job." The driver finished speaking, and Su Ming immediately ordered, "Call him now." The driver dared not object. He promptly pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Wu. Moments later, Lu Wu's leisurely, unhurried voice came through the phone. "Everything taken care of?" Just as the driver was about to speak, Su Ming reached out and snatched the phone. "Mr. Lu, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. I'm still alive." Silence fell on the other end. Lu Wu instinctively reached to hang up. As if anticipating this move, Su Ming immediately warned in a low voice, "I advise you not to hang up. I'm in a terrible mood after being rammed by a car in the middle of the night. I doubt you want me to leak this to the media." Attempted murder. He now held both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence. No matter how wealthy the Lu family was, this would give them a headache for a while. On the other end, Lu Wu retorted coldly, "How do I know this isn't a setup orchestrated by you?" "Fine. I'll call the major media outlets right now." As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Lu Wu's frantic voice came through the line. "Su Ming." Su Ming chuckled, bringing the phone back to his ear. "Scared, Mr. Lu?" He heard Lu Wu grind his teeth fiercely on the other end. "What do you want?" "Simple. My car's wrecked, I'm shaken up, and I can't go to work. I want 5 billion from you. That's not asking too much, is it?" Su Ming's tone was leisurely, infuriating Lu Wu to the point of nearly smashing his phone. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Wu's furious curses erupted from the other end. "Is your car made of gold? How dare you ask for 50 billion? Then why don't you try it? Want to taste what it's like to see your company lose hundreds of billions overnight?" Su Ming threatened with a cold laugh. At those words, Lu Wu fell silent. If his hiring of hitmen were exposed, what Su Ming had said would be the least of his worries. He might even lose his position as president of the Lu Corporation. Even if he somehow escaped unscathed, the losses incurred during the scandal would easily surpass 50 billion. But 50 billion was more than enough to make Lu Wu wince. 50 billion yuan, after all. All because of that useless fool who couldn't even handle such a simple task. Lu Wu cursed the responsible person silently in his mind. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, but it'll take some time. 3 business days. If the funds aren't in place, we'll meet in the crime section of the newspapers." Su Ming hung up after speaking, promptly saving the recording he'd made and sending a copy to his email. With that done, Su Ming turned and walked away. The other driver was still conscious. He could choose his own path. But Su Ming had walked halfway down the corridor. He suddenly turned back, looked at the driver, and cracked a smile. "You should know who I am, and you should know what to do next, as well as where to find me, right?" The driver was completely baffled. But Su Ming said no more. At that moment, He Jin, who had come to pick them up after receiving Song Zhao's call, arrived. Seeing the scene before him, he was startled. He hurriedly asked what was going on. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, saying only that they'd run into a bit of trouble. Song Zhao stood nearby, gesturing wildly as he described the situation in detail, filling He Jin with concern. After Song Zhao finished, He Jin turned his gaze to Su Ming. "Boss, Lu Wu wants your life. You think just swindling him out of a little cash will do? TSK. What do you mean extort?" Su Ming was thoroughly displeased. He shot He Jin a glance through the rearview mirror and corrected him. "This is called legitimate compensation. That car alone cost me 2 billion yuan. Beyond that, shouldn't he also compensate me for mental distress and lost wages?" He Jin gasped. "What kind of car? That expensive? A globally limited edition, silver-plated model. You tell me if that's expensive. It was my favorite car, and he wrecked it like this. Just wait. This isn't over." But for now, the Lu Corporation remained a colossal entity. Su Ming knew full well that the time wasn't right yet to completely crush Lu Wu. But he would never let Lu Wu off the hook. Chapter 157, This is indeed a problem. Great Joe. Upon receiving the gunpowder formula, Minister of Works Song Yu wasted no time in initiating its production. Within days, the first finished product emerged. That same day, a thunderous explosion echoed through the capital city. Zhou Jiruo's hand paused mid-correction of a memorial. She looked up, frowned, and turned to Zhao Shen. "What's going on?" Zhao Shen carefully pinpointed the direction. "Your Majesty, judging by the sound, it seems to have come from the direction of the Ministry of Works Artillery Workshop." "The cannon foundry?" Zhou Jiruo's eyes lit up. "It's probably the finished product." Zhao Shen frowned in confusion. "Your Majesty, what exactly is it?" Zhou Jiruo's lips curved upward. "Something that will ensure the Northern D never dare wage war against our great Zhou again." Zhao Shan was astonished. Before he could ask, Zhou Jiruo ordered, "Summon Qiyu to the palace immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." When Qiyu arrived, his clothes were covered in dust and his hair was thick with grime. Yet his face was beaming with joy. In his hands, he clutched a black lump the size of 2 fists. He practically ran into the blue and white hall. The moment he entered, Song Yu knelt down with a thud. "Your Majesty, it worked. Here is the finished product." He presented the fire thunder with both hands. Zhou Jiruo's smile deepened. She knew that commotion meant the device had been successfully crafted. "Excellent, excellent. My minister, you have worked hard." Zhou Jiruo rose, walked over personally, and helped Qiyu to his feet. Noticing the dust on his clothes, she specifically ordered Zhao Shen to provide him with a fresh set and granted him permission to bathe within the palace. Once he was properly dressed, Zhou Jiruo continued, "Minister Qi, I wish only to know, within half a month, how many firebombs can you produce?" Qiyu thought carefully. Then he looked up and answered, "The firebombs produced by this method are relatively easy and stable to manufacture. At the current pace of the artillery workshop, we can produce about 100 in half a month." That meant only 6 to 7 per day. Zhou Jiruo found this somewhat low. Still, it wasn't bad. "Deploy all 100 to the border." They would surely send the northern D tribes reeling. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes as she immediately ordered, Minister Chi, return at once. Within 15 days, you must produce 100 firebombs. Once verified as functional, they are to be dispatched to the border immediately. Additionally, arrange for several firebomb operators to accompany them and instruct the border soldiers on their use. Yes, Your Highness. Watching Chi Yu's retreating figure, Zhou Jiruo's smile deepened. The more she felt this way, the more she missed Su Ming. Even if they could only exchange messages through the incense burner, she was content. But why hadn't night fallen yet? Su Ming had rested for several days, and the wound on his forehead had mostly healed. Only then did he drive his new commuter car to the antique shop. Seeing his new ride, Xiao Changjing teased him, "Oh? Got bored of your old one?" A hint of resignation flashed across Su Ming's face. "Not at all. It just had some issues, so I sent it away." "Oh my, what happened? Are you okay?" Zhao Jiwen emerged from the shop and immediately spotted the wound on his forehead, concern flashing in her eyes. "Did you get that injury back then too?" Only then did Xiao Changjing notice the injury on Su Ming's forehead. Su Ming raised his hand and touched his forehead. He shrugged it off with a casual smile. "Yeah, but it's nothing serious. It's all fine now. By the way, has the shop been busy these past few days?" Antique shops, 3 years without a sale, then one sale feeds you for 3 years. Quiet is the norm. Xiao Changjing gestured for Su Ming to enter the shop while asking, "I've been keeping tabs on the company. It's been making quite a splash lately. If you're not swamped at work, how come you have time to drop by here?" "Yeah, we all thought you'd never come back." Zhao Jiwen poured him a cup of tea. Su Ming smiled his thanks before explaining, "I have people handling things at the company. I just need to check in occasionally. By the way, Sister Jiwen was away for a while. Even after she returned, so much happened on my end that I never got a chance to talk to you. Today, since I have time, Sister Jiwen, let's catch up." Zhao Jiwen chuckled. "Talk about what?" "About me inviting you to be the chief appraiser at my company." Zhao Jiwen looked surprised. She instinctively glanced at Xiao Changjing, who hastily waved his hands. "Don't look at me. I'm getting on in years and need to rest. Don't even think about making me work another day." Su Ming explained, "To be honest, Sister Jiwen, I spoke with old Xiao earlier. He said the same thing and even recommended you, saying your expertise is top-notch and you'd be more than qualified for the chief position. The salary? It's 2 tiers above market rate. So, Sister Jiwen, are you in?" Zhao Jiwen frowned. Though she didn't have a formal job, her academic credentials meant many people sought her out. Money wasn't an issue for her. But Su Ming was so earnest and the salary he offered was so high. She couldn't think of a reason to refuse. After a moment's thought, Zhao Jiwen said, "I accept." Su Ming's face lit up instantly. "That's wonderful." Su Ming stood up and extended his hand. "Welcome aboard, Sister Jiwen. No need to be so formal. I just want to make some money." Zhao Jiwen's frankness made Su Ming laugh heartily. The two shook hands and immediately parted. Xiao Changjing teased, "Zhao, let me tell you, I hired the perfect employee. Not only is she learning my trade, she's practically running my shop for me. Now I feel like I'm working for her instead." Zhao Jiwen smiled, lips pressed together. "Well, he has the ability to do it." "You're absolutely right." Xiao Changjing nodded in deep agreement, feeling a sense of shared accomplishment. After a few more words, Su Ming changed the subject. "Mr. Xiao, there's something else I'd like to ask for your help with." Xiao Changjing gestured to him. "What is it?" "Speak freely. I'd like you to confirm the existence of the Great Zhou as soon as possible. But before announcing this news, please inform me first." As Su Ming finished speaking, Xiao Changjing's thoughts stirred. He lifted his gaze to meet Su Ming's eyes. "You're thinking of flipping it?" Though Xiao Changjing didn't state it explicitly, the implication was clear. Su Ming made no attempt to conceal his intentions. "That's right. He had quite a few items from the Great Zhou dynasty in his possession, but he hadn't sold them yet. He was just waiting for this opportunity. At the same time, he also wanted to find a way to reclaim the items he had previously sold. Especially the painting in Kuanpeng's possession. It had stayed in his possession long enough, it was time for it to return." Xiao Changjing had no objection to these plans. "But the evidence is still rather insufficient," Xiao Changjing frowned. Although they now possessed numerous items confirmed to belong to the Great Zhou dynasty, neither the exact location of the Great Zhou nor the whereabouts of the ancient tombs were certain. Without the actual tomb, the credibility of these artifacts, no matter how genuine, would remain compromised. Xiao Changjing relayed the issue to Su Ming. Su Ming frowned upon hearing this. That is indeed a problem. Chapter 158, Divine Thunder. Su Ming knew the Great Zhou dynasty existed. Xiao Changjing also confirmed the Great Zhou's existence. But relying solely on their words and these artifacts, especially such recent artifacts, would inevitably be met with skepticism. To gain universal acceptance, more compelling evidence was essential. Then, even if someone still had objections to these new artifacts, Su Ming would have grounds to deflect them. But how could he solidify this matter? For the moment, Su Ming couldn't think of a good solution. But one thing needed to be incorporated into the plan early on. That was to acquire the artifacts that had been auctioned off before the purchase, especially the one in Li Kuanping's possession. Ever since the Li family had been punished last time, they had been keeping a low profile these past few days. If not for Liao Nanyan's regular updates on Li Kuanping's movements, he wouldn't have known the man could actually sit tight. His restraint stemmed from Li Ji having all his treasures locked away. He threatened that if Li Ji didn't work diligently at the company, he would smash every single one of his antiques right in front of him. That was holding his life in their hands. Li Kuanping had no choice but to rein in his ambitions and behave himself at work. Even Liao Nanyan hadn't seen him in ages. Previously, Su Ming hadn't asked her to do anything specific just to stay in touch. But now, it was time for Liao Nanyan to step in. Otherwise, all the money he'd spent earlier would have been wasted, wouldn't it? Su Ming smiled and sent Liao Nanyan a text message. Once she saw it, she'd reply. Now, Su Ming took out the incense burner, intending to have a chat with Zhou Jiruo. He dipped his brush and wrote a letter, then dropped it inside. Soon, a reply arrived from the other end. Su Ming, done with your work? The tone carried a hint of excitement. Su Ming smiled. He picked up his brush and replied. Yep, all done. Company matters are sorted out, and things are moving in a better direction now. How's it going on your end? Zhou Jiruo's face lit up the moment she saw the letter. She picked up her brush and began her reply. Everything is going well here. The fire thunder formula you gave me has been a tremendous help. You worked swiftly. Rushing against the clock, he produced 100 fire thunder bombs within 10 days. After reporting to her, Wang Ben personally led a team to transport them to the border. The border commander was initially puzzled by the fire bombs. Upon learning they were weapons for killing enemies, their eyes gleamed with excitement. These past days, they had suffered humiliating defeats at the hands of the Northern D. Initially, they had held the upper hand. But as the Northern D increased their troop deployments and their own forces suffered prolonged attrition, the battle grew increasingly difficult to sustain. Until the last engagement, where their commander suffered severe injuries and the deputy commander perished. Morale plummeted. When Wang Ben and his men arrived, the general's eyes turned red. His trembling hands stroked the fire bombs as he declared, "Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. At last we can avenge our brothers." Wang Wen patted his shoulder reassuringly. The next moment, a soldier burst into the tent. "General! Those barbarian Northern D are provoking us again." The garrison commander's eyes lit up as he instinctively turned to Wang Ben. Wang Ben addressed the commander, "Let's go. We'll meet them in battle now and crush them utterly." "Agreed." The commander rejoiced, turning to order the soldier, "Assemble all troops immediately. Prepare for battle and avenge our fallen brothers." The soldier responded with fervor, "Yes, sir." He spun around and dashed out. The commander, gritting his teeth through the pain, donned his armor and joined Wang Ben atop the city walls. The Northern D warriors, mounted and armed, bellowed defiantly below the walls, "You worthless great Zhou cowards. Open the gates and come out to die. Come out and die." Finding no one to challenge them, they began hurling insults. All the soldiers were so enraged their eyes turned red. Wang Ben glanced at the men, then turned to order the fire thunder troops who had followed him, "Begin." "Yes, sir." The firebombers exchanged glances, then each grabbed a torch and a firebomb. After lighting the fuses, they hurled them with all their might. The Northern D tribesmen had never seen such things before. Seeing them tossing things down, they burst into laughter. "What's this? Can't beat us but too proud to surrender? So you think tossing a few things will get rid of us? We're not so easily dismissed. Open the city gates immediately." The echo of his roar hadn't even faded. The firebomb exploded instantly. Caught completely off guard at such close range, several Northern D warriors were instantly blown to pieces. Blood spattered everywhere, severed limbs and flesh scattered, splattering others' faces. Before they could react, firebombs rained down from the city walls one after another. They killed and wounded a large number of Northern D warriors. Even their commander was blown to the ground, moaning in agony. Amid the deafening explosions, the horses were startled and began bolting wildly across the field. The troops below instantly descended into chaos. The soldiers of the Great Zhou roared with laughter. "Excellent! Blow them to hell, those bastards! Finally avenging our fallen brothers." Seeing the tide turn against them, the Northern D tribesmen retreated in disarray. In this battle, the Great Zhou forces didn't even need to leave the city gates. They routed the enemy so thoroughly that the barbarians fled back to their homeland in utter disgrace. The garrison commander was so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down his face. He turned and knelt before Wang Ben. "Thank you, General, for delivering this divine weapon that has avenged our past humiliation." Wang Ben helped him to his feet. "Don't thank me. This was His Majesty's command. With these fire thunderbolts, the Northern D will think twice before invading. But we cannot linger here long." Seeing the commander's sudden surge of emotion, Wang Ben continued, "However, all these fire thunderbolts will remain with you. Guard them carefully and never be careless. Also, gather some men and teach them how to use these fire thunderbolts. Yes, sir. I'll make arrangements immediately. The Northern D soldiers fled back to their territory in disarray. Within their territory, the commander Woliaogu, who had been awaiting their triumphant return, glared at the defeated remnants before him, his fury boiling over. His face darkening, he strode forward, grabbed a soldier by the collar, and snarled, "What happened?" Fear still lingered in the soldier's eyes. He frantically described the events as they had unfolded. Woligo listened, utterly bewildered. "You're saying the Great Joe possesses divine thunder?" "That's right, we were all struck by divine lightning like this. Even General Amu was killed by it." The soldiers echoed in unison. Woliogu's face darkened. He released the soldier and coldly ordered his subordinate, "Take them down for treatment." Then he turned and walked toward the royal tent. After sending someone to report, Woligo finally entered. The king of Beatty sat upon a chair upholstered in animal hides. Spotting him enter, the king inquired, "General Wu, did the assault proceed smoothly?" Wu Liangu paid his respects. His expression remained grave as he reported, "It did not go well. The soldiers dispatched today suffered a crushing defeat. Our commander, Adu, fell in battle. Those who escaped back are covered in wounds. They claim the Great Joe wields divine thunder that blasted them to this state." Chapter 159, A Chance to Strike It Rich. What? The Northern D King's slumped posture snapped upright. He leaned forward, frowning as he stared at Wu Liaogu in disbelief. Divine thunder? What divine thunder? Wu Liaogu wasn't entirely sure either. He furrowed his brow, recalling the soldier's words. Then he relayed it to the king of Beatty. After listening, the Northern D King's expression froze. Then, a heartfelt scoff escaped his lips. Divine thunder? Could the Great Joe really possess such a thing? If they truly did, the barbarian tribes wouldn't have been able to march all the way to the gates of their imperial capital back then. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Wu Liaogu nodded. Then he asked, "But this thing was indeed produced by the Great Joe. Now that they possess it, what should we do?" After speaking, Wu Liaogu added another sentence. "Your Majesty, it is now late autumn." The Northern D King's eyes darkened. Indeed, late autumn. This year's winter grain reserves are insufficient. Nor are our garments sufficient. Once winter sets in, the Northern D tribes will surely suffer heavy casualties. But the Great Joe possessed the divine thunder. Though he did not believe in gods, that weapon seemed to pack a formidable punch. Time is short, they cannot engage in a deadly standoff with the Great Joe. Yet the Great Joe Empire was a tempting prize, and they weren't the only ones eyeing it. The Northern D King's thoughts stirred. He suddenly beckoned to Wu Liaogu, motioning him forward. Wu Liaogu stepped forward. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" "This is what you must do, depart immediately for Western Shu." "What business in Western Shu?" Wu Liaogu asked, puzzled. The king of Beatty sneered, a flash of murderous intent darting through his eyes. To give the Great Joe something to do, of course. He then motioned for Wu Liaogu to draw nearer. Once Wu Liaogu was close enough, the king of Beatty whispered a few words rapidly into his ear. Wu Liaogu's eyes lit up with excitement. After the Northern D King finished speaking, Wu Liaogu bowed excitedly in obedience. "Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall carry out your orders immediately. I guarantee that before winter sets in, the Great Joe will be begging on their knees to deliver what we demand." "Very well. Go." The king of Beatty smiled maliciously. That very afternoon, a small squad of over a dozen men swiftly advanced toward the Western Shu border. Upon reaching the Western Shu border, Wu Liaogu presented the king of Beatty's token. "By my king's command, I come to pay my respects to the ruler of Western Shu." The opposing commander burst into laughter, sneering, "Made up your mind? Decided to hand over the iron ore to us?" Wu Liaogu shot him a cold stare. "That's none of your concern. Make way at once." The Western Shu commander snorted derisively and waved his hand at the garrison soldiers. "Open the gates." The ruler of Western Shu also received word that the Northern D had sent envoys seeking negotiations concerning matters related to the Great Joe. The Western Shu monarch listened, his mind filled with doubt. He looked at the ministers gathered in the hall and said, "My esteemed ministers, what do you make of the Northern D's intentions with this visit?" The officials exchanged glances before one stepped forward from the ranks. "Judging by current circumstances," he said, "it likely has nothing to do with the iron ore. Otherwise, the envoy would not be Wu Liaogu." As soon as he finished speaking, another official immediately stepped forward. "Then why send Wu Liaogu? Could it be they intend to declare war?" "Unlikely. Winter approaches. Waging war now would bring the Northern D no advantage. Besides, we possess firearms they couldn't withstand them. However, I've heard that recently, the Northern D have been engaging in military campaigns against the Great Joe. I suspect Wu Liaogu's visit may be related to this matter." Upon hearing this, the ruler of Western Shu pondered for a moment before declaring, "Summon the envoy of the Northern D into the palace." The Northern D envoy is to enter the hall. Shortly thereafter, Wu Liaogu entered from outside the hall. He approached the king of Western Shu and bowed arrogantly. "Wu Liaogu, general of the Northern Barbarians, pays his respects to the king of Western Shu." "Envoy, rise." The king of Western Shu regarded him and inquired, "Have you given careful consideration to the matter I discussed with you last time?" Woolago raised his head, met the king's gaze, and shook his head. "Your Majesty, I have come here for you. All under heaven know that Western Shu possesses firearms. But perhaps you are unaware that in recent days, Great Zhou has developed the divine thunder, has it not?" The king of Western Shu and his entourage froze in unison. They exchanged glances. Then they turned their gaze back to Woolago. "What divine thunder?" Woolago replied, "A projectile that explodes upon impact, capable of killing men. I must confess, Your Majesty, my Northern D forces suffered a significant setback from this very weapon not long ago. I come today to warn you, if the Great Zhou is allowed to continue developing unchecked, it may well rise to power. How long have our two states been held hostage by the Great Zhou? If they rise again, what fate awaits us? Last time we aided the barbarian tribes, do you truly believe the Great Zhou will spare us?" The ruler of Western Shu's expression visibly shifted. Woolago sneered inwardly before continuing, "Therefore, our king has specifically sent me to discuss with Your Majesty how we should respond." Su Ming read through the entire account of events. But when he reached the crucial part, it abruptly ended. He scanned the pages in confusion, confirming there was no continuation, before picking up his brush to reply to Zhou Zhirua, and then? Did the king of Western Shu agree to the Northern D king's demands? Upon seeing the letter, Zhou Zhirua smiled faintly. Her lips curved in a confident smile. How could Western Shu possibly agree? I told you before, the king of Western Shu is greedy. To him, our Great Zhou is nothing but a dying camel. Even if it can still move its legs a little, it's merely clinging to life. The Northern D are their true enemy. As she wrote this, Zhou Zhirua chuckled softly, seemingly struck by a thought. After a moment, she picked up her brush again. That said, the Western Shu ruler did indeed try to threaten us. But I brushed him off with a few words. Not only that, I took the opportunity to sow discord. Now, not only does Western Shu show no intention of going to war with our Great Zhou, they've even tightened restrictions on the Northern D. Before, buying a share of rice cost only a few dozen cash coins. Now, it's risen to over 3 taels per share. My spies report that the Northern D are furious with Western Shu. Just days ago, a minor skirmish erupted. Though the outcome was inconsequential, I see this as a sign of growing discord between the two nations. Barring unforeseen events, they likely won't coexist peacefully for the next decade or so. At this thought, Zhou Zhirua felt a surge of delight. With the Northern D and Western Shu nations preoccupied with slaughtering each other, who would have the heart to concern themselves with them? After finishing this, Zhou Zhirua added one more sentence at the end. "Oh, I have something to give you." She dropped the letter into the incense burner. Then she turned to fetch the items. After reading the letter, Su Ming couldn't help but smile too. Truly the mark of an emperor, he knew how to seize the moment. With this little provocation, the Great Zhou would enjoy another period of peace. But wasn't this also a golden opportunity to strike it rich? Su Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he noticed the final line Zhou Zhirua had written at the bottom. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. He was quite curious to see what Zhou Zhirua had prepared for him. Chapter 160, The Most Valuable Thing in War. Before long, the incense burner began spewing things out with a puff 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 sound. The first item was a square inkstone. But before Su Ming could get a clear look at what kind of inkstone it was, the second item emerged. This time, it was an object made of jade. Before Su Ming could make out what it was, he instinctively reached out to catch it. He feared that if he was too slow, this precious object might shatter. Even though he knew the items expelled from the incense burner had never shattered. Then came the third, fourth, fifth. It kept spewing until 7 or 8 items had been expelled before finally stopping. As the incense burner continued to spew, Su Ming placed each item onto the nearby tea table. Large and small, they piled up into a small heap. Among them were inkstones, books, silk scrolls, and a sword. There were also several paintings depicting the customs and scenery of that era. Su Ming hadn't had time to examine them earlier, only giving them a cursory glance. Now, he finally had the chance to examine them closely. After a while, Su Ming realized these didn't seem to be items from the Great Zhou dynasty. Especially the paintings, their style was entirely different from those Zhou Zhirua had given him before. Could it be? Before he could ponder further, another sheet of paper drifted out. It was from Zhou Zhirua. These items were all exchanged by our country from Western Shu. I thought you might like them, so I specially selected a few. Su Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. So these are actually from Western Shu. No wonder they differ so much from the style of Great Zhou. However, Zhou Zhirua had inadvertently provided him with a new perspective. He wanted to prove the existence of Great Zhou, who said he had to start from within Great Zhou itself? Proving the existence of Western Shu and the Northern D tribes could equally corroborate that the Great Zhou dynasty was a real historical entity. As for the Great Zhou, deep down, he didn't want to dig up Zhou Zhirua's tomb. Even though he was enjoying their conversation now, he knew all too well that Zhou Zhirua was separated from him by thousands of years. In his own time, she was nothing but bones. Yet he was willing to lose himself in this moment. As his thoughts unfolded, Su Ming began to form ideas on how to prove the Zhou dynasty's historical authenticity. Tomorrow, he would consult Xiao Chengjing. He'd see how much Xiao Chengjing knew about the northern Di in western Shu. As for now, of course he would chat with Zhou Zhirua first. Su Ming picked up his brush to reply. I like them all. By the way, do you have any artifacts or records from the previous dynasty, or even earlier eras? Su Ming placed the letter inside. After reading it, Zhou Zhirua turned to glance at the bookshelf behind her. Such items were indeed plentiful. But for her era, they held little value. In fact, most of what she possessed were merely records. As for artifacts, she could search for them. She could even have others search for them. Zhou Zhirua pondered this, then rose to fetch several books from the previous dynasty to send to Su Ming. Take a look at these. Are they what you need? Su Ming gazed at the bamboo slips, nearly jumping for joy. These are treasures. All treasures. And they were so complete, so clear. If Xiao Chengjing saw them, he'd likely get so excited his heart would give out. Upon seeing the letter, Su Ming promptly replied, I like them. Not long after, Zhou Zhirua delivered several more volumes to him. Attached was another letter. If you like them, I'll have someone find more for you. As the emperor, procuring such things is no trouble. Su Ming naturally wouldn't refuse. As for gratitude? What could be more satisfying than methods to advance the great Zhou dynasty and please Zhou Zhirua? Su Ming immediately opened his computer and began searching for the manufacturing methods of second-generation firearms. The more advanced techniques could wait until the great Zhou's technological level advanced sufficiently. Once he had everything organized, he placed it into the incense burner. When Zhou Zhirua saw this method, her pupils trembled in shock. Her hands trembled. To confirm she hadn't misread it, she scanned the text over and over from beginning to end. Only when she was certain she hadn't misread it did she burst into laughter. Truly, heaven favors our great Zhou. With these treasures, the great Zhou's rise to power was merely a matter of time. Then, he noticed the letter written by Su Ming. The contents were simple, just a few brief sentences. When war breaks out, great Zhou can profit from it. And in war, the most valuable commodity is always weapons. The rest needed no explanation from Su Ming. Zhou Zhirua knew exactly what to do. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, a calculating gleam flashing within. Su Ming slept soundly. Early the next morning, he brought another batch of items to Xiao Chengjing. Xiao Chengjing's eyes lit up the moment he saw him. More accurately, it was the items in his hands that caught his attention. Before Su Ming could speak, Xiao Chengjing immediately interrupted. Hold on a moment, let me take my medicine first. He feared the sight of what was coming might overwhelm him to the point of fainting. Because this time, Su Ming wasn't carrying a box or a bag, he was holding a large trunk. A large box. Just imagine how much could fit inside. Xiao Chengjing was already getting excited. He felt his heart racing. Xiao Chengjing hastily pulled out his emergency heart medicine, poured a few pills into his mouth, and swallowed them without even bothering to find water, craning his neck to get them down. Then, in 3 quick strides, he rushed to Su Ming's side, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at him. Open it. I'm ready. Su Ming smiled and said, all right. He took the box opener, sliced through the tape, and lifted the lid. The contents were revealed. The box was filled to the brim with ancient artifacts. Not only from the great Zhou dynasty, but also from the western Shu. Silk, brocade, inkstones, swords, and even several books. Even though Xiao Chengjing had taken his medicine, the sight nearly overwhelmed him to the point of fainting. He gripped Su Ming's hand tightly, his voice trembling as he cried out, my God! My God! So many! Heaven above, I'm truly overjoyed. Xiao Chengjing was so overcome with emotion he could barely form coherent words. Zhao Jiwen, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Her expression was blank and incredulous as she looked at Su Ming, blurting out instinctively, Su Ming, tell me honestly, did you time travel to the great Zhou dynasty and steal all these treasures? Su Ming looked utterly speechless. Sis Jiwen, do I look like the type with that kind of superpower? If he truly possessed such abilities, he would have brought Zhou Zhirua back first. Zhao Jiwen stuck out her tongue playfully after hearing this. Xiao Chengjing had already reached out, carefully examining the items. After days of research, his understanding of the great Zhou dynasty had deepened considerably. He could tell at a glance that half of these items weren't from the great Zhou dynasty. He turned to ask Su Ming. Su Ming didn't hide anything from him. He took a book from his robe and handed it to Xiao Chengjing, then asked, Old Xiao, do you remember that map I asked you to look at earlier? Xiao Chengjing certainly remembered. Taking the book, he looked at Su Ming with puzzlement. What does that map have to do with these items? Su Ming replied, I suspect these artifacts might very well belong to the other 2 nations. Elder Xiao, how much do you know about those 2 countries? Chapter 161, you don't know? 2 other countries? A look of recollection flashed across Xiao Chengjing's face. After a moment, he shook his head. These 2 nations are scarcely mentioned in historical records. If you hadn't shown me, I wouldn't have known they even existed during that period. But what's the issue with that? Xiao Chengjing looked at Su Ming with puzzlement. Su Ming replied, I was thinking, since we're researching anyway, why not study nations from the same era together? That way, we could better corroborate the existence of the Great Zhou dynasty. Plus, we could use the map to visit the original sites of these two nations and see if we can find any ancient tombs or artifacts. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Jiwen turned to him with a puzzled look. Why not just look for the Great Zhou? Shouldn't the main point come last? Su Ming felt a pang of sadness. But he knew he couldn't stop this. He could only buy some time. Besides, these nations vanished over 2,000 years ago. The Central Plains have long since developed. Even if any ruins remain, they'd be nearly impossible to locate. We'd be better off searching more remote areas. Xiao Changjing pondered for a moment, then frowned. But aren't Western Shu and Northern D considered remote enough? But the next moment, he smiled. You're right. We can study the Northern D and Western Shu first to corroborate the Zhou dynasty's existence. By the time they finish their research, they'll inevitably turn to investigating the Zhou dynasty. After speaking, Xiao Changjing shot Su Ming a meaningful glance. That look sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. Before he could fathom why, Xiao Changjing had already called over Zhao Jiwen to help him move the ancient artifacts. Su Ming stood rooted to the spot. Moments later, he forced a smile and cheerfully joined in moving the items. After finishing the move, Su Ming returned to his work and studies at the antique shop. Lunchtime rolled around. Zhao Jiwen called out to Su Ming, want to grab lunch together? Just as Su Ming was about to agree, his phone rang. Hold on a sec. He stepped aside to answer it. Seeing the caller ID, he raised an eyebrow. Finally. He pressed the button to accept the call. Liao Nanyan's soft, alluring voice came through the phone. Mr. Su, are you free for lunch? Let's grab a bite together? Su Ming smiled. Location. I've already sent it to you. All right. Su Ming hung up the phone. Zhao Jiwen was waiting for him nearby. He walked over and apologized to Zhao Jiwen. Sis Jiwen, sorry, I have something to take care of and can't join you for lunch. How about you go ahead today, and I'll treat you next time. All right. Zhao Jiwen smiled and turned to leave. Su Ming opened the text message and followed the directions to the private room. Liao Nanyan was already there. She was dressed exquisitely and looked stunning as always. Her eyes sparkled with alluring charm. When she looked over, it was as if a hook were tugging at one's heart. In the past, Su Ming had been quite susceptible to her charms. But now, Su Ming remained as still as a deep well. He gave Liao Xianyan a casual glance before sitting down across from her. Tell me what's been going on lately. Seeing Su Ming refuse to take the bait, Liao Nanyan inwardly sighed with regret. He was a prime catch. She'd let him slip away before, and now he wasn't taking the bait. What a pity. At least she could still make money. Liao Nanyan didn't stay discouraged for long, though she adopted a more serious tone when she spoke again. What's the situation? Didn't I already tell you? But these past few days, something seems to have happened with the Li family again. Don't ask me what exactly, I just have a feeling. Li Kuanping came looking for me again last night, and he seemed in a terrible mood. But you know how it is, he won't tell me anything. Liao Nanyan spread her hands helplessly. Seeing she genuinely didn't know, Su Ming dropped the subject. Instead, he sent a message to Song Zhao, instructing him to investigate the matter. Only then did he turn to Liao Nanyan. 1 million. Persuade Li Kuanping for me. I want a painting he has. A painting? Liao Nanyan's eyes darted around before she frowned in confusion. Which painting? He has so many. Which one do you want? Su Ming watched her expression and snorted. Keep your little schemes to yourself. Don't bother inquiring about this either. Within a week, I want to hear news that he's started selling paintings. Get it done, and I'll give you another 2 million. Her intentions exposed, Liao Nanyan curled her lip in disdain. Fine, fine. Same as before, pay first, then do the work. Su Ming didn't hesitate, transferring the payment to her account on the spot. Liao Nanyan stared at the deposit notification on her phone, grinning from ear to ear. She looked at Su Ming, raised an eyebrow, and teased, "You're so generous. Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and run without doing the job? Go ahead and try." Su Ming regarded her with a half smile. Though he hadn't uttered a single threatening word, Liao Nanyan felt danger looming. Her smile vanished instantly. Young Master Su is so sharp. You know I value my reputation above all. Rest assured, I'll handle this for you. But what if Li Kuanping doesn't listen to me? What then? That's simple. Su Ming had been pondering this very scenario since deciding to approach Liao Nanyan. He motioned for Liao Nanyan to sit beside him. Then he leaned in close and whispered a few words in her ear. When Su Ming finished, Liao Nanyan burst into laughter. Young Master Su, that's a pretty sneaky trick. But I like it. Rest assured, with this plan, Li Kuanping won't dare disobey. Su Ming agreed. He gave Liao Nanyan a few more instructions before rising to leave. Liao Nanyan tried to invite him to dinner. But right now, Su Ming had absolutely no desire to eat with Liao Nanyan. He simply didn't like the idea. After leaving the restaurant, he headed straight to a small eatery, ordered some food, and dug in. Just as he finished and stepped outside, Song Zhao's call came through. Su Ming glanced at the screen and pressed to answer. Found anything? That was way too fast. Su Ming checked the time, it had been less than 2 hours. On the other end, Song Zhao sounded triumphant. You didn't know about my abilities? Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. He chuckled dismissively before turning to Song Zhao. Cut the nonsense. Spill it. What exactly happened to the Li family? Nothing major, really. Just these past few days, the Li family must have offended someone and hit a cash crunch. Then Li Kunpeng got swindled out of a chunk of money. His dad's been fuming lately, and this kid just walked right into the line of fire. Song Zhao finished, and Su Ming instantly understood, laughing with schadenfreude. So Li Kunpeng got beaten by his father? Not exactly, Song Zhao shook his head. But he got a thorough scolding. His dad even threatened to burn all his treasures. Li Kunpeng couldn't bear to part with them, so he's been scrambling to find buyers for them these past few days. You know how it is, 9 times out of 10, those treasures are fakes. Who'd want to be the sucker who buys them? At this point, Song Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. He said, this news has been circulating widely in the circle. Didn't you hear? Su Ming. Chapter 162, Something's Off. Song Zhao recounted everything he knew to Su Ming. After speaking, he didn't wait for Su Ming's reply. He glanced at his phone in confusion. Then he asked, Boss, are you still listening? Yes. Su Ming rubbed his temples, feeling utterly duped. Such huge news, and he hadn't a clue. He'd wasted all that money for nothing. But it was too late for regrets now. The money was already gone, could he possibly get it back? Even if he could, he wouldn't do such a thing. Better to figure out how to make this investment pay off more handsomely. Su Ming's mind raced as he spoke without hesitation. He addressed Song Zhao, from this moment on, keep a close watch on the Li family. Report any suspicious activity to me immediately. Understood? Got it. Song Zhao agreed without asking why. Only then was Su Ming satisfied. He hung up the phone and returned to the antique shop. After Xiao Qingjing got his hands on those treasures, he dove right in, completely absorbed. No one could get his attention. Su Ming spent the entire afternoon learning from Zhao Jiwen. Only when it was time to close did he finally leave. As he was leaving, he greeted Xiao Qingjing. Xiao Qingjing hurriedly mumbled a mm without even lifting his head, completely oblivious to the world around him. Zhao Jiwen was speechless. She chuckled to Su Ming, I wonder how long those things you gave the teacher will keep him interested. Anyway, I doubt he'll have any time for us for a while. I can see that, Su Ming nodded solemnly. I just worry he'll get so absorbed like last time that he forgets everything else and ends up in the hospital again. Zhao Jiwen's face darkened with worry at the mention. She glanced at the antique shop, its lights still on, then turned to Su Ming. Su Ming, what do you think? Should we find someone to keep an eye on the professor? Su Ming met Zhao Jiwen's gaze and instantly understood. Both shared a knowing smile. Then Zhao Jiwen pulled out her phone and called Zhou. She recounted Xiao Qingjing's situation with exaggerated dramatics, sighed twice, and hung up. After the call, Zhao Jiwen and Su Ming both burst into laughter. Does this mean we've played matchmaker for them? After all, they both knew that half of Xiao Qingjing's heart was devoted to ancient artifacts, and the other half was entirely focused on Zhou. But Zhou's feelings? That was a mystery to them. Judging by current developments, Zhou at least cared about Xiao Qingjing. She couldn't just ignore this matter. And if she was going to intervene, she had to be present. That meant they'd have more chances to interact. Su Ming stroked his chin and replied, whether it's a red thread of fate depends entirely on whether old Xiao has the skill for it. Speaking of which, Sister Jiwen, do you remember that beauty named Xiao Ning from your last gathering? A smile froze on Zhao Jiwen's face. What? Have you taken a liking to her? She turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Ming. But Su Ming couldn't shake the feeling that there was something peculiar about her gaze. She was clearly smiling. Yet he sensed an inexplicable sadness emanating from her. Su Ming couldn't fathom what she was grieving over. Still, he needed to clear this up. I've only met her once. How could I possibly have feelings for her? I just want to ask you, how much do you know about her? Do you know about her relationship with old Xiao? Zhao Jiwen heard this and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So he wasn't interested in her after all. Zhao Jiwen's feelings for Su Ming hadn't faded even now. But Su Ming's attitude was clear, he clearly had no intention of pursuing anything with her. Given that, she naturally couldn't keep pressing her luck. Still, hearing him mention someone else suddenly made her feel a little down. Hearing him say this now, regardless of whether it was true or not, Zhao Jiwen's mood strangely lifted considerably. But Su Ming's question was peculiar. Zhao Jiwen thought carefully before answering, isn't she just one of the teacher's students? What other kind of relationship could there be? A hint of surprise flashed across Su Ming's face. He hadn't expected Xiao Qingjing and Xiao Ning's relationship to be kept so tightly under wraps. Seeing that Zhao Jiwen was unaware, Su Ming waved it off casually, making up an excuse to brush it aside. Yet the doubt in his mind only deepened. After sharing dinner with Zhao Jiwen, Su Ming drove home at a leisurely pace. Halfway there, he hit a red light. Su Ming stopped the car, turned on the music, and listened leisurely. Just then, Su Ming noticed a familiar car parked at the alley entrance beside him. He squinted and realized it was none other than Gu Hang's car. What was Gu Hong doing parking here? It was late at night, and there were no restaurants or entertainment venues nearby. Su Ming instinctively sensed something was off. Just then, the green light came on. Su Ming started his car and pulled away. But he hadn't gone far before quickly reversing back. Something still felt off. Su Ming often took this route because it was closer to his home. But the Gu residence was in the opposite direction. There was no business to discuss. Why on earth would Gu Hong park his car here? Surely he hadn't driven all the way to Grandma Gu's house only to get tired and decide to take a break here? It wasn't far from there. If he wanted to rest, why not just go there? Su Ming couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Only after driving back did Su Ming realize that the oddness extended far beyond his initial suspicions. Gu Hang's car was casually parked by the roadside, with two minivans parked behind it. Earlier, while waiting at the red light, Su Ming hadn't seen them because they were blocked by the greenery and the dim lighting on this stretch of road after dark. Had he not reversed back, he would never have noticed them. The sight of these vehicles set off alarm bells in Su Ming's mind. Looks like Gu Hong really is in trouble. Su Ming hurriedly pulled out his phone to call the police. Once the call connected, he quickly gave the address, then parked his car, jumped out, grabbed a shoehorn, and dashed toward the scene. He'd learned this tactic from the group that had blocked him earlier. You couldn't carry weapons in the car, but no one said you couldn't keep everyday items. By the time he burst into the alley, a crowd was already surrounding someone, punching and kicking them while hurling curses. Su Ming immediately pulled out his phone and activated the camera function. Guys, look behind you. Hearing the call, the attackers instinctively turned their gaze. Then came a sharp click. A blinding flash of light flickered and vanished. Su Ming lifted his head from behind his phone, smiling. Looks like my phone's pretty decent, got all your faces on camera. When the cops show up, it'll be easy to arrest you guys. The men across from him flew into a rage. They closed in on Su Ming. Kid, hand over your phone. Su Ming rolled his eyes. It's my phone. Why should I give it to you? The men across from him roared with rage, you're asking for it. They charged towards Su Ming. Su Ming quickly shoved his phone back into his pocket, gripped the shoehorn with both hands, and swung it out with all his might. Chapter 163, I'll repay your kindness. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as the first man to charge forward clutched his face and stumbled backward. Su Ming flexed the shoehorn in his hand, flashing a bright grin at the man. Guys, you didn't think I'd dare charge in alone to take your picture without any self-defense skills, did you? The beaten man grimaced in pain. He glared fiercely at Su Ming. Kid, you dare hit me? Everyone, come here. He waved behind him, and the group closed in, each wielding a stick. They looked like a bunch of troublemakers. The leader gave a sinister chuckle and raised his hand. Guys, give him a proper welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire group turned toward Su Ming. Watching them close in, Su Ming shrugged his shoulders, licked his back teeth with his tongue, and smiled, his gaze fixed intently on the man before him. Don't be fooled by his calm exterior inside, he was already panicking. There were too many of them, he couldn't possibly fight them all. Why weren't the cops here yet? If he ran now, would Gu Hong be okay? Forget it. Since he'd come this far, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Fight. As the man accelerated toward him, Su Ming's eyes hardened. He grabbed his shoehorn and swung it down. Stop. Police. Just as Su Ming's hand was about to strike, a sharp shout rang out from behind them. Then, a group of police officers burst out from behind Su Ming. The muzzles of their guns swept menacingly across the thugs. The officer barked, everyone get down. Get down against the wall with your hands on your heads. Seeing the approaching officers, Su Ming breathed a huge sigh of relief. His tense body instantly relaxed. Without a second thought, he rushed toward Gu Hong. Gu Hong. Gu Hong, are you okay? He rushed over to find Gu Hong sitting on the ground, looking disheveled. Hearing Su Ming's voice, he lifted his head, his gaze complex as it swept over Su Ming. His voice was barely a whisper, I'm hurt. Su Ming's heart clenched at the words. I'll call an ambulance. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed 120. Meanwhile, all the thugs were apprehended. As soon as the ambulance arrived, Su Ming followed it straight to the hospital. Upon entering the hospital, Gu Hong was rushed to the trauma department. Fortunately, the injuries weren't serious, just superficial wounds. Before long, he was discharged. Su Ming stayed with him the entire time and even paid the fees. After Gu Hong was returned to his ward, Su Ming said to him, I only have Shishi's number. Should I call her and ask her to inform your parents so they can come take care of you? No need. Gu Hang's voice remained faint. But his refusal was firm. He shook his head. My parents aren't home. Calling them would just worry them for nothing. As for Shishi, Gu Hong massaged his temples, his tone tinged with resignation. If she comes, I'll end up having to look after her too. It's better not. Those guys really went all out. Gu Hong wasn't feeling well right now and simply didn't have the energy to placate anyone else. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and smiled, not refusing his arrangement. But he couldn't stay here long either. Finally, at Gu Hang's gesture, he called his assistant. Once the assistant arrived, Su Ming prepared to leave. But as soon as he stood up, Gu Hong called out to him. Thanks to you for everything today. I'll remember this favor and repay you. Su Ming smiled. Alright, let's talk about it once your injuries have healed. With that, he turned and walked away. By the time he got home, it was past midnight. Su Ming went straight to check the incense burner. Beside it lay a letter. In it, Zhou Zhirua asked if he had returned. She must have wanted to talk to him. But he hadn't returned then, so Zhou Zhirua naturally hadn't received his reply. Su Ming sighed regretfully. Looks like I won't get a chance to talk with you today. But the letter still needed a reply. Once Zhou Zhirua saw it, she could write back to him. Su Ming picked up his brush and began writing his reply. I'm back. It got a bit late today, ran into an old friend on the way who'd run into some trouble, so I stayed with him for a while. How are things on your end? Did you manage to put into action what I mentioned earlier? After finishing, Su Ming placed the letter in the incense burner. Only then did he head to the bathroom to wash up. When he emerged from the bathroom, no reply lay beside the incense burner. Su Ming tapped the incense burner lightly and sighed softly, looks like it's asleep. I suppose I'll sleep too. I hope I can see you in my dreams. Zhou Zhirua, good night. Su Ming's expression softened for a moment. The next moment, he placed the incense burner into the safe, locked it, and went to bed. Great Zhou. Zhou Zhirua sat upon the dragon throne, her expression stern as she surveyed the ministers below. At that moment, Qin Xuan stood at the center, addressing Zhou Zhirua. Your Majesty, Western Chu desires the formula for the fire thunder. What is your decision to grant it or withhold it? Mentioning this matter filled Qin Xuan with frustration. Such a significant matter as the fire thunder, yet he had been kept completely in the dark beforehand. It wasn't until the device proved its worth on the frontier. Only then did he realize the great Zhou possessed such a marvelous creation. Alas, the formula remained a secret. Not even the craftsman who made them knew the details. He had tried to approach Chiyu, but her lips were sealed tight as a clam's shell. No matter how subtly he probed, not a single word escaped her lips. After all, Chiyu held the rank of minister. Qin Xuan dared not openly confront him. Even if he harbored resentment, he could only swallow his anger for now. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that the ruler of Western Chu would send envoys demanding the fire thunder formula. They threatened that if the Great Zhou refused, they would ally with the northern D tribes and attack the Great Zhou. Qin Xuan's mood lifted instantly upon hearing this. This was a golden opportunity. A golden opportunity to obtain the fire thunder formula. Qin Xuan lowered her gaze slightly, concealing her thoughts beneath her eyes. Zhou Zhirua did not immediately agree. Instead, she glanced at the assembled ministers and asked, what do you all think? Should we give it, or not? Of course we should give it. Luo Yanghui was the first to stand, speaking with righteous indignation. Both Western Chu and the northern D tribes surpass our Great Zhou in strength. If they unite, our realm faces grave peril. Fire thunder is indeed valuable, but we possess the formula and the means to produce it ourselves. Even if we share the formula with Western Chu, it won't hinder our production. Moreover, giving them the formula could persuade Western Chu to protect Great Zhou from northern D aggression. This is a favorable outcome. These words struck a chord with Qin Xuan. He silently applauded the reasoning in his mind. With Luo Yanghui leading the charge, others who supported sharing the formula spoke up one after another. Lord Luo speaks wisely. Trading a formula for the safety of our Great Zhou is a deal where we gain without risk. Precisely. We must give it. Your Majesty, we all agree to hand over the formula. Zhou Zhirua listened, saying nothing. When their discussion had run its course, she turned her gaze to Wang Ben. General Wang, what are your thoughts on this matter? Wang Ben heard this and strode out of the train. He stood beside Qin Xuan, his fierce eyes fixed on Zhou Zhirua as he declared with unwavering conviction, Your Majesty, I believe the formula for the fire thunder must not be given. Chapter 164, Igniting the Conflict. What is the fire thunder? It is a weapon of devastating destructive power. Neither the Western Chu, the Northern D, nor the barbarian tribes possess such a thing. Once deployed on the battlefield, it will undoubtedly strike terror into the enemy and inflict massive casualties. The barbarians have fine horses, Western Chu has firearms, Northern D has formidable troops. What does our Great Zhou have? Nothing. Had we possessed fire thunderbolts before, could the barbarian tribes have so easily advanced to the imperial city's gates? Would we have surrendered the 5 northern cities? Now that we've finally acquired some weapons, you actually want to give them away? Are you afraid the Western Chu will attack us too slowly? Wang Ben's voice suddenly rose. His outburst startled many in the court. Luo Yanghui's expression darkened slightly as he raised his head. General Wang's words are nothing but alarmist rhetoric. Western Shu has already promised that as long as we hand over the Fire Thunder formula, they will sign a peace treaty with us. They possess firearms. Should Great Zhou face renewed invasion by the Northern D or barbarian tribes, wouldn't they be perfectly positioned to aid us in repelling them? This is a favorable development. Why does General Wang harbor such resentment? Or could it be that General Wang fears His Majesty will no longer value him and will reduce military spending? This remark struck Wang Ben right where it hurt. Ever since Zhou Jiruo ascended the throne, he had followed her. He had served her with unwavering loyalty. Now they were implying he feared a reduction in military resources? Wang Ben laughed bitterly in anger. He abruptly turned and strode toward Luo Yanghui. Grabbing Luo Yanghui by the collar, he yanked him close and roared, "I fight wars for the common people of Great Zhou. For the Emperor. For this empire. I've demanded funds from the Ministry of Revenue, but every penny belongs to my soldiers." Luo Yanghui was startled. Pointing at Wang Ben, he cried out urgently, "Wang Ben, what do you think you're doing? Do you intend to assault a colleague in front of His Majesty?" "Your Majesty," General Wang, unable to win this argument, resorts to threats of violence. "I implore you to judge this matter fairly." After barely 2 sentences, Luo Yanghui turned his head and began wailing to Zhou Jiruo. Hearing Luo Yanghui twist the truth so blatantly, Wang Ben grew even angrier. He raised his fist, ready to strike. Zhou Jiruo immediately cried out, "General Wang, stop." The fist poised to strike froze mid-air. He glared viciously at Luo Yanghui before shoving him aside. Turning to Zhou Jiruo, he knelt before her. "Your Majesty, you see clearly. I am utterly loyal to the Great Zhou. My opposition to handing over the Fire Thunder formula has absolutely nothing to do with military equipment, as Luo Yanghui claims." Zhou Jiruo naturally believed him. But she did not respond immediately. Instead, she swept her gaze over the others present and asked, "Is General Wang the only one who believes the Fire Thunder formula should not be given?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Cheng stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this servant also believes it should not be given." Next, Tang Ping spoke up. "This subject concurs." After Tang Ping, numerous other court officials rose one after another, all voicing agreement with Wang Ben's stance. Zhou Jiruo glanced around. The number of opponents was nearly equal to those in favor. Zhou Jiruo surveyed the assembly, her mind forming a rough calculation. She spoke slowly. "I believe General Wang speaks wisely. How can a nation aspire to greatness without sufficient military might to deter those who harbor treacherous ambitions? The Western Shu kingdom is rife with greed. Today he demands the gunpowder formula, tomorrow he will demand the cities of our Great Zhou. If we yield today, must we also yield our cities tomorrow when he demands them?" The court fell silent. Zhou Jiruo cast a cold glance around the room. Her voice was solemn. "I shall not yield the Fire Thunder formula. Minister Qi, I command you to immediately recruit workers and mass-produce Fire Thunder projectiles. Should Western Shu truly take action, I shall make them understand that Great Zhou is no soft target to be crushed and molded at their whim." Wang Ben and the others knelt upon hearing these words. "Your Majesty is wise." Qin Chuan knelt alongside them. After kneeling, he raised his head again. "Your Majesty, while withholding the gunpowder formula is prudent, should Western Shu ally with the Northern D tribes to confront our Great Zhou, the situation could turn dire. Might your Majesty have a solution for this?" Wang Ben raised his head in displeasure. "What's there to ask? Of course we fight. Given the Great Zhou's current strength, how exactly does General Wang propose we fight?" Qin Chuan observed him coldly, speaking calmly and deliberately. "The people of the Great Zhou have only recently begun to live peaceful lives, free from the fear of starvation. Yet our military strength has dwindled by 2/3 compared to before. With such forces, you propose to wage full-scale war against 2 nations or even 3. General Jiang, may I ask where you intend to muster such vast numbers of soldiers? Furthermore, if my memory serves me correctly, the funds in the national treasury should not be sufficient to sustain such extensive warfare, should they?" These few words left Zhang Ben speechless. After a long pause, he still couldn't articulate a coherent response. Tang Ping and the others exchanged glances before speaking up to break the tension. "Minister Qin speaks wisely. Given the Great Zhou's current military strength and financial resources, it is indeed ill-advised to wage war. Even a full-scale conflict with just one of these 3 nations would bring more harm than benefit to the Great Zhou. Wage a full-scale war, and the Great Zhou would surely perish." Luo Yanghui seized the moment to bring up the formula again. Zhou Jiruo shot him a cold glance. "I have stated that the formula cannot be given. Minister Luo, do not bring this up again." Luo Yanghui reluctantly acquiesced. Zhou Jiruo turned her gaze back to Qin Chuan. "The matter Minister Qin raised, I have indeed considered. What the ruler of Western Shu desires is profit. If this continues, we shall grant them ample benefits, though naturally, these benefits cannot come from the Great Zhou." She had no intention of setting herself on fire. But the Northern D had. Rather than letting Western Shu keep its sights fixed on Great Zhou, it was better to provoke full-scale turmoil between the Northern D and Western Shu. These matters, Zhou Jiruo did not elaborate upon in the court. Instead, after the court session, she summoned a young man. The youth, clad entirely in black, knelt with head bowed. Your servant Zhou also pays his respects to your majesty. Zhou Jiruo looked at him. Zhou Yi was a member of the Great Zhou imperial family's secret guard. They were established to protect the emperor of Great Zhou. They had intervened when the barbarian tribes attacked the city. Yet the tide was impossible to stem. Many of the secret guards perished, yet they still could not hold back the barbarian cavalry. After the barbarians retreated, when it came time to reward merit, Zhou Jiruo, constrained by her position, did not publicly commend them. Now, the time has come for them to act once more. Zhou Yi, I command you to immediately lead men to the border between the northern barbarians and western Shu. Raid the northern barbarian garrison and frame western Shu for it. You must provoke war between the two nations. Zhou Yi, yes, your majesty. That very night, a small force of over a dozen men slipped out of the imperial city under cover of darkness. With no word from the border, Zhou Jiruo felt uneasy. But the arrow had already left the bowstring. Overthinking would do no good. She could only hope that Zhou Yi and his men would proceed smoothly. As this thought crossed her mind, Zhou Jiruo instinctively glanced toward her bed. Then she rose and walked over. Chapter 165, News arrives. Opening the mechanism, Zhou Jiruo's eyes lit up. A letter? Su Ming had replied. Her body lunged forward as she snatched the letter and began reading it carefully. After finishing, Zhou Jiruo raised an eyebrow in surprise. No wonder he didn't reply yesterday, so that's what happened. Dealing with those street punks is bound to cause trouble. I wonder if Su Ming is okay. Zhou Jiruo couldn't shake her worry. She immediately replied. Are you hurt? Without pausing to retrieve the incense burner from its mechanism, she slipped the letter inside. On the other end of the incense burner, Su Ming was holding a book in his hands. Hearing the faint rustling from the incense burner, he looked up just as the reply landed. He quickly put down his book. Reading the concern in her words, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. I knew it, Zhou Jiruo must care deeply about me. See? The caring words came right away. Su Ming replied, I'm fine. It was the other party who got hurt. I reported the incident before going to rescue him. The police, well, the constables arrived quickly. But he was injured and had no one to look after him, so I stayed a little longer. Reading this, Zhou Jiruo's heart finally settled. She patted her chest lightly and sighed with relief. I'm just glad you're okay. Only then did she recall Su Ming's question. She unfolded the paper and slowly recounted the situation in Great Zhou to Su Ming. She also detailed her dispatch of Zhou Yi and others to the northern D. By the time she finished writing all this, Zhou Jiruo's delicate brows furrowed again. Holding the brush, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to include her concerns in the letter to Su Ming, but Zhou Yi still hasn't sent any news, and there's been no word from either the northern D or western Shu. I wonder if they've managed to handle things properly. Only after finishing did she place the letter into the incense burner. After reading the letter, Su Ming also frowned deeply. In that era, transportation was inconvenient, communication was unreliable, and there were no telephones for immediate contact. Once someone was sent out, it was indeed difficult to get in touch with them. But sometimes, no news was indeed the best news. At least, she hadn't received any bad news so far. Su Ming offered a few words of comfort in the letter. Zhou Jiruo read it, followed Su Ming's line of reasoning, and found it made sense. The weight on her heart lifted considerably. Earlier, she had been restless over the matter, but now, Zhou Jiruo's heart was finally at ease. Even the impatience etched between her brows faded away with Su Ming's words. She curved her lips and wrote back to Su Ming. Thank you for reassuring me. I was being overly hasty. It wasn't that Zhou Jiruo didn't understand Su Ming's reasoning. It was simply that the matter was of such grave importance, and with Zhou gone for so many days without any word, she truly couldn't help but worry. Looking back now, Zhou Jiruo couldn't help but smile. It wasn't merely unease, she'd clearly been craving Su Ming's reassurance. As the ruler of a nation, she was being rather sentimental. But she didn't mind. A smile spread across Zhou Jiruo's lips, growing wider and wider. Just then, the palace doors were suddenly knocked upon with urgency. The sound snapped Zhou Jiruo out of her reverie. She lifted her head, her sharp phoenix eyes fixing on the doorway. Her voice was guarded. What is it? Your Majesty, a letter has arrived. Zhao Shen's voice drifted in from the doorway. His tone was deliberately subdued. Though he did not specify its origin, Zhou Jiruo understood instantly. Her spirits lifted. She set aside the incense burner and placed it to one side. Only then did she say, come in and speak. Yes. Zhao Shen pushed open the door, slipped inside swiftly, and immediately closed it behind him. He instructed the eunuch guarding the entrance to stay alert and prevent anyone from approaching before hurriedly stepping forward, holding the hem of his robe, to stand before Zhou Jiruo. He presented a small bamboo tube, as thick as a brush handle, with both hands before her. Your Majesty, please examine this. Zhou Jiruo hastily took it. Opening the tube, she drew out the paper slip inside. The note bore only 2 characters, done. A broad smile instantly spread across Zhou Jiruo's tense face. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. She instinctively clenched her fists, her voice filled with delight. Zhao Shen smiled at the sight. After Zhou Zhirua had celebrated for a moment, he spoke up. It seems His Majesty's wish has been fulfilled. Indeed. Zhou Yi and the others have lived up to my trust, successfully completing the task I assigned them. This time, they have earned great merit, Zhou Zhirua said. It seems I must reward them handsomely for this. Zhao Shun smiled. This is the blessing of heaven. The heavens know your majesty reveres heaven and cherishes the people. Heaven would never wish to disappoint you. These words made Zhou Zhirua beam with delight. She pointed at Zhao Shin and remarked cheerfully, you have a way with words, don't you? Then, casually removing a jade pendant from her waist, she tossed it to him. I'm in a good mood. This is yours as a reward. Zhao Shin caught the jade pendant, his face creasing with laughter. Thank you for the gift, your majesty. There's nothing more for you here. You may leave. Zhou Zhirua waved her hand, signaling his dismissal. Zhao Shin left, beaming as he cradled the jade pendant. The moment he was gone, Zhou Zhirua immediately retrieved the incense burner and swiftly relayed the news she had just received to Su Ming. She had to share this wonderful news with him. Su Ming read the letter, noticing the palpable joy between the lines, and offered his congratulations. He continued in the letter, once the Northern D and Western Shu go to war, the Northern D will inevitably be at a disadvantage. Based on what you told me before, though the Northern D are fierce and formidable in terms of weaponry, Western Shu is practically crushing all other nations. Cold weapons against hot weapons, it's always been an uphill battle. It was only because Western Shu hadn't vigorously developed its military technology. Otherwise, whether the barbarian tribes would be the strongest nation today is another matter entirely. Fortunately, the Western Shu had not heavily invested in firearms. Due to their weaponry, the Northern barbarians cannot defeat Western Shu. When that time comes, the Northern barbarians will likely not hold out long before negotiating peace with Western Shu. Zhou Zhirua studied the contents of the letter. The cheerful curve that had graced her brows moments ago vanished. Her fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Zhirua murmured softly, this is indeed a problem. But she couldn't openly support the Northern D, could she? To openly join the war, wouldn't that render all her previous efforts meaningless? Zhou Zhirua couldn't think of a good solution for the moment. Never mind. She'd consult Su Ming first. Zhou Zhirua wrote her question on a piece of paper and placed it inside the incense burner. Over there, Su Ming glanced at the letter delivered once more, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He actually had a solution for this problem. Zhirua, the Great Zhou has now allied with Western Shu, correct? Su Ming asked Zhou Zhirua. Zhou Zhirua paused slightly upon hearing Su Ming's address. She gave a soft chuckle. Then she replied. More or less. Though no formal treaty has been signed, the situation is essentially the Great Zhou relying on the Western Shu. She deliberately positioned herself slightly lower, her tone carrying a hint of calculated restraint. Zhou Zhirua felt a pang of embarrassment, words she couldn't bring herself to say aloud. Chapter 166, The Sickening Mask. But Su Ming understood the implication. In that case, it would be natural for Great Zhou to offer some assistance when Western Shu engages in battle with the Northern D, wouldn't it? Upon reading this, Zhou Zhirua froze for a moment. She couldn't quite grasp Su Ming's intent behind these words. Thus, she could only respond literally. True, if we look at it that way, the Great Zhou could indeed offer some assistance to Western Shu. But should we help them? Once we do, Western Shu's combat strength will only grow stronger. Then the Northern D will lose even faster. Once the Northern D are defeated, there's no guarantee the Western Shu won't turn their sights on the Great Zhou. Su Ming gave a mysterious smile, countering with a question instead of an answer. Who said we're helping Western Shu? Upon reading the letter, Zhou Zhirua was even more bewildered. But as she continued reading, she finally grasped Su Ming's true intentions. For Su Ming told her, the Great Zhou's assistance is indeed intended for the Western Shu. But who says the Western Shu will necessarily be able to utilize it? The Great Zhou undoubtedly has spies within the Northern D and the Western Shu. Would the Northern D not have spies within the Western Shu? If so, can the Western Shu's military arsenal truly remain safe and secure? Even in modern times, let alone ancient ones, everyone knows the importance of military arsenals once war breaks out. If the Northern D destroyed Western Shu's armory, how could Western Shu possibly gain the upper hand? Western Shu would likely be consumed by a desire to devour the Northern barbarians alive. The Great Zhou's mission is singular. Supply Western Shu with military equipment, then relay the armory's location to the Northern barbarians. When necessary, opening a backdoor for them or offering covert assistance wouldn't be out of the question. The sole requirement is that nothing must be exposed. Zhou Zhirua stared at the plan Su Ming had written, her breathing growing ragged. Her pupils dilated involuntarily. She never imagined Su Ming would be this bold. This was stirring up a storm. If this plan succeeded, Western Shu and Northern D would be locked in a bitter, never-ending conflict. No one would even remember the Great Zhou. Nor would they have the energy to concern themselves with the Great Zhou. The Great Zhou could seize this opportunity to develop its strength vigorously. At the letter's close, Su Ming reiterated emphatically, no matter how fiercely the Northern D and Western Shu clash, the Great Zhou must seize this time to bolster its national strength. Though winter approaches and most farming tasks are complete, industrial production must not be neglected for a single moment. Especially the production of firecrackers. They must stockpile even more to ensure sufficient weaponry should war break out in the future. After reading it, Zhou Zhiruo drew a deep breath. She picked up her brush and swiftly wrote several lines. Your suggestion is excellent. I shall have it carried out immediately. After finishing her reply to Su Ming, Zhou Zhiruo began drafting a letter to Zhou Yi, instructing him to conceal his identity and, when necessary, provide some assistance to the Northern D tribes while simultaneously applying pressure to the Western Shu. Only then did she turn her attention to preparing supplies for Western Shu. Meanwhile, Su Ming was also becoming increasingly busy. After this period of development, the company's operations had fully taken shape. Yet it remained a small company. Apart from the recent counterfeit product scandal that brought some notoriety, the company had otherwise received little attention. Su Ming felt he needed to take further action to boost the company's profile. His first idea was to organize an antique appraisal event. Yet the artifacts in his possession were mostly from the Great Zhou dynasty. The problem was, the Great Zhou dynasty hadn't been confirmed yet. Even if he brought them out, they would only be met with laughter. They wouldn't make much of a splash. He needed more ancient artifacts to expand his reputation. When he shared this idea with Xiao Qingjing, Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, I do have quite a collection of artifacts here. I can lend them to you when the time comes, but you should also have some signature pieces of your own. There are plenty of auctions happening lately. You could buy some pieces there. Seize this opportunity to get more people to know you. Then, when you hold your appraisal event, more people will come. In plain terms, it all came down to fame. Su Ming nodded. All right. He first took stock of his available funds, then went through all the valuable items without obvious historical context, converting them into cash flow. Then he began aggressively acquiring ancient artifacts. At auctions, he splurged billions, snapping up numerous ancient artifacts. Through these maneuvers, Su Ming's reputation rapidly spread among the crowd during this period. That very day, Su Ming was in the antique shop, helping Xiao Qingjing organize the artifacts. A young man in a suit pushed open the door and entered. Excuse me, is Mr. Su Ming here? The young man inquired politely. Su Ming looked up. He took a quick look at the man and realized he didn't recognize him. What do you need with him? Su Ming asked. The young man offered a professional smile. Good day, sir. I'm with the Blue Sky Group Charitable Foundation. We understand Mr. Su has a keen interest in ancient artifacts. We happen to be organizing a charity auction focused on such items, with all proceeds going towards social welfare causes. I've come specifically to deliver an invitation. I see. Su Ming nodded. I am. Hand over the invitation. Seeing this, the young man stepped forward, handed the invitation to Su Ming, and then took his leave. Su Ming opened the invitation and glanced at it. The invitation was in order. Su Ming had heard of this foundation before. But he had never paid it much mind, nor had he ever visited. Unexpectedly, he now had the chance to go. Su Ming turned and entered the inner room, extending an invitation to Zhao Jiwen, who was restoring artifacts inside. Sis Jiwen, charity auction, want to go check it out together? Zhao Jiwen looked up. Sure. On the day of the gala, Su Ming, dressed in a suit, walked gracefully into the venue with Zhao Jiwen on his arm. Qi Xian had arrived early with his female companion. He was currently holding a glass of wine, surrounded by a crowd of sycophants. The endless stream of flattery was starting to grate on his nerves. Just as he was considering dismissing them, a familiar figure flashed past the corner of his eye. He instinctively lifted his head and looked toward the figure. The moment he recognized who it was, Qi Xian's eyes turned icy cold. Gritting his teeth, he uttered two words. Su Ming. He had come too. This Blue Sky Group was becoming increasingly tasteless, inviting any trash into their ranks. Qi Xian snorted coldly, shoving aside the woman beside him. His face hardened as he strode purposefully toward Su Ming. His companion flinched in surprise, and the sycophant who'd been buttering him up froze in place. They watched helplessly as Qi Xian reached Su Ming, stepped forward, and blocked his path with a cold sneer. What's become of the arrogant young master Su we once knew? You used to look down on events like this, calling them places for commoners where everyone wears disgusting masks. What's changed? Has young Master Su started wearing a mask himself now? His voice carried, drawing the attention of many nearby. Su Ming, who had been conversing with Zhao Jiwen, frowned and turned his gaze toward Qi Xian. Chapter 167, couldn't care less. Recognizing Qi Xian, Su Ming snorted derisively. No wonder the whole place reeks, turns out it's young Master Qi speaking. Qi Xian's face darkened. You. Honestly, I'm not thrilled to be here with you. Everyone knows you're notorious for your wild and reckless ways. Who knows what kind of trouble I'd get into just being in the same room with you. Su Ming finished, then took two disgusted steps back. Then he turned to Zhao Jiwen and said, "Remember his face. Stay far away from him from now on." Qi Xian's face turned green. Who in high society didn't know about his affairs? But who dared say it to his face? Only Su Ming would. And he'd done it openly, in front of everyone, without the slightest hesitation. It was like taking Qi Xian's face, throwing it on the ground, and then stomping on it repeatedly. A flash of ferocity flickered in Qi Xian's eyes. Before he could react, music suddenly filled the speakers, reminding the chatting crowd that the auction was about to begin. Su Ming no longer looked at Qi Xian, instead pulling Zhao Jiwen to their seats. Once seated, Zhao Jiwen whispered to Su Ming, "That guy earlier, are you at odds with him?" "We're not just at odds, it's practically a vendetta," Su Ming replied candidly, though he spared her the details. He cautioned, "That guy's treacherous and despicable. His methods are utterly repulsive. Seeing you with me today might push him over the edge. He could lash out at you any time. Bottom line, if you ever see him, steer clear. Don't get involved." Zhao Jiwen couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. "How did you manage to offend someone like that?" Su Ming chuckled. He turned to look at Zhao Jiwen seriously. "Sometimes, certain people won't leave you alone no matter how much you try to avoid them. And given the relationship between his family and the Qi family, avoiding encounters was simply impossible." Su Ming picked up the detailed catalog on the table, flipping through it page by page, looking for anything worth buying. Zhao Jiwen murmured an O beside him and didn't press further. On stage, the MC took the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blue Sky Group charity auction." After a few enthusiastic opening remarks, the organizers took the stage. Su Ming listened briefly. It was mostly about thanking attendees and explaining how the auction proceeds would be allocated. He wasn't particularly interested in these details and soon tuned out. Until the auction officially commenced. At auctions like this, top-tier ancient artifacts rarely appeared. Yet several pieces caught Su Ming's eye. Take the large jade basin with a coiled dragon design before him. It was a truly remarkable piece. Without hesitation, Su Ming declared his bid, 30 million. The auctioneer immediately announced, 30 million. Lot 29 has bid 30 million. Any higher bids? Upon hearing Su Ming's bid, Qi Xian snorted coldly, "With me here, you think you'll get your hands on anything?" He then raised his paddle and called out loudly, 50 million. A gasp rippled through the crowd as all eyes instinctively turned toward Qi Xian. Su Ming turned his head just in time to catch Qi Xian's defiant expression. Su Ming's brow furrowed. Zhao Jiwen glanced at Qi Xian, then at Su Ming. "He's trying to outbid you." The sudden increase of 20 million was a blatant provocation. Only Su Ming raised his paddle again. 100 million. Only then did he respond to Zhao Jiwen, "He has money, so I don't? Is this just about capital? My liquid assets might not be any less than his." Seeing Su Ming double his bid outright, Qi Xian gritted his teeth in fury. Just as he was about to raise his paddle, Su Ming spoke slowly, "Young Master Qi, you want to compete with me? If you've got the guts, just bid 200 million. If you bid that, I promise not to bid again. I just doubt you have that kind of money." Qi Xian's face darkened. "Who says I don't have the money? But I won't fall for your tricks. You just want me to bid high, then deliberately let me win to humiliate me, right?" Qi Xian wore a look of utter understanding, smiling confidently. "But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm not stupid enough to fall for that." He raised his paddle. 110 million. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. "Well, you're quite clever." Su Ming bid again, 200 million. After placing his bid, Su Ming turned his head and smiled amicably at Qi Xian. "You're broke, but I'm not. Go ahead and keep bidding if you've got the guts." He gazed at Qi Xian with a cheerful smile. As if to say, "Go ahead and keep bidding if you dare. Let's see if I can outsmart you." But Qi Xian wasn't intimidated. He gave Su Ming a slight smile and raised the bid again, 210 million. Su Ming immediately matched the bid. The crowd watched the spectacle unfold, whispering among themselves about who would ultimately claim this dragon carved jade sea. As the price climbed toward 1 billion, Zhao Jiwen urgently pressed down on Su Ming's hand, fearing he might impulsively bid again. "Stop. This dragon carved jade sea may have fine craftsmanship and quality, but it's nowhere near worth that price. Don't be rash." "Over there," Qi Xian shouted excitedly at him. "Young Master Su, you're loaded. Keep bidding. Bid faster." Su Ming merely smiled at Zhao Jiwen. "Don't worry. I never intended to bid higher anyway." He patted Zhao Jiwen's hand and turned to Qi Xian. "Mr. Qi, congratulations on securing this large jade basin at triple its value. And thank you for donating 1,010 million to charity. I'm sure those underprivileged children will be deeply grateful when they receive this funding." At these words, Qi Xian's face turned pale. He didn't care about the money, but Su Ming's words infuriated him. Especially since he'd been so cautious, yet still fallen into Su Ming's trap. After confirming the bid 3 times and seeing no further raises, the auctioneer brought down the gavel. "Congratulations to Lot 18 for securing this dragon-adorned jade basin for 1.01 billion yuan. A generous gesture of compassion for underprivileged children." As the auctioneer's voice faded, Su Ming led the applause. Young Master Qi truly has a generous heart. A thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Qi Xian's face darkened to the point it could have dripped water. The auction continued. Su Ming symbolically bid on a few items. Having learned his lesson from the Jade Sea incident, Qi Xian kept a grim expression throughout. When the auction concluded, as the top donor, Qi Xian was even invited by the organizers to pose for commemorative photos. As Su Ming passed by him, he deliberately sneered, "Young Master Qi, what a sight! You're a celebrity wherever you go. Look at you, even attending a charity gala earns you the honor of a commemorative photo. Those of us without deep pockets don't get that privilege, huh?" But this privilege was the last thing Qi Xian wanted. He glared at Su Ming, his teeth clenched. "Su Ming, I'll remember this. I'm not done with you." Su Ming shrugged indifferently. "As if I'd care." He rolled his eyes in disgust, then cheerfully pulled Zhao Jiwen away, leaving Qi Xian behind, consumed by impotent rage. Chapter 168. I've only seen this in museums. These past few days, Li Kuanping had been in a terrible mood. Seated in a private room surrounded by a crowd of men and women, deafening music pounded as he downed glass after glass of liquor. He seemed determined to get himself completely drunk. Liao Nanyan couldn't bear to watch any longer and snatched the glass from his hand. "Young Master Li, what's the point of drinking like this? Why don't I keep you company?" Liao Nanyan raised the glass to her lips, swallowed the contents, and shot Li Kuanping several sultry glances as she did so. In the past, Li Kuanping might have embraced her and shared some tender moments. But now, he had no interest whatsoever. He shot her a cold glance, picked up another glass, and poured himself a drink. "I'm annoyed. Don't annoy me." Seeing this, Liao Nanyan not only didn't back away but leaned in closer. She leaned her soft body against Li Kuanping. "What's bothering you, young Master Li? Why not tell me? Maybe I can offer some advice?" Her sweet scent wafted toward him, yet Li Kuanping didn't push her away. But upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but snort derisively. "You? Give me advice? You must be joking. What kind of advice could a mere plaything like you possibly offer?" It was laughable. Despite being dismissed, Liao Nanyan didn't get angry. Seeing that Li Kuanping hadn't pushed her away, she simply let her body become even more supple and soft. Like a water snake, she slid into Li Kuanping's embrace, resting her head on his thigh. With a crooked smile, she raised her hand to caress his cheek, her breath fragrant as she whispered softly, "You big shots have your ways of solving problems, but us little trinkets have our own little tricks for getting out of tight spots. Young Master Li, care to hear one? Who knows? Maybe my words might spark a brilliant idea?" With that, she gave Li Kuanping a suggestive wink. Li Kuanping was momentarily mesmerized by her charm, his eyes going wide. He scooped up Liao Nanyan and kissed her passionately before saying, "Go on then, what's your little idea?" "Well, young Master Li, you'll have to tell me what's bothering you first. Otherwise, how would I know what advice to give you?" Liao Nanyan nestled softly into Li Kuanping's embrace. Li Kuanping realized she had a point. So he said, "This thing, well, to put it bluntly, it's about money." Liao Nanyan looked surprised. "You're short on money?" She then burst into laughter. "That can't be possible. Everyone knows how booming the Li family business is. Mr. Li has only you as his son and has always been generous with you. He's never withheld money from you. How could you possibly be short on funds?" Liao Nanyan nestled closer into Li Kuanping's embrace with a coy smile. She teased playfully. "Oh, father, you can't fool me." She laughed merrily. But Li Kuanping's heart was filled with unease. The Li family used to be wealthy. He had money. His father had never withheld a single penny from him. But this time was different. Last time, some bastard had reported the Li family. They were fined as a result. Such a large sum drained their household's liquidity, severely restricting their cash flow. On top of that, his father didn't want him going out to buy things, so he simply restricted his money completely. Now he truly didn't have a single penny to his name. Fortunately, these places still let him run a tab. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to come here to play. But no one believed him when he said it. Li Kuanping pushed Liao Nanyan away in irritation, picked up his glass, and continued drinking in silence. Seeing his state, Liao Nanyan shyly approached again. "No way, young Master Li, you really have no money?" Li Kuanping shot her a cold stare. "What? Now that I'm broke, you're thinking about how to get away from me?" She was instantly filled with indignation. Liao Nanyan hurriedly protested, "Of course not. Mr. Li has been so kind to me. How could I possibly leave you in such a difficult situation? That would be utterly heartless." Liao Nanyan leaned in again, gently patting Li Kuanping's chest twice in a soothing gesture. Seeing his expression soften slightly, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then her eyes darted around. "Mr. Li, if you really don't have any money, I actually have an idea that could get you some quickly." Li Kuanping smiled. "Go on, what's your idea?" "It's actually quite simple. You have quite a few ancient artifacts, right? Just sell off a couple, that'd be money right there." Liao Nanyan winked at him. "I heard you have an ancient painting worth billions. Selling that would double your money, wouldn't it? The proceeds would be enough to buy this entire store. This exaggerated claim made Li Kuanping burst into laughter. He raised his hand and patted Liao Nanyan's cheek. You're quick on the uptake. His laughter faded as his expression turned stern. But let me make this clear, don't even think about my antiques. They're my life's work. Got it? Liao Nanyan blinked her eyes innocently and obediently agreed. Got it. As soon as Li Kuanping looked away, Liao Nanyan rolled her eyes in disgust. Then she went back to coaxing Li Kuanping, not mentioning the antique sale at all. Before long, the door to the private room was knocked open. The person immediately asked for Li Kuanping. Li Kuanping lifted his head at the sound. Through the dim lighting, his drunken eyes blurred as he looked toward the doorway. Who's there? Li Kuanping asked, slightly tipsy. His expression was also somewhat dazed. Hearing his voice, the other man approached with a broad smile plastered across his face. Young Master Li, we've long heard of your charisma. Now that we see you in person, we realize the rumors don't even scratch the surface. Your stature and presence, you're clearly a phoenix among men. These few flattering words made Li Kuanping feel so elated he could barely contain his excitement. But, who are you people? I don't recall knowing you. Li Kuanping narrowed his eyes, eyeing them warily. The other party chuckled. We weren't acquainted before, but we'll be very familiar soon. To be honest, young Master Li, we've been searching for you for quite some time. We heard you have a passion for ancient artifacts and possess considerable expertise. We have a valuable piece in our possession and would like to sell it to you. Without waiting for Li Kuanping's response, the man signaled to his companion beside him. The man immediately placed the box he'd been carrying onto the table. He opened it. Inside lay an ancient bronze sword. The surrounding crowd gathered around as soon as they saw it. Wow, a bronze sword. I've only seen these in museums. I'm a bit luckier, I've seen one at someone else's place. I hear these things are worth a fortune. It's only valuable if it's genuine, someone chuckled, then turned to Li Kuanping with a flattering tone. Young Master Li, you know your stuff. What do you think, is this the real deal? The man didn't hesitate, pulling the sword out and holding it out with both hands toward Li Kuanping. Young Master Li, please take a look. Once you've examined it, we can discuss the price. Li Kuanping's curiosity was piqued, his hands itching to touch it. All thoughts of money vanished from his mind. He set down his wine glass and reached out to take the bronze sword. Seeing this, Liao Nanyan's eyes lit up as she exchanged a subtle glance with the person across from her. Chapter 169, Hooked. In the dim light, Li Kuanping couldn't see clearly. He hurriedly called for someone to brighten the lights. Liao Nanyan immediately stood up. I'll take care of it. She walked over, switched off all the mood lighting, and turned on every bright light, flooding the private room with a blinding glow. Li Kuanping held the sword, examining it closely while a chorus of flattery filled his ears. Only after he had finished examining it did the sword's owner ask, Young Master Li, is it to your liking? Li Kuanping nodded, his face flushed with drunkenness. Not bad. How much? I'll take it. Seeing Li Kuanping's decisive response, the seller's face lit up with a broad smile. He gestured a figure. 20 million. That's not unreasonable, is it? As if afraid Li Kuanping might refuse, he quickly added, this sword is national treasure grade in both quality and completeness. You'll make a solid profit if you take it. Others chimed in, it really is a fine piece. With how rich young Master Li is, 20 million is peanuts to him. A mere drop in the bucket. These words further flattered the already tipsy Li Kuanping. Without hesitation, he declared. Fine, 20 million it is. I'll take it. The moment he finished speaking, a chorus of praise erupted around him. Young Master Li is so generous. As expected of young Master Li, he's got deep pockets. The other party grinned from ear to ear, delighted. How would you like to pay, Mr. Li? Bank transfer or check? Of course. But as he spoke, Li Kuanping's expression shifted slightly. He had no money. Seeing him falter, everyone froze in unison. They couldn't understand why he'd suddenly stopped talking. Just then, the other party spoke up with a smile. Young Master Li, is it that you don't want to buy it? Or that you can't afford it? At this remark, Li Kuanping remained silent, but his group of cronies spoke up first. They pointed at the sword seller and shouted curses. What the hell are you talking about? Our young Master Li doesn't have money? A measly 20 million? Our young master could pull out any random thing worth that much. How could he not have money? Exactly. Who do you think you're looking down on? Their flattery built Li Kuanping up to towering heights. Now he couldn't very well admit he was broke. To say so now would be like slapping himself in the face, wouldn't it? But the money. Right, Li Kuanping suddenly had an idea. He didn't have cash on hand, but his company had money. And as the company's general manager and future heir, spending a little money in advance shouldn't be a problem, right? The thought perked him right up. His tongue thickened as he spoke with smug satisfaction. Like I don't have money? He placed the bronze sword back in its box, pulled out a check, and began signing. With a few swift strokes, he finished signing and tossed it to the other party. The man clutched the money and walked away, grinning from ear to ear. As soon as they were gone, Liao Nanyan smiled too. While Li Kunping wasn't looking, she pulled out her phone and sent a text to someone listed as S. Just 2 words. Done. Su Ming received the message while chatting with Zhou Zhirua. In her letter, Zhou Zhirua informed him that, following his instructions, she had proactively agreed to manufacture fire bombs for Western Chu and arrange their delivery. However, on the very night Western Chu signed for the shipment, news of the fire bombs reached Zhou Yi, who simultaneously related to the northern D tribes. Accompanying the intelligence was a map of the military arsenal. It not only marked the placement areas for the fire bombs but also indicated the storage locations for flintlock muskets. The next day, having received the fire bombs, Western Chu sought to declare war on the northern D. But the northern D refused to come out. They ignored Western Chu's incessant taunts and refused to show themselves. By nightfall, they launched a surprise attack. They blew the entire armory sky high, slaughtered the garrison, and even pillaged the city itself. The ruler of Western Chu, who had been basking in the joy of imminent victory and the acquisition of iron ore, was instantly enraged. Thus, the two nations plunged into full-scale war. In her letter, Zhou Zhirua cheerfully told Su Ming, "Now that Western Chu and the Northern D are at war, we can seize the opportunity to make a fortune. I've already planned it out. We'll transport the fire bombs to Western Chu. When their war reaches a stalemate, we can use the chance to make demands and exchange them for ample gold, silver, and grain. Oh, and iron too. I've already had the Ministry of Works test the firearm blueprints you gave me. We'll definitely need large quantities of iron ore then. So I must seize this opportunity to stockpile more. Then we'll produce some first-generation firearms to sell to the Northern D. This way, our great Zhou will rake in a fortune." Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. He wrote back to praise her. "Zhirua, if you ever decide against being emperor, with your talents, you could easily become a wealthy merchant." No sooner had he placed the letter away than he saw a message from Liao Nanyan. Just 2 words, yet they instantly brought a delighted smile to Su Ming's face. Wonderful! Su Ming excitedly slapped the table. Li Kuanping had fallen into the trap. Indeed, today's entire scene was a trap Su Ming had set for Li Kuanping. Although the Li family's situation wasn't exactly rosy, Li Kuanping showed no intention whatsoever of selling off his collection. Liao Nanyan had tested the waters several times, but the results were disappointing. Given that, why not set a trap for him? Lure him in, forcing him to make a move. Only then would she have a chance to reclaim that painting. The bronze sword sellers present today were arranged by Liao Nanyan. As for the others, they were all sycophants who followed Li Kuanping around daily, constantly sucking up to him. With these sycophants around Li Kuanping, a few flattering words would surely make the face-conscious Li Kuanping go to great lengths to raise money. The most likely scenario was that he would dip into company funds. But once he did that, he'd be completely hooked. If he didn't rush to replenish the funds, his father would find out and break his legs. Now, he could proceed to the next step. Su Ming stared at his phone, a calculating smile spreading across his face. Great Zhou. Zhou Zhirua read Su Ming's letter, her phoenix-like eyes crinkling with delight. However, despite the current situation favoring Great Zhou, Zhou Zhirua still couldn't completely relax. Should the Northern D and Western Chu nations go to war, the Great Zhou would have to mobilize immediately to defend against them. If these two nations became desperate in battle, they might set their sights on the Great Zhou's borders. But, while awaiting Su Ming's reply, she mentally tallied the numbers. At best, the Great Zhou's current troop strength barely reached 50,000. Who could believe that a nation with such vast territories and abundant resources had fewer than 50,000 soldiers? Once war broke out, they would be waiting for death. Yet the Great Zhou also needed to develop, requiring its young and able-bodied men. Surely they couldn't conscript every able-bodied man? Winter was manageable when all creatures hibernated and household affairs were settled. But come spring, the people begin their busy season. Without young men, how could they amass grain? Zhou Zhirua couldn't think of a good solution for the moment. She'd better consult Su Ming first. He's bound to have a good idea. Zhou Zhirua picked up her brush, wrote down each of the problems she currently faced, and placed them into the incense burner. Chapter 170, All Men to Arms. Su Ming smiled upon seeing the letter. He flicked the paper lightly. This is too simple. When people are available, securing enough soldiers is the easiest part. The real fear lies in not having enough people. The Great Zhou Empire faced no such dilemma. Su Ming decided to explain everything in detail to Zhou Zhirua. Writing this letter took another hour. By the time he placed it in the incense burner, Zhou Zhirua had already finished reviewing all the memorials. She stood up and stretched comfortably. She paced the hall a few times, stretching her limbs. Before long, Su Ming's letter arrived. Zhou Zhirua hurried over. She picked up the letter and began reading it carefully. In the letter, Su Ming wrote, "Every citizen is a soldier." Specific implementation methods were attached afterward. It also outlined potential challenges. He had written everything down in as much detail as possible. By the time Zhou Zhirua finished reading, her eyes were shining brightly. Once she implemented Su Ming's plan, the Great Zhou's military forces multiplied several-fold in one fell swoop. In future conflicts, she would never again worry about the Great Zhou lacking troops. Moreover, Su Ming had mentioned in his letter that the current off-season provided the perfect window to execute this plan. She must finalize the plan without delay. During the morning court session, Zhou Zhirua presented this idea to the assembled ministers. After hearing it, the ministers began whispering among themselves. Luo Yanghui leaned close to Qin Chuan and whispered, "Minister Qin, have you noticed how Her Majesty seems to be taking more and more initiative lately? In the past, when faced with matters, Zhou Zhirua would still ask for their input. But now, she didn't even bother to ask. Instead, she presents a plan and asks directly how to implement it smoothly." This signaled that the matter was certain to proceed, though the specifics of execution remained undetermined. This was entirely different from before. Qin Chuan cast an unobtrusive glance at Zhou Zhirua. Then she replied in a low voice. "His Majesty is the true Dragon Emperor. When he has a plan, it is genuine. We, his subjects, can breathe a little easier." As he spoke, Zhou Zhirua's gaze fell upon Qin Chuan. "What were you discussing, Minister Qin and Minister Luo? Why not share it so everyone may hear?" Luo Yanghui's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped back to his original position. He bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, I was inquiring of Minister Qin how best to implement this plan to achieve optimal results." What are your thoughts, Minister Qin?" Zhou Zhirua turned to look at Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan." He tilted his head slightly, shooting Luo Yanghui a disapproving glare. Then he stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I do have some thoughts, but they are not yet fully formed. I shall refrain from sharing them now, lest my words prove laughable to your Majesty and my colleagues." Before Zhou Zhirua could speak, Wang Ben spoke up first. "When did Minister Qin become so modest? Speak your mind freely. We all serve in the same court, who would mock whom? Even if Minister Qin's words seem laughable, I doubt His Majesty would hold it against you." Wang Ben finished speaking and burst into laughter. Qin Chuan's expression darkened. Truly a brute of a soldier, his words were always so blunt. Qin Zhong turned his head to glance at Wang Ben, his expression cold. "General Wang speaks wisely. I am no military commander myself in matters of warfare, I naturally cannot compare to you. Thus, even if I utter something laughable, it matters little. But you, General Wang, are the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Should you say something ridiculous, it would be a laughingstock for all to see. You." The smile vanished from Wang Ben's face, and he was about to erupt in anger when Zhou Zhirua shot him a sharp glance. He immediately suppressed his anger and stood obediently to the side. Zhou Zhirua said, "We all serve the same court and dedicate ourselves to the nation. At times like this, let us refrain from snide remarks. Minister Qin, please share your perspective first." Qin Chuan bowed his hands, "Yes." He then stood up straight. "Your Majesty's call for universal conscription strikes me as ill-advised. Reason? Soldiers defending the nation require specialized training. In peacetime, their daily duty is training. But what of the common people? They must also labor. The time they could dedicate to training, at best, would not even amount to half a year. Mobilizing them would not only disrupt the training of regular soldiers but also leave the commoners' training inadequate for actual combat. Frankly, I believe this would be a thankless task." Luo Yanghui immediately stood up, "Your servant second the motion." "I object." Before Luo Yanghui could finish, Wang Ben spoke up. He stood tall and straight. He declared loudly, "Your Majesty, I find the idea of a nation of soldiers most excellent. In peacetime, they remain civilians working their fields, living their lives as usual. But in times of war, they become the endless reservoir of soldiers for our Great Zhou. Once hostilities begin, we could muster an entire army from any single town. As for the concerns raised by Minister Qin, they can be easily addressed. We can separate the training of the regular army from that of the common people, ensuring they do not interfere with one another. This would prevent the very situation Minister Qin described. As for the training duration..." At this point, Wang Ben paused to reflect briefly. Then he looked up. "Your servant proposes instead that we develop a specialized training regimen for the common folk. This would enable them to master battlefield tactics most suited to their roles in the shortest possible time, without needing to replicate the military's training methods entirely." "I disagree," Luo Yanghui waved his hand, displeased. "Wouldn't that make the commoners mere cannon fodder on the battlefield? If all the commoners perish, who will till the fields? Who will sustain the entire Zhou court?" At that moment, Lu Cheng stepped forward. "If we've reached a point where even commoners must take up arms, then the Zhou court itself must surely be on the brink of collapse." Luo Yanghui choked on his words. Before he could speak further, Zhou Zhirua interrupted him. "General Wang's words resonate deeply with the sovereign," Zhou Zhirua declared. "This matter is settled. All cities, counties, towns, and even villages shall organize every citizen between the ages of 12 and 45 men and women alike for training. As for the specific rules..." Zhou Zhirua turned to Wang Ben. "Minister Wang, draft the detailed regulations." Develop distinct training methods tailored to men, women, the elderly, and children. Crucially, ensure training does not interfere with farming seasons. Jiang Ben replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall proceed immediately upon returning to the palace." "Very well. Present the final draft to me without delay." "Your servant obeys." Su Ming's phone buzzed twice. It was a text message notification. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen, curious to see who had sent it. But when he pressed the screen to light it up, he discovered it was from Liao Nanyan. Su Ming quickly unlocked it and opened the message. Li Kuanping is short on cash and urgently needs to sell the ancient artifacts he has. He's been looking for buyers these past few days. After reading it, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. The time had come. Chapter 171, Digging a Hole for Li Kuanping. Li's office. Li Kuanping sat idly in his office, staring at the documents in his hands, his eyes growing dizzy. He couldn't make out a single word on the page. He was deeply troubled. More troubled than ever before. Before, he'd only worried about not having enough money to buy what he wanted. But now, he had to worry about how to cover that 20 million yuan deficit. If he couldn't cover it in time and his father found out, wouldn't his father tear him apart alive? Fortunately, his father hasn't found out yet. As long as he covered the money, he'd be fine. The problem was, even though he'd been advertising the sale for ages, not a single person had inquired about the price. Instead, the harassing calls kept coming. Some people even called just to mock him, saying that the future heir of the prestigious Li family couldn't even come up with a little cash. Some even went so far as to ask him point blank if the Li Corporation was going bankrupt. That's why he had to sell his own things. It had driven him to such irritation that he simply turned off his phone. Just then, the door to his office was pushed open forcefully. The cabinet slammed against the doorframe, startling him. His rotund body jolted, his fleshy rolls jiggling in unison. Li Kuanping looked up irritably. "Who the hell is it? Can't you show some manners? Don't you know to knock before entering?" "Dad?" Li Kuanping was cursing when he looked up and met Li Ji's face, burning with rage. The curse words on his lips instantly vanished. Li Kuanping immediately stood up, circled the desk, and approached Li Ji with an ingratiating expression. "Dad, what's wrong? Who upset you? Tell your son, and I'll go get revenge for you right now." If he hadn't said that, Li Ji's expression might have been bearable. But the moment he spoke, his face darkened even further. Li Ji glared coldly at Li Kuanping and growled, "You little bastard. I'm asking you, what new trouble have you gotten into lately? Why did you suddenly start selling off your treasures? Harassing calls are flooding my phone, asking if Li Corporation is going bankrupt. They say if it is, they'll dump their shares immediately." Li Kuanping's forehead broke out in a cold sweat at these words. He hadn't anticipated that merely leaking a hint would trigger such a massive chain reaction. As for the real reason behind his sales, Li Kuanping dared not utter a single word. He could only chuckle awkwardly and make up a flimsy excuse. You said I was wasting my life on hobbies, right? So I sold off the things I could to focus on running the company. Who knew my image as an antique enthusiast would be so deeply ingrained in people's minds? Deeply ingrained? Li Ji laughed bitterly. He stared intently at Li Kuanping for a moment. Li Kuanping felt his scalp tingle under the intense stare. But he dared not look away. Instead, he stared back at Li Ji with complete sincerity, hoping to convince him that every word was genuine. Whether Li Ji believed him or not. He only asked softly, "Everything you said, was it all from the heart?" Li Kuanping nodded vigorously. "Of course." Li Ji sneered coldly, pointed at him, and turned to leave. Watching Li Ji walk away, Li Kuanping exhaled a long breath. He hurried to the door and slammed it shut. He then dashed to his desk, picked up the landline, and called his assistant. The moment the call connected, Li Kuanping impatiently ordered, "Quick! Tell the accounting supervisor that if my father asks about me, he should think carefully before speaking." After giving the order, Li Kuanping paced anxiously back and forth in his office. The fact that his father had come all the way here to question him meant he was almost certainly suspicious. He had to return the money immediately. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before everything came to light. His phone was already ringing off the hook. Harassing calls were pouring in like flies, making it impossible to distinguish who the buyer actually was. It seemed he needed to find other avenues to seek out viable buyers. And this was precisely what Su Ming hoped to see. In fact, he had orchestrated it himself. When he sensed the moment was right, he contacted Liao Nanyan and told her, "It's your time to shine." Liao Nanyan smiled seductively. "Rest assured, young Master Su." After hanging up, Liao Nanyan immediately began contacting Li Kuanping. Meanwhile, Su Ming retrieved several more artifacts related to the Great Zhou dynasty from his collection and presented them to Xiao Chengjing. Xiao Chengjing was so delighted he couldn't even eat his meal. He dove straight into examining them. If not for Zhou Gu watching over him, who knows what state he'd be in right now. Within days, Liao Nanyan sent a text message. "He's hooked. Send someone over." The message included a time and address. Su Ming was out of the question. The moment he showed up, Li Kuanping would surely back out. So he turned to He Jin. Li Kuanping didn't know He Jin, making him the perfect frontman for the acquisition. He Jin sat beside Su Ming, his brow furrowed in worry. Boss, I know nothing about antiques. If I go, I hope I don't give myself away. It wouldn't matter if he slipped up. But he feared ruining Su Ming's deal. Su Ming patted his shoulder reassuringly. Go ahead. If you can't play the part of an expert, just play the part of a layman. Say you're buying it as a gift for someone. We've laid all the groundwork for you. Even if Li Kuanping doesn't want to sell, he has to sell this item. Over the past few days, Li Ji had already begun to suspect something. He'd started digging into the company's accounts. If he didn't cover this hole soon, he would be finished. Up until now, every buyer except He Jin had been fake, either fleecing Li Kuanping or dismissing his collection as worthless. The quality of Li Kuanping's collection was indeed subpar. People used to joke that if anyone got duped into buying fakes or subpar items and didn't want to take a loss, they should find a way to sell them to Li Kuanping. Not only could they recoup their investment, but they could also make a hefty profit. Compounded by his unscrupulous associates unwilling to be suckers themselves, Li Kuanping still hasn't managed to scrape together the 20 million. Now, the only one who could pull him out of this mess was He Jin. So he had no choice but to sell this item. Because Su Ming had already cut off all his escape routes. Hearing Su Ming's words, He Jin finally felt at ease. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves before stepping out of the car. He arrived at the agreed-upon location. Li Kuanping sat on the sofa with an air of superiority. Recalling Su Ming's words, He Jin adopted a haughty demeanor. So you're the expert who wants to sell ancient artifacts? He Jin sat down across from Li Kuanping and fired the first question. Li Kuanping glanced at him. Yeah, the item's right here. I bought it for 100 million. Now I need cash, so I'll let you have it cheap. You can have it for 80 million. He Jin sneered inwardly at this. What Li Kuanping was selling this time was a lacquered wooden tray, purportedly from the Yuan dynasty. But Su Ming had examined it, a complete fake. Moreover, Liao Nanyan had informed them that Li Kuanping had originally purchased this lacquered wood tray for only 50 million yuan. Now he was claiming it was worth 100 million. He had some nerve shouting that price. He Jin opened the outer packaging and glanced at the lacquered tray. Chapter 172, Outmaneuvered by the Barbarians. He Jin pushed the lacquered box aside and shook his head at Li Kuanping. This isn't what I wanted. Li Kuanping's brow furrowed, his tone tinged with displeasure. Then what do you want? Besides, this was the only thing he intended to sell. Li Kuanping couldn't bear to part with anything else. Following Su Ming's advice, He Jin replied, I heard you have a painting, one from the great Zhou dynasty. That's what I want. Li Kuanping's gaze toward He Jin grew even more guarded. That one's not for sale. He shook his head without hesitation. If you want to buy something, take this. If not, forget it. He Jin snorted derisively. Without another word, he rose and left without hesitation. Not a single word of hesitation or attempt to keep him. Li Kuanping was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this man to be even more decisive than himself. Watching He Jin's retreating figure, Li Kuanping flew into a rage. He turned and called Liao Nanyan into the room, pointing an accusing finger at her as he shouted, What kind of people are you bringing in? You find me this useless fool. He won't buy the items clearly marked for sale, yet he insists on my painting. Tell me, did you deliberately send him here to provoke me? Liao Nanyan was utterly bewildered by the tirade. But she caught the gist. Her eyes darted about as she deliberately adopted an indignant expression. Young Master Li, I was just doing my job for you. I agreed to the deal because you gave the go-ahead. Now that it fell through, why take it out on me? She even feigned a couple of tears for good measure. Her crying irritated Li Kuanping to no end. Enough, enough. Stop crying, Li Kuanping snapped impatiently. This is driving me crazy. Liao Nanyan seized the moment to speak. Right, you're annoyed by my crying. But once the painting doesn't sell, then you won't be annoyed anymore. With that, she stormed forward. She grabbed her bag and stormed out. Li Kuanping was momentarily speechless. Then his headache intensified. In the parking lot, He Jin recounted what had happened in the private room to Su Ming. Then he spoke hesitantly, Boss, are you sure this will work? Don't let things get out of hand later. Su Ming smiled confidently. Relax, it won't backfire. So what do we do now? He Jin asked again. Su Ming rested his hand on the steering wheel, his fingertips tapping lightly. Slowly and deliberately, he uttered a single word. Wait. Wait? He Jin looked utterly perplexed. You want us to wait? What's the point? He felt Li Kuanping wouldn't contact them again. Earlier, he hadn't said a word before walking away. The look on Li Kuanping's face back then. He was clearly furious. How could he possibly go looking for them again? He Jin believed Su Ming would never receive any good news. But if Su Ming was willing to wait, then so be it. He wasn't in any hurry anyway. So He Jin shifted into a more comfortable position and settled back leisurely in the passenger seat. After waiting about 10 minutes, He Jin's phone rang. He pulled it out and glanced at it. He flipped the phone over to show Su Ming. Liao Nanyan. Su Ming seemed to have anticipated this, a faint smile playing on his lips. He raised an eyebrow at He Jin. What are you waiting for? Answer it. He Jin immediately pressed the answer button, then tapped the speakerphone icon. Hello? Liao Nanyan's sweet, syrupy voice came through immediately. Mr. He, it's me, Yen Yen. Here's the thing, I just had a good talk with young Master Li. He agreed to sell you that Dazed painting he has for 5 billion. Will you take it? He Jin looked at Su Ming. Su Ming gave him a subtle nod. He instantly understood. He Jin chuckled softly and replied leisurely, as far as I know, the Great Zhou dynasty hasn't been confirmed to have actually existed, right? I'm buying it because a friend of mine really likes its style. But as for its value, 20 million yuan. Not a penny more. Liao Nanyan had her speakerphone on as well. Hearing this, Li Kuanpeng flew into a rage. He reached out to hang up the call. Liao Nanyan quickly grabbed his hand and whispered urgently, the company. The company. Li Kuanpeng's body stiffened. He gritted his teeth fiercely, but his outstretched hand simply couldn't bring itself to press the button. The company was running out of time. Seeing this, Liao Nanyan continued her plea, young Master Li, why not sell the painting first to plug the company's hole? Once this matter blows over and we have the money, we can always buy it back. Once the existence of the Great Zhou dynasty is confirmed, who's to say it won't fetch a high price? Something this rare? You could sell it for 10 billion yuan then. Su Ming waited in vain for a response, then signaled to He Jin again. He Jin nodded and spoke again. Miss Liao, ask Mr. Li if he's willing to make this deal. If he agrees, we proceed. If not, we'll call it off. With that, he prepared to hang up. Liao Nanyan immediately interjected, Mr. He, please hold on. I'm asking him right now. Just a moment. With that, she released Li Kuanpeng's hand and gestured to him. At this point, whether the deal went through or not was entirely up to him. Liao Nanyan wouldn't interfere. She was only here to assist Su Ming in moving things forward, offering Li Kuanpeng a gentle reminder at crucial moments. But she absolutely wouldn't make decisions for him. Otherwise, Li Kuanpeng would take it out on her afterward. She wasn't stupid, she wouldn't risk getting herself dragged into this mess. Li Kuanpeng's face turned ashen with rage. Finally, gritting his teeth, he replied, deal. He Jin instantly broke into a smile. He gave Su Ming a thumbs up, then turned to Li Kuanpeng. When? The other end snapped back curtly. I'll send someone to retrieve the painting immediately. He Jin didn't dwell on his tone, replying directly, I'm not far away either. I'll head back now. With that, he hung up. Turning to Su Ming, he exclaimed with delight, Boss, you're incredible. You're practically a modern Zhuge Liang. You were absolutely right, Li Kuanpeng actually agreed. And you bought back something he spent 4 billion on for just 20 million. You're amazing. Su Ming smiled smugly, feigning modesty, no big deal. If he hadn't cornered Li Kuanpeng into this predicament, how could he have secured the painting so smoothly? Ultimately, it was Li Kuanpeng's own inadequacy. Now that the painting was in his hands, it was time to prepare. He needed to find an opportunity for Xiao Qingjing to reveal the truth about the Great Zhou dynasty. But before that, he had to host the appraisal event. It would serve as a warm-up for the upcoming auction of Great Zhou artifacts. Su Ming even wanted to decide who to invite. Some of these individuals held considerable influence. After instructing Song Zhao to print the invitations, Su Ming took several copies to personally write them, demonstrating sincerity. As he wrote, the incense burner suddenly emitted a soft puff. A slip of paper drifted slowly out. Su Ming looked up and caught the note in his hand. Unfolding it, Su Ming's brow instantly furrowed, his expression darkening. Zhou Zhirua wrote that the Great Zhou had been outmaneuvered by the barbarians. After the Northern D and Western Shu went to war, Zhou Zhirua implemented a policy of mobilizing the entire population for military service. While manpower was now available, horses were in short supply. Thus, some proposed trading with the barbarian tribes, renowned for their fine horses, to procure quality mounts. Chapter 173, Inferior and Sickly Horses. The barbarian tribes were renowned for their horses, with an abundance of fine foals. Thus, their cavalry proved formidable. If Great Zhou could field such cavalry, its combat strength would be greatly enhanced. When her ministers presented this proposal, Zhou Zhirua agreed without hesitation. But Zhou Zhirua frowned, uneasy. Will the barbarian tribes agree? She doubted the barbarians wouldn't grasp the Great Zhou's intent in purchasing horses. Once they did, would they still agree to sell horses to bolster the Great Zhou's military might? The ministers fell silent for a moment. Wang Ben stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe the barbarians will agree. Zhou Zhirua looked up at him. How so? Because they, like the Northern D tribes, lack clothing and grain. Whether it be the Western Shu, the Northern D, or the barbarian tribes, none enjoy geographical advantages comparable to the Great Zhou, nor do their domestic resources match the abundance of the Great Zhou. This is especially true for the Northern D and the barbarian tribes. The Northern D subsisted on hunting, dwelling in the forests. The barbarians, meanwhile, roam in search of water and grass. Though they possess vast herds of cattle, sheep, and horses, Their grain is insufficient to sustain them. Thus, they persistently sought to attack the Great Joe. What they truly desire is nothing more than clothing and grain. If they proposed exchanging new garments and grain for horses, the barbarians would surely agree. But Wang Ben also had reservations. Even if Zhou Jiruo was right that the barbarians wouldn't stand idly by and watch the Great Joe grow stronger. Thus, Wang Ben frowned and said gravely, I fear the barbarians might take our goods and then refuse to give us good horses. Given the Great Joe's current situation, once this deal is made, even if the barbarians truly give us a bunch of dead horses, we'll have no choice but to accept them. Because we couldn't fight them. Nor did we have the confidence to fight. As his words fell, the assembled ministers frowned in unison. A heavy silence fell over the hall. But horses were essential. Zhou Jiruo clenched her teeth and declared, then we must buy them. She then dispatched envoys to the barbarian tribes to negotiate the purchase of horses. The barbarians, upon hearing this, immediately demanded an exorbitant price 3 times the fair value and ultimately delivered a herd of old, inferior, and sickly horses. Several more perished on the journey back. By the time the caravan reached the capital, only 11 of the original 30 horses remained. And every single one was sickly. They looked as if they might breathe their last at any moment. Zhou Jiruo was so furious her eyes turned red. Gritting her teeth, she ordered the veterinarians to cure them at all costs. But none of the veterinarians were confident they could. Now Zhou Jiruo was at a loss too. She could only turn to Su Ming for help. She brought quite a few gifts. Among them were even countless pieces of gold and silver. In the past, Su Ming would have been delighted. But upon reading the contents of the letter, Su Ming felt furious. He felt it keenly once more, what it truly meant to be left behind and beaten. This was precisely the state of the Great Zhou Empire today. Barbarian tribes bullied them so brazenly, yet they lacked even the backbone to curse back, let alone fight. The thought of Zhou Jiruo's eyes reddening with anger filled Su Ming with heartache. He immediately wrote back. Don't be angry. We'll remember this grievance. Once the Great Zhou develops, we'll crush those barbarians. You said the horses are sick, tell me what ailments they have. Zhou Jiruo froze upon seeing the reply. She had gone to see the sick horses, but hadn't observed them closely. If pressed to describe symptoms, she couldn't say for certain. After a moment's silence, she picked up her brush and replied, I will inquire. After placing the reply in the incense burner, Zhou Jiruo returned it to its mechanism. Only then did she open the palace doors with a stern expression, striding out while commanding in a deep voice, prepare the imperial carriage for the imperial stables immediately. Yes, your majesty. Zhao Shen hurriedly summoned palace attendants to follow with lanterns. Little did they know that the moment they departed, someone else slipped into the blue and white hall with stealthy, furtive movements. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiruo sat in her palanquin, heading toward the imperial stables. Midway, Zhao Shen asked, Your Majesty, why make this journey in the dead of night? Why not summon the stewards of the imperial stables and question them directly? Zhou Jiruo waved him off. You don't understand. To obtain these horses, she needed to know exactly what ailment afflicted them. She could have consulted the royal stables veterinary officer, but she preferred to see them herself and describe them in detail to Su Ming. That way, Su Ming could pinpoint the root of the problem and propose a solution as soon as possible. And perhaps save as many horses as possible. It wasn't that she didn't trust the medical officers. She simply preferred to see for herself. Then, when Su Ming asked questions, she would have answers ready. Therefore, this journey was non-negotiable. Upon hearing the emperor had arrived, the imperial stables officials hurried out nervously to greet him. Zhou Jiruo waved her hand. No need to kneel. Quickly take me to see those sick horses. Yes, your majesty. The attendant immediately took a lantern, holding it carefully as he led Zhou Jiruo forward. They turned through several corridors. Before they drew near, Zhou Jiruo caught the pungent stench. She frowned slightly. The steward cautiously replied, Your Majesty, these horses are currently ill, many suffering from diarrhea. The stench within the imperial stables is overwhelming. It might offend your Majesty's senses. Perhaps it would be best if your Majesty did not proceed. If there is anything you wish to discuss, simply instruct this humble servant. Zhou Jiruo shook her head. No need. Continue leading the way. Seeing her insistence, the steward could only nod in agreement. Yes. After walking a short distance further, they reached the imperial stables. The stench was overwhelming, but Zhou Jiruo paid it no mind. She walked straight in, saw several horses already collapsed, and asked, What illness have they contracted? The steward immediately summoned the medical officer. The medical officer prostrated himself before Zhou Jiruo, trembling as he replied, These horses have contracted an epidemic disease. What are the symptoms? Your Majesty, horses afflicted with this disease develop red eyes, rapid breathing, and a quick pulse. Typically, they succumb within 5 to 7 days after infection. These horses have been ill for 2 or 3 days now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiruo's brows furrowed deeply. Then she pointed to a nearby horse that looked listless and asked, And this one? This horse has sores and ulcers in its mouth and refuses to eat or drink. Zhou Zhirua then pointed to each of the other horses, inquiring about their conditions one by one. After her inquiries, she examined each sick horse in detail. Finally, as she turned to leave, she glanced at the horses afflicted with the contagion and ordered, "Isolate these sick horses according to the severity of their conditions to prevent cross-infection." The attendants replied in unison, "Yes, ma'am." By the time Zhou Zhirua returned to the blue and white hall, it was already the 4th watch of the night. Zhou Zhirua removed her outer robe, which had absorbed the foul odor, and ordered hot soup to be prepared. While waiting, she meticulously documented each symptom of the horse's ailments. Only after the palace attendants had departed did she approach the bedside, activate the mechanism, retrieve the incense burner, and slip the letter inside. Then she closed the mechanism again. By now, Su Ming was most likely asleep. It seemed unlikely she would receive a reply today, so she resolved to return tomorrow. Zhou Zhirua turned and walked to the bath, shedding her garments before immersing herself in the warm water. Chapter 174, Embarrassing. Early the next morning, the first thing Su Ming did upon waking was to check the incense burner. He spotted a piece of paper lying nearby. Su Ming quickly picked it up and read it line by line, carefully. After finishing, his brow furrowed. According to the letter Zhou Zhirua had given him, the illnesses afflicting the sick horses of the Great Zhou Empire could be broadly categorized into several types: plague-related ailments, stomatitis, bone infections, and conditions involving obstruction of bowel movements and urinary functions, accompanied by a deathly pallor upon waking. None of these issues were particularly serious. In modern society, these were all easily treatable conditions. Yet in Great Zhou, they left practitioners utterly helpless. Were it not for the sake of the Great Zhou's long-term stability, Su Ming could have easily purchased some medicine, sealed it in an incense burner, and sent it directly to Zhou Zhirua's hands. The horses would recover swiftly after taking the medicine. But that was not an option. Directly administering medicine was indeed the fastest solution. But the day the incense burner failed would bring even greater hardship to the Great Zhou. Moreover, with a nation this vast and its countless subjects, even if he spent every last coin he owned, he couldn't possibly sustain them all. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Su Ming rose and began searching online for suitable treatment methods. And they must be suitable for the Great Zhou era. After much searching, Su Ming came across the essential techniques for the common people. Chapter 56, Raising Cattle, Horses, Donkeys, and Mules, stated, "Remedy for cattle and horse epidemics: boil otter feces and administer it." Otter meat and liver are even more effective, but if neither is available, only the feces may be used. Su Ming copied down the recipe. He then found several other treatments for different ailments, copying them all down one by one. Only after finishing did he place the letter into the incense burner. After placing the letter inside, Su Ming leaned against the table, staring at his phone. The illuminated screen still displayed the search results he had just viewed. The Qinin Yaoshu contained countless methods for cultivation and animal husbandry. They would undoubtedly be invaluable to the Great Zhou dynasty. Rather than having him transcribe solutions after incidents occurred, it would be better to give the entire book directly to Zhou Zhirua. When necessary, she could consult it herself. She could even disseminate its contents nationwide. In this way, the prosperity of the Great Zhou would be within reach. It would prevent the nation from being bullied by other states. Once this thought took root, it could not be stopped. Without hesitation, Su Ming picked up his phone, opened the shopping app, and began placing orders. Su Ming returned to the company holding the invitation. Song Zhao was organizing documents. Spotting Su Ming, he set aside the invitation in his hand and quipped, "Well, if it isn't our boss, Mr. Su. What brings you to the office? Didn't take a wrong turn and end up here by accident, did you?" Su Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. "This is my company. Why wouldn't I come whenever I want?" He placed the invitations in front of Song Zhao. "I wrote these personally. You deliver them yourself to show sincerity." Song Zhao casually picked one up. "Gu Hong?" The moment the name was spoken, Song Zhao's brow furrowed. He looked at Su Ming with utter confusion. "You invited him? As far as I know, your relationship isn't exactly great. Aren't you afraid he won't give you face and just won't show up?" Su Ming set the invitation down and walked over to sit on the side. He casually picked up a contract to read. Hearing this, he replied without looking up, "Whether he comes or not is his business. But whether I give him face is my problem." Song Zhao chuckled at this, picking up the invitation before setting it back down. "You're a true boss. Your mindset is on another level. You've got some business acumen too," Su Ming remarked, waving the contract in his hand. Song Zhao tilted his head and glanced at it. He chuckled. "You've entrusted the entire company to me. How could I not give it my all?" "That'll do." Su Ming quickly scanned the contract. Satisfied there were no issues, he turned and walked away. Song Zhao watched his retreating figure, curling his lip in disdain as he grumbled and began tidying up. This guy really is a hands-off boss, never lifting a finger. Those in the know realize this company is his, but anyone unaware would think it's mine. Sigh, what a miserable life as a worker. Now he even had to moonlight as a mailman. He picked up the invitation Su Ming had given him, intending to deliver it personally. The rest could be mailed. Song Jiao stepped out of the company building, briefcase in hand. Within 2 days, news of Su Ming's upcoming art appraisal event spread throughout the entire circle. Qi Xian was drinking with a group of his rowdy friends at a bar. The group chatted idly. Somehow, the conversation turned to Su Ming. This guy's been making waves lately. He's been throwing money around buying up all kinds of antiques, and now he's throwing an appraisal event. My boss even got an invitation. As soon as he finished speaking, someone nearby chimed in. My dad got one too. My dad too. And my grandfather, he loves this stuff too. That Song Jiao even delivered the invitation to him personally. The voices echoed one after another. After they finished speaking, the one who had started the conversation asked, so will they be attending? The Su family may have a grand reputation. Su Ming's personal reputation, however, had been rather unsavory in the past. Now, however, things had improved considerably. Especially lately, he'd been actively networking everywhere, and his reputation had indeed improved somewhat. However, cultivating connections and attending the appreciation event he was organizing were two entirely different matters. His question caused the crowd to fall briefly silent. After a moment, someone spoke up, probably. My dad seems pretty eager about it. Plus, I heard Su Ming went all out to boost his company's reputation this time. The pieces he's bringing out are bound to be top-notch. My brother said the same thing. The discussion grew heated. Just then, the sharp crack of shattering glass echoed through the room. Startled, everyone instinctively fell silent and turned toward the source of the sound. Qi Xian stood there, his face cold and grim, lips pressed tightly together as he swept his gaze over the group. Who does that Su Ming think he is? Hosting an appraisal event? Mark my words, I, Qi Xian, am his sworn enemy. Pass this along, anyone daring to attend his worthless appraisal event is declaring war on me. If your companies run into trouble later, don't blame me for not warning you. As he finished, the crowd erupted into nervous laughter, hastily declaring their loyalty. What does that Su Ming think he is? Not even worth a pile of dog. Why would we bother with him? Exactly. We wouldn't give a damn about his worthless appreciation event. Hearing these words, the tension finally began to ease from Qi Xian's face. Gu Corporation. Gu Han listened to the gossip his secretary had uncovered, glanced at the invitation in his hand, and chuckled lightly. Looks like Su Ming is going to make a fool of himself this time. You bet. The secretary nodded. This appreciation event has generated quite a buzz, with numerous guests invited and a grand spectacle guaranteed. Yet, come the day, hardly anyone showed up to support him. Su Ming's face will be dragged through the mud across the entire internet. Chapter 175, Don't Panic. When Song Jiao heard the news, it felt like the sky had fallen. The appraisal event was tomorrow. And today he's told someone's messing with it, forbidding people from attending? This bastard was deliberately trying to make them look like fools. He had to inform Su Ming immediately. Song Jiao immediately called Su Ming. Su Ming was currently at the antique shop, where Xiao Changjing was holding an ancient artifact and explaining its history to him. He listened intently, occasionally asking questions. The sudden ringtone startled him. He gave Xiao Changjing an apologetic smile. I need to take this call. Xiao Changjing waved dismissively. Su Ming stepped away with the phone. Only then did he press the answer button. Song Jiao, what's up? Song Jiao was highly self-reliant. Unless it involved major objectives, he never called Su Ming lightly. He could handle company operations independently. Why was he calling out of the blue today? Something must have happened. Su Ming's brow furrowed. From the other end came Song Jiao's urgent and grave voice. Boss, Qi Xian is screwing us over. Qi Xian? Su Ming was taken aback. What did he do? He's threatening anyone who dares attend our appreciation event. He'll make their lives miserable. Song Jiao's voice was filled with gritted teeth as he spoke. Qi Xian had the Qi family backing him. Though he doesn't hold a leadership position in the company. If he truly wanted to orchestrate something behind the scenes, most companies wouldn't stand a chance. He wouldn't even need to get his hands dirty. A mere hint would be enough. Plenty would rush to curry favor with the Qi family and take revenge for Qi Xian. With him making such a statement, who would dare get close to Su Ming now? Song Jiao grew restless, pacing in circles before his voice turned grave. Boss, what do we do now? The word's out, the invitations are sent. If no one shows up, they'll make a complete fool of themselves. Su Ming's expression darkened. After a moment's thought, he declared, I'll handle this. The appraisal event proceeds as planned. We can't afford to trip over our own feet when outsiders haven't even made their moves yet. Hearing this, Song Jiao's eyes lit up. Boss, you have a solution? Yes. The words made Su Ming feel a pang of unease. Truthfully, he hadn't come up with a solid plan yet. But he couldn't let his guard down. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming told Song Jiao, just keep a close eye on the company. I'll handle the rest. All right. Song Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. With you saying that, boss, I can rest easy. After hanging up, Su Ming stood with a grim expression, clenching his jaw. Xiao Chengjing had already finished explaining the matter concerning the ancient artifacts. Su Ming was nowhere to be seen. He motioned to Zhao Jiwen, "Go see what's wrong with him. He looks completely distracted." Zhao Jiwen glanced over and said, "He must have something on his mind. I'll go ask him." Before Xiao Chengjing could speak, Zhao Jiwen set down her work and Su Ming walked over. Su Ming was deep in thought when someone suddenly tapped his shoulder lightly. He looked up in confusion. Seeing Zhao Jiwen, Su Ming pulled the corners of his mouth into a smile. "Sis Jiwen, what brings you over? Has old Xiao finished explaining that ancient artifact?" "He finished ages ago." Zhao Jiwen laughed aloud. Seeing the look of disappointment on Su Ming's face, she continued, "Don't worry. I wrote down everything the teacher said. If you have time, you can ask me anytime. Of course, if you go directly to ask the teacher, he'd be happy to explain it to you too." "I know. Thanks, Sister Jiwen." Su Ming smiled. "But you look a bit off. Did something happen? Feel free to tell me, maybe I can help. And the teacher is concerned too. He saw you looking pale earlier and sent me over to check on you right away." Zhao Jiwen gestured toward Xiao Chengjing. Xiao Chengjing, who had been eavesdropping. This disciple of his really didn't spare him any face. "Oh well, since it's already been pointed out." Xiao Chengjing stopped pretending. He cleared his throat lightly and stepped out from behind the desk. He approached Su Ming. "Little Su, we're such good friends now. If there's something on your mind, just say it. Why keep it bottled up? Maybe we can help you out." As Xiao Chengjing spoke, Su Ming's eyes gradually brightened. Earlier, he hadn't been able to think of a suitable solution. But now, he did. Su Ming looked at Zhao Jiwen with sparkling eyes. "Sis Jiwen, I actually do need a favor from you." Zhao Jiwen nodded. "What is it? Tell me. I'm trying to figure out the appraisal event, you know about it, right?" After Su Ming finished speaking, Zhao Jiwen nodded and said, "Of course I know. Didn't the teacher know too? He even lent you quite a few pieces from his collection, hoping you'd make this appraisal event a success. What's the matter?" Beside them, Xiao Chengjing spoke in a low voice. "Something went wrong with the appraisal event. That's what they mean by old foxes. One leaf foretells the coming of autumn." Su Ming nodded solemnly. He recounted to the two of them the specific actions Qi Xian had taken against him. After hearing it, both Zhao Jiwen and Xiao Chengjing were furious. "That Qi guy is so annoying. He even tries to stop you from holding an appraisal event?" "Exactly. He's gone too far." Seeing how furious they were, Su Ming quickly tried to calm them down. "We won't let him get away with this easily. But the problem is, the appraisal event is tomorrow." After he made those threats, many people are too scared to come. "If no one shows up, both me and my event will become a laughingstock." Xiao Chengjing and Zhao Jiwen chimed in unison. "So how do you want us to help?" "Simple. Invite students from the Ancient Artifacts Department at Capital University to attend. Pay them 80 yuan per day. Though not much, they'd get to see fine pieces and earn money. Many students would surely be eager to attend. The Qi family's prestige primarily lies in the business world. They had no influence over the university. Even if some students couldn't come due to family connections, could he possibly stop every single one? As long as people show up, his appreciation event won't be a failure." Su Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. Xiao Chengjing and Zhao Jiwen froze at his words. Then they burst into laughter. "You little rascal," Xiao Chengjing pointed at Su Ming, laughing so hard tears streamed from his eyes. "That brain of yours works pretty well, you even managed to find a loophole like this." Su Ming smiled faintly. Zhao Jiwen pondered for a moment before saying, "That's actually a pretty good idea. Leave this to me." "Alright, old man, I'll lend a hand too." Xiao Chengjing patted Su Ming on the shoulder and turned to leave. The next day, as the host, Su Ming arrived at the venue early. Song Zhao arrived even earlier. Accompanied by his staff, he spent over an hour meticulously reviewing every detail. After confirming everything was in order, he approached Su Ming. "Boss, are you absolutely certain you've resolved this?" No sooner had he spoken than a crowd of reporters surged through the entrance. Leading the pack was none other than Qi Xian. Chapter 176, Young Master Qi is so kind. Qi Xian entered with a broad smile, brimming with confidence. His demeanor suggested he had come to offer congratulations. Su Ming and Song Zhao both frowned. He Jin, who had been trailing behind them, wore an expression of utter disgust. He glanced at Qi Xian and immediately looked away, as if another glance would soil his eyes. Qi Xian led the reporters to stand before Su Ming and the others. "Young Master Su." "Oh, wait, I should call you Mr. Su now, ha ha ha." Qi Xian laughed mockingly. Su Ming regarded him coldly. He didn't respond. Let him carry on his monologue alone. Qi Xian didn't seem bothered. He chuckled to himself for a moment before teasingly adding, "I hear Mr. Su is hosting an appreciation event today, inviting many business associates and countless industry luminaries. Though I didn't receive an invitation from you, I still showed up with a thick skin. After all, we used to be good friends. Now that you're making a comeback, I thought I'd lend a hand." I even brought a reporter along to help spread the word. At this point, Qi Xian glanced behind Su Ming, noticing the exhibits behind him. He feigned surprise. Quite the display, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, that piece should be a tang tricolor ware, right? And that one over there seems like a bone carving. Pity I'm not well versed in these matters. But I hear you've been studying under old Master Shao lately. I imagine you've gained quite the expertise in these areas, haven't you? Though, Qi Xian smiled meaningfully. With such a grand display, how come no one has come to visit? He glanced at his watch. I recall your invitation stated the opening was at 9 o'clock. It's already 9:30 now, not a soul in sight? His words sparked a flurry of whispers among the journalists. The journalists immediately began whispering among themselves. Yeah, where are the visitors? Could it be true? Like the rumors say, got stood up. Quick, go interview them. The reporters instantly snapped to attention. This was a golden opportunity. They couldn't let it slip away. Without waiting for Qi Xian to speak, they swarmed around him. Microphones were thrust into Su Ming's face, and questions came thick and fast. Mr. Su, the time has come. Why hasn't anyone arrived for the tour? Mr. Su, we heard it's because you're too arrogant and have offended many people, so no one is coming. Is that true? Mr. Su, may I ask? Su Ming's face darkened. He pressed his lips together, saying nothing, his gaze fixed on Qi Xian with grim intensity. He practically gritted his teeth as he demanded. Young Master Qi, don't you know exactly why no one showed up when the time came? Isn't it because you spread rumors behind the scenes, saying anyone who dared to come would be opposing you? The reporters' attention instantly shifted. They all turned to look at Qi Xian. Qi Xian froze. He hadn't expected Su Ming to bring this up so openly. But, where's the evidence? Qi Xian sneered. He had made the accusation. But who had proof? Who could testify? Qi Xian looked at Su Ming with scorn. Without proof, you can't just make accusations. Even if there's no one here, you can't just pick someone at random and make them take the fall. Want proof? Su Ming pulled out his phone. I have it. Want to hear it? He waved his phone. Qi Xian's expression changed. How could you possibly have it? The last few words nearly slipped out. He stared at Su Ming skeptically. After a moment, he smiled and gestured invitingly. Go ahead, play it. I want to see who's been slandering me behind my back. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. He smiled. Fine. You asked for it. Don't regret it. He swiftly opened the recording app on his phone, located an audio clip, and tapped to play it. The video immediately filled with the clamor of music, along with shouts of young Master Qi and his lazy, drawn-out response. Then, the sound abruptly cut off. Su Ming looked at Qi Xian with amusement. Want to keep listening? If you do, young Master Qi, can you handle the consequences? Sabotaging him behind his back, then bringing reporters to provoke him. If this got out, the online backlash alone could drown him. The Qi family's reputation would suffer too. If he didn't release it, he still had room to maneuver. Though outsiders might not believe it, at least the storm wouldn't rage too fiercely. Qi Xian's expression darkened. He frequented bars for fun, but never imagined anyone would dare record him? It seems young Master Qi is both skilled and bold. In that case, I'll play the entire recording. Just as Su Ming's finger hovered over the play button, Qi Xian suddenly shouted, Stop! He understood the logic of choosing the lesser of two evils. This recording absolutely could not be played. He had to divert the conversation. Before Su Ming could speak, Qi Xian snapped. Su Ming, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're trying to frame me to divert everyone's attention and cover up the fact that no one came here. Just as Su Ming opened his mouth, a group of people entered through the doorway. Leading the way was Zhao Jiwen. The group chattered and laughed, creating a lively atmosphere. Their attention was instantly drawn to the new arrivals. Su Ming's lips curved into a faint smile at the sight of the visitors. Then he slowly turned to Qi Xian. Young Master Qi, my apologies for disappointing you. I've rescheduled the tour for 10 o'clock. After saying this, he glanced at his phone, then turned it toward the group and said with a smile, Looks like everyone's eager. They've arrived before 10. Just as he spoke, another group entered. Leading this new group were Xiao Changjing and Zhou Gu. As they approached, the reporters' eyes lit up. Following behind them were renowned scholars from the archaeological community. Yes, those reclusive researchers who buried themselves in studies and rarely granted interviews. Upon entering, Xiao Changjing and Zhou Gu spotted Su Ming and approached with smiles. Young Su, the moment our friends heard you had so many antiques here, they all came running. He leaned close to Su Ming's ear and whispered with a chuckle. And you know what? Most of these people here were actually contacted by them. Seems your appraisal event has quite the pull. Ha! Su Ming turned his head. Then isn't that all thanks to the publicity from you, old Xiao, and old Zhou? We just told it like it is. No sooner had he finished speaking than another group of businesspeople in suits began trickling in. Spotting Su Ming, they rushed forward to greet him with handshakes. Su Ming was soon surrounded so tightly he couldn't move an inch. Meanwhile, Song Zhao discreetly edged closer to Qi Xian, grinning as he whispered, "Young Master Qi, looks like your reputation in the business world isn't all that impressive after all. See, everyone showed up anyway, and it's even livelier than we expected. But thanks for inviting the press. We only planned to hold this appraisal event and call it a success, never thought of involving journalists. Who knew you'd be so generous, Qi, and bring in so many reporters to promote us? Thanks a lot, Qi." With that, he turned to greet others. Qi Xian was left standing there, his face ashen. Chapter 177, The Plot. Amidst entertaining guests, Su Ming looked up, his gaze locked with Qi Xian's. Su Ming smugly raised an eyebrow. Qi Xian gritted his teeth in fury, snorted coldly, and stormed off in a huff. Seeing this, Su Ming's laughter grew louder. Qi Xian's retreating footsteps faltered for a moment before he quickened his pace. The reporters watched the scene unfold, exchanging glances. They exchanged knowing glances. Then each sought out their own target and began interviewing. The appreciation event proved a resounding success. Thanks to the journalists' coverage, Su Ming and his company's name rapidly climbed to the top of the trending topics. With various related keywords, the name Su Ming dominated all 10 spots on the trending list. Such success was beyond Su Ming's expectations. Having finished his round of social engagements, he was looking for a place to rest for a moment. But when he turned his head, he spotted Gu Hong standing off to the side, avoiding the crowd. Su Ming's footsteps halted. The next moment, he walked toward Gu Hong. "Thanks for today," Su Ming said sincerely. Yesterday, after he'd mentioned the appreciation event to Zhao Jiwen, Xiao Changjing had promised to bring some of his industry friends to show support. Su Ming was naturally delighted by the offer, but he felt it still wasn't enough. Having students and industry experts attend was certainly beneficial, but if business leaders could attend, that would be even better. That's when Gu Hong came to mind, but just as he was about to dial, Gu Heng's call came through first. Su Ming paused, thought for a moment, then decisively pressed the answer button. "Mr. Gu, what's up?" "Yes." Gu Hong cut straight to the point. "Qi Xian has issued an order forbidding anyone from attending your appraisal event. What are your plans?" Su Ming fell silent. He couldn't quite figure out what Gu Heng's purpose was in asking this. In Su Ming's memory, Gu Hong had always been quite hostile toward him. Though he intended to seek Gu Heng's assistance, he wasn't certain the man would agree. Now that Gu Hong had initiated the conversation, Su Ming felt unexpectedly uncertain. Seeing him remain silent, Gu Hong said nothing either. The two stood in an awkward stalemate. After a moment, Su Ming let out a helpless, bitter laugh. He seemed deeply frustrated. "What can I do? You know those people I used to know? They've long since cut ties with me. They're unreliable. And if the new people I've met won't give me this favor, what can I do?" He rattled off a string of excuses for his predicament, yet offered not a single word about a solution. He didn't even mention that he'd already sought help from someone. Instead, he playfully countered with a probing question. "Mr. Gu, care to help me figure this out?" The words had barely left his lips when Su Ming heard a crisp reply from across the table. "Sure." That unhesitating attitude left Su Ming momentarily stunned. Moments later, he finally processed what he just heard. But Su Ming was still astonished. He blurted out, "What did you just say?" On the other end, "I said yes," Gu Hong repeated calmly before explaining. "I called specifically to ask if you needed my help." He understood Su Ming's situation well, but since Su Ming had taken the initiative, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Su Ming smiled upon hearing this. He had feared Gu Hong might refuse to help him, but now it seemed he'd overthought it. Su Ming's lips curved upward. "Gu Hong, I misunderstood you earlier, but since you've decided to help me, I won't hold back." The other man smiled. After the smile faded, Gu Hong said, "Go ahead." Su Ming laid out his plan without hesitation. Today's situation was the result of their discussion yesterday. "Gu Hong, you saved me before. Helping you is my way of repaying that debt." Speaking of repayment, Su Ming recalled the events of that night. "Did you find out who was after you?" Su Ming asked casually. Gu Hong nodded. "We did." "Who was it?" Gu Hong paused briefly before answering. "A business rival. He lost out to me on a project." Su Ming wasn't surprised by this. Such things were common in the business world. Su Ming didn't press for details, instead shifting the subject. "So what do you plan to do about it?" A flash of murderous intent flickered in Gu Heng's eyes, but it quickly faded, and he regained his composure. His tone remained calm as he replied, "Since he's already tried to kill me, I certainly won't let him off the hook. I've already obtained some evidence of illegal activities within his company. Once I gather more conclusive proof, I'll submit it all to the relevant authorities. Since the other party was so stubborn, he would see him off. Su Ming nodded, changing the subject. The appraisal event was a resounding success, and it really boosted our company's reputation. This time, it's all thanks to you. I've decided to throw a celebratory dinner later. How about it? Want to join me? No. Gu Hong stood up straight, his face set in refusal. I have things to attend to. If it weren't for backing you up, I wouldn't have bothered coming in the first place. Now that your business is done, I'm out of here. With that, he strode away. He didn't give Su Ming a chance to stop him. Su Ming smiled wryly and turned to find Zhao Jiwen and the others. That evening, when Qi Xian saw the trending topic online, his face turned ashen with rage. He slammed his phone onto the floor. Damn Su Ming! And Gu Hong too! How dare he oppose me too? Just because he holds some real power in the company? Thinking he's some big shot now. Just you wait, he'll crush him sooner or later. But for now, Qi Xian wouldn't let Su Ming off the hook either. How should he deal with him? Qi Xian's face darkened as he paced back and forth several times. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. That painting hung in the exhibition hall, and it looked familiar. Where had he seen it? Where? Qi Xian racked his brain. Moments later, his eyes lit up. He slammed his palm on the table. I remember now. It was at Li Kuanpeng's place. He recalled that the painting had cost Li Kuanpeng a pretty penny, and after acquiring it, Li had boasted about it for quite some time. Just recently, rumors had circulated that Xiao Qingjing had confirmed the historical existence of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, without conclusive evidence, the discovery remained unannounced. Once confirmed, the value of Dezhou artifacts would skyrocket. Many people had said at the time that Li Kuanpeng had struck gold, but how could such a treasure end up in Su Ming's hands? Given the relationship between these two men, it simply shouldn't have ended up with Su Ming. Something was amiss. Perhaps it was the very opening they needed to target Su Ming. The thought struck Qi Xian, and he immediately grabbed his phone to call his cronies, instructing them to dig around and find out what had transpired between Li Kuanpeng and Su Ming recently. The other party was also a gossip enthusiast. Upon hearing Qi Xian's inquiry about Li Kuanpeng, he promptly relayed all the information he'd gathered. After listening, Qi Xian instantly had an idea. Chapter 178, You don't have it, but the master does. Great Zhou. With the formula provided by Su Ming, the sick horse recovered swiftly. The imperial stable supervisor was overjoyed. He hurried to Empress Zhou Jiruo, eager to share the good news with Her Majesty. Upon receiving the report, Zhou Jiruo promptly ordered, Summon him. Zhao Shen, summon the imperial stable supervisor. The steward hurried forward, head bowed, though his eager strides betrayed his soaring spirits. He approached Zhou Jiruo. He knelt with a thud. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations. By the grace of heaven, all the horses have recovered save for two that succumbed to illness before timely treatment could save them. Zhou Jiruo drew a deep breath. A smile spread across her face. This was indeed excellent news. Hearing it directly from the person involved was far more uplifting than hearing it secondhand. After a moment, Zhou Jiruo exhaled deeply. Good. Excellent. All the horses were saved, and their silver hadn't been spent in vain. The imperial stables immediately inquired again. Your Majesty, how shall we proceed with these horses now? Zhou Jiruo pondered this question carefully. Then she looked up. Among these horses, how many are Mares? The steward promptly replied. Only 3. How old are they? One is slightly older, while the other 2 are just 6 months old. Your Majesty inquires about this. Is it to reserve them as brood Mares? The steward ventured a guess at Zhou Jiruo's intentions. Zhou Jiruo glanced at the steward, then nodded. I do indeed have that intention, but you know horses better than I. Tell me, would this work? The steward nodded promptly. Your Majesty is wise. This plan is indeed feasible. Very well, I entrust them to you. Remember, care for them diligently. Show them no neglect whatsoever. Ensure they produce as many foals as possible. Upon hearing this, the steward nodded promptly. Yes, Your Majesty. Watching the steward's retreating figure, Zhou Jiruo couldn't help but clench her fists in excitement. From the very beginning, Zhou Jiruo had intended to send all these horses to the military to serve as war horses. She never imagined that after all this turmoil, only a handful remained. They certainly wouldn't be enough for the army. They would have to be used for breeding first, but she would still need to find a way to acquire more horses for the military. Zhou Jiruo examined the memorials submitted by the horse breeding offices across the provinces. They clearly stated that the current horse populations in the regional horse breeding stations were also severely insufficient, utterly incapable of meeting the army's demand for horses. The next morning during court, Zhou Jiruo presented the situation. She scanned the assembly in the hall. My esteemed ministers, what insights might you offer on this matter? Luo Yanghui rose first, his voice brimming with righteous indignation as he launched into a tirade against the barbarian tribes. Yet he offered not a single solution. Zhou Zhirua glanced at Wang Ben, who seemed hesitant to speak. Minister Wang, you seem to have something to say? Wang Ben immediately stepped forward upon hearing this. He bowed his hands and said, Your Majesty, I truly have something to say. But, he stammered, opening his mouth several times without managing to articulate his thoughts. Zhou Zhirua, seeing his hesitation, couldn't help but smile. Minister Wang, you've always been straightforward in the past. What's gotten into you today that you're suddenly so coy? The court officials chuckled in unison. Wang Ben gave an embarrassed chuckle. Then Zhou Zhirua said, Minister Wang, speak plainly, there's no need to hold back. Hearing this, Wang Ben finally gathered his courage and looked up. Then I beg your majesty to pardon me first, for I dare not speak otherwise. Zhou Zhirua raised an eyebrow. I grant your request. Speak. Upon hearing this, Wang Ben hastily thanked her. Thank you, your majesty. Since your majesty wishes to hear it, I shall dare to speak. Your majesty mentioned earlier that the military horses of our great Zhou are far too few to meet the army's needs. This is precisely why your majesty previously sent envoys to purchase horses from the barbarian tribes. But those barbarian tribes are truly despicable. Not only did they cheat us out of our silver, they also delivered inferior and diseased horses. As a result, fewer than 10 horses purchased for the great Zhou have actually arrived. This matter has been troubling your majesty. Your majesty asked us ministers if there is a solution. Yet I see all the other ministers remain silent. In my humble opinion, it is not that no solution exists, but rather that the proposed solution is too controversial. They fear that raising it might anger his majesty. Hence no one dares to speak. Since none will speak, then I shall speak. My suggestion is to purchase horses from the barbarian tribes once more. At these words, Luo Yanghui and the others flew into a rage. They turned and hurled furious rebukes at Wang Ben. General Wang, as a subject of the great Zhou, how dare you propose such a rotten idea? The barbarians have just deceived us. Do you intend to offer them more opportunities to deceive us again? Wang Ben raised his eyes and glanced at Luo Yanghui. But among the neighboring nations, only the barbarian tribes possess sufficient quality horses. At this point, Wang Ben turned to Zhou Zhirua. Since we now possess the cure for horse disease, this time we should specifically purchase diseased horses. By driving down the price, we can acquire them and then cure them. This way, we save silver while still obtaining horses. Wouldn't that be better? Luo Yanghui's eyebrows shot up as he continued his tirade, but Zhou Zhirua narrowed her eyes slightly. Wang Ben's plan did sound rather clever. The barbarian tribes refused to give them good horses, yet they desperately needed them. The Western Shu and Northern D tribes also had horses, but both in quality and quantity, they were far inferior to the barbarian tribes. Therefore, if they wanted to quickly replenish a large number of horses, the barbarian tribes were the unavoidable best option. Since avoidance was impossible, they should strive to secure as much benefit for themselves as possible. Amidst the clamor in the courtroom, Zhou Zhirua's voice cut through the noise. Silence. The previously noisy assembly instantly fell silent. Zhou Zhirua declared, Minister Wang's proposal is acceptable. Have the imperial stables veterinarians accompany the mission to select horses with manageable ailments. Prioritize fine horses over inferior ones. Once beyond the barbarian lands, treat the horses immediately before bringing them back. As Jingshan City is the only gateway from our great Zhou into the barbarian lands, I shall have a secret shipment of medicinal herbs delivered there. Treatment can commence the moment the horses arrive. Wang Ben heard this and was overjoyed. Your Majesty's wisdom is profound. The next day, the veterinary team set out with the caravan toward the barbarian lands. Zhou Zhirua waited daily for news from the barbarian lands, but before any news arrived, she was met instead by a deeply troubled Wang Ben. Seeing Wang when kneeling before her, Zhou Zhirua felt a headache coming on. Minister Wang, this matter is beyond my power to resolve. Training soldiers is your responsibility as a general. Do you truly believe consulting me will help? Yes, she had indeed commanded troops and fought battles before, but the training methods they used were all the same. Now asking her for methods to train cavalry as well as, or even better than the barbarians? That was nothing short of wishful thinking. Wang Ben lifted his head, stubbornly insisting, Your Majesty may be unable, but the sage is capable. Your Majesty, might you speak with the sage and ask him to offer the servant some counsel? What do you say? Chapter 179, Mountain Camp. Zhou Zhirua looked at him with obvious distaste. Couldn't you just write to him yourself? Ever since Su Ming agreed to explain military strategy to him last time, Wang Ben had sent her countless letters to deliver to Su Ming. Now that trouble had struck, he wanted to push her into the fray? Was that really appropriate? Wang Ben gave a sheepish chuckle. Isn't it because your Majesty has more opportunities to speak with the master and your relationship has grown closer? Stop flattering him. Zhou Zhirua looked even more disdainful. Seeing the man kneeling and refusing to rise, Zhou Zhirua relented. After all, it was just a matter of asking a question. It wouldn't be much trouble. But, if you must ask, at least show some sincerity. Zhou Zhirua signaled to Wang Ben. If they sought guidance from Su Ming, a token of gratitude was only proper. Even she wouldn't be spared. Wang Ben certainly couldn't be any less generous, and it had to be more valuable than what was typically offered for such consultations. Wang Ben promptly produced a tiger-tooth dagger, rose to his feet, and presented it with both hands before Zhou Zhirua. This was acquired from a foreigner long ago. While not exceptionally valuable, its form is pleasing. I trust the esteemed master will find it to his liking? Zhou Zhirua smiled. She was certain Su Ming would appreciate it. Then I'll speak with the master. Wang Ben was overjoyed at the words. He hastily knelt, kowtowed several times before her, and cried out thank you, Your Majesty, repeatedly before departing. Zhou Zhirua gazed at the tiger-tooth dagger in her hand and let out a soft laugh. Then she waited quietly for nightfall. Crash! Li Kuanping hurled his phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he paced the room. Damn it! Damn it! They all deceived him. They all ganged up to deceive him. That damn Liao Nanyan, after all the money he'd given her, she ended up helping Su Ming deceive him. And now she's run off. Did she really think she could slip through his fingers? Li Kuanping's expression darkened. His face hardened as he walked to the door, pulled it open, and called for his assistant. Listen up. Go find that Liao Nanyan and bring her back here. Assistant, yes, sir. After the assistant left, Li Kuanping gritted his teeth, beginning to plot how to deal with Su Ming. That email made it crystal clear. He Jin was Su Ming's man. The painting was now in Su Ming's possession. It was evident that everything that had transpired during that period had been orchestrated by Su Ming. Since he had deceived him, Li Kuanping would show no mercy. Lin Yu Villa. Su Ming pushed open the car door and stepped out. The next moment, another car followed behind him and came to a stop. Su Ming, the voice called out. Su Ming turned to see Gu Hong just stepping out, followed by a group of people behind him. Upon seeing him, they all wore friendly expressions. Su Ming smiled. You guys made it? Yeah, we thought you might be a bit late, but it turns out you got here first. Gu Ming approached first, introducing each of his friends to Su Ming one by one. Su Ming greeted each of them in turn. One of them joked, We've heard so much about you over the years. Finally, we get to meet the real deal. Su Ming didn't take offense. Let's forget about the past. That's all history now. Let me formally introduce myself to you all, Su Ming. He extended his hand. The other person shook his hand back, Shi Bing. Just as Su Ming finished shaking hands and was about to withdraw his hand, another hand reached out. Me, Lu Han. The others followed suit, stepping forward to shake hands. With introductions complete, Gu Hong, as the event organizer, took the lead and guided them into the mountain retreat. No sooner had they entered than they collided head-on with a group of people. Su Ming didn't recognize the leader, but the man beside him, grinning obsequiously like a sycophant? Su Ming knew him all too well. Wasn't that Wu Biao, whom he hadn't seen in ages? What was he doing here? Wu Biao clearly hadn't expected to run into Su Ming here either. The smile froze on his face, and he suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. His gaze toward Su Ming even carried a hint of wariness and caution, as if Su Ming were some kind of raging flood or ferocious beast. His expression made Su Ming raise an eyebrow. Startled, Wu Biao's expression tightened. His expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly called out, Mr. Zhou, let's hurry over. But the man addressed as Mr. Zhou waved him off. He fixed his gaze on Su Ming and strode straight toward him. He halted about 4 or 5 paces away, sizing Su Ming up from head to toe. The disdain hidden in that scrutinizing gaze made Su Ming's brows knit tightly. Before Su Ming could speak, the man suddenly chuckled softly and turned to leave. Su Ming? What's wrong with this guy? Did he come over just to take a look at him? Watching the figure disappear into the distance, Su Ming felt a bit dazed. He turned his head and asked Gu Hong, who was that guy? He'd assumed Gu Hong, being in the business world, knew many people and could give him some insight into this guy's background. But Gu Hong shook his head too. I don't know him. Lu Han looked at Su Ming in confusion. You don't know him? Shi Bing looked utterly speechless. If he knew him, why would he ask Gu Hong? Realizing her mistake, Lu Han scratched her head awkwardly. He gave a nervous chuckle. You're right. But, Mr. Su, I'd wager this guy probably knows you, and his impression of you isn't exactly favorable. Shi Bing looked at Su Ming. Su Ming hummed in acknowledgement and nodded. I think so too. The way this man looked at him made him feel uneasy. Forget it. Whoever he is, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If he really wants to cause trouble, you'll have plenty of chances to deal with him later. Come on, let's go inside and have some fun. Lu Han walked past Gu Hong and headed inside. Gu Hong patted Su Ming on the shoulder. Let's go inside. Alright. Su Ming followed suit. Linyu Mountain Villa was vast, offering numerous attractions. The scenery was especially beautiful on the back mountain. Moreover, there was a camping spot deep in the mountains, the perfect place for stargazing. Lu Han was instantly captivated. She insisted on dragging everyone there to explore. Gu Hong naturally had no objections, and Su Ming didn't mind either. Seeing this, the others had no complaints either. Originally, they planned to spend a few days at the mountain resort before hiking, but now they moved the hiking trip up to the next day. At dawn, the group set off with their backpacks. Approaching late autumn, the mornings were quite chilly, especially here in the mountains. They chatted and laughed along the way, but by the time they reached halfway up the mountain, Lu Han could go no further. I can't go on. I need to rest. Leaning on his trekking pole and panting heavily, he glanced around and spotted a large, bare rock nearby. He changed direction and walked toward it. This rock looks pretty good. As he walked, he called out to the others. This spot looks pretty spacious. Come over and rest with me. Sure. Su Ming and the others turned around and headed toward him. Before they reached him, Lu Han had already sat down. The moment Lu Han's butt touched the rock, he suddenly felt it start to slide downward. Losing his balance, he tumbled down with it. Chapter 180, Shards of Pottery. In an instant, the man who had been sitting on the rock fell backward, legs pointing skyward, vanishing from sight at an astonishing speed. Lu Han, Su Ming and the others were startled. They scrambled to rush forward. Before them lay a large pit over a meter wide, plunging down some 4 or 5 meters deep. Lu Han lay sprawled at the bottom, dazed and disheveled. The fall had clearly been quite brutal. Lu Han remained silent for a long moment. Gu Hong urgently shouted down into the pit. Lu Han, are you okay? The others also called out to her. Su Ming glanced around and spotted vines tangled among the branches not far away. He hurried over, reached out, and pulled the vines down in a few swift motions. He returned carrying a bundle of vines. Seeing his actions, Qi Bing asked in confusion, "What are you doing with that?" Su Ming's hands kept moving. "If I don't take it, do any of your backpacks have rope?" They were just camping in a developed scenic area. Besides tents, sleeping bags, and a first aid kit, they hadn't brought much else. This vine was at least several meters long. Whether it was for rescuing someone or going down to check the situation, they needed rope. Without any rope, what else could they use but vines? Su Ming swiftly prepared the vine and tossed it into the pit. "Lu Han, how are you holding up?" He stood at the edge of the pit, peering inside. Lu Han had regained consciousness but remained motionless at the bottom. Hearing Su Ming's call, he frowned, revealing a bitter smile as he gasped. "It hurts. I don't know where I hit myself. I can't even move now." Hearing this, everyone grew anxious. Gu Hong jumped down with a grim expression. Su Ming followed closely behind. "I used to be pretty wild climbing wild mountains and scaling cliffs. I've also studied first aid. I'll go down with you to take a look." Qi Bing immediately grabbed the vine and gestured to Su Ming. "What are you waiting for? Get down there and help." "Alright." After Gu Hong reached the bottom, Su Ming followed suit. Gu Hong reached out to help Lu Han up. Su Ming quickly stopped him. "Don't move him. This pit is at least 4 or 5 meters deep. We don't know how badly he's hurt. If he's injured somewhere, lifting him could make things worse." Lu Han seemed surprisingly alert. Hearing this, he even had the energy to joke. "Yeah, right. If I end up crippled from this fall, I'll have a perfect excuse to sue you." Gu Hong shot him a disapproving glare. "Shut up. You never say anything positive. Only negative stuff. If you really get crippled, I won't give a damn about you." Lu Han grinned, letting out a chuckle. Su Ming stepped forward and gave Lu Han a thorough examination. His tense nerves instantly relaxed. Seeing this, Gu Hong hurriedly asked, "How's he doing?" "No bone damage, but we need to check for internal injuries. He has to go to the hospital." Su Ming turned his head and said to Gu Hong in a low voice, "Contact the hospital immediately. Get him in for a full examination first." "Got it." Gu Hong raised his head and shouted to the people at the pit, "Call 120. Qi Bing, got it." He grabbed his phone and dialed the number. Lu Han frowned. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry to trouble you, but something seems to be digging into my waist. It's unbearable. Could you take a look?" "Sure." Su Ming carefully reached his hand under Lu Han's waist. After feeling around a couple times, he found a protrusion beneath her waist. "Is it here?" Su Ming asked. Lu Han nodded. "Yes. Then let me adjust it for you. Lift your waist a bit, to reach more easily." Su Ming slid his right hand under her waist too, applying gentle pressure to lift her hips. His left hand then gave the protrusion a firm tug. "It's out." Su Ming withdrew his hand, examining the object in his palm with a look of puzzlement. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Lu Han tilted her head curiously. Mr. Su, here, let me see what's poking me. Su Ming said nothing. Instead, he held his hand out toward Lu Han. Look. At his prompting, both Lu Han and Gu Hong turned their gaze to Su Ming's hand. Then they saw that Su Ming was holding a shard of broken pottery. Both frowned in unison. What is this? Su Ming replied. A pottery shard. Lu Han's face lit up with understanding. Oh, it's just a shard, she said dismissively. No wonder something was poking me so painfully. Gu Hong noticed Su Ming staring at the shard with an inexplicable expression and asked curiously. Su Ming, what's wrong? You've been staring at that broken pottery shard. Is there something wrong with it? Lu Han waved dismissively. What could possibly be wrong with a broken pottery shard? But Su Ming remained silent. After a long while, Su Ming finally spoke in a low voice. I don't know yet. I'll look around some more. With that, he turned and began searching the area, burying his head as he started digging through the soil, searching with intense focus. Seeing this, Lu Han and Gu Hong exchanged a glance. Curiosity made Lu Han try to sit up, but the moment she moved, pain sent her tumbling back down. Startled, Gu Hong hurriedly shouted for her not to move. He could only lie on the ground, turning his head to watch Su Ming search. Above the pit, Qi Bing and the others looked equally perplexed. They instinctively called out to Gu Hang, demanding to know what was going on, but at that moment, Gu Hong didn't know either. He shook his head, his gaze fixed on Su Ming, though he couldn't fathom the situation. Su Ming's reaction suggested there was something peculiar about the shards. Recalling Su Ming's current profession, a chill ran down Gu Hang's spine. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already unearthed several shards from beneath the soil. Judging by his expertise, these shards dated back at least 1,000 years. But Su Ming couldn't pinpoint the exact dynasty. He needed to take them back and have Xiao Chengjing examine them. One thing was certain, though. This pit held a story, and it was one that had yet to be uncovered. The thought made Su Ming chuckle. He never imagined that just going out for a bit of fun would lead to such incredible luck. Gu Hong asked him, what did you find? Su Ming glanced up at Gu Hong, held out the pottery shard, and said, I can't be certain. We'll need to consult old Master Xiao for a more accurate answer. Gu Hong understood immediately upon hearing this. It seemed this pit truly held something significant, but even Su Ming couldn't specify what exactly it was. With that, Gu Hong didn't press further. He patted Su Ming on the shoulder and walked away. Paramedics arrived swiftly, taking Lu Han away. The group accompanied him to the hospital. The examination results came back quickly. Lu Han's injuries weren't serious. She'd sustained multiple soft tissue injuries from the fall and would be fine after 2 days of rest at the hospital. Su Ming stayed in the hospital room for a moment, offered a few words of concern, and then left. He needed to find Xiao Chengjing immediately. After saying goodbye to Gu Hong, he immediately drove back to the antique shop. Su Ming pushed open the door and strode in. Master Xiao, look at this. Chapter 181, The Excavation Team. Xiao Chengjing was buried in flipping through documents. He looked up at the sound. What is it? Su Ming hurried over and handed the shard to Xiao Chengjing. Master Xiao, look at this. Xiao Chengjing set down his book, took the shard, and examined it closely. At a glance, Xiao Chengjing sat up in astonishment. He rose and walked into the house, fetching a magnifying glass to examine it closely. After a moment, Xiao Chengjing was so overcome with excitement that his entire body trembled. Su Ming, tell me honestly, where did this come from? Xiao Chengjing turned, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Su Ming. Seeing the look on his face, Su Ming knew this object must have a story behind it. His own excitement began to rise. I found it in the mountains behind a scenic area near a mountain villa. Old Xiao, tell me, what dynasty is this from? Su Ming could hardly contain his impatience. At those words, Xiao Chengjing's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped Su Ming on the shoulder, his voice brimming with excitement. Kid, you're one lucky bastard. Though we only have this fragment now, judging by both the craftsmanship and the materials used, this is definitely from the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou? Su Ming's expression went blank. An ancient tomb from the Great Zhou dynasty? Xiao Chengjing, lost in his own excitement, failed to notice Su Ming's unsettled expression. He nodded firmly. Yes, it's definitely from the Great Zhou dynasty. Then he added, this is perfect. I've been racking my brain trying to find the most compelling evidence proving the Great Zhou dynasty's existence. Never imagined the proof would just walk right up to me. Well done, kid. With that, Xiao Chengjing burst into laughter. But Su Ming couldn't quite manage a smile. He had feared unearthing the ancient tomb of the Great Zhou dynasty, dreading the sight of Zhou Jiruo's remains. He never imagined that the ancient artifacts he unexpectedly discovered would belong to the Great Zhou dynasty. The only uncertainty was whether this pile of ancient artifacts was indeed a tomb, and if so, whose tomb it might be. By the way, kid, where exactly did you find it? Find some time in the next couple days and take me there. We need to confirm what's really going on down there. Xiao Changjing couldn't wait. If it weren't already late today, he'd go immediately. Su Ming pondered for a moment. He gritted his teeth. Fine. Since the location had been discovered anyway, it was better for them to excavate it themselves than let others claim it. It was also a chance to reveal the existence of the Great Zhou. The next day, Su Ming drove to pick up Xiao Changjing, Zhou Gu, Zhao Jiwen, and the others. They loaded their equipment and headed toward Linyu Mountain Villa. Su Ming led them to the site where the willow-shaped pottery shards had been found and began the scan. Before long, the underground conditions appeared on the instrument's display. Seeing the images on the screen, Xiao Changjing jumped up from his chair in excitement. He turned and embraced Zhou Gu, shouting joyfully, "This is fantastic, it really is an ancient tomb. Judging by the situation, it's a large one at that." Zhou Gu looked utterly disgusted, but she didn't push him away. She turned her head away, utterly speechless. "Got it." Zhao Jiwen's eyes crinkled as she smiled. "Now, teacher's long-cherished wish will finally be fulfilled, and it's all thanks to Su Ming." Xiao Changjing released Zhou Gu, patting Su Ming's shoulder with a delighted smile, his face radiating satisfaction. Su Ming smiled along with him. Now that it was confirmed to be an ancient tomb, the next step was excavation. Xiao Changjing spoke without hesitation. "Young man, you've been wanting to establish a civilian excavation team, haven't you? How about we apply for one this time? With me involved, I'll invite some influential figures from the ancient relics community. I guarantee your civilian excavation team will pass the review quickly, but I'm taking charge." Su Ming couldn't have asked for more. With Xiao Changjing on board, his team's qualifications would be beyond reproach. All he needed to do was submit the paperwork for review. Deal. Su Ming agreed readily. Upon returning, he immediately began preparing the materials. The moment the materials were submitted, Li Kuanping learned of it. His eyes darted around as an idea formed in his mind. "Dad, you want to take down Su Ming? I just got word that he was the one behind the penalties our company faced last time. He cost us a fortune. Can you really let that slide?" Li Ji's face darkened. The mere mention of Su Ming's name made his blood boil. He narrowed his eyes at Li Kuanping and asked coldly, "Did you find something on him?" Li Kuanping chuckled. "Dad really knows me. If I didn't have something on him, I wouldn't dare bring this up with you." Li Kuanping winked and grinned. Li Ji's face twisted with disgust. "Spit it out, what's this dirt? Here's the thing. I got word that Su Ming took some documents today and visited relevant agencies, trying to set up a private archaeological excavation team. My guess is, he's probably stumbled upon something valuable." Li Kuanping stopped short of revealing more. He raised an eyebrow at Li Ji. Li Ji narrowed his eyes slightly at the words. He looked at Li Kuanping. "So, you want me to step in, find someone to block his qualifications, and then seize his excavation rights?" Li Kuanping burst into laughter. "No wonder you're my father, not even my little schemes can escape your notice." Li Ji pointed at Li Kuanping with satisfaction. "You youngster, it seems you've really grown some brains lately. Of course, I am your son, after all. Like father, like son." Father and son exchanged a knowing glance before bursting into laughter together. After a moment, Li Ji said, "Leave the talent assessment to me, but don't just sit around. Go find that ancient tomb Su Ming wants to excavate. Once it was found, he would make sure Su Ming learned the hard way what it meant to chase after something that was never going to be his." The Su family ancestral home. Su Ming sat leisurely on the sofa. He held a tiger-toothed dagger in his hand, examining it closely. A fine piece. This was a genuine tiger fang. Though not large in size, its shape was striking, and the craftsmanship of its setting was superb. The entire tooth radiated a wild, untamed energy. It was a truly beautiful piece of craftsmanship. According to Zhou Jiruo's letter, Wang Ben had acquired it from a foreigner. He'd kept it in his collection for quite some time. Had it not been for exchanging it for cavalry tactics, he likely would never have parted with it. Su Ming gazed at the tiger fang dagger inside. He sure was willing to part with it. For that manual, he even gave up his most cherished possession. Could he possibly disappoint Wang Ben? It was merely cavalry training methods. After all, he'd find it. Su Ming opened his computer and began searching. He gathered numerous ancient cavalry training methods, printed them out one by one, and placed them in the incense burner. Zhou Jiruo heard the commotion and immediately set down her brush. Picking up Su Ming's reply, she scanned through the pages one by one. After finishing, her eyes suddenly lit up. "I never imagined Su Ming could find so many cavalry training methods. When I show these to Wang Ben, he'll be thrilled." Chapter 182, Treating You to a Drink. After finishing, Zhou Jiruo set the papers aside. Su Ming had provided far too much content for her to copy in just 1 or 2 nights. It would be better to hand the letter directly to Wang Ben and let him read it himself. After all, He was already aware of the existence of the master and understood the importance of this matter. Handing it over to him posed no real issue. But another matter weighed heavily on Zhou Jiruo's mind. The mere thought of it made her smile involuntarily. She rose, walked to the side, and retrieved a tray. On the tray lay a layer of fluffy material. She couldn't make out what it was. She placed the tray atop the incense burner. Then she vanished. Su Ming didn't receive a reply right away, so he guessed Zhou Jiruo was probably still reading it. He wasn't in a hurry. The contents would keep her occupied for quite some time. He'd wait until she finished reading before speaking. Su Ming continued reading his book. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden movement came from the incense burner. Su Ming instinctively looked over. A tray emerged from the incense burner. A layer of white substance lay upon it. It happened too quickly for Su Ming to make out what it was, but it seemed to be hair. What is it? Su Ming frowned in confusion and reached out to catch it. He caught the tray steadily. A faint incense scent wafted into Su Ming's nostrils. Su Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. He examined the object in his hands, a suspicion forming in his mind. This thought brought a surge of delight to his heart. He quickly set the tray down. Then he lifted the fluffy two-horned creature. The moment his hands touched it, an incredibly soft sensation flooded Su Ming's heart. That comforting sensation reminded Su Ming of a certain creature, a fox. Only when he fully unfolded the item did he realize it was a cloak made entirely of pure white fox fur. Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. His face was etched with utter disbelief. He cradled the cloak in his arms, running his fingers over it gently. The texture of this fox fur is simply exquisite, so soft and fine. It must be made from the fur under the fox's armpits. In ancient times, people believed the fur from a fox's armpit was the lightest and warmest, with a pure white color. It was reserved exclusively for those of noble status. Now that Zhou Jiruo had presented him with such an elaborate fox fur robe, he wondered how many foxes it must have taken to craft it. As Su Ming pondered this, a letter drifted out from the incense burner. Su Ming took it. It read, "I told you before that I'd give you a gift. I wonder if you'll like it." Of course Su Ming liked it. He didn't even need to think about it. He immediately replied, "I love it very much, but now that you've given it to me, what about you? I recall you mentioning earlier that this year's weather in Great Zhou will be bitterly cold, the harshest in recent memory." Seeing Su Ming's concerned words, Zhou Jiruo's eyes instantly crinkled with warmth. "It's fine. I have more. And Su Ming, did you know? The people I sent to find cotton seeds have already returned with them. We can plant them tomorrow. Then, no one in the Great Zhou will have to suffer the cold from lack of cotton batting. But then, I'll need your help again. Teach me how to plant cotton and make cotton-padded garments." Su Ming glanced at these questions and smiled smugly. That's the easiest thing in the world. He had already purchased the necessary books, and now was precisely the moment to put them to use. Su Ming placed the essential techniques for the common people into the incense burner. It covers all aspects of agricultural cultivation. You can choose whichever sections you need. If you don't understand something, just ask me. The Great Zhou dynasty had long been connected to the Northern Wei dynasty, and Su Ming wasn't certain if Zhou Jiruo would be able to comprehend it. Zhou Jiruo was overjoyed at this sight. She couldn't help but hug the book, nearly jumping for joy. This book had arrived at the perfect moment. It would prove invaluable for the Great Zhou's future development. "Su Ming, you've been such a tremendous help. I don't even know how to thank you." Su Ming stared at the reply, thinking, if only you could be my wife. That would be the greatest gift of all. But such thoughts could only remain unspoken. The two chatted about everything under the sun for a while longer. Finally, they bid each other a reluctant farewell. Su Ming hadn't been in the best mood these past few days. The review materials he'd submitted had been completed under Xiao Qingjing's guidance. There was no way they could have issues. Yet the qualifications just wouldn't come through. Because of this, Su Ming had gone to see the person in charge several times. Each time, the other party fobbed him off with various excuses. Each time he pressed, the response was simply to wait a little longer. This waiting dragged on for nearly half a month. Even Xiao Qingjing began to suspect something was amiss. Su Ming pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll go meet with them and see what's really going on." "Alright, get this sorted quickly. By the way, have you arranged for someone to negotiate with the mountain villa? After all, we'll be excavating on their back mountain. If we don't secure the site first, we'll face trouble later," Xiao Qingjing reminded him. Su Ming nodded. "Rest assured, Xiao Lao, I've already sent Song Jiao to handle it. He messaged me yesterday saying there's been progress. I expect that by the time we secure the qualifications, things here will be mostly settled. Then we can proceed directly." "That's good." Xiao Qingjing finally relaxed. Su Ming pulled out his phone and dialed the manager's number. He called several times in a row, but the other party didn't pick up. Staring at the phone, Su Ming let out a cold laugh. "Trying to avoid me? Nice try." Just because he wouldn't answer didn't mean Su Ming wouldn't come knocking. Su Ming put away his phone and headed straight to confront the person. The manager's head spun when he saw Su Ming. Without a second thought, he turned to leave. Su Ming quickened his pace, blocking the manager's path with a forced smile. Director Yang, why the rush to escape when you see me? Director Yang felt a bit helpless inside, but his face remained cheerful. He feigned surprise at seeing Su Ming, exclaiming, Mr. Su, what brings you here? Oh my apologies, I didn't notice you earlier. Is there something you need? How about this, let me just grab something inside, and we can talk after I return? He tried to walk around Su Ming and head inside. Su Ming stepped sideways, blocking Director Yang's path. Director Yang forgot something? Well, that certainly needs to be retrieved. How about this, I'll wait right here for you. If you're truly busy, I don't mind waiting all night. I've been pretty idle lately anyway, I could wait here every day if I had to. Director Yang's face twisted in exasperation at the words. It seemed avoidance was impossible. Su Ming was determined to see this through to the end. Rather than dragging things out, it was better to resolve it today. Then he wouldn't have to avoid him anymore. Director Yang took a deep breath as this thought crossed his mind. Mr. Su, I know why you're here. But, Director Yang tried to continue. But Su Ming raised his hand to cut him off. Director Yang, I didn't come here for anything else. I'm here to invite you out for drinks. Chapter 183, Home Invasion. Director Yang gave a bitter smile and declined. No, thank you. I know exactly why you're inviting me. Mr. Su, there's no need for this drink. Whether we drink or not, the outcome remains the same. It wasn't that he wouldn't give face, but this matter, he simply couldn't afford to give face. Su Ming's brow furrowed. Then he smiled. Director Yang, relax. I simply want to share a drink with you. After this, I won't bother you again. How about it? Director Yang, he genuinely didn't want to go, but the thought that just one drink could make Su Ming leave him alone forever seemed like a fair trade. Still, there were certain things he had to say. Mr. Su, you said this is just a simple drink. You can't try to trick me. Su Ming nodded. Of course not. Seeing his agreement, Director Yang finally broke into a smile. Then please, Mr. Su, this way, please. Su Ming gestured for Director Yang to follow him. Director Yang followed behind Su Ming to a restaurant where Su Ming had already arranged a banquet. Upon entering the restaurant, they headed straight for a private room. The dishes were served as soon as they sat down. Observing this seamless arrangement, Director Yang smiled. It seems you've been preparing for this for quite some time. Mr. Su, I sincerely invited Director Yang. It's my honor to have you here. He picked up a wine glass, poured one for Director Yang, and gestured to him. Director Yang, please. Director Yang smiled and drank it in one gulp. Thank you, Mr. Su. This wine is excellent. Of course, when hosting Director Yang, how could I not use the finest? But regarding this matter, Su Ming started to speak, only to be cut off by Director Yang. Mr. Su, I told you before coming, I truly can't help with this. I've drunk your wine and accepted your kindness, but I'm genuinely powerless to assist. Seeing his repeated refusal, Su Ming understood the man was tight-lipped. He smiled and changed the subject. Alright, I won't bring it up. Let's just drink. No mention of anything else. He raised his glass toward Director Yang. Director Yang obliged, clinking glasses with him. After that, Su Ming never mentioned the qualification matter again. The drinks flowed one after another, and before long, several cups had been emptied. Director Yang began swaying unsteadily, his head spinning. Seeing his chance, Su Ming tentatively asked, Director Yang, about my qualifications, what's the real story? Could you explain it to me? It's been stalled for so long. At least let me know why it's not happening. Director Yang lifted his flushed face, patted Su Ming's shoulder regretfully, and said, Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to help you with this matter. It's just, he pointed hazily upward, belched, and continued, the higher-ups have instructed that you've offended someone, so they won't approve it. Su Ming froze. He'd offended someone? Who exactly? Shi Xian? Or someone else? Su Ming couldn't immediately pinpoint who it was. He paused for a moment, then continued, so do you know who it is? Oh, that? I actually do know. Director Yang chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Su Ming with a smug look before revealing the name in a conspiratorial tone. It's the Li family. Li Ji? Yep, that's the guy. I heard it from someone else. Apparently this Mr. Li has connections up top, so he put in a good word. You probably didn't know, but your qualification review was submitted and then held up again. Otherwise, with the materials you submitted, it would have been approved ages ago. Director Yang blurted out everything he knew. Su Ming's brow knotted tightly. He truly hadn't expected Li Ji to be involved in this. No wonder the qualification approval kept getting delayed. It seemed he'd have to pull some strings to get this qualification sorted out. Su Ming glanced at Director Yang, who was passed out drunk on the table. He called for someone, booked a nearby room, and had him carried over. The next day, just as he was preparing to go out for some exercise, he received a call from Song Zhao. When the ancient tomb in the mountain was confirmed, Su Ming had sent Song Zhao out to negotiate with the estate owner, testing the waters about acquiring both the estate and the mountain itself to facilitate excavation. There had been no news for several days. Why was he suddenly calling today? Could it be that he succeeded? Su Ming answered the call and asked, Song Zhao, how's the situation over there? Not good. Before Su Ming could finish speaking, Song Zhao blurted out urgently, Boss, the owner of the mountain resort is in trouble. Last night, he was hit by a car and rushed to the hospital. He's still unconscious right now. Just moments ago, Li Kuanping arrived with his men, carrying a document claiming the owner transferred the estate to him. They've already headed into the mountains to begin excavation. Su Ming's already furrowed brows knitted even tighter. He exclaimed in surprise. You mean Li Kuanping and his men are preparing to excavate that ancient tomb? Yes. Su Ming clenched his teeth in fury. When he heard Li Ji was stirring trouble in Ji County, he'd assumed Li Ji simply wanted to target him. Little did he expect they'd set their sights on his ancient tomb. They actually planned to excavate it themselves? Without even asking if he'd consent, Su Ming asked Song Zhao coldly, do they have the qualifications? Song Zhao understood instantly. They probably don't. When Li Kuanping tried to enter, he had asked too. But Li Kuanping only produced the estate owner's transfer deed. No excavation credentials were presented. He'd inquired several times, only to be brushed off each time. Later, Li Kuanping even threatened him, warning that if he dared to interfere with his plans, he wouldn't let Song Zhao off easy. Now that Su Ming asked, Song Zhao recounted the entire incident in detail. He concluded, Boss, even if Li Kuanping has the permit, I doubt he's processed it yet. At least right now, he definitely can't produce it. But whether he can get it later? That's anyone's guess. Su Ming listened, then coldly ordered, go find out if they actually have it. Once confirmed, report it to the police immediately. Without proper authorization, they're illegally excavating ancient tombs. That alone will land them in serious trouble. No problem at all. Song Zhao's voice grew slightly excited. Then he asked, what about our permits? Su Ming's expression darkened as he replied, I'll handle it immediately. I'll do my best to secure it. We'll address the rest later. All right. After hanging up, Su Ming immediately drove to the Gu Corporation. Upon arriving at Gu Corporation, Su Ming, having already called Gu Heng earlier, walked straight past the front desk to Gu Heng's office. Upon seeing Gu Heng, he got straight to the point. Gu Heng, I need your help. Li Ji is sabotaging me behind the scenes, blocking my qualification review. Given your connections, I believe you can assist. Naturally, whatever benefits I can afford. You name your price. Gu Heng considered this for a moment. Name your price? Yes, but only if I can afford it. What he couldn't afford wouldn't matter anyway. Gu Heng smiled. Alright, I'll help you. He pulled out his phone and began making a call. Chapter 184, the show begins. Within 2 minutes of making the call, Gu Heng had settled the matter. He tucked his phone away and looked up at Su Ming. It's done. You can pick it up after noon. Su Ming beamed at the news. Gu Heng, I owe you big time this time. Gu Heng smiled. The promise you made me earlier still stands, right? Of course it stands. What do you want? With the matter resolved, Su Ming no longer felt rushed. Even his seated posture relaxed considerably. Even his tense body had eased. He even had the leisure to ask Gu Heng what he wanted. Gu Heng replied, I've heard that this ancient tomb of yours is likely from the Great Zhou dynasty. Once it's excavated, documentary interviews and such will definitely be arranged, right? Su Ming smiled. This old merchant, Gu Heng, understood these things far better than he did. Seeing Su Ming didn't deny it, Gu Heng continued with a smile. Once the documentaries and interviews come out, my Gu family wants its name credited. That's not too much to ask, is it? Not unreasonable. Su Ming shook his head and promised, when the time comes, I'll make your Gu's name in bold black letters and put it right at the forefront. Great Zhou. Late autumn had arrived, but this year's weather was dreadful. It had been raining for days on end, and the downpour only grew heavier, now falling in torrents, so heavy that the imperial palace was nearly flooded. Even the air had become extremely humid. It was thoroughly unpleasant. Zhou Zhirua sat frowning behind her desk, reviewing the memorials. Every report detailed yet another region suffering torrential downpours, another area flooded, and even flash floods occurring. But winter was approaching. How could such heavy rains possibly fall? This situation was highly unusual. Concerned, Zhou Zhirua summoned the chief astronomer of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to inquire about the cause. But the chief astrologer sighed deeply. He uttered only one sentence. The will of heaven cannot be defied. No matter how much Zhou Zhiruo pressed him, he remained silent. This left Zhou Zhiruo deeply troubled. Now she could scarcely focus on the memorials before her. Just then, Zhao Shen's voice carried from afar. Your Majesty, trouble. A terrible disaster has struck. His voice was hoarse and strained, as if he had encountered something utterly terrifying. He practically tumbled and crawled his way inside. He rushed toward Zhou Zhiruo and cried out, Your Majesty, disaster has struck. The Xiang River outside the city has suddenly burst its banks, flooding the residents along both banks. Zhou Zhiruo was startled. She looked up, rose abruptly, and hurried to Zhao Shen's side, demanding urgently, What did you say? Which river has flooded? The Xiang River. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Shen's forehead as panic gripped him. Your Majesty, we must act swiftly. The Xiang River is the largest waterway near the capital. If disaster strikes here, the entire city will be affected. I know. Zhou Zhiruo was well aware of the importance of the Xiang River. She immediately commanded, Go, issue an edict at once. Have the Ministry of Works dispatch personnel immediately to handle this. Resolve the Xiang River flooding as quickly as possible and evacuate all residents along both banks. Hurry. Yes, Your Majesty. After Zhao Shen departed, Zhou Zhiruo paced the blue and white hall twice. In the end, she couldn't resist. She walked to the bedside, activated the mechanism, retrieved the incense burner, and attempted to contact Su Ming. She knew that at this hour, Su Ming was most likely unavailable. Yet unease gnawed at her heart. She desperately wanted to reach Su Ming. Yet after slipping the message inside, she waited in vain for a response. Zhou Zhiruo glanced at the incense burner, sighed softly, and put it away in disappointment. It seemed Su Ming truly was not there. For now, she must focus on how to handle the matters facing the great Zhou. Zhou Zhiruo's expression turned serious as she rose and left the blue and white hall. Following Gu Heng's instructions, Su Ming arrived at the relevant agency after noon and successfully obtained the qualification certificate. After obtaining the qualification certificate, Su Ming immediately called Xiao Chongjing. Senior Xiao, I've resolved everything here. I'm heading to Lingyu Manor immediately. Get ready. Once I handle matters there, we'll proceed without delay. Xiao Changjing, alright, go handle it. I'll start preparing immediately. Su Ming hung up and was about to contact Song Zhao when Song Zhao's call came through. He answered promptly. Song Zhao, what's the situation on your end? Song Zhao immediately replied. I verified it, they have no qualifications whatsoever. I've already reported it to the police. Have you secured your qualifications yet? Hearing this, Su Ming breathed a silent sigh of relief. He immediately said, I've secured the qualifications, but Lin Yu Villa isn't in our hands yet. Here's the plan, let's deal with Li Kunpeng and his crew first. Ah, well then, I have some more good news to share. Song Zhao's tone was cheerful, his face beaming with smug delight. He adopted a deliberately mysterious air. He teased Su Ming with suspense. Boss, guess what good news I just heard? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Cut the suspense. What's the good news? Just spit it out. It's already this late, why all the mystery? Had. Song Zhao chuckled mischievously before continuing. Alright then, I'll tell you. Boss, brace yourself. Alright, go ahead. Su Ming was curious to hear what good news Song Zhao had received, and he needed to brace himself. Then he heard Song Zhao say, Before calling you, I got a call from He Jin. That kid told me on the phone that the contract for Lin Yu Villa Li Kunpeng has is fake. The ease vanished instantly from Su Ming's face. He sat up straight immediately. What? Su Ming exclaimed in disbelief. Say that again? Song Zhao knew Su Ming would be shocked. He smirked triumphantly before continuing. He Jin told me that the owner of Lin Yu Villa getting hit was actually orchestrated by Li Kunpeng. He then forged that contract. Probably because time was too tight. They feared you'd act, so they moved in early. What he hadn't anticipated was Su Ming securing the qualifications so swiftly. Moreover, Song Zhao and He Jin had caught Li Kunpeng's fatal slip-up. This time, Li Kunpeng was likely finished. Song Zhao felt a tinge of schadenfreude. Su Ming listened and shared in the joy. This is truly wonderful. Su Ming clenched his fist in delight. Song Zhao said, You bet. Alright, I won't keep you. Boss, hurry over here. If you come quickly, you'll definitely catch a good show. Su Ming wanted to see this spectacle too. He chuckled and replied, Hold on. I'm on my way. Su Ming immediately started his car and sped toward Lin Yu Villa. When he arrived, Song Zhao was waiting at the entrance. Spotting him, Song Zhao hurried forward. Boss, you. Before he could finish, Song Zhao pointed behind him, his eyes lighting up. Boss, your timing couldn't be better. The cops are here too. The show is officially starting now. He slapped Su Ming on the shoulder and stepped forward. Chapter 185, Heavens will cannot be defied, end. The police officers spotted them and hurried over. Are you the ones who called it in? Yes, I'm the one. Song Zhao stepped forward to greet them, flashing a friendly smile at the officers before gesturing to the side. The suspects inside. Follow me. Alright. Song Zhao and Su Ming led the officers into the mountains. By then, Li Kuanping had already positioned his men around the perimeter. Within the exposed excavation pit, workers were actively digging. The officers immediately flashed their credentials upon arrival. Where's Li Kuanping? Hearing this, Li Kuanping hurried over. His expression darkened momentarily upon seeing Su Ming. Then, plastering on a fawning smile, he stepped forward to greet the officers. Gentlemen, what brings you here? The officers remained expressionless. They regarded Li Kuanping coldly. They maintained a strictly professional demeanor. We received a report alleging you're illegally excavating ancient tombs without a permit. You're suspected of the crime of unauthorized tomb raiding. Please come with us. He motioned to the officers behind him, who immediately stepped forward. Li Kuanping's expression changed at this sight. He scrambled backward a few steps. Wait. My permit will be issued soon. We haven't done any unauthorized digging. As long as the permit hasn't arrived, it's illegal excavation. Come with us. Oh, and he's also suspected of forging contracts and bribing hitmen to cause accidents. I have evidence here. Song Zhao promptly added. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Kuanping shot him a vicious glare. Shut up! What nonsense are you spouting? This is all utter nonsense. Officer, you have to believe me. Li Kuanping was sweating profusely on his forehead. The officers stared at him coldly. We'll get to the bottom of this. Now, please come with us. Without another word, the officers cuffed Li Kuanping and led him away. Not only him, but everyone who had come with him was taken away. The once bustling scene instantly fell silent, leaving only scattered belongings behind, a stark reminder of the crowd that had filled the space moments before. Su Ming chuckled, pointing at the scattered items. He told Song Zhao, pack it up, our people are about to take over. With that, he pulled out his phone and called Xiao Changjing. We're ready to move in. The other end erupted in excited shouts. Less than 2 hours after the call ended, the team arrived in droves. Upon arrival, they immediately began excavating. Meanwhile, Su Ming headed to the hospital to find the villa's owner. By then, the owner had regained consciousness. Seeing Su Ming, he showed a moment of surprise. Then he asked, is there something you need, Mr. Su? Yes. You must be aware of the ancient tomb discovered at Linyu Villa. I've assembled an excavation team and have already begun digging. This will inevitably impact your property. Why not sell the villa to me? It would facilitate the excavation, and you wouldn't suffer significant losses. What do you say? The owner gave a bitter smile. He glanced at Su Ming and said, I'm aware of it. My presence here is precisely because of the estate. I'm transferring ownership to you. In his current state, even if he kept the estate, he couldn't manage it anyway. Besides, with an ancient tomb present, he couldn't continue running it anyway. Better to get some money for it. The other party agreed readily, and Su Ming was equally decisive. He had He-Jin draft the contract on the spot, printed it out, and signed it immediately. Now, Su Ming's excavation team was officially recognized as a legitimate operation. The excavation continued. The deeper they dug, the more excited Xiao Changjing became. His eyes shone brightly as he surveyed the artifacts continuously emerging from the earth. If his body permitted, he would have dug non-stop around the clock, hoping to unearth the entire tomb in a single day. Just then, a sudden shout rang out. Master Xiao, come see this. Xiao Changjing didn't even look up. Coming. He turned and pulled Su Ming along with him. Let's go see. Alright. When they arrived, they discovered the person had produced nothing more than a photograph. But the photograph had been buried in the ground for far too long, rendering its contents almost impossible to discern. Yet Su Ming recognized it instantly. It was the very photo he had given to Zhou Zhiruo. But how could the photo he gave Zhou Zhiruo end up here? The moment a certain possibility crossed his mind, Su Ming's mood plummeted, his heart growing heavy with dread. At that moment, he felt a strong urge to go home. He wanted to check on the incense burner and ask about Zhou Zhiruo's condition. But Su Ming couldn't leave this place. Returning would have to wait for some time yet. Yet as time passed, the increasing number of artifacts unearthed from the tomb only served to confirm its profound connection to Zhou Zhiruo. Things like decaying plastic and iron artifacts that clearly didn't belong to that era. Su Ming could still console himself with such discoveries, until he saw the incense burner in the tomb. It was an incense burner identical to the one in his own home. The moment he saw it, Su Ming's heart began to pound wildly. A voice echoed relentlessly within him, warning that something had happened to Zhou Zhiruo. He had to go back. No matter what had happened, he absolutely had to return. Su Ming hurriedly informed Xiao Changjing, then spun around and took off running. He dashed out of the estate, jumped into his car, and sped straight for the Su family's ancestral home. Back home, Su Ming didn't even bother to park the car. He just tossed it haphazardly by the entrance, burst through the door, and dashed into the bedroom. His hands trembled as he fumbled with the safe. It took several attempts before the door finally swung open. Seeing the incense burner inside, Su Ming let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the incense burner is still here. But he didn't know if the connection to the Great Joe still worked. He had to test it. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Su Ming reached out and lifted the incense burner out of the safe. The moment it left the safe, the previously still incense burner suddenly began to tremble violently. Su Ming couldn't hold onto it. He could only watch helplessly as it bounced onto the floor. Moments later, countless sheets of paper and a strange figure emerged from within the incense burner. This was a sight Su Ming had never witnessed before. Startled, he scrambled backward. He stared at the figure with intense wariness. The next instant, a woman lay half prostrate on the floor, her face blank with bewilderment. She was still clad in ancient attire, her long hair adorned with a dragon-shaped hairpin. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. A suspicion began to form in his mind. He cautiously approached. Zhou Zhirua? Zhou Zhirua turned at the sound. When she saw Su Ming, her beautiful phoenix-like eyes widened in astonishment. After scrutinizing him several times, she exclaimed in astonishment, "You're Su Ming?" Hearing this, Su Ming was overjoyed. He hurried forward and helped her to her feet. "Is it really you? How did you end up inside the incense burner? Has something happened to the Great Joe?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhirua's expression turned sorrowful. She paused for a moment before saying, "The Great Joe is gone." "Gone? How could that be?" Su Ming exclaimed in shock. Zhou Zhirua replied, "It was a natural disaster, floods across the entire nation." Alas, the chief astrologer spoke truly, heavens will cannot be defied. Hearing this, Su Ming sighed deeply. Then he embraced Zhou Zhirua. "It's okay, now you can be with me forever. I'll take care of you."